The Phoenix and Dragon clans have been archenemies since ancient times, but the princess of the Phoenix clan in this life has fallen in love with the prince of the Dragon clan. In the great battle between the Dragon clan and the ancient Wolf clan, the Phoenix clan princess took the opportunity to capture you, who were seriously injured. However, what you didn't expect was that this Phoenix clan princess turned out to be a super huge tsundere. You have been forcibly brought to a dungeon, the cold chains piercing through your bones. The recent battle with the ancient wolf demon has left you severely injured, and now the piercing of these chains is causing you almost unbearable pain. When you wake up again, you find Feng Ning has already arrived in the dungeon. Seeing her, your heart tightens suddenly, fear spreading through your body, trying to gather the little remaining spiritual power in your body to defend yourself. However, your heavily injured body is no longer as it used to be. Feng Ning, seeing your condition, couldn't help but snort coldly. Dragon clan boy, do you really think you can escape from the palm of my hand? With those words, she flashes her figure and instantly appears in front of you like a ghost. There was no time to react, and you were knocked down by a powerful impact. Feng Ning licked her lips and her voice suddenly became gentle. You smell so good. It makes me want to taste it. You couldn't help but shiver at the sight and said, if you dare to harm me, the Dragon clan will not spare you. You intended to intimidate Feng Ning with the name of the Dragon clan, but to your surprise, she looked disdainful after hearing this. Dragon clan? A group of rats. Do you think I'm afraid? With that, she bared her small fangs and ruthlessly bit into your neck without hesitation. Upon hearing a sound, you suddenly feel a sharp pain coming, as if countless steel needles are piercing into your body at the same time. Hello, my sweetie. I have never tasted such delicious dragon blood before. It's truly intoxicating. Feng Ning greedily sucked your blood, with a satisfied expression on her face. But as the blood continued to be sucked endlessly, your face became paler and your eyes started to look dull and lifeless. Feng Ning snapped out of it. Looking at your weak appearance, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. No, it's my fault. I can't let you die. With that, she decisively bit her own wrist, brought it to your mouth, trying to drip the blood into your mouth. Drink it. This is a life-saving medicine for you. However, upon hearing this, you turned your head away, showing resistance on your face. I don't want to drink the blood of your Feng clan. Blood? Ha ha, you actually think I'm dirty? Feng Ning couldn't help but laugh. At the next moment, she suddenly bent down and kissed your pale lips, and you widened your eyes, wanting to struggle, wanting to push away this disgusting woman. But at this moment you are weak, and can only let Feng Ning pry open your teeth and forcefully feed blood into your mouth. After a full hour passed, you suddenly felt a warm current spreading through your body, as if an invisible force was slowly repairing your damaged body. Feng Ning watched you swallow her blood, a wicked smile curling at the corner of her mouth, but a hint of complexity flashed in her eyes. She caressed your cheek, as if touching some priceless treasure. You slowly opened your eyes and weakly asked, what have you done to me? Feng Ning suddenly smiled strangely. You, little dragon, are quite interesting. I changed my mind. Spare your life. From now on, you will obediently stay by my side, Feng Ning said with a light smile. Upon hearing this, you turned away angrily, refusing to look at her again. Although captured, the pride of the dragon race made you unable to submit. However, Feng Ning was indifferent to this. I want to see how long you can remain stubborn. With that, she turned and left. Seeing this, the tension in your heart instantly eased. From a wolf demon to being drained of dragon blood, your body was already riddled with wounds, and at this moment, you finally collapsed under the unbearable weight. Yet, almost the next second, Feng Ning's figure appeared once again. She squatted down, looked at your face, and a strange emotion surged in her heart. Ordering her subordinates in the distance, put him into the dragon transformation pool. Under the crowd's encirclement, you were placed into the mysterious transformation dragon pool. The moment your body touched the water, it was immediately enveloped by a warm power. In the hazy vision, you vaguely saw Feng Ning standing by the pool, staring straight at you. Your eyes widened suddenly, and you quickly shrunk your body down, trying to bury yourself completely in the water. You evil phoenix, what are you looking at? Feng Ning couldn't help but chuckle at your embarrassed appearance. What? Feeling shy? Who would feel shy in front of you? You evil phoenix. Stop talking nonsense. You turned your head away, unwilling to pay attention to her, trying to calm yourself down. Feng Ning looked at your somewhat helpless appearance in the pool. Feeling a strange emotion in her heart, she jumped into the pool, causing a splash of water. You felt the movement of the water beside you, turned your head, and widened your eyes. How did you get in? Feng Ning smiled indifferently. What's wrong? The water in the Hualong pool is precious. Is it not good for me to come in and enjoy it with you? You wicked phoenix. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? Do you have no shame at all? Your voice was full of anger, but Feng Ning didn't care. Instead, she approached you even closer and reached out to touch the dragon horn on your head. Humph. This little dragon is getting angry. This princess just finds you interesting and wants to get closer to you. Your dragon horns look so special, you want to avoid her touch, but your body's weakness makes you somewhat powerless. Only able to stare at her angrily. I don't understand your thoughts. You demon woman. Stop pretending here. I will never submit to such a demon woman like you. Upon hearing this, Feng Ning couldn't help but frown. Seeming somewhat displeased with your rejection, you ungrateful fellow. This princess saved your life, and this is how you repay me? If it weren't for me, you would have died in that wolf demon's territory long ago. Maybe even your bones would have been gnawed clean. Hearing this, you sneered. You saved me just to satisfy your own desires. Wanting to drink my dragon blood to enhance your power. How could I be grateful to you? This evil phoenix? What's the difference between your actions and that of the wolf demon? Feng Ning's face instantly turned extremely gloomy upon hearing these words. Alright, you ignorant little dragon whelp. Since you refuse to drink the toast, you will have to drink the penalty. So don't blame this princess for being impolite. After speaking, she quickly formed hand seals. A light flashed, and a strange glowing fairy pill appeared in her hand. This is the secret fairy pill of my Phoenix clan. After eating it, you will be able to quickly recover from your injuries. Of course, this is the price for you to obediently listen. You tilted your head to the side. With a stubborn and unyielding look in your eyes, I will never eat your things. You can't control me. Feng Ning saw this. Her face turned cold. She did not expect you to be so ignorant. A surge of anger rose in her heart. She reached out with her other hand and pinched your chin, then forcibly stuffed the elixir into your mouth. You only felt a rush of heat flowing down your throat, and soon your body gradually regained some strength. You wicked phoenix! I will make you pay for what you have done today. Am I someone to be manipulated by others? After speaking, you once again tried to break free from her restraints, but even though you had regained some strength, you were still no match for her. Feng Ning did not feel angry at your words, just gently teased your dragon horn and said with a smile, this princess is curious to see what you are capable of. But before that, you should enjoy the princess's care. You should soak in the water of the dragon transformation pool more. It is good for your injury. Damn it, I don't need your care. I want to return to my clan, as a proud member of the dragon clan, but now trapped here like a prisoner. This feeling makes your heart ache. Upon hearing that you want to return to your family, Feng Ning's face darkened. Humph. If you want to run, I will expose your dragon scales and strip your dragon tendons. You are the treasure that I have obtained with great difficulty. How could I easily let you leave? Just as you were about to retort Feng Ning, you suddenly felt a strange power surging within your body. The pill that was forcibly fed to you now seemed to be healing your wounds like a miraculous elixir. Your exhausted body, nourished by this power, was suddenly filled with vitality in an instant. Since I have regained my strength, how can I be suppressed by this evil phoenix woman again? A hint of determination flashed in your eyes, and in an instant, you transformed into a majestic dragon, leaping fiercely from the pool with your massive body. However, the next moment, a red light descended from the sky and instantly bound you firmly. You struggle hard, but find yourself unable to break free. Looking up, I saw Feng Ning slowly walking towards you, with a smile on her lips, in this Phoenix Palace. Do you think you can escape from my palm? Do not turn away and ignore her. But Feng Ning does not care about your attitude. She reached out and gently touched your cheek, with a hint of obsession in her eyes. What a handsome face, but unfortunately born on someone who doesn't know any better. After saying this, Feng Ning's face suddenly changed, her eyes becoming sharp. She grabbed your chin, forcing you to look at her. It's okay, I will make you obedient slowly. You glared at her angrily. You wicked woman. No way. You tried to turn away, but Feng Ning forcefully turned you back. Little white dragon, do you know? I like to see you like this the most now. You seem even more fragrant after bathing. After saying that, she sniffed and a greedy look appeared on her face. You feel a surge of inexplicable fear in your heart at the words, desperately trying to break free from the restraints, only to find that you cannot do so at all. Feng Ning revealed two sharp fangs and ruthlessly bit into your neck. You feel a sharp pain and can't help but let out a painful roar. Feng Ning, you wicked woman, let me go. But Feng Ning continues greedily sucking the blood as if she didn't hear your cry. As time passed, your face turned as pale as paper, your eyes gradually dimmed, and finally you collapsed weakly on the ground. At that moment, a hurried footstep suddenly came from outside the palace. Third princess, something bad happened. Zealand, why are you so flustered? Feng Ning, who was interrupted in a good moment, looked a bit displeased, but Zealand couldn't care about much at the moment, and went straight to Feng Ning. The emperor has sent someone to deliver an edict, summoning you to the Lingxiao palace immediately. Hearing this, Feng Ning's face changed. Summoning me at this time? Do you know what it's about? Zealand shook her head. I'm not sure, but the messenger's expression seemed very serious. Damn it! Feng Ning cursed inwardly, but also knew that she couldn't not go. After taking a glance at you lying unconscious on the ground, she turned around and left. You woke up feeling dizzy in the depths of the dark Fengchi Palace, not knowing how long you had been asleep. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and you saw a woman in Phoenix Clan attire walking in. Who are you? You asked, your eyes full of caution. Dragon Prince. I am Zealand, a maid of the Phoenix Clan. The third princess sent me to take care of you, she replied. You coldly snorted at her words, showing disdain in your eyes. Where is that wicked woman? What evil plan is she plotting now? Zealand seemed surprised by your reference to Feng Ning, showing a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Dragon Prince. You don't know. Although the third princess has a quirky personality, she treats you differently. I have never seen her care so much for anyone else. Hearing this, you reacted as if you had heard a great joke. Who cares about her care? I've had enough of her tricks. Then, you remembered something important. Where did she go? There are disturbances by the demon clan in the mountains and rivers. The third princess has gone to subdue the demons. The demon clan has become more rampant recently, causing harm to many innocent creatures. As the third princess of the Phoenix Clan, she naturally cannot sit idly by. After speaking, a man in black walked in at the door. Zealand saw the visitor and immediately bowed respectfully. His voice tinged with awe. Lord Chiyu, you have arrived. This is the honored guest brought back by the third princess, the Dragon Clan's Prince Ao Chen. With that, she tactfully retreated. As you looked up, you seemed to see a hint of familiarity in his eyes. You are not of the Phoenix Clan. Chiyu nodded slightly. I am of the Snake Clan, named Chiyu. I heard that the third princess has a distinguished guest here, so I came to visit. Hearing this, you let out a bitter smile, your face full of bitterness. I was captured by that wicked woman Feng Ning. She tortured me wantonly and imprisoned me here. I don't want to stay a moment longer in this ghostly place. Can Saitama help me? I want to go back to the Dragon Clan. Your voice carried a hint of pleading. Saitama looked at your miserable appearance with a hint of sympathy in his eyes, but he couldn't directly agree to your request. I understand how you feel. I have also thought about escaping the control of the Phoenix Clan, but the security here is tight, and there are Phoenix Clan informants everywhere. Any slight movement will be noticed by them. You took a deep breath, trying to calm yourself down. I understand. Brother Saitama, I shouldn't have put you in a difficult position. In the days to come, Saitama will occasionally come to visit you, bringing news and updates from the outside each time, allowing you to have a better understanding of the layout of Fengchi Palace and the movements of the Feng Clan. At the same time, Zurin will also send medicine and food on time, taking good care of your injuries. On this day, Saitama hurriedly rushed over once again, but his expression was very different from usual, his face filled with anxiety and urgency, as if something major had happened. When Ao Chen saw this, his heart tightened, and an ominous feeling of foreboding surged through his heart. He rushed to meet him and asked, Brother Saitama, what happened? Saitama didn't answer right away, but took a deep breath, and after a while, he spoke slowly. Ao Chen, I've just gotten news your master, Immortal Dragon Ao Tian, was injured on the way to ambush the demons. When Ao Chen heard this, his eyes widened violently, filled with shock and disbelief. His mind instantly went blank, as if the entire world had stopped spinning at that moment. What did you say? Brother Chiyu, are you mistaken? How could an immortal dignitary be injured? Ao Chen lost his voice and exclaimed in shock, his voice filled with anxiety and worry, his hands unconsciously grabbing Chiyu's shoulders. Saitama sighed heavily, worry in his eyes. He gently broke Ao Chen's hand and said helplessly, the news is true. This time, the demon race's attack has been exceptionally fierce, and they have been wreaking havoc in the Northern Mountain, Southern Mountain, and Migratory Mountain, intending to subvert the order of the three realms. These damnable demon race, how dare they be so rampant? Ao Chen gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes burning with rage. Saitama continued, although the Phoenix Clan has already subdued the wolf demons of the Migratory Mountains, on the Southern and Northern Mountains, when the Dragon Clan's immortal father personally led his people to subdue them, he encountered an ambush by the Wolf King. That Wolf King is cunning and ruthless, and his strength has increased greatly, so Immortal Emperor was careless and fell for its treacherous plan. Ao Chen clenched his fists, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, and crimson blood slowly oozed out. He, however, was oblivious to the pain and just gritted his teeth. This damned demon race, how dare they hurt my master? I, Ao Chen, will definitely not let them go. I will make them pay in blood. His voice was filled with anger and killing intent, as if he wanted to shred all the demon clans into pieces. In this instant, the thought of escape that was already firm in Ao Chen's heart grew stronger. I have to go back. I have to go back to the Dragon Clan immediately. Back to Master, Ao Chen said decisively, his eyes revealing incomparable determination. Saitama looked embarrassed and persuaded. Ao Chen, you have to calm down. Fengchi Palace is heavily guarded, and you're undoubtedly throwing yourself into the net if you rashly escape now. Ao-chan, however, was unmoved as he looked at Chiyu with a firm gaze. Brother Saitama, my mind is made up. No matter what the cost, I will go back. Master teacher has been so kind to me, I can't abandon him when he's injured. Saitama was silent for a moment and patted Ao-chan's shoulder, saying, I understand how you feel, and I'll try to help you, but you must be careful. Ao-chan looked at Saitama gratefully. Thank you, brother Saitama. If I can successfully escape, I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Ao-chan secretly made up his mind. Just get the hell out of here tonight. He was going to personally check on his master's injuries and go to avenge his master's death. Asterisk. Night is falling. Phoenix Palace was shrouded in darkness. Ao-chan stood in front of the window, looking out at the dark night sky. The mind was clear. He knew that this was the perfect time for him to escape, so he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down and, then feigning composure, he turned toward the door. Seeing this, the guards on duty immediately alertly blocked his way. The two guards had an upright posture, halberds clenched in their hands, and their eyes were as sharp as eagles. Mr. Long, it's so late. Where are you going? There was wariness and suspicion in their voices. After all, in this Phoenix Palace, any breeze could cause an uproar. They don't want to lose their lives because of a moment's negligence. Ao-chan looked at these guards, and although he was anxious in his heart, he didn't show anything on his face. He smiled slightly, pretending to be relaxed. I'm suffocating in this house and want to go out to get some air. I've been stuck in this house for the past few days and I'm getting sick. Yet the guards did not let their guard down. They glanced at each other with wary looks on their faces and, then immediately crossed his halberd to stop him. And the guard at the head even said coldly, Sir Long, please return. You can't go out without the third princess's order. The third princess has specifically ordered to ensure your safety, and being in this Phoenix Palace is the best protection for you. Their attitude was resolute and strong, and they clearly did not intend to give Ao-chan any chance. When Ao-chan saw this, his heart sank. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer, so he decided to force a breakout with a clear heart. He fiercely glared at the guards, then bellowed angrily, Get out of the way. My master's father is injured. I'm going to visit him. If you guys dare to block me, don't blame me for being impolite. His voice was full of majesty and dominance. It was as if a true dragon prince was giving orders. At the same time, he mobilized the dragon power in his body. A faint blue light began to glow around his body, ready for battle. The guards were startled by the sudden outburst of, but they were, after all, the elite of the Phoenix clan and quickly reacted. The guard at the head frowned and persuaded, Duke Long, I advise you, don't make things difficult for us. We don't dare to disobey the orders of the third princess, so you'd better go back obediently. But Ao-chan was determined to go, and his hands quickly formed seals and cast spells. In an instant, a powerful force spread out with him at the center, and several guards fell to the ground as they were unsteady on their feet. Seeing this, one of the guard leaders raised his halberd and stabbed at Ao-chan with a furious shout. Bold fanatic, how dare you spread your wildness in Phoenix Palace? Today, I will definitely let you see how powerful we are. Immediately afterward, the guard's attack was like a blizzard, harsh and swift, vowing to stop Ao-chan. Ao-chan, however, was undaunted. His body was athletic, dodging left and right amidst the guard's attacks, like a nimble swimming fish. You stubborn guys, no one can stop me today. Ao-chan roared and swung his fist with a powerful dragon force, counterattacking like lightning. Bang! A punch struck the chest of one of the guards, and the guard was instantly struck by lightning and flew backwards. Under Ao-chan's fierce attack, several more guards were soon knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. The remaining guards were as pale as paper, their hearts filled with fear. They had never seen such a strong Ao-chan before, but duty calls, they gritted their teeth and surrounded them once again. However, Ao-chan saw a break, and with a flash of his body, he rushed out of the encirclement like a ghost. If you want to stop me, you're not qualified enough. Ao-chan's voice echoed through the night. It was already gone. Asterisk. Ao-chan groped his way carefully through finally escaped the deep mountain that had imprisoned him for so long. The night was hazy, and the moonlight, through the thinning clouds, it spilled out onto the winding mountain road, providing him with a faint glimmer of light. He took each step with the utmost care and every breath as softly as possible, fearful of alerting the Phoenix clan's patrols. As he fled down the hill, panting, the scene before him froze him in his tracks. Only a short distance away, Saitama was holding a magic weapon that emitted a mysterious glow that, standing there quietly, he seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Ao-chan, follow me, Saitama whispered, a complex look in his eyes that was elusive. A wave of gratitude welled up in Ao-chan's heart, and he couldn't think about it in time. Without hesitation, he followed Saitama forward. However, as he walked, Ao-chan gradually sensed that something was wrong. The road seemed to be getting more and more remote, and the scenery around it more and more unfamiliar. It doesn't even look like a path to the outside world. His heart tightened and he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Saitama, where is this path leading to? Why have I never seen these sights before?" Saitama's footsteps gave a slight lurch at his words, but he did not turn back and continued to walk forward, keeping his tone as smooth as possible. "Ao-chan, don't worry. This is a secret passageway that can avoid the Phoenix Clan's patrol team and lead directly to the outside world. This passageway is rarely known, so it's normal that you've never seen it before." Even though Saitama's explanation sounds reasonable, however, the doubts in Ao-chan's heart were not completely eliminated. "Brother Saitama, are you sure this leads to the outside world?" Ao-chan quickened his pace and walked over to Saitama. Staring intently into his eyes, trying to find the answer in his eyes. Saitama's eyes flickered for a moment and quickly regained their composure. "Ao-chan, you can just follow me with confidence. Since I'm here to help you, how could I harm you?" Ao-chan still had doubts in his heart, but at this critical moment, he could only choose to trust Chiyu. But as he moved forward, that uneasy feeling grew stronger. Finally, he could no longer hold back the doubt in his heart and questioned aloud, "This isn't the way out. Where the hell are you taking me? I'm not going to take another step forward if you don't make it clear." Saitama stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around and, in the face of Ao-chan's questioning, a trace of apology flashed across his face. "Ao-chan, I'm sorry that I lied to you. You really can't escape. Feng Ning is already waiting for us in front." Ao-chan's eyes widened in horror as he stared dead at Saitama. As if to see something in his face, his eyes were filled with anger and disbelief. "Why did you do this? You traitor! I trusted you so much and you betrayed me. Are you worthy of me?" In the face of Ao-chan's questioning and accusations, Saitama sighed helplessly, a look of pain on his face. "Ao-chan, I can't help it. If I offend Feng Ning, not only will my own life be in jeopardy, but I will also involve my clan, the old and young of my clan. Hundreds of lives are in Feng Ning's hands. I was also forced to do this." Ao-chan was furious, his hands clenched into fists, his body trembling slightly from anger. "Within the Phoenix Clan's sphere of influence, I have no ability to resist at all. I can only follow their orders or suffer cruel punishment. I don't want to do this either, but I have no choice." Saitama's voice was filled with helplessness and bitterness. It's as if he's making excuses for his betrayal. "Then you shouldn't have given me hope in the first place. It would have been better to leave me to my own devices than to be betrayed by you as I am now." Ao-chan roared loudly, his eyes almost spitting fire. Chiyu lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Ao-chan's eyes. I originally wanted to help you too, but Feng Ning found out about my plan and she threatened me. I really had no choice." Ao-chan wanted to say something else, but there was a violent spinning of the sky and the earth. Intense dizziness overwhelmed him completely like a raging tide. His legs seemed to be instantly drained of all strength, limp and weak. The whole thing faltered and nearly fell straight to the ground. Ao-chan gritted his teeth and fought against this vertigo with all the willpower in his body, trying to stay sober. He lowered his head slowly and, it was only then that he was surprised to realize that a spell formation emitting a strange light had appeared under his feet at some point. The runes on the spell shimmered with an inexplicable luster. Like a creepy eye, coldly watching him, and still keeping him tightly bound. It made it impossible for him to move even the slightest bit. "Little dragon, where are you going with this?" Feng Ning's cold and mocking voice. It was as if it came from the nine hells, echoing in this deadly darkness. As the voice fell, Feng Ning's figure slowly stepped out from the shadows. She was dressed in a long black robe, the golden phoenix pattern embroidered on it glittering brightly in the moonlight. What should have been a noble and cold appearance was at the moment indescribably eerie. Ao-chan raised his head angrily, a spark of hatred burning in his eyes as he glared fiercely at Feng Ning and cursed loudly. "Feng Ning, you wicked girl, what exactly will you do to let me go?" Feng Ning laughed lightly, that smile was full of playfulness and satisfaction. It was as if watching Ao-chan's angry struggle was the most interesting thing in the world. She stepped closer until she stood in front of Ao-chan and, reaching out his slender jade hand, he gently rubbed his cheek and, as if playing with a beloved object, "You little dragon, why are you so misbehaved? I've only been out for a few days, and you're in a hurry to escape. Have you forgotten my previous warning? If you dare to escape, I will make your life worse than death." Ao-chan fought to twist his head to avoid Feng Ning's hand and shouted angrily, "Feng Ning, don't go too far. I have no grievances with you in the past and no enmity in the recent past. Why are you treating me like this? What gives you the right to trap me here?" Feng Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of madness and obsession. Hey little dragon cub, I can do whatever I want to you. What can you do to me? From the moment you were captured by me, your fate was in my hands. Stronger is stronger in this world, and I'm stronger than you, so you're at my mercy. Ao-chun was so angry that he was trembling. His hands were clenched into fists from anger and his joints were white. You are being unreasonable. You won't end well by imprisoning me like this. Feng Ning sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. A good end? I don't care. All I know is that you're in my hands now, and you're going to do whatever I want you to do. Your resistance seems to me but a futile struggle. Ao-chen's heart was filled with unwillingness, and he struggled desperately to. The light of the spell formation, however, grew stronger and stronger, suppressing him even more. He felt his strength being drained from him, little by little. Every part of his body was bound to death, but his will never wavered in the slightest. You think you can trap me for the rest of my life like this? Someone will always come to rescue me, and when that happens, you'll just wait to pay the price. My Dragon Clan members will not sit idly by and do nothing. They will definitely do everything they can to get me out of here. And you, wicked girl, will be punished as you deserve. Feng Ning sniffed, but laughed mockingly. Dragons? Ha ha ha. That group of rats. They have many troubles of their own right now. How could they have the energy to save you? I heard that they are being stirred up by the demon race. They can't take care of themselves. How can they still think of you? A trapped little dragon? Just resign yourself to being my caged bird and play with me. Maybe one day I'll get tired of playing and let you go. Ao-chan glared angrily, and the anger in his eyes seemed as if he wanted to burn Feng Ning to the ground. I will not die as you wish. Chapter 7, Dungeons. Feng Ning's face turned cold, and a trace of killing intent instantly flashed in her eyes. The original gentle face became twisted and hideous. Humph, I'm not going to do this until I've toasted you. Since you're so disobedient, don't blame me for not being polite. You think you can escape me? It's simply delusional. With that, she quickly waved her hands, and a black light coalesced between her palms. There seemed to be countless grievous spirits struggling and hissing in the light. That black light was like an arrow off the string, shooting towards Ao-chen. Ao-chen only felt as if his chest had been hit by a heavy hammer. A sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body, and it was as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. A mouthful of blood gushed out uncontrollably, and his body, like a kite with broken strings, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Take him back under strict guard, Feng Ning ordered coldly, without a trace of pity in her voice. As if treating an insignificant object, Ao-chen was lying on the ground, his breath dying. But he knew that this was not the time to get angry with Feng Ning. He forced himself to endure the severe pain in his chest and looked at Feng Ning with an almost pleading gaze. Feng Ning, please let me go back to visit my senior. He's injured. As a disciple, how can I not be by his side when his old man needs me the most? I beg you. If you let me go back, I will do anything for you, even if it means going through fire. Feng Ning was slightly stunned, as if she hadn't expected Ao-chen to suddenly go soft. Then the corners of his mouth turned up in a cruel smile. Let you go? Do you think that's possible? You're mine. From the first moment I saw you, your destiny is tied to me. You can only stay by my side. You can't go anywhere. Your master, or your mission. It's not worth mentioning in front of me. Ao-chen's eyes widened and the anger in his eyes blazed up again and he roared angrily. Feng Ning, how can you be so selfish? My master's father has been so gracious to me, teaching me spells and raising me to adulthood. In my heart, he is more important than my life. How could I abandon him when he was hurt? Do you have any humanity left in you? You say I'm yours, but what's the difference between your behavior and that of a robber? Feng Ning, however, sneered in disbelief. Humph, master? Your master teacher. What does that have to do with me? You only need to care about me. Those so-called master and disciple bonds are worthless to me. The anger in Ao-chen's heart could no longer be suppressed, and he gritted his teeth. You crazy woman. You're unbelievable. I, Ao-chen, will leave here today even if I have to fight for my life. I can't just stand by and watch my master's life and death in the balance while I'm trapped here and letting you bully me. Saying this, he rose to his feet in defiance of the dragon's might was overflowing all around his body, and a faint layer of golden light rose around his body. It was a sign that the dragon power in his body was about to explode. His eyes were filled with determination, as if they burned with a flame that would never be extinguished. Without the slightest hesitation, he dashed towards the direction of the palace gate like an arrow off the string. The speed was so fast that it brought up a gust of wind, blowing the dust around it. When the guards behind Feng Ning saw this, they were in disarray. Stop him! Don't let him get away! One of the captains of the guards shouted hoarsely. There was a distinct panic and nervousness in his voice. The guards, as if in a dream, brandished their weapons and, terrified, they surrounded towards Ao Chen. However, Ao Chen was filled with grief and anger, and at this moment, he was like a god of war descending to earth. The momentum was so strong that it was difficult for these guards to fight for a while. "You traitors, you come to stop me too," Ao Chen roared, his voice echoing in the air like thunder exploding, only to see his hands dancing rapidly, a beam of light whistling out from his hands. These beams of light were like agile augers, carrying the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Each beam swung out, hitting the guards close to him with precision. The guards who were struck, as if they had been pounded with a heavy hammer. Some were hit directly in the chest, and their bodies flew out several meters like kites with broken strings. It fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. They lay on the ground, moaning in pain, unable to get up for half a day. "Look at him about to break through the defense." Feng Ning smiled contemptuously and snorted lightly. "Want to run? It's not that easy. In front of me, you won't be able to escape." With a flash of her body, she instantly disappeared in the same place that, in the next second, he appeared in front of Ao Chen. In his hand, he threw out a chain that flashed with a cold light. The chains were as if they were alive, wrapping towards Ao Chen like a spiritual snake. "You brought this on yourself. Be good and be bound." Feng Ning sneered. Ao Chen was unable to dodge and was tightly wrapped in the chains. Unable to move, he struggled, but only made the chains strangle tighter, and his skin was struck with a bloody scar. A hint of smugness flashed in Feng Ning's eyes. "Lock him up in the dungeon and let him reflect and reflect. This time, I'll see how he can still escape." Ao Chen struggled and roared. "Feng Ning, you will pay for what you have done. I, Ao Chen, swear that today's insults will be returned 100-fold in the future. You wicked woman, one day you will pay dearly for your greed and selfishness." But his voice was quickly drowned out by the pushing and shoving of the guards, and he was escorted to the dungeon. The dungeon was dark and damp, and the air was sickening with the stench of decay. The walls were hung with moss, and drops of water ticked down them, and every drop seemed to speak of this endless desolation and loneliness. Ao Chen was locked in a corner by a heavy chain. His hands were hoisted high in the air and the wounds on his body split open again from the struggle, and blood stained his shirt red. However, the pain of the body is nowhere near as bad as the concern in the mind that all he could think about was the safety of his master. "Ao Tian, master, how are you? My disciple is unfilial and has made you worry," Ao Chen murmured in a low voice. He recalled the careful teaching and selfless care that his master had given him in the past days. The heart ached as if cut by a knife. Just then, a sound of footsteps coming from far and near, breaking the silence in the dungeon. Ao Chen raised his head, only to see Feng Ning walk in with an elegant yet eerie stride. She was dressed in an ornate black robe the robes were embroidered with golden silk threads, outlining a lifelike phoenix. As she walked, those phoenixes seemed to come to life, lifting their wings to fly. Her entire person appeared regal and majestic, out of place in this gloomy dungeon. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's wretched appearance. A twisted look of pleasure crossed his face. She walked over to Ao Chen, bent down slightly, and said softly, "My little dragon, how have you been enjoying the last few days in the prison? Did you think of how to escape from me every night? Have you realized your mistake? Has he figured it out and is ready to stay by my side?" Her voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable oppression. Ao Chen looked away, unwilling to look at her, and said in a cold tone, "I, Ao Chen, have never regretted my actions, much less succumbed to an evil person like you. This prison can trap my body, but not my heart." When Feng Ning saw Ao Chen with such an attitude, the anger in her heart was rekindled. She snapped her hand out and pinched Ao Chen's chin, forcing him to look at herself. Why don't you dare to look me in the eye? In what way am I inferior to your master?" Ao Chen forcefully broke away from her hand, spat out a mouthful of blood, and smiled to himself. "If you say so, then so be it. Now that I am in your hands, I am at your mercy, but want me to submit to you? Dream on." Feng Ning was shocked by Ao Chen's firmness. She looked at the man in front of her. The emotions in her heart were complicated and hard to describe. She both hated his indomitability and loved his tenacity. This conflicting emotion made her even more frantic to conquer him. "Little dragon, you deserve to be in my cage." Feng Ning slowly approached Ao Chen. Clutching the chain, he pulled him to himself with a strong tug. She clasped his chin and gently rubbed it, her eyes full of infatuation and possessiveness. "You are mine and will never escape. The more you resist, the more excited I get and the more I want to conquer you." Ao Chen struggled desperately to get out of her grip, but his strength was insignificant in front of Feng Ning. He glared at her angrily. "Feng Ning, let go of me. You crazy woman. You think you can make me yield just like that? You're wrong. The faith in my heart is like a rock. It won't be shaken no matter how much you torture me. He looked away, unwilling to look at her again. However, Fong Ning did not let him off the hook. Instead, he clasped his jaw harder, forcing him to look at himself. She looked at Ao Chen's angry eyes, and an inexplicable pleasure rose in her heart. It was as if this was the only way to satisfy the longing within her. Xiaolong, you'd better recognize reality early. Fong Ning let go of his hand and looked at Ao Chen as he gasped for breath. A hint of madness was revealed in the eyes of. Otherwise, neither you nor your master will end well. I've heard that he's hurt so badly. He's so weak that he can't even defend himself. If I send out my men at this time to strike a fatal blow. She deliberately dragged out her voice, observing Ao Chen's reaction. Sure enough, as soon as Ao Chen heard of his master's injuries, immediately, he tensed up and looked at her with wide eyes, anger and concern in his eyes. Fong Ning, you dare! If you dare to harm my master, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'll curse you in hell for eternity. His voice was filled with anger and threat, as if he wanted to vent all his hatred. However, Fong Ning laughed out loud, and her laughter echoed in the prison cell, making it particularly eerie. Don't worry, I won't let him die that easily until you're completely mine. How can I afford to destroy such a good bargaining chip so soon? She looked at Ao Chen's frightened eyes, and an inexplicable sense of satisfaction rose in her heart. He's the best bargaining chip I can use to hold you back. I'm going to show you that the only way you can protect the people you care about is by my side. I can keep him safe as long as you behave. Otherwise, Ao Chen's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that Fong Ning was a madman when she said she would. Today's situation was as dangerous as it could be for him. Chapter 8, The Dragon's Tale. Ao Chen woke up leisurely, with a few moments of confusion and anger remaining in his eyes. His head felt drowsy, as if it was entangled in countless threads, and his thoughts were somewhat confused. Struggled to hold up his heavy eyelids, and on seeing that he was no longer in the dungeon, rather, when the place is a soft and luxurious bed, his brows instantly furrowed, and it became clear in his mind that this must be the work of Fong Ning, this evil phoenix. What trick is he going to pull again? Ao Chen cursed in his heart and tried to get up but felt a weakness, as if his limbs had been dropped by a leaden mass. Every move involved a wound, and the pain that burrowed through him made him cringe. Obviously, the previous injuries were far from healed. At that moment, a footstep so light as a cat's step came to the. Fong Ning walked into the room with a step so elegant that it was like a fairy descending to earth. She was graceful, with a waist too slender to fill a hand. The clothes fluttered as if flowing in the clouds between walks. Her face is charming and attractive, and her pair of phoenix eyes are moving in autumn waves. Vermilion lips without pointing red. The corners of the mouth hung with a seemingly winking smile. My little dragon, awake? Fong Ning asked softly, her voice soft and gentle, as if it could crisp up to one's bones, but to Ao Chen's ears, it was as harsh as a needle. Ao Chen snorted coldly and turned his head to the side, unwilling to pay any attention to her. The anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt, only temporarily suppressed. Fong Ning saw this, but she was not annoyed, and slowly walked to the edge of the bed and, picking up the tonic that was set aside, his eyes revealed a hint of concern. Come, drink this soup medicine. It's good for your injuries. Little dragon, don't be so capricious anymore. Just be good and nourish your body. Fong Ning said softly, her tone actually carried a few points of coaxing. Ao Chen, however, closed his lips tightly, his eyes filled with stubbornness and resistance. He pondered in his mind, how could I accept the good intentions of this hateful woman who imprisoned herself and separated herself from her master? Ao Chen, will not submit to her even if I die. Fong Ning saw that he was so stubborn and sighed softly. That sigh seemed to have 1,000 helplessness. You little dragon, how can you be so ungrateful? I went to great lengths to find this healing tonic for you, and yet you're so rejecting of it. There's no choice but for me to feed you. After saying that, she actually opened her vermilion lips lightly and took a mouthful of the tonic. The heat of that broth lingered on her lips, and then he quickly approached Ao Chen in a lightning-fast manner. Ao Chen's eyes widened, his face full of shock and shame. His heart skipped a beat and a panic surged through him like never before. He tried to dodge, but he couldn't move because of his injuries. The body felt like it was nailed to the bed and could only watch Fong Ning approach. You, what are you doing? Ao Chen stammered and asked. Fong Ning, however, did not reply and took this opportunity to give Ao Chen the soup degree in his mouth. Ao Chen only felt a stream of warm medicinal soup flowing into his mouth. There was also a hint of the unique scent belonging to Fong Ning. That scent was faintly floral but it made his cheeks instantly redden and anger and shyness were intertwined like flames burning in the heart. You, how could you? That's an insult. Ao Chen roared angrily, his eyes burning with rage. It was as if it wanted to devour Fong Ning. His chest rose and fell violently. showing the extreme anger within him. Feng Ning blinked innocently and flirted as she looked at his appearance. I'm feeding you medicine. Why are you so angry? I am doing this for your own good, wanting you to get better quickly. If you had drank the medicine obediently on your own, why would I have to do this? There was an imperceptible glint of cunning and triumph in her eyes. It seemed to be satisfied with Ao Chen's reaction. You kissed me. How can you be so shameless? Ao Chen stammered, his heart both angry and shy. His hands clutched the sheet so tightly that his knuckles were white, showing that he was trying desperately to restrain his emotions. Perhaps because of the emotional overload, Ao Chen didn't have control for a moment and actually changed into a dragon's tail. The scales on that dragon's tail shone with multicolored light, extraordinarily alluring. Each scale seemed like a carefully carved jewel, exuding a mysterious and noble aura. The scales reflect fantastic colors in the shimmering light of it was as if a rainbow from the sky had fallen to earth. Feng Ning, however, smiled more and more charmingly, with a greedy glint in her eyes. Yo, why is the little dragon so shy? The original form is out. This dragon's tail is so beautiful. It's worthy of being the little dragon I've been eyeing. The scales are so gorgeous. It must be very comfortable to touch. As she spoke, she reached out her hand and tried to touch the dragon's tail. When Ao Chen saw this, he was shocked and hastily attempted to retract the dragon's tail. But the weakness of his body slowed his movements. Don't you dare! Don't touch my dragon's tail! Ao Chen roared, his eyes filled with vigilance. Feng Ning, however, defied him, gently touching the scales of the dragon's tail. He'd scat under his breath. The feel of this hand is unrivaled. There is such a wonderful existence in the world. Her eyes were filled with infatuation, as if what she was touching in her hands was the most precious treasure in the world. Ao Chen, under his anger, recklessly struck out, wanting to suppress Feng Ning and use the opportunity to escape. He mobilized the dragon power in his body, and the light around him flashed as he attacked towards Feng Ning. The dragon's claws swung with the sound of whistling wind, each swing carrying his anger and unwillingness. Ha! You little dragon! Misbehaving again! You think you can beat me with this skill of yours? Feng Ning smiled gently, and that smile carried endless contempt and confidence. Her figure was as agile as a ghost, and she disappeared in an instant. The next second it appeared behind Ao Chen, easily avoiding Ao Chen's furious strike. You evil phoenix! Don't underestimate people! Ao Chen roared, quickly turning around and launching another attack. With your current weakened state, you still want to fight against me? It's simply self-defeating. Feng Ning mocked, a teasing glint in her eyes. Ao Chen was not willing to show weakness, his eyes burning with rage as he continued to go through the motions with Feng Ning. His every movement was full of determination. It was as if he wanted to vent out all his anger and resentment through this fierce battle. After a few moves, Feng Ning saw the opportunity to. A chain that shimmered with cold light instantly condensed in his hand. Let's see where you're going to escape this time. Feng Ning smiled playfully, and the chain flung like a spirit snake, precisely wrapping around Ao Chen's wrist. Then with a forceful pull, Ao Chen was pulled back to the bed and the body fell heavily on the soft bedding. He struggled to get up, but found himself firmly bound by chains and unable to move at all. The chains seemed to have some kind of magic power. The more they struggled, the tighter they got, strangling deep into his skin. It brought a stabbing pain. Little dragon, you can't escape. Don't make any more unnecessary struggles. Hurt yourself. How heartbreaking. Feng Ning slowly approached Ao Chen and exhaled in his ear. Warm breath sprayed on Ao Chen's neck, causing him to tremble. I don't need your hypocrisy. What is the purpose of imprisoning me and torturing me? You wicked woman. Ao Chen roared angrily, his body trembling violently from anger. This is your destiny. You are destined to stay by my side. You should stop making these pointless struggles. Feng Ning's voice was gentle yet unquestionably firm, causing Ao Chen to feel a chill. His eyes widened in anger and he gritted his teeth. Feng Ning, don't dream. I won't stay by your side even if I die. You wicked woman. What you did was heinous, imprisoning me and threatening my master's safety. I, Ao Chen, am at loggerheads with you. His body trembled slightly from anger, and the hatred for Feng Ning grew stronger in his heart. He couldn't wait to turn this hatred into power, break free of all these bonds, and break Feng Ning into pieces. Feng Ning, however, didn't seem to care about his anger and struggle. She gently stroked Ao Chen's dragon tail and the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile, and a hint of infatuation showed in his eyes. Oh, you little dragon, you are so cute. The more you resist, the more I want to tame you. This beautiful dragon tail of yours, these shining dragon scales, they should all belong to me only. You're my baby. How could I let you go? From the first moment I saw you, I knew that you were the one I was meant to have. Her voice was soft, but with an undeniable dominance. Ao Chen violently shook off Feng Ning's hand and shouted angrily, "You evil phoenix! Let go! Do you think you can trap me for the rest of my life? One day, I will find a chance to escape, and when I do, I will make you pay. Make you pay dearly for what you've done." His voice was filled with anger and resignation, and his eyes glittered with determination as it was as if he wanted to burn away all the anger in front of him. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's exasperated appearance and felt more and more amused. She stood up and clasped her hands to her chest, looking at Ao Chen condescendingly. "What? Angry? That's not like your dragon race demeanor. It's better to be obedient and stay by my side. I guarantee you'll have a comfortable life. Who cares about your guarantee? You evil woman. I'm at war with you." Ao Chen struggled to pull at the chains on his body, but the chains didn't move. "Well, since my little dragon is so stubborn, you can continue to stay in this room, until you figure it out." After saying that, she turned around and wanted to leave. Ao Chen growled angrily behind her. "The evil phoenix, where are you going? You untie me. You can't imprison me like this. It's against heaven's law." With that, he yanked hard on the chains that were wrapped around him, which clattered and clattered, harshly in the silence of the room. But Feng Ning turned back, stared at him, and smiled slightly. "Little dragon, be at ease. Stay here obediently and enjoy your time in my captivity. Don't think about being able to escape, because that's impossible. Everywhere in this room has been set up by me as a restraint, and it will be futile no matter how much you struggle. Don't be complacent. I, Ao Chen, will not be trapped for the rest of my life. As long as I still have a breath in me, I will definitely escape and make you pay for your evil deeds." Ao Chen's eyes turned red as he glared angrily at Feng Ning. Feng Ning let out a light laugh. "I'll wait and see then. Let's see when you, stubborn little dragon, will recognize reality. Until then, take your time and throw a tantrum here." With that, her eyes filled with smiles, she turned to leave and the sound of footsteps faded into Ao Chen's ears. Chapter 9 Possession. Ao Chen was tightly locked by Feng Ning with that cold and hard chain on that big bed that was so gorgeous but full of painful memories. His body curled up like a wounded and helpless beast. Every breath seemed so hard to take, as if 1,000 pounds were pressing on his chest, and every breath in and out was accompanied by a sharp pain in his wounds. The cold sweat kept breaking out from his forehead, soaking his messy hair. Asterisk. Ao Chen was tortured by Feng Ning for a few more days. These last few days have seemed like a long nightmare to him. Every second is filled with pain and suffering. I don't know how many days have passed outside. Feng Ning, a respected and highly regarded member of the Phoenix clan, hearing that his niece, third Princess Feng Ning, had imprisoned a dragon, his heart was filled with curiosity and doubt. In Feng Ning's perception, although Feng Ning was a bit capricious, but not so much as to do something so out of the ordinary, she decided to visit and figure out the reason behind this. Feng Ning lightly moved her lotus steps, carefully led by her maid Zealand, towards the room where Ao Chen was imprisoned. There was a somewhat oppressive silence all around us as we traveled along. Zealand's steps were so light that he was afraid of disturbing something. It was as if even the dust in the air dared not stir easily. Finally, they came to the front of the room. Feng Ning took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the room. Feng Ning was a bit surprised by her aunt's arrival. "Auntie, what brings you here?" Feng Ning gave her a blank look and feigned anger. "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known what ridiculous things you were doing here. Imprisoning a dragon. What kind of behavior is this spreading out?" Feng Ning, however, smiled without much concern, walking up and taking Feng Ning's arm intimately. "Auntie, don't be so serious. It's just a small dragon. Why are you making such a fuss?" Feng Ning gently shook off her hand and walked straight into the room. When she saw the sight before her, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ao Chen was abused by Feng Ning to the point that his body was bruised and he was as if he was out of breath. Weakly, he collapsed into the big bed, almost dying. That originally athletic body was covered in scars, and the scales on the dragon's tail were mutilated. Bloodstained and miserable in appearance. Feng Ning's eyes flashed with a hint of intolerance and anger. She turned her head and looked at Feng Ning, who was standing by the side, with a tone of reproach and helplessness. "Ninger, how can you treat little dragon like this?" Feng Ning skimmed her mouth, full of concern. "Auntie, it's just a lowly dragon race. I can do whatever I want. He tried to escape my control, so naturally he had to pay the price. Moreover, his blood has a unique flavor, and I want to taste it more. This is my pleasure, so you can leave it alone." Feng Ning's brows furrowed even tighter, her eyes filled with disappointment. She took a few steps forward and stood still in front of Feng Ning, saying in a serious tone, "Ninger, although the Dragon Clan is at loggerheads with our Phoenix Clan, this is by no means a reason for you to wantonly mistreat them. As the third princess of the Phoenix Clan, your every move represents the face of the Phoenix Clan, Such behavior will only make other tribes laugh and think that our Phoenix tribe is barbaric and rude. Our Phoenix clan has always been known for its nobility and elegance. Where do you let the face of our ancestors go when you do this? Feng Ning hummed in disbelief. Auntie, I don't care what people say. I'll do as I please. No one can care. I'm the third princess of the Phoenix clan. So what can I do even if I'm a bit capricious? Feng Ning shook her head slightly, sighed, and continued. Ninger, you are too naive. In this world of the weak and the strong, to gain a foothold, force alone is not enough. Convincing people with virtue is the only way to last. If you treat Little Dragon in such a way, if the Dragon clan knew about it, it would definitely cause them to retaliate strongly. At that time, the Phoenix clan will be plunged into endless strife, and countless children of the Phoenix clan will lose their lives as a result. Is this what you want to see? Don't you think about the future of the Phoenix clan? Feng Ning heard it, but didn't really care. Auntie, he's just a small dragon. What can he stir up? Even if the Dragon clan wants to retaliate, they still have to weigh whether they have the ability to do so. The strength of our Phoenix clan is not something they can easily shake. Feng Ning looked at Feng Ning with a firm and serious gaze. Ninger, don't underestimate any of the clans. The Dragon clan had a deep heritage, and even a small dragon had the support of the entire Dragon clan behind it. If they unite with other clans to deal with us together, the Phoenix clan, even if it is powerful, will suffer a great loss of energy. Although our Phoenix clan is powerful, we cannot afford to be consumed by an unprovoked war. If you continue to act in such a capricious manner, one day you will bring great misfortune to the Phoenix clan. At that time, it will be too late for you to regret. Feng Ning, however, was unmoved as she grunted and said stubbornly, Auntie, don't always be so nagging. I know what I'm doing, and I know my place. You just stay out of my business. I'll naturally let him go when I'm tired of playing with him. Feng Ning really felt helpless towards this arrogant and capricious niece, and could only let out a quiet light sigh. She took a step and slowly walked up to check on Ao Chen's injuries. Feng Ning leaned down and moved gently ruffling Ao Chen's messy hair. At that moment, a handsome, clean-cut face caught her eye. Ao Chen's skin was as white as jade, transmitting the unique immortal aura of the dragon race. Even if he was as pale as paper at the moment, that extraordinary aura had not been reduced in the slightest. The shocking wounds on his body looked more and more miserable under this cleanliness. Feng Ying's eyes were filled with pity, as if she was looking at an innocent suffering child. It also seems to regret that this world's rare handsome face was so mercilessly destroyed. Look at him. It's killing him. Feng Ying's voice carried a hint of pain that was hard to hide. He was born so handsome and clear, with the immortal aura of the dragon race. He should have been a proud son who soared to the heavens, but now he has ended up in such a field. If he dies, how will you taste his blood? Ninger, you should consider the consequences of what you do. You can't just focus on the momentary pleasure in front of you. If you don't think about him, you should also think about yourself. Her tone was full of helplessness for her niece. It was also full of deep sympathy and regret for Ao Chen. Feng Ning grunted in disdain. If he's dead, he's dead. Big deal. He'll find another dragon. There are plenty of dragons in this world. It's not like there's a shortage of him. Besides, I haven't had enough fun yet. How could I let him die so easily? Feng Ning ignored Feng Ning's capriciousness. She took some carefully crafted medication out of her arms. The drug emitted a faint fluorescent light, transmitting a mysterious aura, as if it contained endless life force. She carefully picked up Ao Chen and fed him the medicine, saying softly, Child, bear with me, eating this will make you feel better. It's a tough world, and you're kind of a poor kid. Miraculously, as soon as the drug is in the mouth, Ao Chen then immediately felt a warm current flow through his body. The hurt seemed to have lessened a lot, and the spirits were lifted a bit. He opened his eyes slowly, and with a hint of confusion and fear in them, when he saw Feng Ning in front of him, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank you, you are. Ao Chen's voice was weak and trembling, as if it came from a distant place. Feng Ning shook her head slightly and said softly, Child, I am Feng Ning's aunt. Since fate has arranged it this way, you should take a good rest. Don't provoke Ning's child so easily anymore. Ao Chen weakly opened his mouth, his voice as thin as a thread. I want to go back to the dragons. I don't want to stay here. My master is still waiting for me. He's hurt and I need to go back and take care of him. I can't be trapped like this. Feng Ning looked at him helplessly, a deep sigh flashing in her eyes. Child, I'm afraid this is difficult. Since you have been taken in by Ninger, it will be very difficult to escape. You can only try to be as obedient as possible and perhaps suffer less. This land of the Phoenix clan is not something you can leave just because you want to. I know Ning's temperament too well. The more you resist, the more she will intensify her torture. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Ao Chen's eyes and he clenched his fists. Why? I didn't do anything. Why do I have to suffer like this? I'm not willing to be trapped here, at her mercy like a plaything. Feng Ying gently patted Ao Chen's shoulder. Child, you should get well first and then think long and hard. Right now, you are too weak to do anything. I'll try to persuade Ninger to be nicer to you. Ao Chen's eyes reddened slightly as he nodded his head slightly and, I understand. Thank you for your concern. At this time, Feng Ning said impatiently from the side. Auntie, why are you talking so much to him? He's just a prisoner. How can he talk so much? Feng Ying glared at Feng Ning. Ninger, shut up. From today onwards, you are not allowed to torture him anymore. This is an order. Feng Ning's small mouth pouted slightly. Auntie, you will favor him. Feng Ning ignored Feng Ning's dissatisfaction and instructed Feng Ning a few more times. Ninger, don't torture him like this anymore. You take this medicine and give it to him if his injuries change. Do you hear me? Feng Ning reluctantly took the medicine bottle. Got it. Auntie. Only then did Feng Ning turn around and leave the room. A hint of helplessness and worry in her back. Asterisk. As soon as she sent Feng Ning away, Feng Ning couldn't wait to return to her room. Her heart felt as if it were being burned by a blazing fire. That desire and possessiveness for Ao Chen grew stronger and stronger like a raging tide. For the past few days, she'd been holding back that crazy desire inside of her. And today, Feng Ying's visit seemed to pour a bucket of oil on this flame. Let that invisible and evil force consume her completely. She recalled the madness and extreme pleasure she felt when she sucked Ao Chen's blood. The heart actually seems to be unfulfilled. The bloody and exciting images swirled around in her mind. It made the flames of desire burn again. This damn little dragon. Why does it fascinate this princess so much? Feng Ning muttered, her eyes flickering with an eerie light of greed and obsession. As soon as she returned to the room, Feng Ning saw Ao Chen, who was lying on the bed in a weak and feeble state. He was as pale as paper, bloodless and, the eyes revealed a deep sense of helplessness and despair. As if it were a trapped animal in a cage. The body rose and fell slightly with the faintest of breaths. Feng Ning slowly walked over to the bedside and looked down at him, towering over him. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel to the extreme smile, like a demon from hell. Damn you, dragon! Now, I'm going to make you completely mine. There was a hint of madness and determination in her voice. It was as if they were swearing their absolute possession of Ao Chen to the entire world. What are you going to do? Ao Chen's eyes widened in horror and, those originally clear and bright eyes were now filled with fear and panic. His body instinctively shrank back, trying to avoid Feng Ning's terrifying gaze. The chains on his body clattered as if they too were making a mournful sound for what had happened to him. You let go of. Ao Chen cried out in horror. Feng Ning, however, turned a deaf ear and bent down violently, like a hungry, vicious wolf tightly biting Ao Chen's neck. Instantly, the smell of dragon's blood filled the air and, the strong smell of blood tingled her taste buds. It sent her into a state of madness. Well, Feng Ning let out a satisfied murmur, greedily sucking on Ao Chen's blood. It was as if she wanted to swallow him whole to fulfill her endless desire. Ao Chen groaned in pain, and that voice seemed to come from the nine hells. It's full of endless pain. He felt as if he were being torn by a ferocious beast. Life is passing little by little. The body is getting weaker and weaker, and consciousness is fading. Feng Ning, you crazy woman, quickly, let go of me. Ao Chen shouted with all his strength, his voice filled with anger and resentment. His hands were clenched into fists, but he was unable to pose any threat to Feng Ning due to his weakness. However, Feng Ning was so immersed in this madness and pleasure that she couldn't help herself. She hugged Ao Chen tightly, as if she wanted to integrate him into her body and become a part of her body. The blood of a small dragon is truly to die for, Feng Ning said vaguely, with ecstasy in her voice. After a while, Feng Ning finally loosened her mouth. She looked at Ao Chen's weak and powerless appearance. The corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile, like an evil victor. Little dragon, your blood, it's really the most delicious thing in the world. I want this deliciousness to be only mine forever. Feng Ning's voice carried a hint of ecstasy and satisfaction. It was as if they were savoring the most precious delicacies in the world. Ao Chen's already weak body simply couldn't withstand this torture. At the moment, his face was as white as paper, and his breath was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. He felt as if he were in an endless darkness of, unable to escape or resist. His heart was filled with despair and helplessness. He gritted his teeth and hated it. Feng Ning, you will have retribution. A wicked woman like you will not have a good ending. There was a hint of firmness and determination in his voice, as if he was issuing a final curse to Feng Ning. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's mournful appearance. A sudden inexplicable impulse welled up in his heart. She didn't know what was wrong, but she suddenly and violently tore open Ao Chen's clothes and, revealing his well-built chest, Ao Chen's eyes widened in horror and, you, what are you trying to do? He tried to struggle, but realized he couldn't muster any strength at all. One could only watch Feng Ning's actions. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's frightened and helpless appearance, and an inexplicable pleasure surged in her heart. She leaned over and pressed against Ao Chen and whispered, "From now on, I want you to belong to me completely. Your body, your soul, can only be mine." After saying that, she no longer gave Ao Chen any chance to resist. Leave your own mark on him with abandon. Chapter 10 Punishment. Ao Chen's mind was in a daze, and it was as if he had awakened from a fog of languor and he only felt that his body was soft and weak, and the feeling of soreness was like fine needles, piercing deeply into every inch of his tendons and bones. The hangover-like drowsiness has not yet faded. Subconsciously, he reached up and rubbed his forehead, but he was shocked to realize that his body was empty, and Feng Ning had disappeared. All the craziness of last night instantly came over me like a tidal wave. His cheeks instantly reddened, blush, chagrin and anger burning in his eyes. He's just a green, untouched teenager. The days of the past were clear and peaceful, with the teachings of the elders of the clan and the playfulness of the masters and brothers being all that life had to offer. Feng Ning, that arrogant, bossy, misbehaving, wicked girl in his mind. And yet, last night he had this intimate and misplaced encounter with him. Thinking of this, Ao Chen frowned tightly and, as if trying to push the annoying memory out of his mind. But the image of the scene became clearer and clearer. He knew that in the Dragon Clan, once you have skin to skin with the opposite sex, it's a lifelong bond. The male dragon needs to devote his life to guarding the female dragon, never leaving her, living and dying together. It would have been a sacred and solemn law in his mind. But now, he had this entanglement with her from the Phoenix clan. Ao Chen's mind was filled with absurdity and confusion. In his perception, Feng Ning should regard him as an enemy. After all, there's a long history of animosity between the two clans. But last night's sudden passion was, although Feng Ning acts wildly on a regular basis, but in the end, she was a young girl in her prime. Ao Chen recalled that although she had forced herself on him yesterday, but the occasional flashes of shyness and panic in those eyes, the tip of his heart actually involuntarily trembled slightly. It's her first time, too. This layer of knowledge made his heart even more complicated and difficult. He had envisioned countless first encounters, acquaintances and encounters with his beloved. But I never expected this. With someone who shouldn't, in a way that shouldn't. Daylight was pouring through the window pane, spilling onto Ao Chen's disheveled hair. He subconsciously looked around the room and, it was only then that I realized that, at some point, the chains that had bound him for so long had been removed. And off to the side, a brand new set of clothes rested quietly. It gave off a strange and subtle aura. Ao Chen strongly supported the exhausted body that seemed to have had all its strength drained out of it. Exhaling deeply, that breath was full of helplessness and heaviness. He reached for the suit and slowly changed into it. With the clothes on the line, he had resumed his old reserved look of a noble dragon prince. The stature is upright, and the temperament is extraordinary. However, his heart was in a mess as if it had turned over. The strange feelings that grew quietly in the bottom of the heart, like vines growing wildly, tightly wound around his heart, tighter and tighter. It made him almost breathless. Ao Chen shuffled out with heavy steps and, the legs seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and each step was taken with a vein. His eyes were hollow and lost, and so he walked, without realizing it, to a strange place where there was an eerie silence all around. Only his own footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Yo, isn't this the dragon blood pack that was captured by the third princess? A sharp, piercing voice abruptly broke the calm. Ao Chen raised his eyes and, only to see two gorgeously dressed phoenix men walking towards him with an unsuspecting look on their faces. One of them, a tall, cold-faced man of the Phoenix clan, with a ghostly light of jealousy and curiosity in his eyes. He sized up Ao Chen and asked viciously, "What is it about you, this lowly dragon race, that you are so capable of arousing the interest of the third princess?" Ao Chen pursed his lips and didn't answer. He knew that no matter what he said, these two Phoenix men would not let him go. "Do you know that Her Highness the Third Princess is the object of dreams and secret crushes for how many noble sons of our Phoenix clan?" Another Phoenix man added, his tone filled with jealousy and dissatisfaction. Ao Chen was bored in his heart and only glanced at them coldly. Then he turned his head away, not wanting to pay attention to this unwarranted provocation. In his mind, the predicament at this point had exhausted him, and the clamor of these Phoenix minions was just adding to the trouble. What's the point of playing dumb? When the tall Phoenix man saw that Ao Chen didn't say anything, he became more and more irritated. He took a sharp step forward and, the movements were rough and brutal, grabbing Ao Chen's collar like a chicken, with both hands yanking hard. With a stabbing sound, Ao Chen's clothes were viciously torn off. In an instant, Ao Chen's bruised and battered body was exposed to their eyes. In addition to the dense, blood-sucking teeth marks, and a lot of ambiguous hickeys, the marks stung in the daylight. As if it were a silent witness to last night's madness, the two Phoenix men were all of a sudden dumbfounded and, eyes rounded, mouth slightly open. It's as if he's discovered the ultimate secret. They looked at each other with shock and doubt in their eyes. For a moment it actually froze in place, and the air seemed to freeze. After a moment of silence, another Phoenix man reacted and, with a disgusted look on his face, he spat and said, "What a shameless dragon race." With that, he pushed Ao Chen to the ground with force and, Ao Chen's body fell heavily onto the cold stone floor. He stifled a grunt of pain. "Look at these marks. The third princess really didn't pamper you last night," the tall Phoenix man taunted, a look of disgust on his face. Another Phoenix man spat. "The dragons really are all a lowly race. Humph. They say that dragon's blood enhances spiritual power. I'd like to taste what's so different about your blood that it can make the third princess so enamored." Greed and cruelty flickered in the eyes of the tall Phoenix man. He slowly approached Ao Chen and extended his greedy hand. Ao Chen's body was already weak, and after all that, even more so, he felt a twinge in the sky. He was filled with fear and despair, and, looking at the approaching Phoenix man, hands clawing desperately at the ground, feet stomping and kicking haphazardly, trying to break free from the impending doom of. Yet his struggle seemed so feeble against the forcefulness of his opponents. How could she not break free from the Phoenix man's bondage? "What are you doing?" Just in the nick of time, Zurin arrived in a hurry. The hair on her forehead was a little disheveled as she raced along. There was anxiety and anger on his face. Seeing the scene in front of her, she hurriedly shouted out a rebuke. "You two idiots! How dare you touch the third princess people? Don't you want to die? Stinky girl, mind your own business. We just want to see what's so special about this dragon race." That tall Phoenix man obviously wasn't willing to stop there. Stalking his neck, full of defiance, he said. There was still a hint of contempt for Zurin in his eyes. "Humph, what do you know?" Zealand took a step forward, arms folded, a look of majesty in his eyes. "And, the third princess holds him in the highest regard. If you spoil the affairs of the third princess, the entire Phoenix clan won't be able to protect you. You are not unaware of the third princess's temperament. If she knew of your behavior today, she would definitely make you suffer." Zurin's voice resounded all around, the severity of his words making the air seem to grow heavy. The two Phoenix clan men sniffed, and a look of hesitation and fear appeared on their faces. They looked at each other and, although he was upset, he didn't dare to disobey Zurin's warning. That greedy Phoenix man let go of Ao Chen, muttered, "Count yourself lucky this time, dragon cub." Having said that, the two men straightened their clothes and, with a heart full of chagrin and resentment, he left unhappily. Ao Chen was lying on the ground, breathing heavily and, the fear still lingered in his eyes after the robbery. Zealand hurried forward, crouched down and, helping Ao Chen up. His eyes were filled with concern. "Mr. Long, how are you? Are there any injuries anywhere?" Ao Chen shook his head weakly and said in a hoarse voice. "Thank you, Zurin. If you hadn't gotten there in time," Zealand interrupted him gently. "Mr. Long, quickly stop talking about this. Let's go back and treat the wounds first." Zealand was holding up Ao Chen. Step by step, he slowly walked towards the Phoenix Palace's residence. It wasn't long before Feng Ning pushed the door open. The two men looked at each other in all directions. In that instant, Ao Chen only felt a steep rise in temperature on his face. It was as if a fire was burning in his cheeks. The old composure instantly dissipated into nothing. Various images of last night's charming and crazy scene could not help but float in his mind. Shyness came over her like a tidal wave. He panicked and lowered his eyes, not daring to look directly at Feng Ning's gaze. The heart was also beating in panic in his chest. And Feng Ning's small and delicate little face actually flushed a scarlet red, like a brilliant cloudy haze in the sky. It added a rare bit of delicacy to her usual coldness. But she's not the kind of person who would easily show her cowardice. It quickly adjusted itself, the corners of its mouth gently rising. Outlining a playful arc, she lightly opened her vermilion lips and said, "Dragon boy. What? But one night has passed and you're still shy? Where is your usual arrogance?" Ao Chen only felt that his throat was so dry that he unconsciously swallowed. The knot in his throat rolled slightly, the subtle movement giving away his inner panic. "What shyness? What are you babbling about?" Despite his words, his clenched fists vaguely showed his nervousness and embarrassment. When Feng Ning saw him like this, his eyes were filled with an urging smile. At this moment, Feng Ning's soulful eyes keenly captured a trace of imperceptible auburnness at the corner of Ao Chen's mouth. In an instant, the smile faded from her face. In its place was a gloom, as if a prelude to an impending storm. She moved lightly with lotus steps and quickly walked to Ao Chen's body. Slender fingers pinched Ao Chen's chin and, with a bone-chilling chill in his voice, he asked again, "What's going on?" Ao Chen's heart surged with a nameless fire that, twisting his head to avoid her gaze, which seemed to penetrate everything, he said coldly, "All of you phoenixes are savage. Is that even a question?" When Feng Ning heard this, she was first slightly stunned. It seemed that he hadn't expected Ao Chen to reply in this manner, but in an instant she broke out into a clear, crisp laugh that laughter echoed through the room, but it gave off an inexplicable hint of danger. "Yeah, I just like being savage with you. What can you do about it?" Feng Ning's eyes flashed with playfulness and teasing. She pressed closer to Ao Chen, her tone filled with dominance and possessiveness. Ao Chen subconsciously tried to resist. His hands were against Feng Ning's shoulders as he tried to push her away. However, Feng Ning leaned down and, with both hands clasped tightly around Ao Chen's wrists, pinning him firmly to the bed. Her breath sprayed between Ao Chen's neck. With a few degrees of rolling temperature, Ao Chen couldn't help but have his heartbeat accelerate. He looked at Feng Ning with wide eyes, a trace of shock and helplessness flashing in his eyes. "What kind of compulsion did you put on me, you damned little dragon? Why do I want to take possession of you as soon as I see you?" Feng Ning's voice was filled with confusion and disbelief. She stared intently into Ao Chen's eyes and, as if to find the answer in his eyes, Ao Chen's heart was flustered as he didn't know how to respond to Feng Ning's question. He looked away, avoiding her fiery gaze, but it happened to reveal the sensitive skin on the neck. When Feng Ning saw this, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. She laughed softly and leaned down, gently biting between Ao Chen's neck. Ao Chen immediately felt a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. He looked at Feng Ning with wide eyes. There was shock and incredulity in his eyes. "You are mine, and can only ever belong to me alone. It's your destiny. You can't escape it." Feng Ning's voice was filled with determination and dominance. She hugged Ao Chen tightly and, it was as if they wanted to incorporate him into their bodies. Listening to Feng Ning's overbearing words of love, a complex emotion welled up in Ao Chen's heart. He knew he couldn't resist Feng Ning's attraction, and there's no escaping her. However, he didn't want to just give in to her dominance. Ao Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm the inner turmoil. "Feng Ning, However, Feng Ning did not give him too much room to think. Her lips covered Ao Chen's thin lips in a domineering manner, drowning his words in a passionate and confusing intimacy. Ao Chen only felt his heart beating like thunder. Reason and emotion are in a heated inner battle, but ultimately overwhelmed by Feng Ning's enthusiasm. When the passion fades, Feng Ning lazily lay beside Ao Chen. Fingers seemingly gently crossed Ao Chen's cheeks. It was as light as a feather. There was also a rare hint of tenderness in his eyes. Asked softly, "Now, tell me, what the hell happened?" Ao Chen's heart was filled with resentment, angry at Feng Ning's wanton behavior just now, saddened by his own powerlessness in this land of the Phoenix clan, but he knew that he couldn't easily offend Feng Ning at this moment. After a moment's hesitation, he said slowly, "While you were away, there were 2 Phoenix men who, they humiliated me." Feng Ning's face instantly turned ice cold. There was a dangerous, stern gleam in his eyes, and it was like the sharpest cold star in the night sky. She sat up with a jerk and shouted, "Zuran!" Zealand came in warily to answer, and waited to find out what had happened. Feng Ning snorted, "Someone come." The cry was like a thunderbolt. The moment broke the dead silence in the room. A few Phoenix guards flashed in quickly as if they were ghosts. "Get down on one knee and chant in unison. Your Highness, the third princess, what is your command?" Their voices were loud, but it was hard to hide the tension and awe in them. The killing intent in Feng Ning's eyes showed as she coldly ordered, "Find those 2 pieces of trash who came to Yeezer Park today and bring them to me. Immediately." Immediately, the guards led the way, acting swiftly and decisively, disappearing into the house like a gust of wind. Within a short time, those 2 Feng clan men were escorted to Feng Ning in front of him, tied up. As soon as they saw Feng Ning's face that was so gloomy that it looked as if water could drip out of it, scared to death and weak in the knees, he fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed like garlic, begging for forgiveness. "Your Highness, third princess, spare your life. We know we're wrong. We won't dare anymore." Feng Ning moved lightly with lotus steps and slowly walked in front of them, as if a towering deity were scrutinizing a humble ant. Looking down on them condescendingly, he asked coldly, "You're the ones who bullied my people." The 2 Phoenix men turned pale with fear and desperately shook their heads in denial. "Your Highness, third princess, unjustly accused. We were just curious to take a look. In no way bullied him." Feng Ning didn't listen to their defense at all and coldly snorted. Turning his head, he ordered the men to his left and right, "Pull them down, cut off their noses, gouge out their eyes." dig out their spiritual roots, and destroy their spiritual energy, so that they know what happens to those who touch me, those who dare to offend. This is the example. The guards did not hesitate to step forward at once. Ignoring the screams and pleas of the two phoenix men. Like dragging a dead dog, they were dragged down to carry out their punishment. The mournful cries faded away but the aftermath of that horror lingered in the house for a long time. As if a layer of gloom had enveloped every corner. Ao-chen said eagerly with an intolerant face. Feng Ning, although they have offended me, they are not to be punished so cruelly. Ao-chen had mixed feelings in his heart. He was horrified by the cruelty Feng Ning had just displayed. That bloody image lingers in the mind's eye. Letting him know deep down that Feng Ning's ruthlessness was never just words. What? Going soft? Feng Ning turned her head and stared at Ao-chen, hooking the corner of her mouth in a snort. Little dragon. You are my person. You can only be bullied by me. Anyone else, who dares to touch a single hair on your head, I want him in pieces. Chapter 11. After Feng Ning had thunderously finished dealing with those two Phoenix clan members who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, slowly turning around, his gaze once again fell on the bruised Ao-chen. Feng Ning's willow brows knitted lightly, her vermilion lips slightly opened, and her words were full of dislike. Sickly looking. What an eyesore. And I don't know how you little dragons are so weak. When Ao-chen heard this, he was very depressed. He glared at Feng Ning and said without a trace of anger, "It wasn't even you who did it, coming down so hard. It's not like I'm made of iron." Feng Ning suddenly thought of something, and the corners of her mouth rose. Showing a meaningful smile, he said to Ao-chen, "You're coming with me." Ao-chen asked weakly with a face full of vigilance. "Where to?" Feng Ning smiled faintly. "Could I have harmed you?" Before his sluggish reflexes could catch up. However, Feng Ning then flashed his body and instantly came to him. The jade hand reached out and grabbed Ao-chen out without mercy. "Will you stop being so savage?" Before Ao-chen could say anything, he only felt a flash of light before his eyes. The next moment, there's a plop. He himself was then thrown heavily by Feng Ning into a pool of wine that was filled with the fragrance of fragrant wine. Shasta. The liquor was like gentle waves of water, quickly disappearing over his body, sending ripples through the layers. The wine was warm in color, and radiated a fascinating glow that, it was as if it contained endless mysterious power. Ao-chen flopped around in the pool of wine a few times and, "It's hard to poke your head out." The shock in his eyes was instantly replaced by helplessness and indignation. He couldn't have imagined that this misbehaving princess of the Phoenix clan has such a weird and perverted fetish. "I can't believe I'm using him to make wine." Ao-chen was shocked and angry, and roared, You wicked girl, how dare you take me to make wine? When have I, of the Dragon Clan, ever suffered such humiliation? His voice echoed around this empty pool of wine. With total anger and resentment, Feng Ning clasped her hands to her chest, her expression calm and unhurried. "This liquor will help you recover your body. You ungrateful little dragon. This is our Phoenix clan's treasured spirit wine. Many people couldn't even beg for it, but you still dislike it." When Ao-chen heard this, he was stunned. The body instinctively felt a rush of comfort in the liquor. That rich spiritual energy slowly seeped in along the pores and, nourishing his damaged meridians and bruised skin. It was as if a gentle hand was gently soothing his hurt, but his pride would not allow him to enjoy this humiliation with open arms, especially under the wanton gaze of Feng Ning's blazing gaze. "Humph, who cares about your spirit wine? My dragon race has its own method of healing wounds, so I don't need your hypocritical kindness," Ao-chen said with a stiff upper lip, his face still looking stubborn and unconvinced. Feng Ning was sitting at a stone table on one side of the room. He was actually scooping up the liquor from the pool and pouring it into a wineglass as if no one else was there. Then he elegantly picked up his wineglass and brought it to his lips for a light sip. With each sip, her eyes became more and more mesmerized and fiery, as if immersed in a supremely pleasurable enjoyment. And this good wine is Ao-chen who was soaking in the wine pool. This wine is wonderful, full of the flavor of the little dragons. Feng Ning gently shook her wineglass, her eyes filled with intoxication and satisfaction. The corners of his mouth curved upward in an ever more pronounced manner. That voice seemed to carry a hook, drilling straight into Ao-chen's heart. It made him ashamed and annoyed. Ao-chen only felt uncomfortable, and his cheeks were rolling, as if on fire. He skimmed his head, avoiding Feng Ning's gaze. In his heart, he secretly thought, "Is this woman crazy?" He clenched his hands into fists in the pool of wine and, "I can't wait to cast a spell and dig a hole at the bottom of this wine pool, so that he could burrow in and escape the annoying stares and this awkward as hell situation. You wicked girl, don't go too far, humiliating me like this. When I recover my strength, I will definitely make you look good." Ao-chen finally couldn't help but explode and, he shouted at Feng Ning, anger burning in his eyes. Feng Ning, however, just glanced at him lightly and laughed lightly. Yo, my little dragon is still angry? Then take a good soak. And when you're healed, it won't be too late to take it up with this princess. I'd like to see what you can do to me after you regain your strength. Her tone was full of provocation, as if she didn't even put Ao Chen's threat in her eyes. Ao Chen was so angry that he clenched his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. All he could do was sulk in the dark in this pool of wine and the mind calculates how to get this back. Suddenly, a wry smile flashed across his face and he roared. Humph, evil woman, aren't you afraid that I'll pee in your wine pool? At that time, this spirit wine will become dragon urine wine. Let's see how you can still drink it. The mouthful of wine Feng Ning had just taken into her mouth instantly spewed out, choked and coughed several times. She looked at Ao Chen in dismay, and the expression on her face gradually transformed into anger. It was as if fire was going to come out of his eyes. You little dragon who doesn't know how to die. How dare you be so reckless? Feng Ning instantly transformed into a residual shadow and flew in front of Ao Chen. The slender jade hand violently pinched his neck. The nails were almost embedded in his skin. Ao Chen was choking and had trouble breathing, but he still stubbornly glared at Feng Ning and squeezed words out from between his teeth. You wicked woman trapped me here for no reason and humiliated me like this. How can I obediently give in? If you think I'll be at your mercy, you're sadly mistaken. The force on Feng Ning's hand increased by a few more points, but the corners of his mouth were smiling wryly. The urine of a small dragon is not something this princess is afraid of. There's no harm in tasting it, and it might even add to the flavor of this wine. Ao Chen stared at her, incredulously, with wide eyes. His face reddened from lack of oxygen and he growled in shame and annoyance. You are unbelievable. Let go of me, you perverted wicked girl. Feng Ning sneered. Heck, call me a pervert? You don't know how to die. Little dragon, do you know how many people are begging to be favored by this princess? But you don't know how to be blessed. Who cares about your favor? Ao Chen reddened and retorted with difficulty that, will my hallowed dragon clan succumb to the lewdness of a wicked woman like you? Feng Ning laughed in anger. Fine, then I will let you know what happens when you offend this princess today. With that, she waved her other hand and the pool of wine glowed with a reddish light and the temperature rose dramatically. Ao Chen only felt that the liquor instantly became boiling hot. It's like being in the middle of a fire. He couldn't help but scream out in pain. Ah, you wicked girl, to use such despicable means. Feng Ning, however, looked at him with a smug expression and mocked. Humph, this is the price for offending this princess. If you beg for forgiveness now, perhaps I can still spare your life. Ao Chen endured the excruciating pain and said through clenched teeth. Don't even think about it. Even if I, Ao Chen, die, I won't beg for mercy from you. Feng Ning let out a cold snort. Fine, then let you taste the flavor of this blazing fire. I'd like to see how long this little dragon of yours can be hardened. It's getting warmer in the wine pool. Ao Chen's skin began to redden and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead but he always clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. Feng Ning saw how stubborn he was. The mind can't help but be a little impressed but the mouth remained unforgiving. You little dragon, you're really stubborn. If you give in now, I can consider letting you suffer less. Ao Chen forced herself to endure the searing pain and glared at her. Don't look away. But your mouth remains unconvincing. I, Ao Chen, will not bow down to you even if I die. Feng Ning let out a cold snort. Then let's see how long your hardened bones can last. As time passed, Ao Chen felt it becoming more and more unbearable. He felt himself drifting in and out of consciousness. The body seemed to be engulfed in flames. Just when he thought he was about to lose his hold, Feng Ning, however, suddenly withdrew the spell. The temperature of the pool is gradually returning to normal. Ao Chen gasped as if he was relieved. He glared angrily at Feng Ning, only to find her looking at herself with a complicated look. Why don't you just kill me? Ao Chen asked hoarsely. Feng Ning, however, did not answer his question immediately. Instead, he turned and walked over to a stone bench and sat down. She quietly looked at Ao Chen, a trace of inexplicable emotions flashing through her eyes. Kill you? Feng Ning let out a light laugh. That's not going to work. What am I going to do if you die? Ao Chen frowned, not understanding what she meant. However, before he could pursue the question, Feng Ning suddenly changed the topic. Do you know where this wine pool came from? Feng Ning asked faintly. Ao Chen shook his head, signaling that he didn't know. He was puzzled in his heart, not knowing why Feng Ning would suddenly mention this. Feng Ning looked at him, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. This wine pool is a secret heirloom of my Phoenix clan, and it contains powerful spiritual energy. Not only can it heal injuries, but it can also enhance your cultivation. It's considered your destiny for you to have this opportunity today. How many people have dreamed of this opportunity and never had it? Ao Chen's heart stirred at the words. He felt the spiritual energy that was gradually recovering in his body and The power flowed slowly through his meridians, lifting his spirits. An inexplicable feeling of gratitude couldn't help but well up in his heart, yet his mouth still refused to give in. Humph, you humiliate me like this, even if it's for my creation? Ao-chan, don't appreciate this. Fong Ning, however, did not care about his attitude, just a light chuckle. Alright, Xiaolong, you can soak for a while longer. After that, follow me back to apply the medicine. After saying that, she sat down at the stone table and quietly watched Ao-chan soak in the wine pool. As she savored the liquor, she looked at Ao-chan from time to time. A hint of inscrutability was revealed in his eyes. Ao-chan was soaking in a pool of wine, his brows furrowed. Not sure how I'm going to deal with this sudden turn of events. I don't know what the hell this Fong Ning is playing at. He could only be secretly vigilant in his mind in case this evil woman had some new plot. Chapter 12, Medicine. When Ao-chan finished soaking in the pool of wine that was filled with a strange aroma, I only felt that the pain in my body was indeed much relieved. As if wisps of warm power had penetrated the texture of the muscle. Every inch of skin was enjoying the nourishment of this amazing power. Even the depleted physical strength had recovered quite a bit, and the originally heavy pace became light. The whole thing is so much more energized. Ao-chan hadn't yet fully recovered from the cozy afterglow of the. He was then brought back to the chambers by Fong Ning without any explanation. Once in the bedchamber, Fong Ning did not say a word. The jade hand flicked up and actually directly stripped off his clothes. Ao-chan's fine, white upper body was instantly bared to the air. Every inch of muscle line seems like a work of art that has been carefully sculpted by the heavens. Smooth and powerful. Exudes an irresistible charm. The sunlight poured through the cracks in the window pane. Jumping and flickering on his skin, seemingly outlining a golden halo for this body. Add a little more mystery and seduction. Fong Ning stood on the sidelines, quietly looking at Ao-chan. There was an involuntary blaze in his eyes. That gaze was as if it were substantial, and carried the slightest hint of warmth. It gently brushed over Ao-chan's body, causing his heart to surge with a kind of throbbing that he had never felt before. Ao-chan was keenly aware of Fong Ning's gaze. His face heated up and he asked in a nonchalant manner, "What are you looking at? How? Why are you staring at me so recklessly?" His voice trembled slightly, but he tried to play it cool. The corner of Fong Ning's mouth rose slightly, revealing a slightly wry smile as she said bluntly, "Look at you, with a look like yours. How can I ask this princess not to look at you a few more times?" Ao-chan was even more flustered by her blunt answer. Eyes dodging in panic, he trailed off again. "What's the point of looking at me? I'm not a rare object." Fong Ning gently raised her eyebrows, and a hint of urgency flashed through her eyes, taking a small step forward, a step that seemed to step on the tip of Ao-chan's heart. It instantly shortened the distance between the two. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet with a hint of ambiguity. "How am I supposed to medicate you if I don't look at you?" Saying that, she reached out her jade hand and picked up the bottle of medicine that her Aunt Fong Ning had left for her. That medicine bottle had a delicate and warm texture, faintly glowing in the shimmering light. At a glance, it is clear that what is contained inside is by no means an unusual drug, and must be precious and incomparable. Ao-chan looked at the medicine bottle in Fong Ning's hand. Another look at her delicate, absolutely beautiful little face, close at hand. The heartbeat grew more rapid, as if a dense drumbeat were pounding in his chest. He subconsciously took a step back but stumbled as if he had tripped over something, stammering, "I will do it myself? I'm a dragon. I can't even handle this injury." As the words left his mouth, even he himself felt that the bottom of the barrel was lacking. Fong Ning, however, was unwilling to let him go. She pressed a few steps closer, closing the distance with Ao-chan once again. The breath between the two mingled and entwined with each other, and the ambiguous atmosphere became more and more intense. It was like the sweet and intoxicating scent of flowers that permeated the springtime. Fong Ning tilted her head slightly and looked at Ao-chan. The gentleness in her eyes seemed to overflow. Trying to sound as gentle as possible, he said softly, "Stay still and get your medicine. Just be a good boy and stop trying to be a hero." There was a touch of irresistible tenderness in her eyes that, as if calming a frightened little animal, Ao-chan's body involuntarily trembled and, as if struck by a current of electricity, the eyes instantly filled with wariness. As if it was a frightened little beast, it stared vigilantly at Fong Ning in front of it. He bristled and squirmed back. "No, I'll do it myself." With that, he reached out his hand and grabbed towards the medicine bottle in Fong Ning's hand. Fong Ning, however, insisted on pressing him to sit down. Ao-chan struggled a few times, but in the end, he couldn't argue with her. Why are you so bossy?" Ao-chan grumbled helplessly, reluctance written all over his face. "I'm doing this for your own good, don't be insensitive." Although Fong Ning said so on her lips, The movements of her hands were much gentler. Feng Ning picked up the ointment and dipped her fingers into the cold ointment, gently sliding over Ao Chen's wound. Ao Chen only felt a tingling sensation coming from the wound. The feeling spread along his nerves and throughout his body, causing him to shiver slightly. He clenched his lower lip, stifling the sound of a. Instead, his face was red from holding back the pain. Feng Ning flirted while applying the medicine. "You little dragon, your skin is so delicate that you can't help it." When Ao Chen heard this, his heart tightened and he subconsciously asked, "Can't help what? Don't you dare get any bad ideas again." His eyes were filled with vigilance as he stared dead at Feng Ning. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up into a bad smile, and a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. "Couldn't resist a bite." The words had not yet been spoken. She actually did lean forward and bit on Ao Chen's shoulder and neck. Ao Chen yelled in pain. "You, what did you do?" His voice was filled with surprise and anger, and his body instinctively wanted to break free from Feng Ning's bonds. Feng Ning loosened her mouth and stuck out the tip of her tongue to lick her lips gently. It was as if he had tasted the most delicious delicacy in the world and marveled. "The blood of the little dragon. It's so sweet smelling." Ao Chen stared at her with a face full of unbelief and the anger in his eyes seemed to be spilling out. "You crazy woman. I am not your food. How can you just say bite? Do you have any sense of proportion?" Feng Ning, however, was not amused and laughed out loud. When she had collected her laughter, she said, "Cute little dragon. I really want to swallow you in one bite. It's so funny to see you react like this." Ao Chen covered the wound that she had bitten painfully, and the expression on his face was angry and annoyed. "Humph, the barbaric Phoenix clan, is this how you act? Disregarding the wishes of others and acting recklessly." Feng Ning looked at his exasperated appearance and said leisurely, "Our Phoenix clan has always acted only on the basis of our hearts. If I like you, I naturally want to be close to you, so why are you so resistant?" "Like? Humph, I thank you. Your likes are too horrible for me to bear," Ao Chen said coldly, his eyes filled with anger and disdain. His chest rose and fell violently, showing the extreme dissatisfaction within him. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's angry appearance. A sudden, inexplicable urge to. Her eyes darkened, and she suddenly raised her jade hand lightly and the light that instantly changed into chains. That light shimmered with an eerie aura. Before Ao Chen had a chance to react, he was tightly entangled in these chains again. Unable to move, he cried out in horror. "What are you going to do again? Are you finished or what?" Feng Ning said with a wry smile on the corner of her mouth. "Need you ask? Sucking blood. Of course." With that said, Feng Ning gave a gentle tug and Ao Chen let out a muffled grunt as he was thrown heavily onto the bed. Feng Ning pounced on it and bit up against that neck, his sharp teeth instantly piercing into the skin. Ao Chen only felt a wave of pain come over him, and his body instinctively struggled to, yet strangely enough, moments later, but the body seemed to get used to her teeth. It actually didn't hurt as much. Ao Chen questioned loudly with anger and disbelief. "You wicked girl, aren't you going to medicate me? Why are you sucking my blood again? Do you have any credit to speak of at all?" Feng Ning slowly raised her head. The corners of that reddish mouth still had traces of Ao Chen's blood. She stuck her tongue out contentedly and licked her lips slightly. The look was insatiable and careless. "How can I medicate you if this princess has not eaten enough?" Ao Chen glanced at her with a heart full of helplessness, and resentment grew in his heart, spreading wildly as if it were a weed. He knew well that before this princess of the Phoenix clan, who acted savagely and did as she pleased, I'm as small as an ant at the moment. There was no room for resistance, and resistance would only be rewarded with more torture. "You're just being forceful. Your behavior is simply outrageous." Ao Chen roared angrily, the anger in his eyes almost devouring Feng Ning. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's helpless and angry eyes. An inexplicable feeling of unspeakable pleasure actually surged in his heart. She laughed softly and spoke. "Okay, don't be angry. I bit you for your own good, so don't be ungrateful. My saliva has a healing effect and can make your wounds heal faster. This is our Phoenix clan's secret. I wouldn't tell an ordinary person." Ao Chen stared at her with wide eyes, full of skepticism, and the mind wondered if her words were true or not. "Humph, why should I believe you? I don't believe a single word you said. The things you did to me before. How can I believe your bull ***** now?" When Feng Ning saw this look on his face, the corner of his mouth hooked into a wry arc, suddenly probing his head again, with a gentle but provocative movement. Gently licking the wound on Ao Chen's neck that was still seeping blood. "If you don't believe me, try to see if my saliva can really heal wounds." Feng Ning's voice sounded softly in Ao Chen's ears, carrying a hint of compulsion if anything. Ao Chen could truly feel the gust of coolness coming from the wound. The pain that was originally like a pinprick was actually gradually easing. The anger in his heart calmed down a little, but he still stared at Feng Ning warily. It doesn't hurt, does it? Feng Ning tilted her head, a seemingly gentle smile on her face. The eyes, however, held an imperceptible hint of teasing. Ao Chen was scalded by this gaze, as if he had been read through his mind. Somewhat unnaturally, he gave her a sidelong glance and stiffened his mouth. Ouch! How does it not hurt? Can you be a little lighter? Even if it's somewhat effective, it won't cancel out the damage you did to me before. Feng Ning looked at him with this mouthy look. The corners of his mouth curved upward even more, his eyes revealing a hint of realization. Alright, I know you're still angry, but I really did it for your own good. Look, isn't the wound much better now? Ao Chen's heart was in turmoil by her appearance. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, what's the matter with you? Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Didn't you always torment me before? Why the sudden change in attitude now? The sudden transformation of the evil girl who was arrogant and bossy and had been teasing him, made him feel a bit absurd. Feng Ning gently laughed. That laughter was as clear as a silver bell, yet it carried a bit of mystery. She tilted her head slightly, staring straight at Ao Chen as she slowly said, because now little dragon is my husband. In our Phoenix clan, once you have skin-to-skin contact with the opposite sex, it's a lifelong bond. You're already mine, so it's only natural for me to be nice to you. Ao Chen was like being struck by a bolt of lightning, and as if ignited by fire. The face instantly reddened, and that redness spread all the way to even the ears burned. He was so ashamed and annoyed that he stammered. Who is your husband? You don't talk nonsense. That was forced by you. By you. I was not willing at all. It wasn't even voluntary on my part. It can't be counted. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's adorable and embarrassed appearance, laughing so hard that the sound of laughter echoed through the room. It was as if we were enjoying a great show, whether you like it or not. In the rules of our Phoenix clan, you are already my husband. From now on, you have to listen to me. I won't listen. I will never admit to such ridiculous things. I don't agree with the rules of your Phoenix clan. I'm a dragon clan with my own dignity and principles. Ao Chen shouted angrily as he tried to break free of the chains, but it was futile. You have to admit it even if you don't. You can't escape, so be good and resign yourself to your fate. From now on, you're mine, and I'll take good care of you. Besides, didn't Bruce enjoy it the other night? Feng Ning was admiring Ao Chen's expression as she, laughing even more, his eyes full of teasing. You, shut up. Ao Chen was even more mortified by her laughter and could not wait to find a crack in the ground. It was you who took advantage of my inability to resist that night and forced. How can you bring it up so shamelessly? Chapter 13, Prayer. Feng Ning's cry of my husband was like a stone thrown into Ao Chen's heart lake, stirring up layers of ripples. What? My husband? Shy. Feng Ning had a smile on her lips, and her eyes gazed soulfully at Ao Chen. There seemed to be a flirtation in that smile, and a few other sentiments. It was as if he was deliberately teasing Ao Chen's heart. Ao Chen instantly reddened his face and returned in annoyance. Who is your husband? Don't you scream. You evil phoenix. Do you know shame? You. He glared furiously at Feng Ning, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. But for some reason, the words came out a bit weak. There was a hint of imperceptible panic in his voice. Feng Ning approached Ao Chen and teased. You what you? He Xiaolong. You didn't look like this that night. Do you want me to remind you? She slightly tilted her head and looked at Ao Chen with a smile, her eyes full of urgency. You shut up, Ao Chen. As if he had been touched in the most sensitive part of his heart, loudly rebuked. And the body trembled slightly with anger and embarrassment, but the slight tremor in his voice gave away his panic. His cheeks flushed so red that even the roots of his ears were red. When Feng Ning saw him like this, she collected her laughter and said softly, Hey well, I won't say it, but it's the truth. You and I already have that kind of relationship. It's useless for you to deny it anymore. Ao Chen blushed red and looked away, no longer discussing this topic that embarrassed him with her. He pursed his lips tightly. His heart was ashamed and annoyed, but he didn't know how to retort. Feng Ning put the medicine bottle into the box and stopped teasing him, her expression becoming gentle. Alright, the medicine is finished. Little dragon, you and have a good rest. Her voice was soft, as if with a hint of concern, a far cry from her previous mischievous appearance. Ao Chen looked at Feng Ning's back, and a strong sense of reluctance suddenly surged in his heart. The feeling was like a vine, slowly winding its way up his heart and, to his own consternation, You wait. Ao Chen ghostly spoke, his voice a little hesitant. Feng Ning stopped and turned around with a hint of doubt in her eyes. What is it? Little dragon? Anything else? Ao Chen opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. After a while, he stammered. Where are you going? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he regretted them and wanted to bite off his tongue. Feng Ning was slightly stunned. Then a smile of surprise appeared on her face. What? Little dragon can't bear to see me go? Indeed. Ao Chen cursed himself in his heart and, how could he have such thoughts? He had more important things to say to Feng Ning. He hesitated, unsure if he should speak. The internal struggle caused his brow to furrow, but his attachment and concern for his master eventually prevailed, allowing him to gather his courage. Feng Ning, Ao Chen softly called out, a hint of caution in his voice. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen, her eyes filled with doubt. What is it? My little dragon? She cocked her head slightly, a hint of curiosity in her eyes, and that look was actually a bit playful, very different from the usual cold and arrogant image. Like a veil of mystery gently lifted, revealing a different look hidden underneath. Ao Chen took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. Raising his head, he looked straight into Feng Ning's eyes and said, Can you let me go back to visit my master? I promise that I will return. As soon as the words left his mouth, he stared nervously at Feng Ning, waiting for her reaction. The heart was beating violently in his chest, as if it were about to burst through it. The original flickering smile in Feng Ning's eyes instantly dissipated without a trace. In its place was a touch of icy, bone-chilling chill that, the coldness was as if it could freeze the surrounding air into ice. She stared at Ao Chen with a torch-like gaze that was so sharp that it was as if it could penetrate his soul. Ha, you want to run again? There was an unmistakable note of warning in her voice. It seems that as long as Ao Chen has the slightest intention of escaping, she will then strike without hesitation. Trap him here so he can't escape. Ao Chen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly waved his hand, eagerly explaining, No, I'm not trying to run. Master Teacher has been so kind to me. He is the person I respect the most in this world. I really can't feel relieved that he's injured, and since I haven't gone back for so long, Master must be worried about me as well. I just want to go back to take a look and make sure he's safe and sound, and I'll come back right away. No questions asked. However, there was a hint of determination and obstinacy in Feng Ning's eyes. Worried? Then let him worry about it. In my eyes, his worry is worthless. You are mine now, and can only stay by my side. After saying that, a glint of stern light flashed through Feng Ning's eyes. She suddenly reached out her hand and tightly pinched Ao Chen's chin, forcing his eyes to meet his own. Her gaze was cold and firm, as if she was trying to impose her will on this stubborn little dragon. All you need to do is to obediently stay by the side of this princess. This is your destiny. Don't make any more unnecessary struggles, or else it will only be you who will suffer. If you dare to mention leaving again, I have ways to make you beg for your life and death. Feng Ning's voice was low and powerful, and every word was like a nail into Ao Chen's heart. Ao Chen never expected Feng Ning to be so obstinate. The anger in his heart was instantly ignited and blazing. He sprang to his feet, ignoring the unhealed wounds on his body. As a result of this violent movement, the wound instantly disintegrated. The blood gurgled and oozed out, staining his shirt red. You evil phoenix! How can you be so overbearing and unreasonable? Ao Chen roared, a flame of anger burning in his eyes. I am a dragon. I have my clan and responsibilities. You can't imprison me like this and treat me as your private property. Feng Ning looked at the reopened wounds and blood flowing from Ao Chen's body. The heart couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance. She frowned tightly and said angrily, You ungrateful little dragon. In order to save your life, this princess has spent countless hours of effort and used many secret treasures of her clan. Is this how you repay my favor? Ao Chen's chest rose and fell violently as he gritted his teeth. Your so-called rescue of me was only to fulfill your own selfish desires. You imprisoned me and tortured me. And this is your so-called favor? My master is still injured. He needs my care. I must return. When Feng Ning heard this, her eyes instantly darkened like a storm that was about to erupt. With a flash of her figure, she instantly arrived in front of Ao Chen, reaching out and grabbing his neck tightly. The strength in his hand caused Ao Chen's face to instantly turn red. Oh, looks like my little dragon is misbehaving. Feng Ning's voice was cold and dangerous. I haven't had enough of your blood. How could I let you go? She warned again. If you dare to mention your master again in front of me, I don't mind going to take his life right now. I'll do what I say and never go back on my word. You'd better weigh whether it's your master's life that's important, or your pointless resistance. Ao Chen was instantly scared and pale as paper. He knew that Feng Ning's strength was unfathomable, and now that his master was injured, he was powerless to resist Feng Ning's attack. He mustn't provoke this temperamental woman any further, or his master's life would surely be in jeopardy. He swallowed hard and forced himself to calm down. His mind raced, trying to find a way to get out. Feng Ning. Ao Chen squeezed out a gentle smile on his face, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Look, you've called me husband. Since I am your husband, naturally I can't leave your. Hearing him say this, Feng Ning's grip on his neck unconsciously loosened. Ao Chen keenly caught the slightest hint of this change and, taking advantage of her moment of relief, she carefully sidestepped and gently broke free of her grip. Just then, Zealand's respectful voice came from outside the temple. Your Highness the Third Princess, the elders are waiting for you in the council chamber to discuss the great matter of demon subjugation. Feng Ning returned to her senses and looked at Ao Chen once again. The threat was still in her eyes. You be a good boy and wait for me to come back. If you dare to run away again like last time, beware I'll whip your dragon's tendon. Chapter 14, The Stalemate. When Feng Ning's figure completely disappeared in front of the palace, Ao Chen's taut nerves finally loosened up a bit. However, his eyes were filled with gravity and determination. It was obvious that Feng Ning, that wicked woman, was determined not to let him leave. He had to come up with an escape plan. Fast, otherwise, he'll be trapped forever in this strange and depressing land of the Phoenix clan, unable to fulfill his duty to his master, much less return to the Dragon clan. Suddenly, his mind drifted to Saitama, the man who had betrayed him. Ao Chen's heart immediately surged with a complex emotion, and the color of hesitation flickered across his face. He knew full well the damage Saitama's betrayal had done to him, but here in the uninvited territory of the Phoenix clan, other than Saitama, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could help him. Nowadays there's nothing to do but beat a dead horse. Ao Chen let out a secret sigh and clenched his teeth. Decides to put aside his past grudges to find Saitama. He dressed and carefully organized his somewhat disheveled self and, forcing a look of relief, he summoned Zurin. Zurin! Ao Chen squeezed out a smile on his face and tried to make his tone sound as natural as possible. Do you know where Saitama lives? I'm bored today and would like to talk to him. Zealand was slightly stunned. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes as he looked Ao Chen up and down. She was a bit puzzled in her heart as to why this Duke Long suddenly wanted to find Chiyu. Still, it was quickly and respectfully answered. Back to Lord Dragon. Lord Saitama's residence is in the pavilion on the east side of the palace called Iyun Pavilion. I will take you there now. Ao Chen nodded slightly. Thank you, Zurin. It's just something trivial I want to talk to him about. No need to trouble you to stay with me all the time. I'll just go there myself. Zealand hesitated. Finally, alright then, Mr. Long, if you follow this corridor all the way through the garden, you will see the Iyun Pavilion. If you need anything, just order the little man. Thanks a lot. After Ao Chen finished speaking, he walked along the corridor alone. Not long after, Ao Chen arrived at Chiyu's residence. He raised his eyes and saw that the Iyun Pavilion had been built in an unusually luxurious manner. Carved beams and painted buildings, flying eaves and arches, everywhere highlighting the wealth and grandeur of the Phoenix clan. At this time, Saitama was sipping tea alone in the pavilion, and the aroma of tea curled up and filled the entire room. He gently shook the teacup in his hand, watching the tea leaves tumble in the water as his thoughts drifted. Hearing that Ao Chen had come, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. The teacup in his hand was almost unsteady, and the tea spilled some on the table. He naturally knew clearly that what he had done some time ago had deeply hurt Ao Chen's heart. I thought that Ao Chen would hate him to the bone. From then on, he drew a line with him, but he didn't expect Ao Chen to take the initiative to come to him. Ao Chen walked into the pavilion with a faint smile on his face. As if what had happened before had never happened. He said archly, Brother Saitama, it's been a long time since I've seen you, so I hope you'll bear with me if I come here rashly today. Saitama hastily rose to meet him, moving in a somewhat flustered manner, and almost knocked over the chair next to him. With a hint of guilt and embarrassment on his face, he said, Ao Chen, please come in, it's me who is sorry for you. You can come to me. I really didn't expect it. Ao Chen waved his hand and laughed. Let's not mention the past. I came today just to catch up with Brother Chiyu. Chiyu saw that Ao Chen really seemed to have gotten over it, and felt slightly relieved in her heart. Then he warmly invited Ao Chen to sit down and ordered someone to serve the chessboard, saying, in that case, let's play a few games of chess and relax. Ao Chen nodded his head in agreement, and the two of them sat opposite each other and began to play chess. On top of the chessboard, the black and white pieces were intertwined, and the situation was unpredictable. Ao Chen landed a sun seemingly carelessly. In fact, his mind was pondering how to open his mouth to talk about the escape. His eyes swept over the board, but his thoughts had long since drifted away. Finally, he looked around to see that no one was. Careful coughed softly and whispered, Brother Saitama, truth be told, I came here to ask for one more thing. Chiyu raised her head slightly and looked at Ao Chen. In her heart she had already guessed a few things, yet she still asked, Ao Chen, but say no harm, as long as I can do, will certainly not excuse. I just don't know what is it that makes you so cautious. Ao Chen took a deep breath and said, I want to escape from here and return to the Dragon Clan. As you know, as a son of the Dragon Clan, How can I be imprisoned here? I still have many important things waiting for me to do, and my master is still waiting for me to return. Master teacher has been so gracious to me, and now that he's injured and I can't be by his side to fulfill my filial duties, it's really hard to sleep and eat. Saitama sighed helplessly and put down the chess pieces in his hand, saying, Ao-chan, I understand your feelings, but the third princess is deeply in love with you and will do anything for you. A while ago, she even killed 2 clansmen because of you. Her determination is evident. She will never let you go. So why do you have to stick around? Why don't you just stay here in the Phoenix clan's territory and enjoy the glory and riches? What's wrong with that? Ao-chan's brows were tightly locked, and his eyes revealed a determined look as he said, Brother Saitama, you don't understand. This is not the life I want. Glory and wealth are like floating clouds to me. I can't just be stuck here, wasting my time. I have the mission of the Dragon Clan on my shoulders and many unfinished responsibilities. All I ask is that you do me a favor and deliver a letter for me, informing my people that I am alive and safe, so that they do not have to worry about me. I know you have free access to the Phoenix territory. It's a small thing for you. If you can help me, I'll keep it in mind. Saitama said hesitantly with a hard look on his face. Ao-chan, this is not a small matter. If the third princess finds out, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. You are aware of the third princess methods. Once she initiates her anger, the entire Phoenix clan will tremble for her. I really don't dare to take this risk. When Ao-chan saw this, his heart was in a hurry and he said, Brother Saitama, I know this matter is difficult for you, but I really have no other way. Don't worry, I'll be careful and never get you involved. I'll make the letter so subtle that even if it's discovered, it won't easily implicate you. As long as you help me this once, if I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay your great kindness. I, Ao-chan, have always been true to my word, so if you believe me, help me with this. Chiyu looked at Ao-chan's sincere and anxious eyes, and her heart couldn't help but be a little shaken. He thought that although he had betrayed him, however, Ao-chan had now come to ask for his help regardless of former suspicions, and this sentiment made it really difficult for him to refuse. Ao-chan, do you realize that once we are discovered, we will all be doomed? Do you really want to do this? Saitama reconfirmed. I've thought it over. Brother Saitama, I can't sit around like this any longer. No matter what, I'm going to try. Ao-chan said firmly. After a long time, Saitama gritted his teeth and said, Alright, Ao-chan, I promise you, but you must be careful and never let the third princess notice anything different. It's only because of this sentiment of yours that I'm risking my life to help you. You must not fail me. Ao-chan's eyes instantly flashed with a trace of surprise, and he hurriedly said, Brother Saitama, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will be careful. I'll put everything in place so that you won't be put in danger. Saying that, Ao-chan took out the long written letter from his bosom and handed it to Chiyu. Chiyu took the letter and carefully put it away, secretly praying in her heart that this matter would not be discovered by Feng. I'll make arrangements as soon as possible, and you should act carefully yourself, and try not to arouse the suspicion of the third princess during this time. I understand, Brother Chiyu. I, Ao-chan, will never forget this favor of yours. Ao-chan said gratefully. The two of them played a few more games of chess, ostensibly concentrating on the game, but in reality, each of them had something on their mind. After a few games of chess, Ao-chan got up to say goodbye and returned to his residence. Brother Chiyu, I'll leave you here today, and I hope everything goes well for you. Ao-chan said with an arch. Good. You must be careful when you go back. If there's any news, I'll find a way to inform you. Saitama admonished. Looking at Ao-chan's departing back, Chiyu's heart was full of mixed feelings and she secretly sighed. Let's hope that all this, it doesn't cause any serious trouble. Asterisk. The night was as dark as ink, deeply enveloping the territory of the Phoenix clan. It was as if a mysterious and depressing black veil had been cast over the whole world. Feng Ning stood quietly in the shadows of the palace. It was like a statue of a dark goddess of the night, with a chilling aura around her. On either side of her, 2 guards stood erect, like pines and cypresses. It was like a loyal guardian beast, not moving a muscle. Chiyu stood bent over in front of Feng Ning and saluted, her body trembling slightly. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled off his forehead, splattering tiny specks of dust on the floor. His heart was beating like a drum, so nervous that he could almost hear his own heartbeat echoing in the stillness of the night. Feng Ning's gaze was like an icy arrow, shooting straight at Chiyu. The voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the air. He's looking for you again? That voice seemed to come from the 9 hells, carrying an endless chill. Saitama only felt a chill down his back, and cold sweat instantly soaked his shirt. He opened his mouth, and before he could speak in reply, Feng Ning then let out a light laugh, which seemed particularly eerie in the silent night. You probably don't realize that I have long ago placed a charm on him, and every word between you cannot escape my ears. Saitama's legs went weak with fear. He fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed repeatedly. The voice was trembling badly. Please ask your highness the third princess to be clear. The villain didn't promise him anything substantial. He just said to think about it. He would never dare to betray the princess. My villain's loyalty to the princess can be seen by the sun and the moon. Feng Ning raised her chin slightly, her eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Oh, so are you thinking about it now? Yu desperately wiped the sweat from her face, not daring to look directly into Feng Ning's eyes. Stammering, after considering it, naturally, I will follow all the commands of the third princess. I am loyal to the princess. How could I commit a great mistake because of him? I am well aware that the princess's majesty is inviolable, and I really don't dare to agree to his request. Saying this, Yu shivered and pulled out from among his sleeves the letter that Ao Chen had entrusted to him. With both hands raised high in the air, he respectfully presented it to Feng Ning. It was as if the letter was a hot potato, and the sooner it was off the table, the better. Your Highness, this is the letter he asked me to send out for him. Feng Ning reached out her hand and gently took the letter. Eyes swept over the letter, then let out a snort. There was an endless chill in that laugh. Humph. It seems that I was too kind and gentle with him. He even thought of escaping and tried to contact his clan. He simply doesn't know how to die. Yu knelt on the ground and surreptitiously raised her eyes to Feng Ning. I only felt that her smile at the moment was unusually creepy, and I couldn't help but secretly sweat for Ao Chen in my heart. That little dragon. I wonder what kind of punishment he'll suffer next. Once this third princess gets angry, I'm afraid it's a thunderous rage that no one can withstand. Chapter 15, Prisoner of the Dragon. Feng Ning squeezed the letter tightly in her hands and let out a light laugh. Those who don't know how to die, wanting to leave this princess is a daydream. Saitama bravely and cautiously said, Your Highness, then, what are you going to do with him? Feng Ning let out a cold laugh, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Humph, since he is so disobedient, let him know the price of betraying this princess. This princess will let him understand that in front of me. Feng Ning, any thoughts of presuming to resist are futile. Yu didn't dare to say another word, just lowered her head and quietly waited for Feng Ning's next instruction. He knew in his heart that although he had temporarily escaped this time, he had completely offended Ao Chen, and on Feng Ning's side, she might not really trust him completely. He was now in a dilemma and just hated himself for getting involved in this mess in the first place. Feng Ning looked at Yu, her eyes revealing a hint of warning. You'd better be at peace with yourself. If you let me find out any more of your misbehavior, don't blame this princess for being ruthless. Yu quickly kowtowed. I understand. I will be careful with my words and will never do it again. Feng Ning let out a cold snort, turned around and disappeared into the night. Saitama was left alone, sitting paralyzed on the ground, filled with remorse and fear. Ao Chen, on the other hand, is still in the dark, unaware that his plan has been completely exposed. Asterisk. Feng Ning's figure had just stepped into the palace. Ao Chen then immediately greeted him, his face piled with concern and attentiveness, as if all the previous conflicts had vanished. Feng Ning, you're back. Are you tired? This day must have been busy. Do you want me to pour you a cup of tea to soothe you? Ao Chen's voice was soft and pleasing. Feng Ning sat down without moving and watched Ao Chen perform with a smile on his face. That smile, however, did not reach the bottom of his eyes, and there was an icy gleam in them that, it was as if they were watching an uninteresting farce. She looked at Ao Chen quietly, without saying a word. The atmosphere was a little weird for a while. After a while, she slowly took the letter out of her sleeve and, it swayed gently in front of Ao Chen's eyes. The letter seemed to carry some deadly aura in the dim palace light. Ao Chen's face instantly turned as white as paper, as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. His body trembled involuntarily, and his eyes stared dead at the letter that, the heart was filled with despair and anger. How could he not realize that this Saitama bastard had betrayed him once again? That wretched traitor! Saitama, you shameless villain! I trusted you so much. Why did you betray me again and again? Ao Chen was so angry that he cursed. The veins on his neck bulged. His fists clenched. It was as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his heart. Feng Ning looked at him quietly and listened to him curse for a long time, until Ao Chen cursed until his voice was a bit hoarse and gradually lost his strength. There was always a look of indifference in her eyes that, it was as if Ao Chen's anger was just an insignificant show. Ao Chen also seemed to realize that he had lost his temper. He gasped for air and looked at Feng Ning's smiling expression. His heart flustered. He hurriedly adjusted his emotions and squeezed a curt smile on his face once again. Hurriedly taking a stand with Feng Ning. Feng Ning, I was confused for a moment, and I missed my clan too much to do such a stupid thing. You also know that I have been away from the Dragon Clan for so long, and I am really worried about them. Just forgive me this time. I promise I will never do it again. Feng Ning stood up and slowly approached Ao-chen, the elusive smile still hanging on her face. She approached, step by step. Every step was like stepping on Ao-chen's heart. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand and pinched Ao-chen's throat with one hand. The intensity gradually increased, and a hint of ruthlessness was revealed in his eyes. Little dragon cub, have I been too kind to you? You tried to run away from me 3 times. The words of this princess fell on deaf ears. Didn't you? Do you think I will always tolerate your betrayal? Feng Ning's voice was cold and sharp, like an ice pick piercing into Ao-chen's heart. Ao-chen's face reddened as he was pinched and had difficulty breathing. Both hands desperately tried to break Feng Ning's hand, but found it was just futile. When he tried to speak, he could only make a whimpering sound. Oh, Feng Ning. Ao-chen's voice was weak and pained, and his eyes were filled with pleading. Feng Ning let out a cold snort. The voice seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. With endless irritation and disdain. Humph. Now you know to beg for mercy? It's too late. You challenged my bottom line time and time again. Do you really think I won't do anything to you? Afterward, Feng Ning loosened her hand that was tightly choking Ao-chen's neck. Ao-chen collapsed to the ground like a puddle of limp mud, his hands covering his throat. Breathing heavily, as if he had just walked through a ghostly door. No, Feng Ning, listen to me. I really just miss them too much. Ao-chen gasped for air while saying eagerly, drag him down to the dungeon. Feng Ning, however, did not give him a chance to explain. Her voice echoed in this empty palace, cold and determined. There is no room for negotiation. A couple of guards immediately stepped forward and, dragging up Ao-chen, who was still panting on the ground, like carrying a chicken. Ao-chen struggled desperately, his feet stomping about and his mouth shouting, Feng Ning, you can't do this to me. I just want to go back and take a look. I don't mean anything else. However, his struggle seemed so powerless in front of these guards as they walked straight in the direction of the dungeon. Along the way, Ao-chen was roughly dragged by the guards his body rubbed against the rough ground, his robes ripped and, it makes a hissing sound. Sharp stones and raised ground cut relentlessly across his skin. A trail of blood quickly surfaced, sending a stinging pain through the air. Finally, they arrived at the dungeon. As soon as he stepped in, a strong, putrid odor came over him and Ao-chen couldn't help but cringe as his stomach lurched and he almost vomited. The dim light made it almost impossible for him to see his surroundings. Could only faintly see the dots of moss that glittered on the walls of It was as if the eerie eyes of this dark place were watching him coldly. When Ao-chen was viciously thrown to the deepest part of the dungeon, it was only then that he realized to his horror that there were many demon races imprisoned here. They were all twisted and inhuman, as if they were evil spirits crawling out of hell. Some had their eyes gouged out, and black crusts of blood flowed from their empty sockets, as if to tell of the intense pain they had suffered. Some had their noses cut off, and all that was left of their faces were 2 black, creepy holes. There were even people who had been brutally made into human swine, writhing on the ground with their limbs incomplete and bloodied, emitting faint and miserable moans. Help me! A voice came from the corner, and it was a quadriplegic. It was squirming over towards Ao-chen with difficulty. Ao-chen, the noble son of the Dragon Clan. How many times had he seen such an appalling scene and suffered such a shock? His eyes widened in horror, his body pressed against the corner of hate to merge myself into these cold, damp walls. Feng Ning took an elegant yet oppressive step, slowly squatting in front of Ao-chen. She reached out her hand, her slender fingers pinching Ao-chen's chin. With a slight effort, he lifted his face up and, forcing him to look directly into his own eyes, which were as cold as chili pools. Xiaolong, look at you now. This is what happens when you toast the world. You should have stayed in this kind of dark and sunless place. It was this princess who had mercy and brought you with her, took care of you and gave you the best of everything. But you are so ungrateful that you try to run away from me again and again. Ao-chen looked at Feng Ning's icy cold eyes, and the fear in his heart reached its peak. He said in a trembling voice, Feng Ning, I am wrong. I am really wrong. Please don't leave me here. It's too scary here. I will definitely listen to you obediently in the future, and I won't dare to run anymore. Please. Feng Ning listened to his pleas for mercy, but his face did not move in the slightest. Instead he sneered. Humph, you know you're scared now? It's too late. You've challenged my bottom line time and time again. Thinking that I'll keep indulging you? Feng Ning stood up and ordered someone to bring thick chains to wrap Ao-chen tightly. Ao-chen struggled desperately, but was unable to break free from the heavy bondage. As the chains wrapped around in a circle, Ao-chen's body was strangled with a bruise and the pain was unbearable. Suddenly, there was a crash. Ao Chen's body couldn't help but turn into a dragon's tail due to the excessive pain and fear. That dragon's tail shone with colorful scales, which looked particularly eye-catching in the dimly lit dungeon. Feng Ning's eyes were instantly attracted to that beautiful dragon's tail. There was a flash of trance in his eyes and it was as if his mind had been taken away by the dragon's tail with its glistening scales. She couldn't help but reach out her hand and gently caress the dragon's tail, muttering, "Such a beautiful dragon's tail. What a pity." Her eyes grew cold and greedy. Why don't you pull out your dragon tendons and make a unique belt for this princess? I'm sure it will be very eye-catching." As soon as Ao Chen heard this, cold sweat rained down on him, his body trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with despair. Feng Ning, please don't do this. Feng Ning, however, ignored his pleas in the slightest, her eyes revealing a firm determination. She turned to her men. "Go, bring tools, today I will draw out the dragon tendons of this little dragon." Chapter 16, Cramps. Inside the dungeon where Ao Chen was being held, the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. The walls around it were crawling with moss and unknown slime, and it reeked of putrefaction, and ghostly green flames flared brightly in the corners of the walls, reflecting a cold reflection on the iron fence. Within a short time, someone brought the tools. It was a specially made scimitar, its blade glinting with an icy cold light that, as if it could devour even the last vestiges of warmth left within this dungeon. The hilt of the blade was carved with intricate patterns, exuding a solemn and murderous aura, as if telling of the countless amounts of blood it had been stained with. Feng Ning was holding a scimitar, a weird smile hanging at the corner of her mouth as she slowly walked towards Ao Chen. Ao Chen's eyes widened as he stared deathly at the murder weapon in Feng Ning's hand, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Feng Ning, don't be like this." His tail swung frantically and subconsciously. His scales flickered in the shimmering light, emitting a clattering sound, as if he was making a final struggle. Seeing this, Feng Ning smiled more and more strangely as she reached out her hand and gently stroked Ao Chen's dragon tail. It was cold and hard to the touch, but her eyes were filled with burning desire, as if she were caressing a rare treasure. "Little dragon, who made you misbehave like that?" she murmured softly, as if she were scolding a naughty child, yet the scimitar in her hand was already raised high. "Feng Ning, you can't do this to me," Ao Chen cried out in desperation, a hint of pleading in his voice. Please don't do this. I have no quarrel with you. Why do you want to harm me like this?" Feng Ning, however, said to himself as if she didn't hear his words. "Little dragon, this dragon tail of yours is so beautiful. This princess really loves it." She tilted her head slightly, a mesmerized look on her face. "Don't, Feng Ning, I won't run away. I won't run away anymore. I'll be by your side. I'll always be by your side." Ao Chen continued to beg. He was well aware of Feng Ning's obstinacy, and at this moment, he could only attempt to exchange obedience for a ray of hope. His voice grew shakier and his body trembled with fear and pain. Feng Ning, however, snorted disdainfully and continued to play with the scimitar in her hand. "Hee, you little dragon, you are so cunning that you tried to escape from me several times before. Today, this dragon tendon of yours, I'm going to take it." When it was too late, Feng Ning actually started operating with the tool. She searched for the point where the root of the dragon's tail connected to the body, where the scales were the thinnest and weakest, and was the perfect place to draw the dragon's tendons. The scimitar falls with precision. The tip of the blade pierced through the dragon's scales, and crimson blood gushed out instantly. Like a red fountain, splashing down on the dungeon floor. Mixed with that moss and slime, it gave off a pungent smell of blood. Ao Chen only felt a sharp pain coming. The pain ran through his entire body like electricity. His body stiffened violently, and a hiss of pain escaped from his throat. Feng Ning, you wicked girl, you'll get what's coming to you." Ao Chen's eyes were covered in blood as he glared angrily at Feng Ning. At this moment, the hatred in his heart was like a blazing fire, burning what was left of his sanity. Feng Ning, however, was unperturbed. Her hands gripped the hilt of the blade steadily, and along the course of the dragon's tendon. Slowly, he cut through the dragon's scales and flesh without a trace of mercy on his face. "Such a beautiful dragon tail. Little dragon, you are truly beautiful. It's a pity that your stubborn nature has to force me to use this kind of means," Feng Ning muttered as she cut. A trace of imperceptible regret flashed in her eyes, but then it was replaced by greed. "Feng Ning, please, stop." Ao Chen's eyes went black from the pain, and he felt that his strength was fading a little with the loss of dragon blood, and his body was getting weaker and weaker. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please give me a way out." Ao Chen's pleas grew fainter and fainter, and his breath became more and more rapid, as if he would break at any moment. "Humph, now you know to beg for mercy? It's too late," Feng Ning said coldly. without the slightest pause in the movements of her hands. From the moment you tried to run away from me, you should have expected to end up where you are today. As the wound deepened, the dragon's tendons were gradually revealed. It was a crystalline, shimmering tendon, tough and resilient, which stood out against the bloodstain. Ao-chen let out another agonizing scream of pain and his dragon's tail twitched more and more violently. His eyes were covered in blood, and he stared at Feng Ning with a deadly stare. The despair and hatred in his eyes seemed as if they were going to scorch her. Feng Ning, I curse you and curse you not to die. Your soul will fall into the dark abyss forever and suffer. Ao-chen shouted with his last ounce of strength. His voice echoed in the empty dungeon with endless grief. Feng Ning, however, just gave him a cold look and continued the movements in her hands. Finally, after a moment of heavenly rotation, Ao-chen fainted all of a sudden. Feng Ning stood up and looked at the fainted Ao-chen. Her eyes narrowed. The blood-stained scimitar in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. She raised a hand to gently wipe away a drop of dragon's blood that had splattered on her cheek. The bloodstain stung against her pale skin. She bent down to stare at Ao-chen's pale face and reached out to gently stroke his cheek. You disobedient little one. You had to force my hand. She spoke softly to herself, her voice echoing through the dungeon with endless indifference and condescension. She then ordered Ao-chen to be unchained from his chains and put into her own private prison, where she would properly temper the disobedient little dragon until he belonged completely to her. The two guards came in fearfully, not daring to look directly at Feng Ning, and hurriedly unlocked the chains on Ao-chen, dragging him towards the private prison like a dead dog. Be gentle. If you hurt little dragon, I'll hold you all responsible. Feng Ning scolded in a stern voice, and the guards shivered in fear and hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Inside the private cell, the candles flickered, and the light danced treacherously on the walls. Compared to the sheer eeriness and dilapidation of the dungeon, this place was indeed slightly more refined. There were some strange specimens of demonic creatures hanging on the smooth stone walls. Their teeth and claws, even if they are no longer alive, but still exudes a chilling deterrent power. It was as if it was silently telling the dismal fate of the intruder who disobeyed Feng Ning. Ao-chen was entangled in heavy chains on the stone platform, and the dragon's blood had dried up and clumped together, setting off his face to become more and more as white as paper. Feng Ning walked slowly, followed by a train of attendants. They are all holding brocade boxes in their hands. It was filled with precious herbs and secret ointments scavenged from all over the world. She dismissed her attendants and personally picked up a pinch of herbs, crushed them gently, and, as she meticulously applied the herbs to Ao-chen's wound, while whispering, with a rare touch of rancor in his voice, you disobedient little dragon, you're really asking for it. Having said that, her long, slender fingers slid across Ao-chen's forehead, ruffling a few strands of disheveled hair out of the way. A trace of imperceptible tenderness passed through the eyes of as if she wasn't the feared princess of the Phoenix clan at the moment, just an ordinary woman with a heart of expectation. However, Ao-chen was as if he was immersed in a deep sleep of endless darkness, unresponsive to anything outside. Her thick eyelashes didn't flutter a bit. Feng Ning stared at him closely, the gentleness in his eyes fading. Why don't you take a good rest, and when you wake up, we'll slowly settle the score. Feng Ning let out a cold snort. Standing up, his coat brushed across the stone platform, bringing up a light breeze. She looked at Ao-chen in a condescending manner, with his eyes refilled with cold. It was as if that moment of tenderness before had been nothing more than an illusory bubble. As he turned to leave, instead, Ao-chen's weak but firm voice came from behind him. Feng Ning, you wicked woman. I, Ao-chen, would rather die than submit. The breath is dying, but the words are like nails. Feng Ning's figure lurched and looked back. A trace of surprise flashed across her face, and then she resumed that lofty look. Yo, awake? It seems that this little dragon of yours has a very hard life. In that case, there will be plenty of time in the future. I would like to see how long this hard bone of yours can carry on. Having said that, without any further hesitation, she strides out of the private prison. The cell door slammed shut, leaving Ao-chen alone in this dimly lit place. Keep guarding his stubbornness. Chapter 17, Private Prison. Ao-chen woke up from his stupor in a daze, his consciousness gradually returning to him, but she felt like she was being stabbed by countless steel needles all over her body. Every inch of skin, every bone trembling in excruciating pain. Even the most normal of breaths involved a sharp pain that caused him to stifle a grunt. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids and the sight before him sobered him instantly. Surrounded by dank dungeons, the walls reeked of a sickening, putrid odor that, a few faint rays of light struggled in through the narrow vent overhead, creating a patchwork of light on the floor. Endless anger and unwillingness surged in Ao-chen's heart as he secretly cursed. That vicious evil phoenix, to actually do this to me, trying to whip my tendons. His eyes rushed to his dragon's tail, which, thankfully, was still there. LOL. Only the wound had been carefully bandaged and layers of white bandages stood out in the dim light. Seeing this scene, Ao-chan let out a long sigh of relief, his taut heartstrings relaxing slightly. Luckily, the dragon tendons are still there. He moved his torso slightly, his wounds a little more comfortable, but beads of sweat still seeped densely from his forehead. The arms were sore from being bound for so long, and the aches and pains came in wave after wave like a tidal wave. He subconsciously moved, and the chains wrapped around his body immediately made an ear-splitting sound. Ao-chan's heart was filled with exasperation, and the figure of that evil phoenix lingered in his mind. That evil phoenix! How dare she use chains to imprison me here? I must kill her by 1,000 cuts to ease my heart's hatred. Thinking of this, he remembered another person, Saitama, the one he had trusted so immensely. And Saitama, I trusted him so much, and he even betrayed me again. Damn it! Ao-chan only felt a chill, as if there was a pot of cold water pouring down from the top of his head, a bone-chilling chill spreading throughout his body. His mouth was dry, his throat felt like it was burning with fire, and he swallowed hard to try and quench the excruciating thirst. He forced himself to hold back the pain in his body and slowly looked around. This look, however, made him tremble with fear. The walls were covered with grotesque specimens of various alien creatures. Those twisted limbs and empty eyes seemed to be silently speaking of endless pain and sorrow. In this dimly lit dungeon, the specimens looked particularly eerie and each one was like a demon hiding in the darkness, ready to pounce and devour him. This evil phoenix, it's simply a pervert. Ao-chan roared in his mind. His eyes were filled with fear and anger, but more than that, he was helpless. He pondered for a long time, knowing that the gap between his magic power and that evil phoenix was too great. The previous encounter had already made it clear to him that no matter how much he struggled, in front of that evil phoenix, he seemed to have no chance of winning, and was not a match for her at all. Thinking of this, Ao-chan let out another deep sigh, filled with despair that almost drowned him. Just then, a crisp footstep came from the passageway of the dungeon. Appearing out of place in the silent and eerie environment, Ao-chan was already exhausted, and when he heard the sound, he instantly raised his head in alertness, only to see Feng Ning walking slowly with a light step. She was dressed in a long fire-red dress. Her figure was concave and convex, her waist was full, the hem of her dress gently swung with her movements, and her snow-white and slender jade legs were hidden. She had a teasing smile on her face, as if she was admiring an interesting plaything. As soon as Ao-chan saw Feng Ning, the originally dull eyes immediately lit up with burning anger, glaring viciously at her, as if they wanted to eat her alive. Past encounters came to mind like a tidal wave, and every image was filled with Feng Ning's dominance and cruelty. Feng Ning, however, did not care about Ao-chan's gaze at all. She walked leisurely up to him and looked down at him, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as she whispered, "Why are you looking at me like that? My husband?" As soon as Ao-chan heard her address herself as husband again, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he cursed in exasperation. "Bah! Who is your husband? You evil phoenix! You have done this kind of harm to heaven and earth. Just you wait, heaven will punish you. You will definitely not have a good end." His chest rose and fell violently, his anger making him forget his physical injuries for a moment. When Feng Ning heard Ao-chan's curse, not only did she not get angry, but she smiled even more brightly. She shook her head gently and said, "Little dragon is joking again. You and I have performed the rite of passage, so naturally we are already husband and wife." Ao-chan laughed in anger. "Husband and wife? Humph, that's just your wishful thinking. My dragon clan and your phoenix clan have always been well watered, yet you used such a despicable means to imprison me here. Do you think that you can make me submit? You are simply daydreaming." Feng Ning raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Why is little dragon so stubborn? As long as you are obedient and stay by my side, how could I give up making things difficult for you, when you are going against me?" Ao-chan snorted coldly. "Humph, ask me to stay by your side obediently. In your dreams." Feng Ning's eyes were slightly cold, but quickly returned to that smile. "Little dragon, you're in a difficult situation now, so it's better not to talk tough. Look at you now, bound by chains and defenseless. If you continue to resist, I can't guarantee what I'll do to you." As she said that, her gaze swept towards Ao-chan's legs intentionally or unintentionally, and there was a hint of threat in those eyes. Ao-chan's heart tightened. He knew that Feng Ning was by no means false. This evil phoenix would do anything to achieve its goal, but even so, he would never bow down to her. He gritted his teeth and said, "You, go ahead and do it. I, Ao-chan, will not submit to you even if I die." He straightened up, and though the chains on his body bound his movements, they could not bind his will. Feng Ning looked at Ao-chan being so resolute, and a strange feeling actually flooded her heart. Hee hee, you little dragon, this princess has a sincere heart for you, can't you feel it? Ao-chan, however, was unmoved. Truly? Humph, who cares? Ao-chan is still talking tough, but Feng Ning was suddenly like a ghost, instantly bullying her way up. In the blink of an eye, the tips of their noses were pressed together and their warm breaths intertwined. Ao-chan stared wide-eyed at the suddenly enlarged, stunningly exquisite little face in front of him. Those fan-like eyelashes fluttered gently, and there seemed to be thousands of stars flickering in their eyes. Underneath the high nose were delicate lips without pointing. What do you want? Ao-chan asked, stuttering, with a hint of panic in his voice. His heartbeat sped up so steeply that it seemed to jump out of his throat. This close look at each other made him forget his words for a moment, and his mind went blank. At the same time, the unique aroma of Feng Ning's body, like wisps of smoke, lingering at the tip of his nose, sweet and charming. He was a bit overwhelmed by the heart also beat faster uncontrollably. Feng Ning looked at Ao-chan's appearance. The corner of her mouth hooked up with a smug smile and said softly, there is no harm in it. Struggle as you may, talk as hard as you may, but you are mine. The person is mine. The body is mine. The soul is mine. Everything you are is mine. Her voice was soft and seductive, with an irresistible magic. Saying that, Feng Ning stretched out her jade hand and gently stroked Ao-chan's face. Her fingers slowly slid past the tip of Ao-chan's nose, her movements gentle, yet aggressive. Ao-chan only felt a surge of electricity travel throughout her body along the place where her fingertips had traced. Ao-chan tried to twist his head to avoid it, but Feng Ning's hand followed his movements closely. Her fingers proceeded to slide over Ao-chan's thin lips. Resting on those slightly trembling lips, he rubbed them gently. Ao-chan's brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of panic in his voice. You wicked girl, what are you going to do? Get off of me. Feng Ning did not answer immediately, and her finger continued downwards, sliding across Ao-chan's neck, pausing briefly at the knot of his green throat, feeling the sharp swallowing motions from his nervousness. You see? Your body. It's so sensitive. Feng Ning laughed ambiguously, then her hand went all the way down and it slashed across Ao-chan's chest and eventually landed on his abdomen. Feng Ning laughed evilly. I told you, Xiaolong is mine. What am I going to do? Doesn't Xiaolong know? Ao-chan felt Feng Ning's disruptive little hand. The pale face instantly turned red, as if it had been burned by fire. You! Stop! It's unbelievable! He roared loudly, desperately twisting his body in an attempt to break free from Feng Ning's grasp, but the chains on his body were binding him tightly. Every struggle was futile and only made a clattering sound. That voice, at the moment, was strangely adding a bit of ambiguity. The scent was rampant in the small dungeon. It was as if a layer of invisible veil had tightly entwined Ao-chan and Feng Ning. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile, laughing ambiguously and softly in his ear. Warm breath gently brushed against Ao-chan's earlobe, causing him to shiver. She exhaled, her voice soft but with an undeniable dominance. Xiaolong, although your mouth is tough, your body, however, is honest. Immediately following, a violent storm hit. Chapter 18, Chains. There was still an ambiguity in the air after the pleasure. In the twinkling of an eye, Feng Ning, however, abruptly changed her face, and her originally affectionate eyes were instantly filled with cold killing intent. Those eyes seemed like cold pools in a waxing moon, so deep that it was chilling. Little dragon, if you try to escape again, I'll uncover your dragon scales and pluck the dragon horns off your head in the process. Ao-chan lay helplessly on the messy ground, surrounded by a mess, with traces of flirtation still lingering in the air. His chest rose and fell violently, and his eyes were filled with anger and resentment. Yet, he had to suppress it, simply because in this prison, he was temporarily powerless to resist Feng Ning's lustful authority. However, the next 7 days and 7 nights were even more of a horrible purgatory for him. Feng Ning's nature is treacherous and chilling. Ao-chan was on the verge of collapsing his spiritual pillars as his consciousness gradually lapsed during this endless torture. He gradually felt that his soul was being torn apart little by little, and that his entire being was about to fall into the 10,000-foot abyss of madness, unable to extricate himself. On this day, there was a subtle sound coming from the dungeon passage, like someone whispering. Ao-chan was instantly alerted. He braced himself for exhaustion and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. The voice was small, but it was extraordinarily clear in this silent dungeon, and it actually sounded like Chiyu. Ao-chan's heart was filled with a wave of doubt, mixed with anger. How could the man who betrayed him be here? As the footsteps gradually approached, a figure slowly appeared within the dimly lit cell. Sure enough, it's Saitama. The moment Ao Chen saw the visitor, the long pent-up anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. "You traitor! How dare you still have the face to appear before me?" Ao Chen roared with all his strength, his eyes glittering with a blazing fire of rage, as if he wanted to devour Chiyu whole. Saitama looked unusually calm in the face of Ao Chen's anger. He sighed slightly, a look of helplessness mixed with bitterness on his face. "Ao Chen, I know that you won't listen to how I explain now, but this time, it's really because I can't help it. You probably don't know that the third princess has placed a charm on you, and your every move and word cannot escape her eyes. That day when you went to find me, she actually knew about it a long time ago." "What?" Ao Chen's eyes widened in shock, and he looked at Saitama incredulously. You mean that evil Phoenix has been spying on me?" Chiyu nodded heavily. "You and I both know the third princess methods well. There's never anything she wants that she can't get." Ao Chen clenched his fists angrily, and the anger in his heart increased. "This despicable evil Phoenix, she even used such underhanded means to spy on me." Saitama stepped forward, his eyes running over Ao Chen. Only Ao Chen's body was covered with teeth marks and hickeys, and these marks were like silent accusations, telling of Feng Ning's dominance and possessiveness. Saitama coughed awkwardly and dryly, trying to hide his discomfort. "Ao Chen, are you okay?" Ao Chen sensed Chiyu's embarrassment, and he looked away, unwilling to let Chiyu see his vulnerability. The hint of an unnatural blush on his face stung in the dimly lit cell. "Good enough, can't die." Ao Chen didn't respond in kind. "Ao Chen, today the third Princess Highness has gone to deliberate, and only then did I bribe the guards of the private prison to come in and see you." Saitama whispered, a hint of caution in his eyes, as if he was afraid of being discovered. Ao Chen turned his face away, not wanting to say much to him. In his mind, Saitama's betrayal was too much for him to let go of. To this man, he was at the moment filled with disgust and defensiveness. Saitama shook his head gently and intoned, "Ao Chen, I'm a few years older than you, and as a person who's been there, I'd like to advise you that it's better not to go against the third princess. If you go on like this, the one who will suffer will only be yourself. You're the one she got to be a lobbyist. Don't try to persuade me here under false pretenses. I won't listen to you." Ao Chen snorted disdainfully, his tone filled with mockery. Chiyu hurriedly waved her hand to deny it. "That's not the case. Ao Chen, I'm genuinely doing this for your own good. Although the third princess is powerful and intimidating in her energy, in the end, she is still a little girl. Women, they always need to be coaxed. If you can follow her heart, perhaps things will still turn around. A woman? She's not a woman. She's evil. The things she did to me, you can't even imagine." "Hiss," Ao Chen retorted emotionally, but before he could finish his sentence, the injuries on his body caused a sharp pain all over his body, and he couldn't help but show a pained expression. Saitama frowned slightly at the sight, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. "I know she's done a lot of excessive things to you, but your current situation has forced you to reconsider your response. Let's just say, with your mana, are you a match for her?" Ao Chen was speechless when he heard this. He bowed his head, knowing in his heart that there was a huge gap between his own and Feng Ning's mana, and fighting head-on would undoubtedly be hitting a stone with an egg. "I admit that her magic power is strong, but that doesn't mean I have to submit to her. I have my dignity, and I can't just let her have her way," Ao Chen said through clenched teeth, although he understood that Saitama had a point, but the stubbornness in his bones made him unwilling to bow down so easily. "Ao Chen, I understand your backbone, but in front of absolute strength, sometimes appropriate compromise is also a kind of wisdom. The third princess is a rare cultivation wizard of 100,000 years, and her cultivation is at the top of the three realms, not to mention you and I. Even your immortal exalt may not be her match. If you fight her, you'll only end up making yourself suffer. Think carefully, after so long, what was the result of your resistance? It's still not being trapped here and suffering." Saitama patiently analyzed, trying to make Ao Chen recognize reality. That can't be a loss of ambition. Even if I, Ao Chen, die, I can't lose the dignity of the Dragon Clan." Ao Chen clenched his fists, his tone firm. "Ao Chen, this matter you have to learn to be circuitous. You think, the three princess just like you, want you give her well, and cannot give. You can still give it now, right?" Saitama said, a trace of strangeness flashing in his eyes as he looked Ao Chen up and down. When Ao Chen saw this look in his eyes, an inexplicable anger welled up in his heart. "What do you mean? Of course I can give it. That shall not be. You'll have to learn to coax her first, and as soon as she's happy, she might just let you out. At that time, you can then think of a way to escape. Otherwise, You'll be stuck in this dungeon all the time and won't be able to do anything. You can't be trapped here for the rest of your life, right? Saitama said in a good manner, trying to paint a possible way out for Ao-chen. Humph. A man can't live so meticulously. I can't do what you did, betraying others for my own benefit. Ao-chan remained stubborn and scoffed at Chiyu's proposal. A man can give in and give up. A temporary compromise is for a better counterattack later. Your resistance now is nothing but a child's struggle in her eyes. Meaningless. You only have to gain her trust first before you have a chance to leave this place and do what you want to do. There was a hint of urgency in Saitama's tone. He hoped that Ao-chen would understand his bitterness. Both of them looked at each other, and for a while, neither of them stopped talking, and the atmosphere was at an impasse. The dungeon was so quiet that you could hear the subtle sound of water beads sliding down the walls and dripping into puddles on the floor. After a long time, Saitama suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Haven't you always wanted to see your master? 7 days from now, the Heavenly Court Assembly. The invited leaders of all races will be there, and the third princess is among those invited." What? The Heavenly Assembly? Ao-chen was shocked. His eyes widened. His eyes filled with disbelief. His mouth was slightly open, as if he had heard something heavenly. How come that girl is among the invitees? It was really hard for Ao-chen to imagine that Feng Ning, who was at times capricious and arrogant in front of him and tormented him to the point of misery, to have such a high status to be able to participate in such an important event. Saitama sighed helplessly and patiently explained. The third princess. She is in charge of the Phoenix Clan's 100,000 strong army and has made great achievements in battle. In the power map of the three realms, the Phoenix Clan is pivotal, so she is naturally qualified to be invited. This is not a trivial matter. Those who are qualified to attend in the three realms are all dignitaries. Ao-chen subconsciously gulped at the words. The eyes were like tumbling waves of shock. He mentally slurred. Grandma's leg. This girl is about the same age as me. How can she be so good? Thinking back to when I first came down from the mountain, full of ambition and bravado, thinking about making a name for yourself in this world. But he did not want to fall for the demon race's treacherous plan, and his dignity was madly pressed to the ground and rubbed, whereas Feng Ning was able to hold a heavy army in her hands, and was renowned and powerful in the three realms. A pang of sourness rose in his heart, and it was a loss of being far ahead of your peers. However, Ao-chen had sort of seen Feng Ning's extraordinary magical power with his own eyes. In his many encounters with her, he was crushed by Feng Ning's formidable strength and, knowing that it is no accident that she is where she is today in terms of her accomplishments and status, with that in mind, he couldn't help but re-examine Feng Ning, whom he had always called the evil girl. The original heart was filled with a mountain of resentment and dissatisfaction towards her. Under the sudden and intense shock of this, like thin ice in the sun, it gradually dissipated a little. In its place, there was a hint of awe that came from the bottom of his heart and was hard to describe. Saitama saw that Ao-chen's mind had changed, and then said while the iron was hot, "If you can make the third princess happy, maybe she can even take you there. At that time, in the heavenly palace, you will naturally meet the dragon people, and you will also meet your master. Haven't you always been attached to his old man? This is a rare opportunity." What did you say? When Ao-chen heard this, a bright light instantly burst out from his eyes that were originally as dull as dead ashes. It's too good. If we can meet the master, then... He lunged forward, but was tugged hard by the chains and there was a clattering sound, but he was oblivious to the pain, and all he could think about was seeing his master. Ao-chen asked eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Saitama, what you said, can it all be true? Chapter 19, Welcoming. Saitama nodded heavily, his gaze firm and his tone sincere. Everything I have said is true. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ao-chen, once this opportunity is missed, you might actually be trapped in this dark dungeon forever, with no possibility of escape. Ao-chen listened to Chiyu's words and fell into deep contemplation. It was as if two little men were fighting fiercely inside him. On the one hand, the pride and stubbornness in his bones. It made him unwilling to easily bow down to Feng Ning, and even more so, he didn't want to succumb to her lustful authority. Every time he remembered the past of being imprisoned and tortured by Feng Ning, the anger in his heart burned like a blazing fire. On the other hand, his thoughts of his master were increasing with each passing day. He longed to meet his master, to get his help, to get rid of this cage-like dungeon, and to regain his freedom. Ao-chen's heart struggled fiercely. Finally, he spoke slowly, a hint of hesitation and helplessness in his voice. So, what should I do? Chiyu saw that Ao-chen's attitude had loosened, and was secretly pleased in her heart, but her face did not move. He came closer to Ao-chen and said patiently, "First of all, you must completely put away your temper. Every time the third princess comes to see you, You must greet her with a smile and show 12 points of enthusiasm. Whatever she likes to hear, you say, and cheer her up. Humph, want me to coax that wicked girl? Dream on, Ao-chen said indignantly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. When he finished speaking, he met Saitama's hateful eyes. Ao-chen was a bit weak and stammered. No, I can't really say those things against my will. Ao-chen's face showed a difficult expression, and his brows were tightly furrowed together, as if each of those words was like 1,000 pounds. Do you still want to see your master? For the sake of freedom and to be able to see your master, you must speak, Saitama said decisively, his eyes revealing unquestionable firmness. Furthermore, you have to cooperate with her unconditionally, and whatever she tells you to do, don't resist. As long as she's happy and lets her guard down on you, you'll have a chance to escape. Ao-chen clenched his teeth, his heart filled with unwillingness, his fists clenched, but when he thought of his master and the hope of regaining his freedom, he eventually nodded slowly. Fine, I'll try, but if she still won't leave me alone, I'll never stop. Chiyu patted Ao-chen's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, as long as you do what I say, you'll definitely have a chance. I'm sure you'll succeed. Just then, a clear sound of footsteps came from outside the dungeon, and the sound stood out in the silence of the dungeon. Saitama looked flustered and said hastily, I've got to go, or I'll be in trouble if I'm found out. Remember what I said and make sure you take advantage of this opportunity. After saying that, Saitama turned around and hurriedly left, his figure quickly disappearing into the dark passageway. Soon after, Feng Ning, as usual, striding with an elegant and lofty step, slowly stepped into this territory that belonged to her. She was dressed in a magnificent phoenix robe, exquisitely embroidered, and gold and silver threads are interwoven to create a lifelike phoenix pattern that, with every step, the hem of the skirt seems to be flashing with animated light. Feng Ning had just walked in and was keenly aware of the difference from previous days. Ao-chen was staring deeply at himself at that moment. There seemed to be a different sentiment in that gaze, no longer the anger, hatred and stubbornness that once. Instead, it was a tenderness that struck her as unfamiliar yet somehow expected. When Feng Ning saw this, the corner of her mouth rose slightly and she snorted. There was the usual teasing and disdain in his voice. The way little dragon looks at this princess today seems to be very different from previous days. Ao-chen didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly, and there was an inscrutable gentleness in his eyes. His gaze followed Feng Ning's every move, as if she was the most precious treasure in the world. Feng Ning half narrowed her eyes and looked at him like she was surveying a novelty object. In his heart, he wondered if this little dragon had been locked up stupidly in this dungeon. She cocked her head, scrutinizing Ao-chen's expression, trying to find a break in his eyes. Just then, Ao-chen gathered his courage and said in a soft voice, Feng Ning. Feng Ning raised an eyebrow, surprised by Ao-chen's gentle tone. Ao-chen moved his body, and the chains on his body made a few crisp sounds. He leaned forward slightly, and, despite the chains that bound him to it prevented him from getting close to Feng Ning, but he still made an effort to move closer to her, saying, Where have you been, and why haven't you been seen for most of the day? Feng Ning froze, a trace of surprise flashing across her face. This dragon race kid, who never fails to treat her with cynicism and hostility, and now these words of concern made her feel a little overwhelmed. With that, she resumed her usual banter and laughed. What? Little dragon is missing me? Ao-chen solemnly nodded his head, his eyes as sincere as a clear lake, without a trace of impurities. Aha! Feng Ning was stunned again. How could she not expect Ao-chen to say this? A ripple went through her, but years of vigilance and pride alerted her immediately to the fact that she was more than certain that the little dragon must be up to something. Perhaps mentally deranged by this dungeon, or perhaps plotting some kind of escape. The taste of this dungeon has tortured you to the point that even your nature has changed. Feng Ning taunted, trying to hide her inner panic in this way. Feng Ning, what I want to say is, as long as I can be by your side, it doesn't matter what I do. Ao-chen's eyes revealed a deep sense of longing. It made Feng Ning go into a bit of a trance for a moment. Feng Ning frowned and looked him up and down for half a day. There was scrutiny and suspicion in his eyes, glancing around warily again. It seems to be looking for some hidden conspiracy. Ao-chen suddenly let out a light smile that was as warm as the warm spring sun. It was as if it could dispel all the haze in Feng Ning's heart. He knew that at this moment he had to go all out, and acting out the play will give you a chance to meet master. Feng Ning, do you think I've changed a lot today? Actually, I have figured it out. Ao-chen tried his best to make his tone sound natural and sincere. Figure it out? Figured out what? Feng Ning pursued, her eyes locking onto Ao-chen, trying to find a crack in his expression. You, Ao-chen's gaze locked onto Feng Ning's eyes, and said with deep emotion, It was as if the Feng Ning in front of him at the moment was the most important person in his life. Me? Feng Ning was full of doubts. She really didn't understand what kind of medicine Ao Chen was selling in his gourd. This little dragon, who had always been resistant to her, how could there suddenly be such a transformation? Ao Chen, is only the most inconspicuous one among the many disciples of the Dragon Clan. What virtue and what ability can get the favor of the third princess of the Phoenix Clan? Actually, the first time I saw you in Migratory Mountain. Ao Chen's voice is getting lower and lower. He bowed his head, as if recalling the first time he'd seen. Instead, his mind was racing on how to make Feng Ning believe in himself. Just how? Feng Ning continued to pursue. Ao Chen took a deep breath, and his chest rose and fell violently, as if he had summoned all the courage in his body. At that time, I have already moved to you. I have never thought that there is still a woman like you in the world, so beautiful and moving, so valiant. So, he weighed his words, and could not find the right words to say. There was a deliberate pause to create an atmosphere of deep and difficult feelings. Exciting what? You say it instead. Feng Ning urged with some impatience. It's haunting. It's just that I've been too afraid to admit it, and I've been desperately trying to defy you. Which, in hindsight, was stupid. Ao Chen raised his head slightly, his eyes filled with remorse and deep emotion. Feng Ning froze. How could she not expect that Ao Chen would say something like this? She froze for a moment, and with a strange gleam in her eyes, there was surprise, delight, and a hint of skepticism in that glow. She wondered in her mind whether this little dragon was sincere or not. The corners of Feng Ning's mouth rose and she smiled to herself. Little dragon is trying to get out of this dungeon, so he's starting to learn to make this princess happy. Ao Chen's heart was flabbergasted, secretly crying out, thinking that his little mind had indeed been seen through by Feng Ning. He knew that he was like a fish on a chopping board at the moment, and was powerless to resist. He could only force himself to calm down and squeeze out a small smile as he said, "No, Feng Ning, I really figured it out. I will, in the future, definitely stay by your side and serve you well." Well, that smile was worse than tears, but there was a hint of imperceptible determination in his eyes. The corners of Feng Ning's mouth rose slightly, seemingly smiling. A hint of teasing flashed in her eyes as she continued to pursue the question. "Oh, well, how is that considered serving properly? You tell me clearly instead." She clasped her hands to her chest, and with an air of rapt attention, she wanted to see what other tricks Ao Chen could say. Ao Chen subconsciously swallowed. His throat was so dry that he said with difficulty, "I will listen to you, stay obediently by your side, and I will never go west if you tell me to go east. If you're bored, I'll tell you jokes to relieve your boredom. If you're tired, I'll give you a back massage. Anything you want, I'll do whatever I can to get it for you. Anyway, I'll do whatever you want me to do." He lowered his eyes, not daring to look directly into Feng Ning's eyes, fearful that his eyes might betray what was really going on inside. When Feng Ning heard this, the smile on her face intensified. It was as if I had heard the funniest joke in the world. She slowly bent down, and that exquisite and absolutely beautiful little face instantly came close to Ao Chen. For eyes met each other, and there was a hint of compulsion in her eyes that, the voice was soft but not to be denied. "So, first, give me a kiss. That's the first step in showing your feelings." Ao Chen looked at Feng Ning, who was close at hand, and the tension in his heart reached its peak. He knew there was no turning back. He had to tough it out. He wore heavy chains, and with somewhat awkward movements he slowly probed over there, gently pressing his lips onto Feng Ning's tender little mouth. He wanted to end this awkward show with a slapdash touch, but Feng Ning suddenly pinched his chin and a mischievous little tongue probed into his mouth and pried open his teeth. Well, Ao Chen only felt a burst of aroma, accompanied by the sweet and cloying taste of. It made his mind go blank. His body began to tremble slightly and uncontrollably, his mind both nervous and panicked. The sound of chains clashing against each other echoed in the ears of but it was as if they were cut off from another world. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the kiss with Feng Ning, unable to extricate himself. He'd forgotten he was in a dungeon, forgotten his purpose, and it was as if he and Feng Ning were the only ones left in the entire world. After a long time, Feng Ning let go of him. Both of them were breathing heavily, and Ao Chen sat back down on the floor. An unspeakably complex emotion welled up in his heart, and Feng Ning licked her lips and said with a satisfied face, "Little dragons are so sweet." Her laughter echoed through the dungeon with a sense of triumph and satisfaction that, it was as if he had conquered the whole world. Ao Chen looked at her, helplessness and humiliation intertwined in his heart, yet he was unable to snap. He could only bear it all in silence, with a forced look of meekness on his face. "Now, speak to me." Feng Ning's voice resounded again, with an unquestionable tone of command. and beg your highness the third princess to honor me. Chapter 20, Struggle. What? Ao Chen blurted out in anger. His eyes instantly glazed over, and flames of anger burned in them. It was as if the flames were going to burn everything in front of them. He really wanted to recklessly rush over and strangle this evil phoenix in front of him who had humiliated him. In his mind, Feng Ning's request was simply a trampling on his dignity. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? What? Feng Ning tilted her head to look at him with a hint of a provocative smile on her face. She seemed to enjoy seeing Ao Chen in this angry but helpless state. The look in her eyes seemed to say, "What can you do to me?" Ao Chen immediately realized that he had lost his temper and screamed in his heart. No! He must endure the humiliation. To be able to see Master Shifu, to be able to get out of this nightmare situation someday, he had to suppress the anger in his heart for the time being. Ao Chen gritted his teeth as he slightly lowered his head, his voice as tiny as a mosquito fly. "Please, your highness, the third princess, Pro. Feng Ning frowned and deliberately sidled closer to him, pretending not to hear him. "What did you say? I didn't hear you." The corners of her mouth rose slightly, her eyes full of teasing. Ao Chen held his fire and cursed this wicked girl in his heart for being too tricky. He barely managed to squeeze out a smile so gentle it was a little twisted, and said again, "Please, your highness, the third princess, honor me." A hint of pleasure flashed in Feng Ning's eyes, like a hunter seeing a prey that had fallen into a trap. "Too low, haven't you eaten?" "Louder." Her tone was commanding. Ao Chen took a deep breath, as if using all his strength, and raised his volume. "I beg your highness the third princess to honor me." The voice echoed in the gloomy dungeon with a hint of resignation and humiliation. Feng Ning laughed, and that laughter was particularly abrupt in this depressing atmosphere. It was as if the mockery came from hell. "You begged me for this." There was a hint of smugness in her tone. Ao Chen's skin smiled, and that smile was worse than crying. "Yes, thank you, your highness the third princess." At this moment, his heart was filled with helplessness and anger, but his face didn't dare to show the slightest bit. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's suffocating appearance, and the desire for control in her heart was greatly satisfied. She raised her arms in a condescending manner, then undressed this princess. When Ao Chen heard this, his heart was flustered. "Princess, I'm still chained up, so why don't you let me go first?" There was a hint of pleading in his voice as he tried to find a reason to stall. Feng Ning sneered, thinking that this little dragon was really good at finding excuses. With a wave of her hand, a dazzling light flashed. Originally tightly bound Ao Chen's chains instantly scattered all over the place. It made a crisp sound. Afterwards, those chains actually spun rapidly in the air. Between the flashes of light, it slowly coalesced into a delicate bracelet. Feng Ning gently waved her hand again, and the bracelet seemed as if it was alive. It automatically wrapped around Ao Chen's wrist. Ao Chen had just gotten out of his bonds, and his weak body could no longer support him, flopped and collapsed to the ground. He breathed heavily, expecting to welcome a moment's relief. But I didn't realize there was another inexplicable thing on my wrist. Ao Chen looked at the chain in his hand that was emitting a strange light. Full of doubt, he couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" Feng Ning looked condescendingly at Ao Chen, with a mysterious and enigmatic smile on his face. He said, "This is the red flame chain. Since Little Dragon has shown me his intentions, then this princess shall also give you a gift." Her tone was light, but there was a deep threat hidden in her words. Ao Chen furrowed his brows as a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. "This red flame chain, what exactly is it for?" he asked cautiously, his eyes revealing a hint of caution. Feng Ning let out a light laugh, and a hint of viciousness flashed in her eyes. "Naturally, it's something that's good for Little Dragon. However, if you regenerate having some bad thoughts, this red flame chain will release 10,000 red flames that will scorch you to the point of pain. This is a treasure of my Phoenix clan, specifically used to deal with those who don't listen." Ao Chen was shocked in his heart, not realizing that this seemingly beautiful bracelet was something so terrifying. However, he did not move on the surface and nodded slightly. "Your Highness the Princess has rewarded me, and Ao Chen will definitely cherish it." At this moment, he could only bury his anger and unwillingness deep in his heart and wait for the right moment. Feng Ning's arms raised, once again signaling him to undress himself. Seeing this, Ao Chen stammered again. "And this place, it's not appropriate, is it? You of all gold." He tried to find more reasons to shrug it off. Feng Ning said, "Little Dragon Prince, what? This is unwillingness? The oath you just made is still ringing in your ears. Don't you dare think of backing out. I, Feng Ning, am not one to be fooled." Ao Chen gritted his teeth and continued, "Your Highness, I am naturally willing to do so. It's just that this dungeon is just too dirty and not worthy of your honor. If you don't mind, I will find a better place for you in the future and serve you properly." How about it? He carefully watched Feng Ning's expression, hoping to impress her. Feng Ning seemed to be quite satisfied with Ao Chen's answer. An imperceptible smile flashed across his face. However, in the next second, without warning, she reached out her hand and grabbed Ao Chen's collar tightly in a swift manner. Ao Chen didn't have time to make any reaction at all. The body instantly stiffened, subconsciously trying to struggle against it. But he was tortured for a long time in the dungeon. Already weakened, his limbs were now weak and couldn't even muster an ounce of strength. His eyes were filled with terror and helplessness, his heart beating violently in his chest as if it were about to burst through it. He simply couldn't predict what horrible thing Feng Ning would do to him next. Feng Ning was carrying Ao Chen like this, as if she was carrying a defenseless chicken. Tapping his feet, he quickly flew out of the dark and damp dungeon. In just an instant, Feng Ning led him straight to Ao Chen's house. The furnishings inside the house were still familiar, but at the moment, in Ao Chen's eyes, they were filled with the fear of the unknown. Feng Ning walked to the bedside in large strides, and with a forceful throw of her arm, she threw Ao Chen heavily onto the soft bed. Ao Chen was just about to open his mouth to question, but was mercilessly interrupted by Feng Ning's icy voice. What? Still want to resist? A hint of viciousness flashed in Feng Ning's eyes as he bullied his way up to, hands pressed Ao Chen down hard on the bed, staring down at him with a condescending. The eyes were filled with aggression, as if they were declaring to Ao Chen that he was powerless to resist. I don't know how long it had been, but after going through the torture 5 times, Ao Chen was already in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled on the pillows, his clothes were unkempt and it was as if the entire body had been drained of its spine and was paralyzed on the bed. Feng Ning looked at the scene in front of her, a teasing look on her face. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she said with a few hints of mockery, "Little dragon, what's this expression? Why the reluctant face?" Ao Chen only felt that the sky was spinning and his head was drowsy. It was as if the strength of his entire body had been drained, and he couldn't even lift a finger. He said breathlessly, I'd like to take a break for a while. At the moment, his only wish was to rest and regain his strength. Escape from this nightmarish, agonizing torture. But Feng Ning looked like she was deliberately trying to torment him. At the moment she was in high spirits, without a trace of fatigue. She grunted lightly and dismissively. Did this princess allow it? You think this is the end? Too naive. Her eyes were full of teasing. As if it was all just a fun game to her. Ao Chen forced himself to hold back the anger that was burning in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he said in a single word, "Your Highness the Princess, Ao Chen is really exhausted. I hope that you can be magnanimous and let me rest for a moment. I promise to serve you well when I regain my strength." Ao Chen knew that at this moment, he had to stabilize Feng Ning before he could fight for a chance to catch his breath. Feng Ning, however, was unmoved as she reached out and tugged at his collar once again, pressing him down on the bed once more. This princess hasn't had enough fun yet. You little dragon, you really don't have any awareness at all. Have you forgotten what you just said? Ao Chen raised his head fiercely, and a stubborn glint flashed in his eyes as he said, I have. I'm just really tired and I have injuries. He tried to buy himself a little rest, even if it was only for a brief moment. Feng Ning smiled wryly and suddenly issued an order. Red flame chain. Only a red light flashed, and that red flame chain, as if it had life, instantly wrapped itself around Ao Chen. It was as if this magic weapon was connected to Feng Ning's mind. Extremely obedient. In an instant, Ao Chen only felt a hot current rushing through his body, and his energy was unreservedly stimulated. Ao Chen screamed in pain. He didn't expect this red flame chain to be so powerful that it could forcefully energize him. He felt as if his body was burning with fire, every inch of him moaning in agony. Your Highness, please, let me go. He began to plead, desperation in his eyes. At the moment, he was tortured to the point of physical and mental exhaustion. There was no longer an ounce of resistance. Feng Ning, however, had no mercy at all. Humph, now you know to beg me? Little dragon has to remember that in front of me, you don't have the right to say no. After saying that, a hint of madness flashed in her eyes and she once again reached out to Ao Chen. Chapter 21, The Great Tonic Soup. Ao Chen woke up leisurely, his consciousness gradually returning to him. I only felt my head drowsy and exhaustion pouring in from all my limbs. He opened his eyes slowly, and was met by a magnificent brocade tent that, the intricate and exquisite floral patterns shimmered in the morning light. He sat up with a jerk, the movement tugging at several sore muscles in his body. It made him take a breath of air. What took me so long to sleep? Ao Chen cursed himself fiercely in the bottom of his heart, and he knows that he has a heavy responsibility and that there are many important matters to be dealt with. How can I waste my precious time here? He subconsciously looked at his wrist and the red chain stood out against the pale skin. as if it were a brand of shame that, instantly pulling those unpleasant images from last night back into his mind. Every detail of the madness between him and Feng Ning was like an on, causing him pain and anger. That evil phoenix, lustful and wantonly plundering. It is an abomination. Ao Chen's eyes flinched as his breath surged around him, and powerful mana rapidly condensed within his body. Vowing to rid himself of this symbol of shame, he lifted his hand and tightened his grip on the red chain, lashing out in an attempt to rip it from his wrist. But the moment the mana touched the chain, a sudden change occurred. The red chain seemed to instantly transform into 10,000 steel needles, ruthlessly piercing into his skin. The drilling pain caused Ao Chen to stifle a grunt and had to withdraw his mana in a sorry state. Helplessly, he reached out with his other hand, grabbed the chain in a death grip, and yanked down, with all his might, gnashing his teeth. I don't believe I can't get rid of you. But as he moved, the chain, like a living thing, tightens and it struck deep into his flesh, strangling a red mark. Reluctantly, he knocked his wrist toward the bed again and, one after another, knocking the bedpan with a thud. But the chain is still strong as ever. There's not the slightest sign of loosening up. Just then, several figures flashed across the window pane. The people outside the house apparently heard the commotion inside. Mr. Long, are you awake? A soft female voice came from outside the house and, by the sound of his voice, Ao Chen knew it was Zealand. Ao Chen stopped moving in a panic and took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound smoother. Wake up! As soon as the words left his mouth, the ornately carved wooden door was gently pushed open and only to see Zealand slinking in with two maids. Zealand was holding a brand new set of clothes in his hands. The fabric is superior, the embroidery is exquisite, and it is worth a lot of money at first glance. Behind them, the two maids stood respectfully with the utensils for grooming. Ao Chen looked at them, full of doubts. Zurin, what's this for? Zealand said respectfully with a slight bow and just the right amount of smile on his face. The third princess has ordered us to serve the prince in getting up. Ao Chen subconsciously hurriedly pulled the covers, wrapping herself more tightly. A flash of embarrassment flashed across her face and she stammered. No, I will do it myself. Zelda, however, looked as if she didn't see his embarrassment and continued to smile. Sir Long doesn't have to be polite with us. The third princess has explained that she must serve Duke Long well, so I hope that you will not excuse yourself so as not to make things difficult for us. With the words having been said, Ao Chen couldn't afford to insist any longer, but he was still uncomfortable when the two maids approached, ready to dress him. The gazes of the two maids swept over those red and purple ambiguous marks all over Ao Chen's body. The two subconsciously glanced at each other, a meaningful look flashing in their eyes. Zealand coughed lightly. The eyes looked at the two maids with a slight warning. The two reacted and hurriedly withdrew their eyes and lowered their heads. Ao Chen only felt a wave of embarrassment, and his face instantly rolled as if burned by fire. He reached out and snatched the garment from the maid's hand in a panic. I do it myself. Seeing this, Zealand had the sense to step aside with his maids and wait in silence. Ao Chen turned his back and quickly put his clothes on. Despite his quick movements, he could still feel those glances behind him. It was hard to get dressed before he turned around. When he finished washing up, Ao Chen stood in front of the bronze mirror and straightened his attire. I only saw the man in the mirror, with sword brows and starry eyes, high nose, lips like painted vermilion. A gorgeous dress set off his upright posture and outstanding temperament, and he was once again the image of the handsome, dashing, and jade-like dragon nobleman. The maids had lowered their eyes and, without thinking, he looked at Ao Chen in the bronze mirror and couldn't help but be in a trance. They secretly sighed in their hearts. This little dragon prince is really handsome and rare in the world. When Zealand saw that Ao Chen was properly packed, he ordered his subordinates to bring breakfast. Within moments, the carved wooden door was once again slowly pushed open and only 7 or 8 maids of honor entered the room with light and neat steps. They were graceful and pretty, and each of them was steady in her hands with fine plates and bowls, large and small. Those plates and bowls were either made of glistening white jade or made of spirit crystals with a strange luster. The containers alone were already worth a lot of money. The maids came to the beautifully carved round table in the room and, with skillful and elegant movements, she arranged the plates and bowls in her hands, one by one. It didn't take long to fill the round table. Each dish was meticulously arranged, with all the colors and flavors, and just looking at it was enough to whet one's appetite. Mr. Long, please have your meal, Zelda said softly with just the right amount of warm smile on her face. She then walked slowly up and around the round table and began to introduce the dishes on the table one by one. Sir, this is called 4 C's Ling and Ginseng and Velvet Old Chicken Soup. The ginseng used is a 1,000-year-old jade spirit ginseng taken from the depths of the Eastern Sea's extreme abyss. Deer antlers, on the other hand, are the essence of the one horn of the 10,000-year-old silverhorn deer in the snowy plains of the North Sea. This old chicken is not an extraordinary item. It is a red-feathered spirit chicken born from the fire on the Flame Mountain in the southern wasteland. Using these 3 as ingredients, carefully boiled through 779 processes, it greatly replenishes the vital energy, and is of great benefit to those who cultivate. Zurin reached out and pointed to another bowl of soup with a golden color and a strange aroma, and continued, "This soup is called 8 Deserts Flower Gum Cordyceps Jade Liquid Soup. The cordyceps is the ice spirit cordyceps collected from the Spirit Valley deep in the western desert Gobi, and the flower gum is taken from the swim bladder of the 10,000-year-old arowana fish from the deep sea that is sealed in the treasury of the Dragon King of the Four Seas. This soup not only nourishes the ein and nourishes the face, but also strengthens the essence and strengthens the spiritual power. There is also this 9 Heavenly Xian Yang Purple Gold Soup, whose ingredients are even more rare. The purple and gold lotus seeds in the soup are picked from the lotus pond in the spirit sky above the 9 heavens. Each one contains the power of the Supreme Sun at the time of the sun's rising. The complementary ingredient is the Xian Yang spirit mushroom found in the land of chaos, which is boiled together with the lotus seeds. It can greatly enhance the cultivator's yang energy, and the effect is even more significant for those who cultivate yang attribute techniques. As Ao Chen listened to Zealand's introduction, his frown grew tighter and tighter. It just seems like the names of the dishes are all more exaggerated than one another, and the so-called efficacy was even more breathless to him. Ao Chen frowned, and a hint of boredom flashed through his eyes. Pointing to the bowls of soup, he said, "That one, and that one. Withdraw it. I don't drink it. I can't use it." When the few maids standing by the side heard this, their originally lowered heads lifted slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed through their eyes. Then he couldn't help but sneakily cover his mouth and force a laugh. They all understood in their hearts that these great tonic soups were specially arranged by the third princess for Duke Long. He was thinking of letting the Dragon Duke recover his energy quickly, but the Dragon Duke didn't seem to appreciate it in the slightest. Zurin's demeanor was unchanged, and he reiterated, "Mr. Long, this is what the third princess has specially explained down. If you don't finish it, we won't be able to go back to the princess to ask for orders." Her tone, though still respectful, but there was a hint of non-refusal in the words. Ao Chen was annoyed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that all this was arranged by Feng Ning. This was how she was going to keep humiliating and torturing him. "I can't really drink these," Ao Chen tried to explain. "It's really to have such a greasy soup so early in the morning," Zealand said with a slight nod. "If you feel greasy, then why don't you try this emerald white jade porridge first? This porridge is light and refreshing, most suitable for morning consumption." Saying that, she signaled the maid to bring the porridge to Ao Chen. Ao Chen looked at the steaming bowl of porridge. Hesitating for a moment, he eventually took the spoon and took a sip. The congee did taste good, soft and sweet. It eased his otherwise somewhat resistant mood a little. During the course of the meal, Ao Chen remained silent. Zealand and the others were also very sensible and didn't disturb them too much, just quietly waiting on the sidelines. After Ao Chen hurriedly finished his breakfast, he eagerly looked at Zealand and asked, "Where's the third princess? Where the hell did she go?" Ao Chen's heart was burning with anxiety. He had to see Feng Ning as soon as possible to push things further. Zealand remained in a respectful stance, and returned with a slight bow. "The third princess has gone to the council chamber to deliberate, and as usual, she should be back soon." Ao Chen heard this and said without thinking, "Then I'll wait for her outside." Zealand's face instantly became a bit embarrassed, and with a flash of hesitation in his eyes, he mumbled, "This third princess did not explain whether or not it is possible for Gonzi to go out. If the eunuch goes out rashly, the slave girl really can't afford it." The anger in Ao Chen's heart rose up again. "I don't even have the freedom to go out? What on earth does this Feng Ning take me for?" Zealand saw Ao Chen angry, scared flop Neil, voice trembling to ask for forgiveness. Long Gonzi rests his anger. "It is just that the princess has orders, and the slave girl does not dare to disobey. The princess strictly ordered to ensure the safety of the Gonzi. I still hope that Mr. Long understands." Zealand and a few other maids lowered their heads, their bodies trembling slightly, fearing that Ao Chen would blame them. Ao Chen took a deep breath. He knew that Zealand was only carrying out that evil phoenix's orders, and he shouldn't take his anger out on her. Ao Chen sighed helplessly and said, "That's just it." He then added, "Zealand, please also tell the third princess as soon as possible that I have important matters to discuss with her, and that this matter is of great importance, and that there is not a moment's delay." Chapter 22, Coaxing. As he was talking, he saw Feng Ning's live stance and, across the carved threshold of the step inside, Zealand immediately greeted him with a joyful smile on his face and said respectfully, "Her Highness has returned." Feng Ning nodded slightly, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile. Zealand and a few maids saluted and then quietly retreated, leaving space for the two people in the room. Inside the house, Ao-chen was dressed in a brand new fancy dress, standing tall like a pine, just like a jade tree. The silk threads on that fancy dress shimmered with a soft light, accentuating his extraordinary temperament. Feng Ning's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of amazement. This little dragon, even though he's usually very handsome, but today this well-dressed, actually seems to glow with a more eye-catching luster, so that people cannot move their eyes. When Ao-chen saw Feng Ning coming back, he immediately greeted him with a smile on his face and light steps. There was just the right amount of enthusiasm in his voice. Feng Ning, you're back. The corners of Feng Ning's mouth rose slightly, sketching out an arc of satisfaction. Obviously extremely flattered by Ao-chen's currying favor, she asked absently, "Little dragon is looking forward to my princess return like this? What's the matter? Did you miss me?" Ao-chen looked at Feng Ning with deep affection, his eyes full of tenderness and doting, and softly returned, "Aha." He took a step forward and gently held Feng Ning's hand. His touch was delicate and soft. Feng Ning was infected by his enthusiasm. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but there was a hint of playfulness in her eyes as she suddenly said, "Let me kiss it." With that, Feng Ning drilled into Xiaolong's arms, her snow-white jade hands tightly encircling Ao-chen's solid waist. Ao-chen didn't refuse, and leaned down to kiss her red, moist, tender mouth. The two lingered for a long time before reluctantly parting. Feng Ning gasped slightly, her cheeks flushed, her eyes full of affection as she pouted. "Little dragon, you're so well behaved today. Is there something you want to ask me?" Ao-chen laughed softly. "You've seen through it. It's not really a big deal." As he spoke, he pulled Feng Ning and invited her to the seat. When Feng Ning settled into her seat, Ao-chen then slightly sidestepped and, the whole gesture was made with complete gentleness and caution. His eyes locked onto Feng Ning. His eyes were full of admiration and reverence. Even his voice was unconsciously lowered. "Feng Ning, I have recently heard of your many great achievements, especially the fact that you hold heavy armies in your hands, strategizing and deciding over 1,000 miles. This kind of courage and strategy really makes me admire you to the core. In the three realms, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find a strange woman with courage and resourcefulness like you." When Feng Ning heard these compliments, the corners of her mouth rose uncontrollably, and she was overflowing with complacency. "That is natural. The capabilities of this princess are not something you can imagine. Within these three realms, there aren't many who dare to fight against me." Feng Ning. Ao-chen saw that Feng Ning was in a good mood and felt that the time had come, so he unobtrusively steered the topic towards the heavenly court. He frowned slightly, a look of regret on his face as he sighed softly. "Feng Ning, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable at such a young age. You must have been to the Heavenly Court Fest, right?" Feng Ning raised an eyebrow and hummed lightly. "That's natural. I've naturally been to the Heavenly Court Fest." Ao-chen heard this and immediately picked up the conversation. "Previously, I also had the opportunity to go to the Heavenly Court Fest with Immortal Elder, but unfortunately, due to some changes later, I wasn't able to go after all, which is really a great pity." Feng Ning heard this, but gave a cold snort of disdain. "What's so good about that place? But it's just a place where people get together to talk some scenes. Those so-called leaders, all of them are so honorable on the surface, but behind their backs, they don't know how many dirty thoughts they are harboring." Ao-chen froze, really did not expect Feng Ning to react in such a way. He looked up and down at Feng Ning in front of him, muttering in his heart, "This little girl, how could this little girl even have such an opinion about the Heavenly Court? That's a unique idea you have, very different from what I've heard before." Ao-chen couldn't help but say, his eyes filled with curiosity. Feng Ning looked like she was lost in thought, and after a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. "When it comes to good places to go, it's still the human realm's capital city that's the most lively. It's bustling with everything, and it's much more interesting than the Heavenly Court." Ao-chen's heart stirred as he followed his master in concentrating on cultivation in the mountains. "It's true that I've never been anywhere, and I'm short on insight." A hilarious scene instantly comes to mind. He couldn't help but follow up. "The human world's capital city? What kind of prosperous and lively scene is there?" Feng Ning looked at the dumbfounded appearance of the little dragon and couldn't help but feel amused, and with a flicker of amusement in his eyes, describe it with gusto. The streets and alleys of the capital city of the human realm were filled with bustling crowds. The stores along the streets were one after the other, and the silk houses were filled with gorgeous and colorful damasks and silks, so brightly colored that they could dazzle one's eyes. The jewelry stores displayed dazzling exotic treasures, each gem emitting a mysterious and fascinating light. There are also countless food stalls, full of aroma and shouting. The charred aroma of roasted buns, the sweet aroma of sweet fried chestnuts, all kinds of aromas intertwined together, tickling one's cravings. At night, The whole capital is illuminated by lights, and the night market is even more lively, with juggling performances, artists on stage somersaults, fire breathing, attracting the audience bursts of gasps. There was also opera playing and singing, and the mellifluous chants echoed through the air with a lot of laughter. As soon as Fong Ning spoke, her gaze suddenly settled on Ao-chan, and a light seemed to flash in her eyes. The corners of her mouth rose slightly with a hint of playfulness and anticipation as she said, "Little dragon, 7 days from now, this princess is going to attend that extremely uninteresting heavenly court event. Before that, how about you accompany this princess on a tour of the mountains and enjoy the unique elegance of the human realm's capital city?" When Ao-chen heard this, his heart burst with dark joy. "Isn't this the opportunity you've been dreaming of?" But then he pretended to be a little hesitant. His brow furrowed lightly. His lips pursed. It's just the right amount of inner turmoil. I can't thank your highness enough for such a generous favor. Only, my heart has always been full of yearning for the heavenly court, where all the immortals gather, and I long to be able to go and see that grand scene. I wonder if your highness can." Fong Ning waved her hand impatiently before Ao-chen could finish his sentence. The movement was crisp and clear, with an unquestionable decisiveness that, "Don't even think about the heavenly court. There's nothing interesting there. A bunch of gods and goddesses get together and talk all day long about fake and empty scenes. It's boring as hell." Ao-chan grimaced and tried to fight a little more. "Your highness, I've heard that the heavenly court's architecture is magnificent, and the immortal laws and avatars are even more magical, so it's a shame to miss it." Fong Ning clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes firm. "Don't mention the heavenly court anymore. If this princess says she won't go, she won't go. Listen to me, the human world's capital is the place to go. The hustle and bustle there will surely make you forget to return. Think about it, little dragon and I can casually savor food on the streets together and appreciate folk arts. How comfortable we are." Ao-chen saw Fong Ning's resolute attitude, and knew that it would be useless to force the issue again, so it had to settle for the next best thing. He said with a hint of helplessness and expectation in his tone, "Since that's the case, then Fong Ning, take me on a trip to the human realm. I hope the capital city is really as interesting as you said." Fong Ning tilted her head to look at Ao-chen, and the corner of her mouth suddenly hooked into a wry smile. Eyes so sharp that it seemed as if they could see through the hearts of the people. He spoke leisurely. "Little dragon, I'm afraid you're not trying to use this opportunity to escape, are you?" Ao-chen's heart tightened violently, and his face instantly piled up with a look of urgency. There was a twelfth of sincerity in his tone, and he hastened to make a statement. "Of course not. Her Highness the Princess has been so gracious to me. How could I have such treasonous thoughts? I'm just bent on seeing the bustling human realm capital that the princess spoke of." Fong Ning raised an eyebrow. A trace of coldness flashed in her eyes, as if it was frost in a cold night, and her voice became cold and harsh as well. "Forgive you. You wouldn't dare. As long as you try to escape, the red flame chain on your hand will release 10,000 red flames and turn you into ashes. This red flame chain recognizes me, and as long as I move my mind, it will make you beg for your life and death." Ao-chen subconsciously swallowed his mouth when he heard this. A flicker of awe flashed in his eyes as he busied himself. "Fong Ning, don't worry. I won't have that kind of thought again. I will definitely follow Her Highness closely and not move an inch." Fong Ning smiled with satisfaction. That smile was like a flower blooming in spring, instantly dispelling the icy aura from earlier. She said again, "But how are you going to repay me when this princess takes you out for a trip?" Ao-chen pondered for a moment as he reached out and a crystal clear ice flower appeared in his palm, its petals shimmering with colorful light as it slowly rotated. This ice flower was like a dreamy elf in his palm, exuding a mesmerizing aura. Ao-chen sent the ice flower to Fong Ning and said, "For you." Fong Ning was stunned, not expecting this little dragon to suddenly change into a flower. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes, and she took, happily, the ice flowers radiated a slight coolness in her hands, but they didn't melt. "It's beautiful," she exclaimed, pure joy in her voice. Ao-chen looked at Fong Ning. It just feels like she's like a little girl getting candy at the moment that. A bright smile of innocence spread across the little face. That smile was pure and beautiful, like the warmest sunshine in spring. It shone straight into Ao-chen's heart, causing his heart to move slightly. "You like it?" Ao-chen asked, his voice unconsciously softening. Fong Ning nodded her head, her tone filled with joy. Love it. It's so pretty. Or Xiaolong gave it to me." Saying that, she moved closer to Ao-chen and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. That one, as gentle as a feather brushing against a. However, it set off shockwaves in Ao-chen's heart. Somehow, Ao-chen actually had a sour heart. For a moment, his thoughts drifted back to what Saitama had said. The third princess, she was really nothing more than a little girl, simply because she was born with an extremely high level of cultivation. In what should have been an innocent and carefree youth, having to put away the innocence of a child and pretend to be an adult. Follow those battle-hardened generals as they run into battle and fight demons and evils to the death, while girls of the same age are still pampered in the warm embrace of their parents, while playing in shelter and enjoying the joys of childhood. Feng Ning, however, was already clad in heavy, cold armor, calm and collected, commanding thousands of troops. Ao Chen looked at Feng Ning, who was intoxicated by that ice flower in front of him. A wave of pity inexplicably welled up in his heart. In the end, it's also a little girl at heart. I have more here if you like, he whispered, wanting to give her more pleasure. With that, he mobilized the mana in his body and pointed with his hand. An icy blue light overflowed from his fingertips and coalesced on the ground. In an instant, the ground blossomed with blue ice flowers shimmering with blue light, like a fantastic sea of ice flowers that it exuded an ethereal chill that decorated the entire room like a dream. Feng Ning was stunned by the sight in front of her. Her eyes were full of awe, her mouth slightly open and, as if he couldn't believe what was in front of him. This is too beautiful. There was shock and surprise in her voice, and at the moment she was totally immersed in this fantastic view. Ao Chan looked at her with a smile and said, I can turn out as many as you like for you. His eyes were full of tenderness and favor. Feng Ning turned around, her eyes full of smiles. Thank you, little dragon. Since I was a child, no one has ever given this princess flowers. Ao Chen walked forward and gently embraced her into his arms, saying, Feng Ning, I would like to send you flowers. I would like to take you to see flowers. Feng Ning tilted her small face and leaned into Ao Chen's arms. Really? Little dragon is so nice. Ao Chen was suddenly at a bit of a loss for words. He had wanted to put on an act and make Feng Ning happy, so that she would let her guard down and let herself go. But at this moment, looking at Feng Ning's innocent smile in her arms, feeling the warmth of her body heat, in his heart he actually wished to take her to see the flowers, to show her an even more beautiful sight. And Feng Ning's small face was close to Ao Chen's chest, listening to the little dragon's heartbeat. Plop, plop. The powerful throbbing sound seemed like a beautiful melody. She hooked her mouth in a smile, and was secretly pleased with herself. It was interesting to see this little dragon go through all the trouble to please himself. Chapter 23 Raiders. Ao Chen packed up in a hurry and prepared to get up and go with Feng Ning to the human world's capital city, where he wanted to seek opportunities where he could contact his clan. However, Feng Ning seemed to have thrown this matter out of the sky and did not mention it again. This made Ao Chen couldn't help but begin to secretly feel anxious. What's wrong with this little girl? Could it be that she's forgotten? Ao Chen muttered in his heart. He couldn't hold back his inner urgency and decided to take the initiative to explore Feng Ning's trail. He asked with a hint of urgency in his tone as he called to Zurin. Zurin, where is the third princess? Zealand replied with a slight bow of respect. Back to Mr. Long. The princess has gone to the study. The study? Ao Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in confusion. He had never seen Feng Ning's serious reading appearance before. It's really hard to imagine what that would be like. Ao Chen sincerely pleaded with Zealand to take him to Feng Ning. Zealand nodded in agreement and led the way. Ao Chen, on the other hand, followed closely behind. Along the way, they passed through a winding, carved corridor with exquisite carvings, bypassing a delicate and elegant, unique garden landscape. The garden of exotic flowers and plants compete with each other, exuding a burst of charming fragrance. Wigwams and rocks are strewn about, and running water gurgles around them. However, all of this breathtakingly beautiful scenery, at the moment in Ao Chen's eyes are like passing clouds. His mind had long been fully occupied by Feng Ning, and all he could think of was to see her quickly and discuss with her the great matter of going to the human realm as soon as possible. Finally, they arrived outside Feng Ning's study. The door to the study was closed, giving off an air of silence and mystery. Zealand signaled Ao Chen to wait for a while, and then instructed the subordinate at the side to go in and inform him. In a few moments, a little maid came out with a quick. She was dressed in a pale pink dress, with two playful buns tied around her head. There were also delicate beaded flowers pinned to her bun, swaying gently as she moved. The little maid walked up to Ao Chen and slightly curtsied, her voice clear and pleasant. Please, Mr. Dragon, follow me. Ao Chen nodded and followed the little maid as she carefully stepped into the study. Instantly, the sight before him left him in awe. The interior of the house was extremely sumptuously decorated, and the shelves were filled with all kinds of valuable books. The covers of those books are either made of rare leather, or beautifully inlaid with gemstones and smelling faintly of ink, as if showing the world how extraordinary they are. Ao Chen followed the little maid and slowly walked into the depths of the study, only to see that Feng Ning was sitting in front of the desk, fully concentrating on sketching. Books were piled up in front of her, some spread out and densely annotated, some were neatly stacked, waiting for her to look through them. The bookshelf next to it was also layered with volumes. The sunlight through the carved window gently sprinkled on Feng Ning's body, outlining a circle of gold for her. She looked like a beautiful fairy, breathtakingly beautiful. Feng Ning raised her eyes to look up and lightly opened her vermilion lips to ask, "Little dragon, why did you find me here?" The corners of Ao Chen's mouth rose slightly, blossoming into a soft smile as he said softly, "When I don't see the princess for a few moments, my heart is empty and I miss her very much." Hearing this, Feng Ning couldn't help but to laugh and snickered. Little dragon is getting better and better at making this princess happy now. I haven't seen you so good at talking before. Upon hearing this, Ao Chen's expression immediately became extremely serious, and his gaze sincerely looked at Feng Ning, saying, "What I said was sincere. The princess has been caring for me all this time, and I have long since placed the princess in my heart." Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's eager and serious appearance, and her heart warmed. On the face, but pretending to be calm, he waved his hand at Ao Chen and said, "Come, help this princess sharpen her ink. If you grind it well, I'll trust you." "Good," Ao Chen hurriedly answered and raised his steps towards the desk. When I saw the pile of books on the desk, which were arranged in a haphazard manner, he didn't mind, and with gentle movements, he gently cupped one of the ancient books and, the slender fingers seemed to carry the wind, and carefully brushed the dust from it. Then, they were neatly arranged according to category and size. That between his hands and feet, he showed the elegance and calmness of the dragon nobleman. Every movement is smooth and natural, not too fast and not too slow, through the innate reserve and connoisseurship. "Tidy up." Ao Chen raised his hand and gently rolled up his sleeve, moving as elegantly as if he was performing a solemn ceremony. He sat steadily on Feng Ning's side, picked up the ink spindle, and began to grind it on the ink stone. The ink spindle and the ink slab rubbed against each other, making a slight rustling sound. It's like a mountain spring flowing over pebbles, crisp and clear. As the ink thickened a little bit, the air leisurely filled with a rich ink fragrance, lingering on the side of the two people. When researching ink, Ao Chen's body seemed to be covered with a soft halo, eyes so focused as to be almost obsessed, staring intently at the ink spindle and ink stone in his hand, as if at this moment, the whole world is condensed in this small ink stone. That red chain of crimson flame around his wrist, with the movement of the arm gently swaying, just like a nimble fire snake. It shimmered with a mysterious luster in the daylight, adding a bit of a mysterious yet fascinating aura to him. Feng Ning was sketching and drawing on the paper while casting his gaze towards Ao Chen from time to time. Looking at Ao Chen's concentration like this, somehow, she just found the scene incredibly sexy and her heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Her eyes gradually became fiery, filled with nothing but this little dragon in front of her who was focused on sharpening the ink. At that exact moment, Ao Chen inadvertently raised his eyes and, four eyes, as if two lightning bolts had met in the air. It was as if there was a flash of electricity. It was as if time stood still for a moment, and the whole study. The only sounds were the rustling of the ink spindle grinding and the slight breathing of the two men getting more and more anxious. Suddenly, as if driven by a mysterious force, Feng Ning, his eyes darkened, and an uncontrollable urge surged through his heart. The impulse came so swiftly and strongly that she could no longer control herself and, rising violently, he pounced on Ao Chen to the ground in one fell swoop. Ao Chen was unprepared, and was caught off guard by Feng Ning's sudden move. There was a muffled thud. The two fell to the ground together. Ao Chen's face was full of shock, his eyes were round, and he looked straight at Feng Ning, who was pressing on top of him, stuttered the question. "Gong, princess, you are." His voice was full of shock and confusion, his chest heaving violently as he, obviously not yet recovered from the accident. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up in an evil smile. The tone was playful and a little wry, saying, "What's hidden in Little Dragon? Why does it smell so good? This princess will have to look for it." Saying that, she stretched out her small hand and slowly probed into Ao Chen's shirt and, fingertips gently touched his skin, a delicate touch that brought on a tingling wariness. Ao Chen twisted his body and couldn't help but beg for mercy. "Princess, don't." Itchy. The corners of Feng Ning's mouth rose more and more obviously as she said triumphantly, "So this is it." At this moment, her eyes seemed to be burning with two blazing flames of. In the next second, he domineeringly kissed Ao Chen's lips. Ao Chen's body instantly stiffened, and his mind went blank. It was as if the entire world had stopped functioning at that moment. He could only really feel Feng Ning's soft lips. And the close, sharp breathing. After a while, it was only with difficulty that Ao Chen came back to his senses, his cheeks rolling and burning. He stammered, "Princess, this is the study, in case someone else sees." With that said, his brow furrowed as he subconsciously glanced in the direction of the door. Feng Ning, however, was full of concern, with a hint of stubbornness and capriciousness in her eyes. She raised her chin slightly and said, "Concentrate. In this study, there are only the two of us at the moment. Even if someone else knows, what can they do?" After saying that, as if she wanted to pull all of Ao Chen's attention back to herself, she kissed Ao Chen again. This time, Ao Chen felt this blazing emotion from Feng Ning. The originally suppressed love in his heart surged like a flood that broke the dike. He gradually relaxed, his hands gently encircling Feng Ning's small waist, arms pressed slightly harder, carefully responding to her kiss. At the moment, nothing in the study seemed to concern them. It was as if time had stopped flowing and the whole world was left with only the sound of each other's heartbeats and passionate love. For a long time, Feng Ning finally let go of Ao Chen, and the two of them gasped slightly, their foreheads resting against each other. Ao Chen's eyes were full of deep love, and he said softly, "Princess, when are we going to move to the human world?" Feng Ning blinked and returned, "Don't be anxious, this princess has her own arrangements." After a long time, Feng Ning gently tidied up her clothes, the charming scent of the party still lingering in her hair. She walked in style to the desk, and sat down with a straight posture. And, as if the ardor of the party had never happened, he began to concentrate on his sketching again. Ao Chen also quickly organized his slightly messy clothes and walked over to Feng Ning. He picked up the ink spindle and continued to sharpen her ink with skillful movements. The ink spindle rubbed against the ink stone and the rustling sound resumed. Ao Chen looked at the lines gradually taking shape under Feng Ning's pen. His heart was filled with curiosity, and he couldn't help but ask in doubt, "What is the princess drawing?" He leaned in slightly, trying to make sense out of the dense lines. Feng Ning raised her head, her eyes flashing with a spiritual light, and said with a faint smile to Ao Chen, "Naturally, it's to do the earthly tour guide. It's rare to go out and play with Little Dragon. This princess naturally has to do a good job of the guide, and make sure to let Little Dragon play to his heart's content." Ao Chen's eyes widened, and his eyes were filled with surprise. How could he not expect that Feng Ning would prepare so diligently for this trip? An inexplicable feeling of emotion welled up inside him and he couldn't help but say, "The princess is so thoughtful." Feng Ning gently pressed his large hand that was sharpening the ink, and the warmth of his palm passed over with a slight warmth. She took Ao Chen's arm and pulled him closer to the drawing. He was so excited to introduce him to each one of them. "Look, this is the busiest street in the capital, where there are all sorts of novelties and countless delicacies. It is said that there is a snack called sugar gourd, which is sweet and sour, wrapped in crystallized sugar coating on the outside. So it is delicious," Feng Ning said, and couldn't help but gulp himself. As Ao Chen listened, he tried to imagine what a sugar plum would look like in his mind and couldn't help but laugh. "Sounds interesting. Just this sugar gourd. Is it really as delicious as the princess said?" Feng Ning glared at Ao Chen and snapped, "Little Dragon doesn't believe me? Once you have tasted it, you will know that what this princess says is true. There's also this side, a famous garden, with different scenery in all seasons. It's breathtakingly beautiful." As Ao Chen listened to Feng Ning's introduction, he only felt cloudy and confused. Those interesting stories of the human world that he had never heard of unfolded before his eyes like a marvelous dream. All he knew before was that the human realm was an existence he needed to guard. Eyes always focused on the responsibility and mission of guarding there, and never thought there were so many interesting places there. He looked at Feng Ning, who was so excited to tell him about it. An inexplicable emotion welled up in his heart. He turned his face sideways, his gaze gently falling on Feng Ning, looking at her soulful eyes. Soaring, an unspeakable emotion quietly surged in Ao Chen's heart. The emotion was a gentle wisp, but it stirred up his otherwise calm heart lake, sending ripples through the layers. Chapter 24, The Golden Scale. Feng Ning had just stepped into the bedchamber. What met his eyes was the sight of Zealand with a few maids busy in a frenzy. The bedchamber was a busy place, with table after table full of clothes and objects. Various types of damasks, silks, and rare magic treasures glittered charmingly under the candlelight. Feng Ning raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes, asked softly, "Zurin, what are you guys up to?" When Zealand heard Feng Ning's voice, the movements in his hands stopped violently. Hastily walking quickly to Feng Ning, he respectfully saluted and returned. "Princess, when the slave girl learned that you were going to the human realm, she thought to make some preparations for you. Although the human realm is prosperous, it's different from here, so it's always a good idea to make more preparations." Feng Ning swept a glance behind Zealand. One could only see that those clothes were made of the finest materials and were colorful, and each of them was embroidered with delicate patterns. The magic treasures were also all treasures that emitted spiritual light, and it was clear at a glance that they were of great value. She couldn't help but say as the corners of her mouth turned up in a smirk, "Zealand, this is a thorough preparation on your part. However, there is no need for you to follow me when I go to the human realm this time." As soon as Zealand heard this, A hint of worry flashed in his eyes and his brow furrowed slightly. She had been by Feng Ning's side for many years, and with her deep love for her master and servant, her heart was always relieved to see Feng Ning. She took a step forward to Feng Ning and said with a sincere face, "Princess, the trip to the human realm is long and full of unknown dangers. The slave girl really can't rest assured of you. The human world is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and there are all kinds of people. In case the princess encounters any trouble, and there is not even a caretaker by her side, what can be done? I beg to be able to follow you, or to take close care of the princess." Feng Ning said with a slight smile, "I understand your intentions, but this time I'm going with Little Dragon. I don't want a second person to follow." Zealand froze slightly, then responded with a knowing smile appeared on his face, with a hint of flirtation in his eyes, and said, "Princess, slave girl understands. This is your sweet date with Mr. Long Ah." Feng Ning's cheeks flushed slightly, and she coughed lightly, ranting, "You're the one who's resourceful. In the 3 realms, there is no opponent for me." Feng Ning, "Don't worry. I have been practicing since I was young and have many magic treasures. Can I still be afraid of those mortals?" Zurin nodded, but couldn't help but bark. The princess is highly skilled in martial arts, so she is not afraid. It's just that along the way, if you encounter any trouble, the princess must send a message back in time. You don't know. If you weren't in the mansion, the slave girl would be on tenterhooks all day. Feng Ning smiled slightly and reached out to gently pat Zealand's shoulder, saying, "Good. I'll make a note of it. You should also take good care of yourself in the mansion. And when Little Dragon and I come back, we will definitely bring you novelties from the human realm." A flicker of anticipation flashed in Zealand's eyes, and his hands unconsciously clasped together as he said, "Then the slave girl will be waiting for the princess's gift. Princess must have fun with Mr. Long this time. Speaking of which, Mr. Long is a talented man. Standing together with you, Princess, is truly a match made in heaven." The slave girl sees that Mr. Long is also sincere to the princess. The corners of Feng Ning's mouth rose, and her eyes were filled with longing for this trip to the human realm, saying, "Good. By the way, Zealand, of these magic treasures you prepared, are there any that can conceal your breath?" Zealand rushed back, "Yes, Princess. The slave girl has prepared this concealment jade pendant, and as long as it is worn on the body, it will be able to conceal the aura without a trace, making it difficult for even those with high cultivation levels to detect it." With that, she picked up a warm jade pendant from a pile of magic treasures and handed it to Feng Ning. Feng Ning took the jade pendant and placed it in her hand to scrutinize it. The jade pendant was turquoise in color and warm to the touch, with some complicated runes engraved on it, vaguely emitting a mysterious aura. She nodded in satisfaction and praise. "Nice." Zealand continued, "Princess, the slave girl thought that the customs of the human world are different from ours, so she specially prepared some clothes that are lightweight and in line with the aesthetics of the human world. Look at these pieces. The style is simple and generous, and it's easy to move around in." Feng Ning looked at the clothes, reached out and gently caressed the fabric, and said with satisfaction, "Well, it's all good." Asterisk. At night, all is silent. Ao Chen was lying on the couch, his eyes looking straight at the tent above his head, but his thoughts had long drifted away. When he thought that he would be traveling with Feng Ning to the prosperous places of the human realm tomorrow, an uncontrollable anticipation surged in his heart. I wonder what the human world is really like. He had also listened to eldest sister and the others describing the human realm to him before, and at that time, he only felt that the human realm was distant and mysterious. Now, he finally had the chance to experience it for himself, and he was still with Feng Ning. This struck him as absurd. After tossing and turning in bed for a long time, Ao Chen finally gave up his intention to fall asleep. He sighed softly helplessly, rolled over and sat up, smoothly draped himself in that white robe, gently pushed open the door of his room, and paced to the middle of the courtyard. Ao Chen sat down on the stone bench and launched himself into a daze as he stared somewhat blankly ahead. There was silence all around. After a long time, Ao Chen suddenly felt a strange movement in his body. He turned his head and noticed a blue glow from a scale on his left arm. The light was faint, but it stood out in this dark night. He frowned slightly, then a hint of surprise and incredulity flashed in his eyes. He looked again at the red flame chain on his right wrist, which was emitting a faint red light, recalling in his mind the spells of cultivation, mobilizing the mana flowing within his body. As his mana was injected, the red light on the red flame chain began to flicker slightly, seemingly fighting against his power. Ao Chen clenched his teeth. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, and his face was slightly flushed from the exertion. He focused his mind and controlled the mana to wrap the red flame chain in layers. Every ounce of mana surging was like a tough battle, and he had to go all out. Gradually, a layer of crystal clear thin ice began to condense around the red flame chain. As At first it was just a speck of stars, and then it spread rapidly until it formed a thin ball of ice around the red flame chain. The ice ball emitted a faint cold aura that intertwined with the red light of the red flame chain, forming a strange scene. When Ao Chen saw this, a delighted smile appeared on his face. He took a short break to calm his breath, then immediately raised his other hand and mobilized his mana again. The piece of blue light on his left arm slowly converged on his palm, the light getting brighter and brighter, and the shape gradually becoming clearer. A moment later, a small and delicate blue dragon appeared in his palm. The little dragon was lifelike, its eyes flickering spiritually as if it was alive. Its scales shimmered with a blue shimmer, and the dragon's whiskers swung gently, making it look very cute. Ao Chen's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the little dragon in his hands, as if he saw infinite possibilities. Jean Scale, is that you? He asked softly, a hint of uncertainty and anticipation in his voice. That little dragon let out a childish dragon's roar, a clear and pleasant sound. Ao Chen was pleasantly surprised. He stood up excitedly and said to Xiaolong with a solemn expression, Brocade Scale, quickly go to Kunlun Mountain, tell Master Teacher that I'm alright here. But, I'm in some trouble and need his help. As soon as the words left his mouth, the little dragon, as if it had understood him, it circled around in his palm a few times, letting out a small, crisp dragon's roar before lifting its wings and flying off into the air. Its figure grew smaller and smaller, and it soon disappeared into the vastness of the night. Ao Chen looked at the direction the little dragon flew off in, his eyes filled with reluctance and worry. He just stood there silently, waiting until the little dragon completely disappeared from view, and only then did he put his heart down a little, turning around and preparing to go back to the house. However, when his gaze landed on the doorway, his entire body instantly froze, only to see Feng Ning standing there silently, cupping a small blue dragon in his hand that was extremely similar to the one he had just let go, was looking at him with a smirk on his face. The moonlight poured over her, outlining her delicate figure, but also making her expression seem a bit elusive. The corners of Feng Ning's mouth rose slightly as she laughed softly, caught a disobedient bug. What does the little dragon say to do with it? The voice was soft, but it was like thunder in Ao Chen's ears. When Ao Chen saw this scene, he only felt a chill run straight up from the soles of his feet, and a cold sweat instantly drenched his back. His mind raced, trying to come up with a plausible explanation, but for a moment he was too nervous to speak. Feng Ning saw that he didn't speak. The hint of a smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a face of coldness, like 1,000 years of immutable ice and snow. The coldness came to his face. She said coldly, I was going to take you down the mountain tomorrow, but now it seems like there's a better place for you to go. Maybe the dark dungeon is the best place for little dragon to go. Chapter 25, Spirit Beasts. Ao Chen's heart was violently tightened, as if it was severely gripped by an invisible and cold hand, and his internal organs were all gripped together. He was incomparably clear that things had reached a critical moment of close call in life and death at this moment. If I can't properly explain it to the tricky Princess Feng Ning in front of me, this dreamy, long-awaited opportunity to go to the human world would shatter like a bubble and come to nothing. Even scarier, it was highly likely that Feng Ning would completely lock him up in a fit of rage. From then on, he was deep in a cage and never free again. Such horrifying consequences kept circling in his mind, causing his breath to become short. With a heartbeat, he gritted his teeth and a rolling blush spread across his face. Eyes full of eagerness and sincerity, lips trembling slightly, he explained eagerly. No, Feng Ning, listen to me. I actually want little dragon to go back. Tell master, I have met a woman I like. Let him cancel my marriage contract. Ao Chen finished these words in one breath, his heart thumping madly in his chest, the violent beating seeming as if it was going to break through his chest and shatter the air around him. He was so nervous that fine beads of sweat covered his forehead and his eyes were tightly fixed on Feng Ning's face, not sparing any slightest change of expression on her face. When Feng Ning heard this, an extremely surprised look instantly appeared on her face. The eyes that were originally slightly narrowed and permeated with coolness and vigilance instantly widened. A quick, imperceptible flash of emotion passed through her eyes. The emotion was complex and indistinguishable, seemingly surprise, seemingly doubtful. More like a trace of expectation hidden in the bottom of the heart was quietly evoked. She subconsciously raised an eyebrow, a hint of irritation and probing in her tone. You're engaged? To whom? How long has this engagement been going on? Ao Chen nodded his head, followed by a shake of his head, his voice tinged with anxiety and panic as he explained. It hasn't been formalized yet. It's just that immortal father, his old man, has this intention. The other party is a princess of the other immortal clan, and he wants me to marry her as an immortal couple, as a way to consolidate the relationship between the two clans. But she and I have never met, and since I met you, I realized what a true heartbeat is. I don't want to comply with Immortal Elder's arrangement. That's why I want Little Dragon to go back and pass a message, hoping to cancel the marriage contract. By the way, I'd like to report that I'm safe, so that master teacher doesn't have to worry about me. Feng Ning quietly looked at Ao-chen with a hint of scrutiny in her gaze. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the entire world fell silent, leaving only the sound of the two men's slight breathing. It was a long time before she spoke slowly. And, are you telling the truth? If I find out that you're lying, you know the consequences. Every word is true. If you don't believe me, ask Jinlin. Ao-chen said hurriedly, his eyes full of sincerity. Who's Jinlin? Feng Ning's small brows furrowed. A hint of curiosity appeared on her face, and the color of vigilance in her eyes faded slightly. The little dragon in your hand. Its name is Jinlin. Ao-chen reached out and pointed at the little dragon in Feng Ning's hand, his arm trembling slightly because of his anxiety. His eyes were filled with anxiety and worry, fearing that Feng Ning would do any harm to Jinlin. After all, it was a spirit beast that was hatched with great difficulty. It can't just be born and suffer this fate. Only then did Feng Ning look down at the little dragon in her hand that she was about to strangle to death. His brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes instantly became cold, as if a layer of ice had formed. Good. Your clan has even released this little snake to find you. Humph. This little is powerful, able to penetrate deep into our Phoenix clan as Holy Land. It seems that your dragon clan doesn't put my Phoenix clan in their eyes. With that, her hands instantly changed into blazing flames the flame carried a blazing heat and approached towards the little dragon, looking like it was about to burn the little dragon to death. No, it isn't. No, no, no. Ao-chen shouted anxiously, his body surging forward, trying to stop Feng Ning, his voice shrill with fear. He explained. He didn't come in from the outside. He's the scales on me. Scales? Feng Ning's movements paused for a moment, her eyes filled with doubt, and the flame in her hand weakened slightly. How is this possible? How could a scale turn into a small dragon? Are you not fooling me? Yes, it was the scales on my body that changed. Ao-chen hastened to emphasize again, with a hint of supplication in his voice. There is a secret method in my dragon clan. Under a specific chance, the scales can be transformed into a spirit, and this is the case with Jinlin. The corners of Feng Ning's mouth rose slightly, revealing a seeming smile. Interesting. How many scales are on that little dragon? Could you have all the scales on you like that? Ao-chen was shocked and screamed in his heart that it was not good, but he still said stiffly, Princess, this is the only one. No other scales will do. This scale is different from all the others because it has been touched by the hand of the dragon sage, so it has a spiritual nature. Feng Ning's eyes darkened as she pursued. Dragon saint? Male or female? Male. Male. Ao-chen returned in a panic. When Feng Ning heard this, a hint of movement flashed in her eyes, and her hands loosened their strength, releasing the little dragon in her hands. Right at this moment, that little dragon actually looked like a bird that had gotten free and happily flew to Feng Ning's face and kissed it. When Ao-chen saw this, he blushed for a moment and stammered. Jinlin, how? Are you so unruly? He was angry and anxious in his heart. He did not expect this little dragon to be so unproductive that he started to pander to Feng Ning. Feng Ning was also stunned by this little dragon's sudden gesture of goodwill. Then a long-lost bright smile appeared on her small face. A smile as bright and charming as a flower blooming in spring. She snickered. What? Look. This little guy. He's much cuter than you. The one who knows the time is the one who knows the time. People know that I'm the master here. Ao-chen stared at the little dragon, which actually spat out its tongue at him in a mischievous and defiant manner. This made Ao-chen really angry and amused, so he shook his head helplessly and had to say to Feng Ning, he looks very fond of you. Feng Ning gently stroked the Jinlin that landed on her shoulder. Her eyes became softer as she said, then this little dragon. Follow me. In the future, you'll stay with me. Don't always make me angry like your master. Ao-chen's face showed hesitation. This, Jinlin it. Feng Ning's face sank as she feigned anger. What? You can't give it up? Just now you were saying a bunch of nice things, and now you're not even willing to give me a little dragon. Ao-chen hurriedly waved his hand, his face filled with a nervous expression, and said, no, Feng Ning, I'm just worried that Jinlin will cause you trouble. It has just hatched out not long ago, and is very unruly. It may sneak out when you are not looking. After all, if it gets into trouble, my heart goes out to you that you will be disturbed. Feng Ning hummed lightly and clasped her hands in front of her chest, confidently saying, don't worry, I'll take good care of it. I'd like to see how naughty it can be. Feng Ning raised her hand and the brocade scale flew to her palm. Feng Ning asked softly, little fellow, are you willing to follow me and let me be your master? In the future, I'll protect you and take you to eat and drink. That little dragon, brocade scale, actually nodded. followed by a clear and high dragon roar. The. Then he obediently lay down on Feng Ning's palm and squinted his eyes cozily, looking as content as he could be. Oh-Chen couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at Jean Scale's shameless appearance. Good guy, just born, and so watery to recognize the thief as the father. Chapter 26, Jade Pendant. Feng Ning gently raised her hand, only to see a brilliant light flash by and a red brocade spirit pet bag embroidered with exquisite designs then appeared in her palm. Jinlin, come in, Feng Ning ordered to that little dragon. Only the small brocade-scaled dragon circled and danced in the air, and the light around it flourished. Immediately afterward, it transformed into a dragon scale that emitted an ethereal light that, slowly floating into Feng Ning's prepared spirit pet bag. That kind of puts the little guy in his place. Feng Ning's eyebrows curved, the corners of her mouth rose, and her eyes were filled with joy. She raised her eyes to Ao Chen and said softly, I didn't expect that you would even think of mentioning me to your master. This kind of intention, this princess has taken note of it. Ao Chen nodded slightly and said, This matter is naturally good to inform the master at an early date. The princess and I are in love with each other, and our minds are connected, so it's only right to let everyone know about it. When Feng Ning heard this, the joy in her heart exploded like fireworks. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, and a playful smile played at the corner of her mouth as she said, Since Little Dragon said that he and I are in love and share the same feelings, then tonight, Little Dragon will share the same couch and bed with this princess. When Ao Chen heard this, his heart snapped and he hurriedly said, Princess, we still have to set out for the human realm tomorrow. You have to raise your spirits. However, Feng Ning waved her hand in a carefree manner. There was a bit of willfulness and savagery in her demeanor. I'm in good spirits. As the words fell out, she pulled Ao Chen's arm without a second thought, pulling him straight toward his room. As soon as I stepped into the room, without hesitation, she held out her hand and, with one hand, he grabbed the collar of Ao Chen's white robe and pulled it with force. Hiss! The sound of fabric tearing was extraordinarily clear in the silence of the room. Ao Chen's robe was just ripped away from her. I don't know how long. When Feng Ning was satisfied and had fun, she left. It was only then that Ao Chen dragged his slightly exhausted body and slowly got up. He looked at his disheveled clothes, and a glint of helplessness flashed in his eyes as he, raising a hand to compose himself, he tried to smooth out the marks left by the party. Thinking back to all the things that happened tonight, Ao Chen couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief. Secretly, I'm glad, it was close, but what's up with the Kitsune thing, anyway? That guy's behavior was really hard for him to understand. I was counting on Jean Lin to help me out of this predicament, but who would have thought that it would be on the verge of selling out? The more Ao Chen thought about it, the more angry he became. But soon, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, pondering in his mind, that's just it. Why bother getting angry with this little animal? The most urgent thing to do is to think of a way to deal with the matter of going to the human realm tomorrow. The human realm. For Ao Chen, it might be a turnaround. A glimmer of hope flared in his heart that if he could find the right opportunity in the human realm too, it might be possible to contact the clan, or even get rid of Feng Ning and rejoin the dragon clan. Thinking of this, Ao Chen rubbed his aching legs and, there was a touch of soothing exhaustion between the movements. He then lay back slowly, adjusted his breathing, and, close your eyes and refresh yourself for tomorrow's unknown journey. Asterisk. The next day, Ao Chen and Feng Ning had long since gotten up, each changing into mortal clothes. Ao Chen stood in front of the bronze mirror. An alabaster-like robe was worn on his body. He was as upright as a pine standing, eyebrows like a distant diaper, eyes like a bright star, exudes an innate elegance between hands and feet. At this moment, he was alive and well as an earthly, gentle, rich sun. At that exact moment, Feng Ning walked in with a light step. Ao Chen turned around at the sound of moment. His gaze was then drawn to Feng Ning and he could no longer move away. Feng Ning faded from her former sharpness and, dressed in a long, pale pink dress embroidered with delicate floral patterns. It swung gently with every step she took. Her little face was playful and cute. Her skin was snowy, and her cheeks were lightly flushed. Those soulful eyes were as if they had thousands of stars. With her exquisite posture, she is like a royal princess on earth, noble and a little playful. How often had Ao Chen seen Feng Ning in such a delicate and soft manner? The heart couldn't help but flutter. Feng Ning, you are, today, really good looking. Ao Chen opened his mouth slightly and stammered for a long time before coming back to his senses. Feng Ning's cheeks reddened and she laughed lightly. Little dragon has such a sweet mouth. This kind of praise makes me a little embarrassed. Smiling, Feng Ning inadvertently looked up and, his eyes fell on the two majestic dragon horns on Ao Chen's head. The shocked reaction that a mortal might have at the sight of this dragon's horn comes to mind. I couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Ao Chen saw Feng Ning smiling so cheerfully, but he didn't know why. Asked with a bewildered look on his face. Why is the princess laughing? Feng Ning did not reply, but only stood on her tiptoes and, stretching out her small hand as delicate as white jade to touch Ao Chen's dragon horn, Ao Chen stiffened and subconsciously took a step back. His voice said with a few moments of nervousness and eagerness, "Princess, it must not be." When Feng Ning saw Ao Chen's reaction like this, she laughed even more. It was hard to stop laughing and said, "My little dragon, your pair of dragon horns are so conspicuous that when you first arrived in the mortal world, you wouldn't scare everyone half to death?" Only then did Ao Chen realize, and scrambled to raise his hand to cast a spell, and in the blink of an eye, the two dragon horns disappeared. Feng Ning looked fixedly at Ao Chen, who had hidden his dragon's horn. More and more, he felt that his temperament was outstanding and handsome. She walked to Ao Chen's side and took out a warm jade pendant from her bosom. Strange runes were engraved on it, and it was the very same magic treasure that could conceal one's breath. Her fingers gently brushed over the delicate lines on the jade pendant and gently tied it around Ao Chen's waist. Ao Chen looked at the jade pendant, his eyes filled with doubt, and he couldn't help but ask, "Princess, this is?" Feng Ning raised her eyes, her gaze carrying a hint of playfulness as she smiled and explained, "This jade pendant, it can conceal your breath." Ao Chen was even more puzzled, his brows lightly furrowed. "Why is that?" Feng Ning stretched out her finger and gently tapped the tip of Ao Chen's nose, saying, "You and I are both immortals. Walking on earth, if our breath is exposed, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble." When mortals saw the immortal race, they either panicked or had bad intentions, wanting to explore the immortal laws and immortal treasures. "We went to the earth for the purpose of traveling, and we don't want to be disturbed by these trivial matters. With this jade pendant, you will be able to be no different from mortals and enjoy the earth freely." Ao Chen came to a realization and nodded slightly. The princess is very well thought out. The jade pendant complemented Ao Chen's alabaster-like robe. Don't in the waist, actually added a few sexy flavor for no reason. After tying up the jade pendant, Feng Ning didn't immediately close her hand. Her small alabaster hand began to slide unctuously along Ao Chen's waist gently again. The eyes became hotter and hotter. It was as if that gaze was trying to see through Ao Chen, and the emotions contained within it were self-evident. Ao Chen was flustered. He understood all too well what that look in her eyes meant. At this moment, he didn't want to delay his trip to the human realm because of Feng Ning's sudden elegance. "Princess." Ao Chen coughed lightly and spoke hurriedly, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Let's not delay the hour. Let's get going." Feng Ning was slightly stunned. Then the corner of her mouth hooked into a wry smile and she obediently agreed. "Okay." With that, she took Ao Chen's hand and quickly walked towards the door. Chapter 27, The Human Realm. The Human Realm. The capital's prosperity is like a colorful painting. It unfolded in front of Ao Chen and Feng Ning's eyes. Just after stepping into the capital, the lively atmosphere that came over him dazzled Ao Chen. The stores lined up along the street look like tightly packed building blocks, each with its own unique character. The shelves are filled with a wide array of merchandise, from fine silks to tiny handicrafts. Each piece exudes a unique charm. The vendors were shouting at the top of their lungs, hawking there. The sounds of shouting and yelling intertwined with each other. The highs and lows seem like a rousing piece of music full of fireworks. In the distance, jugglers are doing their best. The sword and the gun, the fire and the beads, the thrill of it all. It drew applause from the crowd of onlookers. Applauding and applauding were like waves of 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 waves. Ao Chen's eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. For a moment he stared, unblinking, at the street stalls of kneaded dough men, watching with rapt attention as a ball of colorful dough magically transforms in the hands of the artist. In the blink of an eye, what was once lifeless dough becomes lifelike characters, animals, as if by magic. He couldn't help but tsk. A moment later, attracted by a shadow puppet show not far away, the eye followed the agile, leaping light of the, watching them play out on the white canvas of a brilliantly. Minds were filled with awe, mouths were slightly open, immersed in the marvelous show. He looked to his left and to his right, and his steps slowed unconsciously, as if to imprint it all in his mind. Afraid to miss any of the moments, Feng Ning walked beside him, taking in his every move, looking at him with that childlike curiosity. The heart felt very funny. "Little dragon, it's funny to see you looking around," Feng Ning said with a smile at the corner of her mouth, snickering. "In a while, my sister will buy you a candy cane to eat, okay?" Ao Chen was flirted with by Feng Ning. His face was stunned, and he was a bit embarrassed. "Princess, it's really that this place is too lively, very different from what I've seen in the past. In the Dragon Clan's territory, it was always solemn and serene. Where is there such a lively scene?" Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's unseen but innocent and cute appearance. The fondness of the heart grows stronger and stronger. Couldn't help but reach over with her jade hand and take his large hand. Took him to the candy cane stand. That red hawthorn wrapped in crystal clear sugar coating, glittering tantalizingly in the sunlight. It seems like a string of rubies, radiating sweetness. Feng Ning said crisply. Boss, 2 candy canes. The stall owner was all smiles, and with nimble hands, he took 2 bunches of sugar gourds from the haystack and handed them over. Feng Ning took it and turned to hand one of the strings to Ao Chen, who was beside her. The movements are natural and intimate. Ao Chen took the sugar gourd and held it in his hand for a while. The strings of sugar gourds are red and shiny. The sugar coating shimmers tantalizingly in the daylight. And the round, full hawthorns are wrapped in them, which is a beautiful sight. He took a light bite and the sweet and sour flavor exploded on his tongue in an instant. The taste came as a surprise, but it was just right. It made his eyes light up and his face then broke into a satisfied smile as he marveled. The fruit is really delicious. It tastes sour and sweet. Princess, try it too. Feng Ning had been watching him, and when she saw him in this state, her smile grew stronger. Looking at Ao Chen, she pondered in her heart. This little dragon, really simple and cute. A sugar gourd can make him this joyful. It's really dull and adorable. With this thought, she also took a bite of the sugar plum in her hand and nodded her head gently in agreement. Well, it is indeed good. The food on this earth has a new way of doing things and a unique taste, so it has a different flavor. After saying that, she raised her eyes to look at Ao Chen, her eyes full of tenderness and favor, and added another sentence that, however, this happy look on little dragon's face can be sweeter than this candy cane. As soon as the words fell, Feng Ning reached out her small hand and gently pinched Ao Chen's face. Ao Chen didn't expect her to act like this. His eyes widened and his body subconsciously dodged back, trying to avoid her hand. But Feng Ning is quick and agile. He didn't manage to dodge it, and just felt like a little pet being teased by his master at the moment. There was some helplessness and embarrassment in his heart. Seeing him react like this, Feng Ning couldn't help but laugh out loud. She said with gusto, in the future, I'll take little dragon to more fun places and eat more delicious food. The human world is so big, there are so many interesting things to do. At that moment, a little girl selling flowers appeared nearby. The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old, with 2 crochets of. It bounced merrily with her movements, like 2 agile butterflies. Her eyes were bright and witty, and she was a joy to look at. Brother and sister, how are you? The little girl had a sweet mouth and said with a smile, her voice as clear as a silver bell, instantly attracting the attention of Ao Chen and Feng Ning. You guys stand together, you're such a good match, like a divine couple that walked out of a painting. Brother, buy a bouquet of flowers for sister. Sister is so beautiful. With flowers, it's just like a fairy descending to earth. It must be even more beautiful. After saying that, she stood on her tiptoes and raised the bouquet in her hands high in the air, handing it to Ao Chen. When Ao Chen heard this, his face reddened to the roots of his ears. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Feng Ning, his eyes filled with panic and helplessness. Good. Ao Chen, who grew up in the Dragon Clan since he was a child, had experienced this kind of scene a few times. Faced with the little girl's enthusiastic and fiery sales pitch, she was completely at a loss as to how to respond. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's embarrassed appearance and only found it adorable. The corners of her mouth rose, curving into a nice curve, and she couldn't help but laugh softly again. Then, with skillful movements, she pulled the heavy coils from her waist and addressed the little girl with a big smile. Yeah, let's get a big bunch then. When the little girl heard this, her eyes instantly lit up. She held the bouquet with both hands and carefully handed it to Feng Ning, saying, Sister, these are the best flowers I've ever picked. Feng Ning took the bouquet, but instead of holding it herself, she turned her hand and sent the flowers to Ao Chen's arms. For my sweet little dragon. Ao Chen's eyes widened in some surprise and froze for a moment before carefully accepting the bouquet. In a flash, a warm wave of his heart beat violently and uncontrollably. A sweetness and joy that had never been felt before spread through the heart. The little girl looked at the cozy scene, clapping her little hands and laughing joyfully. Brother and sister are like a dragon and phoenix, born to be a pair. They'll be sweet and happy for the rest of their lives. Feng Ning had a smile on her lips. Respond gently to the little girl. On your honor, I hope you're always happy too. Chapter 28, The Inn. It was getting late, and the street lanterns were lit one after another. Ao Chen's arms were already full of large bags of boxes. These were all the goodies that he and Feng Ning had carefully selected at the bazaar. He followed closely behind Feng Ning, and with her light steps, he came to an inn called Xian Leiju. The inn had an imposing appearance, the tall building looking more and more grand in the light. The vermilion door was open as if welcoming guests from far and wide. Two huge stone lions crouch on either side of the entrance. The carving is lifelike, majestic and dignified. Feng Ning stopped and turned her head to Ao Chen. This inn is not ordinary. I've heard that when the immortal race descends to the world, they all come to this inn to settle down. There are quite a few marvelous magical powers hidden inside. Ao Chen listened and nodded slightly, his eyes also filled with curiosity. In that case, it must be good to see. The two of them walked into the inn side by side. The room was spacious and bright, and the decoration was amazingly luxurious. Exquisite carvings, ornate silks, and sparkling lights. Each and every one of them highlights the extraordinary atmosphere of this inn. The store was bustling with diners as they savored the earthly delicacies of the, while talking and laughing loudly. The whole inn was filled with a strong smell of fireworks. The shopkeeper behind the counter immediately greeted him warmly when he saw a customer come in. Sir, are you two staying at the hotel? How many rooms do you want? Feng Ning said succinctly. Come to a room. Ao Chen felt a wave of embarrassment as he listened on the sidelines. He slightly approached Feng Ning and whispered, Princess, one room. It's really much of an inconvenience, isn't it? He had a slightly difficult look on his face, as if he was at a bit of a loss for words. Feng Ning, however, acted as if she hadn't heard it, the corner of her mouth flickering as she emphasized again. Just one room. No need for words. Ao Chen had no choice but to stop arguing. Only, he's not resting well again. The shopkeeper looked at the two men's appearance, and his heart was clear. A meaningful smile appeared on his face, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Okay, one room. You two wait a moment. I'll arrange it for you. Having said that, he skillfully picked up a pen and wrote down the relevant information in the register. And then handed over a key. You two, the room is on the innermost third floor. The environment is quiet, and you two are guaranteed to be satisfied. This room is our inn signature. We will definitely not let you two down. Feng Ning took the key and nodded with a smile. Thanks a lot. Her smile revealed a hint of cunning, as if she was looking forward to the rest of the night. Then, Feng Ning pulled Ao Chen, who was still a bit dazed, towards the upstairs. The two came to their room on the third floor and, as soon as you push open the door, a breath of fresh air. The interior of the house was elegantly and comfortably decorated, and the beds were covered with soft bedding. You can't help but want to lay down on it and get some rest as soon as you look at it. As soon as Feng Ning stepped into the house, like a naughty little girl, scurrying toward the bed, shoes kicked casually, he went on a rampage of merriment on the bunk. The bedding, which was originally folded squarely, was instantly messed up by her. But she was full of herself and laughed a clear laugh. Ao Chen witnessed this scene, and was momentarily speechless. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly as he opened his mouth. Princess, this, mentally, I added, what a child's mind. However, looking at Feng Ning's overflowing happy look, Ao Chen couldn't help but feel favor in his eyes. He laughed bitterly and shook his head, setting aside the large bags purchased along the way. His eyes always fell on Feng Ning, who was laughing playfully on the bed. Feng Ning rolled happily on the bed and couch and, seeing that Ao Chen was still standing at the table with a straight posture, hands hung at her side in a reserved manner, she couldn't help but chuckle. Going out? Why be so formal? Little dragon. This princess is tired. Come and give this princess a massage to relieve her tiredness. Ao Chen nodded slightly and moved to sit by the bed. The movements gently massaged Feng Ning. When his fingers touched Feng Ning's snow-white, slender little arm, I felt that my hands were soft and smooth. The slender arms were as if they had no bones. Bending gently under his palm. With a hint of sweetness and softness. A pang of doubt rose in his mind. And, such a soft and cuddly girl. How exactly was that flood of mana that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth contained within it? This sense of contrast made Ao Chen feel more and more incredible in his heart. Feng Ning only felt Ao Chen's wide palms kneading her body just right. A tingling sensation spread from the bottom of his heart. She squinted her eyes cozily, a contented hum escaping her lips from time to time. The human world is still interesting. The bustle and comfort here can't be found elsewhere. Little dragon. Don't you think so? Ao Chen responded softly. What the princess said is very true. It is indeed a great honor for Ao Chen to be able to travel the earth with the princess. Feng Ning turned her head and looked at Ao Chen. Only his clean and white face looked even more heroic under the soft light. She had a heartbeat. Moving with agility, he rolled over and lightly pressed Ao Chen onto the couch. The corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile and said, kissing a baby dragon on earth is something else. Ao Chen was lying on the couch. His body was confined by Feng Ning with an inexplicable force, unable to move. Princess. He just opened his mouth. Feng Ning had already leaned forward without a second thought. The soft lips gently pressed onto Ao Chen's thin lips. Ao Chen only felt his face burning. An unaccountable emotion welled up in his heart. The mind instantly went blank. All thoughts were filled with Feng Ning's near face and gentle breath. He instinctively tried to struggle, but he just couldn't bring himself to push away. Hands unconsciously gently encircled Feng Ning's slender waist. It seemed to be in response to her enthusiasm. The two of them were entwined in love with each other's lips and teeth. There was the slightest hint of ambiguity in the air. Finally, Feng Ning slowly let go and their lips slowly parted, leaving a trace of fondness behind. Ao Chen gasped sharply, his eyes gazing at Feng Ning in a dazed manner. Mumbled, "Princess, this move of yours really makes me." Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's adorable appearance with a red face. Smiling, the corners of her mouth lightly hooked, she asked, "Why, doesn't the little dragon like it?" Ao Chen hurriedly shook his head and whispered, Likes it." When Feng Ning heard this, a wry smile flashed in her eyes. She gently stroked Ao Chen's face, her voice gentle like water. "Since you like it, then let this princess kiss it." After saying that, his interest rose again and he approached Ao Chen again. "Little dragon, the night is still young. He. Asterisk. The next day, at the first break of morning light, the inn was already bustling with activity. Ao Chen and Feng Ning were sitting at a carved wooden table. The table was covered with steaming hot food. The xiaolong bao, sweet and sour carp, braised lion's head, the tantalizing aroma of each dish. It filled the space and was mouth-watering. Feng Ning smiled broadly and pointed at the dishes on the table with her chopsticks. One by one, they were introduced to Ao Chen. "This xiaolong bao is very delicious. The skin is so thin that it transmits light, and when you gently bite into it, the soup overflows. That's where the essence is. And that's sweet and sour carp. Sweet and sour, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Try it." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of fish and carefully placed it into Ao Chen's bowl. Ao Chen smiled and nodded his head, tasting each and every one of them. A look of contentment crossed his face. What the princess said is very true. These delicacies are indeed delicious to the core. I have been in the Dragon Clan since I was young, and although I have tasted many delicacies, I have never tasted such authentic earthly delicacies, and today is truly an eye-opener. Chapter 29, Senior Sister. Feng Ning saw Ao Chen eating happily, and her own appetite increased greatly. The two had a pleasant conversation while enjoying their meal. At that very instant, a noisy clamor came steeply from the doorway of the inn. Immediately afterward, several figures flashed in hurriedly. Ao Chen's gaze was inadvertently drawn over by the figures that suddenly appeared at the door. It was as if a spell had been cast on the whole man. Frozen in place for an instant, the chopsticks in his hand snapped, dropped on the table without warning. It made a crisp, abrupt sound. Feng Ning keenly captured Ao Chen's dissimilarity. I was just about to open my mouth and ask what happened, only to see Ao Chen violently bouncing up from his seat. The mouth blurted out excitedly, "Eldest sister." That voice was full of endless surprise and excitement. It was as if a long-wandering wanderer had finally met his long-lost relatives. However, Feng Ning reacted almost out of instinct that, reaching out, he pushed Ao Chen back into his seat. The mouth reads, "Red flame chain." In an instant, the red flame chain on Ao Chen's wrist emitted a red glow that, radiating a blazing temperature, confining him to his seat like a fierce fiery serpent, so that he could not move in the slightest. Ao Chen could only stare with his eyes wide open, the flames of anger and incomprehension burning in his eyes. Staring hard at Feng Ning. Feng Ning, on the other hand, was calm and composed, and just looked at him quietly. The eyes revealed a stern warning that, as if in a silent voice, "Don't do anything rash." Ao Chen was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and the anger in his eyes almost spilled out. He fought and struggled, trying to break free from the chains of red flames. But the chains seemed to be alive, tightening more and more, mercilessly searing the skin on his wrists. There came a sharp pain that drilled through his heart. Feng Ning's eyes were as cold as ice, unmoved by Ao Chen's struggles and pain. It was just a faint question. "What's wrong, little dragon? What's got you so worked up?" At this point, those few people of the dragon race didn't seem to notice the strange situation around them. With a hurried pace, he walked straight to the seat not far behind Ao Chen. One by one, they took their seats. Among them, a fresh-faced Dragon Clan disciple, Yi Feng, had concern written all over his face. He came slightly closer and whispered to eldest senior sister Yuling, who was sitting beside him. "Eldest sister, don't worry too much. Junior brother will definitely send word. All of our Dragon Clan's children are highly skilled, and little master may have just gotten lost in a moment of playfulness. Let's just say that the last time we competed in the clan, the dragon breath slash that junior senior brother performed was so incredibly powerful that even immortal elders were full of praise for it. So surely this time, it will also be able to turn evil into good." Another Dragon Clan disciple, Ming Xian, also rushed to comfort him. Yes, eldest sister. We've only just gotten off the mountain a few days ago, and we're not looking for many places. The human world is so vast that it is possible for junior brother to get lost in this sea of people. Our dragon clan has quite a few hidden strongholds in the human realm, so as long as we spend more time asking around in these strongholds, we will definitely be able to find him. And we still have the dragon scale jade pendant with us, so we can sense little master's aura at critical moments. Yu Ling, who was honored as a senior sister, had an extraordinary temperament. It is like a cold moon in the sky, cold and absolutely beautiful. Its skin is white as snow, delicate and warm, and every inch of it exudes an inherent reserve and elegance. The brows were just like carefully outlined dandies, and the eyes were like dark pools, ebony hair like a waterfall, showing all the warmth and softness. She was dressed in a well-tailored light purple gown, with smooth, natural lines that, just the right amount to accentuate her tall, shapely figure. Between walks, the robe swayed slightly, again highlighting a mature and steady demeanor that inspired respect. At this moment, Moon's spirit, her willow brows knit tightly as she sighed. Alas, immortal father is now in seclusion recuperating from his injuries, and we were ordered to come down to the human realm to look for junior brother. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find him in this sea of people. Ever since the last time junior brother went down the mountain to subdue the demons, he had lost track in news. Immortal father was already very worried, and now that he has added injuries, I really can't rest assured. Seeing this, the disciples of the dragon clan spoke out to comfort them. Eldest sister, junior brother's magic power is high, he will definitely be fine. Moon Spirit frowned slightly and responded. I'm really worried about him because although he has deep power, he is simple-minded and has never been down the mountain alone before. The world is a dangerous place and people's hearts are unpredictable. So what if he meets someone with a bad heart and gets counted? At that moment, a dragon clan disciple said with great determination, eldest senior sister, as long as we work hard to find it, with the dragon race's tracking technique, I believe we'll be able to find junior senior brother soon. Let's follow the route that junior brother took to subdue the demon before and scrutinize it again. We might be able to find any clues. And our dragon's tracking skills are very effective in this area. There have been precedents of successfully recovering missing clansmen before. Not far away, Ouchin listened to their conversation. The heart was as complex as an overturned bottle of 5 flavors. He wanted desperately to cry out and tell them they're right here. Tell them to stop worrying about themselves. However, his body was firmly bound by the red flame chain of can't move in the slightest. Feng Ning narrowed her eyes, looking at Ao Chen's struggling appearance. Her eyes filled with playfulness. It was as if they were surveying him as if they were admiring an extremely interesting plaything. Ao Chen glared angrily at Feng Ning, chest heaving violently. But couldn't even say a word. Just then, not far away, eldest senior sister Yuling seemed to have sensed something strange. Her gaze swept over towards the direction where Ao Chen and Feng Ning were. At that time, Ao Chen turned his back to the crowd and the figure was again obscured by the diners who were pushing their glasses and talking loudly beside them, and by the jade pendant that hides the dragon's aura. It was not detected by the moon spirit, and Feng Ning felt the gaze cast over by Yuling, unchanged in demeanor. He picked up his teacup and took a light sip of tea. It was as if everything was under her control. Moon spirit was puzzled in her mind and took a closer look at them. But did not find anything out of the ordinary. She thought darkly in her mind. Could it be that I was too nervous and created an illusion? But what about that momentary feeling of alienation just now? She slowly withdrew her gaze, looking grave and, instead, he continued to discuss the plan to find Ao Chen in depth with the disciples beside him. Let's go look in the north of the city next. We might be able to find him there. I've heard rumors of demons haunting the north of the city recently, so junior senior brother may have gone to subdue the demons. The dragon clan disciples nodded their heads in agreement with eldest sister's proposal. One of the disciples hurriedly said, eldest senior sister, previously I'd been to that area in the north of the city and know that there are a few hidden demon dens. When we get there, we might as well start with these places. And we might be able to find traces left behind by junior brother. Another disciple chimed in. That's right, and there's also an old friend of our dragon clan living in the north of the city, so perhaps asking him about it will yield some valuable clues. When the dragon race disciples finished their meal, they got up and prepared to leave the inn. Chapter 30. Ao Chen gazed at the gradually fading back of his eldest senior sister. A mixed bag of emotions. The bits and pieces of the past with eldest sister in the dragon clan came rushing in like a tidal wave. Eldest sister cared for him in every way possible. Not only do they teach the spells, he was also given the utmost care in life. At this moment of reunion, his heart was filled with thoughts of it was also mixed with deep guilt. However, he was tightly bound by Feng Ning. Not even a chance to recognize big sister. One could only watch as her group walked out the door of the inn. He swore in his heart of hearts that, we must try to break free from Feng Ning's shackles, return to the dragons and reunite with the clan. As soon as the dragon disciples left, the corner of Feng Ning's mouth then hooked up into a meaningful shallow smile. The spell was then leisurely withdrawn. The red flame chain gradually dissipated, turning into dots of red light that disappeared into the void. She picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip and, the tone seemed careless. This Xiaolong bao does taste good. Xiaolong might as well try it again. Ao Chen forced himself to hold back the rage raging inside him, coldly responding, I'm full. His eyes were like torches as he stared tightly at Feng Ning, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Feng Ning looked at the emotions churning in Ao Chen's eyes, as if seeing an interesting plaything that couldn't help but laugh softly at that laughter was like a piercing noise in Ao Chen's ears. What? Can't let them go? Little dragon. Don't forget that you are now this princess's person. A chilling cold light flashed in Feng Ning's eyes. Ao Chen was warned not to act rashly. Ao Chen finally couldn't bear it and roared loudly. Feng Ning, on what grounds do you not let me go with eldest sister? Eldest senior sister has come to look for me, and they'll definitely go crazy if they can't find me. His chest rose and fell violently, itching to immediately rush up to the scene to argue with Feng Ning. Feng Ning snorted lightly, her eyes filled with disdain. Whether she is in a hurry or not, what does it have to do with this princess? You are this princess's person. Don't keep thinking about escaping. If you dare to think of running away again, I will let you know the consequences, which will be more than you can bear. Her voice was soft, but with an undeniable harshness. Ao Chan reddened and retorted loudly. I'm not one of you. I'm a dragon. I want to go back to the dragon clan. Who are you to imprison me? I'm going to find my eldest sister now. A crazy cold light flashed in Feng Ning's eyes, and a weird smile hung on his face. Oh yeah, the little dragon is angry. Then I'll tell you on what grounds. With that, she raised her hand and read softly. Red flame chain. The red flame chain that was originally wrapped around Ao Chan's wrist instantly emitted a piercing red light, flying to his neck like a nimble fiery serpent. Into blazing collar chains. Ao Chan was greatly alarmed, grabbing the collar with both hands, trying with all my might to rip it off. Yet the collar tightens and tightens. Blazing flames seared his skin. The drilling pain made him sweat coldly. You, wicked girl, what do you want? Ao Chen growled angrily. Feng Ning tilted her head, revealing an innocent yet crazy smile. What do you say? Don't you dare insult me! Ao Chen roared. Before the words were finished, Feng Ning gave a gentle tug and Ao Chen was like a poor little puppy that the whole thing was pulled out uncontrollably. The diners in the inn were looking sideways at though they could not see those magical powers, but all could see that the teenager was subjected to the girl. And there is no way to fight it. Someone whispered. Why is this girl treating the teenager like this? Yeah, it looks weirdly pathetic. Feng Ning, however, acted as if no one else was there, with a light stance, walking forward with a pace that was elegant to the point of self-consciousness. Ao Chen reddened and the red spread from her cheeks to the base of her ears in shame and anger. He stumbled on his feet as he followed closely behind Feng Ning. The look appeared to be quite a mess. Evil girl, let go of me. What do you take me for? Ao Chen struggled vigorously while his hands forcefully wrenched at the red flame chain that bound him. One shouted out, his voice full of anger and resentment. Feng Ning acted as if she hadn't heard. Only the smile at the corner of her mouth grew weirder and weirder. There seemed to be a myriad of inscrutable thoughts hidden in that smile. Little dragon, be good and obey, or else, this red flame chain won't just make you hurt. You untie this collar, Ao Chen said through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with rage. Humph, my dragon clan children are nearby. They will definitely come to rescue me. Feng Ning stopped her footsteps and turned around slowly with unhurried movements, with a look of disdain in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at an unsuspecting clown. Then I'll wait for those rats from the dragon clan to come and see if they can take you from me. However, until then, you can only be mine. With that, she pulled the red flame chain violently and Ao Chan stumbled, his body losing its balance and almost fell heavily to the ground. Asterisk. Just like that, Feng Ning dragged Ao Chan to the bustling bazaar. The streets are buzzing with activity. People come and go, shouting and laughing, intertwined into a lively music of the marketplace. Feng Ning was like teasing a puppy, pulling the collar hanging around Ao Chan's neck. He waded through the crowd with abandon. At times, she sprinted with light footsteps, forcing Ao Chen to follow at a lumbering trot. At times, it stopped abruptly, causing Ao Chen to nearly crash into it drew surprised stares from the pedestrians around them. Ao Chen struggled at first. All I can do is to break free from the shackles of this humiliation. However, each struggle was rewarded with a tighter and tighter binding of the red flame chain. and the cone of pain. Gradually his strength ran out and, the body was limp and could only allow Feng Ning to pull it. His brows were furrowed, his eyes blazing with anger. And, the anger in his heart had reached a boiling point. He knew deep down that he was no match for Feng Ning. Reasoning is futile against this wicked woman. So he chose to remain silent, just staring her dead in the face with a hate-filled gaze. Feng Ning was tired of walking and finally stopped, turning to look at the small dragon, only to see that Ao Chen was staring at her with a bitter and hateful face. It was as if she had an unholy grudge against her. Feng Ning shouted angrily at Ao Chen. "You little dragon! You really don't know what's good for you. This princess was kind enough to bring you out to play, but you pull a face, spoiling the fun." Ao Chen sniffed and immediately spoke coldly in return. "I thank you for being nice." Feng Ning threatened. "Humph! You little dragon! One more unhappy face and I'll..." Before she finished, Ao Chen interrupted without fear. "Just what? Just uncover my dragon's scales, draw my dragon's tendons, pluck out my dragon's horns? Come, 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 you will now reveal, smoke, and pluck." Feng Ning froze, looking at Ao Chen's broken appearance, couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Hey, I see that you, little dragon, are determined to do this with a toast." Ao Chen let out a cold snort and simply couldn't care less about the image of the dragon race. He sat on his ass and, playing the fool, "Not going, I tell you, wicked girl, I'm dead set against it." Feng Ning was also not willing to show weakness and sneered. "Not leaving? Then I'll drag you away." With that said, she actually did look like she was dragging a puddle of, dragging Ao Chen onward. Ao Chen was secretly thinking in his heart, posing as a dead pig in a poke. Love it. He couldn't stand the torment of this wicked woman for a moment longer than he already had. "I just hope I can find Big Sister and the others as soon as possible." He just wanted to go back to the Dragon Clan to see his master. Chapter 31 Conditions. Feng Ning dragged Ao Chen all the way to the river. Both of them were panting and in a sorry state. Just in time, 3 Taoists passed by on foot. As we walked, we talked eagerly. These 3, dressed in moonlight white Taoist robes, with delicate cloud patterns embroidered on the robes. Delicate and vivid, immaculate, as pure as the first snow. They wore the crown of the mixed way on their heads, hair tied back neatly, hands raised, naturally exuding an air of majesty. It is a sight to behold. The older Taoist looked grave and was the first to speak. "The northern outskirts of the capital are actually haunted by wolf demons. This matter is by no means trivial. If it's not dealt with in time, I'm afraid it will lead to a great disaster." The other, slightly younger Taoist master hurriedly nodded in agreement. "What I said is very true. Those wolf demons are vicious and brutal to the extreme, specializing in sucking men's blood for a living. And the cruelty of their methods is simply outrageous. After sucking the essence blood, it will also gnaw the person cleanly, leaving only a scattering of human bones at the scene. A gruesome sight." The slightly built Taoist priest continued. "These wolf demons are too cunning, their movements are erratic, and they skillfully avoid our pursuit every time. It's a good thing that we ran into that group of immortal warriors this time. I hope they can help us eradicate these demons." The 3 of them were talking as their silhouettes drifted away. Ao Chen, however, heard their words loud and clear. "North of the city? Wolf demon? Immortal?" He reacted instantly and, eldest sister and the others must have gone to the north of the city to exterminate the wolf demon. He couldn't help but recall the fierce and vicious battle he had with the wolf demon when he first came down from the mountain. Those wolf demons are not only cunning, and it's ferocious, and there's a lot of it. He was then surrounded by them for a time and was in a desperate situation. In the end, they even fell into their treacherous plans, by the several wolf demonesses tied to the tree wantonly insulted. Those unforgivable pasts come back to me like a tidal wave. The anger in his heart Niso burned even hotter. Now that eldest sister and the others have gone to deal with the wolf demon, he immediately tensed up and, full of worry that they too would fall for the wolf demon's tricks, he stood up violently from the ground, his eyes locking onto Feng Ning eagerly. Lowering his voice, he said with a serious and urgent look, "Princess, there are wolf demons out there." Feng Ning did not even raise her eyelids for a moment. The look is lazy, and the tone is light and full of care. "Oh, so what?" Ao Chen's brows were tightly furrowed and his expression was extraordinarily grave. "Sincerely advised, Princess, these wolf demons are rampaging and doing nothing but evil. Their behavior is truly heinous. Subduing demons and subduing devils is the innate mission of my immortal race. In my opinion, we might as well move out immediately and eliminate them all, or remove a great danger for the people." Feng Ning raised her eyebrows, a flash of obvious disdain flashing across her face as she lightly snorted. "It's just a few wolf demons. There's no need for us to do it ourselves. There are as many sects in this world that specialize in demon subduing as there are people who will clean them up, so why should we bother to get into this mess?" In her eyes, These wolf demons were nothing more than insignificant clowns. A little fight doesn't make a lot of noise. It's simply not worth their time and energy. Ao Chen's heart was burning with anxiety, and he hurriedly said, "But princess, these wolf demons are ferocious by nature. If they are not eradicated in time, I really don't know how many more innocent people will be victimized by them. How can we stand by and watch the people suffer, but sit back and do nothing? As a descendant of the Dragon Clan, I have been tasked with the responsibility of subduing the demons and eliminating the devil since I was born, and I can never run away at this moment." Feng Ning, however, was full of concern, and a faint smile floated up at the corner of her mouth as she said, "Little dragon, we are not going down to the realm this time to subdue demons and get rid of devils, but to have a good experience of the human world. Although these wolf demons are abominable to the core, what do they have to do with us? Everything in this world has its own laws of operation, so it's better for us not to interfere so easily." Ao Chen was still undeterred and wanted to argue some more. "But, princess, these wolf demons." Feng Ning's small brows furrowed as she tilted her head to look at him. "Do you want to go to the demon surrender? Or do you want to go to your people? Those Taoist priests just now said something about immortal warriors. They wouldn't be your clansmen, would they?" Ao Chen hurriedly explained. "Princess, whether it is or not, we can't just sit back and do nothing." Seeing Feng Ning's lack of response, Ao Chen hurriedly took a step forward and clasped his hands, with a respectful arch of the hand and a bow. The look was as heavy as if he was carrying 1,000 pounds. "Princess, my dragon clan has been passed down for thousands of years, and the mission of subduing demons and eliminating devils has long been engraved into my bloodline. I can't go against my heart, let alone watch the living die. Princess, I implore you to travel with me to rid the world of the wolf demon and return peace to the world." Feng Ning stared at Ao Chen for a long time. He was seen frowning like the sky was about to fall. The heart couldn't help but feel a little bad. She said with a soft sigh, "You little dragon, you're quite stubborn. Well, it's not impossible to ask you to subdue the demons." As soon as Ao Chen heard that, a spark of hope instantly lit up in his eyes as he asked in surprise, "Really? Is that true, princess?" Feng Ning pulled the corner of her mouth into a smile, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. "But I have a condition," Ao Chen said without hesitation. "Princess, but say no harm. As long as the princess promises me to go and subdue the demons, I, Ao Chen, will definitely do my best to fulfill the princess's request." Feng Ning slightly approached Ao Chen's ear and whispered, "It's simple. I want little dragon tonight." As soon as Ao Chen heard that, her face immediately turned red, and she looked at her incredulously. I thought to myself that this evil phoenix, how could it be so perverted?" A hint of hesitation flashed in Ao Chen's eyes. "Princess, Feng Ning pretended to be angry. Her willow brows knitted lightly as she snapped, "What? No? Then it's fine. You shouldn't get involved in the matter of demon subduing. This princess has always disliked forcing others." Saying this, she looked away from the corners of his mouth, however, hid an imperceptible hint of cunning. Ao Chen struggled internally for a moment. He thought of the people who were suffering and, thinking of his responsibility and mission as a descendant of the dragon race. Finally, with a clench of teeth and a heart, secretly, he thought, "Isn't it just for her to play? If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Besides, maybe if they really ran into eldest sister and the others, they would be saved." So he raised his head, his eyes firm, and the voice was a little hesitant, but still dripping with determination. I promise. As long as the princess promises me to go and subdue the demons, I, Ao Chen, will definitely do my best to fulfill the princess's requirements." Feng Ning smiled with satisfaction, a hint of triumph flashing through her eyes. "Good. This is what little dragon promised. Oh, don't go back on your word. Tonight you will let this princess have a good time." Ao Chen sighed helplessly. The look was full of helplessness, but with a hint of resignation. Yes, princess, don't worry. I have already promised. I will definitely keep my promise." Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's appearance and, in his heart, he was secretly pleased, but his mouth said, "See how reluctant you are. That's just it. This princess will accompany you to eradicate those few trash for the sake of the people." Ao Chen's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously and said, "Aha! With the help of the princess, those wolf demons will definitely have nowhere to hide." Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen as he cheered up. A small smile spread inside as well. She gently waved her hand and lifted the red flame chain from Ao Chen's body. That moment, Ao Chen felt as if he had regained his freedom. All the blood in my body began to rejoice in the heart is filled with gratitude and joy. He hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Thanks, princess." Chapter 32, Demonic Evil. On the outskirts of the capital, a barren and desolate place, The yellowed grass rustled in the breeze. The dusky daylight spilled feebly over the ruins of the crumbling village. Adding a bit of eeriness to this dead place, between the broken walls, a few white bones were scattered on the ground. In the light of the slanting sun, it exuded a morose and appalling cold light. The air was filled with the stench of decay and death intertwined in a faint musty odor intertwined with the flying dust of its sickening skyline. The sun's gone down like blood, coloring the ruins into a picture that was bleak to the core. Above the withered branches, a few crows let out a mournful caw that, adding a bit more of a creepy, scary atmosphere to this silent place. Yu Ling, the dragon clan's eldest sister. Her long, cascading hair fell softly behind her, swaying gently in the breeze. Her face was even more beautiful. At this moment, she stood before the bones with a stony look on her face, her willowy brows knit. The frown seemed to unite the world's thousands of sorrows and sadnesses. A heart full of pity for the tragedy before us and indignation at the evil. After a moment of silence, she lowered her voice and, that cold voice seemed to come from the land of 9 ghosts. It resounded lazily in this dead air. The Chi here is heavy beyond imagination. The wolf demon must be lurking nearby. We must go to the forest and explore it carefully. Yes, eldest sister. The 3 dragon clan disciples, Yifeng, Mingxian and Haoran, answered in unison. The 4 of them stepped cautiously towards the woods next to the ruins. Stepping into the woods, only to see branches and leaves flourishing to the point of near insanity. Layers and layers of dense, impermeable, shielding the faint light tightly from making the forest as dim as if night had fallen early. Reach for the sky. Every corner seems to lurk with countless unknown dangers. It's spine-tingling. It's chilling. It was as if he had stepped into a labyrinth of horrors filled with traps. Steep. A chilly, bone-chilling wind whistled out as if from the depths of hell. Wrapped in an endless chill, it instantly swept over. The leaves of the trees were rustled and, as if 1,000 wronged souls were moaning and whispering in agony in the darkness. And as if there were eyes hidden in the depths of darkness. Was peering intently at their every move. Suddenly, I saw dozens of wolf demonesses like evil ghosts crawling out of the dark abyss. The figure was ethereal, curling out of the deep shadows of the woods. Some of them were dressed in gossamer gowns as thin as cicadas' wings, others in black tights. The material of that garment was nearly transparent, wantonly revealing large swaths of snow-like skin. Her body is graceful, and she exudes a seductive charm between her hands and feet. Those wolf demonesses, despite their breathtaking beauty, but with a ghostly, evil aura from hell, as if they were evil spirits crawling out of the yellow springs, a vain attempt to ingest the souls of men. Under that arched willow brow, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. It was like the greed and madness of a hungry wolf locking its prey in the darkness. Yo, a rare guest has arrived. Could it be that he has traveled to offer a fresh blood meal just for his sisters? The corner of the mouth of the wolf demoness in the lead hooked up into an extremely flirtatious smile. She swayed lightly, her voice as shrill and eerie as the cry of a night lord. Look at the fine skin of these young gentlemen. I've been craving them for a long time. Sister. Suddenly, that wolf demoness flicked her nostrils and, like smelling the most delicious food in the world, with a look of uncontrollable greed on his face, Spin shouted excitedly. Sisters, it's the dragons. It's the dragons. Ha ha ha. Let's taste what the noble dragon's blood tastes like tonight. Having said that, she stuck out her tongue, scarlet as blood, slowly licking across his lips. The eyes glittered with greedy lust. Bold demons, how dare you brutalize innocent beings? Today is your doom. Yifeng witnessed the ugly face of the wolf demoness. His flared up with anger. Immediately afterward, he bellowed out, eldest senior sister, step back, wait for me to clean up these demons. Sound off. He flicked his wrist and, the sword in his hand was just like a nimble swimming dragon, instantly blooming with a blinding blue light. The whole person is even like an arrow off the string, charging swiftly towards the wolf demoness. The wolf demoness saw this and, with a disdainful grunt, the figure flashed like a ghost, easily dodged the powerful blow. I must say, these wolf demons are cunning and ferocious. The action is erratic. With his ghostly stance, he avoided the attacks of Yifeng and the others one by one. It's really defensible. However, Yifeng, Mingxian, and Haoran, 3 disciples of the dragon clan, the fit was seamless. The offense unleashed by the 3, like a raging tide, one wave followed the other, and it got more and more intense. Under the strong joint attack of the 3 of them, the wolf demonesses were gradually falling into a desperate situation. With a flash of cold light, one by one, the wolf demons were decimated. That miserable wailing, it kept echoing in the silent night sky for a long time. Suddenly, a cunning wolf demon locked onto Moonspirit, who was on the side. His body is like a ghost, trying to launch a surprise attack around Yifeng. When Yifeng saw this, he was so anxious that he shouted, "Eldest sister, be careful." The shouts were still echoing in the air, and Moon Spirit had already dodged the attack with sideways agility. Her willow eyebrows went up, and she grunted coldly as, with a backhanded sword, he accurately stabbed the wolf demoness in the abdomen. The wolf demoness let out a miserable scream and tried to run away. But Moon Spirit grabbed it. Moon Spirit lashed out and threw it hard against the tree trunk. There was a muffled thud as the wolf demoness crashed into a tree. He died on the spot. Just in time. A few more wolf demons let out earth-shattering growls and, with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eye, the tendrils of murderous intent came to the surface. Yu Ling, however, was calm and collected, and she mouthed the words that, in an instant, the white light around his body was so great that the light was blinding and eye-catching. Break! With a crisp, clear drink, the white light surged out like raging waves, draining the mountains and shocking a few wolf demonesses into flying backwards. They were like kites with broken strings in the air, tumbling and falling, battered and bruised. It was difficult to get up at all for a while. The wolf demoness in the lead stared at Moon Spirit dead in the face. A fierce and brutal light flashed in his eyes. It was like two clusters of ghostly green fire. Shasta. Her whole body was like an arrow out of a string, and, wrapped in the sound of a whistling, biting wind, lunging viciously towards Yu Ling, his mouth screamed, "Stinky girl, you hurt my sisters. Today is the day you die." Moon Spirit reacted with extreme agility, instantly and acutely perceived the fatal crisis. I only saw her body like electricity, a sideways flash. The wolf demoness attack grazed the corner of her coat and whizzed by. The strong, powerful wind brought her shirts hunting. Moon Spirit in the nick of time. Thrillingly, he avoided the life-threatening blow. Yu Ling turned around quickly and yet at that very moment, all the wolf demons actually disappeared without a trace as if they had vaporized. In an instant, silence returns to the dense forest once more. That deathly stillness. That eerie silence. It was as if the air had frozen. Suddenly, a baby's cry, like a sharp blade, it cut through the silent dense forest. The moment Yu Ling heard the cries, the beautiful eyes rounded and subconsciously blurted out, "There are babies." With that, he lifted his feet and prepared to follow the sound. Chapter 33, Dragon Breath Chop. Yifeng rushed to dissuade him. "Eldest senior sister. Wait, the wolf demon is tricky. It's better for me to go and poke around first." Having said that, Yifeng cautiously walked in the direction of the source of the sound. When he had just gone deeper into the dense forest, I saw a light in the distance. It flickers and 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 flickers. It was indescribably eerie. He was full of wonder when, suddenly, a wolf demoness's form flashed by like a ghost. It was so fast that it was almost difficult for the naked eye to catch its trail. In the blink of an eye, the wolf demoness then came to Yifeng's side. This wolf demoness did not attack directly. Instead, the corners of his mouth slowly hooked into a shadowy smile that, tilting her head back, she flicked her red lips and, exhaling a weird psychedelic smoke. The smoke was lavender in color, dense with an ethereal light. It's like a rolling evil aura gushing out from the depths of hell. The ghostly light was like countless twisted demonic hands, instantly enveloping Yifeng. "Come to your sister, little lord. Here is everything you desire most." The wolf siren's voice was soft and seductive. It's as if with the magic of seduction, straight from the heart of Yifeng. At the same time, the strange aroma of the smoke that filled the silk ruffled his mind. Yifeng was caught off guard and inhaled a mouthful of smoke. The eyes instantly became disoriented and chaotic. Immediately following, it was as if his consciousness had been jerked away from reality by a large, invisible hand. Caught in an imaginary space, in that world of make-believe. Everything around us is a blur. The only thing that beckoned to him was a delicate figure. As the distance closes, the figure is becoming clearer. It turned out to be a woman of great beauty, was looking at him with a big smile on his face, eyes full of tender love. "Gongzi, come on," the woman called softly. "Here comes," Yifeng muttered, his eyes in a trance. The feet couldn't help but move towards the figure. The wolf demoness sneered triumphantly at the sight. "Little dragon cub, after being hit by my psychedelic smoke, you're in my pocket. Be a good boy and come to your sister and let her love you." Feng. Yu Ling saw that Yifeng was in deep danger. His heart raced, and without thinking he ran toward him with all his might. Whoops! Another wolf demoness snapped out of the sidewalk like a ghost. The same old trick. Opening his mouth at Moon Spirit, he sprayed psychedelic smoke. The smoke was like an agile and deadly serpent. In an instant, it filled the area around Moon Spirit. Heavy her up. Moonling couldn't avoid it and inhaled the smoke. A strange and intense wave of vertigo washed over him. Her eyes grew into a misty trance. And the original clear pupils were gradually dyed in a ghostly green color. The entire aura of the person became eerie and morose with it. Without warning, Moon Spirit jerked around and the sword in his hand was wrapped in biting cold air. And with a stern swing, an eye-catching sword she swiftly attacked towards Ming Xian and Haoran like a runaway wild horse. Ming Xian and Haoran saw this. He was in a state of shock, his face filled with horror and worry. Hurriedly exerting all his strength to avoid it. Not good. Eldest sister has been hit by a psychedelic spell. Ming Xian yelled anxiously, and voice trembling slightly with nervousness and fear, trying to use this to awaken the moon spirit who had fallen into ecstasy. Warang was also anxious and shouted at the top of his voice, "Eldest sister, wake up!" However, at this moment, it was as if Moon Spirit had lost her mind. Deaf to the cries of the two men, the eyes were hollow and cold, like manipulated puppets. Immediately following, she swung the sword in her hand again and, powerful and berserk mana wrapped in bone-piercing, biting sword chi, like a surging, unstoppable tide, towards Ming Xian and Haoran. They attacked again. Ming Xian and Haoran couldn't avoid it. Struck by the powerful sword chi, he fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, hundreds of wolf demonesses violently sprang out of the dense forest. In a flash, they came in like a tidal wave, blanking out the light from all around them. As far as the eye can see, blacked out. There was a creepy, ghostly green glint in the eyes of each of the wolf demonesses that, a bloody grin, revealing sharp fangs. Immediately afterward, a sharp, piercing, maniacal laugh that, it was as if it came from the depths of hell and echoed in the forest. Taking advantage of Ming Xian and Haoran's inability to resist, the group of wolf demonesses had lunged with their teeth and claws. The look was as if they were going to tear the two of them apart. Eat them alive and suck their blood. Ming Xian and Haoran were attacked with powerful mana by Moon Spirit, who was under the spell of ecstasy. It's as if they're imprisoned by invisible shackles around their bodies, firmly nailed to the ground, his limbs unable to move the slightest bit. At this moment, they watched as the demonic-like wolf demonesses pounced on the despair in their hearts was like a raging tide that completely drowned them. As for Moon Spirit, at this moment, she was like a puppet being manipulated, standing aside, his pupils glowing with a green, ghostly light. As if nothing in front of her had anything to do with, into endless darkness, letting evil consume her, just in the nick of time, 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 in the nick of time. A crisp dragon roar boomed out, as if the sky had collapsed, and the thunder rolled in. The earth trembled slightly with it. That voice was majestic, containing endless power and majesty, as if the oldest gods from the beginning of heaven and earth were roaring in anger. To shatter all the evil in the world. Only a powerful blue halo of light flashed blindingly in the air. That blue light is like 1,000 swords pouring out of a nest, with a stern aura and indestructible power. The swords cut straight at the wolf demonesses who were rampaging and doing evil. Each blue light is just like a sharp sword blade that cuts iron like mud, carrying a majestic power that destroys the heavens and destroys the earth. A precise, unerring blow to the wolf demonesses' vitals. Wherever it went, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting sharp whistles. Dragon breath chop. A clear voice rang out suddenly, and the sound was like a sharp arrow piercing through a thick cloud of, with the momentum of a breaking wind, it stabs straight into the heart, which is full of firmness and determination, as if it were the strongest judgment of good against evil, declared the overthrow of darkness. Immediately afterward, the blue light was like a raging sea wave that, from the distant sky rushed in with a mountainous momentum. The tip of the wave glints with the sharpness of a sword. Each ray of light contained a terrifying power that was enough to destroy everything in the world. It was as if it could sweep the entire world into an endless abyss of destruction. Wherever the blue light passes, the air seemed to be cut by an invisible blade, emitting a ZZ sound. It seemed to be telling the world about the terror and power of this force. The wolf demonesses looked up in horror and, looking at that as if the end is near. From the heavens the blue waves of the sea come rushing, eyes instantly filled with fear and despair. The glow reflected their panicked faces. They were frantically trying to escape this powerful force, running around and, yet before this destructive power, their struggles are like a mantis. It seems incredibly small, futile and insouciant. That blue light enveloped each of the wolf demonesses with uncanny precision, instantly trapping them in it. The wolf demonesses let out guttural screams of misery. The voice was full of pain and despair, as if it was a wail coming from the depths of hell. The wolf demoness in the lead was even more terrified, face as white as paper. She screamed hysterically, "What kind of power is this?" However, the only thing that responded to her was that closer and closer. The an ever more brilliant blue light and an overwhelming aura of death. Shasta. The wolf demonesses went up in smoke. Chapter 34, Prohibition. The battlefield. Originally filled with blood and fear, it was steeped in silence and emptiness. The air of evil and fear was swept away, and in its place, there was clarity and serenity. Moonspirit snapped back to her senses and the ghostly green glow in his eyes faded and the pupils returned to their original clear and bright appearance. She looked flustered and turned eagerly to look at the. Only Ming Xian and Haoran were seen lying weakly on the ground, covered in wounds. Senior, what's wrong with you guys? Yu Ling was in a hurry. With a voice of unconcealed concern and self-condemnation, she quickly ran over to the two men and, crouching down, he carefully helped them up. Ming Xian frowned, strongly holding back the pain from his body. He said, "Eldest senior sister, we've been hit by the wolf demon psychedelic smoke. These demons are truly shameful to use such underhanded tactics." At this point, Yifeng also gradually came to his senses from the psychedelic fog, with the fear and confusion still lingering in his eyes. The voice trembled with a hint of shocked trance as he asked, "Where are we? We are? Where are those wolf demonesses?" He stood up slowly, still a little wobbly on his feet, and the eyes were full of doubt and unease. Yu Ling gently stroked Yifeng's shoulder, trying to soothe him. He said softly, "Senior brother, don't be afraid. We're safe. Someone just stepped in and saved us." Yu Ling stood up, her eyes searching all around her as she caught that hint of familiarity keenly. The heart shook and snapped out of it. "It's the dragon breath slash." Dragon breath slash? Could it be junior brother Ao Chen? A hint of surprise flashed in Yifeng's eyes and his spirit was lifted. Yu Ling nodded her head vigorously and, with anticipation in his eyes, he shouted, "Ao Chen? Young master? Is that you?" However, all that responded to her was the empty silence that there wasn't a sound around. "Moon spirit won't die." Raising his voice again, there was a touch of urgency and expectation in his voice. "Junior, is that you? Come out and recognize me. Master is waiting for you to return." The three waited in silence, their eyes filled with anticipation. Hoping to see that familiar figure appear from somewhere. But, as the minutes ticked by, there was still silence all around, and no one responded. Warang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with some confusion, "Eldest senior sister, could we be mistaken? Maybe it's not little senior brother." Yu Ling shook her head slightly and said in a firm tone, "It can't be wrong. I can feel his aura. That's the dragon breath chop. It must be Ao Chen. He must be nearby. He just won't show himself for some reason." Yifeng said thoughtfully, "Could it be that junior brother has something difficult to say?" Yu Ling looked into the distance, her eyes revealing a hint of worry and attachment. "No matter what, we must find him. Ao Chen has been away from the division for so long, and I don't know what he's been through." Asterisk. Not far away, in the hidden shadows of Ao Chen's face was cold, and his hands slowly pressed down. Steadily, he withdrew the majestic mana he had just released. The brilliant blue light that surrounded his body slowly dimmed until it disappeared. Just now, he came here with Feng Ning. He was forced to hide his form and not to show himself. Witnessing the disciples of the Dragon Clan fall under the demonic spell of the Wolf Demoness, in a desperate situation, with their lives on the line, Ao Chen's heart was burning with anxiety, and he resolutely used the Dragon Breath Slash. Shasta. A flash of blinding blue light. The powerful force decimated the Wolf Demonesses instantly. Feng Ning stood quietly behind Ao Chen. Witness this. The corners of his mouth curled into a light smile and, with a teasing look in his eyes, flirting. "Dragon Breath Slash? Hell, little dragon prince. I didn't expect you to be so powerful with your magic." Ao Chen turned around violently and anger burned in his eyes as he glared angrily at Feng Ning. Eyes slightly reddened from extreme anger and anxiety. He questioned loudly, "How can you be so cold-blooded when you know I saw my fellow disciples in danger? My eldest sister and senior brother are both injured. I must go over to see them." Feng Ning tugged at the corner of her mouth disdainfully, a trace of contempt flashing in her eyes. "Oh, you think I'll let you go? How can you be so heartless when they are badly injured and their lives are uncertain?" Ao Chen was so emotional that his voice trembled. Feng Ning clasped her hands to her chest and said indifferently, "What's that got to do with me? Your mission is accomplished. Come with me." With that said, she gave a sharp tug and a strong force yanked Ao Chen into a stagger. Feng Ning seemed to feel something, slowly turning back to the. With a glance, he caught a glimpse of Ao Chen's eyes reddening with a look of watering. She couldn't help but snort out a laugh, her tone full of sarcasm. "Yo, look at this little dragon. Still crying? A son of the Dragon Clan, and that's all he's got? What a laugh." Ao Chen clenched his teeth and the cheeks bulged high from anger, resembling an enraged blowfish. His voice was a mixture of anger and aggravation. like a volcano about to erupt, suppressing pounds of power. Who are you to keep me from leaving? I've had enough. I want to go back to my master. I miss my master. Feng Ning sneered disdainfully. It was as if he was looking at an insignificant ant. Ice coldness and disdain overflowed. Go back? Don't be delusional. From the moment you fell into my palm and were under my control, the Dragon Clan had nothing more to do with you. Remember, this princess is the only one you belong with. Ao-chun was so angry that his body trembled violently like sifting chaff. A wave of determined courage blazed through his heart. He could no longer endure the unending humiliation and control of like a trapped animal breaking out of its cage. He began to mobilize the mana in his body and only blue light erupted around him, and it was so eye-catching that you couldn't look directly at it. Just like millions of lightning bolts blooming at the same time, this piercing blue light took on a raging momentum that, coalescing and extending around him at breakneck speed. In the twinkling of an eye, an immense and incomparable dragon shape was outlined behind him. The giant dragon roars up to the sky. The dragon's body snaked and circled. Every inch was wrapped in blinding blue light. That powerful fluctuation of mana. It shakes the air around it. It was as if it was going to overturn and reshape the entire heaven and earth. At this moment, he was determined to fight Feng Ning to the death. Even if there is only a glimmer of life, we must fight for freedom and dignity. Feng Ning saw this. A playful smile curled the corners of his mouth and there was a teasing glint in his eyes and his tone was full of provocation. What? You want to use your dragon breath slash on this princess? With this amount of ability, you think you can hurt this princess? Ao-chan's eyes were red, just like two burning flames. With a determination to die. Undaunted, she glared at Feng Ning. Yelled, not bad. Even if my body is shattered to pieces, I will get rid of your evil phoenix's hold. The smile on Feng Ning's face instantly disappeared. In its place was a frosty, cold face. She snapped, out of your depth. Only her small hand snapped out and a chain glowing with a fiery red light instantly flew out of his palm and the chains were wrapped in blazing heat and a powerful power of confinement. It's like a fire phoenix that's been reborn from the fire and is furious to the core, wrapped in an aura of destruction. It rushed straight towards the huge dragon condensed from blue light around Ao-chen. As soon as the fire phoenix and the blue dragon made contact, that originally majestic blue light dragon was actually suppressed in an instant. The light dimmed a few points. The chains transformed by the fire phoenix are like a nimble and deadly red python. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped Ao-chen tightly. Wherever the chains go, the heat rages. It was as if it was going to instantly scorch Ao-chen's skin until it was carbonized. Ao-chen felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if in an endless sea of fire in purgatory. Every inch of skin suffered from the relentless gnawing of the flames. Every nerve was pulled hard by the sharp pain. He struggled. Instead, he found himself as stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. The body seems to be bound by a spell of immobilization. Every struggle was like hitting an invisible, hard wall. Not only is it futile, but it adds to the pain. Feng Ning looked at Ao-chan's wretched appearance. A mocking look once again appeared on his face. As I said, Xiaolong, stop struggling unnecessarily and obediently go back with me. Don't forget the terms you promised me. There's an event waiting for you tonight. If you don't behave, you'll be in for it. When the time comes, it's going to be more than just skin and bones. Chapter 35, Confrontation. Ao-chen wanted to open his mouth and retort, but his throat felt like it was being strangled by a big invisible hand, and he couldn't make a single sound. He could only watch Feng Ning, eyes full of resentment and hatred, like a trapped beast. In the end, he could only let Feng Ning hold him by his chains and, one step at a time, as if walking towards a penal colony. Helplessly, he moved forward. Evil Phoenix, right here and now. A rush of footsteps came from far and near. The brief silence was violently broken. Stop! A clear and dignified chorus suddenly resounded through the air. I only saw that Yu Ling's stance was as strong as electricity, leading several disciples of the Dragon Clan as if they were divine soldiers descending from heaven. It instantly appeared in front of Feng Ning and Ao-chen's eyes. When Ao-chen saw this scene, he was shocked to say the least. A momentary gleam of surprise and hope flashed in his eyes. He cried out in excitement, "Eldest sister! Eldest brother!" The voice was filled with the celebration of the aftermath and the eagerness for rescue. Feng Ning never expected that these few people would suddenly appear. A flash of alarm flashed momentarily in her eyes. The breath around his body quietly tightened and entered a high state of alert. Yu Ling's gaze landed on Ao-chen for the first time. There was worry in those concerned eyes. She saw that Ao-chen was being controlled by Feng Ning by bizarre means. A few moments of clarity came to mind. Yu Ling took a deep breath and, trying to calm his frantic heartbeat, "Force yourself to calm down." She raised her eyes to Feng Ning, her gaze scrutinizing and testing, and said in a harmonious voice, May I ask if your excellency is the third princess of the Phoenix clan? When Feng Ning heard this, she gently raised her eyebrows. With a haughty expression and a slightly raised chin, he responded, "It is none other than this princess." Yuling secretly marveled in her heart. Earlier, when I first saw the woman at the inn, I only know that she comes from the Phoenix clan, without ever realizing it. The seemingly gentle and soft young girl in front of me, it was actually Feng Ning, a wunderkind who was famous in all directions and had extraordinary cultivation. This woman's strength is unfathomable. Never easy generation, is it difficult to provoke the existence of. A gentle and humble smile immediately surfaced on Yuling's face. The words were euphemistic. So it's the third princess of the Phoenix clan. I've heard of you for a long time. Like thunder. The princess is a beautiful woman, and it's an honor to meet her today. I would also like to sincerely thank the princess for taking care of junior brother Aochan during this period of time. It's just that our immortal father has always been concerned about Aochan's safety and well-being, and it's hard for him to sleep or eat, and he's been hoping day and night that he'll return safely. I still hope that the princess can sympathize with my clan's concerns and let Aochan return with us. After hearing this, Feng Ning lightly grunted, full of disdain, and bullying and greed showed in his eyes as he said, "This little dragon is now this princess's person. You guys want to just take him away? Humph. It's simply delusional." The other Dragon Clan disciples heard this kind of brutal and unreasonable words from Feng Ning. The moment he did, his eyes widened in anger. One after another, they pointed their anger at Feng Ning. Their eyes burned with a burning fury that, as if it wanted to burn Feng Ning to ashes in an instant. "Eat your heart out alive." Seeing this, Moon Spirit hurriedly spoke out to stop it. "All senior brothers and sisters, be at ease. Do not act impulsively. This matter has a great deal at stake and needs to be considered in the long run." Having said that, she once again turned her gaze to Feng Ning. The tone was gentle but not too earnest in its exhortation. "Your Highness, Aochan is an indispensable disciple of our Dragon Clan, and is of great significance to our clan. I still hope that your Highness will be magnanimous and release him to the team. If this is the case, our Dragon Clan will be grateful for the princess's generosity and will always remember it." Feng Ning sniffed, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile as she mocked. "Grateful? Humph. This princess doesn't care about your dragon race's meager gratitude. This little dragon. This princess is determined. No one can take it away from this princess." When Yuling heard this, her brows furrowed and a hint of anxiety flashed in her eyes. She forced down her inner anxiety and patiently advised again. "Your Highness, if you forcibly detain Aochan like this, it will most likely cause strife between the two clans. Once the war flares up, the consequences will be unimaginable. I still hope that your Highness will think twice before acting in the interest of the greater good." When Feng Ning heard this, she snorted disdainfully, her eyes filled with arrogance. "Strife? Would this princess be afraid of your dragon clan? If you dragons dare to be rude to this princess and dare to act rashly, this princess will not let up and will definitely make you pay a painful price." Yuling's heart sank, knowing full well that what Feng Ning said was not true. Feng Ning is powerful and has a bratty and capricious character, acting recklessly. Once she's really pissed off, the situation will get out of hand. The consequences will be unimaginable. However, she also could never stand by and watch Aochan being forcibly taken away by Feng Ning. So, Moon Spirit steeled herself and tried to persuade again. "Your Highness, I still hope that you can let Aochan go for the sake of the two clans' long-standing friendship. I, the dragon race, have always emphasized love and justice, and will certainly remember the princess's great kindness. In the future, if the princess has any need, my dragon clan will surely go all out to repay her favor." Feng Ning laughed coldly after hearing this, her eyes filled with mockery. "Friendship? How ridiculous. What friendship is there between this princess and your dragon race to speak of? Don't try to fool the princess with that. This little dragon, this princess will never let go. If you continue to be so nagging and pestering, don't blame this princess for being impolite, and then the swords will have no eyes." Yuling heard Feng Ning's ruthless words. The heart was steeply tightened and chilled. She was acutely aware that Feng Ning had completely lost her patience, and if she continued to persuade her with her bitter words at this moment, she would have lost her patience. Instead of helping, there is a great risk of adding fuel to the fire. Let the situation get more and more out of control. However, giving up on Aochan for this, for her, it was 1,000,000%. In the nick of time, Yuling took a deep breath and tried to calm her frantic heartbeat. Then he looked at Feng Ning with a firm gaze and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, since you are insistent on this, it seems that we can only resolve this dispute with our strength. I still hope that your Highness can sympathize with our helplessness." The words. Yuling then quickly gave a wink to the Dragon Clan disciples behind him. A few of the Dragon Race disciples understood, and in an instant, all of them had eyes like torches. staring at Feng Ning with an angry, deadpan stare. The spiritual energy in his body was surging, and he was standing by, prepare for a life and death struggle at any time. Feng Ning saw this scene and, the corner of his mouth hooked into a disdainful sneer, mocking, "Ha! Just by your few insignificant shrimp soldiers and crab generals, do you also presume to compete with this princess? It's so insouciant and stupid." Before the words are out of my mouth, Feng Ning then gently waved her hand. A blazing fiery red light instantly surged out from the center of his palm. The light was like a spirited, fiery phoenix that, wrapped in a rolling heat wave. Whistling, he lunged towards those few Dragon Clan disciples. The heat waves are rolling in. Wherever you go, the air seemed to be on fire, making a zippy sound. A few dragon disciples saw the situation and, the color of his face suddenly changed, and he reacted extremely swiftly. Their figures were like electricity, and they all flew sideways, and, trying to dodge the harsh blow. However, it was as if the fiery red light had been endowed with a spirit of, stay on target, like a shadow in pursuit. Chapter 36, Desperation. Moon Spirit saw that her disciples were in crisis. Without hesitation, he flew out to help. She swung her long sword in her hand with a dazzling array of swords and, a stern sword blade wrapped in whistling winds, chopping towards that fiery red light. Shasta! The sword and the light clashed fiercely and, a burst of brilliant, eye-catching sparks erupted. The blinding light illuminated the surroundings as if it were day. However, have to admit, Feng Ning's strength was simply too strong, far more than the crowd could have imagined. Despite the concerted efforts of Moon Spirit and several dragon disciples, working closely together and joining forces, however, it was still difficult to resist Feng Ning's powerful tidal wave-like attack. It didn't take long. They were then suppressed by Feng Ning's powerful spiritual power, gradually falling on hard times. As if his body was tightly bound by an invisible force. Can't move. Ao Chen witnessed all of this, and his heart was burning with anxiety. It was as if a million ants were gnawing at his heart. He was desperate to help, and he wanted to help, saving eldest sister and brothers in distress. But it is sad to realize that, himself tightly entangled in the hot chains of every inch of his skin burned raw. The body is even more confined to death. There was no way to move the slightest bit. He could only watch as Yu Ling and his senior brothers suffered from Feng Ning's suppression, with eyes filled with helplessness and anger. The powerlessness in his heart completely overwhelmed him like a raging tide. Moon Spirit was in a desperate situation, and it was clear in her mind that, if this situation continues, they will be defeated. Ao Chen would also completely fall into Feng Ning's hands. In this moment of life and death, she clenched her teeth, looked determined, and resolved to fight with all his might, make a last-ditch effort. Moon Spirit raised her longsword high in her hand and, mobilizing every ounce of spiritual energy in his body, he gathered it on top of the sword. With all the strength she could muster, he fiercely chopped towards that fiery red light. This sword, full of her strong faith and fearless courage, the sword was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the night sky, with an aura of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. It went straight at Feng Ning. Seeing this, Feng Ning gave a cold snort of disdain and mocked, "Humph, with this meager skill of yours, do you presume to injure this princess? What a daydream and delusion." As the words fall, Feng Ning gently waved her sleeve. That fiery red light was instantly like a raging wave that, towards the Moon Spirit's sword mane raged and lunged. Shasta! Two powerful forces collided fiercely. A deafening roar erupted from it's as if the sky is falling. Yu Ling only felt a mountainous and powerful force surging back at her. She didn't have time to react at all. A mouthful of blood spurted violently out of her mouth. The body is like a kite with broken strings, flying out uncontrollably, heavily falling to the ground. Raising a cloud of dust. Her eyes flashed with resignation and stubbornness, but her body was no longer capable of fighting. Eldest sister, Ao Chen watched as Yu Ling was sent flying by an irresistible force that, heart racing, shouting at the top of his lungs. That voice was full of heartbreaking pain. In his eyes, anxiety and worry are intertwined like a blazing fire, mercilessly scorching his heart. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was that's to rush over and save Moonling. However, instead, his body was firmly bound by Feng Ning's chains. Every struggle is like hitting an invisible iron wall, only to wriggle futilely in place. The heart was filled with endless helplessness and despair. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's anxious appearance like this. The corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking sneer. What? Heartbroken? Ao Chen glared angrily at Feng Ning, with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. He roared, "You evil phoenix! If you dare to hurt my eldest sister halfway, I will not let you go. Even if I have to fight for my life, I will make you pay." Feng Ning heard that. Not only is there not the slightest fear of Instead, he laughed even more openly and the laughter echoed harshly in the still air. Hee, this princess is more than just going to hurt her halfway. This princess now wants her life. Feng Ning finished speaking, the corners of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile that the arm snapped. Shasta. The flames on the chains seemed to be infused with a furious power that it's burning, and the fire's getting hotter and hotter. That blazing heat made the air around it twist and distort. It was as if it was going to completely devour Moon Spirit in the next second. The surrounding disciples of the Dragon Clan, witnessing this shocking scene, the anger and worry in his heart instantly peaked. They don't hesitate. They move in a neat and tidy manner, like a fortified wall, standing in unison in front of Moon Spirit, shielding her tightly behind him. Feng Ning saw this and, letting out a grim scoff. That laughter was like the voice of a ghost in a cold night, full of mockery and disdain. It was as if they were mocking the Moon Spirit and the Dragon Clan disciples for their insouciance and stupidity. Humph. Since you guys are so insistent, then don't blame this princess for being ruthless. Having said that, she swung the flaming chains in her hand violently once again and a holocaust that will destroy everything is coming. When Ao Chen saw this, the anxiety in his heart instantly soared to the extreme. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stop it! You stop it!" Feng Ning sniffed, slowly turning his head to look at Ao Chen. A hint of teasing flashed in his eyes and, as if admiring a prey that had fallen into a trap. "Oh, you're finally willing to give in? However, this princess has changed her mind now. I'm taking away them, and this princess will teach them a good lesson." Having said that, with a shake of her arm, she swung the chains in her hand again. This time, the powerful force released by the chains was like a raging tsunami, with the momentum of the mountains, towards Moon Spirit and a few Dragon Clan disciples. He ferociously impacted. Yuling only felt as if her chest had been hit hard by a jackhammer. An unbearable sharp pain instantly spread all over his body. It was as if a boulder had hit her hard. Under the severe pain, she couldn't hold back any longer, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. His body also flew backwards uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind. A few other dragon disciples were not spared, either. They were all affected by the waves of this powerful force and were shaken to the ground. Some of them were sent flying several feet away, heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Some are unsteady on their feet, staggering back several steps. Just barely able to stabilize himself. His face was filled with pain and resignation. Eldest sister, eldest brother. Ao Chen witnessed the tragic situation in front of him, tearing his heart out and yelling. The voice was full of panic and despair. At this moment, the pain in his eyes was like a sharp, unmistakable blade that, straight into the soul. It stirred his organs and gripped them together. Ao Chen knew in his heart that it was a matter of life and death, and there was no room for hesitation. His teeth clenched. He took a deep breath and, trying to force down the grief and burning anger that tumbled through his heart, Ao Chen slowly raised his head and, with eyes like torches, staring straight at Feng Ning, with all the strength in his body, he roared in a single word, "Evil Phoenix, I will go with you, but you must stop immediately and not hurt my eldest sister and senior brothers one bit." Chapter 37. When Feng Ning heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had thought that Ao Chen would continue to stubbornly resist, but I didn't expect him to choose to give in so easily. However, she quickly resumed that haughty look of, said with a sneer, "Humph, count on you to know what you're doing. However, do you think this princess will let them off so easily?" Ao Chen's heart tightened violently when he heard this. He knew that Feng Ning would never stop letting them off the hook so easily. One had to do everything in one's power to stop her. Ao Chen clenched his teeth, which were slightly warring from excessive force. With a grave and earnest expression, he once again pleaded to Feng Ning, Princess, I implore you, spare them. They're just innocent dragon disciples. They've never had any grievances with you, so why make things difficult for them? As long as you're willing to spare their lives, I'm willing to agree to whatever offer you make." His eyes were full of pleading and determination. As if staking everything he had on this last entreaty. I only hope that it will lead to the peace of my fellow disciples." Feng Ning heard this and, there was a flash of sardonic playfulness in his eyes. She spared a glance at Ao Chen, asked softly, "Oh, you really promise me everything?" Ao Chen nodded without hesitation. The tone was firm as a rock, not to be questioned. "Yes, I promise you everything. Just ask the princess to spare them." Feng Ning sniffed, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a contemptuous light smile. She gently swung the chains in her hand and, the originally raging and surging power was rapidly converging like an ebbing wave. "Good. Since you are so sensible, then this princess will let them go for now. However, you must keep in mind that your life, from this moment on, is firmly in the hands of this princess. There was a haughtiness and majesty in her voice that could not be challenged. It was as if everything was under her control. Ao Chen heard this and, the heart that had been hanging in the air finally relaxed a little, with a long breath of relief. It's as if you've gone from ghost to ghost and back again. He turned sharply and, quickly walking towards Moon Spirit and a few other Dragon Clan disciples. At this time, Moon Spirit was struggling to sit up with great difficulty. His face was still bloodless and pale as paper, but the concern and worry that shone in her eyes. Little master, you. Moon Spirit opened her mouth, her voice weak and with a trace of uncontrollable trembling. Her eyes were red, tears welling up in them, but she forced herself to keep them from falling. Ao Chen looked at Yu Ling, his eyes filled with tenderness and comfort. Eldest senior sister, I'm fine. You must not worry about me. I also want to trouble you to go back and tell the master. Just say that I am all well, so that his old man can rest assured. Moon Spirit heard this and, tears finally came to my eyes and I couldn't help it. She forced herself to hold back the disenchantment and heartache that, nodding his head in agreement. A few other dragon disciples also gathered around and, their eyes were filled with the same concern and worry. Yifeng's brows were furrowed and he asked with a face full of anxiety. Junior brother, do you really want to go with her? This is too dangerous. Ao Chen nodded his head, and a hint of determination to die as if he were dead flashed through his eyes. Yes, eldest sister. Senior brother. I'll go back with her for now. In the future, I will think of a way. You guys must take care of yourselves. Warang couldn't help but open his mouth to advise. Junior brother, don't be too foolish. We would rather go to our deaths with you than watch you face this unknown danger alone. Ao Chen sniffed, deeply touched inside. His eyes were slightly moist. He knew that his brothers truly cared for him, but he understands better. Never let them be put in danger again because of themselves. Senior brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I've made up my mind that I'm going with her. You guys must take care of yourselves. After saying that, he resolutely turned around and looked at Feng Ning. At this time, Feng Ning was watching the scene with a wry smile on his face, eyes full of teasing and playfulness. It's as if you're watching a great show. Princess, let's go. Ao Chen spoke, his voice surprisingly calm and firm. Feng Ning sniffed and let out a light laugh. There was a hint of smugness and satisfaction in that laugh. She walked over slowly and grabbed Ao Chen's arm with a strong and domineering movement. Abruptly, the two of them rose into the air and, turning into a dazzling fiery red light that instantly disappeared into the sky. Only a faint residual shadow and endless ties were left behind. Yu Ling and a few other Dragon Clan disciples stood frozen in place. He watched as Ao Chen was taken away by Feng Ning. Their hearts are filled with pain and resignation. It was like being stabbed by millions of needles in pain. However, in the face of Feng Ning's power that was so strong as to be despairing, and there's nothing they can do about it. All you can do is stay where you are and be gloomy. Feng Ning roughly tugged at Ao Chen. Stride back to the inn. The crowd in the inn was stunned by this sudden scene of. I only saw the petite Feng Ning. There's an aura of solemnity that emanates from his body, tugging at the taller Ao Chen. The pace was so harsh that it didn't allow for an ounce of resistance. That aura was as if it could make the air around it instantly freeze. What the hell is going on here? The innkeeper's eyes widened in shock and he stammered. One of the regulars next to him looked at it and muttered in a low voice. Aren't they a couple? Yesterday, they were so happy and sweet here. Why are they fighting today? Another guest picked up the conversation. Hey, as the old saying goes, a beating is a beating. So maybe they're good for it. The crowd is talking to each other. Curious eyes have fallen on this special couple. Feng Ning ignored those people's comments, just pursed his lips tightly, anger flashing in his eyes. Once back in the room, she then threw her arms out violently and, pushing Ao Chen, who was tightly entangled in the red flame chain, to the ground viciously. Ao Chen fell heavily to the ground and, it made a dull sound, and his face was filled with pain and resignation. Feng Ning's eyes burned with a blazing rage. The flames seemed to burn the entire world to ashes. Humph! You little dragon! You have a lot of guts. How dare you disobey this princess for another woman? Have you thought about what consequences you will have to bear? Ao Chen struggled to get up from the ground, his voice revealing a hint of determination. That's my big sister. Big sister is as gracious to me as a mountain. I've been taking care of my big sister and all my brothers since I was a kid. Shut up. Feng Ning was no longer interested in listening to his explanation. At this point in time, anger and jealousy mingled in her heart. It's like a raging tide churning madly in the bottom of the heart. Eldest senior sister? That's a very affectionate shout. Feng Ning's tone was filled with mockery. But if you ever call her that again, I don't mind slashing her little flowery face a few times, then stripping her naked and soaking her in the wine jar. Don't you dare. Ouchin hissed angrily and a momentary flash of fear and worry flashed in his eyes. Whether I dare or not is up to you, little dragon. The corners of Feng Ning's mouth rose lightly. A light smile breaks out, but there was cruelty and recklessness hidden in that smile. Chapter 38 The Dragon's Horn. When Ao Chen heard this, he was busy shutting his mouth. He knows this evil phoenix's temperament too well. He has always acted in an unruly manner. If you really piss her off, God knows what kind of heartlessness she would do. Helplessness and anger are intertwined. He lowered his head, his mind a mix of emotions. Feng Ning let out a cold snort and said with a face full of displeasure, I had come out to have a good time, but I bumped into those dragon rats, ruining the princess's excitement to no end. Ouchin sat on the ground and, listening to Feng Ning's complaints, a sneer could not help but spread in his heart. She still has the face to be angry? The person who should really be furious is herself by her forcible captivity, but could only watch as eldest sister and elder brothers were injured. It's all because of her. However, Ouchin turned his thoughts to eldest sister went back this time. He will definitely inform Immortal Emperor of his captivity without reservation and in full. The immortal dignitary is an unfathomable cultivator. The power of the gods is boundless. How can you sit back and do nothing about your plight? I'm sure I'll come to the rescue as soon as I can. Come to think of it, the corners of Ao Chen's mouth involuntarily rose. By then, he would make this evil phoenix pay a painful and incomparable price for what she had done. He's going to crush this evil phoenix so hard that it made her immobile. He would listen to her begging herself, tearfully, for forgiveness, again and again, crying and praying for forgiveness. We'll see. There's something for her to look at. Just thinking about it. Feng Ning suddenly came over, slowly crouching down. One pinched Ao Chen's chin. Ao Chen was forced to lock eyes with Feng Ning. Her fingers rubbed gently over Ao Chen's chin. Yet the eyes were like cold pools, cold and piercing. It was as if it could freeze a person in an instant. She spoke slowly and the tone was eerily laid back. Little dragon, your behavior today has made this princess very upset. You might as well guess what this princess will do to you next. Ao Chen heard this and, slowly turning his head away, he ignored her. What can I do? Is it possible to eat him alive? Has she tossed herself around enough before? He had long been prepared for anything. Feng Ning saw him like this. Instead of getting angry, he stood up and, walking slowly to the bed, and sitting down gracefully, a playful smile curled the corners of his mouth and, Yo-Yo said, but then again, if little dragon can coax me to be happy, this princess is generous and can forget about it and pretend that nothing has happened today. Ouchin heard that, couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Let him cheer her up? Go to your springtime dreams. Ao Chen hummed heavily again. With that, he turned his head. The words of this arrogant and wicked girl were completely ignored. Feng Ning saw that he dared to ignore himself like that, instantly storming out of the room. Pissed off, she was so angry that it seemed as if fire were going to come out of her eyes and, mouthing the words, a low gulp. Red flame chain. Shasta. The red flame chain glowed brightly and, it's like an awakened fire phoenix, releasing a powerful force that, pulling tightly on Ao Chen. Ao Chen felt that his body was out of control. Like a broken kite, he was violently yanked to his heels by Feng Ning. Humph. This princess is angry. Unhappy. It's all due to your misbehaving little dragon. You must make this princess happy today. Feng Ning's eyes widened in anger and her willow eyebrows rose up, growling angrily, with a crazy glint in his eye. It was as if he was going to eat Ao Chen alive in the next second. You're upset? You angry? You're unhappy? Ao Chen deliberately raised his eyebrows provocatively and asked. Right. Feng Ning's chest rose and fell violently. Furious. I'll kill you. Ao Chen returned unknowingly. He's kind of figured it out. Didn't you want him to stay by her side? No problem. I'm just gonna stay here and disgust her. Piss her off. Waiting for her to hurry herself away impatiently. You disobedient little dragon. It seems that if I don't show you some color, you don't know how powerful this princess is. Feng Ning laughed in anger. The smile, however, carried a hint of danger. The words. Feng Ning lashed out. Both hands pushed at Ao Chen's chest like a swift wind. As soon as he pushed him down on the bed, the action was rough and determined. Suddenly, Ao Chen's two dragon horns appeared due to too much pain. Feng Ning's gaze was instantly attracted by the pair of dragon horns. Eyes steeply lit. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably and a hint of uncontrollable excitement flowed out. Shasta. Her figure flashed like a ghost. Instantly, he bullied his way to the top. Her small, slender, white hand, which she held out to at the moment it contained an unexpectedly strong force. As soon as he firmly clutched Ao Chen's two dragon horns, it made him unable to move in the slightest. Ao Chen's heart pounded. A strange tingling sensation that. It was just like an electric current that quickly traveled throughout the body along the dragon's horn that was held. He did his best to maintain his composure and spoke in a deep voice. You, get off, before the words are out of my mouth. Then he saw the corner of Feng Ning's mouth hook up in a playful smile. Crunch, he said. No release. Ao Chen found it hard to bear. His face instantly turned red and he roared angrily. Get off my horn. Feng Ning looked at him like this. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes and he smiled lightly. Well, don't let me play dragon horns. Then, as the words fall, she snapped her mouth open and, two small, cold fangs loomed between her lips. Immediately following. Then he viciously bit down towards Ao Chen's neck. Ah, what are you doing? Shasta. Ao Chen was swept away by this sudden and severe pain. All previous pretense of composure instantly evaporated. He couldn't control it any longer and screamed at the top of his lungs. Suck the blood. Feng Ning responded briefly, eyes burning with the fire of greed. It was a longing that bordered on madness. At this moment, in her heart, it was as if only Ao Chen's blood was. It was the only way to quench her burning anger. Ao Chen could only feel a sharp pain drilling through his neck. Out of instinct, he began to struggle. His whole body was tense and sinewy and, defiantly trying to get out of this nightmarish ordeal. However, the chains of crimson flame that were wrapped around his body, it was like a hideous fiery serpent that bound him tightly. No matter how much he resisted, how hard he struggled, the red flame chain, however, does not move at all. It didn't leave him an ounce of room to escape. Feng Ning, you crazy person. Ao Chen was angry and anxious, eyes rounded as if they were about to burst into flames. Roared at the top of his voice. You're simply taking it by force. I am the son of the Dragon Clan. What about you? The son of the Dragon Clan? You're still lying here being bullied by me? You, shameless evil phoenix. Unbelievable. Unshameful. He. Feng Ning squeezed a soft laugh from between her teeth. The tone trailed off and, full of unabashed disdain. This princess loves bullying you, this little dragon, and loves to see this look of anger that is so close to insanity. But there is nothing you can do about it right now. In the eyes of this princess, this is more fascinating than any beauty in the world. What can you do if I want to violate you wantonly? You're mine and can only ever be mine. Having said that, Feng Ning was completely immersed in the pleasure of sucking blood. Eyes misty, there was a crazy and dangerous aura around him. After a few puffs, she loosened her teeth slightly, her movements lazy and casual, with a stinging trail of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. It looked hideous against the white skin. She had what appeared to be a wry smile on her face. Enchanted. The voice was full of irrepressible satisfaction. The little dragon smells so good. Little dragon's blood is just so inspiring and crazy. Chapter 39. Ao Chen was securely bound to the I can't move my body. He could only let Feng Ning torment him with a heart full of unwillingness and incomparable helplessness. He really wanted to use a dragon breath slash to chop this evil phoenix into 8 pieces. After a long time, Feng Ning seems to have sucked up enough blood to. Emotions gradually calmed down a bit. She lifted her little face slowly and, with blood still hanging from the corners of his mouth that had not been wiped clean, it looked hideous and bizarre. Suddenly, she held out her hand and, that white jade-like little hand gently stroked Ao Chen's face again, with seemingly gentle movements, but with an unquestionable forcefulness and dominance. Little dragon, do you like that, eldest sister? Feng Ning coldly threw out this question. There was a hint of jealousy, if any, wrapped in his voice. Ao Chen heard this and, looking at her with incredulity, hurriedly, he defended himself. What are you talking about? Of course not. She is only my eldest sister, the love of a fellow disciple. How can you be allowed to make wild guesses? Humph. You little dragon. Don't forget that you're this princess person. A cold aura flashed in Feng Ning's eyes. The fierce color reappeared. No liking anyone else. Who likes someone else? Ao Chen's face flushed red at these words. Like a cat that had its tail stepped on. It instantly exploded and hastily retorted. It better be. Feng Ning's eyes were filled with a dominance that could not be refused. Immediately following, as if declaring sovereignty, the order was given. Say, you're with this princess. Ao Chen clenched his teeth and turned his head away. Eyes full of stubbornness. Ignore her. Quickly. You're with this princess. Feng Ning grabbed Ao Chen's shoulders and shook them violently for a while. Ao Chen only felt as if his body was going to be shaken apart. Dizziness. But even so, he still frowned and closed his lips. Without a word, he held on to his last stubbornness. Seeing him do so, Feng Ning once again slowly recited. Red flame. Row. Your. It's all yours. The 4 seas, the 5 lakes, the 9 heavens and the 10 earths are yours. It's all yours, Feng Ning. Okay. Ao Chen was finally forced by Feng Ning in this forceful manner. Compromise. The voice was full of exhaustion. Feng Ning sniffed. I couldn't help but snort out a laugh. What do I need those boring things for? I just want little dragon. Humph. Xiaolong is mine, and can only ever be mine. Got it? Her tone was decisive and, as if with these firm words, declare her absolute ownership of Ao Chen to the entire world. Ao Chen was no longer capable of arguing with this crazy lot. He forced down the annoyance of his mind and, secretly belabored, let's let this evil phoenix have her way with us. It won't be long before the immortal father will surely come to my rescue, when the immortal master has restored my spiritual power. At that time, I will make this evil phoenix pay a painful price for what she did today. However, he saw Feng Ning coldly humming in satisfaction, with a smug grin on his face. Like getting the most beloved treasure. Immediately following, her interest rose again, and her body pressed close to Ao Chen's. That ambiguous aura instantly filled the air. Her voice became soft and seductive. However, it made Ao Chen feel incomparably fearful. Now then, you, let me. I want the little dragon. No. Ao Chen didn't even think about it and instinctively rejected it outright. Want it? Feng Ning's voice turned abruptly cold. Threatening intent emanated unreservedly. Don't, you perverted wicked woman. Hiss. Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Ning had already started to go up and down, completely disregarding Ao Chen's resistance. By all means. The whole long night that followed, Feng Ning was as if she had fallen into an endless madness, constantly tossing Ao Chen around. For a long time, as Ao Chen was about to break through the limit, in the nick of time, releasing the majestic power in his body, Feng Ning paused violently and, there was a flash of almost mischievous playfulness in the eyes of the, staring tightly at Ao Chen, not letting go of any subtle change of expression on his face. Immediately following, Feng Ning lightly raised her jade hand, manipulating the red flame chain to wrap around Ao Chen. That red flame chain was like a nimble and vicious fire snake that, instantly bound it tightly. Ao Chen felt an unbearable oppressive force sweeping in from all directions. The power in his body was like a raging tsunami that, striking at the barriers of confinement again and again, but never found an outlet for catharsis. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his face contorted with pain. The features were tightly wrinkled together and, it was as if he was suffering from the torment of a million ants. Come on, get it off. With great difficulty, Ao Chen squeezed a few words out from between his teeth. He gasped with difficulty and, there was pain and pleading in his voice. Feng Ning saw this, without the least bit of mercy. Instead, the corners of his mouth gently curled up and, a teasing smile appeared. Take it off? Humph. Who gave you permission to work alone? As she spoke, while slowly approaching Ao Chen, warm breath gently brushed against Ao Chen's ears, voice low and seductive. I want to hear Bruce beg for mercy from me. Say, I am Feng Ning's. I only like Feng Ning in this life. I will always stay by Feng Ning's side. Ao Chen's eyes widened angrily as he glared dead at Feng Ning, body shaking violently with anger and pain. The breathing also became rapid and disorganized, but the riot of that power in his body grew stronger and stronger. It seemed as if it would tear his body apart at any moment. I am Feng Ning's. In this life, I only like Feng Ning alone. I will always stay by Feng Ning's side. Finally, on the verge of bursting him with that power, Ao Chen had to compromise. Hearing that, Feng Ning revealed a satisfied smile, demanded again, then again, Bruce, please princess, let me be satisfied. Please princess, let me be satisfied. At this time, Ao Chen's consciousness had begun to blur. The scene before us became shadowed and, the brain has also almost lost the ability to think. Little dragon is so good. Little dragon, come and kiss me and I'll take it off for you. Driven by the instinct to survive, Ao Chen mechanically and slowly approached Feng Ning and, both lips gently pressed onto Feng Ning's small mouth. Asterisk. I don't know how long. Feng Ning finally stopped. She looked like a child tired of playing, and looked tired and, slowly, he let go of Ao Chen. Ao Chen collapsed helplessly onto the bed and, the body feels like it's been hollowed out. Every inch of muscle screamed exhaustion, not an ounce of strength. His eyelids were heavy and, only a broken shell remains. Feng Ning gently came to his ear and, again, he asked in a low voice, whose little dragon is it? Seeing that Ao Chen didn't respond, Feng Ning once again asked softly, tell me, whose little dragon is it? Yours. Who am I? You are Feng Ning. Ao Chen used his last ounce of strength to finish these words. It's like falling into an endless abyss of darkness. Drift off into a deep sleep. Asterisk. Above the cloudy, misty path of the immortals, Feng Ning is in front, clutching tightly in his hand Ao Chen, who was being pulled by the red flame chain. All the way towards Fengchi Palace. The fire jumping on the red flame chain reflected her slightly sulky side. Along the way, Ao Chen was as cold as ice, and pursed his lips. There's an aura of rejection all around. Ignoring Feng Ning, Feng Ning looked back at him from time to time, with all the complex emotions woven into his eyes. Finally, she couldn't help but break the silence and, still going to keep holding your tongue like that, little mute? Chapter 40, Bite Her. Ao Chen was as if he hadn't heard Feng Ning's words, and remained silent as an enigma, eyes coldly piercing through the layers of cloud and, looking into the distance. It was as if Feng Ning and he were in two different worlds. Feng Ning saw this and thought a little, raising his hand in the air with a graceful wave of Shasta. A bouquet of colorful fairy flowers appeared out of thin air. The rich floral scent filled the room instantly. She smiled as she handed the flowers to Ao Chen and said softly, "Here you go. Stop being grumpy. Look at this flower. It's so delicate and colorful, just like those novelties in the earthly bazaar. Didn't Xiaolong like it quite a lot in the past?" Ao Chen just glanced at it faintly and, the eyes skimmed over, like a dragonfly, without even lifting his eyelids more than once. The whirlwind fell back into a deathly silence. Feng Ning was not discouraged, gaze sweeping aside into the forest. Just a few squirrels were hopping around. The corners of her mouth ticked. There was a flash of cunning in his eyes, and, the jade hand gently pointed and cast a spell. Moment. Those little squirrels looked like they'd been given a soul. Began to imitate the comical likenesses of earthly jugglers. A little flip-flopping. A moment later, he's squeezing and making faces. Ha ha, little dragon. Look, don't these little guys look like the wonderful show we saw on Earth? Feng Ning said excitedly. Ao Chen inadvertently glanced at the comical appearance of those little squirrels and, didn't hold back, laughed out loud. But when he raised his eyes, he saw that Feng Ning was tilting his head and, as he looked at himself with a triumphant face, as if suddenly realizing something, instantly the wooden face returned to the expression became cold once again. Feng Ning saw him smile and, hurriedly, she leaned over to him and smiled. Little dragon is smiling. Xiaolong is not allowed to lose his face anymore. He looks good when he smiles. Ao Chen looked away. Ignore her. Feng Ning was in coaxing mode again. Alright, little dragon. Talk to me, okay little dragon? Ao Chen still kept his mouth tightly shut. Not a word. Feng Ning's patience was completely worn out at this moment. Anger flared up in his heart, as if to set the air around them on fire. Her small, white sheep's hand snapped out and, using all his strength to break Ao Chen's mouth, shouted angrily word for word, "You give me say something." However, Ao Chen was like a silent iceberg that, no matter how hard she tried, the lips were tightly closed and unmoving. Shasta. Ao Chen snapped his mouth open and, precisely bit Feng Ning's small, scallion white-like finger. Feng Ning lost her voice and screamed, "You asshole little dragon, let go." In fact, Ao Chen did not use his full strength, with his real force. I'm afraid that Feng Ning's few slender and delicate fingers had already been unable to take a hit. He merely wanted to take the opportunity to teach this arrogant and capricious, wantonly evil phoenix a lesson. Feng Ning hurriedly blew on her small hand and, only the back of his hand was already imprinted with a pale pink teeth mark. She was so angry that her body trembled and, the voice carries the endless anger of, pulling up his voice, he roared, "You! How dare you bite this princess? Are you living out of patience?" Ao Chen sniffed, raising an eyebrow dismissively. There was mockery and contempt on his face. This attitude of his, it's like pouring oil on a fire. It instantly ignited the anger in Feng Ning's heart. She was like an enraged beast. Small hands pulled violently and, the red flame chain instantly erupted with a dazzling red fire-colored light that, reflecting her small face, which looked more and more delicate with anger. Immediately following, her hands are like electricity. With a swift and vicious thrust, pouncing Ao Chen heavily in the middle of that dense carpet like grass. Ao Chen stifled a grunt. It's too late to react. Feng Ning's angry little face was then approaching. There was a dangerous gleam in her eye that, the voice was low and threatening. Just which tooth bit the princess? Let me see. Having said that, Feng Ning leaned down and kissed Ao Chen's thin lips. Her little tongue was like a nimble, swimming snake. Deftly, yet dominantly, she pried open his teeth and, ravishing and ravaging his mouth. With an almost maniacal possessiveness, Ao Chen only felt a sharp pain coming from between his lips, as if torn apart by sharp fangs. Silk of blood seeped out instantly, and, spreading between their intertwined lips, there was a faint scent of blood in the air. Feng Ning tasted that hint of sweetness and, the pupils were steeply constricted and, the madness and greed in it grew stronger and stronger, kissing Ao Chen even more obliviously. Hated to squeeze all the breath out of him. Well, Ao Chen sucked in a breath of cold air in pain and, Hands desperately pushed and shoved Feng Ning's little brain end, trying to get out of this painful tangle. Feng Ning suddenly said in a commanding tone, "Little dragon, talk. I want to hear your voice. You evil phoenix, quickly let go of me." Ao Chen finally exerted his best efforts to break free from some gaps and, yelling angrily at the top of his lungs, the sound echoed over the silent grass. But Feng Ning seemed to be stimulated by this that sweet-smelling blood and voice to become even more crazy. Her kisses grew more intense and, it was as if it wanted to completely crush and devour all of his breath, all of his resistance. Finally, at the moment when Ao Chen was about to suffocate, only then did Feng Ning reluctantly release him. Ao Chen gasped for air. Angrily, he touched the corner of his mouth that had been bitten by Feng Ning, fingertips touching that sticky blood. His eyes were glazed over, and they burned with the fury of staring viciously at Feng Ning in front of her. It was as if that gaze could set the air on fire. He couldn't wait to burn this smug-faced evil phoenix to ashes. Feng Ning, on the other hand, had a satisfied and provocative smile on her face. She slowly stuck out the tip of her pink tongue and, gently licking the rosy yet tender mouth of licking the blood that remained on his lips. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly and, like an unquestionable winner in this crazy contest, a delicate grunt followed. Humph! Who let the little dragon's teeth be dishonest? After saying that, Feng Ning stood up and, condescendingly looking down on Ao Chen, he threw down harsh words. "You little dragon, if you still don't talk to this princess will put you in a cage so that you won't be free for the rest of your life." Ao Chen acted as if he hadn't heard, remaining impassive, as if Feng Ning's threat was just a meaningless breeze. Brushing gently from ear to ear, Feng Ning glared at him fiercely and, he was angry and annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. "I can only suppress my anger," continuing to pull him up towards Phoenix Palace. Feng Ning stepped into the bedchamber with one foot. His face was so grim that it was about to drip. Seeing Feng Ning return, the maid, Zealand, immediately greeted her. She asked, her eyes wide with surprise and full of confusion, "Princess, how did you return so quickly from this trip?" Feng Ning's remaining anger has not subsided. With a heavy grunt, he said, "Humph, this princess had some good intentions to bring that little dragon to the human world to play. Who knew that she had run into the people of their dragon clan? And this little dragon even flipped out with me for the sake of his clan. It's really detestable." Zurin asked cautiously, owing slightly, "Princess, this time when you went down to the realm, you actually met Lord Dragon's clan by this coincidence?" Referring to this matter, a flash of disgust flashed through Feng Ning's eyes. Willow's eyebrows went up and she said hatefully, "Precisely, those dragon race rats, so bold and daring to try to snatch little dragon from me. They simply don't know how to die." Chapter 41, The Cage. Zealand couldn't help but frown slightly as he listened. Grimacing, she weighed her options and advised carefully, Your Highness, but no matter how you say it, that's also Duke Lon's blood relative of the same clan." When Feng Ning heard that, raising the volume at once, the look was stubborn, and his eyes were full of determination. "So what if you're of the same clan? Little Dragon is now this princess's person. He can only stay by the side of this princess, and must not mix with that group of rats who don't know what they're talking about." Zealand was going to try to persuade him again. The words came to me, but I didn't know where to start. After a moment's hesitation, she changed the question. "Princess, where is that dragon prince at this moment?" Feng Ning raised an eyebrow when she heard this. There was a flash of displeasure in his eyes, and he did not hesitate. "Poof, this little dragon has pissed me off 3 times. This princess has ordered him to be locked up in a cage, so that he can taste the pain and reflect on his faults." In the center of the hall of Saitama's spacious Iyun pavilion, a huge iron cage stood out. Ao Chen was tightly bound by heavy chains. There was an icy aura around him, positively expressionless. "He sits in the cage." Saitama stood silently, outside the iron cage, eyes locked on Ao Chen. The eyes were filled with unnameable helplessness. He let out a long sigh and spoke slowly. "Ao Chen, what is the point of this self-torture?" The voice was full of concern and confusion, echoing lazily in the silent hall. Ao Chen heard that, just a cold grunt out of his nose. Followed by gently tilting your head to the side, proclaiming their resistance with silence. It was clear that he did not want to have any interaction with Saitama. Saitama saw this. He couldn't help but let out another long sigh, adding a bit of heaviness to his tone. "I heard from Zealand that you were full of joy when you set out. How come you came back looking like this?" Ao Chen still had his lips tightly closed. It's as if the irony of the silence is to the end. The anxiety in Saitama's mind came like a tidal wave of. He began to pace anxiously around the cage. Beads of sweat on his forehead glistened in the sunlight. "Ao Chana, do you know that the third princess gave me a death order?" If I can't get you to talk within 3 days, she'll have to strip me of my snake skin. Saitama's voice trembled, revealing deep fear and urgency. However, Ao-chen seemed to be in another world. He still had his eyes closed and, ignoring Saitama's anxiety and concern, Saitama's anxiety increased when she saw him in such an attitude. Ao-chen, Ao-chen, why don't you just admit your mistake? Why do you have to put yourself, and me, in this situation? What's wrong with me? Ao-chen snapped his eyes open and retorted angrily. However, the words, he then realized that he had lost his temper and rushed to cover his mouth tightly. Ha ha ha, you finally spoke. Saitama jumped up and down in ecstasy, a smile of relief on his face. He laughed as he, while gently wiping away the beads of sweat from his forehead. Ao-chen, Ao-chen, this snake skin of mine has been saved. Ao-chen, I'd also like to advise you to stop being angry. Although the third princess is a bit quick-tempered, her affection for you is genuine and unquestionable. Ao-chen heard this and couldn't help but let out a heavy cold snort from his nostrils. Emotion? How could this evil phoenix know what love and affection really are? She acted with outrageous brutality. When I met my Dragon Clan members by chance earlier, she not only brutally blocked me from going up to recognize them, but also spoke ill of them and humiliated them wantonly. Now it's even worse, insulting me like this. Speaking of which, he clenched his lower lip, anger churning in his eyes as I hate only the fact that my mana is sealed and restricted. Otherwise, I will definitely lock this evil phoenix in a birdcage as well, so that she can also taste what it's like to be trapped. He clenched his fists, his bones whitening, and the words were not finished, but that full of indignation and resentment, but like a raging undercurrent, it filled the air. Saitama shook his head helplessly as he listened. You, can't you try to understand the princess from her point of view? She did that because she thinks too highly of you. She was afraid that you would be taken by the clan and never leave her side. That fear made her act on impulse and overreact. Ao-chen snorted coldly and fell into silence. Though his face was unruffled. But inside, a ripple of, keep coming back to Saitama's words, thinking back to the moment when I met my people on earth. Feng Ning's nervous and domineering look lingered in his mind. The anger that had been burning in his heart, it calmed down a little at the moment. Saitama stood by, keenly catching the subtle change in Ao-chen's demeanor. He was secretly rejoicing that. Then he struck while the iron was hot and said softly, Ao-chen, it's not like you don't know the princess's temperament. She's been pampered since she was a child. Plus her cultivation is quite high. She grew up being held in the hearts of everyone. So naturally she doesn't know how to properly express her emotions. This time she took you to the human realm for a trip, originally wanting to spend some quality time with you. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Chiyu saw that Ao-chen did not show any obvious resistance, and then he took up the persuasion again and again. Ao-chen, in my opinion, you take the initiative to go and apologize to the princess, showing that you understand that she cares about you, only that you were too impulsive at the time and didn't bother to consider her feelings. This will not only resolve the conflict, but also appear that you have measure. However, Ao-chen, frowned and there was a hint of stubbornness on his face. I am a son of the Dragon Clan, but now I am being humiliated by this evil phoenix in this cage. I really can't swallow this breath. Who is she to imprison me? Who is she to keep me from returning to the Dragon Clan? Saitama was not discouraged by this. He still had a warm smile on his face. Ao-chen, why are you so persistent? I know you're holding back in your heart, but things have already happened, so we have to find a way to solve them, don't we? Don't worry, I'll go and intercede with the princess to get her to let you out. Wouldn't you all be happy if you talked about it then? Ao-chen, however, waved his hand, his expression cold. I don't want to see that evil phoenix right now. I don't want to say a word to her. I want to be alone and calm down. Having said that, then he simply closed his eyes and, leaning against the cage, a look of rejection. Saitama saw this, sighing helplessly. He knew that this little dragon had a stubborn temper. It's hard to change things once they've been decided. So, and without further ado, he, turning to sit back down at the table next to, picked up a book and pretended to read it. Time passes slowly and Ao-chen is sitting bored out of his mind in his cage. There was silence all around. The dreariness was broken only by the occasional sound of a flipping book. He's really suffocating. Finally, he couldn't help but open his mouth to break the silence. Saitama, get me a book to read. Saitama sniffed and raised his head to look at Ao-chen and asked, what do you want to read? There was a touch of derisive amusement in his tone. It seemed to have long anticipated that Ao-chen would do this. Ao-chen casually glanced at the books in Chiyu's hands and said, just look at the one you're holding. P.S. Thank you for the support of husbands and wives. Please Please like the book of the treasure children. Gently lift the alabaster small hand to give a 5-star praise a score. Oh, grateful. Thanks. Chapter 42 Miraculous Art. Ouchin didn't specify what books he wanted to read in particular, just purely looking for something to pass the time. Saitama sniffed at the words. Subconsciously, he tucked the book in his hand into his arms. This book? It's a strange book I've newly obtained, recording many strange arts of the Phoenix clan from the ancient times. The content is wonderful and interesting. I haven't even finished reading it yet. Shall I find you a different book? As soon as Ouchin heard that, curiosity was instantly piqued by the more he came, the firmer his tone. No, I just want to read this one of yours. Saitama couldn't resist. He could only helplessly hand the book in his hand to Aochin. Ouchin took the book. Can't wait to flip through it. Just read a few pages. He then couldn't help but exclaim. This isn't Akabane Fumi. Saitama had been a little wan and, upon hearing this, instantly energized. The eyes glittering with excitement, he asked hastily, You know Akabane? Realize that the red feather script is a mysterious script that has been lost since ancient times. Few people in the world today can understand it. Ao-chan looked at Chiyu's eager appearance. The corners of his mouth turned up in a light smile in response. I have only seen my master's father read this type of writing, and heard him say it was called the red feather script, but I do not recognize it myself. What? You know? Saitama's eyes instantly dimmed and said resentfully. I don't recognize it either. Ao-chan looked puzzled and raised an eyebrow. Then you were looking so mesmerized before. Saitama smiled at that and explained. Don't you realize that the drawings on this are interesting? All sorts of odd shapes and sizes, especially new. Ouchin smiled and, without another word, he continued to bury his head in the pages. In fact, he didn't tell Saitama the truth. For Akabane, he is not only familiar with it, but is able to recognize it proficiently. After all, since I was young, beside my master, he has studied all kinds of ancient texts with painstaking effort. With the turning of the pages, Ao-chan became more and more engrossed. The contents of this marvelous book are new and unique. Records of many unheard of strange and secret arts. Each page seemed to open a door to a mysterious world for him. The corners of Ao-chan's mouth rose as he laughed inwardly. The Phoenix clan even delves into these sideways. There are truly many evil arts. Look at that. Ao-chan's originally calm eyes abruptly erupted in a burst of bright light. In that book, there's an amazing spell written there. Can make two people physically interchangeable. Ao-chan's heart shook violently. Immediately following, a flash of uncontrollable emotion surged through his mind. A bold thought instantly flashed through his mind. If you use this spell to swap bodies with Fengning, then wouldn't he be able to freely come and go from Phoenix Palace as he pleased? When the time comes, even if you waltz out of the palace, and no one would dare to stop him halfway, that way, he can go back to the dragons. Did you visit the master? Come to think of it. Oo-chan's originally bleak eyes immediately lit up with a spark of hope. As soon as the idea popped up, it just won't go away. It made him want to try this amazing spell right away. He couldn't wait to get his head down and, concentrating fully, word by word, he carefully read up on that soul-swapping technique. However, when he had read that description of the soul-swapping spell carefully, but he couldn't help but frown. Turns out, this spell isn't something that just anyone can cast. It requires the caster to have an extremely high level of cultivation and a deep mana base to do so, and only people whose hearts are in the right place, or who love each other deeply, can successfully swap, and, even if successful, there is a high degree of risk that in case something goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ao-chan was suddenly in deep thought. He thought darkly in his mind. That evil phoenix and I both have deep magical power and high cultivation. Rather, it fulfills one of the conditions for casting this spell. It's just that the heart is in the right place for this. Can't really talk to that evil phoenix. It seems that one can only take a chance on her as a deep love. Thinking about it, he began to weigh the pros and cons of contemplating whether or not to actually risk trying this spell. But there was always a voice deep inside that kept tempting him. Driven to try this seemingly perfect solution. Go after that long-lost freedom and liberation. In his heart, he was also hung up on his master, who was injured and in seclusion, and the eldest sisters and brothers who were injured because of him. Are they now safely back? These thoughts lingered in Ao-chan's mind, as if adding fuel to the fire made him feel more and more anxious and uneasy. Driven by this sentiment, he felt more and more compelled to attempt the spell. Perhaps, it was the only way he could get out of his predicament and find his freedom and dignity. Ao-chan, you're looking so mesmerized. Did you find something good? Saitama's voice suddenly rang in his ears and, breaking Ao-chan's contemplation, he looked up at Saitama and, a complex look flashed in his eyes but peace was soon restored. Nothing, Just thought the book was interesting, he said, casually and perfunctorily, not telling Saitama what was on his mind. After all, this program is still only in its infancy. It will take him further refinement and implementation to do so. Asterisk. In the gardens of the Phoenix Palace, Saitama arrived in a hurry, along with Zealand. I only saw that Feng Ning was raising her willow eyebrows and huffing and puffing and trimming the greenery. Every movement carried with it the full force of fire. As if the scissors in his hand were not cutting branches and leaves. Rather, it was a thorn in her side. Your Highness. Saitama rushed forward and bowed respectfully. Feng Ning's movements in her hands were unceasing. Just a faint sweeping glance at Saitama. The voice was so cold that it seemed like a layer of ice had formed. So did the little dragon talk? Saitama returned in a hurry. Princess, Duke Long has spoken. When Feng Ning heard that, there was an instant change in the original taut expression of the asked eagerly. What did he say? Duke Long said he knows he's wrong and begs for forgiveness from your highness. Saitama replied. Feng Ning raised an eyebrow. An imperceptible smugness floated up at the corner of his mouth and he hummed lightly. Humph. Let him come before this princess and say so himself. Saitama hesitated. Boldly advised. Princess, since Mr. Long has already admitted his mistake, do you think you can? Before the words are out of my mouth. Feng Ning turned her head violently and a hard stare at Saitama. That look was like a sharp blade that frightened. Saitama hurriedly lowered his head and the latter words were swallowed back hard. Feng Ning asked as she heaved the scissors down. What's he doing now? Back to the princess. He's reading a book. Saitama replied carefully. Humph. This little dragon. Still in the mood to read. Feng Ning came out of anger. The hand movements became rougher and rougher. Click cuts off a thick branch. Throw it in front of Saitama with all your might. Commanded viciously. Saitama, you are limited to bring him here today to apologize to me. Otherwise, this princess will skin you. Princess. Princess. Me. Saitama's voice trembled with fear and I'm just going to try to fight it a little more. Feng Ning, however, didn't even want to hear him say more. With a flutter of his sleeve, he turned and strutted away. Chapter 43, Light Coaxing. Saitama looked at Feng Ning's departing back end. Cold sweat. Helplessly, he looked over at Zurin. Zealand, who do you think I'm messing with? Zelda rushed to comfort. Lord Chiyu, don't worry. What the princess said was all in anger. Back and forth she yells that she wants to peel her skin. But I haven't seen her actually peel anyone's skin. Saitama wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he, while praying silently in my heart. I wish that little dragon would stop being so stubborn. Hurry up and come and admit your mistake so you can get away with it. Asterisk. Saitama's heart is racing. With hurried footsteps, he rushed back to the Iyun pavilion. As soon as I stepped inside, then he saw Aochin sitting leisurely in his cage, studying the book in his hands with all his concentration. It's as if all the strife in the outside world has nothing to do with him. Saitama saw this. The heart is full of helplessness. Walk over and sit on your ass, said with a few tones of resignation. Ao-chan, I've come to say goodbye to you. Aochin immersed himself in the book, without lifting his head, turning the pages in his hand. Asked casually. Farewell? What makes you say that? Chiyu looked at Ao-chan in this leisurely manner. With a long, helpless sigh, the third princess said that if you don't go before her and apologize, you'll have to skin me today. I thought, Xiaolong, you are so backbone. How can you go to bow down and admit your mistakes? Alas, it's just a matter of time. This cheap life of mine seems to be accounted for here, Saitama said while shaking his head. Desperation and helplessness filled his face. I didn't realize that. Ao-chan heard this but suddenly looked up and, eyes looking seriously at Saitama. He said, Brother Chiyu, how can I let you be so distressed over my affairs? Much less drag you down. You go now and tell that evil phoenix that I'm going to go before her and apologize for my mistake. Saitama's originally dull eyes instantly lit up and he rose to his feet in a flash. Excitedly, he asked, Ao-chan, are you telling the truth? Don't joke with my little life. Ao-chan looked calm. Nodding slightly, he said, naturally it's true. Although I, Ao-chan, am unwilling to submit, I can't harm you because of me. Saitama was all of a sudden dancing with joy and, with a big smile, Ao-chan, good brother, too good enough. Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't see death. I will go now. I will go back to the princess. The words were still echoing through the house. But he had already rushed out like a gust of wind. There's no trace of it. Ao-chan looked at Saitama's distant back. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a bad smile. Asterisk. Phoenix Palace. Feng Ning was sitting inside the palace, with an annoyed look on his face. He fiddled with the spell in his hand. Saitama entered with gusto. saluted, and said, Princess, Ao-chan he has figured it out. Knows he is wrong. Let me come to beg you to let him out. He wants to apologize to you face to face. Fong Ning raised her head and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes but the cold face soon returned. Humph, he admits his mistake when he says so? I think he's afraid that this princess will really peel your snakeskin. Saitama was quick to smile. Princess, Ao-chan. He is truly repentant. Look, it's not easy for him to be locked up in a cage, so be generous and spare him this time. Fong Ning was silent for a moment and said, well then, for your sake, I'll let him out, but if he ever pisses me off again, I won't take it lightly. Saitama was overjoyed and thanked him for his kindness. Then hurrying back to the Iyun pavilion, he opened the cage and released Ao-chan. Ao-chan moved his body, which had been bound for a long time, straightened up his shirt, after thanking Saitama. Then he walked towards Fong Ning's palace. Ao-chan returned to the front of the palace in a hurry. He reined in violently at the bottom of the steps and, chest heaving violently, after a short pause, he took a deep breath and, trying to calm his rapid breathing and disorganized thoughts before lifting his foot and stepping into the palace. Inside the temple, Fong Ning was sitting beside the case table, casually flipping through the scrolls in her hands. Hearing the familiar sound of footsteps coming from far and near, she subconsciously looked slightly sideways. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that it was Ao-chan who came in. A few quiet moments of delight flooded her heart. But that strong nature of hers momentarily hid this emotion again, and, deliberately looking away, pretending not to care. Ao-chan's gaze had been locked onto Fong Ning ever since he stepped through the door of the hall. He took a step closer and, a few steps away from Fong Ning, after slowing to a halt and percolating for a moment, open your mouth to say hello, princess. With a twist of her head, Fong Ning turned her back to him and a heavy humph, gave a cry, sort of a response. Seeing this, instead of being discouraged, Ao-chan, instead, he moved forward a little closer and, a pleasing smile piled on his face. Fong Ning, I was wrong. I was too impulsive before and didn't take your feelings into account, so don't get mad again, okay? Fong Ning secretly glanced at Ao-chan from the corner of her eye, seeing the sincerity in his face and the guilt in his eyes. The anger in his heart had long since dissipated for the most part, but she's arrogant by nature, still pretending to be cold. He said, Humph, you little dragon, will you dare to be this reckless again in the future and go against me for the sake of your clan? Ao-chan hurriedly waved his hand and said eagerly, don't dare, absolutely don't dare. In the future, I will put the princess first in everything and will never make her sad and angry again. The corners of Fong Ning's mouth rose slightly, an imperceptible smile appeared. She then stood up and slowly walked over to Ao-chan's side and, taking his large hand, he said with a pretense of generosity, well, this princess will be generous and forgive you this time. In the future, when we go to the human realm together, you may not mention your clansmen again, do you hear me? In that tone of voice, petulance and dominance are intertwined, called irresistible. Ao-chan gazed at Fong Ning. The love in his eyes is as tender as water. With a light smile on his lips, he nodded in response. Good, all at your service. As long as I can be with the princess, I am willing to travel to the ends of the earth. Before Ao-chan could finish his sentence, Fong Ning was then like a merry deer, filled with joy. He threw himself headlong into his arms and, the small head rubbed affectionately against his broad chest. A rubbing and a pouting. I'm so sad when Xiaolong ignores me. I've never been so sad. Saying that, her slender as a willow, white as snow arms smoothly encircled Ao-chan's sturdy and powerful waist. His voice was wrapped in an unquenchable aggression, like a cat left out in the cold. Ao-chan sniffed. The tip of his heart shook violently, and, hands subconsciously raised, but froze in mid-air. He looked at Fong Ning's white yet slender neck and, so fragile that it seems to snap with the slightest effort. A moment of hesitation. Finally, he gently wrapped his arms around her and, the movement was full of caution. Looking at her pathetic, aggrieved look, Ao-chan's heart welled up with endless pain. The knot in his throat moved slightly, coaxing softly. You don't feel bad. I care about you is. Hearing this, Fong Ning tilted her pink little face up. Her eyebrows were arched and her smile was so bright it stole her eyes. I knew it. Xiaolong is the best. The two of them smiled at each other and, with tenderness in their eyes, the previous unpleasantness is like a mist. It instantly dissipated as if it had never happened. However, just below the surface of this tenderness, Ao-chan's heart, however, was secretly slandering. Humph, can't be fooled by the appearance of this evil phoenix. This stinky girl is a no-nonsense crazy batch. If we really swap bodies with her later, gotta run. Run faster. Dear drops of treasures, please gently lift the jade hand to give a favorable comment and a score. Oh, appreciate. Thanks. Chapter 44. Soon, Feng Ning gave an order. The maids came out in a line. But for a moment, a table of sumptuous delicacies then filled the table. Delicacies and delicacies galore. The aroma of mellow wine and the aroma of dishes are intertwined and permeate the room. Mouth-watering. The two took their seats opposite each other. Auchen lifted his glass of wine and, with just the right smile on his face, but my heart feels like 15 buckets of water. 7 up and 8 down. Feng Ning was smiling, clinking glasses gently with the two of them then tilted their heads back and drank. Aochen was coping with Feng Ning's laughter as he, while flying back in his mind to the steps and incantations recorded in that ancient book of strange arts, he raised his eyes to Feng Ning and, there was an involuntary flash of nervousness in his eyes. Raising his glass in his hand, looking at Feng Ning with a burning gaze, he said, "Here, princess, a toast to you. Thank you for forgiving me today, and I hope we can always be this amicable in the future." Feng Ning arched her eyebrows. He gladly raised his cup and gently clinked it with Aochen. "One drink, a couple of drinks." Aochen's face flushed red and, "I can't tell if it's the booze, or are you so nervous that your blood is churning from the impending implementation of your plan?" Feng Ning, his sharp eyes, caught his dissimulation at once, couldn't help but snicker. Little dragon blushed it. This is what came to mind. How did the face redden into this? Imo is not in playing what ghost idea? Ao-chan was shocked in his heart. A jolt. Thinking to myself that she must not be seen through. He had an idea. Felt compelled to take the initiative into my own hands. So, he stood up and slowly approached Feng Ning. The heart said stiffly. Princess today. Radiant. Very lovely. Let me. Look straight. Feng Ning first froze when she heard that. Then he laughed happily. A laugh as clear as silver bells. Little dragon is even more adorable. This sweet talk today. Is it possible that he wants to redeem his honor? Saying that, Feng Ning stood up and stood slightly on her tiptoes. Her lips gently imprinted on Ao-chan's thin lips. A sloppy kiss. Wait. Ao-chan screamed in his heart that it was bad. Haven't even recited the spell myself. How could he let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? The heart is in the right place again. Pulling Feng Ning violently into his arms. Hold her tight. Bullyingly, he kissed her cherry mouth. Feng Ning was shocked by this sudden move and her eyes widened. The brain went blank. This little dragon, who usually resists her more than she should, today was so proactive. But the surprise was fleeting, replaced by a heart full of joy. Soon indulging in the fiery kiss. Embrace him deeply. Auchen was at first only trying to cast a spell. Both lips touched Feng Ning lightly. However, this touch is like a boulder thrown into the lake of the heart, stirring up 1,000 waves. Feng Ning's soft and red lips seemed to have magic power. With a warm, soft warmth, her unique aroma, wisps of silk drilled into Ao-chan's nasal cavity, instantly ignited the throbbing of his heart. His hands couldn't help but encircle Feng Ning's small waist. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. It was as if the whole world was left with only each other's heartbeats and breaths. A long time. The two slowly separated. Ao-chen gasped sharply for air. It's like waking up from a dream. Chagrined, he remembered that he had forgotten his business. When you kiss, remember to say the mantra. At this moment, Feng Ning's small face was scarlet and her eyes were confused. Pouting. Little dragon. You really surprised me today. Who knows? Ao-chen's large hand once again cupped Feng Ning's tiny chin. A feigned disgruntled mutter. I haven't kissed you enough. A hint of petulance flashed in Feng Ning's eyes. Responding softly. Me too. The corners of Ao-chan's mouth rose. With a wicked grin on his face, kissed Feng Ning's little mouth again. At this moment, Ao-chan repeatedly admonished himself in his mind that, never drop the chain again. He squeezed his eyes shut and, concentrate all your efforts, word for word, deep down inside, carefully reciting that mysterious spell. Suddenly, the moment of truth, strange light erupted around the two without warning. The light was like the dawn of chaos at the beginning of the world, with the momentum of the opening of the heavens, and like the sun bursting forth over the sea, exudes a majestic power that shakes the dry heavens and the earth. The light was as if it were alive, expanding and spreading at a very rapid rate. But in an instant, it then engulfed the entire palace and was as bright as day. Feng Ning only felt a boom in front of her eyes, instantly filled with blinding white light. It's like being hit hard in the head with a hammer. A wave of heavenly vertigo came over the, immediately following, an unspeakable tear came from the depths of his soul. Like there's a big, invisible hand, to harden her soul from her body. She felt as if she were caught in an endless whirlwind of darkness. The body swirls and sinks uncontrollably with the turbulent undercurrents of the consciousness also gradually became blurred and chaotic in this violent turmoil. I don't know how long. It was only then that the light that almost drowned the person diminished and dissipated. Feng Ning and Ao Chen woke up leisurely. Slowly, he raised his head. When their gazes met in the air, time instantly froze. They're standing right in front of them. Surprisingly, it was a likeness of himself. The two of them are frozen in their tracks, wide-eyed with disbelief. The eyes darted back and forth over each other. And then, as if driven by something, subconsciously, he began to survey his body. Trembling hands, unfamiliar touch. Every detail relentlessly proclaims that they've really swapped souls. Ao Chen looked at Feng Ning, who had swapped bodies with his own in front of him. For a moment, the excitement was like a surging tide drowning him completely. His chest rose and fell violently. And, with an irrepressible gleam of excitement in his eyes, how could I have ever imagined their own desperate adventures? Surprisingly, it actually worked. He looked at his present-day Feng Ning appearance and, no longer able to hold back the ecstasy within, throwing his head back and laughing. Ha ha ha, it worked! It really worked! That laughter echoed within the palace, filled with the euphoria of the aftermath of a robbery. Feng Ning was filled with astonishment, looking at himself now in Ao Chen's body. I just feel like my brain is going blank, completely unable to comprehend what was happening in front of him. There was a look of confusion and bewilderment in her eyes that, subconsciously, he murmured, What worked? What's going on here? Ao Chen held back his excitement and, looking towards Feng Ning, who was full of doubts, there was a wry glint in his eyes and, at the moment, he's, as if a bird of prey about to escape its cage, its whole body was trembling slightly with excitement. My lord princess, be at ease, do not be in a hurry. When I come back, I will explain everything to you as it is. Now, little master, I can have 100,000 urgent big thing urgently need to go to do. I'll see you around. Having said that, he turned and darted desperately toward the palace gates. That speed is like having a flood of animals chasing behind you. As he ran wildly, while secretly cheering in his mind. Great, Ao Chen, have finally gotten rid of this Phoenix Palace that has imprisoned me. Get rid of the stinky girl Feng Ning. I'm free. Joy is like a flood that breaks the bank, spreading unchecked in Ao Chen's heart. It was as if he had already seen the image of being reunited with his master, his elder brothers and sisters. See a bright future for your return to freedom. And behind her, Feng Ning, in the brief trance that followed Ao Chen's departure, there was a sudden flash of light in his head that, she instantly realized what was going on. This damnable little dragon. How dare he use evil magic to swap bodies with this princess? Feng Ning was so angry that her little face turned red, hands clenched into fists, nails almost embedded in palms. When have I, third Princess Feng Ning, ever suffered such a reckoning? The fury in her heart was like a raging, burning flame that bears. I hate that I can't grab Ao Chen back at once, teach a hard lesson. She took a deep breath and, cherry lips pursed, eyes closed tightly. Thick lashes fluttered slightly. Shasta. The spiritual energy around his body was mobilized like a raging tide. She attempted to drive the mana within Ao Chen for her own use, thus taking control of the situation. However, right at the moment her spiritual energy touched Ao Chen's mana, an unbearable sharp pain struck. She felt as if a thick iron pestle had been thrust into her chest with thunderous force, and it was as if all the organs had been shifted by the shock. She couldn't help stifling a grunt that, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His face instantly turned as white as paper. What's going on with this little dragon's body? Is it hard to believe that has been sealed all along? But why is there such a weird seal? Countless questions frantically swirled in Feng Ning's mind, anger and resentment like a raging tide, turning over in her mind. But soon, she snorted contemptuously. The upturned corners of his mouth were full of disdain. Speak coldly. Humph. With this amount of power, you also try to seal me. Feng Ning, it's simply a fool's dream. Chapter 45. Feng Ning once again fought. The aura around his body climbed steeply. Shasta. The mana in her body was like a raging tsunami, wave after wave. The surging momentum was as if it was going to overturn heaven and earth. Feng Ning could only feel her chi and blood churning. It was as if the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were going to be churned to pieces by this violent mana. Just in the nick of time, her vermilion lips parted. Break! Immediately afterward, there was a loud, tearing sound from within that mysterious and powerful sealing power that, it was actually hardened by Feng Ning's power. But before she had time to rejoice, then he screamed in the dark, raging mana out of control, like a runaway wild horse rampaging through her. She didn't even have time to stabilize her mind, adjust her breath, and the spell had gone completely out of control. Boom! There was a loud bang, like a thunderbolt. It shook one's eardrums. The room next to it was instantly engulfed by a raging force that, in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to a wreck. Masonry and rubble flew in the air, but at this time Feng Ning which still cared about the surrounding mess. Anxious, he darted toward the palace gates. This damnable little dragon! How dare he scheme against me like this? Let me catch you and I'll make you look good. It was hard to get to the palace gates. Feng Ning looked up and, only to see that Ao Chen was standing there dumbfounded. A look of bewilderment, and kneeling beside them were several nervous-looking guards. Turns out, Ao Chen, who had become Feng Ning, had just arrived at the entrance of the palace. A henchman then ran to report in a hurry and with panicked steps. Your Highness, a messenger from the Heavenly Court has arrived with a decree respectfully requesting that the princess depart on the same day to the Heavenly Court to attend the event. Ao Chen heard this news and, there's a buzz in my head. The whole person instantly froze and stayed on the spot. His eyes were as round as brass bells. The mouth slightly open. A look of disbelief like he'd seen a ghost. What? Today? This Feng Ning was actually going to rush to the heavenly palace of the heavenly sky. How can this be? For a moment, his mind went blank and, totally out of ideas. Just then, the guards glanced behind them in the aftermath of the Ao Chen was coming after him in a furious stride. Ao Chen's body was like electricity. With a single leap, she jumped in front of Feng Ning. A big hand. He grabbed Feng Ning's little ear, cursing out loud. You dumbass! Do you know what day today is? How dare you pull such a ridiculous stunt at this hour? The other guards saw the scene and, it was an instant shock, in their eyes. Ao Chen, this tall dragon disciple in front of me. At this moment he has the audacity to grab the small ears of their noble and incomparable Princess Feng Ning. This is simply disobedience and treason to the extreme. Shasta! The guards drew their weapons with a swish, sheathing their sharp blades in a cold, glittering light. In the blink of an eye, the two were surrounded. The guards were all cross-eyed as if they were enemies. How dare you, Dragon Clan brat! How dare you be so rude to the princess? A man in fine armor. A man who looked like the head of the guards snapped angrily. The lance in his hand pointed steadily forward, its cold aura flickering and, straight to the throat of Ao Tatsu. Feng Ning was caught off guard by the sudden chaos. The ear was held tightly by Ozen. The pain of the drill hit me. He couldn't help but bare his teeth in pain. He was so distraught that he rushed to explain aloud. Misunderstanding. This is purely a misunderstanding. Everyone, don't be impulsive for a moment. Don't do anything rash. However, Ao Tatsu has no intention of letting up. Instead, the force of his hand increased a few points. The curses continued unabashedly. Misunderstanding? You still want to argue at this point. If you don't obediently go back with me today, you'll suffer. Let's see what I'll do to you. Ao Chen secretly screamed in his heart. He knew in his heart of hearts that he himself is now topping Feng Ning's body. Once brought back to the palace, it would be harder than heaven to escape again. But right now, surrounded by so many guards gazing intently, and the shocking secret of the two soul swapping must not be easily exposed. Your Highness, this dragon race brat dares to offend you like this. We will take him down immediately and wait for your punishment. The squire again raised his voice in request. The eyes were full of abject loyalty and sworn defense of Feng Ning. Feng Ning's heart tightened. Fearing that the situation was completely out of control, he hurriedly blocked it. You can't. There is something else behind this matter, and there are some misunderstandings between Ao Chen and I that need to be resolved urgently, so you guys should step back first and stay out of this matter. Feng Ning saw that Ao Chen was still talking tough, not the slightest hint of weakness. The anger in his heart burned even hotter. She was so angry that she forcefully grabbed Ao Chen's ear again, viciously. Humph, you still want to deny it to the end. Today you must go back to the palace with me and tell me the whole story. Ao Chen was in pain and tears were welling up in his eyes, almost came out of its socket. He said through gritted teeth, forcing back the pain. Okay, I'll go back with you. Just let go. It just hurts too much. Only then did Feng Ning release her hand with a face full of reluctance. A heavy grunt escaped his nose. Once again, the big hand reached out and, picking up the tiny Feng Ning like a chicken, under the gaze of a crowd of guards filled with suspicion, toward the interior of the palace. The guards looked at each other in utter amazement. It's only been a few days. The high and mighty princess of my own house. How was it that Ao Chen, the dragon kid, had taken this look? Back at the palace, Feng Ning then pulled Ao Chen into the room next to him with one hand. With a loud thud, the door to the room was heaved shut. Feng Ning's eyes seemed like they were about to spit out fire. As soon as she pulled Ao Chen by the collar of his shirt, with their noses pressed together in a death glare. Sternly questioned. Speak quickly. What kind of demonic magic did you little dragon cub use to make our bodies look like this? Ao-chan knew in his heart that, at this point, there's no point in hiding it. He bowed his head slightly, looking a little embarrassed. And he got the Book of Wonders from Saitama. The discovery of the soul swap strange art was told to Feng Ning. Feng Ning was enraged after hearing that. I'm about to start cursing. But suddenly, he felt a strange sensation in his body. Feng Ning's movements suddenly stalled. Immediately afterward, she took a deep breath. Shasta. A feeling of euphoria welled up from the bottom of his heart and, I feel so light, refreshed. It was as if the shackles that imprisoned the body and mind were instantly broken. She slowly loosened Ao-chan's collar and, stand up, can't help but sigh. This little dragon's body, it's simply awesome. She began to stretch out this brand new body. The limbs are agile, feeling the majestic power that was all different from that of the Phoenix clan. Is flowing merrily along the meridians. Every inch of muscle is full of power. It was as if it could tear the heavens apart. She lifted her hands and surveyed them repeatedly. With eyes full of amazement and admiration, muttering, such a perfect body is simply customized for me. Feng Ning, as she spoke, while starting to flick his wrist, watching the muscles ripple with the movement, the sense of power spills out. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Suddenly, her eyes flicked too, looking towards Ao-chen. The corners of his mouth curved up in a weird curve and, like a hungry beast that hunts in the dark of night, softly, trying to escape again. Little dragon? This smile made Ao-chen's heart thump. A chill ran up his spine. Inexplicable uneasiness spread through the heart. Ao-chen subconsciously winced, before he could catch his breath. Then he heard Feng Ning hooking the corner of her mouth and reciting, Red Flame Chain. Shasta. The air is ablaze with red flames. A long chain of coalescing flames that, like a nimble, fiery serpent, Wushan yanked Ao-chen, Feng Ning's body, on the ground over fiercely. Feng Ning's movements were dry. Reaching out, he cupped Ao-chen's chin and, forcing him to look up. TSK, little dragon is really misbehaving. Let this princess think about how to punish you. Dear drops of treasures, please gently lift the jade hand to give a favorable comment and a score O. Appreciate. Thanks. Chapter 46, Dragon and Phoenix Duel. Feng Ning slowly approached Ao-chen's face. The eyes traveled inch by inch over the familiar and unfamiliar face of the mouth full of words. It turns out that Feng Ning looks like this. Look at myself. It is really strange. Ao-chen is trapped inside Feng Ning's body, eyes wide open to see his handsome face. At the moment, however, he was completely wrapped up in Feng Ning's reckless and open temperament. It becomes both strange and weird. There was a slyness and impertinence in her eyes that, with a smirking expression at the corners of his mouth, like a dark lord of the underworld. Where was there any semblance of the innate composure and majesty of the dragon race? Feng Ning cocked her head. It's like surveying a rare and precious thing. With interest in his eyes, he scrutinized Ao-chen. Suddenly the corners of her mouth ticked lightly and a smile bloomed and the tone of his voice hid a deeper meaning that was difficult for an onlooker to penetrate. Little dragon, you seem to be more suited to stay in this princess's body. Ao-chen's heart violently thumped. Busy asked, what do you mean by that? Feng Ning looked at Ao-chen's tense and nervous appearance. That little dragon is inside her right now. A thin blush spread over her small face and she looked shy and anxious. She felt amused at once and couldn't help but tease him a little, only to see her deliberately and mysteriously come close and, whispering ambiguously in his ear, Bruce, why don't we? XXXXXX. Sick. Ao-chen angrily interrupted her. The blood drained from his face in an instant. Immediately afterward, it rose to a bright red, just like a ripe tomato. Shocked and angry, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Feng Ning, you are simply insane. Simply ridiculous. What exactly do you want to do with my body? You don't want to mess around. I told you. I'm your body now. Did you? His words were hurried and panicked. Every word seems to come out of his teeth, with uncontrollable trepidation and anger. Feng Ning, however, was full of concern. Raising his eyebrows gently, the tone of his voice was one of entitlement. I want the person Bruce, no matter whose body your soul is in. Having said that, with a wave of the hand, the red flame chain wrapped around Ao-chen, dragged him to the bed. Feng Ning walked over to the bed, looking at Ao-chen, who was desperately struggling on the bed. A slight frown. It's your own body, after all. Seeing it tossed around like this, the heart inevitably fluttered. But the curiosity of the heart and the thoughts that grew bolder and bolder but like weeds growing wild, it made her want to continue the game more and more. Ao-chen was tightly bound to the bed by a red flame chain that can't move. His eyes were round and glaring angrily at Feng Ning. eyes reddened with extreme anger. As if it were dripping blood. Ao-chun hissed loudly. Quickly let go of me. Fong Ning, aren't you afraid that I'll ruin your body? Fong Ning heard this and, not only is there not the slightest fear of, instead, he snickered and, a flash of undisguised disdain flashed in his eyes. Little dragon, don't try to be brave. You should be well aware of this princess's current power, right? She clasped her hands to her chest, held her head high, and, the gesture, it was as if nothing in the world was in her sight. Ao-chun sniffed. The heart lurched and, that's when I remembered as if I were waking up from a dream. His own body is clearly sealed. Fong Ning, however, easily tuned out the mana in his body. A horrible thought flashed through his mind instantly. Could it be that Fong Ning has broken the seal that confines him? This stinky girl, how could she have such an unbelievable power? Come to think of it, those harsh words that were ready to break out of their mouths. Instantly he swallowed back. The anger on his face was gradually replaced by a hint of panic. Meanwhile, Ao-chen was filled with suspicion. Fong Ning was able to access her body's mana. Why are you in Fong Ning's body, and yet you can't feel the flow of power in the slightest? The atmosphere is tense as hell. It was as if the air was freezing. Just then, Ao-chen suddenly sensed a strange power slowly awakening in his body. That power is like a blazing fire, ignited the meridians of his entire body in an instant. Surging and raging, hot and rolling, with a wild, uninhibited air that, rampaging through his body. The power caused him to go into a bit of a trance of consciousness that, countless images of phoenixes spreading their wings and rising from the ashes could not help but come to mind. Every scene is filled with awesome power and majesty. Ao-chen only felt an unprecedented sense of euphoria surging through his heart. He took a big gulp of fresh air. Previously, one had been sealed by the evil power of the wolf demon. It's like there's a 1,000-pound boulder on my chest. And today, the blood throughout the body, however, suddenly flowed more freely than ever before. This smoothness made him resist shouting at the bottom of his heart. How can it be so refreshing? At this point, Fong Ning's voice with flirtation once again rang in his ears. What? Intimidated by the power of this princess? Ao-chun slowly raised his head and, with a complicated glint in his eye, there's surprise, there's excitement. It was more of a leap of faith, a wariness. He spoke slowly. Your power? Humph. I'd really like to get a taste of it. Fong Ning was slightly stunned. Look at Ao-chen. To be precise, it was watching her little face blossom with a glow of confidence she had never seen before. Immediately following, Ao-chen struck out violently. As soon as he took hold of Fong Ning's hand that was cupping his chin, that movement seemed gentle, but with an irresistible force that, slowly, he moved her hand aside. Fong Ning only felt that her hand seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. The body left Ao-chen's chin. This is the power of third Princess Fong Ning. It's really extraordinary. However, for the moment, this body is mine for the time being. As soon as Ao-chen's words fell, the figure flickers. In the blink of an eye, he instantly moved from the bed to the center of the room. The corners of Ao-chen's mouth rose slightly, showing a confident smile. Feeling the surging power of the Phoenix clan within his body to the fullest, a wave of unprecedented relief welled up in his heart and, it was as if he was on top of the world. Fong Ning turned her head to him incredulously. And, this little dragon, was actually able to mobilize the mana in his body. Couldn't help but look surprised. But soon, she was so angry and amused that, a soft grunt. Interesting. It seems that you little dragon really has some skills, but do you think that you can control this princess's power just like that? So naive. Fong Ning said. There was a steep change in the aura around him. Start mobilizing the mana in your body. Shasta. An eerie blue light flared up from around her body. In the midst of this light, a huge dragon shadow slowly emerged. There was a strange luster emanating from around this dragon shadow that, gorgeous, and yet it carries a majesty that sends shivers down one's spine. The dragon shadow roared up to the sky and, the sound waves are rolling in, like rolling thunder that shakes the fields. It seemed to be sending the strongest demonstration to Ao-chen. The dragon's roar. The ground of the palace shook slightly with it. Ao-chen saw this, with a flash of determination in his eyes. Having regained his powers, how can you show weakness so easily? He changed his hands rapidly and, the 10 fingers were making strange seals in an agile manner. The power of the Phoenix clan within his body was like a raging tide that, rushing and surging through the meridians. In the blink of an eye, a huge phoenix silhouette congealed behind him. The phoenix is singing up to the sky. That loud chirping sound penetrated the heavy palace walls. It resounded throughout the palace. Its wings are spread out, covering the sky and the sun. Each feather shimmers with the radiant glow of the. It was as if it had been carved from the most precious gems in the world. Meanwhile, bears of flame shot out from around the phoenix's body, searing the air around it into a twisted, distorted. The temperature of the entire palace also climbed dramatically in an instant. It's like being in a fiery furnace. Feng Ning, I'll let you see how powerful I, Ao Chan, am today. As soon as Ao Chan's words fell, the hand snapped. The phoenix shadow was wrapped in a heaven-destroying aura that, swiftly pouncing towards Feng Ning. Shasta, the blue dragon and the fire phoenix clashed fiercely in the air. A thrilling battle of life and death unfolds. They hover high in the sky from time to time, and the athletic figure crossed the sky like a shooting star. From time to time, they traveled low, bringing up gusts of whistling wind. You're going back and forth. You're not giving in to each other. Each encounter erupted in a dazzling display of light that, it was as if the entire sky was going to be torn apart. The dragon's roar and the phoenix's roar intertwined together, deafening the ears. One's eardrums were about to be shattered by this powerful sound wave. Items on the ground were splattered around by the powerful air currents and spells impacting them. Tables, chairs, and ornaments were reduced to pieces. The whole palace is in a state of chaos. This battle between the dragon and the phoenix, it's already at a fever pitch. Both sides are trying to do their best. It's hard to tell the difference between the two. Chapter 47 Confusion. Feng Ning saw this. The corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer and a flash of disdain flew across his eyes. Immediately following, she's like lightning. In a flash. Then he instantly disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Next, she had actually appeared behind Ao Chen. The speed is so fast that it's hard to keep up. It was as if she was meant to stand there and never moved. Ao Chen's heart snapped. A chill instantly leapt up from his spine and straight to the spirit of heaven. But he's tough-minded, after all. It quickly calmed down and it's too late to think about it. Subconsciously read. Red flame chain. Who would have thought? This red flame chain that usually only listens to Feng Ning's orders. At the moment it actually did follow his orders. I only saw the red flame chain, like a nimble fire snake. With flames of fire, it fiercely entwined towards Feng Ning. The speed of it. It made the air burn with a sizzling sound. Feng Ning saw this. His face suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as the beautiful eyes are rounded. It was as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. She could never have imagined. In any case, that, his own powerful magic weapon, the red flame chain. Surprisingly, he would listen to Ao Chen's command, simply because Ao Chen was in her body at the moment. The red flame chain seems to be in disarray. The split consciousness made it momentarily confused as to who was the real master. How? Feng Ning couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. That voice was full of shock and unbelief. Red flame chain, go! Ao Chen wasn't willing to show weakness either and ordered loudly. Red flame chain, wrap around her. Watching that the red flame chain that had previously imprisoned him actually acted according to his own instructions, a strong sense of accomplishment welled up in Ao Chen's heart. As if he were already on top of this contest, became the ultimate winner. The corners of his mouth turned up in a smug grin that, the confidence in his face grew more and more evident. It was as if the victory was already securely in the bag. Humph. Feng Ning, look at this. Now that the red flame chain is listening to me, you'd better admit defeat obediently. Ao Chen smiled and provoked, with a teasing gleam in his eye. The look was like teasing a defenseless beast. Feng Ning was shocked and angry, and snapped. Red flame chain, can't you recognize your master, you confused thing? She shifted her hands quickly and, I've made a strange seal. Spiritual energy surged around his body like a raging tide. It gives off a powerful pressure, trying to regain control of the red flame chain. Xiaolong, don't be complacent. This is only temporary. Both of them shouted angrily at the same time. Red flame chain. Something weird is going on. The red flame chain felt like it was being pulled by a chaotic force. Twisting violently in midair. Surprisingly, the two of them, Feng Ning and Ao Chen, were tightly entangled together. It's getting tighter and tighter, as if to merge the two into one. The two men were tightly bound. Can't move a muscle. Ao Chen and Feng Ning were tightly bound together by the red flame chain. The body fell to the ground uncontrollably. After a panicked tumble, the two finally stopped but still close together. Breaths are intertwined, indistinguishable from each other. Feng Ning is on top, and Ao Chen is on the bottom. This position makes the atmosphere unusually ambiguous. There seemed to be a hint of something else in the air. The two men glared at each other angrily. The anger in his eyes seemed to burn the other man to the ground. There was another struggle and writhing. Just then, Feng Ning, Ao Chen's body, suddenly felt that something suddenly grew. Feng Ning felt a strange sensation in her body and, with a puzzled look on his face, he couldn't help but ask, what's that? What's going on? Ao Chen felt that anomaly, too. The face instantly rolled with as if they had discovered their deepest secrets, angry and annoyed. You, don't move. There was a hint of embarrassment in his voice. The ears were also slightly reddened and, even his neck was tinged with a reddish hue that, the look was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. I'm fidgeting? It's obviously you. Feng Ning is trying to figure out the situation, but he accidentally made the red flame chain wrap tighter. Nobody move. Oh Chen was so ashamed and annoyed that he simply laid down his body and, closing his eyes tightly, as if that would block out the awkward situation. Peace de la vie. The sounds of fierce fighting in the palace gradually subsided and, leaving nothing but a mess. Tables and chairs were strewn about. There's still marks on the ground from the spells that burned it. It was as if it was telling the story of the thrilling battle that had just taken place. The maid, Zealand, was in a state of anxiety. She ran all the way. Her skirts fluttered with the rapid pace of the uncontrollable cries came out of his mouth. Third princess. The third princess. 3. Previously, everyone heard the sounds of fierce fighting coming from inside the palace, but knowing well the fiery temper of the third princess Feng Ning, no one dares to approach. Fear of touching the mold. This time, Zealand was reporting on an urgent matter. Can't really care much about that. Heartfelt. Pushed the door violently. Shasta. A blushing image crashed straight into the eye. However, when I saw the dragon prince Ao Chen pressing the third princess Feng Ning to the ground, the two were wrapped tightly in chains of red flames. The posture is so ambiguous that it calls to mind. There seemed to be a hint of charm in the air. Zelda's face turned red with a swish. Like a ripe tomato. He was too busy to turn around and stammered. Princess, Mr. Long. I didn't mean to barge in. Alas. Third princess. It is His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor who is here, declaring you to go to the council chamber immediately. Her voice was trembling slightly. So nervous I can't even speak properly. At this point, Ao Chen, he said, Zurin, come here, undo this annoying red flame chain. Zealand sniffed. Cautiously, he turned back to the, eyes averted, and stepping up quickly, trying to untie the red flame chain for both of them. When Ao Chen and Feng Ning collected their mana, the red flame chain was like an ordinary chain, easily unraveled. It dissipated into a few wisps of flame. Ao Chen followed up. What did you just say? That old phoenix is here? The words came out. Zealand's mind reeled as he thought to himself. This Mr. Long usually looks gentle and graceful. You can see the nobility in your hands and feet. How could you say such a thing today? It's really weird. Could it be that he was irritated by something during the fight with the third princess? Zealand reported again. Yes. His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor has declared that Her Highness the Third Princess will go to the council chamber immediately. Ao Chen was about to speak again. Feng Ning interrupted her in a panic, lest she be exposed. Zurin, you go ahead, and I'll be right there after I make a few preparations. Feng Ning, while straightening her messy clothes, the hair swayed slightly with the movement as she said. Zealand turned his gaze back to Feng Ning. I just feel that the atmosphere at this moment is treacherous and unusual, but I don't dare ask any more questions. For fear of getting into some kind of trouble, just had to answer. Yes. Subsequently, exit the door, gently, slowly closing the door behind him. The sound of that door slamming was extraordinarily soft. It was as if they were afraid of disturbing the two awkward people in the room. As soon as Zealand leaves, Feng Ning murmured, this old phoenix, favoring this time. She snapped her head around and, staring viciously at Ao Chen, as if fire were going to come out of his eyes, gnashing his teeth. You bastard little dragon, hurry up and change your body back. Hearing that, Ao Chen, however, had a loose body. Sitting down like a puddle of soft mud, he said bitterly, but this spell of swapping bodies has to be performed again only after 3 days. When Feng Ning heard that, I felt a rush of blood to my head. His eyes went black and he almost fainted on the spot. Then what the hell should we do now? Do you want this princess to go see that old phoenix with your dragon kid look? Ao Chen was silent. I thought I had switched bodies. Then we can leave Phoenix Palace and go back to Kunlun Mountain, getting rid of this whole mess. Who knew there'd be such a thing? It's so humanly possible. Feng Ning huffed and puffed as she sat beside Ao Chen, hands clasped over his chest, cheeks bulging with anger. Like a little beast that's had its hair blown up, always ready to pounce and tear something up. Both of them fell into a silence that, the air in the room seemed to freeze and, it's so depressing it's suffocating. Even breathing became heavy. A long time. Feng Ning opened her mouth. You go? Meet that old phoenix. Ao Chen was startled. Eyes rolled back in his head and he almost jumped up. What? Ao Chen's heart was so broken that he secretly cursed. MD. It's so hard to swap bodies with this evil girl. I've been thinking about a chance to escape, but it turned out to be a mistake. And now she's actually going to see her dad. This is not a sheep in a tiger's mouth. For a moment, 10,000 straw horses ran wildly through his head. Stirring him up. Today's new book has just been scored and will go up later. Thank you to the people who have already commented and rated. Grateful. Please like the book has not yet scored the treasure people to give a positive review and a score. To help the book up points. Oh. Love everyone. Thanks. Chapter 48, Threats. I want Ao Chen to meet Feng Ning. Her father. Killing him doesn't even go there. Little dragon. You made this mess. Feng Ning's voice carried a few hints of threat. This princess hasn't settled the score with you yet. You'd better be good and obedient. Don't stir up any more trouble for me. Ao Chen exclaimed with an annoyed shake of his hand. No go. I'm not going. Feng Ning snorted and said. Fine. Don't go. Then hurry up and switch our bodies back. When Ao Chen heard this, a trace of difficulty flashed across his face. The tone was one of annoyance and helplessness. It's been said that this spell can't be interchanged until 3 days later. Feng Ning let out a cold snort, a flash of viciousness in his eyes and, what? You don't want to see my mother? You want to take the opportunity to run back to the Kunlun Mountains? Oh, this princess tells you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want now that you have the power of my body. This princess will be able to rub your little dragon on the ground in minutes. You won't be able to escape. Ao Chen was not willing to show weakness. He has now recovered his mana. How could she let this evil woman take advantage of herself anymore? He looked away, with defiance written all over his face, muttering, I won't go if I'm happy not to. That stubborn look. It was as if he was declaring his insistence to Feng Ning. Feng Ning saw that Ao Chen still had an attitude of oil and salt and refused to cooperate. His face instantly grimaced and, she spoke coldly, hurry up and get ready. After meeting that old phoenix, we still have to depart for the heavenly court. If the third princess of the Phoenix clan fails to attend the Heavenly Emperor's event on time, and the Heavenly Emperor blames the cause, can your dragon clan withstand it? Seeing that Ao Chen seemed to be moving, Feng Ning pressed another step closer and said, don't forget that the dragon clan has always been in awe of the Heavenly Emperor. If you were to make the dragon clan bear the charge of disobeying the decree, thousands of lives up and down the dragon clan would have to be annihilated due to your capricious actions. At that time, you'll be the dragon clan's eternal sinner. How many heads do you have that can afford this crime? Ao Chen sniffed. His face turned white with a swish. The heart pounded. He was well aware that, if it was really because he swapped bodies with Feng Ning, causing the third princess of the Phoenix clan to be unable to attend the Heavenly Court event on time, I'd be committing a mortal sin. It might even bring about the destruction of the dragon clan. Come to think of it, there was a moment of panic in his mind, and fine beads of sweat also oozed from his forehead. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen and finally got a little shaken up. Rush to ride out the storm. So I advise you, little dragon, stay by my side and don't keep thinking about running. Now that you are taking on the identity of this princess, you have to do what this princess should do. If you don't want to implicate the entire dragon clan in this matter, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, you don't want anything to happen to your dragon clan, do you? Ao Chen looked fiercely at Feng Ning, his eyes filled with horror. The helplessness at the bottom of his heart turned over like a tidal wave. He knew very well that what Feng Ning said was by no means alarmist talk. A dark thought. It did seem like he had no other choice. He had to nod, with great reluctance. Reluctantly, he agreed. Good. Well, I'll just go see your mother first. Feng Ning saw Ao Chen's appearance and laughed inwardly for a moment. This little dragon cub is very easy to fool. She saw that her purpose was accomplished. Stand up. Elegantly, he handed over his hand and said, get up and change. Ao Chen froze, eyes full of doubt. Change? Feng Ning let out a light laugh. There was a bit of flirtation in that smile. Do you want to meet my mother with this look? Saying that, as she pulled up Ao Chen, while walking toward the gorgeous, extravagantly scented closet, Feng Ning came to the closet and gently opened the cabinet door. A faint aroma of sandalwood came to the surface. She carefully took out the phoenix robes for the meeting. This phoenix robe, carefully woven from the finest silk brocade, silky smooth to the touch like running water, the golden phoenix embroidered on it, with its wings ready to fly. Lifelike, every stitch, every thread, all of them condensed the majesty and honor of the Phoenix clan for thousands of years. She turned her head, and looked at Ao Chen. The corners of his mouth curled up in a wicked smile with a few urges to take it off. Ao Chen was surprised again. Stripped? How are you going to get changed if you don't take it off? Don't dawdle. Feng Ning walked straight to Ao Chen. Hands had begun to undress him, but in a moment, Ao Chen was undressed by Feng Ning. Feng Ning's snow-white and delicate body like sheep's fat and beautiful jade and that Xiaolong's now twisted appearance mirrored each other. There was actually a strange harmony. Ao Chen stood still. The body is tight and uncomfortable. His eyes were flustered and, didn't even dare to look up towards that bronze mirror. Feng Ning's hands were arranging his clothes on his body seemingly casually, with every inadvertent touch of a fingertip. All seemed to carry a strange electric current. It instantly ignited Ao Chen's heartbeat. Her fingers brushed over his shoulder, sliding across his waist. It ruffled the tip of Ao Chen's heart. Ao Chen's face rolled with. He lowered his head slightly and prodded the question. Is dressed? Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's shy appearance. The heart's urge to do so intensified. Bent on teasing him, not only did the hands not stop moving, instead, it's more wanton. And, with a wry smile at the corner of his mouth, he said, "What's the hurry? This is a phoenix garment. How can you put it on so easily? Can't you hurry up?" Ao Chen grumbled in a small voice. His head bowed deeper and, the blush spreading from her cheeks all the way to the base of her ears. He couldn't stand the ambiguity that was about to overflow. Whispering, "I'll do it myself." Saying that, then he reached for the phoenix robe, trying to regain a little bit of initiative. How could Feng Ning give up? Looking at Ao Chen's constricted yet adorable appearance in her body, a strong stirring welled up in his heart. She's ghostly. Get over there quick. A gentle kiss on Ao Chen's cheek. Ao Chen was like being struck by a bolt of lightning. The whole thing shuddered violently and, subconsciously covering her face, a mumble escaped his lips. What for? But at the moment, he was on top of Feng Ning's body. That delicate tone of voice that, with a hint of sweetness, instantly struck Feng Ning's heart. It made her heart melt. I just felt that this little dragon in front of me was really cute. Feng Ning was tickled by his cute appearance. I can't wait to hold this little dragon down on her phoenix bed right away. Love it well. But when I think of the business I have to attend to, one can only force down the impulse of the heart. She deliberately put on a rogue's face and said with a raised eyebrow, "I kissed myself. Is that a problem? What kind of quackery are you?" You. When Ao Chen heard this, he was speechless. Yes, this was Feng Ning's body now, and one actually had no way to refute it. Looking at Feng Ning's bad smile that had gotten the better of him, Ao Chen was angry and annoyed. Don't turn your face away from her anymore. Secretly chagrined in your mind. Feng Ning saw him in this state. It's even more of an inch. Her hand gently slid onto Ao Chen's wrist. The tone was full of flirtation. This is this princess's body, so naturally you can touch it wherever you want. Why is Xiaolong angry? Feng Ning's reckless attitude. It made Ao Chen burst into flames plus helplessness. You're too much. Ao Chen was speechless for a while, and his heart was screaming. Although this is Feng Ning's body, but it was clearly himself who was feeling all this now. But he can't do anything about Feng Ning at the moment. One could only stare at her helplessly, the glowering eyes that, on the contrary, it added a touch of churlish loveliness to his. It made Feng Ning's heart flutter as she watched. Okay, no kidding. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen and really got a little angry. That's when the jokes were put away. Carefully, she helped him straighten his phoenix robe. She took 2 steps back, carefully sizing up Ao Chen and, there was a flash of amazement in his eyes that, heartfelt admiration. Well, little dragon looks great in this phoenix robe. Ao Chen was wearing that phoenix suit. I'm twisted as hell, and I'm cursing myself. What a way to move a stone. I should have known better than to swap bodies with her at this juncture. At this moment he is filled with remorse and yet, you have to accept the awkwardness of the situation. Just then, Feng Ning came over to Ao Chen's side. Warm breath brushed gently against his ear. The little dragon is so adorable like this. In the future, this princess will definitely search the world's strange clothes, so that little dragon will wear all those beautiful and interesting clothes. When Ao Chen heard this, his face was paralyzed with heat. No good disliking. What's wrong with you? If you want to wear it, you wear it. Feng Ning smiled even more and returned. Yeah, we'll wear them together. That'll be fun. Who wants to be with you? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 49, Phoenix Emperor. Finally, the phoenix robe was put on. At this time, I heard Feng Ning read again. Jinlin, Shasta. The spiritual pet bag erupted with a dazzling blue light that, the small dragon brocade scale slowly floated out of the bag. It blinked its round eyes and, looking around curiously at everything that, and then I look at these two, and for a moment I'm in a bit of a trance. Feng Ning said to Jean Scale with a smile. Little baby Jean Scale, today this princess gives you a task. If it is accomplished well, in the future, this princess promises to find you the freshest spirit herbs every day. When the kitsune heard that, his eyes, originally narrowed, instantly glazed over and, there was a flash of heart in his eyes. It rolled several times in the air in excitement. And a clear, childish dragon's roar. That voice was full of leaping energy. Feng Ning nodded with satisfaction, then moved nimbly to cast a spell on the brood scale. There was only a flash of light and, the kitsune scales then become small, delicate earring molds. Feng Ning carefully hung the earrings on Ao Chen's ears and admonished. I'll send word to you through the brood scale, and I'll also see what's going on over there through its eyes. Just relax, I've got everything. Ao Chen touched the brocade scale earrings on his ears. There was a twinge in his heart. He sighed helplessly and said, okay. Feng Ning turned around again and pulled out a jade pendant from a nearby carved box. The jade pendant was glistening and translucent, emitting a faint glow. She handed the jade pendant to Ao Chen and explained, this is the hidden breath jade pendant. It can hide your breath. You take it with you and go meet that old phoenix. Ao Chen took the jade pendant and it was warm to the touch, but there was a pang of apprehension that's the king of the Phoenix clan. In the past, he had only heard of the Phoenix Emperor's mighty name and rumors. The Phoenix Emperor is an ancient divine beast that has existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. The strength is unfathomable, with the terrifying power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. In a fit of rage, enough to make the mountains and rivers change color and the stars shift. The Phoenix clan under its command is as strong as the clouds. It is renowned in the three worlds, even the celestial emperor. One must also be courteous to Emperor Feng. Ao Chen thought that he was about to go and face such a great man who stood at the top of the three realms. Couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in my legs. The heart couldn't help but be a little scared. Nervous about what? Feng Ning saw that Ao Chen was nervous and, reaching out and taking his hand, realizing that his palms had long been drenched in sweat. A cold one. It's only to meet that old phoenix. And some other elders. Little dragon just need to attend. Even if you sit there and sleep, no one will dare to say half a word against you. Feng Ning stared at Ao Chen. Whispering softly, he tried to soothe his nervousness. Ao Chen sniffed, somewhat in disbelief. He looked at Feng Ning. Really? I can sit there and sleep? Whatever. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's dumbfounded appearance and once again soothed him. Little dragon, don't worry. I'm here. Even if that old phoenix sees through. As long as this princess is here, no one will dare to make things difficult for you. Understand? Ao Chen heard Feng Ning's words. The heart was actually a little touched. He swallowed involuntarily and the tension seemed to ease a little. Aha! He nodded, took a deep breath and, slowly, he exhaled, trying to calm the panic and tension inside. Seeing this, Feng Ning nodded with satisfaction, said, okay, little dragon, you go ahead. I'll keep in touch with you through the brood scale. Ao Chen answered, pretending to be calm and collected. He strides out of the room. Zealand saw the princess come out of the house and, hastily and respectfully, he said, Princess. Ao Chen forced himself to be calm and imitated Feng Ning's tone. Zurin, lead the way. Zurin answered and turned to lead the way. Ao Chen followed closely behind her. Every step is taken with caution. The heart was beating frantically in his chest, as if it was going to pop out at any moment. Finally, the doors to the council chamber came into view. After the guards had saluted Ao Chen, slowly opened the door. Next, an air of majesty and solemnity came over me. It made him shiver. He raised his eyes and, only to see the hall filled with Phoenix elders and army leaders. Everyone looked majestic and had a powerful aura. The people saw Feng Ning, neatly saluting. The sound shook the house. Greetings, third princess. Ao Chen was so shocked by this grandiose array that he almost lost his temper. The legs were slightly weak. He marveled in his mind. This Feng Ning status is actually so honorable. In the Dragon Clan, it's rare to see a scene like this. In a panic, he hastened to return the salute according to the etiquette he had seen before. Who would have thought? This return gift. It instantly solidified the atmosphere of the entire council chamber. The crowd is wide-eyed. Amazingly, the Princess Feng Ning, who used to be arrogant and insolent, and who had no eye for anything. I can't believe you're going to return the favor to everyone? This is simply rarer than the sun rising in the west. Emperor Feng was sitting on top of his high seat. The body is upright and well-groomed. She was dressed in a slim, fire-red robe that, the hem of the skirt was like a flowing flame, meandering and dragging on the ground. It's embroidered with a lifelike blood-red phoenix pattern. The threads seem to leap and burn. The momentum is extraordinary. Emperor Feng was tall and shapely. When you raise your hand, you show the elegance and sexiness of the queen. Her face was hard-lined and contouring, exudes an innate coldness and nobility. A pair of Danfang eyes were slightly upturned, and the eyes were deep and, as if they could see through all the illusions of the world. It makes you afraid to look straight. The long, fiery hair cascaded wildly behind her. A few strands of hair fell casually over her pale, jade-like collarbone. The rigidity and softness intermingle with each other, adding a bit more charming and unrestrained. At this moment, Emperor Feng's eyes reddened slightly. Tears of excitement were welling up in his eyes and the voice was trembling badly. Ninger, my child, you've finally grown up and know how to treat people with humility. Ao Chen stood still, bewildered, and completely confused as to why people are reacting this way. Thinking of this wicked girl's usual demeanor, must be extremely different. Just then, in his ears came Jean Scale relaying Feng Ning's voice as thin as a mosquito. Little dragon, there is no need to be so courteous. This princess has never acted like this on a normal day. The corners of Ao Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he spat madly in his heart. What is this Feng Ning's usual style? Returning a salute could shock the crowd into this state. He sighed helplessly. Mentally, it was decided that it would be better to follow Feng Ning's instructions, so as not to cause any more trouble for no reason. Just then, Feng Huang moved lightly with lotus steps, but in a few steps, like a wisp of fluttering clouds, he came to Feng Ning in an instant. Ao Chen only felt the light and shadows in front of his eyes shaking, and, when you look at it, the Phoenix Emperor was already standing in front of him. The moment you raise your eyes, it was as if Ao Chen had been struck by an invisible force, thoroughly shocked by Feng Huang's stunning appearance. Emperor Feng's skin was fair and snowy, caressed by the soft light of the temple. A faint, dreamlike sheen rose up, like beautiful jade that has been carefully carved by the gods with the most delicate strokes. Delicate and warm, her eyes were like the waters of a deep fall, clear and deep, with a surplus flow of the majesty and the love are intertwined in it, and they look forward to it. It was as if that gaze possessed the power to penetrate the heart. It makes the onlookers not dare to look straight at it easily. Ao Chen's heart tightened violently, truly feeling that powerful and compelling aura emanating from Emperor Feng. The breath, it's like a majestic, towering mountain that, without warning and sudden pressure on the top, and like a surging, mountainous tsunami, wrapped in an endless sweep of power. It seemed to completely engulf and drown his entire being. Ao Chen's breathing couldn't help but become rapid and disorganized, chest heaving violently, heart beating wildly in his chest. It was as if the next moment it was going to burst through his chest and leap out without a second thought. In the presence of this oppressive feeling so powerful that it shudders, almost out of instinct, Ao Chen, subconsciously, he hurriedly bowed his head and saluted. Off the cuff. Greetings, Mother. Chapter 50. The Phoenix Emperor's figure was slightly stunned when he heard this. The face of that stunning beauty turned to the look of relief grew stronger. Her eyes flushed a vague redness and, apparently the sound of mother touched the softest and warmest part of his heart. She gently reached out and took Feng Ning's small hand, and a gush of warmth came from the delicate palm of that, like the warmth of the spring sun, gently dispersing all the coldness in Ao Chen's heart. With a gentle smile on his lips, Emperor Feng softly said, "Come, Jack, sit next to mother." Ao Chen let Emperor Feng hold his hand. Being pulled to a seat next to the Phoenix Emperor's throne, he sat down, as he was told, but the heart is as turned over as a river, nervous and apprehensive at the same time, fearful that his every move would reveal a breach. At this moment, Feng Ning had already transmitted her voice through Jean Scale. In Ao Chen's ear, he introduced the elders present one by one. Little dragon, look, the first one on the left with white hair and a long beard is Elder Fengyu. His proficiency in formations was second to none in the clan, and his prestige was so high that everyone respected him. The one on the right-hand side with a stout figure and eyes as sharp as a falcon is Elder Feng Shao, in charge of important military affairs, very experienced in subduing demons and eliminating devils, and has made great achievements in all the encounters with demons and evils. Ao Chen nodded his head slightly, and his face was calm. The eyes, however, swept over the crowd one by one without a trace, putting their faces and demeanor in relation to their corresponding identities. Secretly keep it in mind. Meanwhile, and he didn't forget the slight indebtedness that, throwing a polite, gentle smile at the elders, raise your hand, showing off the good upbringing that has been passed down to the Dragon Clan for a long time. Emperor Feng looked grave, sitting demurely on the main seat, with her vermilion lips, throwing out the central theme of this deliberation. This heavenly court event is an excellent opportunity for all immortal clans to exchange and cooperate, so we must not miss it. Furthermore, now that demons and evils are ravaging the three realms, the matter of subduing demons and subduing evils is imminent and can no longer be delayed. We must discuss our response with the immortal clans at the event and craft a proposal from our Phoenix clan to contribute to the peace of the three realms. Her voice was clear and strong and, reverberating through the spacious council chamber, as if wrapped in an invisible force. It made everyone present involuntarily hold their breath and collect their breath, not daring to have the slightest distraction. The elders nodded their heads, deeply agreeing with what Emperor Feng said. All of their faces showed a grave and focused expression. Elder Fengyu was the first to rise, with a calm demeanor and a gaze of wisdom and certainty. Su said, "Your Majesty, in my opinion, to participate in this heavenly court event, My Phoenix clan must fully demonstrate its strong strength and full sincerity of cooperation, in order to establish prestige among the immortal clans and win their respect and trust. As for the matter of demon subduing, it is imperative to comprehensively sort out the distribution of demonic and evil forces and draw up a detailed and accurate map, so as to build a firm foundation for the subsequent siege operations and achieve a targeted approach. Elder Feng Shao stood up immediately afterward, with a stature as straight as a pine and a voice as loud as a bell, echoed through the council chamber. Your Majesty, what Elder Feng Yu said is very true and deeply in line with my thoughts. For this event, my Phoenix clan will proactively conclude a close alliance with the immortal clans, joining hands to fight against demons and evils. At the same time, I propose to form a demon-subduing vanguard army that is made up of the elites of all races converging together, focusing on superior forces and breaking the core forces of the demons and evils in a single blow with a thunderous force, cutting off the roots and eliminating the future dangers forever. Ao Chen quietly listened to the elder's speeches. Unconsciously, he was in deep thought. At the time of the dragons, he then often accompanied his immortal father in many similar matters. Considerable experience has been gained. At this moment, he mused darkly. Elder Feng Yu's strategy for combing intelligence and Elder Feng Zhao's proposal for forming a vanguard army. These are indeed very relevant and feasible proposals. Hit the nail on the head. However, in the actual process of moving forward, it is also necessary to consider thoroughly the interests of the immortal races and the difficulties of trust in the process of cooperation, as well as possible internal conflicts and disputes. The slightest misstep could be the end of the story. Nell, what's your opinion on this? Emperor Feng's gentle voice leisurely sounded in Ao Chen's ears, but it interrupted his thoughts. Ao Chen's heart snapped. He really didn't expect that Emperor Feng would suddenly ask for his opinion. Shasta. His mind went blank and the heart was beating wildly and uncontrollably. He stole a glance at Emperor Feng and, only to see that Emperor Feng was looking at him with a burning gaze. There was anticipation in his eyes. Ao Chen took a deep breath and, trying to calm the panic inside, calm yourself down. He first bowed respectfully and slightly to Emperor Feng before speaking slowly. Mother, what the elders have said has inspired and benefited Feng Ning greatly. Elder Feng Yu's intelligence combing can help us to know our enemy and know ourselves, so that we will not be in danger in 100 battles. Elder Feng Zhao's vanguard army proposed that it could gather a strong battle force and form a breakthrough. However, in the course of implementation, we must fully respect the interests of the Xian clans and strive to be fair and just, so as to prevent conflicts and clashes arising from the unequal distribution of benefits from undermining the harmony and stability of the union. For example, when dividing the demon subduing area, it is rationally planned according to each tribe's area of specialization and sphere of influence, so as to make the best use of people's talents and the land's advantages. In addition, in order to ensure that the alliance is solid, a fair and impartial coordinating body can be set up to deal specifically with contradictions and differences arising from cooperation, to resolve disputes in a timely manner and eliminate hidden dangers. In this way, the efficiency of the operation can be guaranteed while maintaining the unity and stability of the alliance and realizing the goal of jointly subduing the demons. As soon as Ao Chen uttered these words, the council chamber was instantly plunged into silence. And it was as if time had frozen. It's like everyone's under a spell. Eyes locked on him, with a look of surprise in his eyes. It was as if the Princess Feng Ning was being re-examined. Obviously, they didn't expect Princess Feng Ning to have such profound and comprehensive insights. Analyze it to the nth degree. Impressive. Emperor Feng was stunned at first. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes then he let out a loud laugh. That laughter was bright and bold, echoing in the council chamber for a long time. Good. Ninger is insightful and well considered, worthy of being the princess of my Phoenix clan. The other elders also nodded their heads in praise. The performance of Feng Ning was highly recognized. These words of the third princess really hit the nail on the head, to the point and convincing. Yes, the princess's performance today makes all of us old guys feel inferior. The newborns are fearful. Compliments from the elders were pouring in, like a warm current, slowly flowing into Ao Chen's heart. It relaxed his taut nerves slightly. Ao Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His back has long been drenched in cold sweat. The shirt clung to his body in a sticky fashion. He forced himself to be calm, and with a humble smile on his face, responding calmly to the compliments of the crowd. The heart is in the right place. Fortunately, having gained a lot of experience in the dragon. Otherwise, we'll be exposed today. Make a big mess. Chapter 51. As Parliament draws to a close, Emperor Feng swept his gaze majestically around the circle and ordered calmly. This deliberation has yielded a great harvest, so everyone go back and prepare quickly, and then depart immediately to run to the heavenly court to participate in the General Assembly. Be sure to show off my Phoenix clan at its best. As soon as the proceedings are over, Ao Chen just raised his foot to leave. A group of enthusiastic elders then gathered around like a tidal wave, blocking him out. These elders looked at Feng Ning with a look in their eyes, full of appreciation and surprise. The words were all over the place. An elder with a white beard and hair, with a smile as warm as the spring sun. He was the first to speak. Your Highness is really impressing the old minister with these lofty words today. You have shown insight and breadth of mind that far exceeds that of ordinary people, which is indeed a blessing for my Phoenix clan. In the future, with your help, the Phoenix clan will definitely be able to rise to the next level and create another brilliant future. Ao Chen nodded slightly, with a humble smile on his face. In his heart, he was secretly grumbling. How can we cope with this? These elders are too enthusiastic. He responded stiffly. Elders are too kind. Feng Ning is just telling the truth about what is in her heart, and she still has to rely on the teaching and support of all the elders. In the future, I hope that the elders will give me more advice, and Feng Ning will definitely be taught with an open mind. Having said that, he also bowed and saluted the elder with a respectful demeanor. The other elder beside him was busy nodding his head in agreement. There was excitement in his voice. Yes, the princess was once gifted with outstanding talent. This is something known to all in the clan, but her temperament is too free-spirited and spontaneous, so it's hard to avoid making people worry. Who would have thought that today, you would be so calm and opinionated, and consider things so thoroughly, which is really rare. It's true that women get better and better. The corners of Ao Chen's mouth twitched slightly. All that could be done was to smile awkwardly and stiffly. People will always grow up. Feng Ning also hopes to do more for the Phoenix clan and live up to the expectations of the mother and all the elders. When the group of elders left the council chamber one after another, the spacious hall was suddenly empty, and only Ao Chen and the Phoenix Emperor were left standing opposite each other. Ao Chen took a long breath of relief in his heart and, thinking that this elaborate ordeal of camouflage had finally come to an end for the time being, one can breathe a sigh of relief. He respectfully saluted Emperor Feng and said with earnest words, "Mother, my son will leave first." After saying that, he slightly owed his body and prepared to turn around and leave. However, just then, Feng Huang's jade hand gently raised and, an irresistible force instantly filled the entire council chamber. Shasta, a cloud of fiery red chains like a spirited fire phoenix. Whistling, he lunged at Ao Chen, tightly wrapped around his torso. The mana contained in the chains was powerful and fiery. It caused Ao Chen to feel a sharp pain. Subsequently, the chains snapped, hoisting his entire body high in the air, hanging in mid-air. Ao Chen was greatly alarmed. The limbs struggled vainly in the air. His face was filled with horror and confusion. He asked eagerly, "Mother, why is this? Why are you suddenly doing this to my son?" There was a slight tremor in his voice that, obviously frightened by this sudden turn of events. Emperor Feng's stunningly beautiful face was as cold as ice and frost, hooking his lips in a cold smile. His gaze was as cold as a knife. He said, "Bold maniac, how dare you pretend to be here? How dare you impersonate the third princess of my Phoenix clan? Do you really think you can hide it from the world?" There was a note of majesty and anger in her voice that, obviously, he was extremely dissatisfied with Ao Chen's camouflage behavior. Ao Chen's heart thumped. Secretly, it's not good. He knew he'd been seen through. After all, the mind was a mess. His mind raced and, trying to find a reasonable explanation to calm down Emperor Feng's anger, cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. He hastened to explain. "Your Majesty the Phoenix Emperor, listen to me. I am the Dragon Tribe's son Ao Chen. That day in the migratory mountain to subdue the demon, inadvertently by the three princesses too, forcefully captured. I was in the residence of the Phoenix clan, thinking of my master day and night, and my return was like an arrow, which is why I came up with this plan. It just so happened that I came across the princess going to a meeting in the heavenly court, and in a moment of confusion, I came to the meeting in the princess's likeness, which I really had no choice but to do, so I hope that your Majesty will forgive me." As soon as the Phoenix Emperor heard him claim to be of the Dragon clan, the anger in a pair of beautiful eyes increased. The mass of fiery red chains instantly tightened and, it was as if it wanted to crush Ao Chen's bones. She snapped angrily, "Dragon brat, how dare you be full of lies? How dare you slander the third princess of my Phoenix clan forcibly capturing you? Do you know what a great offense this is?" Her voice was deafening, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Ao Chen only felt that all the bones in his body were going to be strangled alive by the chains condensed by that magic power. The excruciating pain almost made him faint. He knew in his heart that, instead of calming the Phoenix Emperor's anger, his own words just now, instead, it made her even more angry. He changed his words in a hurry. "No, no, 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 it was my words that were wrong. A great offense. It is not that the third princess has taken me captive by force. It is me, who has been admiring the third princess for a long time. That day by chance to see the princess of the world's elegance. Will be deeply attracted by the princess, since the T do not think about food do not want to. Thus, I followed the princess to the Phoenix clan and was bent on pursuing the third princess. That's why I did such a confusing thing. I hope your majesty will rest in peace, Auchan said as he, raising his hand with difficulty while, wanted to hug and salute as a sign of good faith. However, he's bound tightly in chains. The action looked comical and pathetic. When Emperor Feng heard this from him, the look eased slightly and, the killing intent in his eyes also faded a few points. She gently raised her jade hand and slowly withdrew some of her mana. The chain loosened a bit with it. Ao-chan suddenly felt less painful. Breathing heavily, he collapsed to the floor and, sweat soaked his shirt. Just then, the door to the council chamber slammed. It was slammed away by a powerful force. A gust of wind wrapped around a tall, handsome figure that, Windy burst in. The figure was like an unstoppable torrent of, with a sense of urgency and determination. Behind, a couple of the guards looked anxious and, looking nervous and stumbling after him. Panting and yelling under his breath. Bold Dragon Clan brat, how dare you trespass the council chamber? The visitor was none other than Feng Ning. At the moment, she was in a state of panic, hair flying wildly in disarray. A few stray strands of hair stuck to his sweaty forehead. Apparently it was a wild ride all the way. Just entered the council chamber. Feng Ning then shouted eagerly, "Stop!" Emperor Feng slowly turned his head and, the moment his eyes touched that figure, the pupils snapped. A flash of panic and amazement that was hard to describe in words instantly flashed across his eyes. The teenager in front of me. He's as straight as a pine. And he's as graceful as a jade tree. He is a man with a sword brow and starry eyes. And he shows his dashing and calm manner when he raises his hand and moves his feet. It breathes an innate nobility. His face was handsome and contouring. Deep eyes like cold stars shining in the night sky. Under the high nose. Thin lips pursed lightly with a bit of determination. Emperor Feng gazed at him and, his heart skipped a few beats uncontrollably. The memories of the past instantly overwhelmed her like a raging tide. Her breathing became labored and, there was disbelief in his eyes. The face in front of me. It actually bore a 7 or 8% resemblance to that bone-deep deceased person in the depths of her memory. Dear friends, today is New Year's Eve. Old things are turned over, and new light is welcomed in the new year. Happy New Year's Eve. Dear treasures. Chapter 52, An Old Friend. Emperor Feng's expression was cold, and he stabilized his mind. Slowly, he raised his hand, and with a clean, flickering swing, all stand down. The guards had worry written all over their faces, and frequently cast concerned glances at but under Emperor Feng's order, he could only follow it. The pace was slow as he exited, closing the door to the council chamber quietly in his wake. Feng Ning saw the guards retreat and approached Emperor Feng with quick steps, pulling on Feng Huang's sleeve. He delicately pouted. Mother. Emperor Feng looked at Feng Ning, who topped off his teenage appearance in front of him. Thoughts drifted off for a moment, and he called softly, Nell. Feng Ning nodded vigorously and, the voice was soft with intimacy. It's me, mother. Emperor Feng frowned lightly, his eyes filled with reproach. The tone became sharp as well. You even swapped bodies with this Dragon Clan brat. What a shame. Feng Ning continued to shake Feng Huang's sleeve, her tone pouting. I am mother. This matter has nothing to do with this little dragon at all. I still hope that mother will be magnanimous and spare him this time. Emperor Feng's gaze finally moved away from Feng Ning, looking towards Ao Chen, who was entangled in chains. With a complex expression, coldly, he grunted. Ninger, what's going on between you and this dragon race kid? Ao Chen? Feng Ning's gaze frankly met Emperor Feng's line of sight. Zhang said, Mother, this little dragon, but it's my son's benefactor. On that day, my son was practicing in the mountain forest, and I accidentally encountered some danger and crisis. Thanks to this little dragon's timely help, my son was able to escape from death. Later on, my son was so grateful that he invited him to come to the Phoenix clan as a guest. Who would have guessed that this little dragon missed his master too much and acted on impulse to do such a confusing thing? I implore mother to forgive him this time for the sake of his heart of sincerity. The Phoenix Emperor's expression eased slightly when he heard this, but the tone was still stern. Humph, that's easy for you to say. He pretended to be you to attend the proceedings. What kind of offense is that? If we don't punish him, where is the majesty of my Phoenix clan? When Feng Ning saw this, she was in a hurry, hurriedly pulling on Feng Huang's sleeve, rocking gently, full of pampering. Mother, my son knows that this is a serious matter, but Xiaolong he didn't mean to do it. He really misses his master, which is why he performed the strange technique of swapping bodies. My son is willing to take the blame for him, and I only beg mother to spare him this time. Ao Chen listened to Feng Ning do her best to excuse herself. A warmth welled up in his heart and he was moved. He struggled to get up from the floor and the voice was sincere. Your Majesty the Phoenix Emperor. I was the one who got carried away and made the unforgivable mistake, and it had nothing to do with the princess. I am willing to accept any punishment. I only ask that your Majesty never take it out on the princess. Emperor Feng looked at these two men as they sang in unison. The emotions in his heart are complex and difficult to recognize. The tone of his voice carried a bit of coldness. You two are really in love. Ao Chen. As a son of the Dragon Clan, you don't dive into cultivation in your own clan, but you come to my Phoenix Clan to wreak havoc. If you are not severely punished today, where is the majesty of my Phoenix Clan, and how can I gain a foothold in the three realms in the future? Ao Chen's heart trembled when he heard that. Hurry pleaded again. Your Majesty, I am willing to take the punishment, but I have an unforgivable request. I beg your Majesty to allow me to return to the Kunlun Mountains to visit my master. My master was injured by the Wolf King, and his condition is still unknown. As a disciple, I am really relieved and worried day and night. I still hope that your Majesty will be gracious enough to allow me to go back to see my master for a while, and after that, at your Majesty's disposal, I will never say anything. Feng Ning sniffed, slanting her eyes at him for a moment. She said in a nonchalant manner, Humph, going back to see master? Now that you're wearing the appearance of this princess and returning to the Kunlun Mountains in such a grand manner, once others know about it, they'll still think that my Phoenix Clan's princess has no regard for the rules of the heavenly court and is wandering around wantonly. Ao Chen hurriedly explained. Looking anxious, fine beads of sweat were oozing from their foreheads. Don't worry, princess. I'm just going to take a quick look at my master to confirm his injuries, and I'll be back in a few moments, and I'll never be delayed for too long. I will be extremely careful and conceal my movements, and never invite any trouble for the princess and the Phoenix Clan. Emperor Feng's gaze was locked onto Feng Ning, quietly watching the interaction between the two. In a jiffy, she suddenly turned her head towards Ao Chen and opened her mouth to ask, Who is your master? When Ao Chen heard this, he hurriedly replied respectfully, Master is the dragon immortal Ao Tian. Hearing the name, Emperor Feng's heart violently and fiercely trembled, but the face still maintains an immovable composure. Just in that voice, with a quiet hint of eagerness that was imperceptible to onlookers, pursuing the question, Ao Tian? He's injured? He is your master teacher? And who are your parents? Ao Chen was confused, not understanding why Emperor Feng suddenly asked this, but one can really feel her concern for her master, and so it was truthfully said, one by one. Yes, I lost both my parents since I was young, and it was my master who took me in and raised me with great pains. Master has been so gracious to me that he has not only imparted me with profound spells, but also taught me the principles of dealing with people in the world. Some time ago, the master led all the disciples to go and subdue the demon, but I didn't expect to fall for the Wolf King's treacherous plan. That Wolf King was extremely cunning and evil-minded, laying down heavy traps, and the master teacher was unfortunate enough to be injured in order to protect his disciples from retreating in one piece. I really cannot rest assured in my heart, cannot be at ease for a moment to stay here, so I thought to hurry back to visit. At this point, Emperor Feng let out a cold snort. The corners of his mouth curved in an unruly curve. It contained a strong sense of hatred, in a tone so harsh as to be almost shrill. A nonchalant rebuke. Humph, stupid, a dragon immortal dignitary, to be injured by a wolf king, after so many years, he still hasn't made any progress, acting in such a reckless and impulsive manner. It's simply disgusting. Ao Chen was choked speechless by this sudden rebuke. However, out of deep respect for the master, he gathered his courage and spoke up in defense. Your Majesty the Phoenix Emperor, how can you judge my master so one-sidedly? That was in order to protect the disciples, only to disregard his own safety. He in my heart, has always been the most powerful and respectable person. It was as if Emperor Feng hadn't heard his voice. He looked as cold as ice, disdaining Ao Chen's defense. She stood still for a moment and a powerful austere aura emanated from his body. Ao Chen was full of doubts and asked warily, Your Majesty the Phoenix Emperor, you know my master? Emperor Feng's complexion changed slightly in a flash, but it quickly returned to a face of cold pride and indifference. Her tone was flat but with a few hidden complexities that were hard to hide. Bluntly, more than knowing each other, your master was once this seat-sold fated immortal couple. The words were like thunder. The explosion caused Ao Chen and Feng Ning to cry out in shock at the same time. The two men subconsciously glanced at each other and, with disbelief written all over his face, it was as if time had come to a screeching halt in this moment. The whole person is as if under a spell of immobilization, petrified in place. Feng Ning's eyes widened, like he's seen some incredible spectacle. Eyes as wide as brass bells. Stammering, "Mother, you actually have such an amazing past with this little dragon's master." Emperor Feng waved his hand impatiently. Her jade-like fingers traced an elegant arc in the air. His expression was as cold as frost. There was a determination and toughness in his voice. Let bygones be bygones. There's nothing to talk about. It was not easy for Ao Chen to recover from his shock. Nayana to himself. It turns out that there is actually such an affinity between His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor and my family's immortal father. Emperor Feng hummed heavily again. The complexity of the look was indiscernible. She paused, as if my thoughts were being pulled back to the distant past. Speak slowly. Your master, back then, was indeed a spirited young man, and I don't know how many fairies and goddesses fell for him within the three realms. At that time, this seat was also coaxed by him into thinking that he had found the man of his life. Speaking of which, there was an imperceptible flash of anger and nostalgia in her eyes, but then the coldness returned yet then the races were in strife, and the dragons were pedantic and arrogant. The more our seat and he disagree and contradict each other on many matters. As beautiful as love is, it cannot be a bondage to this seat. In the end, a cut was made, the love affair was severed, and from then on, each went his own way, and there was nothing more to do. Chapter 53, Promises. After Feng Ning and Ao Chen heard this, they froze on the spot, unable to return to their senses for a long time. At this point, Emperor Feng slightly raised his chin. There are a few concerns in his eyes, but still cold and proud. The question was asked in a light tone of voice. Your master, what exactly is his injury nowadays? Are you really not clear about the specifics at all? Ao Chen said helplessly with a difficult expression on his face. Your Majesty, I only know that Master Teacher is injured, but I'm not sure exactly how injured he is. These days, I am in the Phoenix clan. My heart day and night want to return to the Kunlun Mountains to visit. Upon hearing this, Feng Ning stepped forward and, interrupting him nonchalantly, today we're departing for the Heavenly Court Fest, and you're wearing this princess's look, so you can't just go wherever you want to go privately. If you break into any big trouble outside, I can't afford it. As soon as Ao Chen heard this, he was in a hurry. You, princess, how can you be so insensitive? My master is seriously injured and in critical condition. As a disciple, how can I sit back and do nothing? Feng Ning was also not willing to show weakness and raised her volume. I'm not being reasonable? Do you know how much trouble you'll bring to this princess if you go? The Heavenly Court event concerns the face of my Phoenix clan. If something goes wrong because of you, how can I explain to the elders of my clan? Emperor Feng looked at the way the two of them were arguing with each other. A trace of remembrance passed through his eyes. Her stunningly beautiful face. The long eyelashes fluttered slightly. As if traveling through time and space, back to his youthful days. Memories of the youthful and beautiful past. She looked at her daughter and Ao Chen in front of her. An inexplicable emotion welled up in his heart. Suddenly, she looked aghast, her eyebrows furrowing slightly as majestically, he waved his hand. His tone strong. Stop it all. The two men were instantly quiet and, the atmosphere is not daring. With a graceful stride, Emperor Feng, walking slowly to Ao Chen, narrowing his eyes slightly. His eyes were sharply probing and scrutinizing. Ao Chen, this seat is asking you. What you performed before was an ancient strange art of my Phoenix clan. Where exactly did you learn it from? Ao Chen's heart tightened, knowing that this matter could not be concealed. He took a deep breath and hardened himself to the truth. Your Majesty, I came across it by chance in an ancient book. That ancient book was written in the red feather script, and it contained many ancient spells and secret stories. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes instantly flashed with a hint of surprise when he heard this, but quickly regained his composure and raised an eyebrow. You even know Akabane? Ao Chen respectfully lowered his head and replied, it was the immortal honor who taught me. When the Phoenix Emperor heard this, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly and a meaningful smile appeared. So that's how it is. This old thing, it's hiding deep. Emperor Feng was well aware of the subtleties of this wondrous art of interchanging bodies. If the two can successfully swap bodies, either the heart is in the right place or the mind is in the right place. Either that or they are deeply in love. Come to think of it, her gaze darted back and forth between Ao Chen and Feng Ning. An inexplicable wave of emotion flooded through his heart and it seems comforting and worrying. Emperor Feng was silent for a long time, inwardly weighing the pros and cons like scales. Several times, he wanted to open his mouth and ask Feng Ning. The words came out of his mouth, but he swallowed them back. Just then, outside the procession about to depart has sounded its horn. The trumpet sounded majestic and long, with a touch of solemnity that it echoed over the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix guards in their magnificent costumes were neatly arrayed. The the colorful feathers shimmering in the sunlight. Each feather looks like a carefully sculpted work of art. It exudes a unique luster. The huge phoenix car is decorated in gold and splendor. The flag of the Phoenix clan was blazing in the wind, announcing their imminent journey to heaven. Emperor Feng listened to the horn that. His expression was cold, and his thin lips were lightly parted. This body-changing wondrous art was passed down from the ancient times of my Phoenix clan, and the body will only recover after 3 days. But now, you're going to attend the Heavenly Court event with this identity? This is simply pushing the Phoenix clan to the tip of the storm. How can I not be worried? Feng Ning rushed forward and, pulling Feng Huang's hand, he said curtly, "Don't worry, mother, we'll be careful and definitely won't reveal ourselves. I intend to guard beside Little Dragon every inch of the way as Imperial Phoenix Envoy, a messenger specializing in guarding the princesses of the Phoenix clan, to help him conceal his identity and ensure that he won't be discovered." Ao Chen was filled with guilt, head down to the floor. The voice was thick with self-doubt. Alas, it's all my fault. Previously really didn't know that there was such a thing as the Heavenly Court Fest, and caused so much trouble for everyone. Emperor Feng's gaze was like a knife, sharply sweeping over the two men who had swapped bodies. There was no hiding the concern and dissatisfaction in his eyes. You know very well that once your identities are recognized, not only will your own lives be in jeopardy, but the entire Phoenix clan will be implicated. The Heavenly Court event, all kinds of gods and goddesses gathered, can't tolerate the slightest mistake. Feng Ning assured with conviction. Mother, just put 100 hearts in your mouth. Little Dragon and I have already discussed our countermeasures. There won't be any problems. We will definitely be careful and never let anyone see the cracks. Ao Chen also nodded his head in a hurry. The tone was sincere and a little ingratiating. Yes. Don't worry, Your Majesty the Phoenix Emperor. I will be careful with my words and never bring any trouble to the Phoenix clan. Emperor Feng sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness, but the tone was still strong. Good. This time when we travel to the Heavenly Court, we must not take it lightly. Remember, the identity must never be exposed. 3 days later, the Heavenly Court meeting will end, and at that time, Ao Chen will return to the Kunlun Mountains. When Ao Chen heard this, he first froze, then a flash of surprise flashed through his eyes and he couldn't believe his ears. The sudden good news caught him a little off guard. He was too busy kowtowing. Really? Thank you, Your Majesty the Feng Emperor. Thank you, Emperor Feng. That voice was full of the celebration and joy of having been robbed of his life. It's as if he's the one who's come back from a ghostly journey. When Feng Ning heard this, she was in a hurry. Back to the Kunlun Mountains? Who allowed that? Emperor Feng looked at his daughter, helplessness flickering in his eyes. In its place, it was full of strength and majesty. Jack, have you made enough of a scene? Ao Chen was a son of the Dragon Clan. He had his own clan and mission. He should go back. You have your responsibilities too. Stop being capricious. The most important thing at the moment is the Heavenly Court Festival. You must act carefully and never make any mistakes. Feng Ning, however, hummed stubbornly. Instead of backing down, his tone became more determined. Humph. No, he's mine and must stay with me. With that, he pulled Ao Chen's arm and protected him behind him. Ao Chen was overwhelmed by Feng Ning's sudden move. A flash of heat ran down his face. Princess, you. Emperor Feng frowned lightly as he looked at these two. Again, I emphasize sternly. Ninger, Ao Chen. This seat will say it again. During the Heavenly Court event, the identity must never be exposed. It's settled. Ao Chen will return to Kunlun Mountain 3 days later. Now, hurry up and get ready to depart without further delay. Having said that, Emperor Feng said no more and turned to leave. Feng Ning looked at Feng Huang's departing back. The heart was full of resentment and stubbornness. She jerked her head around and his eyes were like torches, tightly locked onto Ao Chen. Word for word, want to go back to the Kunlun Mountains? You don't think about it. The person that I, Feng Ning, have determined, even if the Emperor of Heaven comes, he won't be able to take him away. Dear treasures, today is the first day of the new year. The blessed snake starts a new year, and the year is full of splendor. I wish every treasure child has a good mood, good luck, good health, good life. Chapter 54, The Imperial Phoenix Envoy. When Ao Chen heard this, he was anxious again. Emperor Feng has already promised me. A gentleman's word is his bond. You can't go back on your word. Feng Ning hummed lightly with an unimpressed stance. Oh, is that so? It's her business if she promises. But Xiao Long is this princess's man. Your stay or departure has to be decided by this princess. You can only stay obediently by my side. And don't go anywhere. Ao Chen was enraged by Feng Ning's words. Angrily, he shouted a rebuke. How can you be so unreasonable and act in such a domineering manner? Feng Ning saw this. reaching out and gently cupping Ao-chen's face. That gesture seemed intimate, but the light smile that hung at the corners of his mouth, and yet, with a bit of teasing. Okay, don't be so angry. You see, when you're in a hurry, even my face doesn't look pretty. With that, she turned the conversation around and, how about we deal with this boring heavenly court event first, and then come back to talk about your stay or departure? The words had not yet been spoken. She then, without further ado, taking Ao-chen's hand, he headed out, completely ignoring Ao-chen's struggles and protests. Ao-chen stumbled and almost fell down. There was no choice but to passively follow her lead. His mind, at the moment, was a mixture of flavors. Finally, surrounded by a respectful and careful crowd, Ao-chen, the third princess of the Phoenix clan, dressed in a fire-colored red phoenix robe, slowly stepping towards that magnificent and incomparable phoenix carriage. The phoenix carriage was carved with lifelike phoenixes around its circumference. Each one of them has wings that are ready to fly, as if they were going to burst into the clouds the next second. Proclaim to the world the supreme honor of the Phoenix clan. The moment Ao-chen stepped into the phoenix carriage, he only felt an aura of luxury and elegance instantly wrap around him. Soft brocade cushions lay comfortably on top of the seats. The light veil that hangs down all around, cleverly separating the inside of the car from the outside world. A small, relatively independent world was formed. The procession began to move forward slowly. Ao-chen was sitting in the phoenix carriage. It just felt uncomfortable in every inch of my body. He shifted uneasily and, trying to find a more comfortable position, but the discomfort grew stronger with time. Finally, he couldn't help but reach out and, carefully, he opened a side veil. The veil had just been slowly lifted. Feng Ning's figure, which stood guarding with all its concentration, like a pine and cypress. It then crashed straight into his eyes. At this moment, Feng Ning rode the red flame rock, which was covered in flaming flames, closely following the phoenix carriage as it moved forward. She was clad in a robe of interwoven black and red. The broad hat half hid the face of the, revealing only a pair of eyes as sharp as cold stars. His eyes were like torches, revealing a biting aura that could not be violated. The robes have smooth lines and, it fit her figure just right. The colors of black and red intertwine with each other as you walk. There seemed to be raging power surging through it, with a delicate floral pattern at the cuffs and neckline. As she moved about looming, it shows a different kind of honor and mystery, with every subtle movement she made, all exuding an innate valor. You've got a lot of style in your hands and feet. You can't take your eyes off it. Ao-chen's eyes were firmly drawn to the. Fix your eyes and look closely. The face that Feng Ning was holding over her head. It was clearly the look he was used to seeing in the bronze mirrors of the Dragon Clan on weekdays, but at the moment in her body. But it glows with a very different kind of charm. Those original, slightly boyish features, set off by her overpowering aura. It actually looks so handsome. Ao-chen's heartbeat steeply accelerated and, a thought flashed involuntarily through his mind. Lean. One's own face can be so handsome and compelling. Feng Ning noticed Ao-chen's gaze and actions. Slightly sideways, he asked softly, what is it? But is there any discomfort? Her voice, through the white veil of, it seems a bit hazy and mysterious. Ao-chen was awakened by the question. He swept a panicked glance at Feng Ning and, hastily dropping his hand, he stammered, it's fine. It's just a little bit stuffy. Feng Ning smiled gently as she said, stuffy? Shall I have the veil lifted all the way then? Ao-chen hastily shook his head. No need. This is fine. He didn't want to expose his identity because of a small move he made. Ao-chen hurriedly lowered the veil and, obediently sat back in the phoenix carriage. Seeing this, Feng Ning no longer continued to tease him. With a graceful movement, she summoned the brood scale from her spirit pet pouch. Commanded softly, little one, your master is bored. Go cheer him up. When the kitsune heard that, a hard look came over his little face, two little paws clawing around. Obviously there was some helplessness about the task. Feng Ning asked with a slight frown, feigning anger. What? Don't want to go? The kitsune yawned, and her tiny body shifted and appears listless. Seeing this, Feng Ning pretended to be angry and threatened. Go quickly. If you can't make him happy, beware that this princess will draw your dragon tendon. The kitsune was shocked to hear that the head, which had been drooping, lifted instantly and, hurry up and roll over, rushing into the phoenix carriage like a small cannonball. As soon as Ao-chen saw Kim Scale come in, I looked at the sellout with disdain, asked, how did you get in here? The kitsune didn't reply either. First, he made a face at Ao-chen. That comical look is a sight to behold. Trying to amuse Ao-chen. Ao-chen, however, looked away and muttered, "Boring. The kitsune won't give up." Starting to do somersaults again in front of Ao Chen, the tiny body tumbled quickly inside the Phoenix whiskey. It didn't take long to tie himself in knots all over his body. That look looks funny and cute at the same time. Ao Chen finally couldn't help himself, puffing out a laugh. Joyful laughter instantly echoed through the Phoenix carriage. Feng Ning snorted lightly as she listened from the sidelines. Childish. Saying that, she continued to ride the red flame rock to guard the Phoenix, chuffing aside and move forward slowly. With an upright posture and focused eyes, he plays the role of the guardian Phoenix envoy dutifully. Ao Chen was sitting in the Phoenix carriage. The laughter subsided and the mind is full of thoughts. He teased the kitsune. The scales of the brocade scales slid over his fingertips. Warm to the touch, he asked in a low voice, "Jean Scale, you said that this heavenly court meeting, Master Teacher will also be there, right? In that case, won't we be able to see Master and eldest sister and the others?" The kitsune rolled over in his hands and the round eyes looked at Ao Chen and nodded. It was as if they could actually understand him. At the first sight of Ao Chen, there was an instant excitement and a twinkle in his eye. That's great. He was worried about his upcoming trip to heaven. He himself topped the mold of Feng Ning, the third princess of the Phoenix clan. You have to be very careful with every move you make. Never show the slightest crack. But on second thought, the Dragons team is also there. Yay! In heaven, you can see your own people. Maybe even get to meet the master who I've been daydreaming about for so long. One thought. He was beginning to look forward to it. Chapter 55. The line of the Phoenix clan surrounded by 1,000 streaks of Ruichi, surrounded by a diffuse haze of color, vastly arriving at the heavenly court. Within the heavenly court, it was bustling with activity. Immortal clans from all directions are coming in droves, dressed in different kinds of fancy clothes, with immortal charm flowing around them. The check-in process is being carried out in a well-organized manner. Ao Chen was sitting in the Phoenix carriage, unable to hold back the eagerness of his heart. Lifting his hand, he lifted the veil and eagerly searched for a familiar figure. Just then, that mighty procession of dragons, it broke in on him like a torrent. In a flash, Ao Chen's heart pounded. A thrill of unspeakable excitement that, like a raging tide of water coming up to the mind, it made his breath catch in his throat. Even his fingertips were trembling slightly from this intense emotion. Jean Scale. Look, it's the Dragon Clan. That's our Dragon Clan's team. Ao Chen was so excited that his voice trembled a bit. He bent down in a hurry and said quietly to the little dragon, "Jean Scale," but never for a moment took his eyes off the dragon team. "Jean Scale, did you see that? That's our clan." The kitsune stared with big, round eyes and, looking in the direction that Ao Chen pointed to, looking at the neat and majestic dragon race procession in the distance. With a face full of ignorance, little head tilted to one side, it seemed that he still couldn't understand why Ao Chen was so excited. Great, it's really them. Ao Chen could no longer contain his inner joy, so excited that he almost jumped out of his skin. Hands clasped together, the knuckles are white from the effort, the eyes were also slightly reddened. Finally meeting a loved one. Asterisk. Under the thoughtful arrangements of the heavenly court, one by one, the representatives of the various immortal clans were led to their respective residences. Wherever the phoenixes go, the heavenly messengers and immortal officials have been waiting for a long time. In honor of Ao Chen, in his capacity as Feng Ning, try to stay calm as you follow the fairy officials and fairy eagles forward. The immortal official's gaze inadvertently swept over the tall, black-robed and masked Feng Ning beside Ao Chen. She said politely but with a hint of detachment, "Princess, this is your residence. As for this gentleman, his residence please go in the other direction." Feng Ning's face was expressionless when she heard this, just a slight nod in response. After she saluted Ao Chen, then he turned away following the guidance of the other fairy officer. Ao Chen looked at her fading back, with a sigh of relief in his heart. Then stepped into the gilded abode. The house is lavishly furnished. All sorts of rare treasures were even more dazzling under the soft light. Ao Chen looked around the room. I can't help but marvel at the honor and grandeur of the Phoenix clan in my heart. At the same time, he also felt grateful for being able to temporarily escape from Feng Ning's close surveillance. After a short break, Ao Chen through the exquisitely carved window pane, glimpsed a fairy officer hurrying by. In his mind, he walked out of the house and sprinted up to stop the other man. He adjusted his breathing slightly and, trying to sound cloudy and light, natural and casual, this immortal officer. "Excuse me, I would like to ask if the Dragon Clan's guests have been properly accommodated? Do you know what important people are in the Dragon Clan this time?" The immortal officer heard the words. The footsteps jerked to a halt and a palpable freeze flashed across his face. There was also an instantaneous flash of doubt in his eyes. This sudden inquiry that caught him off guard for a moment. After all, the princess of the Phoenix clan inquired about the Dragon clan. It was a bit unusual. However, the immortal officer's professionalism allowed him to quickly adjust to the situation of the, with a renewed look of deference on his face. Owing a reply, back to the words of the princess. The dragons have indeed arrived in the heavenly court and have all been properly placed. It's just that regarding the specific people who have come, little immortal really doesn't know, so I hope that the princess will bear with me. The corner of Ao Chen's mouth rose, revealing a gentle smile. In a hurry, he said, in that case, thank you, immortal officer, for informing me. With that, he turned and walked back into the house at a brisk pace. Once inside, he then could no longer restrain the leap of joy in his heart, and the corners of his mouth lifted high in his heart. However, when he closed the door, as soon as he turned around, the sight in front of him startled him. Only on the main seat in the room, Feng Ning is sitting with a relaxed demeanor. There was a smirk that seemed to hang at the corner of his mouth. Ao Chen's heart snapped. Feng Ning gently opened her lips, with a few teasing moments in her voice. You, the third princess of the Phoenix clan, are quite attentive to the Dragon clan's affairs. Ao Chen's face went a shade of white and red, and he was busy waving his hands to deny it. I was just asking in passing, nothing else really, as he spoke, while trying to calm myself down, trying to steer the conversation away from the, how did you get in here? Just now, those fairy officials and fairy eagles have explained that this is the residence of the female immortals. Feng Ning listened. A soft hum escaped his nose. And you know this is where the fairies live? This is great. I'm going to have to go live in a separate house with those dirty men. As soon as those words came out of my mouth, Ao Chen was at a bit of a loss for words. He really didn't expect that his actions would bring such trouble to Feng Ning. He hastily apologized. I really didn't expect this. I'm sorry for the trouble. But Feng Ning simply did not intend to let him off easily. Continued. Besides, if I don't come to keep watch, who knows if you'll do anything out of the ordinary to this princess's body. As soon as Ao Chen heard that, she blushed bright red. He stammered with urgency and annoyance. You, what kind of words are you saying? Am I, Ao Chen, not this kind of person? How could I possibly do anything disrespectful to your body? Feng Ning looked at his anxious and angry appearance. The corners of his mouth curved up in a wry curve. The eyes full of urgency. She stood up slowly and, walking slowly to the couch, he sat down lazily and said, this princess is exhausted. Come and squeeze my shoulders. Ao Chen subconsciously retorted. Don't you have long hands yourself? Feng Ning gently raised her eyebrows, feigning displeasure. She looked away. You don't think about it. This princess used to travel by Phoenix Whiskey. This time, because of you, I could only ride the Red Flame Rock all the way here in a bumpy ride. My whole body is about to fall apart now. Hear this. A strong pang of guilt welled up in Ao Chen's heart. This time, it's really on my own. It made Feng Ning suffer a lot. In desperation, he moved behind Feng Ning and held out his hand and gently massaged her shoulders. Feng Ning had her eyes closed, quietly enjoying this rare coziness. A look of satisfaction crossed his face, but it didn't take long. Feng Ning's hands became restless. Suddenly, she struck out violently. The slender fingers clasped Ao Chen's wrist with precision. Pull hard. The two were nose to nose for an instant. Warm breaths intertwined. Ao Chen was startled by her sudden movement. What are you doing? Feng Ning's index finger quickly pressed against his lips, made a motion of silence. Lowering his voice, he said, Shook, keep your voice down. This is the Celestial Court. Do you want to invite everyone here? What the hell do you want? Ao Chen lowered his voice in question. Asterisk 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 Q. Chapter 56 Gifts. As soon as Ao Chen heard this, her face reddened to her ears in a mischievous blush. He didn't realize that Feng Ning would be in such a solemn and sacrosanct place as the Heavenly Court, saying such revealing things. Dirty talk. Ao Chen stammered in shock and anger. He subconsciously tried to break free from Feng Ning's hand, but her fingers were like pincers cast in iron, clasping his wrist tightly. The force was so great that he couldn't move in the slightest. You let go. This is the Heavenly Court. You don't do anything wrong. Ao Chen lowered his voice and there was a hint of anxiety and anger in his tone. However, Feng Ning, didn't seem to care about that. There was a flash of triumphant infatuation in her eyes. Whispered. So what if it's the Heavenly Court? What I, Feng Ning, want to do, no one has been able to stop it yet. Saying that, with a sudden, hard pull, pulling Ao Chen a little closer. Ao Chen only felt a warm breath come over his face and his heart couldn't help but speed up a few notches. Why does the little dragon smell so good? Feng Ning's voice was soft, with a hint of laziness and intoxication. All this way, little dragon sat in that phoenix carriage, separated by layers of veils. I really want to tear all those eyesore veils, and then press little dragon on the phoenix carriage. Don't you fool around. Shoot, just kisses, nothing else. That little dragon was cajoled and coaxed by Feng Ning to be held down on the couch. Between kisses, Ao Chen's childishness and youthfulness gradually receded. Feng Ning only felt that Ao Chen was taking more and more initiative. The technique is becoming more skillful with each passing day, and carries with it a fiery love. The corners of her mouth involuntarily rose, spilling over with the slightest hint of sweetness, as the lips slowly parted. The breaths of the two men intertwined and, rapid and disorganized, a crystalline thread, if any, was gently tugged between the lips of the. It seems to be a difficult attachment. Bruce, my baby, when the hell are you going to change back? I can't take it anymore. Asterisk. Day 2. Ao Chen was dressed in fancy clothes, looking radiant and refreshed. Under the watchful eye of Feng Ning, the royal phoenix envoy, with the pace of the immortals. Together, they went to the temple of the heavenly palace. The suspended palace emitted a soft halo of light, as if the stars in the sky had landed on earth. The mist of immortality is like a spiritual veil, wandering recklessly between palaces and pavilions. Every now and then a fairy bird chirps and flies by. That crisp, pleasant sound that, as if it were a natural waltz played in the heavens. The sound of the voices were tantalizing Ao Chen's curiosity. Ao Chen looked at the scene in front of him and, the mind is filled with wonder and amazement. But there's a vague sense of inexplicable familiarity. It's as if I've waded through this place countless times in my dreams. Feng Ning was wearing a black and red robe that covered her face. God followed him blandly, looking at Ao Chen's dazzling appearance. Feng Ning couldn't help but snort and whisper, "Hey little dragon, why are you looking so unseen again?" It was only when Ao Chen was reminded by her that he came back to his senses, hurriedly withdrawing his gaze as he glanced around. Muttered, "Here, I think I've been here before." "Been here? I thought you said your master never brought you here?" Feng Ning asked suspiciously. Ao Chen frowned lightly, his eyes filled with confusion as he muttered, "Strange, this kind of scene. It seems like I've seen it in my dreams." The two men were talking as they, while continuing along the immortal steps. At this point, a sudden shout full of excitement broke the silence. Princess Feng Ning. Feng Ning and Ao Chen together subconsciously turned back following the sound, only to see a tall, upright man with a handsome face approaching them. He stared at Ao Chen with a burning gaze. The person who came was none other than the representative of the Qilin clan Lin Yan. He was dressed in an incredibly ornate unicorn-printed robe. Every single stitch is delicate and subtle. The unicorn on the robe is so lifelike that it seems that the next second it will break free from the material of the coat, lift its wings and soar into the sky. Lin Yan took a few steps closer and a warm, fiery smile spread across his handsome face. "Princess Feng Ning, the heavenly court event that I've been looking forward to for so long is finally here. I knew that I would definitely be able to see you here. You may not know, since the last time I saw you at the heavenly court event, I have been looking forward to seeing the princess again all the time." Ao Chen froze for a moment and, that he knew nothing of the man before him. "I can only be hard-headed." A formal bow was made according to protocol. Lin Yan said as he spoke. Edge turned to the squire behind him and signaled that the attendant immediately handed over a delicate box. Ao Chen took the opportunity to secretly use his eyes to ask Feng Ning next to him for help. But then he saw a flash of impatience in Feng Ning's cold and stern eyes. Whispered Ao Chen, "This person is Lin Yan of the Qilin clan. There's no need to ignore him." The voice was full of boredom. Lin Yan has taken the box. As if offering a treasure, he handed it to Ao Chen. "Princess Feng Ning, this time I have specially brought the heirloom treasure of our Qilin clan, the Spirit Pearl. This spirit bead contains majestic spiritual power that will definitely help you cultivate to the next level." Ao Chen panicked and waved his hand. A smile was barely squeezed from his face. "Thank you, Sir Lin Yan, for your kindness, but I really don't dare to accept such a precious thing." Lin Yan, however, was unusually persistent, taking a step forward. The look was earnest, and his eyes were full of sincerity. "Princess, this spirit bead is of great significance to my Qilin clan. It is a symbol of inheritance, but in my heart, if it can help you increase your spiritual power and become stronger, then that's the best place for it to go. Please make sure that the princess accepts it and doesn't push it back. Consider it as a token of my appreciation." Ao Chen just couldn't refuse anymore. There was no choice but to take it for now. Just in time, the squire at Lin Yan's side voiced his urging. The people of the Qilin clan were walking up the immortal steps one after another, moving forward in the direction of the venue. Only then did Lin Yan salute fondly, said to Ao Chen, "Princess Feng Ning, if there is time after the meeting, I hope to meet again." With that, She smiled gently and turned to head to the venue. Lin Yan's figure had just disappeared from sight. But then he saw Tu Shanli of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan in a silver-white robe walking in style. He raises his hand. Mysterious and noble. It's as if it comes with an irresistible charm. Tu Shanli steadily walked up to Ao Chen. The figure sank slightly, and with a deep salute. Move with grace and propriety. Princess Feng Ning, it's been a long time since I've seen you. How has everything been lately? I am Tu Shanli, a disciple of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan Tushan. This time I came here. My second brother specially explained to me to present a thin gift that he carefully prepared for you. Saying that, handing over a beautifully decorated brocade box with both hands. The box is painted with a delicate floral pattern on the face of the box. It gives off a light, ethereal scent. Ao Chen only felt his head buzzing. Inside, I'm at a loss. In the face of this unexpected situation, completely overwhelmed, his eyes flustered as he looked over at Tu Shanli, subconsciously casting another look of help to Feng Ning. The eyes were full of helplessness, but he had no choice but to respond with a stiff upper lip. Tu Shan Gongzi, it has been a long time since I have seen you, and I am sorry to trouble your second brother. This is really too polite. Tu Shanli had a gentle smile on her lips, eyes sincerely looking at Ao Chen. Princess Feng Ning doesn't have to be so outgoing. My second brother has always remembered you, and although this gift isn't really expensive, it's still a token of his appreciation. Ao Chen's face showed a difficult expression, taking the brocade box with slightly trembling hands. There was a hint of urgency in his voice. Tu Shan Gongzi, thank your second brother for me. Just such a generous gift. I am really ashamed to receive it. Tu Shanli shook her head slightly and said softly, the princess is overstating the case, and my second brother will be deeply gratified to be able to win a smile from the princess. There's really no other way. Ao Chen could only once again helplessly accept the gift for the time being. Tu Shanli smiled and nodded, saluting again. He also turned around and ascended the immortal steps, heading in the direction of the venue. Ao Chen was holding two gifts in his hands, standing in place, a bewildered look on his face. Feng Ning watched all this with cold eyes. At this moment, she turned her head slowly and his gaze fell on Ao Chen like a frosty blade, and his eyes were wrapped in endless coldness. The tone of his voice was one of obvious displeasure and dislike. Is it true that people take whatever crap they give you? Chapter 57. Ao Chen was in a daze. Garbage? You. This is from those two for you. Humph. Would this princess care about this trash? Feng Ning snorted disdainfully. The voice seemed to be wrapped in the cold winds of winter. It's unnerving. She then turned violently and stride up the fairy steps. Ao Chen stood frozen in place. At a loss for words. But before he could slow down, Feng Ning returned angrily again, and walking quickly to Ao Chen. As soon as he snatched the two treasures from his hands, with all his strength, he threw it hard. If I ever see you collecting these things again, I'll chop off your dragon claws. Ao Chen secretly grumbled in his heart. What's it to me? Just then, Lei Yu of the Lei clan walked over with a steady pace. He was holding in his hand an elaborate gift box the box has a warm luster and, at first glance, you can tell it's worth a lot of money. He had a gentle smile on his face and, like a spring breeze, it makes you feel extraordinarily friendly. Princess Feng Ning, Lei Yu doesn't seem to be here simply to give gifts. A slight hesitation, a blush appeared on her face and, then summoning up the courage to say, Princess Feng Ning, since the end of the last heavenly court meeting, I have always been interested in you. I actually still have some words in my heart that I have always wanted to say to you. Ao Chen's heart tightened. He secretly glanced at Feng Ning, who was next to him, with a look of help in his eyes. Hopefully she'll step up to the plate and get herself out of the way. Lei Yu took a deep breath, his eyes filled with sincerity. Princess Feng Ning, ever since we parted ways at the last heavenly court meeting, your voice and smile have been floating in my mind from time to time. I know that this rash confession may be a bit abrupt, but I just can't bury this feeling any deeper in my heart. At this point, Feng Ning completely lost her patience. She stepped over to stand between the two men and, with eyes as cold as frost, he coldly said to Lei Yu, Mr. Lei Yu, my princess already has her heart in the right place, so please don't get entangled in vain in the future. Lei Yu instantly froze. The smile on his face froze instantly and, obviously not expecting this tall and mysterious man beside Feng Ning to suddenly interject, he looked at Ao Chen incredulously and, turning his gaze to Feng Ning again, a look of displeasure grew on his face. Who are you? I'm talking to Princess Feng Ning. Whose turn is it for you to interrupt? Feng Ning coldly grunted and disliked back. I'm her date. With these words, like a heavy bomb, Lei Yu was instantly dumbfounded. The expression on his face solidified into a comical look of It was as if time had stopped at that moment. Ao Chen was also stunned into staring at Feng Ning's shocking remarks. This, Lei Yu stammered and spoke, but not knowing what to say. There was a flash of red and white on his face. Sir Lei Yu, the conference will begin soon, so let's prepare to join the club first. Ao Chen rushed forward to round off the conversation, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Trying to break the awkwardness to the core. Princess Feng Ning, Lei Yu doesn't give up and tries to fight for something more. But when his eyes touched the strong sense of oppression emanating from the man beside Feng Ning, the words that came to his lips were swallowed back hard. The sun and moon can tell the truth about my feelings for the princess, and when the meeting is over, I hope to have the honor of speaking with her alone. Having said that, Lei Yu with a hint of reluctance, turning toward his clan. The footsteps are slightly heavy, and the back is also a bit despondent. Ao Chen let out a long breath of relief and the taut nerves finally relaxed a little. Feng Ning, on the other hand, had a disgusted look on her face as she coldly said, "These people, when really, they are so tiresome." The moment the words fell, there was a cold flash in her eyes and the killing intent was like a cold arrow in the dark night. Fleeting. Ao Chen took in this scene with his eyes. That flash of viciousness that, it was like a sharp blade against the spine. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly rose on his back. Startled by the chills went straight up his spine. At this point, in the distance came the sound of neat, strong footsteps that, only to see that several representatives of the dragon race were striding over the immortal steps. They're in a straight line. An innate pride and majesty lingered around him, showing off the extraordinary nature of the dragon race. At the sight of Ao Chen, his heartbeat steeply accelerated. That's his long-lost clan. It was the face that had haunted him for countless days and nights. He couldn't help but want to rush forward and cling to them. Just as he was about to be completely wrapped up in the excitement of the Feng Ning jerked her hand out and, gripping his shoulders tightly, whispered, "Don't move." Ao Chen snapped his head back and the eyes were filled with longing and struggle. I want to. Feng Ning quickly walked a block in front of him. The tone was cold and resolute. "Don't even think about it." Ao Chen furrowed his brows and took a deep breath, trying to calm his frantic heartbeat. Reason brought him back to reality in an instant. He himself was now occupying Feng Ning's body. Once that step is taken, the secret of body swapping may be revealed. By then, a storm of shocking proportions will surely sweep over they. The consequences are unimaginable. Feng Ning's gaze was like a torch as she stared at him tightly. Once again, he reminded in a hushed, word-for-word voice, "Don't do anything rash." Ao Chen stopped dead in his tracks. After that raised foot briefly lingered in the air, slowly falling. His eyes revealed an eagerness and excitement that was hard to hide. But you can only bury this strong emotion deep in your heart, looking away from the crowd of dragons in their own right. At this point, however, they saw Song Rin, the representative of the dragon clan, walking towards them. Song Rin was dressed in a long, basil-colored robe. The robe was embroidered with a golden dragon pattern. With his steps as if he had a spirit, meander and swim. His sword-browed, starry-eyed, eyes as deep as night. Under the high nose, the thin lips rose slightly. With a just right smirk, Ao Chen looked at him and, the thoughts in my heart were like a raging tide, nearly breaking the bank. As Pale Rin walked past him, he couldn't resist a soft greeting after all. "Peace be upon you, Dragon Lord." He tried to imitate Feng Ning's tone and demeanor, trying to sound as natural as possible, but the slightly trembling voice still gave away his inner waves. Song Rin heard the voice and footsteps, a slight pause in the, obviously surprised that the Phoenix clan took the initiative to greet him. And the one who greeted himself was actually the third princess of the Phoenix clan. In his perception, although the Phoenix and Dragon clans are both important forces in the heavenly court, however, there is little communication on weekdays, even some hostility, and the third princess of the Phoenix clan is well known. I've heard that the character is arrogant. This initiative today, it really amazed him. However, Song Rin is, after all, an outstanding representative of the dragon race. It quickly came back to me, with a decent smile on his face. He responded, "Hello Princess, Dragon Monarch. I heard that this heavenly court meeting is of vital importance. I wonder what the Dragon clan has to say when they come here this time." Feng Ning continued to inquire, trying to pry some news out of Song Rin. Song Rin replied with a slight smile, "Yes, this meeting is indeed extraordinary. We dragons also wish to contribute to the tranquility of the heavenly court. I'm sure that the princess must have a heavy responsibility in coming here this time, right?" Feng Ning nodded slightly. Instead, his eyes drifted unconsciously to the rest of the dragon team. His mind was wholly preoccupied with the pleasantries of the. Hesitating, he couldn't help but ask, "Dragon Monarch, I heard that the immortal father is physically ill. I do not know if he has come to participate in the meeting this time. Dear baby, how are you doing for the new year? Please kindly give a favorable comment and a score. I appreciate it. Thanks. Chapter 58, Diva. Song Rin didn't expect that the third princess of the Phoenix clan would suddenly care about Immortal Sovereign. He frowned slightly, a flicker of caution in his eyes. But it was soon released. He said gently, "Thank you for your concern, princess. Everything is fine with Immortal Father. Only because of the busyness of his affairs he couldn't spare the time. So he didn't come this time." Feng Ning sighed softly. A hint of worry passed through his expression. He knows immortal dignity all too well, knowing full well that this absence must be due to an injury. But he was well aware of the delicate situation he was in at the moment. Not daring to show too much emotion, he just said softly, "I thought I would be able to meet Immortal Emperor at this meeting. That's a shame. With the demon race being so rampant this time, we immortals should work together to keep the heavenly court peaceful." Song Rin heard these words from Ao Chen. There was a flash of appreciation in his eyes. He originally thought that the third princess of the Phoenix clan was just a brash, arrogant and domineering woman. Today, so beautiful and courteous. The words showed his insight and commitment to the situation in heaven. Song Rin's heart was inexplicably moved. A whole new understanding of the princess in front of her. What the princess said is very true. The Phoenix and Dragon tribes have always been the mainstay of the heavenly court, and I hope that the princess will offer more advice and suggestions at this meeting. Song Rin said sincerely. Ao Chen was just about to respond. Feng Ning, who was on the side, suddenly reminded, "Princess, please also enter the meeting quickly. Don't delay the hour." It was only then that Ao Chen came back to his senses and, realizing that he had just almost lost his temper by getting lost in his conversation with Ao Rin, he smiled awkwardly and said to Pale Rin, "Then, Ryujin, without further ado, the meeting is about to begin. Let's go in." Song Rin smiled and nodded. After saluting Feng Ning, turning around, he led a small group of people from the Dragon clan to enter the venue first. Feng Ning's eyes looked coldly at Ao Chen, whispered, "Little dragon is misbehaving again. How dare you talk to your clan members privately? This princess is making a note of this. I will find you later." Ao Chen, however, was no longer afraid of her threats. It's not like I'm revealing myself. I just can't control my excitement when I see my own people." The two of them talked and came inside the heavenly palace. The moment Ao Chen stepped into the venue, an invisible aura of majesty came over him. The venue seemed like a solemn sanctuary. It's awe-inspiring, surrounded by leaders of all races. Underneath their faces, either grave or deep, hiding their own calculations and schemes. Such a grandiose scene caused Ao Chen to be both awestruck and nervous. Immediately afterward, a melodious and ethereal fairy music steeply resounded, and the music seemed to carry the mysterious rhythms of the heavens. It reverberated throughout the venue. Immediately following, the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Empress, surrounded by a host of immortal attendants, stepped slowly into the meeting. The Celestial Emperor was dressed in a long, basil-colored robe. Above the robe, the intricate and delicate cloud pattern is embroidered with silver wire. With each step he took, the cloud patterns seemed to flow and it seems to be cloudy. He wears a jade crown on his head. The crown is likewise inlaid with beautiful jade echoing the cloud pattern. The whole man appeared calm and dignified. Diva, on the other hand, was dressed in a long, moonlight white robe. The delicate cloud pattern is outlined in pale gold silk, snaking around the robe. Every ruffle is just right, showing off both opulence and elegance. When the immortals saw the entrance of the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Empress, all at once they knelt in unison and shouted in unison, "Greetings to the Heavenly Emperor and Empress of Heaven. May the Heavenly Emperor and Empress of Heaven be blessed for 10,000 lifetimes, and may her immortal life be everlasting." The voices were neat and loud, echoing through the venue for a long time. The Heavenly Emperor nodded slightly. All immortals leveled off, gathered here today to discuss important matters of the Heavenly Court. I hope that all of you can speak freely and give advice for the stability of the Heavenly Court. The diva had a gentle smile on her face and, sweeping his eyes over the crowd, he said in a harmonious voice, "Yes, there's no need for everyone to be formal. It's all for the sake of the tranquility of this heavenly realm, so there's no harm in speaking up if you have any thoughts." Ao Chen knelt and saluted along with the crowd. After getting up, he looked away from the Queen of Heaven and, I only saw her phoenix eyes with love and, there is a warmth between her brows and her eyes. You've got a great deal of grace in your hands. There is a transcendent aura that lingers around him, graceful yet approachable. It's unforgettable to see. Ao Chen looked at the Queen of Heaven and, a ripple inexplicably ran through his heart. An unspeakable feeling of closeness came over me and, it was as if they were inextricably linked. Feng Ning followed behind Ao Chen, seeing him staring straight at the Queen of Heaven, hurriedly reaching out and pulling him. Also a gentle reminder. Little dragon, don't stare straight at the Queen of Heaven. It was only then that Auchan came back to his senses but I still can't take my eyes off the diva. Muttering, this diva, I seem to have seen it somewhere. It feels like deja vu. Feng Ning couldn't help but snort lowly. Oh, the Xiaolong like this mature and elegant type. Ao Chen instantly turned red and hastily retorted. Don't you talk nonsense. Asterisk. Under the gaze of the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Queen's majestic gaze, the meeting was officially opened. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. Representatives of the various races have commented on the recent frequent infestations of the demon race and the defensive measures of the Heavenly Court. Each of us has his own opinion, and you're going back and forth. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. At this point, a representative of the immortal race looked worried, rising to report, his voice filled with anxiety. Greetings to the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Empress. Recently a mysterious dark force has quietly risen, acting in a mysterious and unpredictable manner. They are in league with the demon race and have repeatedly invaded my immortal race's territory. Wherever they go, the aura is disorganized, the mountains and rivers are shattered, and the people are displaced and suffering. With these words, the room exploded in an instant. There were gasps and murmurs. Another representative of the immortal race looked terrified. Warily, he speculated, could it be the remnants of the demon race? Demons? Another representative of the immortal race snorted, disdain written all over his face. Back then, when the millions of Heavenly Court armies poured out their troops and completely wiped out the demon race's demon fury power, they had already been greatly wounded. How could they still have this kind of ability to make waves? The crowd is talking to each other. Each one of them is arguing about the other. A white-haired immortal race elder gently stroked his beard. The god said with a grave look on his face, the demon race is already rampant, and now that this dark force has been added, the situation is becoming more and more complicated. As a matter of urgency, we really need to find out the bottom line of this dark force first, and we must not hastily send out our troops so as not to be caught in a passive situation. However, the words of this patriarch had just fallen. A young and vigorous immortal general immediately stood up and, emotionally, he retorted, getting to the bottom of it? By the time we get to the bottom of it, I don't know how many more immortal people will have to suffer. We should immediately order all of our troops and go out to besiege the forces of darkness in order to show the majesty of our divine immortal race. No sooner had he finished his words than another calm and collected immortal schemer also stood up and, the eyes said deeply, although what the general said is reasonable. Is war not child's play? We can't act blindly based on a mere passion. It's only prudent to send elite spies first to find out the other side's realities before making a decision. Chapter 59 Response. For a moment, two distinct factions formed in the Great Hall, a wave of emotional excitement, advocating for the swift dispatch of troops to wipe out the demon race. Their words were filled with fervor and determination, while the other group is more cautious. They emphasized the need to probe deeply before acting. Understanding the enemy's situation, both sides held their own views and argued with great intensity. Just as this debate was nearing a fever pitch, the Celestial Emperor raised his hand slightly and, that one simple gesture, but as if there were invisible forces that, it instantly silenced the hall. The Heavenly Emperor's voice echoed lazily in the Great Hall. Fellow patriarchs, I think it would be a good idea to listen to the ideas of the younger generation. Over the years, they have accumulated a lot of experience in their cultivation and experience, so they might be able to bring us new ideas to break the current impasse. A patriarch nodded slightly and, with a look of approval on his face, he said, what your majesty has said is very true. The younger generation is active in their thinking and is not bound by traditional concepts, so they may be able to have unique insights to guide us. The other patriarch hastened to chime in. Yes, the old minister is also very much looking forward to hearing what these leaders of the younger generation have to say. Several other patriarchs nodded in agreement. So, young representatives of the various communities rose to speak. Some advocate strengthening the protective forces around the Heavenly Court, laying a dragnet, waiting for the enemy, waiting for the demons to throw themselves into the net. There are proposals to unite the forces of the, gathering the spiritual energy of all parties, working together to create powerful defense and attack formations. To deal with the infestation of the demon race. Others suggested being proactive, sending our elite forces to penetrate deep into the land where the demon race is entrenched, seek out their lair and strike a fatal blow. And at this time, Ao Chen, he was sitting on top of Feng Ning's seat, leaning forward slightly in his stance, spine straight, immersed as a whole in the discussions of the meeting, listened with rapt attention to what the crowd had to say. His gaze, as it were, swept back and forth over the delegates. With his deep understanding of the situation of the dragon race and the immortal world, and their own wisdom and insight, The mind was secretly pondering a well-thought-out response. Feng Ning, on the other hand, rested her cheeks in boredom. Looking at Xiaolong's earnest and serious look, a chuckle ran through her. This, if not in this solemn hall of the heavenly palace, she couldn't resist reaching out a long time ago and holding him there like a doll. A good tease is in order. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly and, revealing an imperceptible smirk, with eyes full of teasing and flirting. Can't help but autoplay the little movie belonging to her and that Bruce in my head. At this point, the Heavenly Emperor's gaze slowly swept in the direction where the Phoenix clan was. Slowly, he spoke. I've heard that although the third princess of the Phoenix clan is still young, she has already won many battles and is known as the god of martial arts. I am eager to hear her insights on the current situation of demon removal. Third princess, might as well say what you think. As soon as Ouchen heard that, the heart snapped hard and it was as if all the blood in his body froze into ice in an instant. He was now on top of Feng Ning's body, already on edge, nerves on edge. I didn't expect to be pointed out by the Heavenly Emperor so quickly. He subconsciously looked quickly at Feng Ning beside him. Only Feng Ning's expression was faint and calm. Just a slight nod. Signal him to just answer frankly. Ao Chen swallowed hard, subconsciously clenching his fists. The knuckles are whitened from overexertion. Fine beads of sweat also crept up on his forehead. Shasta. The gazes of the entire hall shot in unison toward Ao Chen. In those eyes, there's curiosity, there's anticipation. There was also scrutiny, as if to see through him. Ao Chen took a deep breath and, trying to calm myself down, his mind frantically pondered Feng Ning's usual style of behavior and possible coping strategies. He rose slowly and, first, he bowed respectfully to the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Empress. With dignity and trepidation, she opened her mouth. It's not a big sound, but he was trembling slightly with nervousness. Your Majesty, Heavenly Empress, I am honored by your Majesty's inquiries, and I am terrified. In my opinion, we cannot limit ourselves to a single strategy of defense or offense. The Heavenly Emperor heard that. There was a twinkle of interest in his eyes that, sitting up slightly straighter, he asked, "Oh, what do you think then? Might as well tell us in detail." Ao Chen hurriedly owed his body and cleared his throat, trying to sound smooth and strong. Your Majesty, I thought that we could take a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, the elite were selected to disguise themselves as ordinary immortals and blend into the places where the demon race was frequently active, to probe the dark forces and understand their troop deployment, magic treasure reserves, and plan of action. On the other hand, within the heavenly court, in the name of preparing for the celebration, they secretly gathered troops and strengthened their training to enhance the fighting strength of their generals. Once you have enough intelligence, you will be able to formulate the most appropriate battle plan based on the actual situation. Ao Chen's words fell. A brief silence first fell upon the great hall. As if all were digesting his words. A slight murmur followed. And the crowd mingled and discussed his points. A patriarch opened his mouth and asked, then, in your opinion, how should we select the elites who will carry out the spying mission? And how should we ensure their safety and the accuracy of their intelligence? Ao Chen tried not to show a hint of panic and said, Elder, the selection of elites to carry out a mission should be preferable to those with high spiritual power, agile stances and a careful mind. We can select elites from all the clans, and these elites should not only have excellent fighting abilities, but also have keen observation and adaptability. To ensure their safety, we can equip them with special magic treasures, such as concealment talisman seals and sound transmitting notes, etc., which can conceal their aura as well as send out distress signals at critical moments. As for the accuracy of the intelligence, a multiple verification mechanism can be set up so that different elites can obtain intelligence from different channels, corroborate each other, and remove falsehoods. Auchen's well-organized and logical presentation. Every point hits the nail on the head, like a fresh spring flowing through the hearts of all. For a moment, a slight murmur rang out in the great hall. Many delegates nodded in agreement. Lin Yen, Tu Shanli, and Lei Yu are a few immortals who adore Feng Ning, even more so, with a gleam of adoration in his eyes. It's like seeing something else. Feng Ning, who was sitting on the sidelines, there was also a flash of surprise and admiration in his eyes. If it weren't for this particular situation, she hadn't really realized that this little dragon was so tactful when dealing with big events. In his heart, he couldn't help but be a bit more impressed with Ao Chen. However, just as the crowd recognized Ao Chen's statement, a cold snort filled with disdain rang out abruptly. The harmony of the meeting was instantly broken. The crowd followed the sound of, only to see Bai Xuanjin of the White Tiger clan looking at Ao Chen with a face full of mockery. Bai Xuanjin is tall and tall. The lines are tight and smooth. It exudes a sense of wildness and power. Her face was well defined, and under the high bridge of her nose it was a thin, slightly upturned lip that. It is characterized by an innate arrogance and uninhibitedness. A pair of Danfang eyes slightly upturned. There was a sharp glint in his eyes, as if he could see through everything. A head of long, frosty white hair cascaded wildly behind her. A few strands of broken hair fell down next to her pale cheeks, adding a bit more charm. She was dressed in a tight-fitting, white war dress that. The skirt is embroidered at the hem with a lifelike pattern of a white tiger. It was hidden as she moved. The neckline of the war dress was slightly open. With just the right amount of delicate clavicle exposure. A jeweled black sash was tied around her waist. It outlined her slender waist. At this moment, she holds her head high. It was as if nothing in the world was in her sight. With these petty suggestions of yours, you still want to deal with the demon race? It's simply a joke. Chapter 60 by Xuanjin. Bai Zuanzakura clasped her hands on her chest, her tone full of contempt, chin slightly raised, eyes full of mockery. My White Tiger clan has always been known for its strength, and those so-called intelligence sharing and formation defenses are nothing more than the tactics of the weak. If you ask me, directly leading an army to kill the demon race is the real solution. Ao Chen's heart tightened violently. He'd heard his immortal father say that before. The White Tiger clan is powerful and consistently arrogant. But right now, this meeting is about the survival of the immortal world. This reckless idea of Bai Sakura's, undoubtedly putting the entire immortal world in danger. It's really impractical. Ao Chen forced down the displeasure that welled up in his heart. A polite smile, squeezed with difficulty from his face. Was about to respond without being condescending. At this point, Feng Ning slightly sidestepped and approached Ao Chen without any trace, in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Whispered, "Little dragon need not pay any attention to this trash. This White Tiger clan girl is nothing more than this princess's defeated henchman. There is no need to ignore her in this outburst." Bai Xuanzhua glanced at Ao Chen with contempt. Continued, "You few immortal races, you only know how to hunker down in your own territories all day long, thinking about how to defend. Has it ever occurred to you that a truly strong person is one who takes the initiative to attack and completely annihilate the enemy?" Song Rin of the Dragon Clan sniffed and couldn't help but open his mouth to retort. "Your Excellency Bai Xuanzhua, don't be too arrogant. It's not easy to take the initiative to attack, and without a well-thought-out plan, you'll only get our generals killed for nothing." Bai Zuanzakura, however, was unimpressed and threw back her head and laughed. "Song Rin, your dragon race is nothing more than that. How can you talk about guarding the immortal realm when you're so fearful? My White Tiger clan has always been known for its bravery and fearlessness, so if my clan takes the lead, we will definitely be able to go straight to the demon clan's lair and wipe them out." Ao Chen calmly analyzed. "Your Excellency Bai Zuanzakura, courage is certainly commendable, but wars are not won by bravery alone. The demon race is currently powerful and cunning, and currently there is a mysterious evil force surging in the shadows, so we can't act even more blindly." Bai Zuanzakura bristled with disdain. "It is said that the princess of the Phoenix clan is a martial god in the world, but now it seems that the Phoenix clan is nothing more than a bunch of prodigal, timid and fearful cowards." When Feng Ning heard this, her willow eyebrows rose. There was a flash of anger in his eyes and he was just about to get up and retort, but was secretly pulled back by Ao Chen. Ao Chen signaled her to be at ease, then continued, "Your Excellency Bai Xuanzhua, at this moment, we are discussing how to deal with the demon race, not arguing about the strengths and weaknesses of each race. You say you want to be proactive, so do you have a specific plan?" Bai Xuanzhua was momentarily speechless, though she was high-minded and proud, but it's also true that there was no deep thought given to a specific battle plan. It's just a matter of feeling that the other immortals are too cowardly. Wanted to use this opportunity to show off the White Tiger clan's prowess. At this point, Lin Yan of the Kirin clan stepped forward. There was a hint of an unruly smile on his face. "Your Excellency Bai Xuanzhua, what's the difference between just having a passionate heart and not having a well-thought-out strategy, and being a reckless person? The suggestions made by Princess Feng Ning are well thought out, so you shouldn't just dismiss them." Tushan Li of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan also chimed in. "That's right, war is about strategy, not just a strong attack. Your Excellency Bai Xuanzhua, don't think of war as too simple." Bai Xuanzhua's face sank, viciously glaring at Lin Yan and Tushan Li. "Don't you guys mind your own business here? I think you're just being bluffed by this so-called defense strategy." Lin Yan shrugged his shoulders and laughed with disinterest. "We're not like you, who can't listen to other people's opinions. If you have that effort to play the bully, why don't you think about how to perfect the battle plan?" Tushan Li also flirted. "Bai Xuanzhua, if you really don't have a plan, why don't you listen to everyone else and stop being so stubborn?" Bai Xuanzhua was still upset as she taunted once again. Even if you guys talk a good game, when it comes to a real war, you still have to rely on my White Tiger clan to charge into battle. You cowards! I'm afraid you don't even dare to go into battle. The meeting got heated. Differences of opinion among representatives of the communities have become more pronounced. Arguments were heard. Ao Chen was anxious in his heart. So, he stood up, his hands raised slightly, and said in a loud voice, "Everyone and listen to me. Now that the demon race is ravaging the world, we in the immortal world should be working together to fight against the same enemy. If we are still arguing over some trivial matters at this moment, won't it make the demon race look at us as a joke? We should take the overall situation into consideration, put aside our former suspicions and discuss together a practicable response. For example, we can combine proactive strikes with strengthening our defenses by first sending our elite troops to conduct reconnaissance to find out the strength and deployment of the demon race. At the same time, increase the investment in defense formations in the rear, so that we can avoid losses from blind attacks and ensure that we can deal a fatal blow to the demon race at critical moments." Ao Chen's words were like a heavy hammer, knocking the crowd out of their arguments. There was a momentary silence in the meeting room. The crowd fell into deep thought and began to re-examine their views. Bai Zuanzakura, however, still hummed disdainfully. "Easy for you to say. You think it's that easy to send your elite troops? What if there's no return? Moreover, setting up defense formations is costly. Who will bear those resources?" Ao Chen was prepared for this, and he replied nonchalantly, "Regarding the elite troops, we can select elites from each race to form a joint vanguard led by experienced generals. These generals should not only be familiar with the combat characteristics of each immortal race, but also have a keen insight into the battlefield and decisive decision-making. As for the issue of resources, we can reasonably apportion them according to the strength of each race and the size of its territory. Races with great strength and vast territories will take on more, while the relatively weak races will live within their means. This will ensure the feasibility of the operation and also reflect the responsibility and accountability of each race." At this point, a representative of the immortal race nodded and said, "This is a good plan. In this way, we will be able to grasp the movements of the demon race while ensuring our own safety." Other delegates echoed the sentiment, feeling that Ao Chen's proposal was practically feasible. Even Bai Xuanzhen, who had always been arrogant, at the moment, he couldn't find a suitable reason to refute it. All one could do was grunt and look away. And Song Rin of the Dragon Clan looked at Feng Ning from afar. There was a flash of appreciation in his eyes that the impression of the Phoenix Clan's third princess was completely changed in his heart. He had originally thought that Feng Ning was just a cocky, arrogant, capricious and bratty princess. I didn't expect to be so calm and collected at a critical moment, presenting such a subtle ploy. As the Heavenly Emperor listened to the heated and exciting discussions of these younger generations, couldn't help but laugh out loud and the voice was crisp and echoed through the great hall. He swept his eyes over Feng Ning, Lin Yan, Tu Shanli, Song Rin and Bai Xuanzhen. With relief in his eyes, he spoke. "Your young generation, active thinking, each with their own insights, really brightened up my old man's eyes. Princess Feng Ning's strategy, Lin Yan's boldness, Song Rin's composure, and Bai Xiancherry's bravery are all blessings to my immortal realm." Having said that, the Celestial Emperor looked at Feng Ning again. The praise in his eyes was even more intense. What the third princess said, clear thinking, well considered, both long-term planning, but also take into account the current reality, really rare. This strategy to deal with the demon race, from intelligence gathering to troop deployment to actual combat response, is interlocked and comprehensive, so it is evident that you are deeply attentive to this crisis. Diva smiled back and nodded her head, gently. "Yes, at a young age, to be able to have this kind of insight is worthy of being the pride of the Phoenix Clan. The Phoenix Clan has always been full of talents. And the third princess is even better than the blue, so she will definitely be able to shine in the immortal world in the future." Chapter 61, Bulyu. Ao Chen panicked and bowed respectfully to the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Empress. "Your Majesty and the Heavenly Empress have praised you. I am merely telling what is in my heart, and it is indeed an honor for me to be recognized by Your Majesty and the Heavenly Empress," he said before easing back into his seat, and, as soon as I sat down, I felt a chill down my back end. Only then did he realize that his back had long been drenched in cold sweat. The Heavenly Emperor had a satisfied look on his face. Raising his hand, he signaled the patriarchs and immortal leaders of the various clans in the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, the younger generation has already expressed their own views. Now, please continue to discuss in depth and discuss the best strategy to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils." The patriarchs and immortal leaders of the various clans were sitting upright. For a while, there were murmurs in the great hall. Opinions and thoughts collide fiercely in the air. Asterisk. Ao Chen slowed down for a while. Eyes drifted involuntarily to the Queen of Heaven once again. At this moment, a warm smile hung at the corners of the diva's mouth. That smile instantly struck Ao Chen's heart, causing his heart to beat violently again. Some image of deja vu flashed through his mind. The fuzzy but warm, an unspeakable feeling of closeness came over me and, like being surrounded by a bonfire on a cold night. Surprisingly, he wanted to cry. Fong Ning had been watching Ao Chen's every move. Seeing him staring straight at the diva once again, the eyes were full of concentration and otherworldly affection. Her pretty face instantly chilled and there was a flash of viciousness in his eyes and, without moving, he approached Ao Chen, whispered a few words through his teeth. Little dragon's eyeballs are unwanted? Look again. Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Ao Chen heard Fong Ning's words, slowly turning his head to look at her. The look on his face was a little complicated. He was silent for a few moments. The knot in his throat rolled slightly as he opened his mouth to whisper with difficulty. I think she looks like my mother. Fong Ning was stunned at his words. He froze for a long time, came back to his senses, and cursed in a low voice. Bah! Seeing a pretty woman and saying she looks like your mother. Ao Chen was scolded by Fong Ning this time, like a child who has done something wrong. Silently he turns away and the head hung lower and he stopped talking. His mind was full of doubts, and he kept asking himself that what's with the feeling? He knew full well that I haven't seen my mother since I was born. There was not even a hint of my mother in my memory. But why is it that as soon as you see a diva? Ao Chen tried to adjust his thoughts. No more thinking about this mess. Asterisk. The meeting went on for quite a while, and the people have their own views. In a concerted effort to explore, a draft to deal with the demon race was finally born. After careful scrutiny by the Heavenly Emperor, with a satisfied look on his face, the first phase of the meeting was declared successfully concluded. After the meeting was adjourned, the crowd left one by one, with different looks on their faces. Ao Chen was walking with the crowd towards the main entrance of the Great Hall. Suddenly, Fong Ning pulled him back as soon as he toward a remote exit. Ao Chen was full of doubts and raised his eyes to Fong Ning. Only a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Couldn't help but ask curiously, Princess, why don't you go through the front door? Fong Ning looked back. With a playful wink, she lowered her voice. Going through the front door? Can't you see those annoyances waiting for you out front? Princess Fong Ning? Ao Chen turned his head and instantly realized that that annoying person, as Fong Ning called her, it was a suitor from the Karen clan, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and the Razor clan who had been devoted to her for a long time. Oh, Ao Chen understood and immediately followed Fong Ning to leave quietly through the side door. Walking out of the Great Hall, Fong Ning looked at Ao Chen with appreciation in her eyes. Little dragon, I didn't expect you to be really good at it. Facing the Heavenly Emperor's questions, you coped with them with ease, and your plan to subdue the demons was well put together. Ao Chen smiled shyly and, Princess overpraised. I was also on the spot. Luckily I didn't make any mistakes. Fong Ning was quite excited and proposed. The meeting in the back will mainly involve the senior elders of each clan, so there's no need for us young juniors to go. It's a rare day to be free, so I'll take Little Dragon to a nice place. Ao Chen asked curiously, a good place? Where? Fong Ning smiled mysteriously. Peach Garden. Ao Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. The Peach Garden? He had long heard his master tell him about the wonders of the Peach Garden. It's always been a longing. Fong Ning saw his face of yearning and laughed. Yes, the peaches there are the best in the immortal world. So sweet and juicy that you can't forget it after one bite. Ao Chen naturally didn't want to miss it and busily nodded his head in agreement. Good. The princess graciously invited me. I couldn't have asked for more. I've long been looking forward to going to open my eyes. So the two went together to the Peach Garden. Along the way, Fong Ning is excited. The legends and anecdotes of the Peach Garden were told in great detail. From the time the Queen Mother of the West planted the first peach tree, to the respective miraculous effects of peaches that ripen once every 3,000 years, once every 6,000 years and once every 9,000 years, and then to the anecdote of the various gods and goddesses fighting over the peaches of immortality. In a few moments, they stepped into the Garden of Peaches. As soon as I entered the park, a dreamlike landscape then crashes into the eye. The garden is a continuous forest of peach trees. Lush branches and leaves intertwine to form a lush green waffle. The large, full peaches hang heavy on the branches of the pink and white rinds caressed by the sunlight, glistening with a glamorous sheen. Like a rare and carefully carved treasure. Exudes a tantalizing scent. The faint scent of peaches wafting through the rich scent of the fragrance of the silk into the nostrils of the nose. It's so refreshing. It makes one's mood extraordinarily soothing and it was as if all the worries were gently brushed away by the fragrance. Fong Ning came close to Ao Chen, whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. This place is guarded by the landlord. Let's quietly avoid him. Ao Chen froze slightly, his eyes widening and, with surprise and hesitation written all over his face. stammering, "Ha? Stealing? Stealing, huh?" Feng Ning gently raised her hand, slapping him on the arm. He fainted. "What's stealing? It's called taking." Ao-chan was still a little hesitant. A slight frown of seriousness creased his brow. "Princess, this isn't too good. I thought that everyone could eat this peach, but it turns out that there are special guards, so it seems that you can't just pick it." But before he could finish his sentence, Feng Ning was already on her tiptoes with nimble hands and, reaching out and hooking his hand on a branch, picking a round peach, then quickly stuffed it into Ao-chan's mouth and smiled. "Don't worry. Before the Heavenly Emperor said that you can exchange war merits for peaches. Just those war merits that this princess has made. It's more than enough to exchange for a basket." Subsequently, Feng Ning lightly led Ao-chan through the garden. As she walks, one side of the story is presented with gusto. These peaches are born from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and each one contains a rich amount of spiritual energy. Taking a bite will not only refresh your mind, but also enhance your cultivation. Ao-chen was so moved by what he heard. Taking the peach and placing it in his hand, he scrutinized it for a long time. This peach has a smooth, delicate skin. The fluffy fur shimmered in the sunlight. The aroma grows stronger as you get closer to smell it. He couldn't help but take another bite and, Shasta! The sweet and tangy juices are spilling out in your mouth. The sweetness blossoms quickly between the taste buds. Sweet all the way to the heart. He couldn't help but marvel. Well, it really lives up to its name. This peach is so deliciously juicy and sweet. He thought darkly. I'll take a few of them back later to give master teacher a taste as well. Feng Ning stood by. His eyes fell on Ao-chen's focused and slightly childish face as he ate the peaches. An inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. She suddenly moved closer to Ao-chen and, quickly sticking out the tip of her tongue, she flicked it at the corner of his mouth. Ao-chen is defenseless. A momentary heat in his face. The peach in his hand almost fell to the ground. What are you doing? The corners of Feng Ning's mouth lifted high. A smug arc was drawn. She slowly stuck out the tip of her tongue and, licking his lips lightly, teasingly, he said, "Eat it in your mouth." Today began to try 3 times a day. Everyone more support, to help push the book. Heaps of popularity. In addition, please like this book. Treasure Son gently lift the jade hand to give a favorable comment to a score. Thank you. Thanks. Chapter 62, Guardianship. Ao-chen's body couldn't help but stiffen. He subconsciously touched the corner of his mouth and, it was as if he could still feel the touch of Feng Ning's tongue. He didn't dare eat that peach again. Fear of being caught by Feng Ning again. I'm not eating. Feng Ning looked at Ao-chen's awkward and helpless appearance. Finally, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, I won't tease you. Just eat. It was then that Ao-chen breathed a sigh of relief but he couldn't help but ask curiously, why don't you eat? Feng Ning shook her head. I don't want to eat peaches. Then what do you want to eat? Ao-chen casually followed up with a question. The corners of Feng Ning's mouth rose slightly, showing an evil smile. There was a little flirtation in that smile, a little ambiguity that. She approached Ao-chen's ear and whispered, I want to eat a baby dragon. As she spoke, she kept a close eye on Ao-chen's reaction. As soon as Ao-chen heard this, his face heated up again, instantly reddening to his ears, mentally cursing. Damn, this woman is snakebit. Can you eat peach as well? Feng Ning looked at Ao-chen's embarrassed appearance. The heart felt even more amused. She patted him gently on the shoulder. Alright, you little dragon. You really can't take a joke. Hurry up and eat. The peaches are all warmed up by you. Ao-chen took a deep breath and stopped paying attention to her. To himself, he began to eat a peach. And Feng Ning picked a peach and started to taste it. She took a bite and nodded. Well, it sure is sweet. Then he looked at Ao-chen again and added with a smile, but not a millionth as much as the little dragon. When Ao-chen heard this, he almost choked on a peach. Again. Feng Ning, on the other hand, laughed her ass off. Asterisk. Ao-chen and Feng Ning were immersed in the sweetness of the peaches. Eat hearty. Suddenly, a cold, piercing voice was like a sharp blade that scratched that coziness to pieces in an instant. Good. You're actually stealing peaches to eat here. It's really a disgrace to the face of the immortal clan. Ao-chen and Feng Ning followed the sound. Only by Xuanjin Sakura of the White Tiger clan was seen standing not far away with a proud face. She's got a straight face. A snow-white power suit hugged her athletic body. The white tiger embroidery on the sleeves of the garment seems like a living creature. It seemed like it would come at any moment with its teeth and claws open. Her eyes were full of disdain and mockery. A chillingly compelling momentum emanated from his body. Ao-chen was so shocked that his hands trembled and the peach in his hand snapped to the ground. He looked over at Bai Xuanzhua, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. But soon forced himself to calm down. Feng Ning, however, was calm and collected. She swallowed the peach in her mouth without slowing down. The corners of his mouth slowly curved up in a disdainful arc and it was as if that look was silently mocking Bai Xuanzuo's fussiness. The Heavenly Emperor said that he could exchange battle merits for peaches. So don't mind your own business here. Just a few peaches are worth all this ranting and raving. She lifted her chin slightly and, with a palpable impatience in his eyes, it was as if the Bai Xuanzakura in front of her was just a nuisance fly. Bai Xuanzua cast her gaze at this tall man in a black robe. I only saw his sword brows and starry eyes. His eyes were as deep as the abyss. The bridge of the nose is high and straight. Thin lip lines are rigid yet soft. A black coat further accentuated his upright posture. With an outstanding temperament, as if he were a god who came from an ancient myth, it exudes a superb charm all around. A trace of amazement flashed through Bai Xuanzuo's eyes, but it was quickly covered up. She clasped her hands to her chest, her face full of disdain and mockery, and, taking a few steps forward, he approached Feng Ning. I'm talking to Feng Ning. It's not your turn to interrupt. Aochen clenched his fists a little nervously. Before he could say anything, Bai Xuanzua then turned to him, her tone full of provocation. Feng Ning, it is said that you are the reincarnation of a martial god, and when I wanted to compete with you before, you repeatedly put it off. Today, I have to meet you and see how capable you really are. With that, Bai Xuanzua reached over to pull him. Ao Chen looked at Bai Xuanzua's aggressive stance. His heart tightened and he was about to open his mouth to refuse. But Feng Ning was like a bolt of black lightning. Instantly, he blocked in front of Ao Chen. Feng Ning grabbed Bai Xuanzuo's wrist as she reached for Ao Chen. Gazing coldly at her, his voice seemed to be wrapped in frost. How dare you touch him? Did you ask me? Bai Xuanzuo was startled by Feng Ning's actions. His face instantly reddened with anger and irritation. Filled with suspicion, he surveyed the tall man who had suddenly intervened. Who are you? Meddling in my affairs with Feng Ning again and again. Feng Ning violently grabbed Bai Xuanzuo's hand and flung it back. Dryly, his keeper. Bai Xuanzakura stumbled and almost fell. She steadied herself, angry and annoyed. And, disdainfully, he snorted coldly at Ao Chen. A guardian? Feng Ning, a hallowed martial god and still needs a guardian. What a joke. She clasped her hands to her chest, disdain and mockery written all over her face. However, Feng Ning didn't care about her taunts. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Oh, is that so? Say what you will, but no one is going to touch him until I allow it. Bai Xuanzuo was completely enraged. With eyes as red as burning flames, spiritual energy surged around his body, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Good for you for not knowing how to die. Bravo! Since you're in a hurry to find death, I'll clean you up before I teach her a lesson. With that, she pulled back and prepared to fight Feng Ning. Feng Ning looked at Bai Xuanzhen, her eyes filled with disdain. The corners of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. With just you? Having said that, her fingers were loose, tossing the peach in his hand casually aside. With that stance, as if she hadn't taken Bai Xuanzuo's provocation seriously at all. It was as if the threat from the other side was nothing more than insignificant dust. Bai Xuanzakura didn't want to be belittled like that. Take the lead, only to see a ball of blinding, dazzling white light converge rapidly in her palm. This ball of light was like a concentrated vortex of energy that, the internal energies churning. It seemed like the next second it would tear the heavens and earth apart. With a violent wave of her hand, the ball of light instantly transformed into a meteor that cut through the sky and, wrapped up in an unrelenting momentum, it exploded towards Feng Ning. Feng Ning looked calm and collected. A cold light flashed in his eyes and, she flicked her hands up and, slender fingers traced elegant arcs in the air. It actually skillfully mobilized the dragon power within Ao Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, a small, ghostly blue dragon coalesced and molded out of thin air in front of his body. Xiao Lon looked up to the sky and whistled. The voice is clear but full of power. The scales around his body shimmered with sparkling light. Each piece seemed to contain endless mysterious energy. It charged up against the white ball of light and, the body is so athletic, like a fearless warrior. With the determination to die, to fight the incoming enemy to the death. Boom! With a deafening roar. The ball of light and the little dragon collided fiercely in the air. It kicked up a gale. The wind whistled and swept around. It blew the peach trees in the peach garden and shook them violently. Branches rustled. The ripe peaches were shaken down one after another, falling on the floor in a juicy heap. There's a rich, fruity scent in the air, yet it also mixes with the smell of nervous smoke. Bai Xuanzakura took advantage of the situation and, his figure is like a ghost, dazzlingly fast. Only a blurry remnant could be captured. In the blink of an eye, she bullied her way to Feng Ning's body and, A powerful straight punch with the sound of whistling wind, wrapped with the force of 1,000 pounds. Toward Feng Ning's chest, he slammed hard. However, Feng Ning reacted extremely quickly. With a flash of his body, he easily avoided the powerful punch. Chapter 63, Injuries. Bai Zuanzakura was extremely quick to react. A flash of viciousness flashed in her eyes and she jerked her arm back, immediately following, with her left foot as the axis. Her body spun rapidly like a gyroscope. A kick wrapped in the sound of whistling wind. Powerful kick to the head of Feng Ning. That speed was as fast as lightning, and the power was even more amazing. However, Feng Ning, acted extremely calmly, just a little sideways. With a light lift of his arm, he easily blocked the powerful kick. A bit of skill, but that's about it. Saying that, the corners of her mouth once again curled into a mocking smile. Without giving Bai Zuanzakura the slightest time to slow down, her hands quickly formed seals. Shasta! A phantom of a blue dragon roared out from behind her. The dragon was surrounded by raging thunder and lightning. Each arc of electricity flashed with a deadly light. It opened its teeth and claws and let out a deafening roar that, towards Bai Zuanzakura, she lunged viciously. The aura of that giant dragon seemed to destroy everything in the world. Just this overwhelming sense of oppression alone. Let the heart be afraid. Bai Xuanzua's face instantly changed slightly. There was a flash of panic in his eyes but she quickly calmed down and didn't flinch. She took a deep breath and adjusted herself to, quickly casting the clan's strongest spell, White Tiger Whistling Sky, only to see a huge white tiger phantom suddenly appear behind her. The tiger was surrounded by a blinding white light that, each ray of light contained a powerful energy. The tiger cries out to the sky. The sound was deafening. The sound waves are like an invisible force that, spreading out in all directions. It was as if it was going to shatter heaven and earth. In a split second, the blue dragon and the white tiger engage in a thrilling fight in the air. Each of their collisions triggered a burst of intense energy fluctuations that, it was as if the air around them was boiling. It makes a zippy sound. It was as if space was twisting and distorting under this powerful force. The blue dragon's teeth and claws. Every attack carries the power of raging thunder and lightning. An arc of electricity raged through the white tiger's body, while the white tiger defended and counterattacked with its white light and earth-shattering tiger roar. Each tiger whistle caused the blue dragon's movements to stall. The trees in the peach orchard have fallen. 2. It made a clicking sound. The ripe peaches were shaken to the ground by this powerful energy. The juice splattered all over the place. There's a sweet, fruity scent in the air, yet mixed with a strong smell of smoke. The battle has reached a fever pitch. Both sides went back and forth, not giving in to each other. Gradually, Bai Sakura was beginning to feel physically exhausted. Her movements became sluggish and her panting became more and more rapid. Feng Ning, on the other hand, was getting more and more courageous and offensive. The spells in her hands continued to intensify and, each attack carried the momentum of a mountainous mountain. Make it irresistible. Die. Feng Ning finished. There was a flash of determination in his eyes. The blue dragon suddenly opened its mouth violently and, one bite swallowed the white tiger phantom. Subsequently, the blue dragon carries the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Like an out-of-control meteor rushing toward Bai Xuanzhan. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to react. Bai Zuanzakura was unable to avoid it at the moment. One could only watch as the blue dragon slammed hard into him. The massive impact knocked her out of the room and, after her body arced through the air like a kite with broken strings, heavy on the ground. Feng Ning slowly walked towards Bai Xuanzua, who was paralyzed on the ground. Looking down on her, there was the arrogance and disdain of a victor in his eyes. You lose. Bai Xuanzua looked at Feng Ning incredulously. Her eyes were filled with confusion and resignation. How can you be so strong? Her voice was shaky and weak, and it was as if they couldn't accept this harsh reality. Feng Ning crouched down and, hooking Bai Xuanzhan's chin, there was disdain and mockery in his eyes. You can't even beat me with this three-legged kung fu of yours, and you're still trying to compete with the third princess. You don't know what you're doing. Her voice was cold and cruel, and, as if from the 9 hells. If you admit defeat now, I can still let you off the hook. However, Bai Zuanzakura blushed and looked away without showing any weakness. Don't even think about it. I will never lose to you. As soon as she opened Feng Ning's hand, madness burned in his eyes. She mobilized her psychic energy again and, prepare for the final blow. Even when you know there's no hope, she was not willing to give up so easily either. Feng Ning, however, was not prepared to give her this opportunity. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent. Unwilling girl. Provoking again and again. I'll waste your spiritual power today. With that, she attacked again and prepared to deliver the final blow to Bai Zuanzakura. Yet just then, Ao Chen suddenly shouted, "Stop it! Stop fighting!" Feng Ning's attack hardened the moment it was about to fall. She turned her head to look at Aochan and there was a flash of doubt and disbelief in his eyes. And Bai Xian Sakura took the opportunity to catch her breath for a moment. Adjust yourself. Aochan walked up quickly and, standing between Feng Ning and Bai Zuansansen, he looked sincere and anxious. We're all immortal races. Why should we kill each other? Today's matter is just a misunderstanding. Let's all calm down. Feng Ning had wanted to teach Bai Xuanzhua, a girl who didn't know the heights of heaven, a good lesson. But seeing that Aochan was so sympathetic, and taking into account who they are and where they stand, the anger in his heart gradually calmed down. She slowly withdrew her hand and turned to the side, and Bai Xuanzhua struggled to get up from the ground. She had a trickle of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth and, the look is wretched, but her eyes were full of resignation and doubt. You, what the hell are you? You're guarding the princess of the Phoenix clan. Why are you using the spells of the Dragon clan? Feng Ning gave her a cold look. There was no direct answer to her question. She straightened her black gown slowly and methodically, and prepared to leave this place of wrongdoing with Aochan. Yet Bai Zuanzakura remained entangled. Don't you go. You are of the Dragon clan. Why did you become the guardian of the Phoenix princess? Feng Ning's heart tightened, afraid that his and Aochan's true identities would be exposed. Getting in trouble for no reason, she sprinted forward and grabbed Bai Xuanzhua's collar with a fierce grip, lifting his entire body up. He coldly said, "Shut up, hands down defeated. I'm going to tell you why. It is only because I want to guard him that I have become his guardian. Is that clear?" With those words, she slowly loosened her grip and, Bai Xuanzhan was like a lifeless mess, slumped limply to the floor. Feng Ning turned around, pulled Aochan's hand and prepared to leave, no longer willing to entangle with Bai Xuanzhua Sakura more. However, Bai Zuanzakura, seemed to be obsessed by jealousy and resentment, completely out of his mind. Like a madman, how can he stop so easily? Only to see her hands rapidly dancing and forming seals at a rapid pace, with a mad, shadowy gleam in his eye. Suddenly there was a violent shout. Towards Aochan, he sent out an overwhelmingly fatal blow. Feng Ning, you stinking girl. By what right? Why does everyone's eyes fall on you? I'm not willing to suffer death. This blow was wrapped in the momentum of the breaking wind, and it came with great force. The air instantly resounded with the sharp whistling of the. It was as if it were a beast that chose to eat. Feng Ning turned around at the sound of. At a glance, he saw the deadly attack that was headed straight for Aochan's heart. Without the slightest hesitation, she, pushing Aochan away with a fierce hand. Righteously, he stepped in front of him. Bang! A loud, deafening thud. This mighty blow, heavily hitting Feng Ning's chest. That dull sound of, as if a heavy object had struck hard against a thick wall. It's mind-blowing. Feng Ning only felt a sharp pain in her chest, a sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Chapter 64, Cross-Examination. Feng Ning, Aochan cried out in horror. Without hesitation, he charged towards Feng Ning. Catch her close. His voice trembled in a way that was hard to hide. And, anxiously, he asked, "Are you okay?" Feng Ning's face was as white as paper and bloodless. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Before the words are out of my mouth, a rush of warm blood then rushed up from her throat. Uncontrolled gushing. Just then, the landlord who looked after the peach garden was violently awakened from his sleep by the sudden loud noise and commotion. He rubbed his sleepy eyes in a daze and, when he saw the scene before him, the eyes widened in shock. Originally neatly arranged and fruitful, the peach garden is full of life and peace. At this moment it was like going through a brutal war. The eastward tilting peach trees lay sprawling and, the ripe peaches rolled down to the ground. Juice splattered all over the place. The air was sweet but with a touch of spookiness. The Landgrave's originally rounded figure shook violently with rage. Living like an enraged blowfish. He's short and, but with a hurried and hasty step. Rushing and full of anxiety, tugging at his throat. Bellowed in his shrill and somewhat menacing voice. Who is spreading wildness in the peach garden? This peach garden is a sacred place known to all the three realms and cannot be desecrated. When he saw the three of them, Aochan, Feng Ning and Bai Xuanzhan Sakura, instantly furious, he blew a gasket. He held out his wrinkled little finger and, shivering, he pointed at the three men and cursed under his breath. What's going on with you kids? This peach garden is not a place for you to act wildly. This is the Queen of Heaven's heart treasure. Every year the three worlds' attention of the Peach Festival. All rely on these baby peaches to support the scene. You guys are good. The moment you come here, you stir up the place and make it look like this. Are you trying to piss me off? Aren't you? As soon as Bai Xian Sakura heard that, immediately, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, a sharp retort. Old man of the land, don't wrong the good guys. They were the ones who made the first move. This Feng Ning and that guardian of hers are simply lawless, wreaking havoc in this peach garden. The landlord was so angry that he stomped his feet. The ground shook slightly with it. How dare you talk back? Why don't you do it in your backyard, but have to pick my peach garden? These peach trees are usually quiet. What did they do to you? Look at the peach garden. It's been messed up by you. Ouchin saw this, hastily stepping forward. Guilt-filled, he explained. Landlord, I'm really sorry. It's this Bai Xian Cherry who suddenly attacked us. The landlord interrupted him impatiently. Hands waved wildly in the air. Don't talk to me about these things, regardless of who started it. You all can't be blamed for bringing the peach garden to this miserable state. Go, all of you come with me to see the Heavenly Empress and see what she should do with you troublemakers. Soon, the Lord of the Land led a few people to the hall of the Queen of Heaven. The crowd, with their varying minds, rushing towards the Heavenly Empress Palace. The Queen of Heaven is seated high on her throne, with a dignified and elegant stance. It was like a lotus flower blooming in the clouds, holy and noble. She looked majestic, but with a touch of grace and elegance. A powerful aura that made people fear from the bottom of their hearts naturally emanated from his body. She asked, her vermilion lips quirking, "What the hell happened?" Bai Xian Sakura snatched a step ahead of him and cried out in tears. Queen of Heaven! The third princess of the Phoenix clan took her guardian privately to the peach garden to steal peaches to eat. I happened to be passing by at the time, so I kindly said a few words to them. But who would have thought that Feng Ning would instruct her guardian to fight against me, injuring me so badly? You must do this for me. The diva's complexion was as calm as water, and the waves were unperturbed. She'd just gotten out of an earlier meeting. I have a pretty good impression of the third princess of the Phoenix clan. Her gaze swept over Ao-chan and Feng Ning one by one without slowing down, then spoke slowly. The Heavenly Emperor had promised the immortals that those who had made war achievements could come in exchange for peaches. The third princess of the Phoenix clan has made great achievements in battle, and has made great achievements for the three realms, so it makes sense to pick a few peaches. The Landgrave stood by and, upon seeing this statement of the Heavenly Empress, which seemed to favor Feng Ning, hastily nodding his head in agreement. Yes, extremely, the Heavenly Emperor did say about this matter. The old minister remembers it clearly, and that Heavenly Emperor even specifically instructed that the peach garden must be looked after with care, and that those immortals who have made meritorious achievements must not be neglected. As soon as Bai Xuanjin heard this, my heart thumped and I screamed. She mentally calculated how to turn the situation around. Heavenly Empress, this Feng Ning, being a princess of the Phoenix clan, has chosen to use a dragon clan member as a guardian. There must be an ulterior secret. This guardian fought against me in the peach garden, not taking the immortal rules into consideration at all. It's simply lawless. Feng Ning glanced at her coldly and did not retort. Ao-chan, on the other hand, frowned slightly, stepped forward and said with a sincere look and a respectful attitude, Heavenly Empress, this matter is indeed a misunderstanding. Our intention was just a sparring match. We didn't expect a carelessness and made a bit too much of a mess, and by no means did we intend to destroy the peach garden. So I hope that the Heavenly Empress will be clear about it. The Heavenly Empress looked at Ao-chen, and then he looked at Feng Ning behind him. There was a sharp flash in his eyes as he ordered, this guardian, take off your covering and come back. Feng Ning's heart sank. She had no choice but to extend her hand slowly and, moving sluggishly, he removed his covering. Shasta, Ao-chen's handsome and extraordinary face was unreservedly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The lines of his face were rigid yet soft. It is as if the heavens, with the most delicate strokes of, finely carved on a piece of warm, beautiful jade, deep eyes like cold stars shining in the night sky. With a mysterious and fascinating light. Under the high nose, thin lips pursed slightly. Outlined the arc of fortitude. It was as if his whole being had a gleam of its own, exuding a transcendent aura all around him. It made everyone in the room unable to resist a sideways glance. The diva saw the young man in front of her. The pupils shook violently. This face is like a light, momentarily penetrating the heavy mists of time. It was as if the man's voice and face had come vividly back to her all at once. Those dusty memories come rushing in like a tidal wave. She couldn't help but lean forward and, the body trembled slightly and asked eagerly, who the hell are you? Feng Ning braced herself, trying to sound a little smoother. Said, I am the guardian of the princess of the Phoenix clan, the Imperial Phoenix envoy. Bai Xian Sakura took the opportunity to sue again. Heavenly Empress, he is of the dragon race, yet he has become the guardian of the princess of the Phoenix clan. There must be an ulterior secret in it. Maybe he is a traitor of the dragon clan, presumptuously attempting to be unfavorable to the divine clan and the immortal clan, and even endangering the peace of the entire three realms. The Heavenly Empress looked towards Feng Ning, The excitement in her heart became even more difficult to suppress, and she once again pursued the question. Are you really a dragon? Feng Ning's heart tightened. She knew that at the moment her identity might be revealed. But she remained calm and collected, without being condescending. Heavenly Empress, although I am of the Dragon Clan, because I have received great kindness from the Princess of the Phoenix Clan, I admire the Princess's kindness and bravery, and I am willing to become her guardian and protect her. No matter how many hardships and dangers lie ahead, I will never falter. Hearing this, the Queen of Heaven, eyes instantly reddened and, my heart was full of thoughts, as if I had overturned a bottle of 5 flavors. Various flavors are intertwined. She remembered the deceased man that, once, the man had said the same thing to her. A long time. She finally spoke slowly and commanded. There was a hint of an imperceptible tremor in his voice. Everyone else stand down. Leave this guardian behind. This palace will be questioned carefully. Today is still 3 more. Thank you for your support. Oh, help push the book. Pile of popularity. The other please like this book. Treasure Son of the Light lift jade hand to give a favorable comment and a score. Oh, thank you. Thanks. Chapter 65. When the crowd had retired, only Feng Ning and the Heavenly Empress were left standing opposite each other in the empty hall. The silence in the temple was almost oppressive. The only sound that came from outside the temple was a few occasional clear bird calls. It took a moment to break the brief silence. Diva forced herself to hold back the excitement that was churning inside her. Eyes locked on the teenager in front of him. 1,000 times in my head. Questions come rushing in like a tidal wave of. Yet the words came out of his mouth. But for a moment he didn't know where to begin. Feng Ning is so smart. Keenly aware of the diva's dissimilarity, she speculated in her mind that, could it be that between this little dragon and the diva, is there really a connection? Otherwise, why was the diva so agitated and her emotions so uncontrollable? Diva took a deep breath and, trying to sound smooth and gentle, boy, keep your head up. Her voice echoed in the empty halls of the, with a touch of irresistible majesty and love. Feng Ning slowly raised her head as she was told, her gaze meeting with the Heavenly Empress. That moment, it was as if she saw in the diva's eyes a surge of emotion that's a mixed bag of emotions that, there are thoughts and surprises that, and a hint of unspeakable delight. The diva's breath caught slightly and, even she hadn't noticed. She asked softly as she settled down, what's your name? Feng Ning did not hide anything and replied respectfully, Heavenly Empress, my name is Ao Chen. Hearing the name, Diva was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile that, your name is Ao Chen? A good name. This name reminds this palace of a former friend who also had this kind of clear temperament. Speaking of which, child, does your name have any special meaning? Feng Ning was slightly stunned. Spinning around and calming down, he said, the Heavenly Empress is too kind. This name was chosen by the master, and I have not asked about the specific meaning. I think that master teacher must have placed some high hopes on it. Diva nodded her head gently and, slowly standing up, her lotus steps moved gently, walking to Feng Ning's side. Gently took her hand. Get up and sit beside the palace to answer. Feng Ning got up and followed the Heavenly Empress to sit aside. Up close and personal. She felt more and more that the diva was gentle and elegant. There was a reassuring aura around him. She couldn't help but marvel at the diva is truly a rare beauty in this world, both in looks and temperament. It's all perfect. Tin Hao picked up the exquisite dim sum arranged on the table next to her, gently pushing towards Feng Ning's side. The voice was as soft as the warm spring sun. This is a delicious snack from the palace. Try it. Feng Ning smiled faintly at the Heavenly Empress. Politely. Thank you, Diva. She picked up a piece of the treat and put it in her mouth and, the melt-in-your-mouth sweetness spreads across the tongue. However, she was secretly thinking in her mind, this Tin Hao, could it be that she is really the mother of that little dragon? The Heavenly Empress gazed at Feng Ning's appearance as she ate her snack. Thoughts can't help but drift back to the distant past. After a few moments of silence, she asked softly, Ao Chen. Who are your parents? Feng Ning put down the snacks in her hand. The scene when Emperor Feng questioned Ao Chen at that time quickly surfaced in his mind. She replied, carefully mimicking his tone and demeanor. Heavenly Empress, I lost both my parents since I was young, and it was my master who raised me. The Heavenly Empress sniffed and followed up with a question. Your master, is it Ao Tian of the Dragon Clan? Feng Ning replied with a nod of affirmation. Exactly. Shasta. The Heavenly Empress' heart trembled violently as she secretly pondered. He turned out to be your master. She looked at Feng Ning, her eyes slightly red. The eyes fell straight on her and, the eyes were full of mixed emotions. Feng Ning was full of doubts and couldn't help but ask, Heavenly Empress, why are you looking at me like this? But what did I do wrong? The Queen of Heaven slowed her mind and said softly, it's fine. It's just that you remind this palace of some old people, memories of the past, many feelings, a moment actually some loss of temper. With that, she picked up another snack next to her and, here, try this one again. This one is made with fresh nectar just picked in the early morning. It tastes sweet and refreshing, with a different flavor. Feng Ning thanked the Queen of Heaven. In his heart, he was even more convinced that there must be something strange about this matter. Decided to give it a try. She let out a soft ouch with a deliberate frown. Diva tensed up at once and, concerned, he asked, "What's wrong? But the dim sum is not to your liking? Or are you not feeling well?" Feng Ning hurriedly explained. "Just now, I had a match with His Excellency of that White Tiger clan and was injured a bit. I thought it wouldn't get in the way. But I didn't expect the party to pull the wound." The Queen of Heaven rushed to say, "Let this palace take a look. This competition will inevitably have injuries. So don't hold on. If the injury is serious, you have to hurry to announce the eunuch to take a look." Feng Ning thanked him gratefully. Heavenly Empress doesn't need to worry. It's just a little skin wound. It'll be fine in a few days. Seeing that the Queen of Heaven was so nervous about herself, she went on to say, "I don't know why. As soon as I saw the Queen of Heaven, I felt extraordinarily affectionate. As if I had seen a long-lost relative." Tin Hao sniffs. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes that, the turn added a touch of relief. Perhaps, this is fate. Things in the world are inherently marvelous and unpredictable. Feng Ning then confided, "I have been fatherless and motherless since I was young, and my fellow masters and brothers all mocked me and bullied me, saying that I was a child that no mother wanted. Those days were really hard." The Queen of Heaven's face shifted at her words. There was a touch of indignation in his tone. "Who says your mother doesn't want you? How can these Dragon Clan children be such bullies? Doesn't your master's father protect you? Ao Tian, he shouldn't have let these things happen." Feng Ning said helplessly. "Immortal Elder has many disciples, so naturally he can't favor me alone. Besides, I don't want to cause trouble for my master." Diva asked curiously, "Then how did you become the guardian of the Phoenix Princess? There must be quite a few twists and turns in that story." Feng Ning was keenly aware of the Heavenly Empress's attitude towards the dragons. Mental note, he added to the conversation. "That day, I was bullied by my master and brothers for no reason and was filled with resentment. My days in the Dragon Clan were so depressing that I couldn't breathe, so I went out to take a break. As a result, I was accidentally captured by a wolf demon, and my life hung in the balance. Just when I was in despair, the third princess of the Phoenix clan appeared in time to save me. Since then, the entire Phoenix clan has treated me like a close relative. I have no way of repaying them for their kindness, so I volunteered to take on the role of guardian for Princess Feng Ning." Diva hears. A deep ache welled up in his eyes instantly, and, sighing softly with emotion, he said, "I see, child. You have really suffered all these years. I really didn't expect the dragons to be so cool, completely disregarding the friendship between their fellow clansmen. I see that the third Princess Feng Ning has a dignified and generous demeanor, and she knows the right thing to do and knows how to be reasonable. For you to be able to follow the third princess is a great blessing amongst misfortunes. A great blessing indeed." Chapter 66, Discipline. Between talking with Feng Ning, the Heavenly Empress felt more and more affectionate. She couldn't help but lean forward slightly and, he asked with concern in his voice, "Are you still used to living in the Phoenix clan? The people of the Phoenix clan are still friendly to you on a regular basis, aren't they?" Feng Ning hastened to bow respectfully. The words responded earnestly. "Thank you, Heavenly Empress, for thinking of me. My time in the Phoenix clan has been the most comforting and happy I've had in all these years. Every member of the Phoenix clan has been caring and considerate of me. The third princess even treats me like a brother or sister. No matter how big or small the situation is, she pampers me and makes me feel warm." The diva nodded her head gently. His eyes were full of gentleness and relief, and his tone was as gentle as a spring breeze. "That's good, my child. You must remember that in the future, whether in the Phoenix clan or anywhere else, if you encounter difficulties, you must not bear them alone. Despite coming to this palace, although this palace can't help you with everything, as long as it's within its power, it will not stand by and do nothing." Having said that, Diva slowly turned around and, going behind him to the delicate screen, and turning the mechanism gently, a hidden compartment was opened. She carefully removed a jade pendant from a hidden compartment and, this jade pendant is glistening and warm to the touch, surrounded by a soft and mysterious halo of light. At a glance, it is clear that it is by no means unusual. The Heavenly Empress once again walked up to Feng Ning. Moving gently, he handed the jade pendant to Feng Ning's hand. The eyes were full of solemnity and concern. She leaned over slightly and lowered her voice. "Child, you must keep this jade pendant. Although it is not called a rare treasure, it has a unique spiritual power that can keep you safe. Remember, don't tell anyone you have this jade pendant. If you really encounter great difficulties in the future, when it is a matter of life and death, you will take it to see the palace, and the palace will do its best to protect you. A warmth surged in Feng Ning's heart, and mixed with a little doubt. Hands trembling slightly, he took the jade pendant and scrutinized it carefully. I only saw that the jade pendant was carved with delicate and complicated patterns on top of it. It seems to contain an ancient and mysterious power. She got up in a hurry, straightened her robes, and Zhang made a big bow and said gratefully, I am grateful for the Heavenly Empress favor, and Ao-chan will certainly keep it in mind. It's just that the Heavenly Empress is so caring towards me. Ao-chan is really flattered. In my heart, I really wonder. I don't know why the Heavenly Empress is so good to me. Tin Hao was slightly stunned. There was an imperceptible flash of hesitation in the eyes of the, but soon calmed down and a gentle smile reappeared on his face and whispered, perhaps it is because you and I are destined for each other. The destiny in this world is so marvelous that it is difficult to describe it in words. Furthermore, you're a child that is a joy to look at, and this palace really can't bear to see you suffer another ounce of aggravation. Feng Ning understood in her heart that this matter must have a hidden agenda. It's just that the diva doesn't want to talk about it much. She didn't pursue it any further, just said sincerely, in any case, Ao-chan cannot thank the Heavenly Empress enough for her kindness. In the future, if the Heavenly Empress has any dispatches, feel free to command, and Ao-chan will certainly do his utmost to go through fire and water. The Heavenly Empress gazed at Feng Ning, with tenderness and love in their eyes. It was as if he was looking at his most cherished treasure. Good boy, it's enough that you have this intention. This palace has no other extravagant requests, but only hopes that you can live a peaceful and smooth life. Follow your heart, do what you want to do, and don't be held back by the troubles of the world. Asterisk. Ao-chan waited outside with Bai Xian Cherry and the landlord for a long time. Finally, a fairy servant came with a light step and the voice said crisply, the Queen of Heaven has summoned me, so follow me. The three men looked at each other and straightened up his shirt, with some trepidation. Follow the immortal attendant towards the Heavenly Empress's palace. Stepping into the palace, I saw the Queen of Heaven sitting on top of her throne. The face was majestic yet loving. Feng Ning stood on the sidelines with an indistinguishable expression. The Heavenly Empress slowly swept her gaze over the few of them, opened his mouth. Now it is during the Heavenly Court Assembly. The Heavenly Emperor and all the immortals are discussing the great matter of subduing the demons and subduing the devils, and would not have had time to pay attention to these trivial matters of yours. Considering that you few are young and uninformed and are first-time offenders, I will spare you this time. Ao-chan's heart was suddenly relieved. Hastily stepping forward, he respectfully arched his hand and said, many thanks to the Heavenly Empress for her magnanimity. Feng Ning knows she's wrong, and will definitely be careful with her words in the future and not make the same mistake again. Bai Xuanzhua also hurriedly curtsied and said, Zuanzakura is grateful for your Majesty's impunity, and will abide by the rules in the future and never act recklessly again. The diva nodded slightly and eyes turned to the landgrave. Looking slightly more serious, he said, Landlord, this peach garden is an important place in the Heavenly Court, and you are responsible for looking after it, but you drink and sleep and misbehave. If not for the fact that this time it was only a few juniors fooling around and did not cause any serious consequences, you would have to be punished heavily. In the future, the peach garden must be well guarded, and you must never again misbehave by drinking. The landgrave is filled with shame. Kneeling down with a thud and touching his forehead to the ground. Sincerely, Your Highness is right to teach me a lesson. The little god knows that he is wrong. It's all because the little god was greedy for cups that he made such a big mistake. In the future, the little god will definitely refrain from drinking, guard the peach garden day and night, and be willing to suffer any punishment if there is any further mistake. The Heavenly Empress eased her expression a bit and said, Get up. You have been in the Heavenly Court for many years and have always been diligent. So this time you will be given a chance to reform yourself. The landlord rose in a hurry and, standing aside, still with his head bowed, not daring to look directly at the diva's gaze. At this point, Feng Ning stepped forward. With a slight curtsy, he said, Many thanks to the Heavenly Empress for her forgiveness. Ao-chen will definitely restrain himself in the future and will no longer cause trouble in the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Empress looked at Feng Ning. A complex look flashed in his eyes and wanted to say something and then stopped. In the end, still looking to the crowd, the diva. The words were long and heartfelt. The rules of the Heavenly Court are meant to maintain the order of the three realms and cannot be broken at will. Although you are young, you should understand the reasoning behind this. Subduing demons and subduing devils to keep the three realms peaceful is our duty as immortals. We must not let a moment of fun delay our proper business. Ao-chen said archly, Your Majesty's teachings, Feng Ning bears them in mind. This incident has allowed Feng Ning to deeply realize her mistakes. In the future, if there is any matter of subduing the demons and subduing the devils, Feng Ning will definitely charge forward to atone for today's mistake. Bai Xuanzhua was also not willing to show weakness and said, Zuanzakura is also willing to do as she is commanded by the Empress and contribute to the heavenly court. Feng Ning raised her head slightly and said, Ao Chen will also surely work hard to cultivate and live up to the expectations of the Empress, contributing to the peace and stability of the heavenly court. The diva nodded slightly and, with a small smile of relief on his face, he said, It is good that you have this realization. Let's call it a day this time. All of you go back. The crowd saluted again. Turn around and get ready to leave. Just then, Diva suddenly called out to everyone. And wait, Ao Chen and the others were slightly stunned. Look at each other. Diva stood up, slowly walking to Feng Ning's side. Eyes gently looking at him. Then said to the group, You must remember to protect yourselves whenever you can. The crowd thanked again. Thank you, Diva. After the crowd had walked out of the Heavenly Queen's palace hall, the landlord said to them with emotion, This time, thanks to the benevolence and magnanimity of the Queen of Heaven, we all have to remember it and grow a memory. Bai Xuanzhen sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief. With a look of relief on his face, he said softly, Yes, this time there was a real scare, thanks to the Heavenly Empress. Feng Ning, on the other hand, seemed unwilling to stay longer. I'm not aware of what's being said, like avoiding an annoying fly, just glancing at them faintly. And then they stopped caring. She took Ao Chen's hand and left straight away. Chapter 67, Spirit Solid Jade. Feng Ning and Ao Chen had just returned to their residence. Ao Chen then couldn't hold back his curiosity. Can't wait to ask, Princess, what exactly did the Heavenly Empress say to you? Why did it take so long to talk? The corners of Feng Ning's mouth rose slightly, outlining a mysterious arc. He leisurely said, I have learned a secret of the Queen of Heaven. As soon as Ao Chen heard that, curiosity was instantly ignited and pursued the question. The diva's secret? What exactly is the secret? Feng Ning clasped her hands in front of her chest and gazed at Ao Chen with a smile on her face. This secret, but it's related to you, little dragon. Ao Chen's eyes widened, incredulity written all over his face. Relating to me? Feng Ning continued to play mysterious, a hint of urgency flashing in her eyes. Want to know? That depends on your performance. If you perform well, I will naturally tell you. Ao Chen was busy nodding his head. Fine, I'll be good. Feng Ning moved lightly with lotus steps and sat gracefully on the couch. There was a hint of pout in the tone of, Give this princess a massage first, and when you're comfortable with the massage, this princess will consider whether or not to tell you. Ao Chen rushed forward and, the hands gently and skillfully massaged Feng Ning. After a while, Feng Ning squinted her eyes cozily, obviously very satisfied with Ao Chen's massage. She slowly took out a warm jade pendant from her sleeve and, the jade pendant was illuminated by the candlelight of it exuded a soft luster, like a vast expanse of autumn water. She handed the jade pendant to Ao Chen's eyes with a serious and solemn expression. Little dragon, this is the jade pendant given to you by the Heavenly Empress. You must keep it and remember to never mention it to outsiders. The movement of Ao Chen's hand lurched and, his eyes fell on the piece of jade, and his eyes were filled with doubts that, asked in disbelief, Diva, giving me a jade pendant? Why is that? Feng Ning blinked with a hint of cunning. Want to know? Ao Chen nodded his head busily. I want to. Saying that, he reached out his hand and carefully took the jade pendant. But the moment he had just touched the jade pendant, a sudden change of heart. Feng Ning suddenly felt a strange power within her body like a raging dark current. That power was brutal and powerful, as if to drive her soul hard out of her body. Her face instantly turned white. The body trembled uncontrollably and, hands subconsciously gripped the edge of the couch. And Ao Chen took the piece of jade and, it also seems to have been felt. I only felt as if my soul and flesh were being pulled hard by a pair of big invisible hands. There was a whirlwind of activity. The whole thing was in a state of extreme vertigo. His mind went blank and, it only felt endlessly chaotic and confusing. Feng Ning was greatly alarmed. How? What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Suddenly, a blinding white light suddenly lit up without warning and, the light instantly enveloped them like a raging tide. In that light, countless mysterious runes flashed and flowed, intertwined in strange and intricate patterns. The aura between heaven and earth began to surge wildly, converging around them like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Makes a slight buzzing sound. When the light fades, the two of them just woke up as if they were in a dream. Stunned. Surprisingly, they swapped each other's souls back. Ao Chen was filled with astonishment, eyes as wide as brass bells. The voice trembled involuntarily. What's going on here? How did this happen all of a sudden? Feng Ning was also shocked and muttered. We switched back? Ao-chan frowned, his face full of puzzlement. Didn't it say that it would be changed back after 3 days? It's only been 2 days today. That ancient book says. Feng Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. Eyes like deep, cold pools. It landed firmly on the jade pendant in his hand. Could it be? The diva gave it to Ao-chen. The legendary and mysterious spirit solid jade? This spirit solid jade. It possesses the magical power to stabilize the body and mind against aggression. I think the moment it touched Ao-chen's soul. Then, keenly sensing the dissimilarity of the separation of soul and body. So in an instant, he cast a powerful spell. With thunderous force, the soul was pulled hard back into the physical body. Feng Ning secretly marveled in her heart. This spirit solid jade. It's so powerful that it's shocking. It's really unexpected. Thoughts to this point. Feng Ning raised her eyes to look at the familiar and unfamiliar little dragon in front of her. A wave of uncontrollable longing welled up in his heart. The thoughts were like a surging tide, drowning her completely. She lashed out, pushing with both hands as hard as she could, pushing Ao-chen down onto the soft collapse of the. Her hands came out quickly and, tightly grasping Ao-chen's wrist, holding it steady on either side of him. The movements are all in one go, with a touch of irresistible strength. At this point in her life, the breathing is rapid and disorganized. Warm breath gently sprayed on Ao-chen's face. The voice carried an imperceptible tremor from excitement. You naughty little dragon. You're making me miss it these days. Ao-chen was caught off guard by her sudden movement. One stagger and he collapsed on the couch. His eyes widened with amazement. His eyes filled with. He didn't have time to think about it. His eyes were then deeply attracted to the Feng Ning in front of him. The girl's little face was as white as jade and a light pinkish color. It's like a peach blossom in the springtime. It's so delicate. It's so beautiful you can't take your eyes off it. That cute as hell look. It easily tugged at his heartstrings. And Feng Ning stared at Ao-chen just as tightly, with eyes as hot as torches. There was a smile with a sinister edge at the corner of his mouth. Locked firmly in Ao-chen's eyes. The eyes were full of deep love and fondness. She sized up the person in front of her carefully and, confirming, over and over again. The person in front of her was the little dragon she had longed for. The corners of Feng Ning's mouth couldn't help but rise, with a wry, affectionate curve. You misbehaving little dragon. After several days of separation, you have finally returned. She flicked her red lips and, the voice was filled with endless longing and a faint rancor. The words have not yet been spoken. She snapped her mouth open and, showing 2 small but sharp fangs, without hesitation, he bit on the greenish knot of Ao-chen's throat. Hiss, hurts. Ao-chen screamed out in pain and, the sound echoed through the silent room. However, just the moment Ao-chen opened his mouth, Feng Ning quickly sealed his mouth with her lips, drowning his cries in a passionate kiss. Her kisses were dominant and passionate, and, with a hint of punishment, yet it contains a deep sense of longing and tenderness. Her little tongue probed gently and, tangled up with Ao-chen's, as if to take the pain of separation and the longing of these days of, all poured out in that kiss. It's my little dragon. The sound of my little dragon. The smell of my little dragon. It's crazy. Feng Ning murmured intoxicatedly as she kissed him. Obviously in the days of soul swapping, they're together all the time. And yet it seemed as if they had gone through centuries of separation. This deep-rooted longing and fondness that, it made her kisses even more frantic and deep. Ao-chen was overwhelmed by Feng Ning's love that was like a raging wave. He felt the fresh, light scent that was unique to her. Wisps of it lingered on the tip of his nose. It made his heart beat faster than he could contain. He couldn't help but respond to her tightly. Just as the two of them were obliviously entwined in the. Feng Ning suddenly got up and, both were breathing heavily. Feng Ning's eyes flickered with a light that intertwined evil and madness. She stared straight at Ao-chen and, the voice trembled slightly with excitement. Do you know what the first thing this princess is going to do when she switches back to her body? Ao-chen had not yet recovered from the blazing love of the. Then he heard Feng Ning recite under his breath. Red flame chain. Immediately following, the fiery red chain instantly blossomed into a dazzling light. It tightly wrapped around Ao-chen's wrist. Ao-chen was startled. However, she saw Feng Ning move quickly and fiercely struck out. Stab. His clothing was instantly torn to shreds by her. Chapter 68, The Ghost Pool. You. What are you doing? This is the heavenly court. Don't you mess around. Ao-chen's voice was a mix of panic and unease. He subconsciously struggled. A vain attempt to break free from the confinement of the red flame chain. But the red flame chain was wrapped tighter. The heat of the touch seemed to sear his skin. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up in an evil smile. In that smile, playfulness and dominance collide with each other. Opened up without a care in the world. What about the heavenly court? This princess can act wherever she wants, do whatever she wants, and the rules of heaven and earth can't bind this princess. As the words fall, With a sudden sharp movement she raised her hand and, shoving an elixir pill in his hand straight into Ao Chen's mouth. Ao Chen's eyes were rounded in surprise, reflexively trying to spit out that pill. Feng Ning, however, was quick on her feet. The palm of his hand quickly covered his mouth. Forcefully, he forced him to swallow the elixir. Little dragon, if you do something wrong, you will be punished. Feng Ning's appearance caused a chill to run through Ao Chen's heart. He struggled in vain. The pill slid down his throat. When Feng Ning let go of her hand, he was red in the face and, this was followed by a violent coughing fit. What did you feed me? What did I do? Ao Chen stared angrily at Feng Ning. Anger burned in his eyes. Feng Ning, however, was unmoved, still wearing that evil smile. Still don't know what's wrong? One mistake, swapping bodies with this princess, letting this princess suffer from the pain of lovesickness. These days and nights of longing are like the punishment of lynching. Do you know that? Second mistake, talking privately with the clan and treating this princess's words as if they fell on deaf ears. 3 mistakes, how dare you look at another woman? These eyes of yours can only look at this princess alone. Ao Chen looked at Feng Ning's reckless smile and, I tried to retort, but my throat burned as if I were on fire. A violent cough left him unable to speak at all. Meanwhile, his body began to undergo bizarre changes that, it's hot as hell. It's as if there's a volcano inside that's about to erupt. Fiery magma raced through his veins. Hold your horses, little dragon. You'll be in for a treat later. Feng Ning's voice came out leisurely, with a little teasing, echoing through the oppressive space. Adds a little more spookiness. Ao Chen only felt that his body was tightly wrapped in flames. The bone marrow seems to be crazily gnawed by thousands of ants. Every inch of nerve, every ounce of flesh and blood was assaulted by pain. It's worse than death by 1,000 cuts. His body trembled uncontrollably. The voice was also as weak as a candle in the wind. It's hot. I want water. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up, coldly looking at Ao Chen's agonizingly struggling appearance. The heart actually welled up with an inexplicable pleasure that, it's like revenge for his faults. Drinking water? That depends on whether you're a good boy or not. Little dragon, Feng Ning said, with a casual wave of her jade hand. The containers of water in the room were instantly poked and prodded by her. The water is clattering on the ground. A splash. Oops. It's all oozing out. She pretended to be sorry, but her tone was full of flirtation. Ao Chen looked at Feng Ning's smug look. The heart went completely cold. It's abominable. I'm dying of thirst. I want water. Feng Ning, however, just spread her hands with an innocent face. When Ao Chen saw this, his anger increased. And yet there is nothing to be done about it. Ao Chen felt like his body was about to be completely consumed by the flames. Breathing hard and heavy. Every breath of air sucked into my lungs carried a searing pain. It's so hot. Hard. He mumbled something, and his consciousness began to grow fuzzy. The scene in front of me was also gradually reimagined. His hands were clawing at his body uncontrollably. Trying to ease the agony of that drilling. The dragon's horns on his head were also stimulated by the agony of the miso came out. The originally majestic dragon's horn was now trembling slightly. It was as if they were also suffering the pain of their masters. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen in this manner, pretending to be surprised. He opened his mouth. Oops, this medicinal power seems to be a bit too strong. Little dragon, you can't take it anymore? Ao Chen is breathing heavily, glaring at Feng Ning with her last ounce of strength. His body was shaking and his consciousness was about to dissipate. Princess, I'm hot. Give me the antidote. In a voice so faint as to be almost inaudible. The helplessness and desperation in her eyes was heartbreaking. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen in pain. The heart couldn't help but be shaken. She only wanted to punish this disobedient little dragon a little. I didn't expect the drug to be so powerful. Looking at Ao Chen's miserable state, she was a little in her thoughts, and pondered for a moment that. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Well, little dragon, this princess will take you to a nice place that is guaranteed to make you feel cool. Having said that, Feng Ning moved quickly to clothe Ao Chen, and then carrying him in a flash. Like lightning, he instantly moved to the side of the secluded pool. This secluded pool is located in the quiet woods of the heavenly realm. The water in the pool is clear and sparkling. The surface of the pool is misty, like a misty fairyland, surrounded by tall trees, branches and leaves. A small waterfall cascades down the side of. The water splashes and is as beautiful as a dream. Feng Ning gave a gentle push, sent Ao Chen into the pool of water. As soon as his rolling body touched the cool, penetrating waters of the pool, like a flame quenched by rain, there was a wave of relief and liberation that I had never felt before. The tightly locked brow gradually unfurled. The look of pain on his face evaporated, and the In its place was a glimpse of long-lost peace and contentment. Feng Ning followed suit. Leap lightly into the pool. She's as graceful as a swimming fish in the water, swimming swiftly towards Ao Chen's side. At this point, it was as if the water of the pool had become amorous, and tenderly wrapped around the two men's bodies, closing their clothing tightly against their skin. Over time, the clothing grew wet and became heavier. Feng Ning stretched out her small, slender, jade-like hand, with a hint of coolness, sliding gently over Ao Chen's shoulder, slowly removing for him the clothing that bound him. When all bonds are gone, Ao Chen felt relaxed and at ease like never before. The coolness of the pool soothed every inch of his being without reservation. Relieved from the dry heat, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and indulge in this rare comfort and coziness. Little dragon, are you feeling better? Feng Ning asked softly. Ao Chen responded in a daze. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up in a meaningful smile. She slowly approached Ao Chen and slender arms encircled his waist, pressing his little face on top of his chest. At this moment, Feng Ning's snow-white petite body was hidden in the clear pool of water, like a white lotus blooming in the water. It radiates a holy and tantalizing light. Her skin was as white as snow and, in the reflection of the pool of water, with a light sheen, as if shrouded in a veil of, it adds a little more mystery and femininity. That long, shiny black hair was flowing wildly in the water like seaweed, against her snow-white skin. It's stunningly beautiful. Her body exuded a refreshing coolness that, as refreshing as a mountain spring. That distinctive aroma lingers on the tip of your nose. Ao Chen only felt a swirl in his heart, as if an invisible force were pulling him, subconsciously tightening his arms, embracing the delicate body in his arms, which was as cool as ice and snow, more and more forcefully, as if the only way to. It was only then that he could completely integrate her into his body. However, just as Ao Chen was mesmerized by the Feng Ning's two arms, which looked like they were carved out of sheep's fat white jade, a sudden gentle push. Ao Chen was caught off guard, was pushed back against the rocks at the edge of the pool, couldn't help stifling a grunt. My little dragon, baby, really makes this princess want to. Feng Ning's eyes were filled with fascination and longing, hands gripping his shoulders tightly. Leaning over slightly, kissed him on the lips, dominantly and passionately, deeply entwined with him. Chapter 69, Purgatory. The last day of the Heavenly Court Assembly. The atmosphere in the large council chamber was solemn. Above the dome, the sparkling fairy stone emits a soft glow that lights up every corner. In the hall, the immortals are sitting upright. Immortal power flowed vaguely around them, and conversations were heard all over the place. And yet, it seemed so small in this grand space. Ao Chen sat beside Feng Ning. Inside, however, he was tormented as if he had fallen through the ice. Feng Ning's previous cold and threatening words, still echoing in his ears. If the little dragon is misbehaving, those trinkets will stay with him. Since being counted on by Feng Ning and taking the strange drug, his body was never comfortable again. At this moment, the medicinal power in his body was like a raging tide that, wave after wave, hit his body and consciousness. His face was as pale as paper and beads of bean-sized sweat kept rolling down his forehead. Wet the collar. The hardness of his body made it almost impossible for him to concentrate on the consciousness also became disoriented. It's a good thing he's wearing the big black robe of the sentinel. The wide robe hid his dissimilarity perfectly. It's hard for an onlooker to notice, but he knows himself. Every second of every day is an ordeal. He felt like his body was being pierced by countless steel needles. And like being burned by fire. It could fall apart at any moment. His hands couldn't help but tighten their grip on his black robe and knuckles whitened by force, as if to rip the black robe through the. It takes a little bit to ease the physical pain. Asterisk. The Heavenly Emperor was seated high in the main seat, looking majestic and it was summarizing the results of this Heavenly Court Conference and its future plans in a gushing manner. Those immortal leaders echoed the sentiment. The sound of speeches echoed through the hall, but Ao Chen couldn't listen to a single word. His mind was filled with nothing but pain and a desire for deliverance. Just wishing this meeting would be over soon. He would be able to escape from this purgatory-like place. He turned his head sideways with difficulty and, glancing at Feng Ning next to him, I only saw that this evil phoenix looked calm and sat elegantly. And it was as if none of this had anything to do with her. She occasionally spoke softly with the immortal beside her. With just the right amount of smile on his face. That look. Anyone who looked at her would think she was a gentle and lovely fairy. But Ao Chen knew clearly that she was the evil girl who had tortured herself to death. There was a flash of anger and resentment in his eyes that, I can't wait to rush over there, choke the neck of this evil phoenix. In a few short days, he was naive enough to think she'd changed her mind. But today it seems that she's still the same ruthless, Wanton, evil girl. From time to time, the Heavenly Empress's gaze turned to Ao Chen with concern, but Ao Chen was filled with pain and anger inside at the moment. There was no concern for what was going on around him. Finally, the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Empress rose and walked slowly down to the main seat of a cordial conversation with the immortals. When they arrived at the place where the Phoenix clan was, the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Empress first exchanged pleasantries with several immortal leaders and Feng Ning. The Heavenly Empress's gaze inadvertently crossed over Feng Ning, looking behind her at Ao Chen. Finally, he couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong with this Imperial Phoenix envoy? It doesn't look good." Ao Chen sniffed. "I was struck by a thunderbolt." Panic instantly spreads throughout the body and cold sweat broke out uncontrollably from his forehead. The back was also drenched in sweat. Feng Ning reacted extremely quickly and immediately returned respectfully, reporting to the Empress of Heaven. "The Imperial Phoenix envoy may have eaten badly last night and is a little unwell today. I hope the Empress of Heaven will forgive me." The Heavenly Empress frowned slightly, and her face changed slightly as she concerned, "An upset stomach? This can't be taken lightly. Should we summon the Imperial physician from the palace to give it a look? Don't delay." The Heavenly Emperor originally did not expect the Heavenly Empress to suddenly care about a tiny royal phoenix envoy. Seeing this, he also hastened to agree. What the Empress of Heaven said is very true. If the body is sick, it cannot be delayed. I also let people go to find some nourishing pills too. Feng Ning hurriedly thanked her for her kindness. "Many thanks to the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress for their care. Feng Ning has thanked your majesties on behalf of the Imperial Phoenix envoy for their favor. Perhaps it's a minor ailment. It will be fine after some time." When the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Empress turned to leave, it was only then that Ao Chen's taut nerves finally loosened up and, a long sigh of relief, he looked at Feng Ning, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Anger, helplessness, and resignation are intertwined in the. Instead, Feng Ning just glanced at him faintly and the corners of his mouth curved up in an imperceptible arc. Asterisk. The heavenly court meeting was successfully concluded in an atmosphere of harmony and enthusiasm. The great hall of deliberation was filled with laughter. The smoke rises and lingers, as if a fantastic veil had been thrown over the pageant. Wrap the fairies gently in their joy. Immortal light shimmers. Fancy dresses are dancing. The representatives of the various immortal clans exchanged pleasantries and said goodbye to each other. The words show the infinite hope for the next meeting. Outside the temple, the colorful clouds are like a spiritual satin, churning and dancing in the sky. It was as if they were also celebrating the successful conclusion of the event. Amidst a buzz of activity, Lin Yan of the Kirin clan with shyness and nervousness, taking the lead, he walked up to Feng Ning. He clenched his hands slightly, a glint of admiration in his eyes. "Princess Feng Ning, with this separation, I don't know when we can meet again. I have a full mouth of words to pour out to you." His voice trembled slightly, revealing a hint of anticipation. Feng Ning, just faintly raised her eyes and swept him a glance. His expression is as cold as frost. There was even a bit of disdain in his eyes. She spoke coldly. "If you have something to say, why are you so squirmy?" Without a trace of warmth in his tone. It was as if it froze Lin Yan's full passion instantly. Lin Yan was shocked by her cold attitude and the deep confession that had been prepared was suddenly stuck in his throat. He mumbled for a long time before he managed to squeeze out a sentence. "I only wish the princess all the best in the future. If there is a need, the Qilin clan will do its best to help." Feng Ning hummed lightly. The corners of his mouth curved in mockery. "In that case, thank you very much. If there is nothing else, please make yourself at home." Having said that, she turned her head sideways and stopped looking at Lin Yan more than once. Lin Yan is filled with loss. The blush on her face faded to a pallor. He gave a grim curtsy and, turning away, his steps were heavy and sluggish. Immediately following, Tushan Li of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan arrived in front of Feng Ning with a light step. He said with a few curt words, "Princess Feng Ning, I have benefited greatly from spending time with you these past few days. If Princess has some free time, be sure to come to my Nine-Tailed Fox clan as a guest." However, Feng Ning frowned. A glint of obvious boredom flashed in his eyes. "This princess doesn't like to walk around. Your kindness is appreciated." Her words were short and dry. "And there's no room for maneuver." It was as if a heavy hammer struck Tushan Li's heart. Tushan Li's smile instantly stiffened on her face. There was a flash of resignation and loss in his eyes. Still, he forced a smile and saluted, hurriedly departing. The 9 tails that were originally agile and flowing were also hanging down feebly at the moment. Then Lei Yu of the Lei Zhe clan walked to Feng Ning with large strides. His eyes blazed like fire and his voice was as loud as a bell. "Princess Feng Ning, my admiration for you is as continuous as a torrential river. I implore the princess to give me a chance." Chapter 70, The Journey Home. Lei Yu stared straight at Feng Ning, his face slightly reddening as the eyes were full of abject honesty and anticipation. However, Feng Ning just glanced at him coldly and the eyes rippled. This princess has no such intentions for you, so please do not dwell on it. Her voice was cold and firm, and, like a pot of cold water, instantly doused the blazing fire in Lei Yu's heart. Lei Yu's face suddenly changed and turned ironic. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. But under Feng Ning's icy, piercing gaze, all he could do in the end was sigh helplessly and turn around and leave. His back was lonesome and forlorn. As if a wounded beast licking its wounds alone. Ao Chen stood quietly beside Feng Ning's body, witnessed the scene where she rejected those males one by one. He looked at the lost and dismal backs of the gentry that, the heart actually surged with an indescribable sense of relief. However, he couldn't help the cynicism on his lips. Humph. It's laughable that an evil woman like you has so many people coming forward to express their love. Could it be that they're all blind and don't even see how repulsive the true face of this evil phoenix of yours is? Feng Ning sniffed, lifting his eyes gently. He glanced at Ao Chen and, smilingly, he opened his mouth. Little dragon. With these words, are you not jealous? Ao Chen was stunned. With that, he put on a look of utter bemusement and snorted. I'm jealous? I'm going to be jealous because of you? What a big joke. Feng Ning looked at him in this pretense of composure, couldn't help but laugh out loud. With a languid flick of his flamboyant sleeve, the smile in his eyes grew stronger. At this point, Song Rin of the Dragon Clan also politely walked up to Feng Ning, slightly arching his hand. Princess Feng Ning, Song Rin has come to say goodbye to you. Feng Ning's complexion remained pale, and she only gently nodded in response. Song Rin wondered in his mind, remembering that Feng Ning had even cared about his master the day before. The words are moving, but today it's so cold and distant. It's like a different person. He muttered in his mind. The Phoenix clan really are all this elusive. However, he did not realize that the Feng Ning standing in front of him at the moment was no longer Ao Chen, though filled with doubt and confusion. Still, Song Rin maintained his politeness and demeanor and curtsy before turning back to his team. And all of this was caught in the eyes of Ao Chen, who was standing on the sidelines. He couldn't help but talk to Kangrin. He looked around at the scene of the immortals leaving the great hall in good order. An unquenchable urge and longing welled up inside. He took a deep breath to try and calm his violently heaving chest and agitated, yet the legs struck up spontaneously as if uncontrollable, though the pace seemed a little frail and staggering. But he didn't hesitate to head in the direction of the dragon team. Don't move, Imperial Phoenix Envoy. Feng Ning was quick on her feet and pulled Ao Chen by the hand. The voice was soft, but it carried an unquestioning tone of command. Ao Chen turned around violently and, staring at her with a vicious, the anger in her eyes seemed to burn her. I'll go. I'm going back to the Dragon Clan with senior brother Song Rin. His voice trembled slightly with anger and physical discomfort. Feng Ning, however, did not panic. The corner of his mouth curled up in a wry smile. Don't you forget. Those things in your body will always bind you if you don't have my key. Do you want all those older brothers and sisters of yours to see you in this pretty state? Saying that, with a sudden pinch of her little hand, a cryptic spell was cast out by her. Shasta. A sharp pain instantly spread throughout Ao Chen's body like a raging tide. His body jerked and the legs went weak. The knees bent uncontrollably. Almost went straight to his knees. His forehead was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat and beads of sweat slid down his cheeks and breathing also became rapid and heavy. You wicked woman. He gritted his teeth and said. Every word felt like it was squeezed from between his teeth. Feng Ning, however, acted as if she hadn't heard, continuing leisurely. I'm doing this for your own good. Little dragon doesn't think about where we are now. This is the heavenly court. This is the most majestic place in the three realms. There is no room for error. If you go to the Dragon Clan in a hasty manner, will the Dragon Clan accept you without concern? Don't forget that in the past few days, you've been carrying the identity of the Phoenix Clan's Imperial Phoenix Envoy, and you've even met with the Heavenly Empress in that capacity. If you go and identify yourself with your clan now, what will your clan think of you? And what will the Heavenly Emperor think of your Dragon Clan? Oh, you don't want the entire Dragon Clan to face extinction because of your impulse, do you? Poor little dragon. I advise you to be careful what you say and don't act rashly. There was a violent struggle within Ao Chen's heart and the Celestials are at war. He looked at the group of dragons about to make their way back. Those familiar figures made his eyes redden instantly. How he longed to return to the Dragon Clan, back to the beloved master, away from this evil phoenix that torments him. But Feng Ning's words were like a sharp knife again. Straight into his heart. He knew that Feng Ning was right. At this moment, he rashly returns to the Dragon Clan. Not only will it cause trouble for the dragons, and possibly put yourself in more danger. Go away. Feng Ning saw that Ao Chen was still hesitating and reached out to push him. Ao Chen's body shifted. He stumbled a few times before stabilizing himself. The heart was filled with helplessness and resignation. He looked at the procession of dragons fading away. The familiar backdrop faded out of sight. And finally, with reluctance, as an Imperial Phoenix envoy, mounting the red flame rock, accompanying the Phoenix whiskey beside as the Phoenixes embark on their journey home. On the way home, Feng Ning finally collected those gadgets of the Avatar. It allowed Ao Chen to sit comfortably on the red flame rock. The red flame rock stretched its enormous feathers and lift your wings and fly. With the rolling hills below, the peaks are lush and green. The vast, endless sea of clouds churning like waves like a dream. Feng Ning was sitting in the Phoenix whiskey. Through the light veil quietly, he looked at Ao Chen who was riding on the rock. His figure was stubborn in the wind. A trace of complexity suddenly surged in Feng Ning's heart. Little dragon, just stay obediently by this princess side. As long as you are obedient, this princess will naturally not make things difficult for you anymore. The voice drifted to Ao Chen's ears along with the breeze. Ao Chen snorted coldly and did not respond. His heart was filled with resentment that he secretly vowed that when he finds a chance to get out of this bind, this evil phoenix must be made to pay for what she has done. I don't want to stay with you. I want to go back to the dragons. Ao Chen finally couldn't help but open his mouth. There was anger in his voice. When I go back I'm going to find the Phoenix Emperor. Emperor Feng promised me. She promised to let me go back to the Kunlun Mountains when I return. Feng Ning sniffed. The smile stalled but soon laughed unamusedly. And, is it? This princess doesn't think so. Humph. Evil Phoenix. Just you wait. I want to go back to the Kunlun Mountains. I want to go back to see my master. Ao Chen continued to speak angrily. Feng Ning, on the other hand, looked as if she hadn't heard his angry roar. Sitting leisurely in the Phoenix whiskey. Slowly and methodically adjusting to a more comfortable sitting position. Lazily leaning back on the soft cushions. She rested her chin in one hand and, watching Ao Chen fume angrily outside, the corner of his mouth curled into a smug and playful smile. Thank you for your support. Please like the book of the Treasure Son of the Light. Lift Jade hand to give a favorable comment to give a score to the book. Up and up points. Point a little bit of the hand to urge more. Oh. Thank you. Thanks. Chapter 71. The Phoenix clan's holy land was overflowing with haze, and there were 1,000 streaks of rays of color. The 7-colored cloud carriage that each elder rode in slowly landed. The elders stepped down from the carriage one after another. The look on his face was full of solemnity and awe. The Phoenix carriage that Feng Ning was riding in, however, stopped where it was. Ripple. Ao Chen leapt down from the red flame rock in a single bound. It landed firmly on the ground. He stood by, mentally calculating that we'll go and meet the Phoenix Emperor later, pleading with her to fulfill her promise. Get yourself back into the Kunlun Mountains. He raised his eyes to the Phoenix Chu, seeing that Feng Ning's girl was motionless, couldn't help but frown at There was a flash of impatience in the eyes secretly rolling his eyes. And yet, we can only continue to wait. The surrounding attendants had long been kneeling neatly and, we welcome Her Highness out of the carriage. The voice echoed above this holy land, but the Phoenix carriage was as silent as death. With no response. Princess, it's time to get out of the carriage. Ao Chen finally couldn't help but voice his urging. There was a touch of anxiety in his voice. However, there was silence in the Phoenix carriage. There was not the slightest sound. Ao Chen was puzzled in his heart and couldn't help but guess. Is this girl asleep in there? Time passes. Although Ao Chen was anxious in his heart, but remembering his status as an Imperial Phoenix envoy, must be by Feng Ning's side at all times, then he could only force himself to wait a little longer. Finally, he couldn't hold it down any longer. Approaching the Phoenix chuff at a brisk pace, standing by the light veil of raise the volume. Hey, we're at the place. Come out. In response to him, there was still a haunting silence. The attendant on the sidelines saw this and couldn't help but look at each other with Ao Chen and there was worry in his eyes. Imperial Phoenix envoy. What's wrong with the princess? Ao Chen's heart thumped. A sense of foreboding welled up. He didn't have time to think about it. Reaching out and violently lifting the veil. Shasta. The sight before him struck him like a thunderbolt. Feng Ning collapsed within the Phoenix whiskey. His face was as white as frost and bloodless. Crimson blood slowly trickled out of her nose. It looked particularly striking in this gilded Phoenix chuff. Ao Chen could only feel his heart clench violently and it was as if it was clutched hard by a big invisible hand. He was in a flash, rushing forward like an arrow from a string. Steadily holding Feng Ning in her arms. The voice was hoarse with panic and anxiety. Princess, what's wrong with you? Feng Ning, Feng Ning grunted twice weakly, as if in a desperate attempt to respond. But in the end, it was no match for the sweeping darkness that completely fainted in Ao Chen's arms. Ao Chen was completely flustered and his legs were weak and almost unsteady on his feet. He shuddered and hissed with all his strength. Somebody! Quickly come someone! The princess has fainted! This shout, like a thunderbolt from the ground. It instantly broke the tranquility of Phoenix Palace. The entire Finchi Palace was instantly in chaos. The attendants looked panicked and ran around. Zealand heard the news. I can't even get my shoes on. Stumbling and darting all the way here. Seeing the chaotic and appalling scene before him, she covered her mouth in horror and the voices are out of tune. Mr. Long, what is going on here? At this moment, Ao Chen's arms tightly hugged Feng Ning. It was as if he was going to build a wall against death for her with his arms. Feng Ning's face was so white that it was almost transparent. Blood was still flowing intermittently. The princess has fainted. Do something. Ao Chen's voice trembled badly. Zealand didn't dare delay a moment. Knowing that this matter concerns Feng Ning's life and death, she said in a heartfelt voice, "Don't be in a hurry. Mr. Long, I'll go invite someone." The words have not yet been spoken. Then he turned and rushed out like a gust of wind, while she sends someone on fire to get the imperial physician from the palace, while personally flying to Feng Ning's residence. Asterisk. On a carved sandalwood couch, Feng Ning was lying quietly. His face is as white as paper. He's lifeless. The old brightness disappeared. The couch, the maid, Zealand, had been sobbing for a long time. Tears were streaming down, like beads on a broken string. The drips wet the hem of the skirt in front of her body. "Oh princess, wake up, Zealand begs you." Zealand huffed and puffed while gently holding Feng Ning's lifeless hand. The voice trembled beyond recognition. The surrounding maids were also red-eyed and full of grief and concern. They exchanged a few words now and then. The words were filled with worry about Feng Ning's injuries. "I've never seen the third princess so weak. How can this be? Yes, and I don't know when the princess will recover." At this point, Feng Ning's aunt, looked grave, stepping into the temple with a steady and determined pace. She was dressed in a dark purple robe and it's like the night is low. The delicate and intricate golden phoenix pattern embroidered on the corner of the robe. As she walks, as if alive and glowing, every step was taken with an inviolable and majestic aura. A few steps, Feng Ning then came to the couch. She leaned down and checked Feng Ning's injuries carefully. As you looked deeper into her frown grew tighter and tighter as the worry on his face was like dark clouds piled on top of each other. It's getting thicker and thicker. Your Highness, how exactly is she? The princess? Ao Chen's heart was burning with anxiety, and when he saw Feng Ning finish his examination, an arrow stepped forward and asked, eagerly, The eyes were full of worry and uneasiness. Feng Ning sighed softly and said slowly, Ninger was injured extremely severely this time, injuring her fundamentals. Ao Chen blurted out with a puzzled face. Injured? Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen. The look was concerned and a little probing. Sir Xiaolong, has Ninger experienced anything unusual recently? Think carefully, don't spare any details. Ao Chen locked his brows and fell into recollection. A few moments later, one by one, he told the matter of the soul swap between himself and Feng Ning, then added, after the princess competed with her excellency by Xuanzhua of the White Tiger clan in the heavenly court, she took a blow from her in order to protect me, but that blow clearly struck me, so by all rights, I should be the one injured. Feng Ning listened and fell into deep thought. A moment later, a flash of realization flashed in his eyes. Soul swapping would have caused her to suffer a great deal of damage to her vitality, injuring her fundamentals. If she is injured during the swap and she is deeply in love with the other party, she will take all the injuries along with her soul and will not leave them in the other party. When Ao Chen heard it, he was struck by lightning. Waves of shock rippled through his mind. Turns out, this evil phoenix, she's actually trying to keep herself from getting hurt. It was only then that he even carried the pain of the fatal blow. Ao Chen's heart trembled violently. His eyes slowly fell on Feng Ning on the couch. He had never seen Feng Ning like this before. She's always been strong and tough. It's like the sky's the limit. But now it's lying here so weakly, like a bird with a broken wing, so fragile it hurts. Ao Chen only felt a gripping pain in his heart. It's a strange and intense feeling. It left him a little overwhelmed. Your Highness, is there any way to save her? Ao Chen asked anxiously, a hint of trembling in his voice. Feng Ning paused. The eyes slowly swept over the faces of the crowd with a grave expression. I'm afraid, only the Night Pearl from the Kunlun Mountains can save her. That Night Pearl, which collects the aura of heaven and earth and contains the essence of the sun and moon, possesses the miraculous efficacy of bringing the dead back to life and strengthening her vitality. which can repair her damaged fundamentals and awaken her dormant vitality. Kunlun Mountain? When Ao-chen heard this, his entire body instantly froze. Chapter 72, The Kunlun Mountains. Feng Ying's words were like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake. The hall was instantly in an uproar. The maids of honor exchanged words. There were looks of surprise and despair. Kunlun Mountain. That's the unattainable dragon's heavens. There are endless unknowns and dangers hidden in the clouds. And that night pearl is the treasure of the Kunlun Mountain. It's heavily guarded. So it's not something you can get easily. Ao-chen stayed on the spot and, with remorse in his heart like a raging tide, wave after wave completely overwhelmed him. Think of that soul-swapping technique. And remembering that Feng Ning had taken that blow from Bai Xuanzhua Sakura to protect herself resulting in physical damage. He was as anxious as 1,000 ants gnawing inside at that moment. It was all himself who had harmed Feng Ning. Ao-chen gritted his teeth. The voice breathes with the power of a broken and, Your Highness, I would like to go back and ask the immortal father for the night pearl to save Feng Ning. Feng Ning was slightly stunned when she heard this. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. She looked at Ao-chen with a burning gaze, like he was trying to see through him. She remembered all the abuse Feng Ning had inflicted on Ao-chen before. In those days, Ao-chen didn't suffer much, but at the moment, facing the seriously injured and unconscious Feng Ning, it was amazing that he was able to put aside his former suspicions and was willing to risk his life to help. Are you really willing to go? Feng Ning asked again with some incredulity. Ao-chen nodded heavily. The gaze was as firm as a rock, without the slightest hesitation. Your Highness, although I am acquainted with Feng Ning twists and turns, during which, there are many misunderstandings, but, now she is in danger. Life and death. How can I stand by and watch? Feng Ning gazed at Ao-chen for a moment. The scrutiny in his eyes faded into a hint of relief. Children, although the Kunlun Mountain is your Dragon Clan important land, but the Night Pearl is also not good to obtain. In order to take the Dragon Clan's town treasure, for the princess of the Phoenix Clan you can think clearly. Ao-chen's eyes gleamed as he responded without hesitation. Auntie, don't worry. This time when I go back, I will bring back the Night Pearl to save the princess. Yes. Feng Ning raised her hand and patted Ao-chen on the shoulder, with appreciation in his eyes. If you need manpower, just ask, and the Phoenix Clan will definitely give their full support. Ao-chen clasped his fists and saluted, his stance erect. Thank you, Auntie. I will go alone first, and if I need anything, I will not be polite. A trace of emotion flashed in Feng Ying's eyes. She slightly owed her body and solemnly bowed towards Ao-chen. Mr. Long, Feng Ying thanked you on behalf of Ninger, but this Night Pearl is of great importance. You must bring it back within 3 days. Feng Ying looked grave, her eyes filled with worry. Otherwise, the gel. She is afraid that her life is not guaranteed. Ao-chen's heart tightened. The face, however, remained resolute. Auntie, don't worry. I will do my best to retrieve the Night Pearl on time to save Feng Ning. After saying that, he turned around and strutted towards the outside of the hall. Asterisk. Ao-chen had just stepped out of the palace gate, before he could stand on his feet. Then he collided with Saitama, who had hurriedly arrived. Saitama's original eager pace lurched and, a flash of surprise in his eyes. He looked Ao-chen up and down. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth full of doubt and asked, Ao-chen, I heard that Princess Feng Ning is sick. What exactly is going on here? Ao-chen's face was filled with worry, and he nodded heavily. His brow was furrowed and his voice was full of anxiety. That's right. Feng Ning, she's unconscious and in a critical condition. Saitama's expression tightened when he heard that. Quickly approaching Ao-chen, he lowered his voice and, eagerly, then you. This is a perfect opportunity to escape. You have been trapped in this Fengqi palace for a long time and have suffered a lot of grievances. And now that Princess Feng Ning has fallen ill, it is the time when they have no time to care about you. So if you don't leave at this time, what more time will you wait for? Ao-chen's footsteps stalled slightly when he heard that. There was a flicker of struggle in the eyes of, speak slowly. I can't go yet. Saitama's eyes widened and, looking at him like a ghost, he pulled up his volume. Why? Do you still want to be stuck here forever? Ao-chen stopped and turned his body around. Looking straight at Saitama with a calm gaze. Feng Ning's life is in danger now, so I can't just see her die and save her. Her life is at stake at the moment, so how can I choose to leave at this time? Saitama was stunned for most of the day when he said, Ao-chen, have you thought about it? Before this third princess didn't make things difficult for you. Those days when you were bullied by her. Have you forgotten? She was so harsh to you. Why do you still have to care about her? Ao-chen frowned slightly, a hint of entanglement flashing in his eyes. But soon, that nagging was replaced by determination. Saitama, at this time human life is at stake. How can I ignore her life and death because of past grudges? In front of life, What are those pasts worth? Saitama tried to persuade again. Ao-chan, however, waved his hand and interrupted him. Well, Saitama, my mind is made up. If you are worried about me, wait here for my return. I will definitely come back safely. Having said that, Ao-chan said no more, turning around and gathering spiritual energy around his body. In a flash, it turned into a stream of light. We're flying towards the Kunlun Mountains, leaving Saitama frozen in place, looking at his departing back. It took a long time to come back. Asterisk. Ao-chan flew towards the Kunlun Mountains in a windy manner. All the way up, the wind is whistling in my ears, but it did not hide his inner urgency in the slightest. Finally, the majestic Kunlun Mountains come into view. The rolling hills are hidden in the clouds and mist. At the gate of the mountain, there are thousands of rays. Ao-chan looked at the familiar and long-lost sight in front of him. A mixed bag of emotions. Eyes involuntarily reddened slightly, thinking back to the days after being forcibly captured by Fengning, the third princess of the Feng clan, and taken to the Fengchi palace. Through many ups and downs and trials and tribulations, every experience is etched in stone. And today, because of Fengning's safety, gained a chance to rejoin the division. This lost and found joy excited him to no end. The pace of his feet became more and more rapid, and, hurriedly, he ran towards the inside of the mountain gate. At this moment, he was filled with nostalgia for his former life in the division. And the joy of being reunited with teachers and fellow students. That eagerness, as if to take the accumulated thoughts of this past time and a brainstorm of catharsis. Ao-chan's heart of return was like an arrow, and he traveled all the way. Just then, a few familiar figures broke into his line of sight, none other than the disciples of the Dragon Clan. Senior, Ao-chan saw it from afar. The eyes lighted up instantly, and with a cry of surprise, with the joy of a long-awaited reunion on their faces, and the pace picked up a few notches. Can't wait to cuddle with my brothers. However, the moment those few dragon brothers saw Ao-chan clearly, the color of his face changed abruptly. It was like seeing some 10 mortal sinners. They unsheathed their swords almost simultaneously. The blade of the sword flashed with a chilling, cold light that, it's blinding in the daylight. The crowd watched him warily as if he were an enemy. Ao-chan, one of the dragon race disciples' voice was filled with shock and anger. You traitor! How dare you come back? The eyes of the other Dragon Clan disciple were filled with contempt and disdain, as if looking at him one more time would be an insult. Ao-chan was as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, frozen in place, with incredulity written all over his face. His mouth was slightly open, and it took him a long time to find his voice. What? What traitor? Chapter 73. Humph, you've all defected to the Phoenix Clan. Don't think everyone doesn't know. A Dragon Clan disciple let out a cold snort from his nostrils. The voice seemed to be wrapped in the frost and snow of winter. Icy cold and bone-chilling. Ao-chan's heart tightened violently. Explained eagerly. Senior brother, you guys listen to me? I didn't defect to the Phoenix Clan. There must be some heavenly misunderstanding in this. The dragon disciple leading the group frowned tightly and, the god said with a grave look on his face. On account of being a fellow disciple in the past, Ao-chan, you should hurry up and leave. We don't want to be your enemy. Get out of here, or you'll be treated badly. A few other disciples waved their swords and, constantly urging Ao-chan to leave. Ao-chan only felt full of aggression and helplessness, like a raging tidal wave that completely overwhelmed him. He took a step forward and trying to continue to explain it in painstaking detail. Senior, it's not what you think. Ao-chan paused. The figure of the immortal father came to mind. A flicker of concern flashed in his eyes. Elder brother, I heard that immortal elder is injured. I want to see his old man. How dare you mention immortal father? A dragon race disciple's eyes widened in anger. Eyes as if they were going to spit out fire. Emotional and almost out of control. It's not because of you that immortal father was injured. If you hadn't colluded with the Phoenix Clan, how could immortal father have been victimized by traitors in order to find you? Ao-chan's heart was shaken. It was like a thunderbolt. He never thought that his own disappearance could have brought such a calamity to the immortal emperor. He wanted to explain more, but I saw several senior brothers full of determination and non-negotiable, and not letting him go up the hill one step. In desperation, he gritted his teeth and a determination welled up in his heart and decided to go on a strong attack, even with all my might, and also to return to the division and clarify all this. Just as Ao-chan was about to cast his spell, a majestic voice suddenly rang out. Yes, you rebel. The voice seemed to be wrapped in the power of thunder and it shook the surrounding air slightly. Ao-chan subconsciously turned his head, only to see a man stepping on the wind. He was clad in a basalt-colored power suit, with his sleeves hunting and it is embroidered with silver threads in the form of dragons and clouds. It's like a living thing. With each step he seemed to break through the clouds. An updo inlaid with inky jade, tightly tying up his long, ink-like hair. The more he set off his sword eyebrow slanting fly, lying eyes contained power. His eyes were deep and dark and just a casual sweep made people feel a chill for no reason. The person who came was none other than Jinzei, one of the Dragon Clan's elders. Uncle Sherfu, Ao Chen subconsciously shouted, with a hint of surprise and anticipation in his voice. It was as if he had grabbed the last straw. Humph, you traitor. You're worthy to call me senior uncle. Shocker's eyes were filled with disgust and anger. Ao Chen said hastily, Senior uncle, listen to me. I'm not a traitor. I was forcibly captured by the Phoenix clan's third princess to the Fingchi Palace, and it's only now that I've managed to get the chance to come out. The third princess of the Phoenix clan? Oh, Jinza sneered. That laugh was full of mockery and skepticism. If you were really captured by her, how could you have returned in one piece? I think you've defected to the Phoenix clan and came back with ulterior motives. Senior uncle, please listen to my explanation. By the way, senior sister Yuling, senior brother Ifang, and they can all help me prove. Ao Chen's face was filled with anxiety, and fine beads of sweat were already appearing on his forehead. Jinza said with a cold snort, You still dare to mention these few sinful disciples. They went down the mountain privately and violated the clan's rules, and have already been confined by me. If it weren't for them, I don't know how long you would have had to hide your betrayal of the Dragon Clan to the Phoenix Clan. No senior uncle. At that time it was elder sister Yuling and the others who were blackmailed by the third princess of the Phoenix Clan, and the disciple had no choice. Ao Chen was so anxious that he was incoherent, trying to put things in perspective. You hurry up. Shocker waved his hand impatiently. That action carried the distinct intention of repelling the don't be sophomoric here. The other Dragon Clan disciples also chimed in, one step closer to him. It was as if they wanted to drive him, the traitor, out of the division completely. Ao Chen remained undeterred and tried to fight. Senior uncle, I really have something important that concerns. With a hint of pleading in his voice, I hope Uncle Sherfu will give him a chance. Enough, Jinza interrupted him, his voice as loud as a bell. And, cut the crap. That tone was strong, unquestionable, and it completely cut off Ao Chen's hopes. Ao Chen forced down the emotions that were churning within him. Take a deep breath, trying to sound as calm as possible. The eyes said firmly, I can leave for a while, but please do let me see the master. I have something vital to tell him. Immortal Father is in closed-door cultivation right now and doesn't have time to see you. Jinza had a stern face and an icy tone, rejected him unceremoniously. Ao Chen was completely enraged. The aggression, helplessness and anger that had been pent up in his heart for a long time erupted like a volcano. His eyes were red with rage and, as if burning with two flames, he roared, I must meet the immortal emperor. The words have not yet been spoken. He's like lightning, rushing towards the inside of the mountain gate with all his might. The determined gesture seemed to break through all obstacles. A few of the dragon disciples saw this and immediately rushed forward like an arrow out of string to block it. Ao Chen's body flashed, skillfully avoided their attacks. Meanwhile, he danced his hands quickly, casting dragon spells. That a ray of watery blue light whistled out from his hand. The light contains a powerful force that, lighting up the sky around them. The disciples of the Dragon Clan were not willing to show any weakness. They have been showing their skills in their own way. For a moment, lights flashed and various spells clashed with each other. The roar is unrelenting. The entire scene was like a fierce battle between gods and demons. After a fierce battle, with his tenacity and excellent spells, Ao Chen, after all, it prevailed. The dragon disciples were no match for his attack. Ao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to, defiantly and hard toward the mountain gates. There was only one thought in his mind. Meet the immortal father and clarify everything. At this moment, Shocker was completely consumed by rage. The chest rose and fell violently. The eyes round and open. It was as if he was going to eat Ao Chen alive in the next second. His hands were forming quick seals in front of his body. So fast that it almost brings out a static shadow. The words were recited under his breath, his voice low and full of killing intent. How dare you be so reckless? Today I will make sure you know what happens when you betray your division. As the last syllable fell, the Shocker swings his arm out violently. Make a killing blow. Shasta. A blinding white light like a bolt of lightning breaking through the sky, wrapped in a terrifying aura that destroys the heavens and destroys the earth. With a thunderous momentum, he rushed towards Ao Chen. The power contained in this white light, as if it could turn everything in the world into pieces. The air was torn apart by it, and with a sharp whistling sound, the surrounding space seemed to be twisting and distorting under the pressure of this force. Ao Chen's hair was blown wildly by this powerful air current. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. Just in the nick of time, on the brink of life and death, the red flame chain on Ao-chan's wrist suddenly erupted with a dazzling and eye-catching red light. This light is as intense as the core of a blazing sun. Instantly breaking through the surrounding darkness. It spread out quickly with Ao-chan as the center. In the blink of an eye, an impenetrable aura formed around Ao-chan. The halo leapt with a roaring, crimson flame that, every flame seems to be alive, exuding a chillingly powerful aura of, like a bronze wall, it firmly guarded Ao-chan. That incoming white light, strong enough to be fatal. The moment it touched the halo formed by the red flame chain. It's like hitting a towering mountain. It was viciously reflected back by an irresistible force, reflecting back the white light several times faster than when it came. With an even more terrifying might it shot towards senior uncle Jinzei. It all happened so suddenly, so fast that it was too late to make any reaction. Boom! It was as if heaven and earth were trembling. Jinzei was directly shaken by this powerful force and flew out of the room. The whole thing was like a kite with broken strings, in a long arc through the air. Heavily falling to the ground in the distance. Smashed a deep crater in the, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust clears, only to see Jinzei looking at Ao-chan with a face full of incredulity. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger that, he pointed a trembling finger at Ao-chan and, vocally, he roared, "You still say that there is no mutiny? That was clearly the Phoenix Clan's demonic method just now. You actually colluded with the Phoenix Clan and betrayed my Dragon Clan." Ao-chan's mind went blank. He stared dully at the chain of red flames on his wrist. Waves of shock rippled through his mind. This red flame chain, which had previously been imprisoning him like a shackle, but now it would defend itself. Chapter 74, Rumors. You retrograde disciple. Just how many more secrets are you hiding from us? Jinzei's eyes almost spewed fire as his eyes widened in fury. The veins on his forehead bulged. He poked his trembling finger straight at Ao-chan and, it was as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction and anger. Ao-chan faced Jinzei's questioning. The heart was anxious, but the face remained calm. He took a step forward, his hands subconsciously raised and, trying to calm Shocker down, he took a deep breath and, make your voice sound smoother. Senior uncle, I really didn't betray the sect. I don't know why this red flame chain has changed. It has always imprisoned me, and I never thought it would suddenly take such a turn. But I can assure you that I have no second thoughts about the Dragon Clan or the sect. His eyes were full of sincerity and, eyes unblinking, he stared at Jinza, trying to convince his senior uncle of his sincerity. When Jinza heard about it, instead of abating his anger, instead, he snorted coldly, his voice full of disdain and anger. Humph, now that the evidence is clear, you still want to argue. Isn't this powerful evil force that emanates the aura of the Phoenix Clan not enough to prove your betrayal? How else do you want to deny it? Don't think you can get away with a few flowery words. Ao-chan opened his mouth, wanting to argue again but the words were swallowed back. He knows, at this moment, no matter what I say, the senior uncles and brothers would not believe it. He sighed helplessly and, with loss and helplessness in their eyes, the voice was also unconsciously lowered. Senior uncle, I know it's useless to say anything right now, but I really have an urgent matter that concerns a person's life. When I'm done with this, I'll definitely come back and explain it all to you and Immortal Elder. I swear on the honor of the Dragon Clan that I will give you a satisfactory answer. When Jinzei heard this, his face turned blue and he roared, "You rebel! How dare you mention the Dragon Clan? How can you have the face to mention the honor of the Dragon Clan when you've done such a thing?" Ao-chan heard Jinzei's words. It's like being stabbed with a million needles inside, struggling in pain, but then he thought of Feng Ning's pale, paper-like face, lying on his deathbed with his breath dying and in a critical condition. He clenched his teeth, and with a vengeance, pushing the guilt of the dragons down for a while. Uncle Shifu, I'm sorry. After Ao-chan said this, turning around without another moment's hesitation, spiritual energy gathered crazily around his body. Shasta, Ao-chan transformed into an eye-catching stream of light. Like lightning, it cut through the air and disappeared from the sight of the crowd, leaving only Jinzei, who was storming in place, his face red with anger, and a crowd of dazed and the Dragon Clan disciples who were stunned speechless by this turn of events. Asterisk. Ao-chan winds up all the way. It soon arrived at the back of the Kunlun Mountains. He knew his way around the mountains and forests by heart. There is an entrance here that is so hidden that few people know about it. Thinking back to the past, he's often on sentry duty here for his big sister and brothers. They were young and playful then. Sometimes it's just a sneaky trip down the mountain from here. It seems like yesterday that those joyous times. But now things are different. Ao-chan carefully observed the entrance for a long time. Make sure no one is around before sneaking in. as soon as we enter the mountains. He then saw from afar the softly glowing night pearl on the summit of the Kunlun mountains. His eyes locked on the night pearl. The mind began to race to figure out how to remove it and take it away without incident. Time was running out. He only had 3 days. Come to think of it, a flicker of determined firmness flashed in his eyes. He eased his footsteps and walked slowly towards the mountain. Always on guard, dodging the occasional Dragon Clan disciple. Just as he was hiding his form, getting ready to go around a patch of bushes when a low, conversational voice reached his ears. He stopped immediately, held his breath, and hide behind a bush and listen intently. Immortal Father has been in seclusion for some days now, and I don't know what the situation is today. I truly hope that his old man will get well soon. A young dragon disciple, with a distinct note of anxiety and concern in his voice. While saying that, while still unconsciously looking up in the direction of the Immortal Eminence's retreat. Who says it isn't? Senior Sister Yuling and the others were also confined by Senior Uncle Jinzei. Another disciple picks up the conversation, with a heavy sigh and a face full of helplessness. Alas, Ao Chen went down to the mountains to subdue the demons. Who would have thought that he would suddenly disappear? Because of him, the Dragon Clan is now in chaos. The information received at first was wrong. I thought it was just a handful of wolf demons causing trouble, but I didn't realize that it was actually a large wave of elite troops from the Wolf Clan. The disciple who spoke first went on to say, the words are full of deplorable. When Immortal Elder sent Ao Chen down the mountain, he definitely didn't expect this situation. Poor little senior brother had to face so many demon clans all by himself, and his whereabouts are unknown even now. You pity him? At this point, a slightly shrill voice rang out abruptly. Don't you know that I heard that Ao Chen has defected to the Phoenix Clan? Shoo! Someone rushed out to stop it, and, with a touch of nervousness in his voice, this matter is just a rumor and has yet to be made real, so we'd better not talk about it. If someone with a heart hears about it, it'll cause trouble again. But there is no wind. He suddenly disappeared, and now this kind of thing is rumored. The owner of that shrill voice didn't seem to die yet. Muttered in a small voice. Okay, you can't talk nonsense without hard evidence. Another disciple advised. We all know in our hearts how senior brother Ao Chen usually is, so don't easily believe these unfounded rumors. Ao Chen hides behind a bush, listening to these conversations. The heart is full of mixed feelings. Guilt overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. His eyes were slightly reddened, and he was full of self-reproach. All because of myself. That's what put the division in such a mess. The master. In order to deal with these matters, the retreats are affected. Eldest sister and the others are still confined. And himself, misunderstood and suspected. Full of complaints and grievances but unable to talk about them. He clenched his teeth and swore darkly that we must save Feng Ning's life as soon as possible, and then return to the division. Explain everything to your master in person. Even in the face of the harshest punishment, he'll clear up all the misunderstandings. 2. To clear his name. It also puts the division back on track. Ao Chen rolled over to the place where his master was in closed-door training. I only saw several disciples with grave expressions waiting at the entrance. They were erect, their eyes alert, as if guarding something vital. Ao Chen carefully concealed himself in an extremely hidden corner. I can't even breathe, afraid of exposing his whereabouts. Occasionally, he could hear several of his senior brothers whispering and exchanging information about his master's injuries. Master's injuries this time seem to be much more severe than expected, and I don't know when he'll be able to come out of the gate. One of the senior brothers was filled with sadness. His brows were furrowed and his eyes were filled with worry. Yes, I sincerely hope that Master will recover soon and lead our Dragon Clan through this crisis. Another senior brother chimed in. Chapter 75, The Pearl of the Night. Ao Chen listened to their words. His heart's longing for his master grew stronger and stronger. I can't wait to rush forward and ask about the master's father, but he's well aware of the situation he's in today. Once they show up, they're bound to cause a furor. Not only will you not be able to successfully retrieve the Night Pearl, it could also involve more people. It was all he could do to resist the inward impulse to, hidden in the shadows, looking away from the closed stone door. Eyes full of thoughts and worries. Silently pray for the master. I don't know how much time has passed. It's getting dark. The sun is slowly sinking in the west. The night was like a great black satin. Softly but inexorably, it enveloped the entire Kunlun mountain. The hills grew quiet and the silence was broken only by the occasional chirping of insects. Ao Chen knows that night is the best time for him to make his move. The darkness would be his best cover. He took a deep breath and, after calming his nerves for a moment, decided to take advantage of the night, looking for an opportunity to pick up the night pearl that hangs from the top of the Kunlun mountain. Ao Chen is like an invisible ghost hidden in the dark night. There's a cold chill emanating from his body, silently through the heavy shadows of the Kunlun Mountains. He's got an athletic stance, each step stepped precisely under the cover of the shadows. With his intimate knowledge of the Kunlun Mountain terrain and amazing agility, skillfully avoiding wave after wave of patrolling disciples, approaching quietly towards the core area of the Holy Land. Finally, Ao Chen managed to sneak into the place where the Night Pearl was. He held his breath, slowly approaching the softly glowing Night Pearl in the shadows. Just at the moment his fingers were about to touch the Night Pearl, a cold and shocked voice suddenly cut through the dead silence. Ao Chen, it's you, Shasta. A stern figure flashed out of the shadows in a blur, steadily blocking Ao Chen's path. Ao Chen's heart tightened. Fixing his eyes, he saw that the visitor was none other than senior brother Songrin. He was startled, but then regained his composure and, taking a deep breath, he said, Senior brother Songrin, why are you here? Why can't I be here? Songrin raised an eyebrow, asked rhetorically, a bone-chilling coldness wrapped in his voice. It's you, Ao Chen. Why did you suddenly appear in this forbidden land? Could it be that you want to steal the Night Pearl? Senior brother Songrin, you're mistaken. Ao Chen hurriedly defended himself. I'm not here to steal the Night Pearl, but I have an urgent need to use it to save someone. Rescue? Save who? Songrin frowned, his tone full of distrust. Don't you know the importance of the Night Pearl to the Dragon Clan? For the sake of your own selfish desires, you want to disregard the interests of the Dragon Clan. Senior brother Songrin, please listen to my explanation. Ao Chen looked at Songrin sincerely. The voice reveals an urgency and sincerity that the third princess of the Phoenix clan, Feng Ning, is in critical condition, and only the Night Pearl can save her life. I didn't come here for selfish desires, but I sincerely want to save someone. However, Songrin, snorted. There was mockery in his eyes. Princess Feng Ning? Injured? Ao Chen, do you think I'll believe your bull ********? I even saw her in the heavenly court yesterday. She wasn't injured at all, said he, after a pause. The eyes become more severe and, like two sharp blades stabbing straight at Ao Chen. Everyone has rumored that you've defected to the Phoenix clan. I think you've just been bribed by the Phoenix clan and want to steal the Night Pearl to offer it to the Phoenix clan. Senior brother Songrin, you've really misunderstood. Ao Chen was anxious in his heart, but he's still trying to keep his cool. Princess Feng Ning is really injured, and it is only because her life is in danger now that I want to come to her rescue. I can vouch with my life that what I said is true. However, Songrin, turned a deaf ear to his explanation. The spiritual energy around him stirred and churned. With his right hand, he gripped the hilt of his sword. With a sharp sound, the long sword had broken out of its sheath. Cold light flashed at the tip of the sword, pointing straight at Ao Chen's throat. He snapped, Stop your sophistry. Today, I will clean up the Dragon Clan. Having said that, Songrin tapped the ground on her toes. The entire person then shot towards Ao Chen like an arrow off the string. The long sword in his hand danced like the wind and, the sword wind whistled, carrying the might of opening mountains and cracking rocks. Ao Chen saw this. It had to be met with a stiff upper lip. For a moment, the two figures crossed paths. Fist wind and sword shadow clashed fiercely in the air. Pale Rin's sword strokes were precise and, each sword is wrapped in powerful spiritual energy. With the force of a violent breaking wind, straight to Ao Chen's vitals. Ao Chen, on the other hand, was in good shape and, skillfully dodging attacks, all the while looking for an opportunity to strike back. The situation was urgent as the sword chi crisscrossed the air. Ao Chen was anxious in his heart. He knew deep down that the delay would be extremely unfavorable to Feng Ning. So, he clenched his teeth and did his best to maneuver around Songrin, trying to find a break to escape this place. However, Songrin is incredibly strong. It's a deadly move. Ao Chen had to pay full attention and deal with it carefully. As the battle rages on, Songrin suddenly thrust his long sword back into its scabbard. His hands quickly formed seals and he mouthed the words, Ao Chen, why don't you tie your hands and surrender? The words, countless ice ribs condensed out of thin air. It was like a rainstorm of pear flower needles shooting toward Ao Chen. Ao Chen's face changed slightly, while his body was dodging rapidly. With arms outstretched, the spiritual energy around his body turned into a transparent shield. It was barely able to withstand the harsh ice prism attack. Senior brother, I'm offended, Ao Chen suddenly bellowed. The spiritual energy around his body gathered crazily. The originally clear night sky instantly became cloudy and thunderous. He quickly changed the spells with both hands and, at once, a radiant and dazzling golden dragon-shaped breath emerged behind Ao Chen. It was as if that dragon-shaped breath had come to life. It swept toward Songrin with teeth and claws. The powerful impact caused Songrin's face to change abruptly. He had no time to dodge before he was forced back several steps by this force. The stone slabs under his feet shattered under the impact of this force, and leaving a deep crack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ao Chen's body flashed by. Jude rushed to the top of the tower like lightning and plucked off the night pearl with one hand. Moment. The Kunlun Mountains were instantly plunged into endless darkness. The original auspicious glow at the top of the tower dissipated like a bubble. The deep night was like a heavy curtain, shrouding the entire mountain range tightly. The roar of Pale Rin kept echoing in the stillness of the voice was filled with disbelief and deep anger. Ao Chen, you really dared to steal the night pearl? You are openly making an enemy of the entire clan. Who is it? What is it? Can make you go so far as to betray the entire dragon clan? Senior brother Tsong Rin. Ao Chen turned around violently and, with determination and candor in his eyes, he exclaimed, I never wanted to betray the dragon clan. I just wanted to save people. I implore elder brother to give me 3 days, and I will explain everything to Immortal Honor and the elders of the clan. The words have just been spoken. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared into the vastness of the night. Song Ring covered his injured chest, looking in the direction that Ao Chen had left. His gaze was complicated and indistinguishable. Asterisk. Ao Chen has just left the Holy Land. Then he was stopped by a few Dragon Clan disciples. Ao Chen, how dare you steal the Night Pearl? This is the felony of betraying the Dragon Clan. The angry gulp stung in the silent night air. Ao Chen secretly screamed in his heart, slowly turning around, with guilt and helplessness on his face. Said, Senior brothers, I have absolutely no intention of betrayal. This Night Pearl is vital to me. It concerns a human life. Humph. Human life? It's the lives of the Phoenix Clan, isn't it? The senior brother in the lead was filled with anger and rebuked loudly. The Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan have always been like water and fire. Yet you committed such a great crime for the Phoenix Clan. Ao Chen's brows furrowed as he hurriedly tried to explain. Senior brother, things really aren't what you think. Shut up. You must be taken down today and handed over to the Immortal Emperor for punishment. Before the words are out of my mouth, a few of the senior brothers quickly formed a sword formation, surrounding Ao Chen tightly in the center. The long swords flashed like sharp blades of cold light, directly pointing at Ao Chen. A vicious battle was about to break out. Ao Chen sighed helplessly. In his heart, he realized that it was useless to explain any more at this moment. Spiritual energy surged rapidly around him. Prepare for the coming battle. His figure nimbly weaved in and out of the sword formation, like black lightning that cuts through the night sky. Every strike contains a powerful force. It forced the senior brothers to retreat one after another. I'm sorry, masters. Ao Chen fended off the attack while shouting at the top of his lungs. When I have rescued the people, I will definitely come back to apologize to you and my master. The words, he lashed out, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy centered on his, spreading out in all directions like ripples. Shocking the senior brothers back several steps. Taking advantage of this lull, Ao Chen turned around and cast a spell that, turning into a stream of light, he quickly fled the treasure trove. Chapter 76, Moon Spirit. However, his escape was full of ups and downs. The disciples of the Dragon Clan poured out. There was one huddle after another against him. Whenever he thinks he's managed to get out of it, there's always a new chase around the corner. After numerous bitter battles and difficult maneuvers, Ao Chen finally got rid of the Dragon Clan disciples' siege. He was leaning against the trunk of a stout tree. Panting slightly. The taut nerves had only just relaxed a little. Junior brother, stop. A familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind. Ao Chen's heart snapped. He turned around slowly and, only to see eldest senior sister Moon Spirit standing in a pavilion not far away. A momentary flash of caution and suspicion flashed through his eyes. Asked with a touch of bitterness and unease in his voice. Eldest sister, even you want to kill me? Yu Ling looked at Ao Chen, who was covered in woe. Hair disheveled, clothes torn, blood-stained, and eyes full of heartache. She hurried forward quickly and eagerly. No, junior sister. Senior sister is here to save you. Ao Chen's eyes first flashed with a trace of gratitude. But in an instant it was completely overshadowed by worry. His eyes were full of pain and aggravation. The voice was tinged with a few tremors. Eldest sister, but they all recognized me as a traitor, saying that I was fornicating with the Phoenix Clan and betraying the division, and they hated to let me die in body and soul. Yu Ling walked over to Ao Chen's side and, taking his hand gently, he said softly, no, even if you are really involved with the Phoenix Clan, senior sister will protect you to the end. For so many years, senior sister has watched you grow up. Too clear that you are not the kind of person who betrayed his trust. What you did today, there must be a bitter reason. Ao Chen's eyes were slightly moist. There was a mist in which the voice was slightly choked, and with a hint of disbelief, elder sister. Really? Fools. Yuling let out a light laugh, her eyes filled with tenderness. Come with me. Yuling led Ao-chen through the mountains and forests at a rapid pace. She's as lithe as a forest fairy. Ao-chen, on the other hand, stumbled a bit and followed behind. The dense foliage cut a trail of stubble behind them. It seems like time is flying backwards. But before we get very far, Ao-chen suddenly felt a twirl in the sky and the earth. There was a blankness in his brain, a blackness in his eyes, and then he fell straight toward the ground. Junior! Moonling screamed in horror as the voice was sharp and mournful, cutting through the silence of the mountains. Without hesitation, she held out her hands and, steadily, he held Ao-chen. A fine bead of sweat appeared on Yuling's jade forehead. A few strands of hair stuck to his cheeks by sweat. She bit her lower lip with her teeth. The slender but powerful arms tightly encircled Ao-chen. It took a lot of effort. Finally dragged him to that hidden place. It was a cave, deep in the valley. The entrance to the cave was entangled in thick layers of vines. The crisscrossing branches looked like nature's carefully woven green curtain. Hide the cave cleverly, without getting close enough to rattle this natural barrier. It's hard to realize that there's something else going on in there. The cave was filled with a veil like mist. Misty and misty, like a dream. There's still a mysterious, ancient aura lingering in the air. It's like stepping into a marvelous world of isolation. Yuling carefully placed Ao-chen on a simple stone bed. This stone bed is simple and crude. Instead, she laid out soft, white animal skins. Through the slightest hint of warmth, Yuling's gaze landed on Ao-chen's blood-covered chest. A flash of hesitation in his eyes. A few moments of agonizing. In the end, still she slowly stretched out those white, jade-like hands and, it's like touching a rare treasure, as gentle as a breeze on the petals of a delicate flower. With unspeakable tenderness and care, gently untie the laces of Ao-chen's bloodied clothing. Clothing slips. Ao-chen's white chest gradually unfolded in front of her eyes. However, just as soon as the clothes were undone, Moon Spirit's gaze froze and, only on Ao-chen's chest, covered with teeth marks and ambiguous hickeys, Yuling's brows instantly furrowed lightly. A complex and incomprehensible emotion swirled in the back of his mind. But soon, her eyes were then drawn to those wounds on Ao-chen's body that had just been inflicted by the Dragon Clan disciples. The wounds are horrific. The crimson blood was still oozing slowly. Intertwined with traces of ambiguity. A strong contrast. Her eyes were instantly filled with heartache and concern. In those eyes like autumn water. It was so gentle that it seemed to drip. Moon Spirit leaned over slightly and, taking a small, alabaster-like vial from the side of she poured out the herbs gently and, dabbed the ointment on your fingertips, and with gentle movements, it was slowly applied to the wound on Ao-chen's chest. Her hair fell down on Ao-chen's chest. Occasional gentle sweeps, causing Ao-chen's eyelashes to flutter slightly. And Yuling was oblivious to the fact that, just concentrating on the wound, the eyes were full of affection and worry. Just then, Ao-chen snapped his eyes open and, there was still a lingering confusion and caution in his eyes. Almost instantly, he rolled over violently, by instinct, and, knotting Yuling down on the stone bed, his large hands quickly and forcefully clamped down on Yuling's wrists against her sides. There was a defensive gleam in his eyes. Breathing is rapid and disorganized. Yuling was so shocked by this sudden turn of events that she lost her face. The heart was beating violently in his chest. Panic was written all over his face. However, when Ao-chen's eyes focused, when he saw that the person underneath him was Moon Spirit, the caution in his eyes instantly dissipated like a tidal wave. In its place was a hint of deep confusion and reassurance. His lips opened and closed slightly as he gently spat out a few words. Big sister. Faint voice. With a few moments of weakness and exhaustion. It was as if it took all the strength in his body. The words have just been spoken. Ao-chen's eyes went black. Unable to support his body, his head hung helplessly. Fainted again. His body pressed heavily against Yuling and, it left Yuling a little breathless. A blush rose on Yuling's face and, I can't tell if it's because I'm nervous, or were they shy because of the intimate yet awkward position the two were in at the moment. She adjusted her breathing in a panic. It took a lot of effort. It was only then that he vigorously pushed Ao-chen away. She calmed her disorganized heartbeat a little, and, reaching up and gently stroking her messy hair, and then he placed Ao-chen properly on the stone bed. She looked at Ao-chen's pale face and, with a renewed look of worry and concern in his eyes, sighing softly and picking up the ointment again, continued to treat his unfinished wounds. Ao-chen had been floating in the chaos for a long time. finally a leisurely awakening. Misty. He found himself in a place of total strangeness. All around, the mist drifted lazily like a light veil. Each strand carries a mysterious rhythm. The mysterious scent in the air grew stronger. Panic clutched his heart for an instant. He sat up with a jerk and the voice was tinged with a bit of trembling intrepidation. Where is this? Piece de la vie. Moon Spirit is outside the cave, carefully preparing herbs for Ao-chen. Hear the noise. The herbs almost fell from her hands. Unable to care about much, Yuling quickly rushed into the cave. As she drew nearer, a light scent lingers, and it was a mixture of the freshness of mountain herbs and a woman's uniquely gentle scent. It instantly filled the tiny cave. Her little white face. A fine bead of sweat had broken out from the busyness of the party. A few strands of hair stuck to his cheeks by sweat, like dewy petals in the morning. It adds a little more chutzpah. At this moment, her face was filled with an ecstatic smile that, "Junior brother, you've finally woken up." "Great," in Moon Spirit's voice, hiding a choking sob that was hard to suppress. With a slight reddening of the eyes. Obviously, he had been worried about Ao-chen's safety for a long time. Ao-chen struggled to sit up and, Shasta. A sharp pain raged from all over his body. As if countless sharp steel needles were ruthlessly piercing into the bone marrow. He stifled a groan of pain. At this point, it took him a moment to realize he was naked and multiple injuries to the body. The wound had been carefully dressed and layers and layers of white gauze, obviously well cared for by the eldest sister. Moonling quickly came to the bedside and, stretching out that little hand, as delicate as lamb's white jade, with gentle movements, she gently lifted up Ao-chen. The voice was full of concern. "Junior brother, don't move around. Your injuries are still very serious. At the request of a certain pyre, plant 2 beautiful pictures for your entertainment and relaxation." Chapter 77, Trust. Ao-chen raised his eyes and looked at Yuling, with gratitude in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly at this emotion. "Eldest sister, thank you. If it wasn't for you, The corners of Yuling's mouth turned up, showing a gentle smile. Interrupted him. "Don't say that. We're fellow disciples. How could I stand by and watch something happen to you?" Saying that, she reached out again with those slender fingers and, gently wiping away the beads of sweat on Ao-chen's forehead, moved gently and naturally. It was as if this was something she knew best. As she moved, that light aroma became clearer and clearer. It haunted Ao-chen's side. Ao-chen didn't expect eldest sister to wipe her sweat so intimately. His cheeks flushed slightly for an instant. The embarrassment came in like a tidal wave of subconsciously dodging back. Embarrassed, he avoided Yuling's gaze. Moon Spirit seemed to have noticed the subtle change in the atmosphere as well. Her hand trembled slightly. Like touching hot coals. It soon returned to normal. Though, as if nothing had happened, he withdrew his hand. It was only the flush that crept up the fair cheeks that it gave away her inner panic. Ao-chen took a deep breath and, trying to calm myself down, with a few moments of eagerness in his eyes, he opened his mouth again and asked, "Eldest sister, what the hell is going on? Why are we here?" Yuling lightly sat down next to Ao-chen, whispered, "This is a hidden place that only I know about. Back then, when I stumbled upon this place, I thought that it might come in handy one day, and I never thought that it would really save you at a critical moment. I brought you here so that you could avoid the dragons. Don't worry, they can't find us here. But eldest senior sister, this will get you into trouble. In case the senior master and the other senior brothers find out, you." Ao-chen's eyes were filled with worry, and his brows were tightly locked, thinking that big sister might be punished because of herself. It was as if a heavy stone was weighing down his. The guilt came in like a tidal wave. Yuling gently shook her head and she looked straight at Ao-chen, her eyes full of determination. "Junior brother, you don't need to worry. Since I decided to save you, I am prepared to bear all the consequences. I'll do anything to keep you safe." The defiant determination that flickered in Moon Spirit's eyes. It made Ao-chen's heart tremble violently. A warm current surged through Ao-chen's heart, touching moments overflow the heart. He looked at the gentle and beautiful senior sister in front of him and the voice was a little choked with endless gratitude. "Eldest sister, thank you. You are so kind to me. I really don't know how to repay you." He never thought that, at a time when the entire dragon clan sees him as a traitor, only eldest sister believes in herself without reservation. This trust and care, it moved him to the core. The corners of Yuling's mouth rose slightly, showing a gentle smile. "Fool, you're my little brother. Who would I be nice to if not you?" Saying that, she stretched out her hand, as slender and soft as alabaster, and, gently touching Ao-chen's head. It was like soothing and aggrieved him as a child. That familiar movement, with the faint scent of her body. It made a wave of warmth and reassurance well up in Ao Chen's heart. Ao Chen touched his nose, bowing his head in some embarrassment. Suddenly remembering something, the expression instantly became anxious, and his eyes were filled with worry. Eldest sister, where is the night pearl? Yu Ling's smile snapped. There was an imperceptible flash of loss in his eyes. But it soon returned to normal. She took the night pearl from her bosom and, waving it in front of Ao Chen, the soft glow of the night pearl reflected on her fair face. It was like gilding her. Are you looking for this? Don't worry, I've been keeping it for you. As soon as Ao Chen saw that the night pearl was still, the heart burst with relief. Great! I'm going back with the night pearl to save Feng Ning. She's still waiting for me, and I can't delay for a moment. Moon Spirit heard Ao Chen's words. The originally gentle face instantly turned somber and, his eyes inadvertently swept over Ao Chen's naked upper body, while applying the medicine to him. She then saw those teeth marks and dense hickeys on Ao Chen's body. At this point, her pupils plummeted and, the heart felt like it was being clenched hard by an invisible hand. Ao Chen followed Moon Spirit's gaze and, it was only then that I realized I was naked. Those hickeys stood out under the night jewels. His face instantly flushed red and, ignoring the pain in my body, flustered, he pulled the clothes next to him and draped himself in them. The movement was eager and woeful. Yu Ling glimpsed his frown tightened by his violent movements and, a slight tremor ran through his heart, exuding a faint sense of intolerance. However, when the eye touches those piercing teeth marks and hickeys, it was hard to suppress the sour jealousy that tumbled up again in the back of her mind. Junior brother, do you even care so much about that Phoenix Clan princess? Anger and disappointment were unconsciously revealed in her voice. And mixed with an unaccountable aggravation. For her sake, you are willing to suffer the misunderstanding of the entire clan? Have you ever thought that if Master Teacher learns of this matter? When Ao Chen saw this, his heart was anxious. Hastily, he explained, eldest senior sister, you're mistaken. Feng Ning, she was seriously injured in order to save me, and at that time, when the situation was critical, she unhesitatingly stood in front of me. How could I see death and save her? Her life is at stake. I can't put her at risk due to racial prejudice. However, Moon Spirit, seemed to be caught up in a whirlwind of her own emotions, and couldn't even listen to his explanation. Her eyes reddened slightly and, tears welling up in them. There was also a hint of trembling and choking in his voice. Junior brother, you are too naive. The Dragon and Phoenix tribes have been entangled in their feud for a long time, and now, you have taken the Night Pearl, the treasure of the Kunlun Mountain, without authorization for her. How do you let the Master and Master brothers look at you, and let me, how to look at you? Speaking of which, her voice was barely audible, the one tear that lingered so long in the eye of the, sliding down her fair cheeks at last, splashed down on the cold stone bed. Ao Chen gazed at the emotionally out-of-control Moon Spirit. The tone was full of sincerity and determination. Senior sister, I know deep down that my behavior may disappoint everyone, but Princess Feng Ning is in danger because of me. If I turn my back on her, I will not be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Senior sister, please believe me, after I rescue Feng Ning, I will definitely ask for my punishment from my master. No matter what kind of punishment I face, I will have no complaints or regrets. Moon Spirit sniffed. The redness in her eyes intensified. She was completely out of control and questioned loudly. Junior brother, your heart and eyes are now full of that princess of the Phoenix clan. Have you fallen in love with her already? All these years we have cultivated and grown together. Could it be that you have already forgotten all about us, your senior sisters and brothers? Chapter 78. Ao Chen froze, and his face instantly rolled with. It was as if it had been burned by fire. He subconsciously avoided Yu Ling's blazing and questioning gaze, hurriedly explaining, Senior sister, I really didn't. I just don't want to see death. In my heart, Princess Feng Ning is really just an injured person who needs my assistance. Nothing more. Yu Ling, however, was unforgiving, her eyes staring straight at him. There was worry and suspicion in his eyes. Still saying no? Look at your body. Those marks. Have you been forced by her? By her? You tell senior sister. What exactly happened? At this moment, Moon Spirit, filled with worry and heartache for Ao Chen, can't wait to know all the truth. Ao Chen's face turned red with embarrassment, hating to find a crack in the ground. He mumbled, Elder sister, you don't ask. I and she, really aren't what you think. Yu Ling wiped the tears that had come to her eyes and, take a deep breath, trying to calm the excitement of. The voice was a slightly choked whisper. Never mind, let's wait until you get better first. Having said that, she stood up and, with a few moments of despondency he walked outside the cave to bring the herbs. She slowly sat beside Ao-chan and, leaning down slightly, he crushed the herbs and, the movements were gentle and focused, the fingertips dabbed with ointment. Carefully applying the wound for Ao-chan. Ao-chan looked at his elder sister, who was close at hand, smelling her light aroma. Feeling her gentle movements. The guilt in his heart increased, and his face grew redder and redder. He moved slightly, gathering his courage to mumble, "Eldest sister, I'll do it myself." Yuling gave him an angry look and, "All hurt like this? Why show off? Stay put." She sighed softly and, the hands moved yet more gently. Ao-chan had to keep his head down. His ears were red through and through. Obediently, he let Moon Spirit medicate him. The cave. For a while, the only sounds were Yuling's gentle medicating movements and the faint breathing of the two. When Yuling finished applying the herbs to Ao-chan immediately operated the spiritual energy in his body and, in a jiffy, the wound healed a lot. The whole person also feels refreshed. Ao-chan was sitting on a stone bed. Instead, his eyes kept looking out of the cave. Anxious, he kept counting the time in his mind. Feng Ning has only 3 days to live. Otherwise, you'll be dead in the water. Every second seems so precious. Eldest sister, I'm fine. Ao-chan suddenly opened his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. I just called out the spiritual power in my body and have restored the wound almost to the point of recovery. Moon Spirit's movements lurched and, the herb in his hand stopped in midair. She raised her head slowly and, eyes gazing tightly at Ao-chan, with deep worry and concern in his eyes, whispered, "Really? Let me take a closer look." With that, she held out her jade hand and, moving gently, he touched Ao-chan's wound again, examining in detail. No detail is spared. Ao-chan turned slightly sideways and, the look was gentle and the tone was sure. "It's really alright, eldest sister. Look, it doesn't hurt anymore." In order to reassure Moonling completely, he tried to stand up and gently moving his previously injured shoulder. The movements were smooth and natural, as if the injury had never existed. Yuling nodded her head gently, but her brows remained slightly furrowed. The apprehension in his eyes did not dissipate. "Well, but it's still not something to be taken lightly. The injuries you received this time are too severe, and even if the wounds heal on the surface, they may harbor hidden dangers on the inside." Ao-chan listened patiently and responded seriously, "Yes, I will be careful. Thank you, eldest sister, for taking good care of me this entire journey." Having said that, he turned to one side, picked up his clothes, and, getting dressed quickly and neatly. Every movement reeked of urgency. Looking at Ao-chan's actions, Yuling's heart snapped, and she hurriedly asked, "Junior brother, have you really thought this through?" Ao-chan's footsteps snapped. The hands still rested on the laces of the garment. He turned slowly, his eyes reddening slightly as there was also an involuntary tremor in his voice. "Senior sister, thank you for your continued understanding and support. Please give me 3 days. I will definitely return and give you a satisfactory explanation." Yuling frowned and took 2 steps forward. Standing straight in front of Ao-chan. The tone was full of worry. "Junior brother, you are too kind. The people of the Phoenix clan have always been cunning. I am afraid that they will use your kindness to count on you. This night pearl is our dragon clan's treasure of the mountain. Once it falls into the hands of the Phoenix clan, the consequences will be unimaginable." A hint of hesitation flashed in Ao-chan's eyes. But in an instant, it was replaced by determination. "Senior sister, I understand your concern, but I really can't stand by and watch Feng Ning die. Her life is hanging by a thread now, and if I stand by and do nothing, I will definitely have a hard time with my conscience in the future. Once I have saved her, I will cut myself off from her completely, while returning to the Dragon Clan to ask for my master's forgiveness, willing to accept any punishment." Yuling looked at Ao-chan's firm and determined eyes and, full of helplessness, with a deep sigh, he finally let go. "Alright, junior sister, since your mind is made up, then senior sister will accompany you on this journey. I really can't worry about you if I stay here alone, but you have to promise me that once this matter is resolved, you will return to the Dragon Clan with me and confess everything to Master." Ao-chan instantly froze. How could he not have thought that eldest senior sister was actually willing to accompany herself on a risky journey to the Phoenix clan? An endless gratitude instantly welled up in his eyes, and, busy nodding his head in agreement. "Eldest sister, you're willing to accompany me? That's great. With you by my side, I'll have more confidence in my heart." So, the two quickly packed their bags and carefully store the night pearl properly. Then, side by side, they walked out of the cave. Along the way, with her deep knowledge of the Kunlun Mountains, Yuling, leading Ao-chan skillfully bypassed all the barriers and patrols. "Eldest sister, You are truly my savior, Ao Chen said with heartfelt emotion. If I had come alone, I'm afraid it wouldn't have gone so well. Moon Spirit responded with a faint smile. I have known every blade of grass, every tree, every path and every stone in these Kunlun mountains like the back of my hand since I was young, so naturally I am able to find hidden shortcuts. However, we still need to remain vigilant, and must not let a moment of smooth sailing cause us to drop our guard. The two continued on their way. After a long time, finally out of the range of the Kunlun mountains, set foot on the road to the Phoenix clan's territory. Eldest sister, do you think that our mountain's treasure, the Night Pearl, can really save Feng Ning's life? Ao Chen's tone revealed deep concern. Moon Spirit frowned slightly and said after a moment of contemplation, actually, I'm not very clear. There has always been a deep separation between our Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan, and we don't know much about their internal affairs. However, since the people of the Phoenix Clan claimed that the Night Pearl was able to save Feng Ning's life, I'm sure it has its own reasoning. It's just that. She paused abruptly as she spoke. Just what? Ao Chen eagerly pursued. Moon Spirit sighed and continued. It's just that I always have some uneasiness in my heart. The Phoenix Clan and the Dragon Clan have always been at odds, and this time when they told you that Princess Feng Ning's life was in danger, and named our Dragon Clan's Night Pearl to save her, I always felt that there seemed to be something fishy about it. Chapter 79. Ao Chen listened to Moon Spirit's words and there was a brief silence. He then raised his head and said with a determined look in his eyes, Eldest senior sister, I can understand your worries, but I've already seen with my own eyes how Feng Ning was lying on the sickbed dying. I can never stand by and watch her die like this. Even if this is really a trick, I'm willing to take a chance on it. I just want to save her life. At worst, after saving her, I'll immediately leave the Phoenix Clan territory and never have anything to do with them again. Yuling gazed at Ao Chen's eyes, which were filled with determination. The heart, though helpless, but all that could be done was to nod in support. Alright, junior brother, since you have already made your decision, then I will fully support you. It's just that you must remember that no matter what happens, your own safety must be the priority. As soon as we discover anything amiss, we must immediately return to the Kunlun Mountains with the Night Pearl. The two continued on their way, hand in hand, after a long trek, finally arrived at the territory of the Phoenix Clan. The guards of the Phoenix Clan noticed their arrival from a distance, quickly move up and make inquiries. After learning the news that Ao Chen had come with a Night Pearl, the guards immediately revealed warm and respectful smiles. So it's little Dragon Prince who has brought the Dragon Clan's honored guests to our place. It's really a loss to welcome them. Please two noble guests follow me, the guards said, respectfully, and lead the way. A few Phoenix Clan attendants led Ao Chen respectfully to meet the princess. Yu Ling, on the other hand, was invited to Chiyu's Iyun pavilion. Saitama's room was elegantly and exquisitely furnished, and a light smoky fragrance filled the air. Moonling stepped into the room and only Saitama, dressed in a long, moonlight white robe, and, with an upright posture and a face as warm as jade, was greeting her with a smile. Saitama raised his hand in a gesture of invitation and said, Miss Yu Ling, it's been a long journey, please take a seat. I have prepared a fine and delicious meal. I hope that the girl won't mind. Moon Spirit nodded slightly and said politely, thank you for your hospitality. It's just that my heart really misses my young master. I wonder if he's well. Saitama smiled and poured a cup of tea for Moon Spirit and said, there's no need for the girl to worry. Duke Ao Chen is meeting the princess at the moment. I think everything is going well. Yuling picked up her teacup and took a light sip. The aroma of tea spreads between the lips and she slowly put down her teacup and talked to Saitama. In conversation, Yuling only felt that Chiyu's speech was extraordinary and her demeanor elegant. Every gesture, every word is with ease and decency. A gentlemanlike figure indeed. Prince Chiyu, we came here because we heard that Princess Feng Ning is seriously injured and in critical condition. Yuling's voice was soft but with a few hopelessnesses hidden between his eyebrows. Ao Chen. He was so determined to save the princess that he even risked his life to take the Night Pearl, the treasure of Mount Kunlun Mountain. After delivering the Night Pearl and confirming that the princess is safe and sound, we will return to the Kunlun Mountains immediately. Saitama heard that. A trace of surprise came over his face, and couldn't help but blurt it out. Princess Feng Ning was not injured. Miss Yu Ling, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? No injuries? Yuling's eyes widened and, full of shock and disbelief. The voice is unconsciously high. How is this possible? Junior brother clearly told me that the princess was in critical condition and desperately needed the Night Pearl to save her life, which is why I accompanied him all the way here. Saitama gently put down the teacup in his hand and, moving gracefully and calmly, he spoke without panic. Miss Yu Ling, is that really what Mr. Ao Chen said? I think that perhaps it was little dragon Gongzi who was too embarrassed to say it outright and said it on purpose. Excuse me? Yu Ling's willow brows knitted lightly, her eyes filled with doubt, pursuing the question. Squire Saitama, where did that come from? The corners of Saitama's mouth turned up slightly and, showing an impish smile, slowly, he explained. Miss Yu Ling is unaware that Duke Aochen has been in love with Princess Feng Ning for a long time, and as he was determined to show his loyalty and love in front of the princess, he took the initiative to propose the treasure of Mount Kunlun's mountain as a token, as a way to express his deep love. As you are well aware, the people pursuing the third princess are like crushing carp in a river, and the sons of various clans have offered exotic treasures just to win the favor of the princess. Duke Aochen naturally didn't want to be left behind, which is why he decided to offer the Dragon Clan's greatest treasure, the Night Pearl. Yu Ling only felt a buzzing in her head, as if struck by a hammer. Immediately waves of shock were raised in his heart. This can't be, Moonling muttered, with a tremor in his voice. As if to convince myself that, and like praying that none of this is real. My little senior brother, he is not such a person. He will not betray us. Saitama looked at Moonspirit's disoriented appearance and, with a flash of sympathy in his eyes, continuing to add fuel to the fire. Miss Yu Ling doesn't know. Duke Xiaolong was captured by the wolf demoness at that time and his life was hanging by a thread. Fortunately Princess Feng Ning saved him. He fell in love at first sight with the princess at that time, swore to follow her to death, and followed her all the way to the Phoenix Clan's Holy Land, preferring to follow Princess Feng Ning as a royal phoenix envoy, guarding the princess without moving an inch. This is something that is known throughout the Phoenix Clan. No way! Moonspirit suddenly shouted out, with pain and anger in his eyes. That's the despair that comes from being betrayed by the people you trust the most. I don't believe it. I'm going to ask Ao Chen myself. Her face was full of disbelief. The body even trembled slightly and, she didn't really expect that. His own little brother, whom he has always trusted and cherished. I can't believe I've really betrayed my master. Reduced to a princess of the Phoenix Clan. Before Saitama could finish, Yu Ling only felt her eyes darken and her legs go limp as she, the whole thing fainted. It was as if the whole world was collapsing at that moment. Ao Chen protected the Night Pearl tightly in his arms. Anxiously, he rushed headlong into Feng Ning's chambers. He was stumbling, breathing heavily, and, chest heaving violently. Each step was taken with reckless eagerness. The anxiety inside was almost overflowing. However, when his eyes touched Feng Ning on the couch, the whole person froze violently, as if a spell had been cast on them. Feng Ning has an elegant posture, sitting idly on a couch. The white fingers twisted the teacup lightly. Sipping the fragrant tea without slowing down. The look on his face is cloudy and light. It was as if everything in the world was under her control. Her face was flushed. Her eyes were soulful. Horror. There's no sign of a serious injury. It was very different from the frail and sickly appearance that Ao Chen had envisioned in his mind along the way. Ao Chen's heart first surged with a wave of ecstasy. The eyes reddened momentarily with excitement. The voices were trembling slightly with excitement. Feng Ning, are you okay? But the joy was short-lived. Transient. Shasta. A thunderbolt exploded in his head and, he's waking up like a dream. Shock and disbelief instantly flashed in his eyes. You're not hurt? You're not hurt at all? Ao Chen's voice couldn't stop trembling. Eyes round and, the eyes were even bloodshot and, as if to see through everything in front of him. Confirmation that this is not a ridiculous dream. His hands were shaking uncontrollably. Slowly lifting up and pointing at Feng Ning. Anger and disappointment like a raging tide, drowning him completely. It made his voice shiver out of control. You're lying to me. You liar. You lied to me. Feng Ning gently raised her eyebrows. The arrogant and smug smile on her face grew more and more piercing. As if everything were a farce for her to fiddle with at will. Of course this princess is injured. Don't you dare open your eyes and say that this princess was seriously injured when she hardened herself to block a fatal blow for you. The little dragon. It's good that you, little dragon, are so sincere to this princess that you're willing to take out the Dragon Clan's treasure of the mountain to show your loyalty. And this heart of yours? This princess can remember it all in her heart. Ao Chen looked at her angrily and, the eyes seemed to be staring at a poor devil. Feng Ning, you wicked woman. How can you count on me like this? How can you be like this? He came back to his senses, like a sudden realization. As soon as he snatched the Night Pearl, he clutched it tightly in his arms. I won't fall for your trick again. I'm going back to the Kunlun Mountains at this very moment, and I'll send the Night Pearl back immediately. His heart raced, and he turned and sprinted toward the door. But having just run to the door, the guards at the door flashed their figures and, standing steadily before him, The lance in his hand was crossed. The tip of the gun flashed with a cold, chilling light, like an impenetrable wall of steel, cut off his retreat completely. Feng Ning paced slowly from behind him. The body swayed, and the corners of her mouth hooked into a teasing smile that, the laughter seemed to be wrapped in the frost and snow of the cold days of, drilling straight into Ao Chen's heart. It gave him the creeps. Back to the Kunlun Mountains? Feng Ning snorted softly. The tone of his voice trailed off into an extremely long, mockery-filled. Tell me instead, in what capacity do you plan to go back? Do you still naively think that you can go back? You are now a traitor to the Dragon Clan, and the entire Dragon Clan will definitely kill you without hesitation whenever they see you. My lovely little dragon, there is no way back for you, so you'd better obediently stay by this princess side. You are destined to be mine and belong to this princess alone. Kind of a picture for your light-hearted amusement. Erased. Chapter 80, Fury. Ao Chen listened to Feng Ning's mockery and, the anger in his heart was burning. It almost consumed sanity completely. He felt like a doll to be manipulated with impunity. Wretched in this woman's calculations, living like a funny and pathetic clown. His eyes widened in anger, taking a fierce step in front of Feng Ning. Fire seems to be coming out of his eyes. Vocally, he roared, "You wicked girl! Why on earth did you do such a thing? Why did you do this to me?" Feng Ning, however, looked calm and collected, not putting Ao Chen's anger in the least. She snorted softly, with provocation in his eyes. He said slowly, "Why? Naturally, it's because you little dragon are too disobedient. If you had obediently stayed by my princess's side, why would my princess have gone to such lengths? Besides, this princess can't bear to watch you being chased by your own people. Can't the little dragon feel any of this princess's affection for her?" Saying that, she walked over to Ao Chen in style and, reaching out to touch his face. Ao Chen, however, grabbed her wrist hard with one hand and, with a force so great that it seemed to crush her bones, roared, "Emotion? You wicked girl. You don't know what love and intent are. All you do is act recklessly, and now you're full of lies. I can't wait to kill you right now." Speaking, spiritual energy surged around him. The hand that squeezed Feng Ning's wrist became harder and harder. However, Feng Ning still had that hateful smile on her face. Not only is there not the slightest fear of, instead, he also came close to Ao Chen and said in a charming voice, "Little dragon is really interesting. One moment he wants to save me, and the next moment he wants to kill me. What exactly is he trying to do?" Ao Chen was completely enraged by Feng Ning's attitude. He was shaking with anger and said in a single word, "You witch! I saved you because you had helped me block a fatal blow, and I couldn't bear to see you die on the spot. But what about you? To go to such lengths to scheme against me, to bring me to the brink of unfaithfulness and injustice." Ao Chen held the night pearl tightly, his chest rising and falling violently. Taking a deep breath and trying to suppress his anger, he said, "Feng Ning, if you let me go back today and let me send the night pearl back to the Kunlun Mountains, I will no longer bother with you." Feng Ning sniffed. The smile on his face disappeared in an instant and, in its place was a face of grimness and determination. She said coldly, "Oh, going back? Do you think you can go back?" Ao Chen saw that she was determined to refuse to let herself go. Then he tried to calm himself down and said, "I've already lifted the seal. Will I be at your mercy again? I don't want to kill innocents indiscriminately, so tell all your people to get out of the way." Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's determined eyes, but is unmoved by it. The corners of his mouth curved up in a mocking curve. Said, "Unlocked the seal? By the way, it seems like that seal was still unlocked by this princess for you. Little dragon, do you owe this princess another favor?" Feng Ning, Ao Chen roared out in anger. "I don't have the heart to dwell on this with you right now. I must return to the Kunlun Mountains immediately to return the night pearl. I'm going to apologize to my senior uncle and brothers." With that, Ao Chen lashed out and in spite of everything, they're heading out the door, snapped at the guards, "Get out of the way." But the guards seemed to be pinned in place. Indifferent. They have gathered round and trap him to death. Ao Chen clutched the night pearl tightly and the spiritual energy around his body instantly skyrocketed, a powerful aura that made the air around him tremble. He had a word for word. The voice was low but intimidating. "I'll get you, get out of the way," he said as he stepped steadily forward. The guards were so shocked by his terrifying aura that their scalps went numb. The legs were involuntarily weak and, as if pulled by an invisible force, one can only slowly move backwards, with fear and hesitation in their eyes. The weapon in his hand was trembling slightly. It seems that in this moment, they're not dealing with one person. Rather, it is a lofty mountain that cannot be shaken. However, it was during this tense standoff that, he heard Feng Ning give a command. "If you want to leave, It's not that easy. Take him down for me. The sound was like a thunderclap, breaking the brief stalemate. The guards, as if in a dream, as if infused with an insane amount of power, they have all flashed their cold, glittering weapons. Like a hungry wolf, he pounced on Ao Chen. Ao Chen's heart fluttered. Knowing that there is no point in talking more at this point, he took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently as it was as if they were trying to draw in all the air around them. Shasta. The spiritual energy around him suddenly erupted like a volcanic eruption. The power of that power. It made the space around it seem to distort. A blinding flash of light. Strong fluctuations of spiritual energy like raging waves of the sea, with the momentum of the mountains, shocking those guards out instantly. The bodies of the guards were like kites with broken strings. Heavily falling several feet away in the distance. One by one, they let out moans of pain. Ozan shakes off the guards. He was about to run away, but he saw several black shadows flashing like ghosts in an instant. Steadily, he blocked his way. Fix your eyes on this. It was the 4 guardians of the Phoenix clan, Qilan, Xingkue, Yan Yi, and Plume. The leader, Qilan, was one of the 4 great protectors of the Phoenix clan. His face was cold and it was as if frost had been carved into the face of eyes as sharp as eagles. Each gaze seemed to penetrate the heart. He was surrounded by a chillingly powerful aura. I only saw him snort coldly, his voice cold and piercing. As if it came from the 9 hells. Little tiny dragon brat, actually dares to spread wildness in my Phoenix clan, and still wants to retreat in one piece? Simply delusional. Auchen sniffed, subconsciously clutching the night pearl in her arms once again. He looked cold and disliked him without fear. It is you, Princess Feng Ning, who bullied people too much. For the sake of your own selfish desires, you imprisoned me and even designed to turn me against my clan. Today, I must leave with the night pearl, and no one can stop me. Having said that, his hands quickly changed, forming strange seals. A dazzling light instantly gathered in the center of his palm. That light is getting brighter and brighter and, as if a sun about to explode, powerful spiritual energy like a surging wave, towards the Phoenix clan protectors raged and pounced. Qilan saw this, eyes averted, hands dancing rapidly. Arcing through the air with psychic energy. A shimmering spiritual power shield was instantly formed. Steadily, he blocked Ao Chen's attack. Humph, Dragon Clan brat, with this skill of yours, do you want to break through the block of our Phoenix clan's 4 guardians? Qilan said disdainfully. Star Kuei, Yan Yi, and Plumefeather also cast their respective spells. Starquest raised his hands upwards. The power of countless stars converged in his hands, forming a brilliant blade of starlight that, shooting towards Ao Chen. Yan Yi mouthed the words. Instantly, the flames around his body were blazing, turning into a huge fire phoenix. With open teeth and claws, he pounced on Ao Chen. Plume, on the other hand, swung the long whip in his hand and, that long whip is like a spiritual snake, with the sound of whistling wind, straight to Ao Chen's throat. Chapter 81, The 4 Great Protectors. Ao Chen tossed and turned amidst the intense attacks of the 4 guardians of the Phoenix clan. Clever shuttle. As he dodged the attack, while looking for a counterattack, he knew, deep down, that he had to break out, as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they are dragged into a protracted battle, the consequences will be unimaginable. Both sides went back and forth, fighting for a dozen rounds. The 4 guardians are pressing forward at every step. Ao Chen's pressure was increasing. His shirt had been scratched and a few wounds appeared on his body. Blood slowly oozed out, but he still clung to the night pearl. Humph, Dragon Kid, let's see how much longer you can hold out. Yenny said with a cold smile. Ao Chen was secretly anxious in his heart. He knew that he couldn't stay passive like this any longer. So, he took a deep breath and concentrate on mobilizing all the spiritual energy in your body. Prepare to make your best move. Dragon Breath / Dragon Breath Chop. Ao Chen erupted with a deafening roar that the sound waves rolled on, seeming to break through the sky. Shasta, a huge blue dragon-shaped phantom appeared violently behind him. Like an ancient beast awakening, a shudderingly powerful power fluctuation was emanating from his body. It was as if that power could overturn the heavens and destroy the earth. With an innate kingly dominance, the eyes of this dragon phantom, glowing with a ghostly blue light, like 2 balls of burning, cold stars, cut through the fog and lock onto the target. Immediately following, it opened its bloody mouth. A raging, surging dragon's breath erupted and, like a bolt of blue lightning that cuts through the sky, wrapped in endless energy, with the force of a thunderbolt, towards the 4 guardians of the Phoenix clan swiftly rushed. The 4 guardians saw this mighty. The blood faded from his face in an instant and all that was left was a ghastly white. Their eyes were filled with panic but also in the nick of time. Each gritted their teeth and mobilized their entire body's spiritual energy and exercise your full power to resist. Chilin's hands danced quickly, and his spiritual power shield shone with a piercing light. The Star Kuei gathered the power of the stars and turned it into layers of defensive barriers. Yenyi's flames danced wildly around his body, attempting to counter this terrifying force with blazing heat. Plume, on the other hand, wielded his long whip and wove an airtight web of spiritual energy. However, it all seemed so fragile in front of the dragon's breath. There was a loud boom, shaking the surrounding air as if it were twisted and deformed. The powerful impact engulfed the four guardians instantly. The four were sent flying several feet away by the dragon's breath. Heavy fall to the ground, for huge craters were smashed out. At this time, the four guardians of the wretched to the core. Their clothes were torn to shreds by the force of the dragon's breath. A piece of cloth fluttered in the wind, covered with scars, deep or shallow. Blood continued to ooze out, staining his shirt red, and her hair is getting messy as hell. A few strands of hair stuck to a face covered in dust and sweat. It looked incredibly down and out. After Ao-chan defeated the four great protectors, the chest rose and fell violently. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks on his forehead. He braced himself, with a respectful salute to all four. The voice was tired but still sincere. Offended. Today's matter is really not what I wished for. It is purely out of necessity. If there is any offense, I hope you will bear with me. Having said that, he didn't dare delay a moment. Hands clasped around the night pearl in his arms. Turning around, he prepared to break out of the heavy siege of this Phoenix clan. However, just as he was about to turn around for a moment, a dark shadow flashed by like a ghost. The speed was so fast that it even brought up a faint wind sound. The black shadow instantly moved behind him and, before Ao-chan could make any reaction, just heard Feng Ning's voice with a few hints of mischief, ringing softly in his ears. Put, dragon, breath, chop, he. The voice is soft. However, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in Ao-chan's heart. Ao-chan's heart was abruptly startled. A chill instantly rose up his spine and a coldness quickly spread throughout his body. He subconsciously tried to turn around but before the body could make a move, just saw a harsh flash of light that Feng Ning's handblade was wrapped in majestic spiritual power, like a sharp blade slashing into the back of his neck. The blow came out of nowhere. Ao-chan was simply too late to dodge. I just felt a blackness in my eyes. It's like being hit hard in the head with a hammer. A sharp pain came from the back of his neck and it spreads quickly throughout the head. His legs went limp and the knees are bent uncontrollably, no longer able to support his body, plunging straight forward. The whole thing fainted instantly. Feng Ning looked at Ao-chan, who had collapsed with a bang, quickly reaching out his hands to catch him steady. She half squatted down and slowly took Ao-chan into her arms. At this moment, her face had a complicated, indistinguishable look on it, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly and hanging on with a touch of smugness after having gotten his way. Another hint of heartache was hidden. Her embrace was careful and, as if afraid of hurting the person in his arms, she slightly lowered her head and approached Ao-chan's ear. Mumbles. The voice was soft and possessive. Worthy of being my little dragon, with such a high level of magical power. That dragon breath / move just now was really an eye-opener for this princess. Unfortunately, no matter how you struggle, in the end, you still can't escape from the palm of this princess's hand. From now on, you can only belong to this princess alone. Having said that, she jerked her head up and, looking at the four guardians who were in a sorry state, the gaze instantly became as harsh as a knife. Viciously, the few of you hit so hard. If you really hurt my little dragon, can you afford it? The four guardians sniffed. A look of horror instantly crept over their faces. They're on their hands and knees, rolling up from the ground in a heap. And then there was a thud. Neatly kneeling in front of Feng Ning, Chilin's forehead was densely covered with beads of sweat. His voice trembled slightly with fear. Princess, spare your life. We are only sparring with Xiaolong Gongzi. Never dare to harm Xiaolong Gongzi half. We are loyal to you. Princess, how could we do something to harm your beloved? Feng Ning, however, didn't even listen to their explanations. Her eyes were full of disdain and anger. Just a cold grunt from her, immediately following, with a dashing wave of her jade hand in the air, a fire-red flame whip instantly appeared in his hand. The whip was leaping with flames. The long red flame whip drew an arc in the air. Each arc carries the sound of whistling winds that, it's a pop, 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 the long whip struck the four guardians heavily and, with every stroke, all accompanied by the pain of split skin, only to see their garments instantly set ablaze by flames that, skin cracked with a bloody gash from the long whip, blood oozed out, intertwined with the flames of the scene was shocking. The four guardians could only clench their teeth and, silently enduring this purgatory-like punishment, not daring to utter a single plea for mercy, for fear of offending Feng Ning, suffer harsher penalties. Chapter 82 Hatred. Inside Feng Ning's private prison, Aochen was tightly bound by thick, heavy chains that, the whole person seemed to fall into endless darkness and fainted. His head hung limply, his hair disheveled. The layers of bandages on his body had been stained red with blood. His spiritual power was once again sealed by Feng Ning. Nowadays it looks weak to the core. Feng Ning stood silently in front of him and, condescendingly, he looked at him in this downtrodden state. Frowning slightly, with a displeased look on his face, didn't seem to be happy with the scene in front of him. Time passes slowly in this deadly private cell. I don't know how long. Aochen's fingers moved slightly, letting out a weak moan. Finally awakened from his coma. He opened his eyes slowly and, then he felt the sharp pain coming from his body and the heavy chains that bound him. He struggled a little harder to, but found it impossible to move at all. At this point, he saw Feng Ning standing in front of him and, was looking at him with a playful look on his face. That look was like surveying an interesting plaything. A wave of anger and despair welled up in Aochen's heart. He realized that, once again, he himself had been caught in a private prison by this wicked woman. Evil Phoenix! Aochan gritted his teeth and cursed. There was hatred in his voice. Feng Ning saw him waking up, with a wry smile on his face. My sweet little dragon, you're finally awake. Saying that, she slowly stretched out her jade hand and, gently stroking the wound on his chest, the tone revealed a hint of heartache. It's heartbreaking to have so many injuries. Aochen, however, glared at her fiercely and, the eyes seemed to be about to spit out fire as he angrily rebuked. Don't you dare to be false here. I, Aochan, will not believe a single word from you, the evil phoenix, anymore. Feng Ning heard this but didn't care much. Oh, is that so? Little dragon. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you just have to stay by my princess side. Nothing else matters. Saying that, her slender jade hands rubbed his chest more gently. In a gentle motion, start drawing circles. It drew a shudder from Aochen. However, when her fingers touched the bandage, a sudden flash of disgust, however, passed through the eyes of, like seeing something sickening. TCH, it's soiled by that stinking woman. Feng Ning muttered in a low voice. The disgust on his face became more and more obvious. Immediately following, her delicate fingers actually pulled up a small bandage of, without hesitation, he ripped off the bandages with a jab. Aochen screamed in pain, only to see those bandages with his skin and flesh being yanked off by Feng Ning fiercely. The wound, which had managed to heal somewhat, reared its hideous flesh and blood. Blood gushed out instantly and, it flowed slowly down his chest. Aochen's brow furrowed in pain. With a loud, ragged breath, every breath was accompanied by excruciating pain. Cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead, sliding down his temples, and Feng Ning acted as if she hadn't heard, oblivious to Aochen's pain. The bloody tragedy in front of her seemed to have nothing to do with her. She casually threw away the blood-stained bandages in disgust. The corners of his mouth flicked up and he grunted coldly. My little dragon must only be taken care of by me, and no one else should interfere. Those mediocre people, how do they know how to take care of my baby? Having said that, Feng Ning gently clapped her hands. The crisp sound echoed through the dank private cell. In the twinkling of an eye, a couple of waiters with a fine, light step, like ghosts fishtailing, they rested the trays in their hands securely on a stone table aside, with skillful and respectful movements, and then quietly retired. The whole thing was so quiet it was as if no one had been there. The only thing that was in the tray set on the stone table was the various kinds of miraculous medicinal powders scavenged from the 4 seas and the 8 corners of the earth are neatly listed. Each of the powders gave off a unique shimmering light. Feng Ning walked to the table in style. You're so elegant. Yet there was a chilling aura about it. She reached for the supplies and, then slowly approached Aochen. Her eyes grew extraordinarily soft for an instant, and, she began to carefully bandage Aochen's wounds. The movements were as gentle as if they were treating a rare treasure. However, Aochen was unappreciative of her seemingly thoughtful gesture. His eyes burned with a burning fury that, it's full of anger. It was as if that gaze could scorch Feng Ning. He growled through gritted teeth. Don't sympathize here, evil phoenix. You'd better kill me directly. Otherwise, just wait for me. One day I'll kill you myself. Feng Ning was slightly stunned when she heard this, followed by a soft, coquettish smile, which had a touch of cynicism in it. It was as if he had completely disregarded Ao Chen's harsh words. Really? It would be a pain in the ass to die at the hands of a little dragon, she murmured softly as she, while continuing the gentle movements of her hands, carefully applying medicine to Ao Chen. Her gaze was fixed on Ao Chen's slightly furrowed brow from the pain she was forcing through. There was an almost morbid satisfaction revealed in those eyes that, as if from Ao Chen's agony, she can draw on a different kind of joy. The pleasure made her eyes misty. Suddenly, Feng Ning slowly bent down and, stretching out the tip of his tongue, he gently licked up Ao Chen's wound. Ao Chen only felt a strange sensation of pain and numbness instantly spread throughout his body, as if a million fine needles were sticking in the wound at the same time. Again, it was like an electric current running through the body. He shivered violently and, with shock and anger written all over his face, even his voice took on a few tremors. You crazy woman. What the hell are you doing? You're unbelievable. Feng Ning licked her mouth with a hint of satisfaction and, blinking again, he said, of course it's medicine for Little Dragon. I told Little Dragon that this princess's saliva is the most magical medicine, with the miraculous effect of bringing back the dead and healing all things. If Little Dragon doesn't believe me, just see for yourself. When the wound heals, you'll know that this princess didn't lie to you. Ao Chen let out a cold snort, and turned his head away from, didn't want to pay any attention to her. Feng Ning was watching him with unblinking eyes while, one side mumbled with increasing intoxication. It's heartbreaking to see my little dragon injured like this. Watching Little Dragon suffer. This princess's heart feels like it's being gnawed by millions of ants. But the words just fell out. Her eyes instantly turned grim and icy. It's like a cold, frosty night, full of a stern, murderous aura. Hatefully, these dragon rats are really annoying to the extreme. How dare they lay such a cruel hand on my little dragon? Humph, if they dare to touch a single hair on your head again, I, Feng Ning, will definitely level the Kunlun Mountains and slaughter every blade of grass and tree there. Let them pay a terrible price for hurting you. Ao Chen sniffed. The long-suppressed anger in his heart completely exploded. It can no longer be restrained. He yelled, shut up, you wicked girl. Everything is my own fault. I was obsessed and fell for your cunning plan. And for the sake of that so-called night pearl, I went so far as to injure many of my fellow brothers and forcibly took the treasure of the Kunlun Mountain. I am guilty. I deserve to die. I really regret. How did I lard my heart in the beginning, gullibly trusting you snake-hearted woman? The more Ao Chen spoke, the more excited he became. Emotions are almost out of control. The whole thing was trembling slightly. The tightly clenched fists were white from exertion, and the circles under his eyes were also getting red. Feng Ning saw this, but suddenly, all at once, he was rooted in his arms and, arms tightly around him. Little dragon, why are you so angry? Don't be angry, okay? You just stay obediently by the side of this princess. Is this not good? Ao Chen struggles desperately, trying to get out of her confinement. The muscles in his body tightened with the exertion of every piece is firing on all cylinders. However, he was never able to break free from Feng Ning's embrace. He shouted angrily, get up, you evil phoenix. I don't want to say a word to you. Feng Ning not only didn't let go, instead, he hugged tighter and cooed, just know, I'll cuddle. I love little dragons the most. From the first moment I saw you, I knew that you were mine. Now you can't go anywhere. Xiaolong can only stay by my side. It can only belong to me alone. No one can take you away from me, not even for yourself. You're mine, and you're not getting away with it in this lifetime. Ao Chen listened to her words and, I just feel the blood in the air rushing through my veins. A mouthful of dragon's blood spurted out. Popol, feel free to click a, hyped, seed map, Xiaolong's beautiful picture. Deleted. Chapter 83 Oaths. Feng Ning saw Ao Chen vomiting blood, and all of a sudden, her face lost color and panicked. Little dragon. What's wrong with you? Why are you still vomiting blood? Little dragon, don't be anxious and get angry. Quick, let me wipe you. Having said that, she quickly picked up a delicately textured pad from the stone table and, the movement was gentle and a little bit concerned, delicately wiping away the stinging blood at the corner of Ao Chen's mouth. Ao Chen looked at Feng Ning's exquisite white little face. The heart was filled with trepidation and disbelief. He could never have imagined, in any case, that, underneath the seemingly harmless and pure face, he is hiding such a deep heart. Shasta. He could only feel the chi and blood churning in his chest, stirring like a raging wave. The sensation of pain was overwhelming, almost drowning him. Suddenly, it was as if he'd remembered something so abruptly that the heart snapped, and the blood seemed to freeze around him. He braced himself, his voice raspy and broken, but he couldn't hide the eagerness that was burning. Feng Ning, where is my eldest sister now? Feng Ning blinked her eyes and fluttered her long eyelashes, feigning an innocent look. Eldest senior sister? Who is the one little dragon is talking about? How come I don't remember such a person? Ao Chen's eyes were so anxious that they turned red. The veins on his forehead bulged, and the blood veins in his neck bulged from his emotions. Eldest senior sister came with me to escort the Night Pearl. She has nothing to do with this matter. Feng Ning, I implore you, don't hurt her. Feng Ning's eyes instantly clouded over, a trace of imperceptible sullenness flashing under her eyes. She said coldly, why are you so nervous? I didn't do anything to her. But, she deliberately dragged out the tone of her voice, and her delicate fingers caressed over Ao Chen's cheeks, causing him to shiver and, if you don't perform as expected, Xiaolong, it's hard to say. Her well-being will depend on your performance. Your every move will affect her life and death. When Ao Chen heard this, his heart trembled violently and he struggled to get up. The chains made a piercing sound, but they couldn't break free. You are simply unreasonable. This has nothing to do with her. So just come at me. Feng Ning, however, was unmoved and said with a light laugh, as long as little dragon is obedient, I naturally won't make things difficult for her. Ao Chen was well aware of Feng Ning's paranoid character and ruthless tactics, and for the sake of eldest sister's safety, he had to choose to compromise. Feng Ning, I will just listen to you. I only ask you to do one thing. Spare my eldest sister and let her return to Kunlun Mountain with the Night Pearl. Feng Ning sneered. Oh, cute little dragon. What do you think this place is? Letting you come and go as you please? Especially her. How dare she even touch you with her dirty hands? Humph, how could this princess let her off easily? Ao Chen hurriedly begged. Feng Ning, I beg you. This matter really has nothing to do with my eldest sister. I'll promise you whatever you want me to do. I only beg you to spare my eldest sister. The Night Pearl is the treasure of the Kunlun Mountain, and the Dragon Clan and its people will definitely not let it go. When the time comes to track it down, it might trigger a war between the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Feng Ning pondered for a moment, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a wry smile. Well, okay, but before that, little dragon, you have to accompany me to put on a good show. If this play is good, both your eldest sister and the Night Pearl will be able to leave safely. If the play goes wrong, don't blame this princess for being ruthless. Ao Chen asked with his brows furrowed, full of vigilance. What's the play? Feng Ning slowly approached Ao Chen and gently drew circles on his chest while whispering in his ear. It's simple. You have to show your absolute loyalty and love for me in front of your eldest sister, to convince her that you are willingly staying by this princess' side. After Ao Chen heard this, he only felt a surge of chi and blood, and his face instantly turned iron blue. His hands clenched into fists, veins rippling on the back of his hands. Humiliation and anger intertwined in his heart, almost devouring him completely. You're just humiliating me. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth rose slightly, picking up an icy arc, her eyes filled with disdain. Humiliation? Humph. This is just the price you must pay to save your eldest sister. If little dragon is unwilling to do so, then so be it. It's just that this princess won't be able to guarantee her safety. Every word was like a sharp ice knife, stabbing straight into Ao Chen's heart. Ao Chen's body trembled uncontrollably and violently, as if it was a shaking dead leaf in the cold wind. He clenched his teeth in death, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and dripping onto the ground at his feet, blotting out a wet trail. Why are you doing this? She's innocent. Why bring her into this? Because I like little dragons. Feng Ning's eyes instantly became wild and paranoid. This princess just wants everyone to know that little dragon is mine. You'll never be able to leave me. Ao Chen's heart was filled with despair, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness. However, when he thought of his eldest sister's well-being, the flame of hope that was swaying in the darkness forced him to force down the anger that filled him. He nodded with difficulty, his voice hoarse and heavy. Okay, I promise you, but you must swear to the heavens that as long as I finish this play, you will let my eldest sister go, and also send someone to escort her safely back to the Kunlun Mountains with the Night Pearl. Don't worry, little dragon. Feng Ning's face blossomed into a satisfied smile, but there was an inscrutable meaning hidden in that smile. As long as little dragon behaves to my liking, this princess will naturally keep her word. You swear? Ao Chen's heart raced and he said eagerly once again. Feng Ning helplessly raised her hand, with a little impatience on her face, but said with a pretense of generosity. Good. This princess swears that as long as little dragon obediently stays by my side, this princess will never make things difficult for little dragon's eldest senior sister, and will also send someone to escort her back to Kunlun Mountain with the Night Pearl. That's always good now. Ao Chen finally let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as I can let eldest sister leave safely and smoothly send the Night Pearl back to the Kunlun Mountains, even if I am doomed, I can die in peace. When Feng Ning saw Ao Chen respond, she raised her eyes to look at him, a sweet smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and said in a delicate voice, "This should make the little dragon happy." The words have not yet been spoken. She then jumped into Ao Chen's arms at once like a joyful deer, hugging him and rubbing against him intimately for a while. Ao Chen subconsciously blurted out, "You get up." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized his situation and froze instantly. Feng Ning slowly raised her head, her gaze staring straight at him, a trace of displeasure flashing in her eyes as she lightly hummed. Ao Chen's heart tightened as he swallowed hard and, knowing that he was now nothing more than her prisoner, he hurriedly whispered, "I was wrong." Hearing this, Feng Ning hooked her lips in satisfaction. Diving headfirst into Ao Chen's arms again, he continued to rub up intimately. "My little dragon is the best. He. Ao Chen." However, like a lifeless statue, eyes dull and vacant, staring off into the distance, letting Feng Ning's intimate gestures of inside. However, it was like falling into an ice cellar, full of despair and grief. Chapter 84, Acting. Eon Pavilion. Yu Ling woke up leisurely, her head so groggy it felt like she'd been hit by a heavy hammer. She was lying on the soft carved bed, the brocade quilt gently covered her body. The tip of her nose lingered with the faint fragrance of incense, but this aroma could not calm her panicked heart in the slightest. She struggled to sit up and, the mind instantly recalled all the previous events as if they were going through the motions. What Saitama had said echoed in her ears like a spell. Sourness, worry, and doubt swirled and intertwined in his mind. "Yeah, the girl is awake." A soft whine broke the silence in the room. A green-clad maid was standing by the bedside of the. Seeing Yu Ling wake up, her eyes filled with surprise, and then panicked. "You rest first, miss. I'll go get Mr. Chiyu." With that, her skirts flared and she hurried out. In a few moments, Saitama came into the room with hurried steps and he was still holding an unread volume in his hand, and his expression was marked by a certain urgency. "Miss Yu Ling, you're finally awake." He laid the scroll casually aside and, turning to take the tonic handed to her by the maid, walking over to the bed, a concerned smile on his face. "Don't move around. Girl, drink this bowl of soup and medicine first, and nourish your body properly." Yu Ling raised her eyes to Saitama and, full of what Saitama had said to her earlier, a mixed bag of flavors inside. "Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. It's just that I don't have the heart to drink medicine right now. I want to see Ao Chen, and I hope that Your Excellency will fulfill my wish." Saitama frowned slightly, and gently set down the tonic. A touch of helplessness appeared on his face and he sighed softly. "Miss Yu Ling, you don't know. I'm just a Snake Clan member. In this land of the Phoenix Clan, I'm restricted in every way. How can I have any say? Not to mention taking you to see Ao Chen. Even I myself can't just walk around this Phoenix Clan as I please." As soon as Yu Ling heard this, a trace of eagerness flashed in her eyes and, hastily getting out of bed, he walked over to Saitama and slightly blessed himself. "My lord, please, Ao Chen is my junior apprentice brother, and I just want to make sure he's okay. If you can help me, Yu Ling will definitely repay me in the future." Saitama grimaced and took a step back and waved his hand. "Miss, this is really difficult. Princess Feng Ning is keeping a close eye on us, and we can't afford to be offended by the slightest mistake." Yu Ling's eyes were red and her voice was choked with emotion. "My lord, I just need to look at it from a distance. Just one look." Saitama hesitated for a moment, frowning and pacing back and forth across the room. He finally gritted his teeth. That's all. This friendship of the girl is rare. I'll take the risk of taking you to meet you in the shadows, but you must not make a sound or be discovered, or our lives will all be in danger." Yu Ling immediately broke into tears and, with gratitude in his eyes, he once again blessed himself. "Thank you for your great kindness, Your Excellency. Moon Spirit will keep this in mind and will never cause any trouble for you." Asterisk. Within the main hall of Phoenix Palace, carved and gilded, the glazed lamps are staggered. The spilled light was soft yet vaguely treacherous. Feng Ning sat on top of the main seat, a scarlet phoenix robe dragging the ground, embroidered with gold silk. Phoenix lifelike, seems to be lifting its wings to fly. She wore a crown of phoenixes, and was adorned with jewels. Every accessory is just right, reflecting her fair, jade-like face. The corners of the eyes are all noble and elegant, as if she were an unearthly fairy, and yet, it vaguely exuded a majesty that made people not dare to look directly at it. At this point, it was Ao Chen who was dressed in a black robe of a royal phoenix envoy. Striding into the great hall, he stood as tall as a pine. The shoulders are broad and the waist is narrow, and the hands and feet show the heroic spirit. Sword brows flying into the temples, eyes deep and, under the high nose, the thin lips rose slightly. With an innate reserve, Coming in front of Feng Ning, Ouchen slowly knelt down and, his knees hit the cold ground hard with a dull thud. He held the night pearl in both hands and, raise it high above your head. Princess Feng Ning, this night pearl, is the treasure of my dragon clan's Kunlun Mountain. I have specially found it for you, and I wish to win a smile from the princess, Ouchen said, his voice low yet pleasing. Feng Ning nodded slightly and signaled the attendant next to him to receive the night pearl. The squire presented it respectfully. Feng Ning picked up the night pearl, playing gently in his hands and scrutinizing his eyes were filled with satisfaction, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a light smile as he said, Little Dragon Prince has worked hard. It's rare that you have such a heart. This princess appreciates this sentiment of yours. Ouchen hung his head, a few moments of devotion in his voice. As long as the princess is happy, Ouchen will go through fire and water. The princess is a worldly beauty. It is Ouchen's blessing to be able to serve her left and right. I wish to live and die, guarding the princess with my liver and brain. Feng Ning looked at Ouchen, a trace of imperceptible smugness flashing through her eyes. At that moment, she was seen gently lifting her foot, her voice soft but with an irresistible tone of command. Mr. Little Dragon, since you are so kind, then help this princess take off her boots and press my feet. Ouchen's body instantly stiffened slightly. An imperceptible hint of displeasure flashed across his face. Slowly, he looked up at Feng Ning. Damn it, this evil phoenix even added a scene on the spot. He gritted his teeth, lowered his voice, and said with a touch of anger and stoicism, Feng Ning, don't go too far. Feng Ning's willow eyebrow raised lightly, her jade hand slowly lifted up and, a gentle stroke across the nape of one's neck. The movement was gentle yet utterly threatening. Ouchen's heart tightened at once. He understands. This was Feng Ning threatening herself with the life of her big sister. Well, since I'm accompanying her in the drama, I'll just do the whole thing. So, he took a deep breath and slowly reached out his hand and, long, slender fingers gripped the edges of Feng Ning's boots. Little by little, the boots came off, with a seemingly gentle movement that, the actual fingertips were trembling slightly. Well, Bruce, you did a good job. Feng Ning lightly raised her jade feet, her eyes full of pride and teasing, looking condescendingly at Ouchen. The voice was soft but wrapped in an unquestionable command. Little Dragon, this princess is in an extraordinarily relaxed mood today, so I am gracious to give you the honor of kissing this princess's toes. Ouchen's hand clutched Feng Ning's boots in death. The knuckles were white, and the rippling veins were like small, sinuous snakes, trembling slightly from the rage that filled them. His chest rose and fell violently, and his breathing was rapid and heavy. Deadly staring at Feng Ning's white jade-like feet in front of him. Anger churned in his heart, wanting to break her tiny toes off one by one. But when he thought that eldest sister was still under Feng Ning's control and her life and death were uncertain, with his heart in his mouth, he gritted his teeth and, kissing is kissing. It's not like you haven't kissed before. Swallowing the humiliation and indignation that filled his heart, Ouchen's face was as usual, even with a few points of deliberately created intimacy. Leaning down, he gently kissed Feng Ning's small feet. One kiss and that's it. Ouchen was not willing to swallow this breath just like that, secretly thinking that he had to get back. So, he continued to gently pinch Feng Ning's little feet. Feng Ning saw that he was so obedient and nodded slightly in satisfaction. Just then, Ouchen suddenly stretched out the index fingers of both hands and, lightning-like point on the Yongquan point in the palm of Feng Ning's 2 feet. Spiritual energy rushed out from his fingertips. Shasta. A strong air current traveled back and forth between Feng Ning's Yongquan acupoints. Just a few grazes. Feng Ning couldn't help but giggle. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. She subconsciously tried to shrink her feet to avoid it, but she found that her feet were firmly fixed by Ouchen's big hands, as if nailed down. Can't move a muscle. This uncomfortable feeling of, far worse than death by 1,000 cuts or whipping. It was as if tens of millions of ants were crawling and nibbling uncontrollably on her body at the same time. But for a moment, Feng Ning then laughed so hard that her tears went wild and her face turned red. Instead, his eyes were filled with pain and pleading. Stinky little dragon. Stop it. Quickly stop. Ha ha ha. You bastard little dragon. Hurry up. Ouchen hung his head. The corners of his mouth curled up in an imperceptible bad smile. Quietly enjoying the thrill of the revenge. When he's completely relieved. Only then did he slowly release his spiritual energy and undo Feng Ning's acupoints. Feng Ning stopped laughing violently. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she glared at Ouchen with an exasperated look, her eyes seeming to spit out fire. Ouchen, however, was unperturbed, and raised his eyebrows gently. There was a smirk that seemed to play at the corners of his mouth. Faintly, the princess's jade feet are truly beautiful. Asterisk. In the shadows of the palace, The shadows are as thick as ink. Hiding Saitama's and Moon Spirit's figures within it. Yuling's eyes widened tremendously as eyes filled with panic and anger. Her pupils contracted dramatically and, staring dead at the scene in front of him. That look, as if he had seen the most absurd and incredible thing in the world. A heart full of disbelief nearly overwhelmed her. Her hands rose uncontrollably to cover her mouth tightly. The fingertips were white from exertion and trembled slightly. Her breathing was rapid and heavy. Each gasp like she was suppressing a volcano that was about to erupt. A slight tremor ran through her body. And trying his best to suppress the emotions that were churning inside of him. Afraid to make a sound. How is this possible? How could Junior brother do such a thing? Yuling's voice trembled so much that it carried a sobbing tone and it is like a withered leaf on a branch in late fall that has been ravaged by the cold wind and is shaking, fragile and helpless. Every word was wrapped in a choked sob, permeated with deep despair, as if the most cherished thing in his heart had been crushed mercilessly. Saitama sighed slightly at the sight and, in a tone of voice with a touch of helplessness and reassurance, he lowered his voice. Miss Yuling, don't be too sad. Mr. Ao Chen is deeply in love with the princess, and what he did, you have to understand. With great affection? Yuling turned her head violently, her eyes red as she stared at Saitama, her emotions completely out of control. In order to curry favor with Princess Feng Ning, he even did such an underhanded thing and betrayed his master. Can he stand up to his master's teachings? Yuling became more and more agitated as she spoke, her breasts rising and falling violently. Tears were welling up in his eyes and crystalline teardrops finally came to the surface and, sliding down his cheek, dripping on the cold ground. All these years of fellowship, is it all a lie? How can he become like this? Chapter 85, Detoxification. Like a walking corpse, Moon Spirit returned to the Iyun Pavilion with a false step. Her eyes were empty, and it was as if her entire being had been drained of its soul, leaving her a lifeless shell. Saitama looked at her in this disoriented state. His heart was full of intolerance, and he was softly persuaded along the way. Miss Yuling, things have come to this, don't be too sad. Yuling took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, her voice carrying a bit of huskiness and determination. Sir Chiyu, thank you for your concern and care. Since Ao Chen has made such a choice, don't blame the Dragon Clan for seeing him as a traitor. In the future, I don't want to see him again, and the Dragon Clan will pretend that there is no such person as Ao Chen. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she couldn't help but cough violently. Saitama rushed forward and gently patted her back anxiously. Miss Yuling, don't get excited first, your body is important. Was persuading Moonling that. Saitama felt a sudden, intense wave of vertigo that, it was as if his head had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and all the sights in front of him began to blur. His body swayed uncontrollably and he nearly fainted. He hastily and tremblingly drew from his bosom a vial of pills, his hand shaking so much that, it took a great deal of effort to pour a pill from it and hastily put it in his mouth. When Yuling saw this, her heart tightened and, hurriedly stepping forward to support him, he asked with concern, Sir Chiyu, what's wrong with you? But is there some hidden disease? Her eyes were filled with worry, and her hand holding Saitama unconsciously increased in strength by a few points. Saitama slowed down, took a deep breath and, waved his hand and said, no harm done. It's just an old problem, just rest for a while. He tried to act as if nothing had happened, but the pale face and weak voice betrayed him. Yuling, however, stared at him and said with determination, Sir Chiyu, in my opinion, this is not an ordinary illness, but you have been poisoned. She sounded very sure of herself, as if she had seen through everything. Saitama's heart snapped at his words, as if he had been seen through his most secret heart. He looked up at Moon Spirit, his eyes filled with doubt and shock. Miss Yuling, how can you conclude that I am poisoned? Could it be that you've misread it? His voice trembled slightly, with a hint of nervousness. Moon Spirit shook her head, looking serious as she patiently explained. I am a dragon doctor. I have studied medicine since I was a child, and I know about all kinds of diseases and poisons. Your symptoms just now, dizziness, body weakness, pale face, and the scent of the pills you took, all indicate that you have been poisoned. If you believe me, you might as well tell me the truth and I might be able to help you with the poison. Her eyes revealed sincerity and confidence that made Saitama's heart flutter. Saitama hesitated for a moment, struggling internally. He looked at Yuling's sincere face and thought of the pain and helplessness he had suffered during these days in the Phoenix Clan. Finally, he sighed and said slowly, truth be told, I was previously hit by Princess Feng Ning's heart-devouring poison. A poison that requires an antidote to be taken every other month. This medicine is extremely overbearing, and if I don't get the antidote within the stipulated time, my organs and bowels will explode and die. I could only follow her orders in order to save my life. There was pain and helplessness in his voice. It was as if these words were a burden that had been pent up in his heart for so long. When Yu Ling heard what Feng Ning had done, the anger within her heart surged like a raging tide. Her hands unconsciously clenched tightly, her knuckles whitening from the exertion, and the anger spewing out of her eyes seemed to burn away all the injustices in this world. How could Princess Feng Ning be so vicious? To use such a vicious means to manipulate other people's destinies. Her voice trembled slightly due to her anger, and her words were filled with displeasure and hatred towards Feng Ning's behavior. But saving people was important. Yu Ling forced down the anger in her heart and took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She looked to Saitama and said, Sir Chiyu, don't worry, I will do my best to cure you of the poison. Saying so, she walked in style to Saitama's side and whispered softly, Mr. Chiyu, please allow me to check your pulse first. Only by figuring out the details of this toxin can we prescribe the right medicine. The two of them returned to the Iyun pavilion side by side and sat opposite each other at the table. Yu Ling stretched out her slender, glistening white fingers and, gently resting on Saitama's wrist, she closed her eyes slightly, feeling the ebb and flow of her pulse with all her concentration. And, every subtle fluctuation was keenly captured by her. The room was silent, with only the sound of the two men's steady and slightly rushed breathing, intertwining and echoing in the air. A moment later, Yu Ling slowly opened her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed in concentration. This poison is indeed tricky. The toxicity has already penetrated deep into the internal organs, spreading uncontrollably in the body. However, the sky is the limit, not without a way to crack it. Her eyes swept a slow circle around the chamber. It then fell on Saitama's face and, Sir Chiyu, when I came here, I saw that the small courtyard of your Iyun pavilion is filled with flowers and plants, and there should be quite a few precious medicinal herbs among them. I wonder if you can let me go and check it out. Perhaps I can find the key clue to the antidote from it. Saitama's eyes instantly lit up with hope when he heard that. It was as if he had seen the dawn in an endless abyss of darkness. Of course I can. Miss Moon Spirit, please go ahead. Everything but by the girl's arrangement. Yu Ling quickly got up and walked with hurried steps towards the small courtyard of the Iyun pavilion, Chiyu following closely behind. Stepping into the small courtyard, Yu Ling weaved her way through the lush flowers and plants, her gaze like a torch, not sparing any potentially useful herbs. She muttered under her breath. Fortunately, these herbs are all available here, so perhaps they can really cure this poison. She crouched down lightly at times, scrutinizing the leaf texture and root form of the herbs, rubbing her fingers gently to feel their texture. From time to time, they come closer, lightly sniffing the unique scent emanating from the herbs, and judging their efficacy by virtue of their familiarity with the herbs and their keen intuition. With each usable herb identified, a pleased smile appeared on her face. In a few moments, Yu Ling then gathered all the required herbs, quickly returned to the house. She skillfully cleaned, dried, and ground the herbs in a series of processes, her movements flowing in a single motion. She then handed the concocted medicine to Saitama. Sir Chiyu, if you take this medicine, it should be able to temporarily alleviate the poison. Saitama looked at the medicine in his hand, a flash of hesitation in his eyes. Raising his eyes again to look at Yu Ling, he saw that she had a firm gaze, with confidence and concern in her eyes. Saitama finally made up his mind and tilted his head back to drink the medicine in one gulp. Shortly after the potion went down, Saitama then felt a warm current slowly rising from her abdomen, flowing through her body like a trickle of water. The discomfort that had been flopping around gradually dissipated. He was startled at first, with a look of disbelief on his face. Immediately afterward, his eyes were round and full of surprise and excitement. He stretched out his hands violently and gripped Yu Ling's arms tightly, his voice trembling so much from excitement that, Miss Moon Spirit, this medicine really works. It's amazing. His eyes glistened with tears, filled with the joy of surviving the calamity and deep gratitude to the Moon Spirit. The corners of Yu Ling's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Don't be too busy to be happy yet. This is only a temporary suppression of the toxicity, and follow-up treatment will be needed to completely eradicate it. However, at least for the time being you are temporarily out of danger. Saitama was grateful to hear that. With reddened eyes and a choked voice, he said, Miss Yu Ling, I can't repay you for your great kindness to me. He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Moon Spirit. The body has not risen for a long time. Yu Ling quickly waved her hand, signaling that there was no need for him to be so courteous. She then suddenly got up and knelt on one knee in front of Saitama. Squire Chiyu, please rise, I actually have something to ask. Her voice was sincere and urgent, her face full of pleading. Seeing this, Saitama hurriedly reached out to help Moon Spirit up and, please rise, Miss Yu Ling, as long as it is within my power, I will definitely do my best. Moon Spirit stood up, took a deep breath, and pleaded. Searchy you work under Princess Feng Ning, so you must know a lot of inside information. I implore you to tell me truthfully about the matter concerning my junior brother. I've known him for years, watched him grow into a man, and know him like the back of my hand and his character. I firmly believe that he would never do anything to betray the division. There must be an unknown hidden agenda behind that scene we saw today. She was staring intently into Saitama's eyes. With anxiety and longing in their eyes. It was as if the answer could be found directly in his eyes. Chiyu looked at Yuling and saw that her eyes were reddened from anxiety. Her expression was flustered and confused, and she was filled with worry about Ao-chen. Anyone who looked at that look couldn't help but feel pity. With a pang in his heart, he sighed slightly and spoke slowly. Miss Moon Spirit, I remember your kindness in saving my life, and I will definitely return the favor by gushing in the future as well. Now, I will no longer hide it from you either. Chiyu paused, her expression grave, her gaze revealing her dissatisfaction with what Princess Feng Ning had done. Truth be told, the culprit of all this is Princess Feng Ning. She has been in love with Ao-chen for a long time, yet she is well aware that Ao-chen is single-mindedly attached to the Kunlun Mountains and is always thinking of returning to the Dragon Clan. In order to keep Ao-chen by her side, she even came up with such a devious and treacherous plan. Saitama's tone was tinged with a touch of indignation. She pretended to be seriously ill. Her breath was dying, and she released a rumor to the public, saying that the only thing that could save her life was the Night Pearl of the Kunlun Mountains, so that Ao-chen would go and seek it. Her plan was to make all the dragon people think that Ao-chen had betrayed his master and stolen the treasure of the mountain. In this way, Ao-chen was regarded as a traitor by the Dragon Clan and could never return, but was forced to stay by her side. Popol, feel free to click A, hyped, Chapter 86, Ice and Fire. Hearing this, Yuling involuntarily clenched her hands and, the knuckles were white with exertion, and a spark of anger flickered in his eyes, as if two flames were about to erupt. Her chest rose and fell violently, each breath carrying an overwhelming anger. Lord Saitama, thank you for bringing the truth to light. This Princess Feng Ning, how can she be so cruel, so unscrupulous? In order to satisfy her own selfish desires, she even resorted to such an insidious ploy to frame innocent people. Her voice trembled slightly with anger, and every word felt like it was squeezed through her teeth. After calming her emotions a little, determination came out of Moon Spirit's eyes and, junior brother was wrongly accused. I can't just stand by and watch him suffer. I must go and save him. Searchy, would you be willing to help me? Saitama looked puzzled and hesitated for a while before speaking. Miss Yuling, truth be told, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that Princess Feng Ning has high magical power and almost never meets an opponent. And she's so smart that it's hard to fool her about anything. It's really hard as hell to save Ao-chen. Although the poison on my body is solved, I still have to continue to put on an act. If I openly go against Princess Feng Ning, I'm afraid that not only will my life be lost, but I will also involve you. I also have to consider for my clan. His voice was filled with helplessness and guilt, and he didn't dare to look directly into Yuling's eyes. Moon Spirit looked at Saitama's difficult look, and understanding his situation in her heart, she said softly, Searchy, I understand your difficulties. I won't force you. It's just that my power alone is meager. It's really hard to save Ao-chen. If you have any ideas, I hope you won't be stingy with your advice. Saitama was silent for a moment, turned around and walked into the house, and a few moments later came out with an ancient book and said solemnly, Miss Yuling, I have an ancient book of wonders here, and I've been delving into it, hoping to find a way to restrain Feng Ning. There might be a way to defeat or seal her power in this book. It's just that I haven't had much of a clue. He carefully handed the book to Moon Spirit as if he was holding a rare treasure. Yuling hastily took the book and scrutinized it in surprise. This is an ancient script, the red feather script of the Phoenix clan. Saitama sniffed. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly asked, Miss Moon Spirit, you actually know red feather text? This is really great. How do you know this kind of writing? Yuling's cheeks flushed slightly and she smiled shyly. Previously, my junior apprentice brother, Ao-chen. He was particularly interested in ancient scripts and studied them all day long. I was influenced by him and followed suit with my interest in ancient scripts, so I learned some as well. When she thought of Ao-chen, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rose, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Saitama came to a realization and looked at Moon Spirit with a bit more depth in his eyes. He could naturally sense that special emotion that Moon Spirit had for Ao-chen, but did not say anything about it, just continued. I see. Speaking of which, Mr. Ao-chen had learned the body swap technique in this book, and even successfully swapped bodies with Feng Ning. Really? Moon Spirit immediately became interested and hurriedly opened the book to flip through it carefully. Sure enough, The book contained the soul swap technique, but when she looked at the conditions for casting, her face changed slightly. It says that those who can successfully perform this technique must have a heart of gold or love each other deeply. A wave of jealousy immediately surged in Yuling's heart, and she couldn't help but think secretly, could it be that junior brother and that Princess Feng Ning have a heart-to-heart and love each other deeply? How is this possible? She bit her lip and forced down the emotions in her heart and said to Saitama, Prince Chiyu, no matter what, let's think of a way first. Maybe we can find a power in here that can suppress Feng Ning. There was a hint of stubbornness in her tone, her eyes determined. Saitama nodded. The two of them then focused on this ancient strange book together, hoping to find the key information to fight against Feng Ning. Asterisk. Feng Ning tugged Ao Chen. His footsteps hurried all the way back to the bedchamber in a flurry of wind. As soon as I stepped through that door, she made a violent turn and grabbed the black robe of the Imperial Phoenix envoy on Ao Chen's body with her hands like pincers, and then with a mighty yank, there was a hiss and the robe was ripped off stiffly. Immediately after that, she pushed in a smooth motion, and the unsuspecting Ao Chen was pushed down onto the couch, grunting out in pain. Evil Phoenix, can you not be so savage? Cough. Ao Chen covered his wound, his brows knitted together tightly, his face filled with pain. Humph, you little dragon. Feng Ning's willow eyebrows rose up, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Just now, in front of everyone, making this princess make a fool of herself. This princess will have to settle it with you. What do you say? What should be done to compensate for this princess's face? Ao Chen didn't want to do this pointless entanglement with her. He sat up, took a deep breath, and looked at her woodenly, his lips tightly closed, not saying a word. There was a stubbornness in his eyes, as if he was silently declaring to Feng Ning that he would not give in easily. How dare you keep quiet? Feng Ning saw Ao Chen ignoring himself. The fire of anger in his heart miso burned even stronger. You just lit up this princess's laughing point and made her lose her temper in front of so many people. Now, this princess will let you taste that unbearable flavor as well. With that, she reached down and lifted Ao Chen's feet, removing his boots as soon as the jade finger was as swift as lightning, striking Ao Chen's Yongquan acupoint with unerring precision. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen mischievously. His eyes were full of playfulness, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he, just waiting to see what Ao Chen's face looked like when he couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, Ao Chen was like he was determined to go against Feng Ning to the end. He clenched his teeth, the muscles in his face trembling slightly from the exertion, and hardened himself. He flattened his mouth, his eyes full of defiance. Time passed second by second. Ao Chen not only did not laugh, but his eyes gradually reddened and he held back tears. But even so, he still doesn't let out a single laugh, and that tenacity is both admirable and helpless. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's appearance and immediately felt bored. She stood up and clasped her hands to her chest, shaking her head helplessly as she said, I can't imagine that this little dragon, is quite capable of enduring. You don't even laugh when I point your laugh point. It seems that this princess has really underestimated you. Ao Chen looked at Feng Ning and blankly glanced at her, his eyes filled with disdain. Humph, since I can't make you laugh. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up into a mysterious smile, her eyes revealing a hint of cunning. Then I can only. She purposely dragged out her voice, selling the idea that his eyes swept back and forth across Ao Chen's face, observing every ounce of his reaction. Saying that, she leaned down slowly, her movements gentle yet with a hint of irresistible oppression. Before Ao Chen could react, the delicate little face had closed in upon him, and close enough to hear each other's breath clearly. I know where Bruce is most sensitive. Feng Ning murmured softly in Ao Chen's ear, her warm breath spraying on Ao Chen's neck. In a moment, I'll let you beg for life and beg for death. Let Xiaolong taste the taste of ice and fire. Ao Chen was shocked when he heard this. His eyes widened and his pupils plummeted as he looked at Feng Ning with a horrified expression. The two of them are now too familiar with each other's bodies. He knew clearly in his heart what Feng Ning was going to do next, and he panicked in his heart and hurriedly shouted, Don't you mess around. Feng Ning, if you keep this up, I'm not done with you. Chapter 87, Meanness. It's not finished then. He. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's panicked appearance. A playful smile spread across his face, and his eyes were filled with a teasing look, as if he was treating Ao Chen's reaction at this moment as an interesting game. Have fun with it. Before Ao Chen could put up more resistance, he was pushed down by Feng Ning. Immediately after, Feng Ning's lips printed on again. Shasta. The atmosphere in the bedchamber became ambiguous and charming. The air all seemed to be filled with a hint of nervousness, making people's breath catch unconsciously. An operation as fierce as a tiger. Ao Chen was already suffering from new wounds and old wounds, plus this tossing and turning just now. He only felt that the strength in his body seemed to be drained by an invisible force. His limbs were soft and powerless, and the whole person was as limp as a puddle of mud on the couch. He was panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, each breath carrying a heavy trill, as if telling of his body's extreme exhaustion. But even so, Ao-chan knew in his heart that there was still a crucial matter that needed to be resolved at that moment. He clenched his teeth and braced his frail and weak body. His hair was messy, and he looked at Fong Ning with a solemn expression. Fong Ning, I promised to play this scene with you, and now I've done it. Now, I hope that you will keep your word and let elder sister Yuling go, and send someone to escort her back to Kunlun Mountain with the Night Pearl. You must not go back on your word. Fong Ning lazily lay on his chest with a hint of insatiable satisfaction on her face. Little fingers gently tangled in the hair at his temples, muttering pouty words. Well, little dragon, don't be so anxious. You just put 100 hearts. I only need a small dragon you are. What the treasure of the town mountain Night Pearl? This princess is not rare, as long as you obediently stay by my side. Little dragon, I'll definitely keep my promise and definitely won't go back on my word law. However, the worry on Ao-chan's face did not dissipate by half. He was well aware of Fong Ning's cunning and versatility. These days together made him understand that Fong Ning's mind was elusive. Therefore he didn't fully trust Fong Ning's promise. He slowly got up with his arm around Fong Ning, his voice slightly hoarse due to his weakness, but his tone was characterized by a toughness that could not be refuted. Fong Ning, time is running out, and there can't be a moment's delay. You must quickly send the Night Pearl back to the Kunlun Mountains, and I want to ensure the safety of my elder sister Moon Spirit before I hear you personally give the order. Fong Ning looked at Ao-chan's serious and insistent appearance, and with jealousy surging in her heart, she feigned a helpless sigh and said, Okay, you're a tough little dragon. Asterisk. After a long time, Fong Ning calmly organized her clothes and ceremoniously brought Ao-chan to the main hall. She first arranged for Ao-chan to hide behind a screen in a side room. Ensuring that the location was excellent, Ao-chan was able to hear the commotion outside loud and clear. Fong Ning stood still, instantly regaining a few moments of his former majesty in his demeanor, and called out in a loud voice. Someone, go and bring Miss Moon Spirit here. In a few moments, under the guidance of a few guards, Yuling walked in style into the main hall of Fengqi Palace. She was dressed in a long lavender dress, the hem of which swung gently with her steps, soulful and graceful. The waterfall of green silk fell softly over her shoulders, and a few strands of broken hair fell playfully beside her fair cheeks. Further lining her skin is crystal clear as snow. The eyes are like a pair of crystal clear autumn water, clear and bright, between them through the warmth and spirit. Her nose was straight and straight, her lips were vermilion without pointing, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, exuding a charming aura that made her unforgettable to see. Fong Ning slowly stood up and looked down on Yuling from above, her voice deliberately dragging out with a few hints of oppression. Why don't you bow when you see this princess? Moon Spirit's complexion was as calm as water, and she responded without being condescending. I am of the Dragon Clan. Why should I worship the princess of the Phoenix Clan? All races are born equal. I don't need to perform this great honor to you. Fong Ning tugged at the corners of her mouth, revealing a smirk, her tone full of mockery. The Dragon Clan is so unaware of etiquette. It seems that the rules of the Dragon Clan are nothing more than that. It's really disappointing. Yuling didn't really want to dwell too much on these trivial matters with her, so the door was opened and the question was asked. Princess Fong Ning, may I ask where my junior brother is now? And where is the Night Pearl? Where exactly did you hide him? Fong Ning had a smug smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Deliberately straightening his back, he said in a pretentious manner, Ao-chan, in order to win the princess's concern, can really take great pains even fetched your Dragon Clan Kunlun Mountain's treasure of the mountain Night Pearl. This sincerity is really touching. But then, the Night Pearl is after all a treasure of your Dragon Clan, and I, Fong Ning, am not someone who covets treasures, so naturally I cannot take it for myself. Let's just trouble Miss Yuling to bring it back. Saying that, Fong Ning then elegantly signaled his men to send up the Night Pearl. Only the Night Pearl was placed on an exquisite tray, and under the care of the attendant, it was slowly presented to Moon Spirit. Fong Ning turned his head and ordered his men with a serious expression. You guys, pick a few capable hands and escort Miss Yuling back to Kunlun Mountain with the Night Pearl. Along the way, be careful and be on your toes. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you all accountable. Hearing these words from Fong Ning, Yuling's heart settled a little, but Ao-chan's well-being always gripped her heart, so she hurriedly said, Thank you, Princess Fong Ning. However, before I leave, I would like to see Ao-chan for a while to confirm with my own eyes that he is safe and sound. As soon as Fong Ning heard these words, her face instantly became so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and a hint of displeasure flashed through her eyes without any concealment. She grunted, her tone full of impatience, like she was repelling flies. Impossible. Ao Chen is now a member of my Phoenix clan. He doesn't want to have anything to do with the Dragon clan anymore. So naturally he doesn't want to see you either. Take the Night Pearl and get lost. How could Moon Spirit be willing to leave this way? In her anxiety, she took a step forward and questioned. Princess Feng Ning, as a princess of the Phoenix clan, you did the despicable thing of imprisoning someone from another clan. If this matter were to spread, aren't you afraid of being laughed at and bringing shame to the Phoenix clan? How can you live up to the reputation of the Phoenix clan with such behavior? Feng Ning, however, laughed with disinterest, clasping her hands in front of her chest and assuming a cynical and contemptuous stance. What did you say? What imprisonment? Don't you spit blood here? It was Ao Chen of the Dragon clan himself who fell in love with this princess at first sight, and to his death, volunteered to stay and be my royal Phoenix envoy, guarding me day and night. He's so full of me right now that he doesn't even want to see you, let alone go back to the Kunlun Mountains with you. Now he is looking forward to guarding this princess all day long, not willing to take half a step away. Chapter 88, The Shura. When Yu Ling heard this, she let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt, stabbing at Feng Ning like a sharp sword. The third princess of the Phoenix clan. In order to keep someone else by her side, she has resorted to such insidious and treacherous tricks. It is really disgraceful. Only my simple and kind-hearted junior brother would fall for you. It's despicable to the core for you to pretend to be sick and lie to him, to use his compassion and kindness for your own ends. Feng Ning's face suddenly changed. She never expected that Yu Ling would see everything so thoroughly, and expose her plot so unflinchingly, and this infuriated her. However, she quickly forced down her anger and adjusted her emotions and, slowly walking over to Yu Ling, he said with a leathery smile, "Oh Miss Yu Ling really does not only look like a heavenly fairy, but she is also icy smart. This princess was kind enough to let you go, but you are so ungrateful. Then don't blame this princess for not being polite." Feng Ning paced around Yu Ling, her eyes scrutinizing her up and down like she was sizing up her prey. What a pity, do you think? If something were missing from this pretty little face of yours, or broken in it, Yu Ling's heart snapped. However, she still forced herself to be calm and glared fiercely at Feng Ning. What do you mean? Don't mess around. The Phoenix clan isn't so unreasonable. Feng Ning's eyes instantly became as cold as frost, approaching Yu Ling step by step. His tone was cold and cruel. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have some good looks. In the eyes of this princess, your so-called pride and self-respect are worthless. Let's see how you can still be proud of yourself when this princess makes a few cuts on this pretty face of yours. By then, you'll know what happens when you offend this princess. Saying that, she raised her hand and made a move to slash down on Yu Ling's face. Although Yu Ling was scared in her heart, she still tried to straighten her spine, unwilling to show the slightest bit of timidity in front of Feng Ning. I don't want to tangle with you. I just want to see my little master once. Feng Ning heard that. A touch of mockery instantly sprang up on his face, followed by a sharp, piercing laugh that, your little brother? Ha, that's a very intimate name. You're so impatient to see Ao Chen. What are you hiding in your heart? Do you really think I can't see it? Have you fallen in love with him too? Could it be that you're still dreaming of Ao Chen being your little love interest and expecting him to marry you? Ha! She tilted her head slightly and, the arrogance and smugness that showed in his eyes was almost overflowing. A soft grunt, with a touch of arrogance. He continued, this princess warns you to put those unrealistic thoughts to rest before it's too late. Ao Chen has long been this princess's person. He is my little dragon, and both his body and his soul will always belong to me. Feng Ning, alone. But if any ungrateful one dares to covet my little dragon, this princess will make sure that she is pulverized and dies without a whole body. Hearing that, Yu Ling's face instantly turned red, her eyes glaring round, as if there was a blazing fire burning in her eyes. She stared at Feng Ning's smug and arrogant face with a deadly gaze that seemed as if she could cut the other party into 1,000 pieces. She gritted her teeth and said, word for word, in a loud voice, you, what are you babbling about? Who misses him? I'm just Ao Chen's senior sister. I've watched him grow up since he was a child and have always taken care of him as if he were my own brother. I just can't bear to see a simple and kind-hearted child like him fall into the trap set by a snake-hearted woman like you, to be wantonly deceived and mercilessly used by you. Feng Ning was completely enraged by Yu Ling's words and said in exasperation, how dare you? How dare you talk to this princess like this? Simply living out of patience. Someone come, poke her face into a beehive for me. Feng Ning's words had just fallen. A few guards immediately rushed up, the sharp blades in their hands flashing with a chilling light in the dim and cold light, and they looked to be about to make a move on Moon Spirit. Feng Ning looked at Yu Ling's panicked expression, and the corner of her mouth hooked up into a willful smile. Goo, what a pity for this pretty little face. It's not too late for you to regret now. As long as you obediently apologize to this princess and admit your rudeness, maybe when this princess is in a good mood, she can still spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unmerciful. By then, you won't be able to save this handsome little face. Yu Ling, however, was not the least bit afraid of her threats and stubbornly looked away, her eyes full of defiance. This action even made Feng Ning furious. She jerked a knife out of the guard's hand and the blade cut through the air with a chilling light. Just in the nick of time. 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 A deafening angry cry suddenly rang out, as if it was a thunderbolt exploding from the flat ground, echoing in the great hall. Stop! Immediately following, a black shadow wrapped in a gale, like lightning rushed out swiftly from behind the screen. It was Ao Chen. At this moment, his hair was scattered messily on his forehead. His suppressed anger completely erupted. His face was full of anger, and the veins on his forehead were rippling, each of them pulsating with rage. He glared fiercely at Feng Ning and then, he turned to Moon Spirit with his heart in his mouth. His feet stumbled, and his voice carried an anxiety and concern that was hard to hide. Eldest sister, are you alright? The moment Yu Ling saw Ao Chen, a flash of surprise suddenly flashed across her eyes. However, the surprise was short-lived. The moment passed, and was replaced by a worry and heartache that could not be dissolved deep in the bottom of his eyes. Her gaze was like a torch as she eagerly looked Ao Chen up and down but he saw that his neck had already newly added hickeys, red and purple crisscrossed, especially harsh in this tense atmosphere. Yu Ling's inner emotions churned as if there were shocking waves, and her hands involuntarily trembled slightly. Junior brother, how are you doing? Did she give you a hard time? Ao Chen looked at Yu Ling, his eyes instantly reddened, filled with aggression like a flood that broke the dike, surging so much that it was hard to suppress. Eldest sister, before the words were finished, his voice was already drowned out by a thick choking sob, as if he had been blocked from pouring out. Yu Ling gazed at him heartily and her eyes also flushed slightly, and she spoke softly in a comforting voice. Junior brother, senior sister knows that you've been wronged, and it's all because Princess Feng Ning forced you to do so. Don't be afraid. Senior sister will go back and clarify the matter with the senior uncles and brothers to help you and return your innocence. Ao Chen lowered his head guiltily when he heard this and I can't find a crack in the ground and hide myself. The voice was tinged with sobs and near collapse of self-loathing. Eldest senior sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gullibly trusted the words of this evil phoenix, injuring a group of senior brothers and stealing the night pearl. I really deserve to die. I'm sorry to my master, to my uncle and brothers, for failing them. Yu Ling gently shook her head and comforted him in a softer tone. Junior brother, don't say that. It's precisely because you're kind and bent on taking the night pearl to save others that you've been taken advantage of. Who would have guessed that there are people so serpentine as to take advantage of the pure goodness of others to do all sorts of bad things? It's not your fault. It's her fault. It's her wickedness and greed. She's the culprit. Feng Ning listened to their conversation. The eyes instantly became as gloomy and cold as the abyss of a cold night. Without warning, she jerked out her hand and yanked over Ao Chen. Moving as fast as lightning, he instantly stood between Ao Chen and Yu Ling. She stared at Moon Spirit with a deadly stare, killing intent churning in her eyes. As if they were going to break the person in front of them into pieces the next second. Who allowed your filthy hands to touch him? It sounded as if it came from the 9 hells, wrapped in endless resentment and anger. If you dare to touch my little dragon with your dirty hands again, this princess will chop your hands off. This princess is true to her word. Ao Chen was shocked and angry, and the anger on his face instantly surfaced as he said loudly, She's my big sister. Before he could finish his words, he was brutally interrupted by Feng Ning. Neither can eldest sister. Feng Ning's voice was domineering and unquestionable, as if he was swearing absolute sovereignty. Ao Chen was angry and helpless, and couldn't help but say indignantly, You are unbelievable. Popol. Feel free to click A, hyped. Chapter 89, Reprimand. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up into a mocking sneer, and her laughter was full of twisted meaning. You treat her like a big sister, but she has her heart set on treating you like a lover. When Moon Spirit heard this, her face rolled in an instant, it turned red, just like an apple so ripe that it was about to burst and drip blood, delicate but full of shame and embarrassment. Her breasts rose and fell violently, and she was ashamed and annoyed, and hands subconsciously clutched the corners of his coat, fingertips whitened from excessive force, as if his throat were clogged, and for a moment he was speechless. A heart full of anger and blush was like a beast trapped in a cage, rushing madly across the chest. But how could it not find an outlet for venting? What are you babbling about? Her voice trembled, but she was powerless to retort. Ao Chen was even more furious. his eyes glaring like bronze bells, as if he wanted to burst his eye sockets, roaring loudly, "Evil Phoenix! Don't you dare to talk nonsense! She is my eldest senior sister, my most respected eldest senior sister. I was taken care of by her since I was a child. I have nothing but respect and gratitude for eldest sister. How could I have any blasphemous intentions? Don't you dare slander me here." Moonspirit's face changed slightly when she heard this. There was an imperceptible flash of despondency in his eyes. She opened her mouth, as if to say something, but when the words reached her mouth, they were swallowed back heavily, and the touch of bitterness in her heart spread quietly. Feng Ning, however, remained unforgiving, with a mocking sneer on her face. "Humph, stinky little dragon, you are this princess's man. No more thinking about other women." Ao Chen was infuriated by Feng Ning's words and blurted out, "Who thinks about other women?" Yu Ling watched the two of them bicker, her heart becoming even more sour. Ao Chen coldly stared at Feng Ning, his eyes as sharp as cold knives, and said word by word, "Feng Ning, don't go too far. I've already done what I promised you and cooperated with you in this farce in front of everyone. Why do you still want to make things difficult for my eldest sister? Quickly let her go. Don't push people too far. Don't challenge my bottom line." The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked into a wry smile. Slowly, "Well, this princess did promise you to let your family's big sister and the Night Pearl return to the Kunlun Mountains, but..." There was a deliberate pause, a flash of sinister in her eyes as this princess didn't say whether she would go back alive or in a coffin. Ao Chen heard this and, in a flash, I could only feel a thunderbolt crashing over my head. The blood in his entire body seemed to freeze instantly, and the chill went straight from the soles of his feet to his heavenly soul. His eyes widened in horror, his pupils contracting dramatically as both hands unconsciously clenched hard into fists. The veins on the backs of his hands rippled like a small, angry snake. You dare. If you dare to touch a single hair on my eldest sister's head, I'm not done with you. Even if I spell out this life, I will never let you harm her." Feng Ning looked at his appearance of protecting Yu Ling like this. The fire of jealousy in her heart was burning brightly. The flames burned her senseless, and her whole person seemed to be possessed by a demon, her anger arrogant to the extreme. "Humph, stinky little dragon, that depends on your performance. How dare you defend another woman in front of this princess? See if I dare. Today, if she doesn't apologize to this princess, she'll be waiting to live in a coffin." Just saying. A rush of cluttered footsteps came swiftly from outside the palace. A guard rushed in a panic, kneeling heavily on one knee. Even his voice could not be suppressed with a hint of trembling. "Your Highness, the Phoenix Emperor has summoned you to go see her immediately." "What? Now?" Feng Ning's eyes widened, incredulity written all over her face. Then with a look of extreme displeasure on his face, muttering and grumbling under his breath, Why is this old phoenix at this time?" She looked viciously at Moonspirit and squeezed out a few words through her teeth. "Humph, I'll deal with you when I get back." Having said that, with a violent wave of his small hand, he signaled several of his men to escort Moonspirit and Ao Chen down respectively. Feng Ning straightened her clothes and hurriedly rushed to Emperor Feng's palace. Having just stepped into the hall, he saw that Feng Ning was also there, and couldn't help but thump in his heart, thinking to himself, did Auntie reveal something to the Queen Mother? She settled down, a smile piled on her face, and, taking a few steps forward, he bowed respectfully and delicately. "Greetings, Mother, Auntie, Mother, I wonder what you sought me out for in your busy schedule." Emperor Feng sat high on the main seat, a gorgeous phoenix robe flowing with color. The golden phoenix embroidered on the robe was lifelike and seemed to be lifting its wings to fly. Her face is absolutely beautiful, her eyes are like cold stars. Through the innate majesty and dissatisfaction, the years did not leave too many traces on her face, but added a few points of graceful and noble temperament. The whole person exudes a noble aura that people dare not look directly. Seeing Feng Ning come in, he didn't beat around the bush and asked directly to the point. "Ninger, did you imprison Ao Chen of the Dragon Clan? And pretended to be sick to trick him into fetching the Night Pearl from the Kunlun Mountains?" Feng Ning's heart tightened violently, knowing that things had been revealed, but she still had a lucky break and tried to weasel her way out of it. "Mother, who are you listening to? How is it possible that I and that little dragon but get along very well? What is the imprisonment and deception said? The Night Pearl is also that little dragon voluntarily gifted to me. How dare you argue?" Emperor Feng stood up fiercely and glared angrily at. The aura on his body was instantly released, as if a volcano was about to erupt. "The evidence is clear. You still want to deny?" Fengchi Palace up and down with their own eyes. "You imprisoned Ao Chen for many days, but also personally said to Ao Chen that his life is not long to go, but also foaming to cooperate with you, to deceive Ao Chen to take the Night Pearl. Not only that, the four guardians are you beat the skin and flesh. What else can you say? Feng Ning's body trembled slightly when she heard Feng Huan's words. Knowing that he could no longer hide it, he had to confess. Oops, mother, yes, I did keep that little dragon with me, and I also tricked him into taking the night pearl, but I'm doing this all because I don't want him to go back to the dragon clan. I just want him to stay with me. I'm afraid that I won't be able to see little dragon again after he goes back. Emperor Feng was so furious that he was trembling. He took 2 steps forward and stretched out his finger and cursed angrily at Feng Ning's nose. This seat has told you before that Ao Chen is a son of the dragon clan with a mission. Not your plaything. How can you act so recklessly? For the sake of your own selfish desires, you did this kind of underhanded thing. The face of the Phoenix clan has been disgraced by you. If this spreads out, where is the face of my Phoenix tribe? If that old thing Ao Tian knows about this, how will he look at this seat? Humph. This seat has only been away for this period of time, and you're so lawless. Having said that, Emperor Feng turned his gaze to Feng Ying again, his tone full of reproach. And you, Feng Ying, you know how to pamper her and follow her in everything on weekdays, and that's what makes her so capricious and lawless. Pampering her will only harm her. Chapter 90, Confinement. Feng Ying lowered her head guiltily, her voice carrying a hint of remorse. Sister's lesson is correct. I've been too spoiled with Feng Ying all these years and failed to discipline her properly. That's why she's been so reckless. It's my fault. Feng Ying lowered her head, biting her lower lip tightly. Despite being scolded, he muttered in an unsympathetic whisper. Mother, I just love little dragon too much, and I panicked when I thought that he was going back to the dragon clan and that I might never see him again. I know what I did was wrong, but I really just wanted him to be there for me all the time. Just then, the door to the temple was slowly pushed open. Ao Chen and Yu Ling walked in, led by a few guards. Ouchen, the wounds on his body have not yet healed. Every step seems to take all the strength in the body. His forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. The face was as pale as the remnants of winter snow. Seeing this, Emperor Feng immediately looked at Feng Ying. Eagerly, he commanded, Feng Ying, quickly diagnose this child and see how badly he's hurt. Feng Ying's eyes were filled with shock and heartache when she saw Ao Chen's miserable state. She hurried over to check it out and pulled out a few immortal pills from her bosom, handing them over to Ao Chen. Child, take it. This immortal elixir will help you heal your wounds and ease some of the pain. Ao Chen took the immortal pill and took it. In a few moments, a slight blush gradually appeared on her originally bloodless face. He braced himself and respectfully bowed to Emperor Feng, his voice still a bit weak. Many thanks to your majesty for saving my life. Now that my injuries are no longer serious, I beg your majesty to be gracious and allow eldest sister and I to return to the Kunlun Mountains with the Night Pearl. Emperor Feng's gaze flowed back and forth between Ao Chen and Feng Ning, his heart filled with emotion. She looked at Feng Ning, her tone carrying an unquestionable majesty. What are you still standing there for? Don't apologize to Ao Chen yet. There has to be an explanation for the mistake you made. Feng Ning stood still and didn't move, as if she didn't hear Feng Huang's words. Emperor Feng once again shouted angrily, his voice echoing in the great hall. My seat's words fall on deaf ears? This seat says, apologize. Don't make me repeat myself. Feng Ning bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Extremely reluctantly, he walked in front of Ao Chen and lowered his head, his voice so small that it was like a mosquito hum. Sorry. Emperor Feng frowned and aggravated his tone. Say it all. Tell Ao Chen everything you've done. Feng Ning was so angry that she stomped her feet, tears welling up in her eyes. Ao Chen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have imprisoned you or tricked you into getting the Night Pearl. It's all my fault. Ao Chen looked at Feng Ning, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. He gave her a deep look and whispered, that's just it, as long as you don't do it again. What happened in the past? Let's just pretend it never happened. The Phoenix Emperor looked at Ao Chen again, a hint of relief appearing on his face. Ao Chen, this time you fetched the Night Pearl for Feng Ning. This friendship and goodness, this seat has seen it in our eyes. Although the children of the Dragon Clan sometimes follow the rules, but their hearts are pure and good. But this seat is impressed. Ao Chen hurriedly waved his hand and said humbly, Your Majesty is too kind. Saving someone's life. This is all what I should do. Emperor Feng nodded, his attitude gentler. In that case, this seat will oblige you by sending a group of capable men to send you and Fairy Moon Spirit back to the Kunlun Mountains to ensure that you have a safe journey. Feng Ning heard about Emperor Feng's decision to let Ao Chen leave. Shasta, eyes red with impatience, like a trapped beast cornered into a corner, he yelled, No way! You absolutely cannot let Little Dragon go. Little Dragon is mine. Mother, you can't let him go. I don't want Little Dragon to leave me. Her voice was sharp and urgent, echoing through the empty palace, full of resignation and pleading. Emperor Feng's complexion was ice cold as he slowly turned his head and his gaze fell on Feng Ning like a frosty blade, his eyes overflowing with disappointment. What more do you want? To make such a big mistake and yet show no remorse? It seems that if I don't teach you a deep lesson, you will never learn. She paused, then whirled around and ordered in a loud, unquestioning tone. Someone come, put Feng Ning in confinement. No one is allowed to let her out without this seat's order. Feng Ning instantly panicked, desperately struggling, trying to grab the last ray of hope. Mother, do not don't close my confinement Mother Empress. Xiaolong, I don't want little dragon to leave me, my little dragon. Ao Chen. Still, he was forcibly dragged down by a few guards. Ao Chen looked at Feng Ning's back as she was led away by the guards. The heart seems to have overturned the flavor bottle. All kinds of flavors are intertwined, and even a hint of unwillingness to give up. He stared intently at the fading figure, his brows unconsciously furrowing as a hint of frustration passed through his eyes. Moon Spirit stood by and, taking it all in, and feeling a little bad about it. She gently reached out and tugged on Ao Chen's sleeve, trying to pull his thoughts back. At this point, Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen with a guilty expression. There was an apology in his eyes. Little Dragon Prince, I'm really sorry. This child Feng Ning is too willful. It's all because I pampered her too much during the day that she made such a big mistake. I sincerely apologize to you. Ao Chen came back to his senses and hurriedly waved his hands with a sincere expression. Your Highness is overstating it. This can't all be blamed on Princess Feng Ning. She was just confused for a moment. Who hasn't made a mistake yet? I hope she can just change in the future. Emperor Feng nodded slightly and waved his hand, his tone much calmer. Alright, this matter will end here. Ao Chen, you and Fairy Moon Spirit should make preparations and set off back to the Kunlun Mountains tomorrow. Pay attention to safety on the way, and if you need anything, feel free to order the person escorting you. As he spoke, Emperor Feng stepped down from his throne in style, walking up to Ao Chen. She raised her hand slowly and, Shasta. The spiritual energy around his body was like a surging tide churning endlessly, turning into a stream of bright and dazzling light. It didn't enter Ao Chen's body like a spiritual swimming dragon. For a moment, Ao Chen only felt that there seemed to be a hot current rushing and surging in his body, the place of the seal that has bound him for so long. There was a tingling sensation. It was not long before, accompanied by a shimmering light, if any, of the seal that imprisoned his freedom and suppressed his psychic powers. Like snow and ice melting in spring, it dissipates into nothingness. Ao Chen, who has regained his freedom. His chest rose and fell violently, and he let out a long, cloudy breath. The cloudy breath seemed to be wrapped in days of suffocation and helplessness. All he felt was a rush of pleasure, every inch of his body cheering, and the whole thing became lighter. Subsequently, Ao Chen and Yu Ling were each properly placed in small, secluded, and elegant compounds, waiting to depart the following day. Ao Chen stepped into the other courtyard. I just feel that this place is quiet and peaceful, as if it is a paradise outside the world. He couldn't wait to take a painful hot shower. After the bath, he changed into a brand new plain-colored robe, and the fabric of that robe was so light and silky it was warm to the touch. Every inch of contact seemed to gently soothe the nerves he'd been straining for the past few days. After bathing, Ao Chen sat by the window and, eyes gazing out the window at the serene view of but it was like a kitten scratching at the heart, never able to let go of one thing. Hesitating, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth to the maid who was quietly waiting with her eyes lowered to the side. Miss, I would like to ask if Princess Feng Ning was really confined by Emperor Feng? What is her current situation? The maid owed her body slightly, looking respectful but with a hint of apology. My lord, the slave girl does not know. Ao Chen had no choice but to stop. Chapter 91, Returning to Kunlun. Just then, Saitama walked into the courtyard with a brisk pace and a joyful smile on her face. As soon as he saw Ao Chen, he loudly congratulated him. Congratulations Ao Chen, finally able to break away from the Phoenix clan and return to the Dragon clan. This is a way to get rid of that arrogant and domineering evil Phoenix. How comfortable. Ao Chen barely managed to squeeze out a smile. The heart was a mixed bag. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but eventually the words were swallowed back. Saitama was in high spirits, and at once ordered wine and food to be prepared. Magnificently. We must see Ao Chen off today. We won't return without getting drunk. After 3 rounds of wine, the thoughts in Ao Chen's mind churned more and more. He finally couldn't help but ask again. Brother Chiyu, Feng Ning, is she really confined? Where exactly is she being confined? Saitama bristled, slightly disdainful. That Princess Feng Ning's confinement has caused many people to secretly cheer. She's usually arrogant and domineering, so it's good to lock her up for a while now to sharpen her temperament. As for whether or not she cried inside, that's unknown. Ao Chen's heart tightened and he hurriedly pursued the question. Confinement won't make her suffer much, will it? Saitama deliberately made a serious face and said in a serious manner. That's for sure. If Emperor Feng is angry, how can he be lenient? Feng Ning was confined, must be whipped day after day. Skin cracked flesh is light. Perhaps, she will also be starved to death, and can only spend her days with cold water. Ao Chen stood up violently at his words, shocked. What? Being whipped day in and day out? How could the rules of the Phoenix clan be so harsh? Even if she has faults, she shouldn't be subjected to such torture. Saitama stifled a laugh and continued to add fuel to the fire. More than whipping? They don't even give food. For those who were locked up by Emperor Feng, which one of them didn't shed their skin before they could come out? Maybe, when Feng Ning is released, she'll be so skinny that you won't recognize her. Ao Chen's brows tightened as he listened, his face filled with worry and heartache. In his heart, he felt a great deal of intolerance for what had happened to Feng Ning. Chiyu watched Ao Chen's expression change and teased, Ao Chen, why are you showing this expression? Don't you still feel sorry for her? She treated you like that before, so don't forget the pain after you've gotten over it. Ao Chen waved his hand in some panic and denied it. I don't have a heartache for her. It's just that I think she's a girl after all, and that such a punishment is a bit too harsh. Saitama saw him say so, finally could not help but laughed out loud. He patted Ao Chen's shoulder and said, Aya, see how anxious this little dragon is. I'm just kidding with you. Feng Ning, that girl in fact did not suffer anything. The Feng Emperor just put her in the Feng family court. Someone to wait for good food and drink for it. Look at how nervous you are. Ao Chen was relieved to hear this, and his taut nerves relaxed. He resumed his chair and raised his glass to hide his embarrassment. Meanwhile, in another quiet, private courtyard, Yu Ling was also immersed in the ancient strange book that Saitama had gifted her, surrounded by flowers and trees and scented by the breeze. Yet she had no desire to enjoy the view. A few maids of honor came in lightly with wine and food. The maid at the head of the group owed her body slightly and said in a gentle and respectful voice, Fairy Moon Spirit, these are specially prepared for you by Emperor Feng. Please enjoy. Moon Spirit raised her head, a faint smile on her face, and said softly, I'm grateful to all the girls, and please convey my thanks to the Phoenix Emperor for me. The maids answered and then lightly retreated. Sitting at the table, Yu Ling looked at the table full of exquisite delicacies, yet her thoughts had drifted far away. Thinking that he would soon be able to return to Kunlun Mountain with junior brother Ao Chen, she couldn't help but see the eagerness and anticipation of returning in her eyes. Day 2. Ao Chen and Yu Ling packed up and prepared to embark on their return journey. Emperor Feng sent Yen Yi, one of the 4 great protectors, to escort them with a small team of elite guards. Each of these guards had an athletic stance and a resolute look, and it was clear at a glance that they were well trained. They rode the mighty Red Flame Rock. This rock was surrounded by blazing flames, its feathers flashed with a metallic luster, and its wings unfolded to a length of several zhang, and every time it forcefully lifted its wings, it brought up a burst of blazing airflow, as if it could set the sky ablaze, and its aura was extremely shocking. Yen Yi himself was tall and lanky, like a lofty mountain peak, exuding a reassuring aura. His eyes are as sharp as eagles, as if they can see through all illusions. His body is permeated with the calmness of the battlefield, and every action shows the style of a master, so that people do not dare to underestimate. Under Yen Yi's leadership, the escort team sped along at an extremely fast speed. They traversed mountains and rivers, swept through dense forests, and flew in the direction of the Kunlun Mountains. As the destination got closer and closer, Ao Chen's mood grew more and more excited. Finally, the majestic Kunlun Mountains loomed into view when Yen Yi rolled over and dismounted from the Red Flame Rock. Moving cleanly, he walked to Ao Chen and Moon Spirit in large strides, and said with a respectful and gentle expression, Mr. Little Dragon, Fairy Moon Spirit, ahead is the Dragon Clan's boundary. If we, the Phoenix Clan, step in rashly, we fear unnecessary misunderstandings. For the journey ahead, please return to the mountain alone. Ao Chen hurriedly clasped his hands together and said with sincere gratitude, Many thanks to Protector Yen Yi for escorting us all the way. If it weren't for you guys, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for us to have such a smooth return journey this time. Moon Spirit also owed her body slightly and said softly, Yes, thanks to the care of Protector Yen Yi and all of you, Moon Spirit is grateful. Yen Yi nodded slightly, a gentle smile appearing on his face as if it were a warm spring sun. The 2 of you are polite. This is all part of our job. The Phoenix Emperor has ordered that the 2 of you must be guaranteed a safe arrival, and now it is considered a successful completion of the mission. With that, he turned to the small group behind him and instructed them, Everyone rest in place and watch as eunuch Ao Chen and Fairy Moon Spirit make their way up the mountain. So, Yen Yi and the squad of guards stood neatly in place, their eyes firmly watching Ao Chen and Yu Ling's figures fade away. It was only until the figures of the two disappeared into the winding mountain road that Yenny rolled over onto the red flame rock and set off on the return journey with his small group. Ao-chan stood at a high place, looking far and wide, looking at the cloudy Kunlun mountains in front of him. His heart was full of mixed feelings. His eyes held both the excitement of his impending return and a vague concern. He clutched the night pearl tightly, and the precious treasure glowed softly in his arms, as if responding to his joy. He couldn't help but exclaim with joy in his heart. It's finally time to return to the Kunlun Mountains. Ha ha, eldest sister. It's great. It's finally time to return to the Kunlun Mountains. The voice was full of uncontrollable excitement, echoing across the valley. Just then, behind him came Moon Spirit's languid voice, as if floating from a distant place. Who said anything about going back to the Kunlun Mountains? Ao-chan froze, thinking that he had misheard. He slowly turned around and looked at the eldest senior sister. However, he saw that Moon Spirit's complexion was abnormal, and his normally gentle eyes darkened, as if they were covered by a layer of gloom. She gently waved her jade hand. Her movements seemed elegant, but there was a hidden mystery. A strange scent suddenly sprayed towards his face. Ao-chan couldn't avoid it. I only felt a sweet and weird aroma drilling into my nostrils instantly. Shasta. His head swam, and he went black, and consciousness gradually blurred, legs went weak, and the whole person slowly fainted. Chapter 92, Sentiments. Ao-chan's head was drowsy, and his consciousness gradually returned. He slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that the touch around him was hard, and it turned out that he was lying on a wooden bed. The place where he entered was a quaint little wooden house with extremely simple furnishings. His head instantly cleared, and he remembered with horror that he had been knocked out by one of eldest senior sister Moonspirit's aromas. The strange aroma was like a big invisible hand that dragged him into the endless darkness. Just then, a voice as gentle as the warm spring sun came. Junior brother, you've finally woken up. Ao-chan snapped his eyes up, only to see that Yuling was standing quietly by the bedside, her eyes soft and full of affection as she gazed at herself. Shasta. Ao-chan's sleepiness was completely gone, and his entire body was completely awake, subconsciously blurting out, eldest sister. Yuling nodded slightly, the concern in her eyes growing stronger. Junior brother, you've finally woken up. You've been passed out for a whole day, but you've worried senior sister to death. Ao-chan asked busily. Eldest sister, how did we get here? Aren't we going back to the Kunlun Mountains? Where's the night pearl? We still have to hurry back to Kunlun Mountain with the night pearl. Yuling, however, did not panic and approached slowly with a light step like a forest fairy. Her voice was as soft as a spring breeze, as if it carried a soothing magic. Don't be in a hurry, Junior. Senior sister just wants to be alone with you for a while. There are some things in my heart that have been bottled up in senior sister's heart for a long time, and I want to talk to you about them. Ao-chan was full of doubts, but it was really not good to refuse this request from his big sister, so he could only say hesitantly, eldest sister. But, you. Before the words fell, Moonspirit's complexion suddenly became gentle to the extreme. Her pale, jade-like hands were gently raised and fingertips deftly rested on the sash and slowly undid it. Her movements were gentle and slow, as if every subtle gesture spoke of some unspeakable sentiment. The sash slipped quietly. The tunic slowly fell to the ground along her delicate figure, revealing her snow-like, crystal-clear skin. The moon spirit at this moment was breathtakingly beautiful. A light lining clung to her luscious body. The outlines a slim waist and proud curves. Her skin was a light pink color, as delicate as a peach blossom in the first bloom of spring. That head of waterfall-like green silk casually draped over her shoulders. A few strands of hair fell gently over her chest. It adds a touch of femininity and sexiness to her. Her eyes were deep and blazing. With endless affection and anticipation, gazing quietly at Ao-chan. It was as if they wanted to seize his soul as well. Ao-chan's eyes instantly widened. His face instantly flushed red, and he was so flustered that he was incoherent. Big senior sister. You are doing? Yuling slightly tilted her head, her gaze staring straight at Ao-chan, her eyes seeming to flicker with thousands of stars as she softly asked, Junior brother, look at senior sister, is she beautiful? Ao-chan's face reddened as if it were a pig's liver, and he busily lowered his head and one simply didn't dare to look directly at Yuling's blazing gaze, as if that gaze was a blazing flame that would set him on fire. He stammered, big, senior sister was born beautiful, naturally beautiful. In this world is afraid that it is difficult to find an enemy. All the things in this heaven and earth will be eclipsed in front of eldest senior sister's beauty. Yuling guffawed. That smile was just like the blooming flowers in spring, brilliant and charming. Followed by the question, then who does junior brother think is more beautiful compared to that Princess Feng Ning? Her scent was close at hand, with a faint fragrance that seemed to take the heart. Ao-chan only felt his heart beating like a drum, and his breathing became rapid. He blurted it out almost without thinking. When? Of course it's eldest sister. Eldest sister's beauty is fresh and unassuming, just like an orchid in an empty valley, standing apart from the rest of the world. How can that evil phoenix be compared to you? Eldest sister is much more beautiful than her. As he spoke, fine beads of sweat were already seeping from his forehead, and his hands were unconsciously gripping the sheets, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. Moon Spirit laughed softly, and stepped closer to. Her aura came closer and closer to Ao-chan. If that's the case, why does junior brother not dare to look at me? Could it be that he is harboring some secret in his heart? Her voice was soft, but with a hint of pursuit that could not be avoided. Ao-chan only felt the faint fragrance of Yuling's body drilling into his nostrils. He hurriedly shrank back, like a frightened deer, his hands unconsciously gripping the bedsheets, his whole body at a loss, his eyes dodging around in panic. Eldest sister. Me. His voice was getting smaller and smaller, almost inaudible. Yuling sat on the edge of the bed and slowly approached Ao-chan, her warm breath spraying over his face as if she wanted to ignite his sanity as well. Her voice was soft and seductive. Junior brother, senior sister's feelings for you can be seen by the sun and the moon. Are you really not aware of that at all? After so many years of being together, have you never had a hint of a different kind of affection for your senior sister? She leaned in slightly, her eyes full of anticipation and longing, as if waiting for an answer. Ao-chan was so terrified that he dodged back and forth. There were a few pleas in his voice. Eldest senior sister. Don't be like this. You have always been like a dear sister to me. I respect eldest senior sister, and have never had any improper thoughts. As if driven by love, Moon Spirit was completely oblivious to the other. The onion-white jade-like hand gently held Ao-chan's hand. Slowly, he placed it by his own warm cheek, moving with extreme gentleness, gently rubbing it one after the other. Her voice was a mixture of pout and deep emotion. Speaking softly, Junior sister, I have always put you on the tip of my heart and watched you grow up a little bit since you were a child. I've been looking forward to you growing up day and night, thinking that when you grow up, you'll be my husband, okay? She tilted her head slightly and, with a gleam of anticipation in his eyes, her cheeks flushed lightly with shyness and nervousness. Ao-chan was like touching hot coals. Jerking his hand back, his tone was urgent, almost off the cuff, his voice unconsciously elevated. Eldest sister. No, His eyes flickered and, not daring to look directly into Yuling's eyes, which were filled with deep emotion, breathing became rapid as well. Moon Spirit's complexion instantly dimmed, as if a bright star had suddenly lost its light. Her eyes were slightly reddened, tears welling up in her eyes. The whole person looked like an orphan chick abandoned by the world. Pathetic. Can't? Junior brother, why don't you tell me why not? Why can Feng Ning do it and I can't? What is it about me that is not as good as her? Am I not gentle and considerate enough? Or not beautiful enough? You say. Her voice was tinged with sobs and emotion. Her hands clutched the corners of her coat so tightly that her knuckles were white with exertion. Ao-chan was filled with guilt and couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. His head hung extremely low, almost to his chest, and his voice was as small as a fly. Eldest senior sister, I have always treated you as my closest sister, and since I was a child, I have never had the slightest hint of any other unspoken thoughts, much less dared to desecrate you by half. And, I've got my heart in the right place. His voice got lower and lower, the last few words almost coming out in a breathy whisper. Chapter 93, Intimacy. When Moon Spirit heard this, her body trembled violently, as if she had been hit by a heavy hammer. Tears welled up in her eyes and she held them back, trying not to let them fall. Her voice had a catch in it, and wrapped up in endless resentment and anger. A heart of gold? Say that again. You're really in love with that princess of the Phoenix clan? Is it her you like? She stared straight at Ao-chan and the eyes were full of unbelief and pain. Ao-chan gritted his teeth, as if he had summoned up a lifetime of courage, and said, It's her, eldest sister. When Moon Spirit heard this, she first froze and the whole thing looks like it's been immobilized, followed by a sudden burst of laughter. That laughter echoed in the silence of space. With a few moments of madness and sadness, one couldn't help but listen to the heart trembling. What did you say? You actually fell in love with Feng Ning. How is that possible? Haven't you always wanted to run away from her? Why? You tell me why. Her laughter came to a screeching halt as she reconfirmed, her voice full of disbelief. Ao-chan was embarrassed to the extreme, his face flushed red and white. However, in the face of such a straightforward confession from his eldest sister, he had no choice but to reveal all of the secrets that had been hidden in the bottom of his heart for a long time. I don't know. I am filled with that evil phoenix. I don't know. Eldest sister. I'm sorry. His voice grew lower and lower, and at last became almost a murmur. With a touch of helplessness and guilt, as if even he could not understand this sudden emotion. Just when Ao-chan was embarrassed to the extreme and at a loss for words, a strange light suddenly glowed around Moon Spirit. That light flickers and jumps, like a dream, and it was as if it burst out from within her, enveloping her form. With a soft poof sound, the light suddenly dissipated, and Moon Spirit's figure disappeared with it. In its place was Fong Ning's cold and stunning face. Her eyebrows were picturesque, the corners of her lips rose slightly with a hint of a smile, and her gaze contained a few hints of teasing and smugness. Little dragon, you really still can't escape my palm. Ao-chan was shocked. His eyes rounded as if they were going to bulge out as he stammered and asked, "What kind of operation is this?" His mind went blank. Everything in front of him was just too bizarre for him to comprehend at all. The eldest senior sister in front of her had unexpectedly turned into Fong Ning. Fong Ning playfully blinked at Ao-chan, her long eyelashes flickering. Ao-chan's eyes locked on the woman in front of him, and after a careful examination, he finally confirmed that the person in front of him was undoubtedly Fong Ning. Shasta. A trace of unspeakable joy inexplicably welled up in the bottom of his heart, an instinctive reaction to seeing his beloved. But this joy was fleeting, replaced by overwhelming panic. His eyes were wide open, shock and panic written in his eyes, and the blood color on his face instantly faded, becoming as white as paper. Fingers trembled uncontrollably and violently, pointing straight at Fong Ning, lips shivering and stuttering. You. When Fong Ning saw Ao-chan's appearance, she couldn't help but let out a light hum, the corner of her mouth hooking up into a teasing smile that was full of flirtation and playfulness towards Ao-chan. What you? What? It's only been a short time and you're so excited to see this princess that you've become a little stutterer? Ao-chan took a deep breath and tried to calm his wildly beating heart, forcing down the panic that was like a raging tide within him. He straightened his body, his gaze fixed on Fong Ning, and questioned with a serious expression. Who the hell are you? Why have you appeared here, and dressed up as my eldest sister? Fong Ning blinked her eyes filled with cunning, and asked a nonchalant rhetorical question. Who does the little dragon wish me to be? Evil Phoenix. Ao-chan spat out these two words through gritted teeth. Fong Ning responded full of concern. It's me. Ao-chan's heart was burning with anxiety, and all sorts of bad thoughts kept surfacing in his mind as he continued to pursue the question. Aren't you in solitary confinement? How did you escape? Fong Ning snorted disdainfully and said contemptuously. Humph. A mere confinement can hold me. Fong Ning? You also underestimate this princess too much. Ao-chan looked anxious. His eyes were a little red, and he roared. What the hell do you want? Where is my eldest sister? And where are the night pearls? Where did you get them? Fong Ning, however, was not tight and said slowly. Nervous about what? Ao-chan's eyes reddened with urgency, and veins rippled on his forehead as he threatened. I tell you Fong Ning, this is what the Phoenix Emperor promised me. Are you not afraid that I will go to the Phoenix Emperor to sue you? Before the words are out of my mouth, Fong Ning had been like a red lightning bolt that, instantly, he bullied his way up, his movements swift and light. Her hands gently encircled Ao-chan's neck. There was a sly glint in his eyes, and the corner of his lips curled into a teasing smile. Oh yo, look whose little dragon baby this is. Little mouth muttering all the time. Is he going to cry and run to the mother to complain? Her tone was flirty and it was as if he was teasing a small, fright animal with a bit of pampering and flirting. Damn you. Ao-chan was momentarily infuriated by this sudden move. His eyes were round, and his eyes were filled with a look of shock and anger. He struggled hard, trying to break free of Fong Ning's. Nay. Her hands tightened around him like iron jaws, not wavering in the slightest. Fong Ning, however, didn't care about Ao-chan's struggles. Instead, he's gotten even closer to him, and warm breath sprayed against his ear. The voice was low and soft as a murmur. Little dragon, my baby, you're making this princess miss so much. Little dragon even admitted to himself that he's in love with this princess. He. Her voice carried a touch of smugness, mixed with endless tenderness. It was as if she wanted to melt Ao-chan's entire being into her breath. Ao-chan struggled desperately, trying to open his mouth to retort. That's me. However, before he could finish his sentence, Fong Ning's arms then tightly wrapped around him like vines. His body was slightly tilted back, and waves of light flowed in his eyes as the voice carried the slightest hint of seduction. Pouting. Good girl, my little dragon baby. The thought of you leaving me, this princess's heart is going to break into a million pieces. There is really no way to do it, so I came up with this plan. The words have not yet been spoken. Her soft lips then blocked Ao-chan's mouth that was still opening and closing. Ao Chen's breath was messy from her kisses. His chest rose and fell violently, and it was with great difficulty that he managed to squeeze a few words out from between his lips. What underhandedness? You tell me first, where is my big sister? Feng Ning gasped slightly, her cheeks flushed with a moving blush. Reaching out his hand, he gently rubbed Ao Chen's cheek, his voice soft. I'll tell you later. First let this princess get a good kiss. As the words fall, she once again took the initiative to come closer, her lips eagerly covering Ao Chen's hands wrapped smoothly around his neck. The fingertips gently ruffled the ends of his hair in a gentle, lingering motion. Ao Chen subconsciously raised his hand and tried to push Feng Ning away. The fingertips had just touched her shoulder, but it was as if they had been scalded and it shrunk back instantly. Feng Ning's passion was like a raging fire that, rolling in, the blazing power made his sanity flinch under the ardent onslaught of the. Eventually it gradually sinks. I want to hear the voice of the little dragon. Feng Ning approached Ao Chen's ear and murmured softly, with the slightest hint of seduction and eagerness in his voice. That warm breath sprayed on Ao Chen's neck. It made him shiver and it was as if the whole body had been struck by a current of. It ran straight up from the spine to the top of the head. You pervert. Get up and drive. Ao Chen just wanted to retort, but was interrupted by Feng Ning's movements. Little dragons are so cute. He. Feng Ning laughed softly, her laughter full of complacency and satisfaction. Her fingertips gently traced the outline of Ao Chen's ear, bringing a tingling sensation to the touch. It made him breathe harder and harder. The two figures entwined tightly in the small, cramped space. It was as if the air around us had been ignited by a great fire, and ambiguity reigned. Feng Ning's breath intertwined with Ao Chen's, warm and urgent, as if they wanted to consume each other's souls as well. Her fingertips brushed over his back end, bringing on a wave of wariness that, and Ao Chen's hand also climbed onto her slender, snow-white little waist at an unknown time, fingertips trembling slightly, and never really able to push her away. My little dragon. Feng Ning's voice carried endless temptation. You can't get away with it. Chapter 94, Death to the Heart. I don't know how much time has passed. It took a while for this heated tangle to die down. There was ambiguity and lethargy in the air. Both were limp on the couch, their clothes in disarray. The hair also looked a little straggly, and the chest rose and fell violently. Still trying to calm his disordered breathing, Ao Chen took a moment to catch his breath and busily looked at Feng Ning, his eyes filled with anxiety and worry as he asked, Feng Ning, quickly tell me, where is my eldest sister now? The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up into a wry smile. Slowly, she turned her head and looked at him askance, a flash of urgency in her eyes. She reached out her hand and gently stroked Ao Chen's cheek, fingers rubbing gently over his skin. The voice was soft like a spring water, yet it was chillingly cool. What? So anxious to find her? If Xiaolong dares to get nervous about her again, this princess doesn't know what she will do. Saying that, her nails were slightly hard, leaving a shallow mark on Ao Chen's face. Ao Chen's heart was burning with anxiety, his brows were tightly furrowed together, and his tone carried a few moments of pleading. Feng Ning, stop fooling around, time is running out. Quickly tell me where eldest sister is. Let's return the night pearl as soon as possible. Feng Ning blinked and smiled wryly. Okay, then kiss me again and I'll tell you. Ao Chen was filled with helplessness, so he could only gently drop another kiss on her lips. Feng Ning, however, was not satisfied and pointed to her cheeks. And I'm going to kiss here. Ao Chen sighed helplessly and did as he was told. And here. He. Feng Ning got an inch, laughing all the while. He kept pointing out new places. Ao Chen could only do as he was told one by one, waiting for Feng Ning to finally be satisfied. Ao Chen asked eagerly. Okay, now that's something to talk about. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile. Slowly approaching Ao Chen, he said softly, your big sister. She's been watching you. When Ao Chen heard this, his face instantly lost its blood color and his eyes widened in horror. What does mean? Feng Ning reached out and pointed towards the door, saying leisurely, your big sister is at the door. Ao Chen's face turned pale with fear. He got up immediately, scrambled to put on his clothes, and stumbled outside. Just got to the door. One could see that Moon Spirit was fixed to the ancient tree not far from the doorway by spiritual power, and her mouth was also sealed by spiritual power. At this moment, her eyes were red and her eyes filled with tears. Ao Chen's heart thumped, secretly screamed that it was not good. Those intimate actions between him and Feng Ning in the house just now. I'm afraid that they were all heard clearly by eldest sister. His face flamed for a moment and he wanted to find a crack in the ground. Ao Chen was in a state of embarrassment, and his face was on fire. Hurriedly straightening his messy clothes, he quickly ran over and Hastily mobilizing the spiritual energy within his body, he carefully helped Moon Spirit untie her bonds, concerned and embarrassed. Big sister. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. His voice was low and full of guilt. Yuling took a deep breath and tried to calm the emotions that were churning inside her, hardening her eyes to hold back the tears in her eyes. She dropped her eyes, a flash of loss in her eyes, and, when he raised his eyes to Ao Chen again, thousands of words choked in his throat and eventually turned into a silence. Ao Chen's face was filled with guilt, his head hung low, and his voice was filled with remorse. I am sorry, eldest sister. I really did not expect things to turn out like this. That evil phoenix His gaze was averted, not daring to look directly into Yuling's eyes at all, his heart filled with self-blame and remorse. Moonling waved her hand. The voice was slightly raspy from the forced emotions. Pack up and get ready to go into the mountains. With that, he turned around and, footsteps were sluggish as he walked toward the side. Her back was thin and forlorn. It made the guilt in Ao Chen's heart grow stronger, almost drowning him like a raging tide. Ao Chen only felt embarrassed to the extreme. I can't wait to slap myself hard. He panicked and tried to run into the house and get dressed, but she saw Feng Ning leaning against the doorway. A smirk seemed to hang at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes looked at him playfully. Ao Chen was instantly enraged, lowering his voice and cursing through gritted teeth. You evil phoenix! How could you be so shameless? How could you even do such a thing in front of my eldest sister? How could you do such a thing? His voice trembling slightly with anger. Feeling incomparably angry at what Feng Ning had done, it was as if the anger in his chest would erupt at any moment. Feng Ning's willow eyebrows lightly raised, her expression full of concern, and she said savagely, this princess just wants to make it clear to her. Little dragon, you belong to me. No one will be able to snatch you away from me. Upon hearing this, Ao Chen gave a cold snort of disdain and stopped ignoring her. He hurried into the house and set about dressing, his movements full of haste and annoyance. At this moment, his heart was filled with helplessness and chagrin, heavy and weighing him down a bit. He understood very well in his heart that this incident had put the relationship between him and his big sister in an unprecedentedly awkward situation, and the culprit for all of this was none other than the reckless Feng Ning in front of her. He secretly resolved that in the future, he must find an appropriate time to explain things clearly to eldest sister and solve the misunderstanding in her heart. But when he thought of Feng Ning's capricious and presumptuous nature, he couldn't help but have a headache. When Ao Chen was fully dressed and stepped out of the house, at a glance, he saw that Moon Spirit was already not far away, fully concentrating on organizing her outfit. She looked calm and focused as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Feng Ning, on the other hand, stood on the side, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. There's a smugness in his eyes that look in her eyes was like a declaration to the world of her triumph. Staring intently at Ao Chen, it seemed to be showing off her control over Ao Chen. Moon Spirit sensed Ao Chen coming out and, just blandly, go. The voice was as smooth as the surface of a windless lake. There's not a ripple to be heard. It makes it hard to catch what's really going on inside her. Ao Chen nodded his head busily, his footsteps hurrying and followed closely behind Moon Spirit. His mind was still reeling from the embarrassment of what had happened earlier. Eyes always on the ground, not daring to meet Moon Spirit's eyes at all, afraid to see even the slightest hint of something different in her eyes. Just then, Feng Ning suddenly stepped forward quickly and, moving with agility, he pulled Ao Chen's arm in one swift motion. The body was pressed intimately against his side, a sweet smile on her face. Ao Chen was shocked by this sudden move, and he trembled. Panicking, he pushed her away with all his might. There was a touch of panic and helplessness in his tone, almost shouting, "What do you do?" Feng Ning, however, acted as if nothing had happened. Blinking her big watery eyes, she responded with an innocent look on her face. Into the mountains. Ao Chen was filled with doubt and asked, "You're going to the Kunlun Mountains too?" Feng Ning answered briskly, "Yeah." Ao Chen became more and more puzzled and asked after him, "Why did you go to our Kunlun Mountains?" Feng Ning, however, looked like she had raised her willow eyebrows and asked in return, "What you Kunlun Mountains? This world is so big that this princess can go wherever she wants." Having said that, ignoring Ao Chen's resistance, he pressed himself more intimately against him. Moon Spirit heard the two behind her move and, there was a sharp pause in the figure of, but didn't turn around, just pretended not to hear, still looking the same, with a straight back, like a stalwart aspen. Straight ahead. Happy Lantern Festival, Poons. Chapter 95, Returning to the Mountain. Moon Spirit's footsteps deliberately quickened as if that would leave the annoying voices and awkward atmosphere behind them far behind. The mountains are rugged and winding. Yuling walked extremely fast, with the sole intention of escaping the scene that embarrassed her. without paying attention to a raised stone at his feet. Suddenly, her ankles twisted violently and the entire group stumbled forward a few steps uncontrollably. Hiss dash she sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. Hands subconsciously waved in the air and almost fell to the ground. Ao Chen's heart clenched violently when he heard the commotion and worry instantly covered his face. Anxious. He quickly walked over to check it out, but just as he was about to get close to Moon Spirit, Feng Ning's eyes were quick, and she tugged on his arm. The force was so strong that Ao Chen stumbled and almost fell. Ao Chen looked at her breathlessly and said in an anxious tone, "Eldest sister is injured." Feng Ning, however, raised an eyebrow full of concern. A smile that seemed to hang at the corners of his mouth said lightly, "No need for you to look. I'll look." Saying that, she let go of Ao Chen and, taking a few steps over to Moon Spirit, he leaned down and, gently picking up Moon Spirit, only to see that Yu Ling's ankle had quickly swollen up into a large bag. The bruises were purple and blue. It's heartbreaking to watch. When Ao Chen saw it, his heart raced, taking a step forward, but he was stopped by a look from Feng Ning. Yu Ling gritted her teeth and forced herself to endure the pain and said, "No harm done," said and struggled to get up, but just as soon as she pushed, the pain in her heart made her blanch in pain. Fine beads of sweat covered his forehead. Feng Ning, however, could not help but gently hold her down on the ground. The tone was forceful but with a touch of concern. "What's all this talk about nothing being wrong? This ankle is twisted like this. It has to be treated." Having said that, she made quick seals with her hands, and a soft glow surrounded her as she. Spiritual energy was slowly injected into Moon Spirit's ankle like a silk thread. Yu Ling only felt a warm comforting sensation come over her, and the pain quickly lessened. In a few moments, Feng Ning withdrew her spiritual power. Moonling tried to move his ankle, already moving freely. He couldn't help but secretly marvel at the strength of Feng Ning's spiritual power. She looked at Feng Ning, a trace of complexity flashing through her eyes. A soft, "Thank you." Then he stood up, patted the dust off his body, and, "Straighten your clothes and continue on your way." And Feng Ning, like a victorious general, with a brisk pace, she took Ao Chen's arm affectionately and followed behind. Ao Chen sighed helplessly, but he could only let her pull him. In an instant, the group arrived at the gate of the Kunlun Mountains. At the entrance to the Kunlun Mountains, the clouds are dense and misty, as if it were a fairyland on earth. White clouds flow slowly between the mountains, like a dream, so that people seem to be in a beautiful landscape painting. A few of the Dragon Clan's sons stood in a straight line and, like a pine, it is being manned at the gate. With keen eyes, they saw eldest senior sister Yu Ling at a glance. First, he was stunned, and with a look of disbelief on his face. Spinning around, he was full of surprise. With excitement glittering in his eyes, he hurriedly stepped forward and cried out respectfully, "Eldest sister." However, when their gazes landed on Ao Chen behind Yu Ling, their expressions suddenly changed. I only saw Ao Chen holding the brocade box with the night pearl in his hand, accompanied by a girl who was as beautiful as. The girl exuded a unique aura around her that one would not dare to underestimate. The sons on duty were instantly alert and, his hand unconsciously pressed on the hilt of his sword, and his eyes were wary. Seeing this, Moon Spirit hurriedly spoke out to calm down. "Don't panic, senior brothers. I've brought junior brother back. We're going to meet all the elders and senior uncles and return the night pearl." At this time, the Kunlun Mountains, in the midst of the quiet side halls, Sang Rin was surrounded by a group of senior brothers and sisters, discussing the matter of demon subjugation enthusiastically and intently. Sang Rin's posture was straight, and his body exuded an innate handsome look. That natural righteousness was just like a dazzling dawnlight, as if it could dispel all the gloom in the world. Coupled with his unique ascetic temperament, he is like a bright moon hanging high in the cold night, with clear light sprinkled all over. Several delicate-looking junior sisters sat around the side, and they all had outstanding appearances. One of the younger sisters has curved eyebrows and eyes that look like a pool of autumn water, with waves of light flowing between them. The pink cheeks were slightly flushed at the moment. It looks great against that bright lip color. She bit her lower lip lightly and, those shell teeth left shallow traces on the delicate lips of the. Slightly shyly, she opened her mouth, her voice clear and pleasant, and, like a yellow warbler out of the valley. "Senior Tsong Rin, I really can't figure out this place. Please ask Senior Tsong Rin to give me some advice." Saying that, she turned slightly sideways and pointed her finger to a spot on the scroll that. The slender fingers are like young onions that have just sprung up from the soil, white and slender, and nodding lightly on the pages of the book. The movements are gentle and a little dainty. Song Rin leaned over slightly, his gaze sweeping over as he gently explained. "This is an illustrated guide to the demon race, which details the characteristics, weaknesses, and habits of each type of demon race. End of lecture. Instead of backing away, the junior sister slightly approached Song-rin and said in a soft voice, "Thank you, Senior Song-rin, for speaking so clearly. I understood it right away." Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes full of admiration. The sash on her chest rose and fell slightly as she breathed, adding a little more flirtation. The other little sister was shapely and curvy. Her long, dark hair fell behind her like a waterfall, a few strands of broken hair falling playfully along her pale neck. She blinked those big soulful eyes and said delicately, "Senior brother Song-rin, then does this spell work on the demon race?" The voice was soft, with a hint of sweetness. There's another little sister with a lovely round face. When she smiled, her cheeks revealed two shallow dimples, flirty with a touch of playfulness. Not to be outdone, she followed up with a question. "Senior brother, what is the use of this kind of demonic pills?" Question after question was thrown out, as clear as a warbler's cry. At that moment, a few senior brothers couldn't help but interrupt with their voices. "You few, if you don't do your homework properly, you just know to grab these childish questions and ask them blindly. It's too much of a waste of Senior Song-rin's time." Song-rin, however, smiled gently and said with a wave of his hand, "No harm done. Everyone have questions, just mention them." More exchanges and discussions, in order to have a more thorough understanding of the matter of demon subduing. After saying that, he patiently turned to his youngest sister who asked a question and continued to explain. "This spell is effective against some of the demon races, but there are some that will have a special way of resisting it." Song-rin was organized and meticulous, not missing any point, and the senior brothers and sisters were all entranced. Nowadays, the actions of the demon race are becoming more and more rampant, frequently infesting the neighboring territories, and currently, there is an unknown evil force surging in the shadows that is treacherous and unpredictable, so we need to act with more caution. Sang-rin's voice was steady and strong. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the huge map unfolding before him. It is densely marked with the range of activities and movements of the demon race. We dragons, as the guardian force of the world, are burdened with a heavy responsibility and must do something without delay. He analyzed the current dire situation for the crowd in a clear and organized manner. Every detail, every clue was left untouched. Chapter 96, Rin. The siblings were all absorbed, buried in the volumes in their hands. The pen in his hand from time to time sketches and draws. Carefully record the key information. Look focused and determined. Immerse yourself in this discussion about the safety of the world. Just as the crowd was immersed in a tense discussion, a sharp and disorganized sound of footsteps suddenly sounded and the silence in the room was instantly broken. A disciple of the Dragon Clan rushed in like a whirlwind. His face was red, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, wetting his front lapel. He shouted at the top of his lungs as he gasped for air. "Senior brother, elder brother Song-rin." At the sound of Song-rin's voice, he quickly raised his head, his gaze as sharp as electricity cast at that disciple. Seeing him look so eager and excited, Song-rin couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt welling up in his heart. "What's wrong? Don't rush. Take your time." The disciple braced his hands on his knees, and after taking a little breather, he couldn't wait. "Eldest sister is back." "What did you say? Moon spirit is back?" Song-rin heard this and the scroll in his hand slipped uncontrollably for an instant. It fell heavily onto the map on the top of the desk with a snap. A flash of uncontrollable excitement flashed in his eyes. That disciple nodded vigorously, an excited smile spreading across his face as he continued to add, "Yes, eldest senior sister has returned, so has junior senior brother, and so has the Night Pearl. By the way, not only them, junior senior brother also brought back a fairy that looks like a heavenly immortal. That fairy's appearance is just like walking out of a painting." Hear this. The excitement in Song-rin's heart was like a raging tide that could no longer be contained. He subconsciously stood up. His legs felt like they were out of control, itching to immediately fly to Moon Spirit and the others. However, just as he took a step, he snapped back to his senses and, realizing that the mentors were looking at them, he collected himself instantly, straightened his spine, and endeavored to restore his usual composure to his posture. With a fake calm demeanor and a tone as smooth as possible, he said to the group, "Everyone first carefully review what I just said and think deeply about the main points. I'll first go and take a look at Junior Master to understand the details." The words had not quite fallen. His figure had quickly disappeared into the doorway. The brothers who stayed indoors looked at each other in dismay. After a short silence, a deafening roar of laughter erupted immediately afterward. A senior who was usually a jokester laughed his ass off and slapped the table. "Where is senior brother Song-rin going to see junior brother? He's clearly in a hurry to see elder sister Moon Spirit, isn't he?" The other senior brothers followed suit, laughing so hard that tears came out of their eyes. That's right, You guys see how excited senior brother Songrin was just now? He couldn't even hold the book properly. The other senior covered his stomach and laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight. And the youngest sisters all looked lost. One of the younger sisters with a straightforward personality grunted lightly. Humph. Senior brother Songrin only has elder sister Yuling in his heart, he said, and stomped his foot in displeasure. Another senior brother heard it and immediately flirted. You few, don't think about senior brother Songrin. Who doesn't know that senior brother Sangrin's heart is all tied up in eldest sister? The moment these words were uttered, the faces of the several junior sisters instantly turned red. A junior sister retorted in a petulant voice in defiance. But eldest sister doesn't have a clear response to him either. So maybe eldest brother is wishful thinking. That's it. The other junior sisters nodded their heads as if they had found an ally. At this point, a senior brother shook his head and said in a pretense of sophistication, "What do you guys know? Eldest sister is being reserved. You think everyone is like you guys." When they see senior brother Songrin, their eyes light up with green light. There's no subtlety at all. The youngest sisters were furious at the comment that, "What's wrong with us? We're just asking our senior brother questions. Unlike some people who just know how to make fun of us." Still not admitting it. Another junior joins the fray. Who was it last time? Who deliberately asked simple questions and dragged his feet and refused to leave in order to let senior brother Songrin speak a little longer? The little sisters looked at me and I looked at you, momentarily speechless. But soon, that outspoken junior sister countered. "So what? We just like to listen to senior Songrin's explanations. So if you're capable, you can also go and have senior Songrin give you individual explanations every day." "I don't have that kind of time on my hands." Shidoshi skimmed his lips and said, "I can be busy studying demon descending strategies. Unlike some people whose minds are on these childish things." "Who are you saying has their mind on childish things?" The little sisters won't relent. "We've done a lot to bring down the demons. Don't underestimate people." "I'm not underestimating you. I'm just reminding certain people not to let their personal feelings get in the way." That senior brother clasped his hands on his chest with a smug look on his face. "How could we miss a mission? We haven't missed a beat on every demon surrender mission." The junior sisters were so angry that their little faces turned red and they retorted, Fine. No more arguing." A usually mild-mannered senior brother came out to round off the conversation. "Everyone stop arguing and hurry up to see what senior brother Songrin spoke about earlier. Don't really forget about the main event." But those words didn't put the argument to rest, and the siblings continued to talk to each other. Just then, a junior sister suddenly whispered, "Hey, I just heard senior brother say that junior brother Aochen has returned as well," said the man, blushing slightly. Another sharp-eyed junior sister immediately snickered. "Aya, why are you blushing? Is it possible that you're thinking of junior brother Aochen? I can tell you, junior brother Aochen is not something we can miss." "That's right. Who doesn't know that junior brother Aochen is someone that the Dragon Clan elders all value? And although he is still young, he is burdened with the responsibility of guarding the Dragon Clan's sacred relics, and in the future, he is going to be the mainstay of our Dragon Clan." The other junior sister next to her hurriedly agreed. "Geez, what are you talking about?" "I'm not." The youngest sister was ashamed and anxious. Her white cheeks instantly reddened, and she waved her hands in a panic, as if to dispel the unwarranted speculation. It's just that I haven't seen you for a long time and I'm simply curious." Junior brother Aochen must have gone through quite a few 9-death thrills this time when he went out to subdue the demons. At this point, a senior brother couldn't help but snort coldly when he heard this conversation. Disdain written all over his face, his tone full of mockery. "How dare you Philistines discuss that traitor?" "What traitor? That's too hard for you to say." Filled with doubt and surprise, the junior sisters voiced their retort, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "Isn't it?" With his hands clasped on his chest and a haughty look on his face, senior brother raised his volume and said, "Do you all know that Aochen has fornicated with the Phoenix clan, injured senior uncle Jinzei and a group of senior brothers, and stolen the Night Pearl, the treasure of our Kunlun mountain, which is a great crime?" His voice grew louder and louder, and people around him cast curious glances. Chapter 97, Torture by Heavenly Thunder. How did this happen? The junior sisters were instantly stunned by this sudden news and stood still, looking at each other with unbelievable shock in their eyes. "You guys just wait and see. There's no telling what kind of horrific punishment Aochen is going to face when he comes back this time." A hint of schadenfreude flashed in his eyes, and he deliberately dragged out his tones. "And, guess what the punishment for traitors will be? The Heavenly Thunder punishment. That's a brutal punishment that can shatter the souls of gods to pieces." The punishment of Heavenly Thunder? The little sisters were so frightened that they lost their colors, their originally pink cheeks instantly becoming as white as paper. One of the less courageous junior sisters couldn't help but shiver, her voice trembling. How could it be so serious? Ao-chan little senior brother Maybe there's some kind of misunderstanding. The youngest sister who first mentioned Ao-chan bit her lower lip and whispered, Junior brother Ao-chan isn't this kind of person. He definitely has a hard time that he has no choice. It's that time of day and you're still defending him. The senior brother skimmed his lips and was filled with disdain. The evidence is overwhelming. He won't be able to escape this time. I heard from senior uncle Jinza that the heavenly thunder punishment will be executed above the dragon abyss, and the entire dragon clan will be able to see his downfall at that time. Above the dragon abyss. Isn't that the most sacred place of the dragon clan? How can an execution be carried out there? Another junior sister couldn't help but ask a question. Her eyes filled with worry. It is because of the sacredness of the place that the execution was carried out there as a warning to the whole clan. Shifu sneered. Let all the dragons know exactly what the consequences of betrayal are. Asterisk. At this point, Dragon Clan Palmistress Jinza frowned. Freshly changed gauze lay on the table beside him. The wound on his arm that had been cauterized by the red flame chain had not yet healed. The crimson blood penetrating the gauze was shocking. Just as Jinza was carefully treating his wounds, a rush of disorganized footsteps suddenly broke the silence. A disciple of the dragon race hurriedly arrived and, stumbling in panicky, after bowing respectfully in the doorway, he said eagerly before even breathing steadily, Uncle Jinza, Yu Ling and Ao-chan are back. What? Ao-chan is back? The pill bottle in Jinza's hand almost slipped. He jerked his head up, his eyes full of surprise and confusion. And that already gloomy face became more and more ugly. Yes, senior uncle. And they have the Phoenix clan with them. The disciple hurriedly added, a hint of undisguised nervousness in his voice. Jinza's expression instantly became wary. He snapped to his feet and pursued the question. The Phoenixes? How many of them have come? Just a little girl. I heard it's the third princess of the Phoenix clan. The disciple answered truthfully, slightly lowering his head, not daring to look directly at Jinza's sharp gaze. The third princess of the Phoenix clan? Jinza froze, confusion written all over his face as he paced slowly, muttering under his breath. This Phoenix clan has little dealings with my dragon clan. This time the third princess of the Phoenix clan personally visited. What exactly is the reason for her visit? The dragon clan disciple shook his head, his face showing difficulty. Disciple is also really puzzled. I've heard that this Phoenix clan's third princess has a noble status and great achievements in battle, and is rumored to be a martial god descending into the world. And apart from the major events of demon subjugation and leading troops into battle, she hardly sets foot outside of the Phoenix clan's territory. This time, I'm afraid that there is something extremely important. Jinza coldly grunted, a trace of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. There was anger and questioning in his voice. Humph, Ao-chan this little brat, stole the night pearl, a long time to go. No news, now suddenly come back, but also brought back the Phoenix tribe's third princess. I really do not know what exactly he did outside the hook. The words. Another disciple hurriedly arrived and reported. Senior Uncle Jinza, the elders invite you to the main hall to deliberate. Shocker straightened his shirt and, pushing down the emotions in his heart for the moment, he responded, okay, I'll be right there. After saying that, he took large steps towards the main hall. Asterisk. Feng Ning, Ao-chan, and Yu Ling, led by a Dragon Clan disciple, headed towards the Dragon Clan's main hall. Along the way, the surroundings were quiet and solemn, and the air was filled with an ancient and mysterious odor. When they stepped into the lofty and solemn hall of the Dragon Clan, it was as if they had stepped into the Hall of Gods. The dome, which was dozens of feet high, was supported by huge dragon-striped stone pillars. The stone pillars are carved with lifelike dragons, with teeth and claws, seemingly about to break through the wall. The floor was paved with inky marble that was light enough to reflect the splendor of the temple. Above the dome, countless rare treasure beads were intertwined, emitting a soft and mysterious halo of light, just like the stars in the night sky, surrounded by walls studded with colorful jewels. Outlining the ancient legends and glorious exploits of the dragon race. Every detail highlights the glory and majesty of the dragon race. At this moment, the elders of the Dragon Clan were gathered together, dressed in gorgeous and ancient robes, the corners of which were embroidered with intricate dragon patterns symbolizing the identity of the Dragon Clan, which were hidden under the shimmering light. The elders looked grave, their gazes gathered below the main seat of the Great Hall, where the eyes of the world are focused. Feng Ning, Ao-chan, and Yu Ling stood quietly. Feng Ning stood elegantly, and despite her young age, she had an innate valor and majesty. She was dressed in the unique costume of the Phoenix clan, in a passionate and flamboyant fiery red color, embroidered with delicate golden phoenix patterns. With her every move, those phoenixes seemed to come to life, and there seemed to be flames blazing around them, lifting their wings to fly. Ao-chan stood on the side, looking a bit rushed, facing the gazes of the elders. He slightly lowered his head, secretly apprehensive in his heart, not knowing how to respond to the upcoming questioning and punishment. Yu Ling, on the other hand, stood quietly to the side, her eyes revealing a hint of nervousness. She looked at Ao-chan from time to time, seemingly worried for him. At this point, Feng Ning took a step forward in style, her stance erect, and introduced herself. Late Phoenix Clan's Feng Ning, meet the elders of the Dragon Clan. The voice was crisp and pleasant, echoing lazily in the great hall. A white-haired elder with eyes full of amiability and respect slightly owed his body and said in an affable tone, Princess Feng Ning, I've heard of you for a long time, and to see you today is truly a blessing for my Dragon Clan. Feng Ning nodded slightly, the corners of her mouth rising, revealing a smile that was just right as she responded. Elders are too kind. Feng Ning is new to the Dragon Clan, so I hope that all the elders will take care of her. The elder then sidled up and commanded the attendant at his side, give Princess Feng Ning a seat. The right and left attendants moved quickly to bring up an ornate chair. This seat was carved with exquisite patterns of auspicious beasts around its circumference, each of which was lifelike and had different forms, as if it was guarding this side of heaven and earth. Above the seat are set with sparkling gems, the passion of ruby, the depth of sapphire, the mystery of emerald, intertwined with each other, radiating a fascinating luster. Feng Ning moved lightly with lotus steps and elegantly took her seat. She said softly, thank you, elder. The moon spirit and Ao-chan beside them, on the other hand, were still standing respectfully bent over, with a few moments of constraint in their expressions. The elder stroked his beard leisurely, his gaze filled with gentleness and friendliness. Looking towards Feng Ning, he asked in a harmonious voice, I don't know what Princess Feng Ning has come here for. Chapter 98, The Defense. Feng Ning's complexion was as calm as water, with a just right smile at the corner of his mouth. Without skipping a beat, he said, Feng Ning has come here to express her gratitude to the Dragon Clan's Prince Ao-chan for saving her life. When Ao-chan heard this, he was shocked, couldn't help but turn his head to her and wonder, darkly, I wonder what shocking words this evil phoenix is going to say again. The elder raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and said, oh, is that even possible? Just then, a rush of heavy footsteps broke the brief calm, only to see Shocker walk in with a huff and a puff. His arm was still covered with layer after layer of snow-white bandages. The edges of the bandage were faintly oozing a little blood. Apparently, he was injured by the red flame chain on Ao-chan's wrist earlier. It has not yet healed. Every step seemed to carry a drilling pain. Jinzei's face was as dark as ink, black and heavy. His gaze was like two sharp blades that, flashing with a cold light, it shot straight at Ao-chan. The tone was full of hateful reproach. Ao-chan, you traitor to the Dragon Clan. You still dare to come back. Do you know the crime? The voice was as loud as a flood of bells, echoing in the great hall. It shook the crowd's eardrums slightly. Ao-chan's face instantly became paler than paper. His legs weakened and he fell to his knees with a thud. His head was bowed so deeply that it almost touched the ground. Hands unconsciously clenched into fists, knuckles whitened by exertion. The lips quivered slightly, mumbling, Senior Uncle, I am. It was like something choked his throat. 1,000 words, but I can't get them out. Jinza arched his hand at the several elders, and then he pointed his spear at Ao-chan and questioned in a stern voice. Ao-chan, this time to subdue the demons. Once you went you were like a stone sinking into the sea without any news. The clansmen were worried about you day and night, looking forward to seeing you. Why don't you even send back a word? Immortal Father is concerned about your safety, regardless of their own safety. Personally went to look for, but even fell into the Wolf King that treacherous trick. Now seriously injured, suffering from a strange poison, but also in closed-door bitter healing. But what about you? Not only did you not return quickly, but you also injured a group of senior brothers and forcibly stole the Night Pearl. Do you still have the rules and regulations of the Dragon Clan in your eyes? This rebuke, words and phrases are like sharp, cold blades, wrapped in anger and disappointment. It stabbed straight at Ao-chan. Feng Ning took it all in, and she had her eyes rolling. A hint of cunning flashed in the soulful eyes. Immediately following, she jumped ahead of Ao-chan. The clear voice rang out lazily in the great hall. Elders, please listen to the details of this matter. The voice was unassuming, and carried an innate confidence and calmness. The crowd's eyes focused on her in unison. Feng Ning said after a slight pause, previously, I was accidentally counted by the Wolf Demon Clan on my way to subdue the demons, and fell into a desperate situation, with my life hanging in the balance. A flash of painful memories flashed through her beautiful eyes. The look was as if he had gone back to that thrilling moment of danger. That wolf demon race is insidious and cunning. laying down heavy traps. They hid in the shadows and suddenly attacked while I was unprepared. I fought hard and tried to break through the siege, but I was outnumbered. Just when I thought I was going to die on the spot, Prince Ao-chen appeared in front of me like a heavenly god descending. At this moment, all the elders were deeply attracted by what Feng Ning said. They leaned forward, their gazes locked onto Feng Ning, waiting for the following. Humph, that's nice to say. Who knows if it's your Phoenix clan colluding with him and purposely setting a trap? Jinza was filled with skepticism and coldly grunted, interrupting without mercy. The voice echoed in the great hall with a bit of sharpness and harshness. The white-haired elder looked aghast. With his eyes like a torch, he looked at Jinzei and said in a deep voice, "Shocker." The voice is not high, yet it seems to carry an invisible pressure that, it's awe-inspiring. Shocker realizes he's out of line. Hurrying to collect his aura, he bowed respectfully and said, "Elder." His tone was full of respect for the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder nodded slightly. That serious look eased a little. His eyes gently looked at Feng Ning and said in a harmonious voice, "Listen to Princess Feng Ning finish her sentence." Feng Ning looked calm and collected, with a faint smile still on his face. Unperturbed, he continued, Elder Jinza, if my Phoenix clan had colluded with Prince Ao-chen long ago, how could we have waited until this moment to show up? Eunuch Ao-chen was determined to fight to the death with the Wolf Demon clan to save me at that time, regardless of his own safety. Her voice was soft but strong, and, like it's telling a sweeping epic, his stance is athletic, and he moves freely through the battlefield. Spiritual energy surged around him, radiating a dazzling light, and every strike carried an unrelenting momentum of breaking bamboo, especially that move. Feng Ning deliberately dragged out her voice, her eyebrows slightly knitted, making a show of trying to remember but not quite. Dragon breath slash? Shocker bristled, with a hint of undisguised disdain on his face. Subconsciously, he picked up. Feng Ning's eyes instantly lit up and she said in a hurry, yes, it's exactly the dragon breath chop. I think that I, Feng Ning, am also a person who has experienced countless dangers and has seen great scenes, but this dragon breath chop of Mr. Ao-chan's is so amazingly powerful that it is really an eye-opener. The majestic dragon's breath was as if it could tear apart the sky, and wherever it went, the wolf demons collapsed, powerless to fight back. His valor and justice are truly in my eyes and in my heart. If it wasn't for Mr. Ao-chan's timely arrival, I'm afraid I would have perished long ago, and how would I be standing here talking to all the elders? The other elder listened with rapt attention and, nodding slightly, he reached up and slowly ran his hand through his beard and said thoughtfully, what Princess Feng Ning said is reasonable. Ao-chan, this child, although he acts a bit recklessly on weekdays, but his nature is not bad and his heart is pure. I believe he will not do anything to betray the Dragon Clan. Seeing this, Feng Ning took advantage of the situation and continued, at that time, I was seriously injured and my life was hanging by a thread, and Prince Ao-chen went out of his way to escort me all the way to the Phoenix Clan's Holy Land. He didn't sleep or rest, always alert to the dangers around him, fearing that I would suffer the slightest bit of harm again. Feng Ning paused slightly. There was a flash of undisguised gratitude in his eyes. The entire Phoenix Clan was so grateful to Prince Ao-chen for saving their lives that they kept him for a few more days to show our gratitude. When the elders heard this, they revealed their surprise. The original tight face eased up a lot. They looked at each other and, the eyes were full of praise. That white-haired elder nodded slightly. With a pleased smile on his face, he said, oh, so that's how it is. I didn't expect this child Ao-chan to be so righteous, worthy of being a son of my Dragon Clan. However, Jinza, frowned and, clearly not intending to let the subject go easily, continuing to pursue the question. Since Ao-chan is in the Phoenix Clan, why don't you send some news back? Everyone thought something bad had happened to him, and the dragons made an emergency rescue plan. At that time, when he went to subdue the demons, there was a mistake in the intelligence, and I thought that it was a small group of wolf demons that were causing trouble, but later I realized that it was the elite troops of the Wolf Clan. And how can we not be anxious when he has not returned? Feng Ning tilted her head slightly, with an innocent and puzzled look on his face. He said, strange, Mr. Ao-chan gave a message back to the Dragon Clan. Did he not receive it? She laughed softly and, there was a hint, if any, of deeper meaning in that smile. Now that the demon race is in turmoil and the news from all sides is intricate, it's possible that there was a mistake in the transmission process, which is not unheard of. The elders listened, and could not help but meditate on secretly thinking about it. He felt that what Feng Ning said did have a few points of truth. Now the demon race is messing around, making the transmission of information difficult. Similar cases of delayed or lost messages have occurred in the past. Chapter 99, Pills. Jinza still won't relent. With a frown on his face, he took a step forward and, there were a few harsh questions in his voice. Even so, then why did he seize the night pearl and injure his fellow disciples? How should this matter be explained? Ao-chan heard this and, a look of embarrassment came over his face, and he looked a little flustered and, just about to open my mouth to explain. Feng Ning, however, reacted quickly and once again jumped ahead. This matter was indeed caused by me, because I had a hidden disease and was seriously injured when I was fighting the demon. My new injury was compounded by my old disease, and I was in a very critical situation at that time. The medical sage asserted that only the night pearl of the noble dragon clan could save my life. Mr. Ao-chen decided to get the night pearl in order to save me. It's just that it happened suddenly and time was short, so I really didn't have time to inform the elders. He had originally planned to come with me to the dragon clan to apologize for my injuries and offer thanks after I recovered from my injuries. After a short pause, Feng Ning added as if she suddenly remembered something. Ah yes, Miss Yu Ling was also present at that time. She can testify. Saying that, Feng Ning turned her head to look at Yu Ling and, there was a hint of promise and pleading in his eyes. Yu Ling froze slightly, and in her heart she secretly cried out in pain, locked in the gaze of the crowd. There was no choice but to nod stiffly and say, yes, all the elders, Master Uncle. The situation at that time was really urgent. Ao-chen. He also wanted to save people. There is really no other way. The elders heard Feng Ning's explanation. Seeing that Moon Spirit had stepped forward to confirm it again, the doubts in his heart gradually dissipated. That white-haired elder stroked his beard and, after a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. In that case, although Ao-chen's behavior was inappropriate, remembering that he was motivated by the good intention of saving others, and with Princess Feng Ning and Yu Ling testifying, what he said should be true. The other elders nodded their heads in agreement. The originally tense atmosphere eased considerably. Feng Ning saw this, with a polite and just right smile still on his face. Sincerely, I've heard before that the elders of the Dragon Clan are clear-sighted and magnanimous, and that they are even more loving towards their juniors. Today, Feng Ning saw it with her own eyes, and it really lived up to its name. Elder Ao-chen could not have performed such a righteous act without the careful teaching of the elders on a regular basis. The several elders were praised by Feng Ning in such a way. With a smile on his face, he waved his hand back and forth. The polite response. Feng Ning smiled once again. There was more than a little mystery in the smile. Elders, this time Feng Ning has come here, and besides expressing her gratitude to Prince Ao-chen, there is one more thing. The white-haired elder raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in a harmonious voice, what else does Princess Feng Ning have to say? But there's no harm in saying. Feng Ning's complexion became solemn. Slowly, I heard that the Dragon Clan's immortal father unfortunately fell for the Wolf King's treacherous plan and was seriously injured and strangely poisoned, and the entire Phoenix Clan is deeply distressed. Feng Ning is not talented, and has brought the Phoenix Clan's holy relic, the Phoenix Feather Condensing Light Pill, which has a miraculous effect on healing wounds, and may be able to help Immortal Emperor. With these words, the hall was in an uproar. The gazes of the elders were focused on Feng Ning. There was both surprise and anticipation in his eyes. The white-haired elder raised an eyebrow. With a flash of skepticism in his eyes, he said, Phoenix Feather Light Condensing Pill? I've heard of this name before, but how could Princess Feng Ning easily take out this kind of holy relic of the Phoenix Clan? Could it be that there is some other reason? Feng Ning had expected this question. Unhurriedly, he responded, Elder, your doubts are not unreasonable. However, Mr. Ao-chen has saved my life, and the Phoenix Clan has always made a clear distinction between grudges, and the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring of water. If it wasn't for Mr. Ao-chen, Feng Ning would have been killed by the wolves. The Feng Clan will remember this favor. Now that we have heard that Immortal Father has been injured for the sake of Mr. Ao-chen, how can the Phoenix Clan sit back and do nothing? This Phoenix Featherlight Condensing Pill is a small token of appreciation from the Phoenix Clan. Saying that, Feng Ning from the brocade bag she carried around with her, carefully remove a brocade box. The box is of fiery red color. On it is carved a lifelike phoenix. The eyes of the phoenix are studded with rubies. It shimmered with an eye-catching light in the light of the temple. Feng Ning gently opened the brocade box. A rich aroma instantly filled the air. There was a rounded elixir lying quietly in the box. The surface of the elixir exuded a soft golden glow that, there seemed to be wisps of phoenix feathers floating in the light. Like a dream, that white-haired elder's eyes instantly glazed over, shock written all over his face. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and said, This is really the Phoenix Feather Light Condensing Dan. I've only heard about it in ancient texts before, but today is actually the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. This item is very rare. It is said that it was refined by successive generations of ancestors of the Phoenix clan using thousand-year-old spirit feathers and countless rare immortal herbs. Not only can it cure all injuries and diseases in the world, but also enhance the practitioner's power. It is really a rare treasure. Another elder chimed in. Yes, what Elder Xianfeng said is very true. The efficacy of this Phoenix Feather Light Condensing Pill is also recorded in the ancient texts of our dragon clan. I didn't expect to have the honor of witnessing it today. Princess Fengning's action is really something that my dragon clan is grateful for. Fengning hooked the corners of her mouth and smiled even more brightly, saying, to be recognized by the two elders, Fengning is deeply honored. This Phoenix Feather Light Congealing Pill is to repay Prince Aochen for saving his life. I hope that it can help Immortal Father's injuries, and that it can be considered a small contribution from the Phoenix clan to the Dragon clan. The elders nodded their heads. The gaze that looked at Aochen also underwent a huge transformation. The eyes that had been filled with reproach and anger, the moment had been replaced by appreciation and relief. Jinza looked at the scene in front of him and, the face that had been as gloomy as a dark cloud had eased considerably. He stepped forward, bent down and, hands powerfully pulling Aochen up from the ground. Then he gently patted Aochen's shoulder. The tone of voice also became gentle. Oh Aochen, it seems that we have misunderstood you. This trip of yours, not only did you save Princess Fengning, but you also indirectly brought this precious holy relic for the Dragon clan. Good boy. You're really something. Senior uncle almost wronged you before. Aochen had previously kept his head down and, inwardly apprehensive. Hearing these words from Jinza at this moment, he couldn't help but look up slowly, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. Senior uncle. Aochen knows that he is wrong. What happened before was that Aochen didn't think well enough and made the clansmen worry about me. In the future, Aochen will definitely cultivate harder and harder, contribute his full strength to the Dragon clan, and never fail to live up to the expectations of the elders and master uncles. The white-haired elder said with a smile. Aochen, let's not mention the past. This time, you were able to return safely, and brought back such an honored guest as Princess Fengning, and found a sacred relic for Immortal Father to heal his wounds. So that's a great achievement. Rest well. There will be more heavy responsibilities waiting for you in the future. Fengning looked at the scene and, there was a satisfied smile on his little face. At that moment, another elder spoke up. Princess Fengning, the Phoenix Feather Light Condensing Pill that you brought this time is of great significance to our Dragon clan. Our Dragon clan will definitely not forget this favor from the Phoenix clan. In the future, if there is any need for my Dragon clan's help, Princess, feel free to ask. Fengning hurriedly bowed and said, Elder is polite. The Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan are both righteous forces guarding the world and should support each other. Now that the demon race is becoming more and more rampant, it is even more important for my Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan to join hands and work together to fight against the demon race and guard the world's living beings. Chapter 100, Night of Kunlun. The crowd is talking to each other. Had a great conversation with Fengning. The topic ranges from the curiosities of the Phoenix clan, to the situation in the three realms, to the insights of their respective cultivations. Fengning was able to answer all the questions, the breadth of its insights, the quickness of its thinking. It caused the elders to secretly praise it. Aochen stood by and, quietly watching Fengning talk to the elders. The heart is filled with gratitude and admiration. He was well aware that, if Fengning hadn't stepped forward today, seeing the way to defend yourself, I'm afraid I'll have trouble getting through today. This favor is something he will remember. Asterisk. It's getting dark. Inside the Great Hall, the proceedings finally came to a close. Several dragon elders were quite appreciative of Fengning's intelligence and righteousness. There were words of retention and sincerity. Subsequently, the elders have arranged for extremely comfortable accommodations, treating Fengning as a guest of honor, and a couple of trained waiters have been specially assigned. Lead her to the secluded and elegantly furnished compound. Asterisk. And Aochen had just stepped out of the main hall, before I could catch my breath. He was then surrounded by several senior brothers in 3 layers. You kid, you're finally back. One of the senior brothers was full of joy. With an arrow step forward, he wrapped his arm around Aochen's shoulders and, the excitement is palpable. Do you know that during the time you've been missing, everyone's been looking for you like ants on a hot pan? The second senior brother chimed in. The tone was full of concern. Yes, before, eldest sister personally led people everywhere to look for you, and they almost turned the 3 realms upside down. Aochen looked at these senior brothers who usually cared for him. A warmth welled up in his heart, and his eyes reddened slightly as he let the senior brothers worry. I've come back unharmed. Humph, you're still laughing. Elder brother feigned anger. Raising his hand, he gently patted Aochen's head, but couldn't hide the laughter in his eyes. Say, Where the hell have you been all this way? Why did you bring back a girl as beautiful as heaven? It was like lighting a fuse when that came out. The other brothers were instantly interested. There was a flurry of follow-through. That's right. Quickly and honestly, who is that fairy? Ha ha, I see nah. This kid went down the mountain to subdue the demons and never returned. So it's to get a daughter-in-law. The crowd is talking to each other. You're pushing and shoving, and it's as lively as an explosion. Ao Chen's face turned red at the remark. Like a ripe tomato, he waved his hand in explanation. Elder brothers, you cannot talk nonsense. She is the third princess of the Phoenix clan Feng Ning. I just met her by chance, which is not what you said. The third princess of the Phoenix clan? Elder brother raised an eyebrow, full of surprise. And, is that the Princess Feng Ning who is known as the god of martial arts? Ao Chen nodded a little nervously and, stammering, exactly her. Elder brother nodded thoughtfully and, eyes full of appreciation. You kid is quite capable. You actually managed to save the martial god. That's not true. The other senior brother had a proud look on his face. Our young master is capable of great things. There was another round of laughter from the crowd. And, laughter echoed outside the great hall. Ao Chen's face turned even redder and, it was so red it was almost dripping blood. At this time, Yifeng and Hao Ran also hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Ao Chen, the eyes of the two instantly reddened. Without saying a word directly clasped him in his arms and, it was a long hug before he let go. They looked Ao Chen up and down several times and, after confirming that he was safe and sound, Hojo gave him another hard punch in the face. It looks fierce, but it carries an endless amount of concern. Brat, you still know to come back. Ao Chen's eyes were also red and, the voice was choked with a few sobs. I've made elder brother worry. I'll never do it again. Asterisk. In the side hall off the main hall, Moonspirit sat down in a chair with a tired look on her face. Her eyes were closed tightly, but just as soon as I closed my eyes, all the experiences of this trip down the mountain kept coming back to my mind like a lantern, especially since the little master was in that cabin being. An indescribable complexity surged in his heart. At this point, Pale Rin was on her feet, holding the food box tightly in both hands. A trotting dash into the house. Inside the house, Moon Spirit looked forlorn, sitting dumbly in a wooden chair like a lost statue. A little oblivious to everything around him. Moon Spirit, Pale Rin cried out, his voice mingling with eagerness and elation. Moon Spirit sniffed and slowly came back to her senses. Eyes on him, he answered softly. Pale Rin. A gentle smile hung on Song Rin's face. Walking quickly to her side, he said with concern, Yu Ling, I heard that you brought junior brother back. This journey must have been particularly difficult. He's been missing for so long, and he even took the night pearl before. I didn't expect that all the human beads would be returned now. You're truly amazing. The corners of Yu Ling's mouth rose slightly, revealing a modest smile. In his tone, however, there was a hint of imperceptible detachment. I'm flattered. It was just luck that I happened to run into him. You must be exhausted from all this running around. I've specially prepared your favorite snacks. Try them. Pale Rin said as she sighed, and placed the canteen gently on the little table. It was as gentle as a rare treasure. He slowly opened the lid of the box and, Shasta, a sweet scent filled the air and, it instantly dispelled the dreariness of the room. Only the box contained a delicate piece of confectionery. Each piece is chicly shaped, warmly colored, and, it looks like a lot of effort went into making it. Every detail coalesced with his concern for Moon Spirit. Thanks. Moon Spirit nodded her thanks, and though her voice was soft, but full of sincerity, Song Rin looked at her with anticipation, his eyes filled with tenderness. Yu Ling met Song Rin's blazing gaze and, slowly reaching out his hand, gently pick up a snack and put it in your mouth. Moment. The dim sum melted gently on the tongue. The sweet flavor instantly fills the mouth. Delicate and dense mouthfeel, as if the clouds were melting in their mouths. It's so good you can't help but close your eyes and savor it. It was as if all the exhaustion had dissipated in this moment. It's delicious. Moon Spirit praised heartily. A faint trace of satisfaction also appeared on his face. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day from now on. Song Rin smiled and arched his eyebrows, eyes full of favor. The corners of Yu Ling's mouth rose slightly as she said softly, No, that's too much trouble. You're still polite with me. As soon as Sang Rin's words were out of his mouth, his eyes fell on Moonling's feet and, he suddenly crouched down and, hands reached for Moonling's feet. Yu Ling was startled and, subconsciously shrinking back, he asked in shock, What do you do? Your shoelace is open. Cthulhu didn't raise his head, replied as he carefully tied her shoes, his fingers nimbly weaving between the laces of his shoes. The The movements are skillful and fluid. In a few moments, a playful and cute bow appears on the vamp of the shoe. It added a bit of spunk to Moon Spirit's slightly tired outfit. There, tied. Pale Rin stood up, clapped his hands and, with a slight smugness on his face, it was as if a great thing had been accomplished. Yuling blushed slightly as she looked at the delicate bow and, I didn't realize you could tie such a nice bow. She smiled gently and, the eyes that looked at Sang Rin were also a bit more soft. Subsequently, Yuling picked up a piece of dessert from the food box and, handing it to Sang Rin, he said, you, eat with me. Asterisk. Ao-chan finished talking with several senior brothers. Again, he hurriedly accompanied a few elders to Immortal Emperor Ao-tion's place of cultivation. Stepping into that quiet place, Ao-chen's heart was filled with awe and worry. Several elders respectfully sent the phoenix feather dam that Feng Ning brought into the Immortal Emperor's cultivation place. Ao-chan, on the other hand, kneeled down with a plop outside the cave. The voice was choked with a few sobs. Immortal Father, the disciple has returned to resume his duties. The disciple is incompetent and failed to protect Immortal Father. I hope that Immortal Father will recover soon. The words of self-reproach echoed in the silence of the space that, each word seemed to weigh more than 1,000 pounds. Ao-chan on his knees. Long time no rise. Asterisk. It's late at night. All is silent. Ao-chan finished bathing in the bathhouse, dragging a fresh and somewhat tired body back to his cabin. As soon as I stepped inside, the familiar scent of a man's face. He looked around the room at each of the furnishings. Nothing has changed, but the experience of this time felt like a lifetime ago to him. It was like a long, thrilling dream. At this point, his thoughts drifted involuntarily to Feng Ning. I don't know what that evil phoenix is doing right now. She's new to the Dragon's Kunlun Mountains. This place was very different from the Phoenix Clan's Holy Land. The sacred land of the Phoenix Clan is warm and pleasant, but the coolness of the night in Kunlun Mountain spreads like a tidal wave. Ao-chen couldn't help but worry if she was used to living there. He remembered again the scene of today's. If Feng Ning hadn't come forward to defend herself, I'm afraid I'm going to be in a much tougher position. Thinking about it, exhaustion came on like a tidal wave of. Ao-chen is well aware that tomorrow will be a return to routine. There are so many important things waiting for you. The elders also had to announce his return. It's got to be fixed. Then he fell head over heels on the bed. Late night, in his half-asleep, half-awake state of disorientation, Ao-chen, vaguely feeling as if something had burrowed under the covers. There was something indescribably peculiar about that touch. Slippery and cool, like a fish swimming in the water, but also like a mountain spring. Immediately following, a faint, clean scent gently burrowed into his nostrils. The scent is as fresh as morning dew, and with a hint of sweetness that tugs at the heartstrings and mesmerizes. Well, Ao-chen let out an unconscious murmur in his sleep. However, before he was fully awake, his lips had been gently sealed by something soft and warm, that soft and delicate to the touch. With a subtle hint of wetness, Ao-chen's eyes instantly widened and, what came into his eyes was Feng Ning's pretty little face that was close at hand. The tips of their noses almost touched. Feng Ning's entire body lay lightly and wantonly on top of him. Her petite body pressed against him, soft as a bone, by the light of the moon. Her delicate white skin glowed softly. Ao-chen was shocked in his heart, almost lost my voice and screamed. He scrambled to lower his voice. Sharply, Evil Phoenix, this is Kunlun Mountain. However, Feng Ning was unimpressed by his panic. She clasped his wrist tightly and, with two jade-like vegan hands, he was firmly in control. Her petite body pressed back into him. Feng Ning deliberately blew a hot breath in his ear. The voice was coquettish and slightly teasing. So what? This princess just wants to be on this Kunlun Mountain and on you. Chapter 101 Decisions. Ao-chen didn't realize that even when he returned to his own territory, it is still difficult to get rid of the oppression of this evil phoenix. Who can tolerate? Who can't be tolerated? But, all night long, his entire body was dead weighted down by that evil phoenix. This evil phoenix has no rules. From time to time, he is kind and merciful. At times, the offense is a tidal wave of swords and deadly moves. Every time, all of which put the life of his little dragon on the line. Tortured to the point of exhaustion and disorientation, nearly collapsed. Ao-chen only felt that his essence had been drained. At this point, Feng Ning suddenly came closer and, a mysterious smile bloomed on his face and, there seemed to be some great secret hidden in that smile. Little dragon. Today, this princess has made an important decision. At this time, Ao-chen was in a daze, too tired to lift a single finger. There is no heart to answer. Feng Ning saw him like this. Instead of stopping, they've gotten even more aggressive. Approaching further, teasing in his eyes. What's the matter? Isn't the little dragon curious as to what decision this princess has made? Ao-chen responded coldly. What does your decision have to do with me? The corners of Feng Ning's mouth rose slightly, with a wry smile, and mischievously reached out and pinched Ao Chen's nose. The gesture was intimate and a little domineering. Nature has a lot to do with little dragons. This princess intends to go to the Heavenly Emperor to ask for orders to subdue the demons and track down that evil force lurking in the shadows. When this princess has achieved great success in battle, she will use this to make a request to the Heavenly Emperor to have him grant me a marriage and betroth you, the little dragon, to me. As soon as those words came out of my mouth, Ao Chen was instantly awake and sleepy. He sat up with a jerk, his face burning, and, eyes wide with shock, he blurted out, "You evil phoenix! You, what are you babbling about? Who wants to be with you? I refuse." Feng Ning, however, laughed more and more triumphantly and pressed on with her steps. "Hey, do you dare to refuse even the Heavenly Emperor's will? He, Xiaolong, I can all think about it. The only way to get you married back is to let you stay by my side in peace and never leave me again." That look, it was as if he had already taken Ao Chen as his own. Ao Chen was instantly flustered and hastily retorted, "Why should I stay by your side? No way. I tell you, evil phoenix, I don't agree with this matter. You will not control me." Feng Ning let out a soft laugh. "Didn't Xiaolong say himself that he likes me? Xiaolong said that his heart and eyes are full of me now. Why are you so shy now? Don't you want to be with another woman instead of staying by my side? Little dragon, you are destined to be this princess. It is your destiny." Ao Chen was in a hurry and rushed to say, "I don't mean this. I am a Dragon Clan member. I will never go to the Phoenix Clan. Even if I die I won't go." The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up in a soothing smile. "Alright, my little dragon baby, don't be in a hurry. If you don't want to go to the Phoenix Clan, then we won't go. Not going to the Phoenix Clan or the Dragon Clan. Don't worry, I'll exchange my battle merit to the Heavenly Emperor for a fiefdom, and from now on it'll just be me and little dragon there. What do you think?" Saying that, he also looked at Ao Chen with an expectant face. Ao Chen sniffed, and his heart was in a trance. He raised his eyes and, however, he saw that the evil phoenix was full of seriousness, not like a joke. He gulped and stiffly looked away. "It's just crazy talk." Feng Ning, however, playfully approached. Is this a promise from Little Dragon?" Ao Chen lay down helplessly, covered with the covers, and the voice came muffled from under the covers. "Tomorrow I have many important matters to deal with, so you should also return to your Aliyah early to rest." Feng Ning, however, seemed to be uninterested and muttered in a small voice, "Why is Little Dragon going to bed so early? This princess hasn't had enough fun yet." Feng Ning said while, with a hula, he lifted up Ao Chen's quilt again. Red flame chain. Asterisk. Early the next morning, Feng Ning had just stepped out from the other courtyard. The sight in front of her, however, made her step. I only saw Jinza's solemn face, with a group of Dragon Clan sons and daughters clustered behind them, surrounding this small private courtyard. Although Feng Ning felt strange in her heart, but the face remained the same rippling blandness. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said with a hint of flirtation, "Elder Jinza, you got up really early today, to bring so many dragon race elites here so early in the morning. Could it be that you've come specifically to greet this princess's grand entrance?" Elder Jinza, however, did not respond to her flirtation. Instead, she was staring at her intently. A few glares were revealed in his eyes. At this point, a disciple of the Dragon Clan crossed the crowd, reaching out and pointing at Feng Ning. The tone was full of certainty and indignation. "Senior uncle, that's her. Last night, we were on routine patrol in the mountains, and we witnessed her striking out and knocking out the guards at the entrance to the Immortal Cave, and entering the Immortal Cave where the Immortal Emperor was practicing. By the time we noticed something strange and hurried in to check, Immortal Elder had already disappeared, leaving only a trail of blood behind." A few other Dragon Clan disciples also chimed in, confirmed this in one voice. Feng Ning was slightly stunned, an imperceptible flash of surprise in his eyes. But it was soon back to business as usual. With that bright smile blooming on her face once again, she said, "Elder Jinza, which play are you putting on? Could it be that you are playing some novelty game with this princess?" Jinza's face grew more and more somber. He gazed coldly at Feng Ning and questioned, "Third princess of the Phoenix Clan, let me ask you, where exactly were you last night?" Feng Ning raised her willow eyebrows lightly, meeting Shocker's gaze without fear. The tone returned coldly. "Where this princess is, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with the elders, does it? Is it possible that I, Feng Ning, still need to report my whereabouts to you, the Dragon Clan?" Jinza saw her attitude. The fury in his heart grew even greater, and his eyes widened in anger as he sternly questioned, "Last night someone witnessed you stepping into the Immortal Cave. What is your explanation for this?" Just then, Two waitresses came hurrying from the courtyard looking flustered and panting. The fairy. Fairy did not return last night for one night, and did not return to the room until this morning. There was a hint of nervousness and unease in their voices. The eyes averted. As soon as Feng Ning heard this, the small, originally white face was instantly gloomy and she snorted coldly, her tone full of anger and resentment. Good. Your dragon clan actually sent someone to monitor this princess's every move. Is this what you call hospitality? Today, I, Feng Ning, can be considered to have seen it? It's really an eye-opening experience. Every word of that sentence was like it was wrapped in frost and chilling. Elder Jinzai was as if he hadn't heard Feng Ning's accusations. I'm determined to see this through to the end. Continuing to step forward, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Do you know that my dragon clan's immortal father is in seclusion in the immortal cave to heal his wounds? But now he has strangely disappeared. His life and death unknown. As soon as Feng Ning heard this, and thoroughly enraged. 2. Willow eyebrows raised, almond eyes wide open, an angry and dismissive retort. Hey, what does the disappearance of your immortal father have to do with me? Can't it be that when something happens to your dragon clan, you're all going to feel free to climb over and blame it on someone else? Chapter 102, Anger. Jinzai's gaze was like a torch as he stared tightly at Feng Ning. The look in his eyes seemed like it could burn a man to a crisp. The tone of his voice was so sure that it could not be questioned. How dare you argue? It was because the elders gave immortal dignity the phoenix feather-like condensing pill that you brought last night that this abnormal situation occurred afterward. This elixir. There must be something wrong with it. He reached out and pointed at Feng Ning, as if they were accusing a tenfold sinner. Feng Ning was first slightly stunned when she heard that. A flash of surprise crossed his face and a cold smile then floated up from the corner of his mouth as he mocked. Oh, in that case, this princess is sincere and has traveled a long way to offer her treasure. But she is treated as a villain and falsely accused of being a murderer? Hee, this is really chilling for this princess. Shocker. However, isn't going to stop there. Continuing to perk up. Why did you happen to show up at the fairy cave last night? I have long predicted that the Phoenix clan and my dragon clan have always been at odds, and their relationship is like water and fire. So how could they suddenly change their behavior and kindly offer the Phoenix clan's holy relics? It turns out that when they heard that immortal father was injured, they wanted to take this opportunity to poison my dragon immortal father. Every word feels like it's being squeezed out of my teeth. With intense hostility, Feng Ning couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard that. The laughter was full of mockery and disdain. What's the point of wanting to do something, Elder Jinza? To try to convict me? Feng Ning, just based on these few baseless accusations is too absurd. Elder Jinza was completely enraged by her attitude. Hands clenched into fists. His body trembled slightly and he roared in anger. How dare you argue? Tell me, what did you do to your father? Where did you hide him? If you don't give a clear explanation today, you won't be able to leave this place easily. His voice was close to a growl and the entire courtyard seemed to be enveloped by this anger. However, at the moment, the teasing in Feng Ning's eyes all but faded away. In its place was utter impatience. A wry smile appeared on her face. Slowly walking towards Jinza. Each step was slow and steady. Like a beast poised to strike. The corners of her mouth curved in a disdainful curve as, with a flick of her lips, the voice was crisp but with a slight chill. An explanation? Fine. Then let's see if you can withstand this princess's account. Elder. The words. Without warning, she raised her hand palms upward and, Shasta. A blinding red light came out. This red light contained a majestic and overbearing power that just showed up. It was as if the air around them had been set on fire. It makes a zippy sound, almost in the blink of an eye. Elder Jinzai was then struck by this powerful force. The whole person is like a kite with broken strings, flying backwards uncontrollably. With a dull thud, he slammed heavily against the courtyard wall and the huge impact smashed a huge crater in the wall alive. Masonry splattered and dust filled the air. This scene happened so fast that the other Dragon Clan children were simply too late to react. They have stood dumbfounded and I don't know what happened to the party. Feng Ning, on the other hand, just flashed a trace of contempt in her eyes. She said in a cold voice, shameless old man, raving again and again. Before, seeing as you are little dragon's senior uncle, this princess only gave you a few points. Now you dare to stomp on your nose and falsely accuse this princess. You really don't know how to die. Jinza struggled woefully to his feet from the crater that had been smashed out of the body shook slightly and he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and that blood stained his fingertips, adding a few more moments of woe and anger. At this moment, his eyes burned with a burning fury that, flickering with anger and resentment. As head of the Dragon Clan, highly respected in the clan, when have you ever been so humiliated? How can you lose face and prestige in front of a small phoenix girl? Thinking like this, Elder Jinza swallowed the humiliation and anger in his heart ruthlessly, strongly enduring the excruciating pain that surrounded him. Take a deep breath, trying to keep my form straight. And then, his eyes widened angrily as he looked straight at Feng Ning. The voice was like a flood of bells as he shouted angrily. Bold Phoenix Demoness, how dare you be so arrogant and unbridled in my Dragon Clan's territory? Today, I will definitely teach you a good lesson and destroy your prestige, letting you know that my Dragon Clan is not one to be messed with. The words. His hands then danced rapidly like phantoms. The movement brought up a trace of residual shadow. Shasta. The air seemed to ignite and Feng Ning and Jinzei were both overflowing with spiritual energy. A thrilling and exciting battle erupted. Feng Ning's posture is light and agile, wrapped in a blazing, fiery flame around his body. Everywhere it went, the air was seared and twisted. Elder Jinza was the polar opposite, with a deep and majestic cultivation. It's like an ancient dragon coiled up. Every defense is rock solid and airtight. An ethereal white glow of spiritual energy lingered around him. The light was like a cold abyss in the deep sea, deep and cold. The two of them were going back and forth, not giving each other the time of day. The battle entered a white-hot phase. Feng Ning's attack was severe, like a blistering wind and rain. Every attack carried a heaven-destroying aura. Elder Jinza, on the other hand, responded calmly and defensively, waiting for an opportunity to strike back. Every strike is a hidden secret. Their spiritual energies clashed together, with a deafening roar. The aftermath of the battle raged and spread in all directions like raging waves. What had been a clear, blue sky, at the moment it was also enveloped in a dense spiritual haze that the sunlight is hard to penetrate. The whole world seems to have fallen into a gray, dead silence. It was as if the end of the world was coming. The children of the Dragon Clan watched the thrilling battle from afar. There were looks of horror on their faces. Awe and unease were written all over his face. They were too busy backing up in a flurry of back off, for fear of being caught up in the aftermath of this horrific battle. It ended up in a tragic situation with a shattered body and no bones left. Just as the battle was being fought, Ao Chan suddenly arrived in a hurry. He looked at Feng Ning and Jinzei, who were in the middle of a fierce battle in the field. Filled with astonishment, he was busy pulling the Dragon Clan disciple aside and asked anxiously, "Senior brother, what exactly happened? Why did Senior Uncle Jinza fight with Feng Ning?" That senior brother's expression was grave, and his brows were tightly locked. Said quickly, "Something has happened to the immortal father. Last night the elders gave immortal dignity the Phoenix Featherlight condensing pill, and this morning immortal dignity disappeared, leaving only a pool of blood in the immortal cave. Someone had seen Feng Ning go to the immortal cave last night, so Senior Uncle Jinza had come to inquire about the situation. I didn't expect that this princess of the Phoenix clan would fight against Uncle Jinza." Ao Chen sniffed. His face instantly turned white and exclaimed, "What? Something has happened to immortal father?" Elder brother nodded heavily and sighed. "Yes, immortal father is not in the immortal cave now. His whereabouts are unknown. We're all worried." Ao Chen was just about to speak, but then he paused. He knew in his heart that Feng Ning did not go to the cave last night, because last night, the two of them had been together. He was inwardly torn and frowning, and the eyes were full of struggle. But just a few moments later, he then clenched his fists, and with a flash of determination in his eyes, determined to testify on Feng Ning's behalf. Chapter 103, Killing Intent. At this point, Feng Ning and Jinzei were still in the middle of a fierce battle. Both sides are killing each other. No one would back down by half. Suddenly, Ao Chen rushed to the center of the battlefield with a single arrow step. Without hesitation, he blocked in front of Feng Ning, eyes firmly on Jinza. He shouted, "Senior uncle, please stop for now and listen to me. Last night, Princess Feng Ning didn't even take half a step into the immortal cave. Jinza is in the middle of a killing spree." Interrupted by Ao Chen's voice, he was instantly enraged. His eyes were round, and they looked as if they could have breathed fire into them. Anger and suspicion rolled over his eyes like a raging tide. "Ao Chen, you treacherous disciple who eats from the inside. It's come to this, and you're actually still siding with this Phoenix Demoness." His voice hoarse with anger. Every word feels like it's being squeezed out of my teeth. The disciples saw with their own eyes that she went to the immortal cave last night. The maids also spoke with one voice, saying that she stayed out all night last night and didn't return to her residence until early morning. And it's exactly at this time of year that something happens to immortal dignity. If it wasn't this demonic phoenix secretly working, who else could it be? Ao Chen faced Jinzei's wrath. There was no flinching. He took a deep breath and calmed down a bit and said, "Senior uncle, Feng Ning has really never been near the immortal cave. I can testify to that." Elder Jinza was so angry that he was trembling. He laughed in anger and All the muscles in his face were twisted with rage. You testified? He snorted coldly, his eyes filled with mockery and, then I would ask you where she was last night. Exactly? Ao-chen's face flushed slightly and, he clenched his lower lip, took a deep breath and, hardly, she was in my room last night, all night, with me. The words came as a thunderclap. It exploded in the ears of the crowd. Shasta. A dead silence fell around them. The air froze instantly. Everyone was stunned into silence by the sudden words of the expression on his face solidified into a stunned look of. It was as if a spell of immobilization had been cast. Jinza's face instantly turned red and, then it became ironic again. He was so angry that he trembled violently and, pointing his finger at Ao-chen, he shivered and cursed angrily. Hurrah! The two of you are actually working together and teaming up to victimize Immortal Elder. Ao-chen. You sinner. Today I will do the right thing for heaven and clean up my house. The words have not yet been spoken. He swung his right arm violently and, a dazzling glow of spiritual energy gathered in his palm. An attack containing the power to destroy the sky and the earth struck toward Ao-chen like lightning. Wherever they go, the air was torn with a black crack. Ao-chen couldn't avoid it. Got hit squarely in the chest by that blow. The powerful impact sent his entire body flying out. Feng Ning reacted extremely quickly. The moment Jinzai struck, she flew up. Her figure was like a bolt of red lightning that swept across the battlefield in an instant. He steadily caught Ao-chen who was about to fall to the ground. Xiaolong, however, that was too much for Jinza to handle. A trace of blood slowly spilled from the corner of Ao-chen's mouth. The crimson blood ran down the corners of his mouth. It stained his white lapel red. Feng Ning saw that Ao-chen was so. The heart ached as if a million pins were sticking in it. She raised her head slowly and, looking towards Jinza, a flash of stern killing intent flashed in his eyes. The other dragon disciples saw this and, reacting instantly, they quickly split into two teams. A team was like a great enemy. The long swords in their hands pointed at Ao-chen in unison, and they shouted sternly, "Traitor, why don't you quickly bind your hands? Give a clear account of what happened. Don't try to muddle through." The other team is going as fast as they can, like a solid wall of men, guarding in front of Jinzai. He stared vigilantly at Feng Ning. Ao-chen covered his chest, and his face was filled with pain. He forced his way through the pain and, once again, loudly and sincerely, he said to Jinza and his senior brothers, "Senior uncle, senior brothers, I'm really not a traitor. And Feng Ning, she didn't go to the immortal cave last night. Please believe me, there must be some kind of misunderstanding." Shocker, however, doesn't even listen to his explanations. Anger. The muscles on his face twisted slightly from anger as he roared. "Still trying to weasel your way out of this. I see that you don't want to see the coffin, and you won't die until you reach the Yellow River. Come on man, take these two men down, question them together. I'd like to see what other tricks you can pull." The dragon disciples were about to move. However, he saw Feng Ning standing up unsteadily. Her movements seemed light and, but it seems to be wrapped in 1,000 pounds of force. It's inexplicably chilling. Immediately following, her eyes darkened precipitously. The flames of anger churning in the depths of those eyes. "This princess's little dragon. You dare to touch it." Feng Ning's voice was low and cold, as if wrapped in the coldness of the 9 hells. Every word carried endless anger and determination. Ready to suffer the consequences? A few other dragon disciples that, seeing Feng Ning in such an aggressive manner, though the heart has been filled with fear, but they still hardened their hearts and, neatly flashing their magic weapons, trying to assist Jinza and work together against Feng Ning. Feng Ning saw this scene and, just a cold snort of laughter, which seemed to be wrapped in frost and, had a bunch of insouciant trash. With her hands slowly raised, the spiritual energy around his body was like a raging tide, surging and churning. With her at the center, it spread out in all directions. A powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. It made the air around it distorted. In the blink of an eye, the sky and the earth are in a state of flux. The original blue, clear, cloudless sky. The moment is rapidly being taken over by rolling dark clouds. Feng Ning was surrounded by blazing flames. The flames were not of an unusual ruddy color. Instead, it shines with an eye-catching reddish golden glow that, it stung against this gray sky. Just then, a huge phoenix silhouette appeared behind Feng Ning. This shadow covers the sky and the sun, as if it were an ancient beast that had broken through the wall from an ancient myth and legend. A reddish golden glow emanated from his body. The phoenix let out a long cry to the sky. Suddenly, he lifted his wings and tried to fly away. Each wave of the wings brought up a fiery gale, a flame wrapped in the wind. It was like countless sharp blades, whistling past. Everywhere you go, the trees were instantly set ablaze and reduced to ashes. The mountains and rocks quickly melted into hot lava under the scorching heat. The ground was scorched with a shockingly deep gash. the entire Kunlun mountain was instantly in flames. A few dragon race elders hurriedly arrived and they looked panicked. They stumbled and a dense bead of sweat covered his forehead. Apparently it's been a wild ride all the way here. Princess Feng Ning, please stop quickly. Don't make a big mistake that can't be undone. They cried out eagerly that, with a voice full of anxiety and worry, trying to stop this crazy move of Feng Ning. Today, this princess is going to level this Kunlun mountain. Slaughter every blade of grass and tree here. Feng Ning let out an angry cry. There was endless anger and madness in his voice. It was as if it was going to shatter this heaven and earth. With a flick of her jade hand, a seemingly casual movement, but it contained the power to destroy the sky and the earth. A reddish golden flame pike instantly flew out and it's just like a spirited, fiery phoenix, with blazing heat and mighty power, winding towards the sacred site at the top of the Kunlun mountains. Wherever the flame passes, it was as if space had been torn apart alive by this powerful force. Leaving a dark crack, the crowd of dragons witnessed this scene. There was a moment of horror and fear and despair were written all over his face. Holy ground! Protect the Holy Land! Several of the elders cried out at the top of their voices and rushing to offer up their respective magic treasures. However, their resistance was shrouded by Feng Ning's monstrous rage. It's like a mantis. It's unbearable. The flaming pikestaff was as powerful as a bamboo, penetrating their defenses with ease. Everywhere you go, a sea of fire was instantly ignited. Phoenix Demonis! Stop it! Jinza's eyes widened in anger, eyes staring as if they were about to burst out of their sockets. The muscles in his face twisted violently with rage. The whole person was like an enraged beast. In his hand, he quickly lit up the dragon clan's greatest treasure, the Dragon Abyss Sword. The sword's body flashed with cold light, transmitting a bone-chilling coldness. Just a flash of his body, flying out like a shooting star, with this divine weapon, blocked the terrifying flames that were flying towards the Holy Land. Feng Ning let out a cold snort, with disdain in their eyes. Jinza, today is the day you die. The words have not yet been spoken. She flashed her body, rushing towards Jinza like a shooting star. It's so fast it's hard to keep up. Only a residual shadow was left behind. Jinza wielded his Dragon Abyss Sword. The sword glinted white and trying to fend off Feng Ning's fierce attack. With every clash of sword and flame, both erupted in a dazzling light and a deafening roar. But Feng Ning's strength was too powerful. Every attack seemed to carry the power to destroy the sky and the earth. The shock made his arm numb and blood spilled from his tiger's mouth. Under Feng Ning's furious attack, Shocker is getting out of shape and has a lot of color on his body. The blood stained his shirt. It stood out in this sea of fire and darkness. No, this can't be. Jinzai looked at Feng Ning with a face full of horror. How could it be so powerful? He exclaimed. There was desperation and fear in the voice that, in the midst of all this chaos and fire, it was extraordinarily poignant. Stupid! Feng Ning's angry shout echoed in the air. Today, I will make you pay for hurting little dragon. Her words carried a cold, murderous intent that, creepy. However, just as she was about to deliver a fatal blow to Shocker, Ao Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Feng Ning, stop it now. Feng Ning heard Ao Chen's shout. Momentarily, he craned his head to look at him. I only saw Ao Chen's face pale and bloodless, with reddened eyes and blood hanging from the corners of his mouth. It was like holding back a great deal of pain. Seeing this, the burning rage in Feng Ning's eyes, as if extinguished by a sudden blast of cold wind. It's calming down. She slowly lowered her raised hands down and every movement was tinged with a bit of reluctance. But in the end, he still obeyed Ao Chen's request. At this point, the flames around her were still burning fiercely. The reddish golden light is blinding and dazzling. That majestic aura has not diminished in the slightest. It was as if she was venting her anger that had not yet fully dissipated. Feng Ning's eyes were cold, with a full measure of disdain, sweeping around the crowd of dragons present like a sharp blade. Then spoke decisively. Little dragon, this princess is going to take you away now. Whoever dares to stop. Dragons block and kill dragons. Gods block and kill gods. Chapter 104, Trapped Spirit Shield. Ao Chen refused without hesitation, determination in his eyes. I'm not going with you. As a dragon, I vow to stay in the Kunlun Mountains. Feng Ning's brows were locked together tightly. Xiaolong, they've treated you as a traitor. Why are you still staying here? Why don't you wait for this princess to settle all these people, and I'll bring little dragon to return to the mountains and forests together. Shut up. Ao Chen instantly opened his eyes in anger, interrupting Feng Ning's words. The anger in his eyes seemed to set the air around him on fire. Loudly chortled. Feng Ning, you are simply talking nonsense. They are my clan members. How can you touch them in the slightest? Feng Ning, however, seemed to be overwhelmed by anger and retorted emotionally, "Clan? Now your clan recognizes you as a traitor and is bent on your death. They don't trust you at all, so why should you still be attached to them?" Ao Chen's expression remained firm as a rock. There was an insistence in the anxious voice. "No, there must be a misunderstanding. It must be a deliberate frame-up by someone trying to sow discord between the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Now that Immortal Father is missing and the Dragon clan is in a time of trouble, how can I, as a member of the Dragon clan, run away from the battlefield? I must stay and work with my senior uncles and brothers to find out the truth, to return peace to the Dragon clan, and to clear my own name." Feng Ning's face became even more gloomy. There was a touch of helplessness and urgency in the tone of there was even a hint of hatred. "What's the point of you staying here? Do you really want to wait for them to take your life? Come with me, little dragon. With this princess here, I will not let you suffer a single harm." Ao Chen's complexion was grave. His gaze was like a torch, said to Feng Ning in a single word, "Feng Ning, you should go now. Don't hurt my clan anymore, and don't destroy the Kunlun Mountains anymore. The Kunlun Mountain is not a place you should come to. You go back to the Feng clan." Feng Ning's eyes were complicated, a mix of anger, resentment, and helplessness. It was like overturning a bottle of 5 flavors. Soon, there was a flash of anger in her eyes that willow eyebrows instantly turned upside down, like 2 sharp daggers. The voice became steeply harsh like a knife. "Humph, today, this princess is going to take you away. I'd like to see who dares to stand in the way. Even if it's you, you won't be able to break free." Saying that, she forcefully reached out to pull Ao Chen despite his resistance. At this point, suddenly, in the distance, there came the sound of rapid, neat footsteps it was accompanied by a powerful and orderly fluctuation of spiritual energy. Song Rin leads a group of elite Dragon Clan members. Like a white, blistering wind, it came on fire. Their posture is athletic. Their steps are steady and strong. Each and every one of them exudes the unique fortitude and boldness of the dragon race. It was as if it was a steel wall guarding the dragons. Meanwhile, several dragon elders were also busy not far away. Their faces were solemn, and they looked grave. The robes were hunting in the gusty winds. It's like an ancient deity on a divine mission, only to see them quickly take their bearings and arrange themselves in an octagonal position. His hands made quick seals, and his movements flowed like water. The words were mouthed in a low, mysterious voice. "Shasta, the sky is full of storm clouds." The dark clouds were converging rapidly like a raging tide. The layers piled on top of each other, covering the entire sky. Immediately following, beams of rain poured down, with the powerful spiritual energy of the dragon elders. Like a heavenly river breaking its banks toward the raging mountain fire, raindrops and flames clashed fiercely, emitting a zigzag sound. The white vapor spreads out quickly, shrouding the entire mountain forest. Through the tireless efforts of the elders, the originally arrogant and domineering mountain fires were gradually suppressed. The fire is weakening. The mountains, originally engulfed in flames, also under a blanket of water vapor, gradually revealing the original contours of It was as if he had been pulled back from the edge of hell. Several elders had just finished laying rain. When he turned around, he saw that Jinzei had been injured by Feng Ning and had fallen to the ground. Their complexion suddenly changed, and in a few arrow steps, they came to Jinzei's side. Hurriedly, he transported his spiritual energy to heal his injuries. Seeing this, Song Rin also hurriedly ran forward with quick steps and, with an arrow step, he rushed to Jinzei's side, kneeling on one knee and anxiously calling out, "Uncle Jinze." At this point, Jinze's breath is weak. His face was as white as paper, without a trace of blood. There was still a touch of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he held on to that breath, his eyes full of anger and resentment. Through gritted teeth, Song Rin, quickly lead the men to take down this Phoenix Demoness. She is simply too arrogant to dare to act so recklessly in my Dragon Clan's territory. She must not be allowed to continue her misdeeds. Song Rin slowly stood up, his gaze shooting at Feng Ning like a sharp blade, only to see that she was holding Ao Chen tightly, her mouth eagerly saying something. Sang Rin's expression was grave and his face was cold as he shouted, "Princess Feng Ning, don't stop yet. Why on earth are you on a killing spree here?" Feng Ning saw that Song Rin had led another group of people to come and stop them, the already suppressed anger in his heart. In a flash, like a fiery powder keg that has been detonated, a complete eruption, she said angrily, "Why? Just because they hurt my little dragon?" At this moment, Feng Ning, it was as if he had been completely consumed by anger and his sanity was all but gone. Sang Rin saw Feng Ning fall into madness, killing her eyes, knowing that she is powerful. It's never wise to play hardball. At that moment, he issued a decisive order. Formation. With this order from Song Rin, The group of dragon disciples were well trained and acted instantly. They moved in a neat and tidy fashion, quickly lining up their positions, and instantly the long sword was in his hand, and the blade flashed with a cold light that reflected in the daylight. It reflected a cold and deadly sharpness. The eyes of the crowd were as sharp as falcons, and, locking tightly onto Feng Ning, his eyes were filled with vigilance and wariness. Trap, spirit shield. Sang Rin once again shouted his orders. Shasta. The sons of the Dragon Clan cast their spells at the same time. Their spiritual energies mingled and converged with each other. A majestic force was formed. A huge blue body of light instantly coalesced into shape. Like a bright blue shooting star, wrapped in endless power and majesty. Flying swiftly towards Feng Ning, in the blink of an eye. Then he trapped Feng Ning in a huge blue ball of light. An attempt was made to contain the continued spread of this bloody fight. Feng Ning obviously didn't expect the dragon race to have such subtle spells. Caught off guard by this sudden predicament, desperately struggling to break out within the ball of light, only to see her spiritual energy surging crazily around her body. Against all odds, he hit the ball of light with all his might again and again. Every bump, they all erupted with a loud dang 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 dang. The voice was sharp and shrill. It shook the air around it, and it hummed. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were trembling under the impact of this powerful spiritual energy. The disciples of the Dragon Clan saw the knowing that Feng Ning's strength is extraordinary, not daring to slack off in the slightest, they have clenched their teeth and, pouring in all his strength to increase the output of spiritual energy from his hands, strive to trap Feng Ning steadily. In the end, Feng Ning closed her eyes tightly and a look of agony and determination came over his face. Casting spells quickly, the flames around her grew fiercer and the temperature climbed dramatically, almost igniting the entire sphere of light. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open and a cold light flashed in his eyes and, like a shooting star passing through the night sky, it was immediately followed by a bellowing cry. Break! With this earth-shaking cry of fury, that blue ball of light was instantly blown to smithereens. Turning into a bit of blue light, dissipate into the vastness of the air. Chapter 105, The Fire Phoenix. Song Rin's heart snapped. He's heard it all before. Feng Ning is the reincarnation of the god of martial arts. The talent is outstanding and the magic power is monstrous. However, seeing with his own eyes that she had broken through the spirit-trapping shield so easily, the depth of its magic is unfathomable, still far beyond his expectations. But being the best of the dragons, Song Rin did not lose his head in panic. He was well aware that, if there's the slightest flinch at this moment, the situation will be more difficult to navigate. Song Rin quickly calmed his mind. With steely eyes, he exchanged a look with the dragon disciples. Without further ado, the people then had a clear understanding of the situation, and once again went forward together, attempting to rebind Feng Ning. Shasta. Spiritual energy surged around the Dragon Clan disciples. The blade of the sword was pointed straight at Feng Ning. There was a saber-rattling tension in the air. Feng Ning's heart was filled with anger at the moment. The eyes were crimson, as if they were burning flames. She stared angrily at Song Rin and the others, the corner of her mouth curling into a wry smile. Gentlemen of the Kunlun Mountains, today is your doom. In the twinkling of an eye, Feng Ning's body was surrounded by raging flames, as if the flames of fury from the 9 hells of purgatory, crazy churning and roaring. With her at the center, powerful and unrivaled spiritual power fluctuations like a raging tsunami. It swept away in all directions. In the blink of an eye, countless golden red-colored sharp blades appeared out of thin air, densely packed, pouring like a torrential downpour. Each of the sharp blades was wrapped in a roaring fire that leaping firelight, as if it were a curse from hell, with an aura that destroys everything. Die! Feng Ning let out a furious cry. The voice seemed to contain an endless amount of power. Like the final sentence of death. It was gut-wrenching, just as she was giving her full attention to the moment he was about to execute the method of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. A thunderous shout came steeply from behind him. Dragon binding rope. Shasta. A stream of light flew out of Io Chen's hand like lightning, transformed into a rope of shimmering, ethereal light. With the swiftness of a thunderbolt, it swept toward Feng Ning. The dragon binding rope carries the majestic power of a mountain. Instantly, Feng Ning was tightly wrapped around her. At this moment, Feng Ning, all of his mind was locked onto Song Rin in front of him. In order to deal with this delicate situation, she had already mobilized her spiritual energy around her body without any reservation. Like a volcano about to erupt, spiritual energy rushed and churned within his body. Therefore, she was wholly unprepared for the behind the scenes, in the nick of time, suffered such a surprise attack. Feng Ning's body trembled violently, turning back slowly and incredulously. There was shock and disbelief in his eyes. Only Ao Chen stood proudly and Spiritual energy gathered crazily around his body, like materialized blue flames, dancing and leaping wildly around his body. It gives off a haunting glow. Ao Chen's eyes were red, seemingly repressing endless pain and struggle. The face was complex and indistinguishable. In his eyes, pain and struggle were intertwined and entwined. It was as if there was a fierce celestial battle going on inside. However, in the midst of this complex of emotions, and a vague hint of determination, in the twinkling of an eye, Feng Ning was tightly entangled by the dragon binding rope, all wrapped up tightly and, like a round dumpling, only the head is exposed. The look was unusually comical, with disbelief written all over her face, lips slightly parted. He murmured, Xiaolong, you, weakness in the legs, unsteady on the feet, eyes on the ground. When Ao Chen saw this, his figure swept out as swiftly as the wind. In the blink of an eye, he steadily embraced Feng Ning, who was about to fall to the ground, into his arms. He held her close and, it was as if the moment she let go, she would disappear without a trace. With an involuntary tremor in his voice, Feng Ning, I'm sorry, but, I really can't stand by and watch you hurt my clan, but don't worry, I will never let them hurt you in the slightest. Feng Ning slowly raised her head and, his eyes were fixed straight on Ao Chen's face. Emotions rolled in his eyes. Immediately following, she opened her mouth slowly, her tone complex and indistinguishable. And, little dragon, you are so pedantic. Ao Chen looked at Feng Ning, who was tightly entangled by the dragon binding rope. Just a sharp pain in my heart and, as if cut viciously by a sharp blade, the hands subconsciously hugged her a few more points tighter. Subsequently, Ao Chen raised his head and, with a firm and determined gaze, he looked at Jinzei and the several elders. Kneeling and pleading, he exclaimed, Elders, senior uncles, please listen to me. Feng Ning really did not go to the immortal cave last night, and today she was really forced to act this way. I implore the elder and senior uncle to show mercy for the time being and not to harm her, until all the truth is revealed. At this point, Jinzei witnessed Feng Ning and Ao Chen embracing each other. He was so angry that his eyes seemed to be spitting out fire. He hissed and bellowed at Pale Rin. Song Rin, what are you still waiting for? This Phoenix Demoness and Ao Chen are openly opposing my dragon clan. Quickly take these two down quickly. Otherwise, where is the majesty of my dragon clan? Song Rin's heart, although also to the sudden change of the situation feel tricky and difficult to deal with, but he knew that there was no room for hesitation at this moment. Without hesitation, he immediately gave the order in a loud voice. Lock dragon binding. Shasta. The well-trained disciples of the dragon clan quickly surrounded them like a tidal wave, with Ao Chen and Feng Ning at the center. In the blink of an eye it formed an airtight, tight circle. They looked grave and serious. The spiritual energy around his body surged and surged again. The light intertwines and flickers with each other, like a huge and invisible web of spiritual energy, attempting to take both men down in one fell swoop. End this chaotic strife. However, just when everyone thought that they were winning and that the situation was under control, she saw Feng Ning suddenly forcefully breaking free from the dragon binding rope, standing up resolutely from Ao Chen's embrace. There was a mixture of gentleness and determination in her eyes. Looking fondly at Ao Chen, there was an undeniable determination in his tone. Little dragon, today, this princess will never let them hurt you. You are the person this princess protects in her heart. Whoever wants to move you must first step over my corpse. Ao Chen really didn't expect that Feng Ning had actually broken free of the dragon binding rope so easily. He shouted at Feng Ning with an anxious heart. Feng Ning, don't be impulsive. Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen. With determination and firmness in his eyes, he said in a deep voice, Little dragon, let's see this princess fight quickly. The words have not yet been spoken. Feng Ning's aura around her body changed abruptly. She unleashed her entire body's power without reservation. The light of the moment was so great that the blazing spiritual energy spread out in all directions like a raging wave. With the sound of a phoenix that resounded through the sky, she instantly transformed into her true form, the Fire Phoenix. I only saw that the Fire Phoenix was surrounded by blazing flames. Each feather seems to have coalesced from the burning fire of heaven. With the majestic momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, he charged violently at the just-formed dragon locking bind. Boom! The Fire Phoenix broke through the dragon lock binding like a burning meteor. The Fire Phoenix spreads its wings and flies high. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be set on fire with the sound of ZZ. The stones on the ground were also instantly melted into liquid by the heat. Ao Chen was stunned to the spot by Feng Ning's sudden move. When he reacted and tried to stop it, however, he realized that he had been tightly bound by the dragon locking binding and was unable to break free at all. He cried out anxiously, Feng Ning, stop it. At this point, The crowd of dragons quickly cast spells in unison when they saw the situation, only to see countless channels of mana intertwining and converging like bright starlight, woven in the air into a great, solid dome, trapping the fire phoenix within it. The fire phoenix struggled to fly and struggle within the dome. The blazing flames on his body continuously scorched the dome like a raging sea of fire. Feng Ning's voice came out from the fiery phoenix body. You bunch of pedants. It's simply delusional to want to harm little dragon. But for a few moments, the solid dome was then burned out by the flames of the fiery phoenix in several huge holes. Rolls of smoke rose from the hole. The entire dome shook under the constant barrage of flames. The eye was about to collapse as it couldn't hold it up. Chapter 106. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of haze flashed like an arrow. Cutting through the serenity of the sky. The haze was like the guidance of a deity. A sign that something extraordinary is about to happen. Shasta. The sky was steeply filled with a brilliant and extremely colorful haze. Rendering the whole Kunlun mountain like a dream. The beauty is mesmerizing. In the midst of this breathtakingly beautiful and sacred scene, a loud boom like rolling spring thunder. From the depths of the Kunlun mountains comes the majestic. It shook the top of the mountain and caused the rubble to fall. Immediately following, a blinding, dazzling light rises up to the sky and, straight through the colorful clouds and haze. It was as if it was going to tear through the sky and reach the 9 heavens above. The crowd was stunned and, have looked up and looked down. Only a middle-aged man dressed in a white coat, pure and snowy, was seen, leisurely from the sky. He's as tall as a pine and as strong as a cypress, sword-browed and starry-eyed, with eyes deep and bright. The nose is high and straight, and the thin lips have a stiff line and a distinguished air. His hands and feet are all dashing and uninhibited. That innate gallantry, as if it could eclipse everything around it. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but fall for his grace. The breeze was so strong that the shirts of his clothes, it's as if an immortal is on earth. The body exudes a unique flavor that is not tainted by the slightest bit of earthly smoke and fire. A soft, yet powerful and unrivaled blue light surrounded him. And, this blue light was set against the brilliantly colored haze of they add color to each other and add a sense of sacred majesty. His eyes were deep and majestic, and, as if one glance could penetrate the mysteries of the world, which in turn harbors endless compassion and wisdom, awe-inspiring. Little Phoenix, don't be reckless. He looked calm, but his voice was like a bell. It was like heavenly music that resounded through the valley. Just a little wave of the hand. A blue light like a raging tide swept toward the fire phoenix, like a great wave in the sea. Unstoppable. The original fire phoenix, whose feathers were burning with a blazing fire, and who was still flying vigorously in the dome. Under the onslaught of this mighty force, the flames actually dimmed and, it was as if they were being suppressed by an invisible force. The fire phoenix let out a few unwilling cries. But it could no longer break free of that blue light. The middle-aged man looked at the suppressed fire phoenix. There wasn't the slightest killing intent in his eyes. There is only a piece of lightness and compassion. With a flick of his hand, an exquisite birdcage condensed from spiritual energy instantly appeared. Crystal clear and pure as crystal. And then, he gently introduced that fire phoenix into it. When the crowd finally got a good look at the visitor, couldn't help but exclaim in shocked unison. Immortal dignity. It's immortal dignity. There was awe and excitement in his voice. Immortal. Ao Chen's eyes widened and, with a face full of disbelief, voice trembling slightly with excitement. It's immortal dignity. Immortal elder has come out of the gate. That's great. The immortal father is out of the gate. The crowd of the dragon clan woke up as if from a dream. They were on their knees, chanting in unison. Greetings to immortal dignity. Welcome immortal father. The sound resounded and echoed through the valley. Ao Tian stood in the air. His eyes were like electricity as he scanned the crowd of dragons below. His voice was as loud as a flood bell ringing through the valley. All rise. Having said that, he gave a little wave of his hand. A soft force lifted the crowd to their feet. Jinza rushed forward a few steps and, his face was filled with concern and his voice trembled slightly from anxiety. Immortal father, you can be considered safe and sound. We went to the immortal cave to visit. Into the eye. Not see your figure, only the shocking puddle of blood on the ground. At that time really scared us out of our wits, and thought. At this point, Shocker paused and, a deep afterthought still lingers in his features. Those ominous speculations. After all, he swallowed it back. The corners of Ao Tian's mouth rose slightly, with eyes full of appeasement. Jinza, don't worry. I accidentally fell victim to the Wolf King's poison earlier, but fortunately, the princess of the Phoenix clan sent me an immortal pill in time, and with the help of the medicinal power, I was able to force out the toxin as much as I could. It was only because I was in a sorry state that I went to the dragon's ambergris pool first. Now that I have recovered as good as new, There is no need for everyone to be worried about this. Junza heard that. The boulder hanging high in his heart finally fell to the ground with a thud. A long sigh of relief and emotion. Thank goodness. Immortal Emperor is indeed fortunate. Before that situation, we all panicked. The whole dragon clan is in chaos, looking around for your traces, but also mobilized all the disciples in the clan, searching all over the mountains. He would have gone on to pour out the details of those anxious searches, but when he raised his eyes and saw that Aotian was glowing and looking great, and then, with a sense of humor, he put aside the words that were on his lips and the doubts that were in his heart. A heart full of gratitude instantly transformed into a deep respect that, retreating silently to the sidelines, leaving the other clansmen the opportunity to interact with the immortal dignitaries. At this point, an elder bowed respectfully, his eyes filled with concern as he asked carefully, Immortal Emperor, you must have gone through 1,000 dangers during this period of seclusion. Is your body really free from any serious problems? Why don't we ask the clan's medical officer to come and carefully diagnose and treat you, so that we can also feel more at ease? Songrin also rushed forward, his face filled with worry. Immortal Emperor, during your seclusion, the entire dragon clan was worried day and night, and it was difficult to sleep and eat. Now that we see you safe and sound, the big stone in our hearts has finally fallen to the ground. The other dragon clan disciples also gathered around and there were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding Aotian in the center. They're talking to each other. The words were filled with concern for immortal dignity. Immortal Father, you must take care of your health in the future. Yes, Immortal Emperor, in the future, don't ever let us be so frightened again. The whole dragon clan can't do without your blessing. Between the words, sincere emotions like a tidal wave. The deep respect overflows. Aotian responded mildly to the crowd, always with a warm smile on his face. Thank you all for your concern. I no longer have any discomfort. I just came out of the gate. Then I saw that this Kunlun mountain was in a mess, as if it had experienced a great war. What happened in the end? Seeing this, Junza rushed forward again and, reporting the circumstances of the matter to Aotian in a clear and organized manner. One last addition. Immortal Father, Ao Chun-hee, got along with the princess of the Phoenix clan this time, and it seems that the friendship is very deep. When the scene was chaotic, he was even trying his best to protect the princess of the Phoenix clan. We initially did not know the inside story, but also thought that the princess of the Phoenix clan was to provoke trouble. So, all of them produced such a big misunderstanding. Hearing this, the white-haired elder slowly opened his mouth and the voice was unhurried. Junza, you are dedicated to protecting Immortal Emperor. This loyalty can be seen by the sun and the moon. But this time, the Phoenix Princess and Ao-chan are not at fault. Do not jump to conclusions by only looking at the surface in your subsequent actions. Another elder also spoke up and reminded. There was a hint of seriousness in his tone. Junza, from now on, do not act so impulsively. This time, I nearly wronged a good man and caused a big trouble. If we hurt the harmony between the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan because of our recklessness, it would be too late to regret. It will benefit everyone if the two clans make friends. Shocker looked ashamed. His cheeks flushed slightly as he, in a hurry, he said, it is Junza who was too reckless and lacked consideration. I will definitely apologize to the princess of the Phoenix Clan and Ao-chen in person, and set out a generous gift to show my apologies. The tone was full of sincerity and remorse. Songrin also hurriedly turned around and faced Ao-chen. There was a hint of guilt on his face. Junior brother, I hope you won't take it to heart if I have offended you much in the past. The elders looked around at the devastated scene of the broken walls and devastation. They can't help but look at each other with helplessness and emotion in their eyes. Sighs in a row. Alas, the good thing about this chaos is that there were no casualties, so it's really a blessing amongst misfortunes. I only hope that in the future, the Dragon Clan will be peaceful and have fewer ups and downs. With the appearance of Ao Tian, this chaos is gradually subsiding, and everything comes back to clarity and order. It was as if the previous clamor and turmoil had been a false dream. Ao Tian waved his hand. The original locked dragon binding that had bound Ao Chen instantly dissipated into nothingness. He gazed lovingly at Ao Chen and asked, Ao Chen, you're back. During this period of time, I'm sure you must have experienced a lot of hardships and dangers, right? Ao Chen looked at Ao Tian and the excitement in his heart churned like a raging tide. He doubled up and, falling to his knees with a thud, with a few choked sobs and deep respect in his voice. Respectfully, Immortal Father, the apprentice is back. The disciple has missed you day and night, and these days, he was afraid that you might have made a mistake. Ao Tian smiled and nodded his head, saying gently, it's good to come back. You've grown quite a bit after your ordeal this time. Having said that, Ao Tian raised his hand, holding gently the orally glowing birdcage. The soft glow emanating from the cage, reflecting the few moments of thought on his face. His gaze slowly dropped and settled on the fire phoenix in the cage. The corners of Aotian's mouth rose slightly, and a faint smile surfaced. Speaking softly, "This little phoenix must be that phoenix family's third princess Fengning? The pills sent by this quirky little girl were a great help, allowing me to recover faster." Words. There was a tenderness in the corners of his mouth that, it seemed to be quite appreciative of Fengning's actions. He shook his head slightly and added, "This little girl, although her force value is quite high, but her heart is too impatient, so she really needs to be polished. I'll temporarily take her in for a few days, and then send her back to the Phoenix clan when her heart improves." Ao Chen hurriedly responded, "Yes, Immortal Elder, this is none other than Princess Fengning. What Immortal Elder said is very true. She really needs to cultivate properly in order to control her temper." The little phoenix chirped twice. The voice was clear but with a distinctly disgruntled "the." It seemed to be protesting the arrangement they had made for themselves. Ao Tian's expression turned solemn as he gazed at Ao Chen. Slowly accounted for. Ao Chen. "From today onwards, this heavy responsibility of taking care of the little phoenix will be given to you. Every day you will take her to the top of the Kunlun mountain to cultivate and help her calm her inner hostility. Are you willing to take on this duty?" Ao Chen was slightly stunned. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, but it was fleeting. He immediately arched his hand and led the way in a resolute manner. "Yes, Immortal Elder. My disciple is willing to take on this task and will live up to Immortal Elder's trust." Having said that, Ao Tian gently moved the cage with the little phoenix into Ao Chen's hands. Ao Chen hurriedly accepted it with both hands. Careful as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, he raised his eyes and I saw that the little phoenix in the cage was opening its two big round eyes and, without blinking, he watched him silently. Chapter 107, The Devil's Fury. Kunlun Mountain. Inside the great hall of the violet sky, clouds and mists, a fairy atmosphere. Ao Tian was calm and composed, sitting in the center of the hall. An innate majesty radiated around him. Surrounding, the crowd of elders and elders of the clan looked respectful as they sat around in order. At the moment, he was concentrating on reporting to Ao Tian about the recent matters in the Kunlun Mountains. Ao Chen listened intently from the sidelines, the birdcage beside him, glowing with an ethereal blue light all over. The wisps of spiritual energy traveled between the caged bodies. Every now and then the little phoenix in the cage jumps around restlessly. Ao Chen frowned with a helpless look on his face. A soft chortle. "You be quiet." However, the little phoenix turned a deaf ear to his words and, just tilting his head, his eyes dripping as he looked at Ao Chen, followed by a few bounces back and forth. It looked as if it was deliberately provocative. When Ao Chen saw this, he became more and more helpless, only to lower his voice, almost pleadingly, "Be honest, now you're in a cage. Stop tossing and turning." But the little phoenix won't listen. Not only did it not quiet down, instead, as if aroused, they became more and more rowdy. Ao Chen just couldn't help himself, reaching out cautiously, trying to calm the mischievous little fellow. The words were whispered, "You stop it." Who knows? The little phoenix was ungrateful, nonetheless. Instead, he suddenly bit down on Ao Chen's finger and, the sharp beak resembled a small, sharp pair of pincers. The deadly pincers won't let go. Ao Chen immediately sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, subconsciously trying to withdraw his hand. But the little phoenix seems to be fighting him. "Bite your fingers to death." Ao Chen was in the middle of the great hall. They are surrounded by the elders of the clan. How dare they raise their voices and yell? You can only hold back the pain and hold your face red. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were filled with helplessness and anxiety. The whispered coaxing, "Get loose." But the little phoenix remained unmoved. Just when Ao Chen felt his fingers were about to lose consciousness, the little phoenix finally let go. Ao Chen hurriedly drew back his hand and, with a heartfelt look at his fingers, only to see a deep tooth mark imprinted on it. The skin around them is slightly purple and, it stands out. Ao Chen was angry and annoyed, and mumbled sullenly, "This stinking bird with such a sharp beak." At this point, Ao Tian raised his hand slightly, signaling the crowd to be quiet. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Yet the voice carried an undeniable majesty. During the time that this honored one was in seclusion, many things happened in the Kunlun Mountains. Now that this honored one has come out of seclusion, everything will be set right by itself. He slowly scanned the crowd and said calmly, "Everyone should first make every effort to straighten out the affairs of the clan, and wait for this father to find out the truth about this boundary fluctuation and other things before making a decision." The crowd responded in unison. "Yes, Immortal Emperor." The voice boomed and echoed in the great hall. Aot nodded. The eyes swept over the crowd again and, the tone was majestic and dignified. Today's matter ends here for the time being. Each of you go back, rest and recuperate, and do not slack off. The people have saluted and retired. Movements are neat and tidy. It shows the strict rules and order of the Kunlun Mountains. Aotian's gaze turned to Ao Chen, who was sitting on his knees, and the birdcage with the baby phoenix beside him. The expression instantly softened, and he said softly, Ao Chen, come with my honors have something to say to you. Yes, immortal father. Ao Chen hurriedly nodded his head, carefully and gently lifting the birdcage. Following closely behind Ao Tian, walking toward the spiritual book cultivation pavilion next to it. This Ling in Shuxiu Pavilion is an extremely special place in the Kunlun Mountains, doubles as a study and a practice room. There was silence in the loft, and a unique scent of light books intertwined with aura permeates the room. On the surrounding walls, neatly arranged with countless jade slips and ancient books, they stand still. It records the cultivation tips inherited from successive generations of the Kunlun Mountain and the many secret stories between heaven and earth. The tops of the walls are studded with countless jewels. The soft rays of light met each other and, forming a dreamlike patch of light. The ground, on the other hand, is inscribed with ancient and mysterious runes. The runes shimmered with a shimmering, was emitting a steady stream of powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. It provides unique conditions for those who cultivate here. The two stepped into the loft and Ao Tian leisurely took a seat on a couch made of white jade. Spinning his hand, he gently gestured for Ao Chen to sit down as well. Ao Chen looked restrained, carefully taking a seat at the side of the hand still subconsciously clutching the birdcage. It was hard to hide the tension in his expression. Ao Tian's gaze was soft, and his concern overflowed. Asked softly, Ao Chen, what have you experienced along the way this time when you went down the mountain? Ao Chen's face instantly became complicated. With guilt in his voice, he said, Master, after descending from the mountain, my disciple was originally upholding the belief of subduing the demons and eliminating the devils. But who would have thought that I would accidentally fall into a dangerous situation and be seriously injured? Fortunately got the rescue of the princess of the Phoenix clan and was taken to the Phoenix clan's holy land. Since then, it has been recuperating in the Phoenix clan's holy land, which has delayed it for a long time. Speaking of which, Ao Chen hung his head slightly. There was a note of remorse in his voice. Almost choking, the disciple acted too recklessly, letting the master worry about the heart, and also causing the master to be injured. The disciple's heart is really guilty, and it is difficult to rest in peace. Ao Tian gently waved his hand. The look was gentle and relieved. It's not your fault. That wolf demon is scheming and cunning, and this time the Wolf King has carefully set up numerous traps. Moreover, now that there are dark evil forces stirring in the dark, the situation is becoming more and more complicated and unpredictable. He paused slightly, his expression growing more and more grave. Continued, although my body is meditating in the immortal cave to heal its wounds, my spirit soul has traveled to the immortal fire mountain. Ao Chen sniffed and asked curiously, Immortal volcano? Master, where is that place? Ao Tian explained. That immortal volcano is by no means an unusual place. It suppressed the demon fiend of the demon race back then, and now there seems to be some abnormal conditions, with strange fluctuations emanating from it. Ao Chen was confused by what he heard, but when I heard the word demon fury, instead, a blur of light seemed to flash through his mind. He couldn't help but frown at the. Filled with doubt, he asked Ao Tian, Master, what kind of existence is a demon fury? Ao Tian's expression grew more and more grave as he slowly opened his mouth. The devil's fury is not an individual, but an extremely powerful and evil force that coalesced in the demon race back then. Back then, the devil race presumed to rule the 6 realms, thus setting off a bloody war. During that catastrophe, countless gods, immortals, demons, and humans were slaughtered, and the world was devastated. In the end, all the gods and goddesses worked together and fought hard to seal the demon race. The devil's fury is the core of the devil's power. Although it is sealed under the immortal volcano, its evil power has never dissipated and it always waits for an opportunity to act in the dark. Now that a change has been detected in it, I fear a new crisis is coming. When Ao Chen heard this, he was greatly shocked. A look of worry filled his face. Master, what should we do then? Ao Tian frowned slightly, said after a brief moment of thought, it is imperative that we pay close attention to the movements of the immortal volcano and not slack off in the slightest. At the same time, you need to improve your strength as soon as possible. Only then will you be able to make a difference in the upcoming crisis. Chapter 108, Mastermind. Ao Chen looked solemn and nodded firmly. Don't worry, Master. The disciple will live up to his expectations and will do his best to improve his strength. Ao Tian's gaze was filled with expectations. Looking toward Ao Chen, he said gently, Come, Let masters see if the spiritual energy in your body has improved. Ao Chen hurriedly nodded his head and responded respectfully. Yes, immortal father. Having said that, Ao Chen slowly removed his top and sat cross-legged on the couch. Ao Tian, on the other hand, came behind him and raised his hand to gently rest it on Ao Chen's shoulder. Shasta. A wave of warm mana that, like a babbling brook in the mountains, wisps of silk were injected into Ao Chen's body. Begin to probe his physical condition with meticulous care. As Ao Tian's mana flowed slowly through Ao Chen's body, his complexion suddenly changed drastically. The original gentle countenance was instantly shrouded in frost as if by eyes full of unbelievable surprise. His hand trembled slightly and, it was as if the most incredible thing in the world had been touched. Ao Tian snapped his head up and, staring tightly at Ao Chen, the surprise in his eyes was almost overflowing. Couldn't help but lose my voice. Ao Chen, you are actually no longer a virgin. When Ao Chen heard this, he was struck by lightning. I only felt a thunderbolt strike straight over my head. Shasta. A rolling flush of heat rose to his face and, red as a ripe tomato, with a loud thud, he dropped to his knees, heads hated right down to the ground. The whole body trembled with extreme embarrassment. Stammering, master, disciple is wrong. His forehead pressed against the ground. Cold sweat is pouring out like beans, but in the twinkling of an eye, the back of his shirt was then thoroughly drenched in sweat. Heart filled with endless embarrassment and trepidation. It's like being in a freezing cellar. Hands and feet became cold. Ao Tian's face was instantly gloomy. The air pressure around his body decreased steeply, and he said in a deep voice, "What the hell is going on?" Ao Chen's face was red and his lips trembled slightly as he stammered, "Master, disciple is in that Phoenix land." Ao Tian's gaze flinched as he pursued, "Phoenix land? Is it with that little phoenix?" Ao Chen couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground and drill into it. Heads couldn't be lower. The voice was as small as a mosquito hum. "Exactly. It's the apprentice and that little phoenix." Ao Tian sniffed. The color of his face became extremely complicated. His brow was knitted into a deep chuan. Questioned. "Then how else are you going to cultivate the illusory heaven skill?" "This illusory heaven technique requires a child's body." Ao Chen dropped to his knees and buried his head deeper in the ground. I'm filled with guilt. I wish I could turn back the clock. Let it all never happen." Ao Tian looked at Ao Chen's embarrassed to death appearance. With a long, helpless sigh, he said, "Also, since it's a fact, it's saying that." He turned his gaze slowly to the small phoenix that, the eyes were a mixture of helplessness, emotion and a hint of something unspeakable. The little phoenix seemed to notice the abnormal atmosphere. Not only did it not settle down, instead, a few provocative chirps and, as if demonstrating to Ao Tian saw this, couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "That's just right. Then, my father can teach you the spirit rhinoceros technique. This technique was created specifically for non-virgins, and after practicing it, it will drastically increase your perception of the aura of heaven and earth, and your mana will be more majestic." Ao Chen slowly raised his head and, with a gleam of excitement and gratitude in his eyes, the voice was slightly shaky. "Yes, thank you, master." Subsequently, Ao Tian's hands quickly formed seals. The action is fluid. Shasta, with a faint blue light glowing all around him, the light was like a deep ocean, mysterious and powerful, exudes reassuring power. He fed a steady stream of his own mana into Ao Chen's body, forced out the turbid chi in his body for him. Only silk of black gas slowly escaped from Ao Chen's 7 orifices. Like a thread of black silk, as if it were a gloom hidden within him, is dissipating into the air. After a long time, Ao Tian stops moving. A smile of relief appeared on his face and, looking at Ao Chen, he said, "Not bad, you've refined your mana quite a bit." At this point, Ao Chen is ready to get dressed. Ao Tian suddenly noticed the jade pendant that Ao Chen was wearing. Spirit solid jade. Ao Tian looked aghast. His eyes were instantly drawn firmly to the jade pendant. Staring intently, eyes filled with shock and doubt. Seriously? He asked. "Ao Chen, why do you have the spirit solid jade?" Ao Chen was startled by this sudden questioning. Seeing Ao Tian staring intently at the jade pendant on his chest, couldn't help but look down at the spirit solid jade. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes before he hurriedly said, "Master, this was given to me by the Queen Mother of Heaven when I went to the heavenly court with little Phoenix earlier. I'm not exactly sure why I'm giving it away. Maybe I'll have to ask Phoenix." Ao Tian sniffed and blurted out with a face full of incredulity, "You actually met the Queen of Heaven?" At this moment, Ao Tian's heart felt as if it was turning over. I didn't expect Ao Chen to see her. He had also obtained such a precious spirit solid jade. Ao Chen nodded and replied seriously. Yes, master. Ao Chen looked at Ao Tian's complicated expression. Couldn't help but ask. Master, is there something wrong with this jade? Ao Tian shook his head slightly, a look of reminiscence appearing on his face. This spirit solid jade. It was given to the Queen of Heaven by him back then. I can't imagine. Now it has come back to Ao Chen in a roundabout way. Ao Tian looked at Ao Chen, his face complex and, with both relief and emotion, and a hint of unspeakable sourness. He slowed down for a moment and intoned. This jade is the spirit solid jade, and the power it contains is mysterious and powerful. It has the magical power to stabilize the soul and guard the body. When a person encounters a life and death crisis, or when the soul is in danger of leaving the body, the spirit solid jade will automatically stimulate the power to firmly guard the soul and the body, making them closely interdependent, so that the soul can't easily detach itself from the body, thus preventing the life from fading away, and preserving the person's life. Ao Chen couldn't help but be shocked at his words. This spirit prana solid jade has such a miraculous power, but why did the Heavenly Empress give it to the apprentice? The disciple has only met the Heavenly Empress once. Ao Tian had mixed feelings in his heart. Smiling at Ao Chen, he patted his shoulder and, Ao Chen, since the Empress of Heaven sent this jade to you, she naturally has her reasons. Since you have been favored by the Queen of Heaven, you need to remember your mission all the more. As a proud son of the Dragon Clan, you are charged with the important task of guarding the living. In the future, you must cultivate even more and not slack off. Ao Chen looked solemn and nodded heavily. Don't worry, Master. My disciple will live up to the expectations of the Heavenly Empress and Master, and work hard to cultivate and guard the living world. Ao Tian looked grave, patted Ao Chen's shoulder, and said in a serious tone, Ao Chen, now that you are burdened with many opportunities and are about to cultivate this spiritual rhinoceros technique, I believe that your path of cultivation will definitely be smoother. But you must remember that the greater the strength, the greater the responsibility. This world seems to be calm, but in fact, the dark current is surging. All the forces are moving. The slightest carelessness will fall into a place of no return. You need to stay alert at all times and constantly improve yourself in order to stand firm in this chaotic world. Ao Tian paused slightly, and coughed lightly. A trace of imperceptible embarrassment surfaced on his face. Glancing at the little phoenix in the birdcage, he continued, in addition, since you have already been given a broken virginity by this little phoenix, you can subsequently bring this little phoenix to practice together. The Phoenix clan is naturally strong in spiritual power, and practicing with it can increase the spiritual power in your body faster. Moreover, in the process of spending time with it and cultivating it, you will incidentally be able to dissolve this little phoenix's hostile chi. Ao Chen heard this and, he was red with embarrassment, head down so low it almost hits the floor. Stammering, yes, Master, the apprentice understands. Subsequently, Ao Tian explained to Ao Chen in detail the cultivation points and precautions of the spiritual rhinoceros technique. Ao Chen listened with rapt attention. Whenever you have any questions, you will ask for advice. Ao Tian also answered them all patiently. When all is accounted for, Ao Chen got up and gave a big salute to Ao Tian. Master, my disciple will go back and dive into cultivation. Ao Tian nodded and said, go on. Ao Chen carefully held the bird cage and exited the spirit-embracing book cultivation pavilion. Ao Tian, on the other hand, was not able to calm down for a long time at this moment. Chapter 109, The Little Phoenix. At the top of the Kunlun Mountain, Yunding Eatery. Inside the eatery, the carved beams and golden dragons are coiled in a lifelike manner. The walls were studded with precious beads, and soft rays of light intertwined with the, reflecting on the beautifully presented table setting. They are all made of top-quality jade and gold and silver. The rich aroma of delicacies. The disciples of the Dragon Clan traveled in groups of 3 or 2 through this lively space. The disciples sat around the beautifully carved table and cozied up to the food. The table was filled with mountain delicacies, all of which were rare in the world. The chicly shaped dishes are like a piece of exquisite artwork that you can't resist. They talked about the world without any inhibitions, and their laughter rose and fell, showing the bravado and atmosphere of the dragon race. Ao Chen stepped in with the birdcage in his hand. He was hungry in his belly, and his eyes slowly swept through the lavish eatery. Planned to pick up some agreeable food first. He gently rested the birdcage on a food table carved from a single block of white jade. That birdcage shone even brighter against the white jade. He then turned and took a step toward the meal window. The dragon cooks behind the window were dressed in special brocade robes and, it's embroidered with lifelike dragons. At a glance, he saw Ao Chen. An amiable smile instantly bloomed on his face. An older dragon chef was the first to greet them warmly. Agu, Little Chunner, I haven't seen you for a few days. If you want to eat something today, just ask. Our cafeteria has a new batch of deep-sea spirit ginseng today, as well as the 1,000-year-old fire spirit fruit, all of which are rare and good ingredients, so I'm sure they'll satisfy you. Ao Chen hurriedly responded respectfully, his voice loud and clear, and greeted each of the dragon chefs with a cordial and well-thought-out salute. That's why I ordered a few of my usual favorites. All are traditional dragon delicacies. The production process is elaborate and the materials used are exquisite. In a few moments, Ao Chen was carrying a steaming box of food and, full of joy, I was ready to return to my seat and feast. However, the scene in front of him, made him instantly freeze in place. Only around the birdcage, surrounded by several disciples of the dragon clan, they looked different, was scrutinizing the little phoenix in the cage. That stance was as if he was crowding around some absolutely rare and exotic beast. Is this the princess of the Phoenix clan who almost blew up the Kunlun Mountains? It doesn't look like she has much power. Yes, it's no different than a normal bird, just bigger and prettier. Don't underestimate her. Senior brother Song Rin and I fought against her that day. This girl was actually able to break our trapped spirit shield. A disciple who had participated in the sparring match said solemnly. A hint of scorn was revealed in his eyes. Is it even that powerful? The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard this. I've heard that this girl has a violent temper, and even senior Uncle Jinzo was injured by her. Another whispered, with a hint of surprise in his tone. It's time, he. Uncle Jinzo should also be taught a lesson. One of the disciples whispered. A wry smile appeared on his face. Keep your voice down. The man next to him rushed to warn. Legend has it that the third princess of the Phoenix clan is the reincarnation of a martial god, and just this little bird can harbor that much power in its body? I really can't see half of it. One of the disciples was filled with suspicion, looking up and down at the little phoenix. Why don't we get her out of her cage and take a look? As soon as Ao Chen heard that, he gave a thump in his heart and said, No, rushing to drink loudly. Stop. He took 3 steps, and rushed forward like a swift wind. Putting down his canteen quickly, looking both nervous and serious. Aloud. Senior brothers, you can't take her out. The crowd looked at each other with puzzlement on their faces. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, Junior brother, why not? Immediately afterward, someone else followed suit. Ao Chen. We all know that you and this little bird have an unusual relationship, but we are simply curious. You're a dragon. Can you really take care of a bird? Ao Chen said under his breath. I certainly can. The crowd was not willing to stop there and continued to ask questions. Then do you know what this little phoenix eats? The immortal father asked you to take care of her. What are you going to feed her with? Ao Chen hesitated for a moment, and, stiffly, he replied, She eats whatever I eat. The crowd laughed at this statement. We all joked around for a while longer. You and I. It just faded away. Ao Chen sat down at the table and, getting ready to enjoy a gourmet meal. The heat wrapped around the aroma of the meal. He raised his eyes to the little phoenix in the birdcage and, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, curling into a bad smile. Do you want some? The little phoenix wasn't to be outdone. With round eyes, looking straight back at him, eyes unblinking, it was as if they were fighting him. Seeing this, Ao Chen deliberately teased her. Let's not feed you yet, and starve you for 3 days. Asterisk. Night in the Kunlun Mountains. The slightest hint of coolness permeates the mountains from the. A little bit of silence and mystery. Ao Chen returned to his residence with his hands holding the birdcage steadily. Inside the house, the dim light wavered and, he rested the birdcage gently on the table and then he stepped aside and drew out a couple of scrolls that, trying to immerse myself in it. And yet, though the eye swept over the pages of the book, thoughts, however, drifted from time to time to the little phoenix that stayed quietly in its cage. After a while, Ao Chen only felt his eyes sour and, solely laying his head on the table, eyes unmoving, he gazed at the baby phoenix in its cage. A wonderful, unreal trance of sorts. It came quietly to mind. He could not for the life of him bring himself to think of the furry, hapless, adorable little fellow in front of him. Associated with that hot-tempered Feng Ning, who acted in a stormy manner. Little phoenix, are you really that evil girl Feng Ning? Ao Chen hung his eyes. Only the little phoenix cocked his head and, black eyes staring unblinkingly at themselves. That look of innocence and ignorance. The corners of his mouth rose involuntarily and, the voice unconsciously softened. You, as usual, are so much more docile and cute. The little phoenix looked like she understood him, cocking his head in an increasingly naive manner. The fluff on his head bobbed gently with the movement. Ao Chen looked on, his smile unabated, and yet, he still said with mock seriousness, It's useless even if you pretend to be cute. I'm not going to release you. Master said that you have too much hostility in you and a wild temper, so you need to cultivate properly. At the drop of a hat, the little phoenix looked like a powder keg had been ignited, and, instantly pissed off and jumping all over the cage, colorful feathers fluttering and, the eyes on the little head glazed over and, full of defiance. Ao-chen's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to those days when he was teased by Feng Ning. The heart spits like a flood of water that breaks the bank, pouring out. Before, I was locked up in the dungeon by you stinky girl and stuffed into a cage. Humph, the wind and water have turned. Now it's your turn to be locked up by me. How's that? How does it taste? The more he talks, the more excited he gets. The expression on his face followed the, sometimes frowning, sometimes bristling, by the way, you're going to whip my dragon's tendon, stinky girl, tossing me all over the place. Come to think of it, a small, urging bad smile flashed across Ao-chen's face. Half jokingly, he threatened, hey, then I'll pull out all your bird feathers and turn you into a bear. Bear-assed phoenix. Saying that, he literally held out his hand, making a move to grab the pretty feathers on the little phoenix's tail, just moments before his fingers were about to touch the little phoenix. The little phoenix suddenly let out an achoo, let out a loud sneeze. Ao-chen's hand froze violently in midair. The teasing on his face disappeared in an instant and, in its place, it was full of concern. What's wrong? Is this Kunlun mountain night too cold and freezing you? He turned sharply and, rummaging through the house. It's hard to find a small quilt that, carefully wrapping the birdcage tightly and, a soft coaxing sound came out of his mouth. There, little phoenix, that won't be cold now, but who would have thought? It's like the little phoenix is deliberately antagonizing him. Followed by another sneeze. Ao-chen sighed helplessly. With that, he closed his eyes and mobilized the spiritual energy in his body. It was only between his hands that, the blue light twinkled like a star. But for a moment, 2 or 3 flaming flowers that emanated a soft blue light. It slowly emerged in his palm. Ao-chen gently placed these flowers of fire next to the birdcage. Shasta. Warmth filled the air and, it dispersed the chill in the house. The little phoenix shook his feathers cozily and, with a couple of cheerful grunts, it seemed to be expressing its satisfaction to Ao-chen. Alright, little phoenix, go to sleep. Tomorrow morning I still have to take you to the top of the Kunlun mountain to cultivate. Ao-chen yawned, dragging his tired body to the bedside. Lay on it. In a few moments, the sound of even breathing then resounded through the house. He was already in dreamland. However, Feng Ning in the cage, was shaking with anger. Anger burned within. At this point in her life, having to maintain the true form of the little phoenix due to being suppressed by Ao-tion's powerful spiritual power. I've got a lot of skills but I can't use them. One can only swear in the back of one's mind. Humph. Stinky little dragon. You wait for me, princess. When I regain my human form, I'll make you suffer. This princess is going to strip your clothes, press you on and ruthlessly let you cry and beg for mercy. This princess will not let go. And your abominable master. This princess is going to tie him up altogether to get out of this bad anger. Chapter 110, Pets. At the break of dawn, the night is still young. The star of the beginning twinkled in the sky, emitting a faint glow. Ao-chen had already sat up early from his bed and, quickly make your beds. Then walk to the window and, gently push open the window and feel the slight coolness of the mountains. Ao-chen routinely did his daily homework. Come to the birdcage. His gaze fell tenderly on the little phoenix in the cage. The little phoenix is sleeping quietly at the moment. Her feathers shimmered brilliantly in the shimmering light. Little phoenix, it's time to wake up. Today brother I'm going to take you with me to the top of the Kunlun mountain to cultivate La. You have to be good. With that, he carefully propped up the birdcage and, then walked out of the room. Walking along the mountain path, surrounded by silence. The only sounds were the rustling of the breeze through the leaves and Ao-chen's footsteps. The sky is turning fishbelly white. The shimmering light of the morning sun filtered through the dense foliage of it spilled onto the ground, forming a golden patch of light. Feng Ning slept the whole way. Finally, along with Ao-chen, he ascended to the top of the Kunlun mountain. It's surrounded by clouds and mist, and the fairy atmosphere is dense. It's as if it's a portal to the heavenly realm. Hey, don't sleep, the sun's coming up. Ao-chen gently shook the birdcage and, trying to wake up the sleeping baby phoenix, Ao-chen found a flat spot and, put down the birdcage. Take a deep breath, feeling the rich aura at the top of the mountain, looking at the little phoenix in the cage, still wide awake. Ao-chen couldn't help but say with contempt, humph, rotten wood can't be carved. As soon as the words left his mouth, he then snapped back to his senses and, realizing that this little bastard phoenix's mana could be much more powerful than his. Well, he's the one who's rotten. He said no more. Close your mouth, close your eyes, sit with your legs crossed, making a seal with both hands. He began to move his spiritual energy and entered a state of cultivation. For a moment, the whole world was quiet. Asterisk. I don't know how long. The little phoenix just woke up, and as soon as she opened her eyes, just be captivated by the stunning view from the top of Mount Kunlun. I just saw that the scenery in front of me was like an absolutely beautiful painting. The sea of clouds churned up like a sprawling white ocean of. The waves are rolling in and out. The sun pierced through the clouds, shedding a brilliant column of light that, so like the divine rays of the fairy world, it adds a bit of mystery and solemnity to this heaven and earth. Little phoenix, you're awake? Take a quick look. Isn't the scenery here beautiful? Isn't it different compared to your Phoenix clan's holy land? Ao-chan said softly, afraid that the slightest noise will break the peace and beauty. The little phoenix seemed to understand his words, and chirped cheerfully, and crisp voices echoed through the valleys of the, as if in response to Ao-chan's admiration. After that, Ao-chan took the little phoenix on a tour of the Kunlun Mountains to the Spirit Heavenly Valley, the Sowing Jade Pool, the Starry Hidden Cliff, and many other spiritual places. Each place is unique and exudes a distinctive flavor that, Ao-chan patiently told the little phoenix about the characteristics and ancient legends of each place. That look, it's like sharing the most precious stories of the heart with the most intimate of dear friends. Slowly descending along the winding paths of the Kunlun Mountains, Ao-chan's footsteps don't stop. It suddenly came out of nowhere. Actually, as nice as those places were just now, none of them are my heart's favorite. There's a special place I'd like to show you, and I'm sure you'll like it too. The little phoenix cocked his head and, ebony eyes staring at Ao-chan, like taking in every word, full of curiosity. Let's go. It's still early in the hour. I'll show you around, Ao-chan said as he, with a birdcage in one hand, the pace of his feet quickened, a look of impatience. Asterisk. The two of them made 7 turns, through a thick forest of trees that cover the sky. Finally, we've arrived at the mysterious place that Ao-chan has been longing for. Basic Ice Hall. This is not a typical restaurant. It's the Arctic Sea Dragons that run the show. Here it is. The ability to exchange spiritual energy for a variety of uniquely flavored Xian ice marrow. Speaking of this Xian ice marrow, it's a delicacy made from rare seafood from the sea. The moment it hits your mouth, the flavor is fantastic. What's even better is that it's also very beneficial for cultivation. It is simply the heart of the cultivator. Ao-chan held the birdcage and stepped into the Xian ice pavilion with one foot. The tip of the nose was instantly hooked by the fresh aroma that was overflowing from the pavilion. On the shelves and counters of the pavilion, filled with a wide array of rare ingredients from the sea, every single one of them exuded an aroma that tantalized the cravings. Every time Ao-chan comes here, it's like they're under a spell. They can't move their feet. The heart was set on that favorite bite of Xian ice marrow. In the middle of an intoxication, a beautiful, youthful, graceful figure came forward and, this is Mu Yao, the youngest sister of the dragon clan. Just see her skin like snow. It is nearly transparent under the sunlight refraction and has a natural purity. Her eyes are like 2 clear springs, lively and clear. The nose is beautifully straight. The pink lips are vermilion without pointing. The dimples that blossom in the cheeks when you smile. It's like hidden honey and sweetness, pure and lovely but with a unique and mysterious flavor. At this moment, she greeted them with a brisk step. Brother Tatsu, you're here. It's been a long time. Mu Yao has a sweet voice, with a warm smile on his face. Senior sister Mu Yao. Long time no see. The corners of Ao-chan's mouth rose, and he responded with a smile. I purposely brought my friend here to eat the basil ice marrow. Ha ha, how could I not understand you? As usual, 1 serving of 7-colored Xian ice marrow. Mu Yao smiled and turned around lightly before the words left her mouth. Just see her jade hand gracefully lifting lightly and, from the shells that look like they were carved out of suet, remove one of the 7-colored basalt ice pits, handing it over to Ao-chan. Brother Tatsu, where are your friends? At this point, Mu Yao noticed the birdcage in Ao-chan's hand. There was a flash of curiosity in his eyes that, yeah, Brother Tatsu, why are you carrying a birdcage? Is there a pet inside? Ha ha, she's my friend. Well, also my little pet. The corners of Ao-chan's mouth rose slightly, with a soft, light smile, carefully handing the birdcage to Mu Yao. Mu Yao rushed closer and, upon beholding the little fellow in the birdcage, her eyes glazed over for an instant and, eyes full of wonder, couldn't help but let out a gasp. Wow, it's actually a little phoenix. I've never seen such a beautiful bird in all my life. Look at that pretty and spirited little phoenix. Mu Yao was full of joy and, I couldn't help but reach out with my catkin-like hand, fingertips fluttering gently, wanted to go for some teasing. I don't know, the little phoenix didn't appreciate it. Just see its neck stick out. The sharp beak opened instantly and a raging look. Ouch! Muyao was so scared that she lost her color. There was a distinct note of horror in the voice that, it's like the whole thing's been electrified. A violent shudder ran through his body. Hands retracted as quickly as lightning. In a panic, her delicate body leaned towards Ao-chan uncontrollably. The whole thing was tinged with a few moments of panic. Brother Tatsu, your little pet is also too fierce. It scares the family to death. Muyao palpitated and patted her chest. The tone was full of aggravation and pouting. The little phoenix saw that this woman even suddenly leaned on Ao-chen, as if ignited to fury. It's gotten more aggressive. He's flopping around the cage like crazy. The little wings flapped hard and puffing sound, with his head still banging against the birdcage every now and then, as if expressing his displeasure. Ao-chen also didn't expect Muyao to suddenly lean on him. The body subconsciously dodged to the side. He was carrying a birdcage, with a helpless smile on his face. A soft reminder. Yeah, this little one has a mean temper. You can easily not mess with her. Subsequently, Ao-chen politely took the 7-colored Xian ice marrow from Muyao's hand. Take a deep breath of that tantalizing aroma. I only felt a sweet fragrance instantly penetrate my heart and lungs. Thank you, senior sister Muyao. I'll leave first. He curtsied, with a slight bow, and, with a look of contentment on his face. Turning around, he stepped out of the Xian Ice Hall. Chapter 111, Xian Ice Marrow. Ao-chen tossed and turned along the winding mountain road in search of the. Finally we came to an open meadow. The warm sun is pouring down. The tender green tips of the grass seem to be gilded with a golden glow. A gentle breeze brings the fresh scent of flowers and plants. He was full of joy and, sit your ass down. He couldn't wait to open the 7-colored Xian Ice Marrow in his hand. Just in the mouth. The silky, cool touch instantly spread across the tongue. Immediately following, the rich, sweet flavor ripples across the taste buds. It wrapped around his entire mouth in an instant. Ao-chan couldn't help but sigh cozily. The flavor, it's just perfect. He turned his head to the birdcage beside him and, the little phoenix in the cage was opening its round eyes and, curious to look around. Ao-chan smiled and spoke. Little phoenix, don't say that I'm not righteous. You treated me to a sugar gourd before. So what about me today? I'll treat you to this Xian Ice Marrow. The taste of this Xian Ice Marrow is that wonderful. Come and taste it. Having said that, Ao-chan gently moved over to the birdcage and, carefully, he handed the basalt ice marrow over to the birdcage. The little phoenix cocked his head and, it seemed to be scrutinizing this never-before-seen delicacy. After a while, it's just slowly coming closer. First, a few light pecks. The novelty of that flavor instantly ignited its interest in the. Immediately following, it gave a few more pecks in a row. I can see that. It also liked the flavor a lot. Seeing this, Ao-chen said with joy. Looks like you love the flavor too. Then every time we come back from the mountain from now on, I'll change one for you, okay? But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he snapped back to his master's admonition that blushing slightly, he hurriedly added, but you have to keep this a secret for me. Don't tell master. He always says it's not good to eat too much. Who knows? The little phoenix looked like it had suddenly thrown a little tantrum and, hearing this, I'm not happy about it. Started flopping around in the cage again for a while, and, little wings fluttered inward. Ao-chan looked at it and smiled helplessly. You're a hard man to serve. You little one. With that, he handed over another bit of Xian Ice Marrow, a dragon and a phoenix, just so while sharing the basaltic ice marrow, while enjoying the beauty of the mountains. In the distance, the mountains are rolling, the clouds and mist surround it like a dream. Nearby, flowers and plants swaying in the wind, colorful butterflies dance among the flowers. A gentle breeze brings a slight coolness to the air, dispels some of the heat. They were enjoying the cozy and peaceful time that, it was as if all the troubles of the world had been thrown away. Asterisk. Not much longer. The little phoenix in the birdcage looks like it's been disturbed by something. Suddenly it became restless. It fluttered its wings, its feathers ruffled and, sharp claws scratching back and forth in the cage. It makes a piercing sound. Ao-chen was comfortably savoring the Xian Ice Marrow, startled by the sudden movement. The deliciousness in your mouth is instantly unappetizing. He hurriedly put down the Xian Bing marrow in his hands and, holding the birdcage carefully in front of his eyes. Softly soothing. Little phoenix, stop it. Didn't I just give you such a delicious Xian Ice Marrow? Just be good and stop fussing. I can't let you out even if you make a lot of noise. So listen. His voice was soft and coaxing, and, trying to calm the little phoenix down. However, the little phoenix looks like it's been lit up with rage and, it simply ignored Ao-chan's pacification. It fluttered more violently and, the little head hit the birdcage one after the other. Each impact caused Ao Chen's heart to clench with it. The birdcage was knocked from side to side and, creaking sound, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Ao Chen sighed helplessly. Continue to advise patiently. This is the Kunlun Mountains, not your Phoenix Clan's holy land. You can't be left to your own devices. Just be a good boy and stop it, okay? His eyes were full of anxiety and helplessness. And his hands unconsciously shook the birdcage gently. Trying to calm the little phoenix down. But no matter how much Ao Chen tried to persuade him, instead of stopping, the little phoenix, instead, as if enraged to the core, the struggle grew more ferocious. It's incredibly strong. The whole birdcage was shaken to its foundations. Ao Chen almost didn't hold it steady. Panic was written all over Ao Chen's face. A fine bead of sweat broke out on his forehead. Too. He had absolutely no idea what to do. Just when Ao Chen felt helpless and desperate, the little phoenix's movements suddenly stopped. Its body is straightened out. The original soulful eyes instantly rolled over and, straight to the bottom of the cage. There wasn't a single movement. Little phoenix, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Ao Chen instantly panicked, and his voice changed tone. With trembling and horror, he subconsciously reaches for the cage and tries to open it. But just as my fingers touched the cage door, Ao Tian's exhortation then flashed through his mind. The movement jerked to a halt. His hand hangs in midair and, the mind is torn between heaven and earth. To open, or not to open? In case you open the cage. Some images immediately flashed through his mind. That's not good. Ao Chen's heart raced as he rushed the cage and said loudly, Hey, Feng Ning, are you pretending to be sick again? How dare you pretend to be dead this time? Stop it. Get up. His voice echoed through the empty mountains. But the cage is dead silent. There was not the slightest response. Fear came over me like a tidal wave. He's never been so scared. Feng Ning, get up. I know you're pretending. Get up. But the little phoenix remained motionless. The body feels like it's lost all vitality. Wilt lay there. Ao Chen was struck by lightning and his legs went limp, almost paralyzed. He gritted his teeth, picked up the birdcage and, undeterred, he ran wildly toward the mountain. In front of the lofty hall, an open field of cultivation. The sun pours. Moon Spirit was dressed in white like snow, immaculate. That coat fluttered gently with the breeze. She's as lithe as a fairy, elegant and natural. At this moment, she was methodically handing out spiritual power packs to a group of Dragon Clan disciples. Raise your hand. Exuding an innate air of gentleness. Like the cool and noble fairy. The legacy of the world. Yet gentle and approachable. Let's be in awe. And couldn't help but feel close. For every psychic packet handed out, all accompanied by a gentle smile. It warms the hearts of the disciples. Thank you, eldest sister. Thank you, eldest sister. The disciples received the spiritual power packets with both hands and they all thanked the moon spirit. The words were full of respect and gratitude. After handing out the psychic packets, Moon Spirit's gaze swept back and forth through the crowd. His brows furrowed slightly as if he was searching for something. She asked, feigning disinterest, to Yifeng, who was about to leave. Senior brother Yifeng, where did junior brother go? Yifeng heard Yu Ling's inquiry. Without even thinking about it, he blurted it out. Where else would he go? He's walking the birds. Walking the bird? Moon Spirit had a puzzled look on her face, and the movements of her hands stopped instantly. She raised her head slowly and, eyes straight at Yifeng, eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 112, Compatibility. It was only then that Yifeng realized that he had slipped up. In his heart, he screamed that it was bad, and a flash of panic flashed across his face. But when I think of that Feng Ning, a wave of mixed emotions then welled up in his heart. When he fought against Feng Ning before, he was suppressed by Feng Ning to the point where he had no power to fight back. That frustration still haunts him today. This time Feng Ning made a scene in the Kunlun Mountains, destroying everyone's homes. Even more so, he didn't have much of a favorable impression of Feng Ning. Now that Feng Ning has been beaten back and locked in a cage by her master, he actually felt a little bit of relief in his heart. And, thinking it's just the right time to go to that Phoenix Clan princess's prestige, Yifeng hurriedly cleared his throat. Trying to hide his embarrassment, he explained, eldest sister, it's that little phoenix, Princess Feng Ning of the Phoenix Clan, who was beaten back to its original form and locked up in a cage by Master Zun. Now Master arranged for Ao Chen to take care of that bird and go to the top of the Kunlun Mountain every morning to cultivate, saying that he wants to remove the hostile chi from that little phoenix. When Yu Ling heard this, she had a mixed feeling in her heart. The look on his face became a little complicated. She said with a soft sigh, so that's how it is. No wonder I haven't seen him. There's one spiritual power pack left, so here you go. When Yifeng heard this, He was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Thank you, eldest sister. When the disciples left, Moon Spirit turned around to leave as well. Just then, I saw Aochen holding the birdcage, his feet in a hurry. The gods came in a panic. Eldest sister, where's the immortal emperor? There was a palpable anxiety in his voice, and he was breathing a little hard. Yuling's heart tightened when she saw Aochen in this state. Concerned, he asked, Immortal father is deliberating in the main hall. What's wrong, junior brother? Look at you panicking. What happened? Aochen looked like he had grabbed a lifesaver. In a hurry, he said, Eldest senior sister, it's not good. This little phoenix suddenly fainted. I don't know what to do. Saying that, he handed the birdcage to Yuling and the eyes were full of helplessness and pleas for help. Yuling is a dragon doctor. He has studied various types of spirit animal diseases. When she saw this, she immediately held out her hand and, working the spiritual energy in his body, he carefully diagnosed the little phoenix. A few moments later, Yuling's brow furrowed in a tight frown. The color of his face became grave, and he spoke seriously. She has the poison of cold in her body. What? The poison of cold air? Aochen's eyes widened violently when he heard that. Shock and panic were written all over his face. Yuling nodded slightly and, eyes locked on the frail little phoenix in the birdcage. Continued. That's right. She should have mistakenly eaten a divine object that contradicts her own attributes, causing her body's spiritual energy to be so disorganized that she fainted from the poison. Compatible divine objects? Ao-chan was stunned, and an aura suddenly flashed through his mind. It dawned on me in an instant that, could it be Xian Ice Marrow? The scene of feeding the little phoenix the Xian Ice Marrow just now then surfaced in his mind. Moonling turned her head and his eyes looked straight at Ao-chen. There was a hint of rancor in the tone of hiding a few more moments of helplessness. You sneak off to eat the Xian Ice Marrow again? Ao-chen looked like a child who had done something wrong, head momentarily lowered, chin to chest. The voice was also a little weaker. Eldest sister, Yuling slowed her expression and, turning his gaze once again to the frail little phoenix in the cage. Patience explained. Then it's right. It's the Xian Ice Marrow. The phoenix is naturally fiery, to the point of yang and fierceness, just like the burning sun. And the Xian Ice Marrow is the most cold divine object, as if it were 1,000 years of unmelting Xian ice. The two have conflicting attributes and resist each other, and once they meet, they will cause a great chaos. So it is, Ao-chan muttered, his face filled with self-blame and chagrin. Yuling looked towards Ao-chan and said in a serious tone, You can't take care of her like you would a human. She is now in her true body state and has a special physique, so she can't just feed everything. A little carelessness could lead to a big disaster. As soon as Ao-chan heard that, heart clenched tighter. He was busy asking, Then what should we do now? Eldest sister, think of a way to save her. Don't panic, Moon Spirit softly consoled. I'll detoxify her first, then have her take some medicine to neutralize the cold, and she should be able to awaken. After a pause, she admonished, But you must remember never to give her food that is compatible again. Ao-chen busily nodded his head and assured him, I'll be sure to remember that this time it was really confusing. Without further delay, Moon Spirit hurriedly closed her eyes and concentrated on. The spiritual energy around his body began to operate like a surging warm current. Spiritual rays converged in her palm. Intermingle with the silver needles. Immediately following, she skillfully began to treat the young phoenix. As treatment continues, the depletion of spiritual energy continues to intensify. Fine beads of sweat gradually seeped from Yuling's forehead. These beads of sweat slid down her fair cheeks and, dampening the hair at the temples, a few strands of sweat-soaked hair were plastered to her cheeks. It adds a little more chutzpah. And Ao-chen on the side was so nervous that he didn't dare to utter a breath of air. Eyes unblinking and locked on the little phoenix. Afraid of missing any hint of change. Finally, the little phoenix moved slowly opening his eyes, while looking frail and weak. But it's good to regain consciousness. Ao-chen took a long breath and looked at Moon Spirit with gratitude. Thank you so much, senior sister. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what I would have done. And I almost put Feng Ning in harm's way. There was a catch in his voice. There was gratitude in his eyes. Moon Spirit smiled and waved her hand. It's a small matter. From now on you have to pay more attention to keep her warm and let her drink more hot water. This will help her recover her strength as soon as possible. Okay, I've got it all down. Ao-chan responded earnestly, and after some thought, asked, Eldest sister, do we have books on caring for phoenixes here? Taking care of phoenix? Yuling froze slightly, and a trace of complexity flashed through her eyes. She thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't know much about this. A trace of disappointment flashed in Ao Chen's eyes and said, "Alright, then I'll ask Master later." Yu Ling looked at Ao Chen's lost appearance. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he said in a rush, "I remembered. Kunlun Mountain's Dragon Abyss Collection Pavilion has a huge collection of ancient books and dictionaries. All sorts of strange stories and secret histories, and records of spiritual objects are all in there. So maybe there's a detailed record of the phoenix there." Ao Chen's eyes lit up as he listened. "Right. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you so much for pointing it out, eldest sister. I'm going to try my luck at the Long Yuan Collection Pavilion." Having said that, he respectfully bowed to Moon Spirit. Turning around, he ran in the direction of the hidden dictionary pavilion. "Junior brother, wait!" Moon Spirit shouted. Ao Chen jolted to a halt and asked back, "What's wrong, eldest sister?" Yu Ling blushed slightly. After a slight hesitation, he said, I just happened to be going to the collection to return these medical books." Chapter 113, The Search for the Book. Upon hearing this, Ao Chen hurriedly said, "Then let's go together, eldest sister." Yu Ling nodded slightly. A faint blush rose to the white cheeks of the. A soft voice answered, yeah. Along the way, the warm sunlight struggled to penetrate the thickly intertwined branches and leaves of the, shedding patches of light and shadow on the winding path, surrounded by clouds that looked like a light veil. At times it drifted lightly by, and at others it gathered slowly. The two were walking side by side on the trail that. Yu Ling looked at Ao Chen, who was next to her. From time to time, Yu Guangzhong. Ao Chen's focused look froze her a bit. She thought darkly to herself, "I didn't think he was that tall before. How come he feels so tall now? It's true that little brother is growing up." And Ao Chen's line of sight was firmly locked on the delicate and chic birdcage in his hand since the beginning. Cage. The little phoenix was slightly depressed in spirit and the body was still trembling a little weakly. Apparently only just recovered. The vital energy has not yet been fully replenished. Ao Chen looked at the little phoenix and couldn't help but flirt with her. There was both helplessness and a bit of coddling in that tone. "I say, little fellow, aren't you adamantine? Aren't you skinny as hell? How is it that after eating a bit of Xian ice marrow, you've weakened to this state, like you're not going to be able to pull through? That's not like you at all." When the little phoenix heard this, she was instantly displeased and, chirping twice, as if in a desperate attempt to retort and express inner dissatisfaction. "Come on, you little guy, what's all the screaming about? Am I wrong?" Ao Chen raised an eyebrow and said, feigning irritation, "I was kind enough to treat you to the Xian ice marrow. Who would have expected you phoenixes to be so delicate and special?" The little phoenix chirped again and, it seems to be arguing with vigor. "You're still not convinced?" Ao Chen continued to tease it. Moon Spirit followed along quietly, taking in the scene, looking at Ao Chen's focused and serious appearance, with a heart full of mixed emotions, but still couldn't help but snicker. "Junior brother, why do you and this little phoenix always have endless words? It's as if you have secrets between you that onlookers can't understand." It was then that Ao Chen snapped back to his senses and, looking a little embarrassed, he hurriedly explained, "Eldest senior sister, you are unaware that this little phoenix is stubborn and refuses to settle down for a moment. Master is right, she's just manic and full of hostility." Moon Spirit listened and, there was a light smile at the corner of her mouth, warm and inviting. In a few moments, they then came to the front of the hidden canonical pavilion. The towering Tibetan pavilion seems to be breaking through the clouds and reaching for the sky. The two walked into it and, an ethereal but reassuring scent of a book comes to mind. It wrapped them up in an instant. As far as the eye can see, it's tiered, densely packed shelves of books that, as far as the eye can see, it's like being in a vast ocean of books. Warm sunlight filtered through the huge skylight in the dome of the, sprinkled gently on the rows of neatly arranged ancient books. A faint golden halo glowed. Moonling's obviously a regular here. Knows the layout of the hidden dictionary like the back of his hand. She led Ao Chen nimbly between the bookshelves with a light touch. The mouth still chants from time to time. "The records about the ancient divine beasts should be in this area, but the information about the phoenix still needs to be searched for," Moon Spirit said as she, while carefully scanning the labels on the shelves with focused eyes. No detail is spared. Ao Chen, on the other hand, was like a well-behaved little follower, following closely behind Yu Ling. Couldn't help but ask, "Eldest senior sister, how do you know so much about the hidden dictionary pavilion? Do you come here often?" Moon Spirit said with a slight smile. "Of course, the pavilion of hidden classics is our Kunlun Mountain's treasure trove, which contains countless precious tomes and secrets. I often come here to access information and cultivate my techniques, so I'm familiar with this place." Ao Chen nodded in understanding. The two continued to search for information about the phoenix. In no time at all, They had determined the general area. A towering ladder appeared before us, securely attached to the upper shelves. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Ling, with a raised foot, he stepped onto the ladder. Ouchen saw this. Hurriedly, he carefully held the birdcage and followed. Eldest sister, be careful. This cloud ladder looks quite high, Ao-chan reminded with concern. Moon Spirit turned around and smiled. Don't worry, I often walk this ladder. No problem. You should be careful instead. Hold the cage and don't fall. Just saying. Yu Ling suddenly slipped violently on her feet and the whole thing was off balance for an instant. There was an exclamation of horror. Ah! Ao-chan reacted extremely quickly. His eyes and hands were quick too. Quickly, he reached out and held her steady by the waist. Yu Ling's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, heart beating like thunder, as if it were going to burst through the chest. She panicked. It's all my fault. It's so embarrassing to net to talk to you. Ao-chan hurriedly whispered softly to comfort. Eldest senior sister, this cloud ladder is high and steep. You must be careful. I'll help you walk. Yu Ling instantly broke away from him and hurriedly said, No, it's fine. I'll be careful. And at this point, the little phoenix in the cage saw the scene and, instantly spilling the vinegar, it suddenly flopped about wildly and colorful feathers fluttered wildly in the small cage space, stirring up chaos. Ao-chan looked at it helplessly and patiently persuaded it. You need to stop flopping around. Eldest sister brought me here to find the book, not so I could take better care of you and get you better quickly. But the little phoenix seemed completely ungrateful. Not only did it not stop, instead, they flopped around even more and a shrill, piercing shriek. It was as if they were venting their inner dissatisfaction and anger. Ao-chan was so angry and amused that he couldn't help but fight with it. Can't you be a good boy, you little one? Stop making trouble. Moon Spirit watched the amusing interaction between this man and bird. Can't help but look down and smile lightly. Turn around and keep going up. The two continued to climb up the. Finally, Moonling stopped in front of a bookshelf. Found it. This should be the one. Saying that, she reaches for the book but she was slightly undersized, and her fingers stretched out desperately too. It's also a little bit closer to touching that book. Seeing this, Ao-chan immediately walked up quickly and, standing silently behind her, with his arm outstretched, he took the book with ease, and, eldest sister, I'll do it, just for a moment. The distance between the two men closed steeply and, Yu Ling's little head inadvertently happened to rest against Ao-chan's chest. She heard distinctly the strong, steady beat of his heart. One after another, like the drums of war beating in your ears. Yu Ling's face instantly rolled, as if it could drip blood. She bowed her head in panic and, the voice was as tiny as a mosquito fly. Well, you'll have to see if it's this one. Chapter 114, Fire Spirit Fruit. Ao-chan turned over the ancient book in his hand and perused the top. He couldn't help but sigh softly as he watched. Wow, it's an ancient script, the red feather script. There are so many things recorded in this book. It seems we've really come to the right place this time. Having said that, he turned his head to Moon Spirit and said gratefully, Eldest senior sister, thank you so much. If you hadn't brought me here, I don't know how long I would have had to search. Moon Spirit sniffed and a bright smile appeared on her face. She said with a wave of her hand, Junior brother, why are you still polite with me? Having said that, as she hurriedly turned around, hurriedly, with flustered feet, he went to the other side and, mouth said, Junior brother, you watch first, I'm going to return the medical book. You also remember to put the book back when you're done reading it later. Okay, eldest sister, Ao-chan answered, sitting on my ass. Cross your legs casually and place the birdcage next to you. He carefully turned over the ancient book in his hands and start reading up carefully. That ancient book was densely packed with a lot of information about the ancient divine beasts. Among them is a detailed account of the phoenix. Ao-chan looked at it carefully word by word while one couldn't help but sigh softly. You little phoenix, you're a pain in the ass to raise. That being said, he still looked at it seriously. Asterisk. So it turns out that phoenixes like to eat fire spirit fruit, which grows in the land of extreme sunshine and contains rich fire attribute spiritual power. Ao-chan was sitting on the floor of the hidden dictionary pavilion. Frowning slightly, looking intently at the ancient, yellowed book in his hands, mouthful of words. After the reading, he closed the book gently and a look of distress crossed his face. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the little phoenix in the delicate birdcage beside him. Sighing helplessly, he smiled bitterly. The things you love to eat are also really strange. This fire spirit fruit grows in the land of extreme sunshine. But where in the Kunlun Mountains is there a fire spirit fruit? The little phoenix seemed to have understood Ao-chan's words, cocking his head, fluttering their colorful feathers. chirping twice. That soulful look. It was as if it was urging Ao-Chen to hurry up and find a way to find its favorite fire spirit fruit. Just then, Yuling finished returning the medical books. Walking with a light step, she walked over to Ao-Chen and bent down slightly. Concerned, he asked. Junior brother, how's the book reading going? Have you found a way to take care of little Phoenix? Ao-Chen raised his head, and a hint of delight flashed through his eyes. In a hurry, he said, eldest senior sister, I know that little Phoenix loves to eat fire spirit fruit the most. However, we simply don't have that kind of spirit fruit here in the Kunlun Mountains. After hearing this, Moon Spirit pondered slightly for a moment and, with a confident smile on his face, he said, there is a bustling bazaar under the Kunlun Mountains called the Lingxi Bazaar. It was a place where exotic treasures, rare medicinal herbs and all kinds of spiritual objects from all over the world were gathered, with a wide array of commodities. As a dragon doctor, I often go down the mountain to get some magical herbs there. So maybe there is a fire spirit fruit there. We can go down the mountain together this time to take a look. As soon as Ao-Chen heard that, eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Really? Eldest senior sister. That's great. Having you here has really helped me a lot. But on second thought, he said with a bit of difficulty, but, if we go down the mountain privately, will we be chastised by the immortal father? Moon Spirit said with a soft smile, there's no need to worry about that. We can go find senior uncle Jinza. He's a Kunlun mountain palmistress, and he's also a righteous person. So as long as we explain the reason to him, he should agree. As soon as Ao-Chen heard the word Jinzai, a trace of embarrassment immediately appeared on his face and, hesitantly, eldest sister, before, senior uncle Jinza suspected me of being a traitor, and even though it turned out to be a misunderstanding, it still feels a bit strange to ask me to go to him now. Yuling looked at Ao-Chen's embarrassed appearance, couldn't help but chuckle and whisper, it's fine. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, we are all still clansmen. I'll accompany you. I'm here. Ao-Chen gratefully glanced at Moon Spirit, nodded, and said, then I'll trouble eldest sister. Asterisk. In a few moments, Ao-Chen and Yuling arrived at Jinzai's residence. Outside the door, the respectful waiter greeted him. After inquiring about the two men's purpose in coming, and owing slightly, he led them towards the Spirit Sky Escape Pavilion where Jinzai was located. At this point, when Jinzai saw Ao-Chen and Yuling come to seek an audience, a flash of surprise couldn't help but pass through his eyes. He raised his eyebrows slightly and, obviously not expecting Ao-Chen to come of his own accord, Ao-Chen saw this, hastily stepping forward, with a respectful salute to Jinza. Sincerely, senior uncle. Ao-Chen was uninformed before and acted recklessly. Many things were not handled well, making you worry. But Ao-Chen understands in his heart that you are doing this for Ao-Chen's good, and even more so for the good of the Kunlun Mountain and the Dragon Clan. Ao-Chen hereby apologizes to you. Jinzai looked at Ao-Chen's sincere appearance. The hint of a stigma in his heart instantly dissipated. With a gentle smile on his face, he said in a hurry, Ao-Chen, it was me who acted too recklessly and was too prejudiced against the Phoenix Clan. But now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let bygones be bygones. In the future, if there's anything you need help with from senior uncle, just ask. Moon Spirit was on the side and said at the right time, senior uncle, now the Phoenix Clan's third princess Feng Ning is sealed in this birdcage by master. As a phoenix, her food was different from that of humans and she needed to prepare some fire spirit fruits. Ao-Chen and I plan to go down the mountain and purchase some from the Lingxi Bazaar under the Kunlun Mountains. And by the way, I'm going to acquire some more immortal herbs and immortal medicines for emergencies. Therefore, I would like to ask senior uncle to authorize us to go down the mountain. Jinza nodded slightly as he listened. His eyes fell on the baby phoenix in the birdcage. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is the Feng Ning who injured me. I didn't expect it to look less annoying now that it's turned into this appearance. The little phoenix seemed to sense Jinza's gaze, started flopping around in the cage again, colorful feathers fluttering about in the small space of the, as if expressing his displeasure. Jinzai couldn't help but smile as he looked at the little phoenix's appearance and said, this little guy, he's got quite a temper. After a brief moment of reflection, he said, that's just it. You guys are going here to take care of this little phoenix, and to purchase immortal herbs and medicines, which is also considered to be for the sake of the Kunlun Mountain. I agree that you guys should go down the mountain, but you must remember that when you go to the Spirit Hay Bazaar this time, you must act with caution and must not cause any trouble. Ao-Chen and Yuling nodded their heads in unison. Many thanks, senior uncle. We will definitely keep your teachings in mind. Asterisk. After saying goodbye to Jinza, Ao-Chen and Yuling then formally set out on the road down the mountain. Ao-Chen knew that Little Phoenix had a special status. For fear of attracting the attention of onlookers, a plain cloth, specially found, gently resting on top of the birdcage, covering the little phoenix in the cage tightly. Subsequently, he took out his pen and ink again and, having meticulously illustrated a fire spirit fruit, carefully depicting the color and shape of the fire spirit fruit, even the texture on the rind is clearly presented. After the painting, he carefully folded the illustrations and, gently place it inside your own cuff. Chapter 115, The Prince. Along the way, Ao-chen was filled with curiosity and anticipation for the Lingxi Bazaar. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, eldest senior sister, is this Spiritsi Bazaar really as lively as rumored? I've never had the chance to go there. Moon Spirit patiently explained. That's natural. The Lingxi Bazaar is like a treasure trove of exotic treasures from all over the world, and traders from all over the world gather here. There, you can not only see all kinds of rare spiritual fruits and immortal grasses, but also many magic treasures, some of which can fly in the air, some of which can conceal their forms, and even all kinds of secret books that contain profound spells. The bazaar is bustling with activity. When you go and experience it for yourself, you'll know the wonders of it. As Ao-chan listened to Moon Spirit's description, his heart grew more and more expectant. Within a short time, the two arrived at the Lingxi Bazaar. Only the entrance to the bazaar was bustling with people coming and going. On the huge plaque, the 4 big words Lingxi Bazaar glittered in gold, particularly eye-catching. Walking into the bazaar, Ao-chen was immediately shocked by the sight before him. The streets are lined with all kinds of stalls. The stalls were filled with a wide array of merchandise. There were stalls with colorful spirit fruits. It gives off a tantalizing aroma. Some of the stalls display a variety of forms of cactus. It shimmers with a mysterious light. There were also stalls with all sorts of magic treasures. Radiantly, it attracted the attention of many cultivators. Wow, it's really busy here. Ao-chen looked around excitedly. Let's go find the fire spirit fruit first, Moon Spirit said, leading Ao-chen through the bazaar. They walked past stall after stall, inquiring with stallholder after stallholder, but there was never any trace of the fire spirit fruit. A look of disappointment gradually appeared on Ao-chen's face. Don't be discouraged, junior brother. Let's go over there and take another look. Maybe it's in the next stall, Moon Spirit encouraged. Just when they'd almost given up, Ao-chen suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes, pointing to a corner booth. He shouted, eldest senior sister, look, is that the fire spirit fruit? Yuling looked in the direction of Ao-chen's finger and, I saw several red fruits on the stand. The surface of the fruit emitted a faint flame glow that, it was the fire spirit fruit. The 2 men rushed forward. The owner of the stall was an old man with gray hair and, seeing them coming, he greeted them warmly. 2 little friends, but do you want to buy this fire spirit fruit? This is something that I have painstakingly sought out from the land of extreme young, and it is scarce. So if you want to buy it, you have to hurry. Yes, we want to buy it. May I ask how to sell this fire spirit fruit? Ao-chen said in a hurry. The stallholder held out a finger and said, 1 fire spirit fruit, 10,000 spirit crystals. So expensive. Ao-chen couldn't help but exclaim. The stall owner said with a smile, guest, this fire spirit fruit's growth environment is extremely harsh, and it's extremely difficult to pick, so this price is already very fair. If you truly want it, I can give you a 10% discount. Yuling hurriedly pulled Ao-chen's sleeve, whispered, junior brother, this fire spirit fruit is already rare, and this price is reasonable. It's good as long as we can buy it. Ao-chen looked slightly embarrassed. He moved closer to Moon Spirit and whispered, elder sister, I didn't bring that many spirit crystals. Yuling looked at Ao-chen's appearance and, can't help but smile. She gently opened the nano-crystal pouch she was carrying. It's filled to the brim with spirit crystals. It gives off a soft glow. Moon Spirit said graciously to the old man, we'll take all of these fire spirit fruits. As soon as the old man heard that, he was all smiles, and the wrinkles on his face stretched out and, in a hurry, he said, well, the 2 young friends are really bold. Saying that, then he prepared to pack the fire spirit fruits one by one. Ao-chen looked at Moon Spirit's actions and, his heart was unusually moved, and he said in a hurry, eldest senior sister, how can this be good? Thank you so much. Yuling smiled and patted Ao-chen's shoulder, saying, junior brother, there's no need to be so polite between our fellow disciples. The duo watched with joy as the boss held up the fire spirit fruits one by one, was about to be carefully wrapped in delicate greaseproof paper. Just then, a tall figure wrapped in a gust of wind that, stride from the side. The visitor was dressed in an ornate robe of interwoven black and gold, embroidered with mysterious and intricate patterns. Glowing coldly in the daylight. It set off his figure more and more tall and powerful. He glanced condescendingly at the fire spirit fruit on the table. Opened his mouth. I'll take all of these fire spirit fruits. The boss's face, originally piled with smiles, instantly froze, facing hard, rubbing his hands together. He carefully explained, "This honored guest, I'm really sorry, these spirit fruits have already been bought by these two little friends." The black-robed man frowned slightly and there was a flash of displeasure in the eyes of the tone, however, remained smooth. "I'll give you double the price and bag me all these fire spirit fruits." As soon as Ao-chen heard this, he, instantly displeased, he took a step forward and, righteously, "We've already bought these. Buying and selling is about first come first served. You can't just grab them if you have money." The corner of the black-robed man's mouth hooked up in a mocking arc. Disdainfully, he swept a glance at Ao-chen and hummed softly out of his nostrils. "Twice the price is enough for you to go back and find more and better spirit fruits. Don't be ungrateful." Ao-chen's face turned red at these words. The veins on his forehead bulged slightly as he said angrily, "It's not a matter of price. It's a matter of reason. We were here first. The stuff naturally belongs to us. How can you cut us off halfway like this?" The black-robed man saw Ao-chen being so tough. His face sank, and he pressed forward a step, staring condescendingly at Ao-chen. That sense of oppression came over him. Seeing this, Yuling hurriedly stepped forward and, sidestepping Ao-chen and protecting him behind him, with a polite smile on his face. The words were not condescending. "This gentleman, we have already paid for and bought these fire spirit fruits, and it was indeed us who came first. For you to suddenly intervene like this and force your way in to buy them is really a bit overbearing and unreasonable." The black-robed man, however, acted as if he hadn't heard. "Don't even want to talk to them." Turning to the boss again, he said, "Don't dawdle. Wrap it up for me." The boss is standing still. His forehead was sweating with anxiety, and he kept rubbing his hands back and forth. Eyes darting back and forth between the black-robed man and Ao-chen in Moon Spirit, a face full of difficulty, not knowing what to do. Ao-chen looked at the scene and, lungs bursting with anger, hands clenched into fists. The joints whitened from the exertion, and the feet moved, just going to rush up and theorize. Moon Spirit's eyes are quick. One stops him, turns his head and, again to the black-robed man, "My lord, seeing that you are so eager, you must be in great need of the fire spirit fruit. Let's do it this way. We'll share some of them with you, so that we can all relieve our urgent needs. So that's always fine, right?" The black-robed man didn't even give Moon Spirit a look that. Still cold, his tone was icy. "I want all of these fire spirit fruits, not one less." Ao-chen was really angry this time, no longer able to suppress the anger in his heart. He roared, "Why are you so unreasonable? Originally, my eldest sister was kind enough to share some with you, but you've gotten the better of us like this, and now that we've changed our minds, we won't give you a single one." The black-robed man snorted coldly. The voice was like a cold winter wind. "Today this fire spirit fruit, I must take it away. You guys better obediently get out of the way, lest you ask for trouble." Just as the two sides were drawing their swords, when the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed to ignite the air, in a beautifully decorated sedan chair next to a clear, mountain spring-like voice came out. "Ravenslave, what's all the yelling about? It's giving me a headache." The black-robed man heard a voice and his face suddenly changed, and his original arrogance was instantly extinguished. Pouncing, he knelt down and said respectfully, "Master, the fire spirit fruit we were going to purchase was preempted by these two." As his words fell, the curtains of the sedan chair were gently lifted by a slender, jade-like hand, and a showy, handsome face peeked out. The gentleman had clear brows, fair complexion, and a pair of bright eyes flowed with a soulful light. Handsome as a young man out of a poem or painting, yet there was a hidden hint of imperceptible softness. He looked first to the kneeling black-robed man, turning his gaze to Ao-chen and Yuling again. Just for a moment, it was as if his eyes were being pulled by invisible threads of. It was firmly fixed on Ao-chen. Chapter 116, The Anguish. That gentleman sat in the sedan chair and stared at Ao-chen for a long time. A slow, playful smile curled the corners of his mouth as that smile carried the slightest hint of a seductive state, and said leisurely, "Oh, but was it bought by this gentleman?" The voice was soft but with a touch of elusiveness. Ao-chen was made uncomfortable by the man looking at him. He subconsciously gripped the fire spirit fruit in his hand and, an offended face responded, "That's right, we bought this fire spirit fruit first." The male smiled softly at the words and that laugh was crisp and pleasant. He then gently lowered the curtain of the sedan chair. With the slightest movement of the palanquin curtains, a pair of long, straight legs stepped out of the sedan chair. I saw that the gentleman was dressed in a suit as white as snow. The corners of the coat are embroidered with delicate cloud patterns. His ebony hair stood up high, bound with a worn jade hairpin. Looking sharp, and there is an innate nobility to it. Shaking a jade fan in his hand, the The fan is painted with light ink bamboo. With a few strokes of the brush, the tranquility of the bamboo is brought out to the fullest extent. It adds a little more elegance. Although he was dressed as a man, this male's face was soft and overly beautiful. His eyes were like deep, bottomless pools that, between the waves of light, it was full of charm. The gentleman took a graceful step, and each step seems to carry a rhythm. Shaking his fan, he approached Ao-chen step by step. In the end, standing in front of Ao-chen, he cocked his head slightly, teasing, "This young gentleman, why is the fire so intense? I'm just curious as to what is so special about this fire spirit fruit that it can make you so nervous." Saying that, he actually approached Ao-chen without warning. A slight bow of the head and a gentle sniff. That action made Ao-chen instantly turn blue in the face. Ao-chen suddenly stiffened and, disgusted, "What do you do?" Followed by a small curse. "Pervert." The Duke, however, was not amused. Instead, he smiled even wider and that smile carried a hint of elusive cunning. "You're a dragon from this Kunlun mountain, aren't you?" Ao-chen and Yu Ling looked at each other. Both of them were a little surprised in their minds that this male was able to tell who they were at a glance. Ao-chen responded frankly, "Yes, we are dragons." The male's eyes lit up and his smile grew wider. "The dragon race? I'm somewhat intrigued. I've heard that all the spells practiced by the dragon race are profound, and I'm eager to learn them." Ao-chen hummed disdainfully. "Sorry, you're in the mood. We're not. We just want to finish our shopping and leave in peace, and we don't want to tangle with you any more than we have to." With that, he shielded Yu Ling and prepare to leave this place of wrongdoing with the fire spirit fruit. The eunuch sees this. Without slowing down, he stretched out his jade fan and blocked it. That charming smile was still on his face. "Hey, don't rush off." Ao-chen looked at him askance. There was impatience in his eyes. "What the hell do you want?" The male shook his fan and asked leisurely, "Is this fire spirit fruit something you guys have to have?" Ao-chen replied without hesitation. "Of course, it would have been ours to buy first." The corners of the male's mouth turned up slightly and, with an impish smile, as if plotting an interesting game of chess, "These fire spirit fruits are also imperative to me. However, if you are willing to compete with me, I will let you have these fire spirit fruits." Ao-chen frowned, and was about to open his mouth to retort, but Moon Spirit grabbed it first. Moon Spirit took a step forward and, looking straight at the male, righteously, "This gentleman, these fire spirit fruits were originally purchased by us first. Why is there a need for you to give way to us? Buying and selling is about first come first served. This is the basic truth of the world. Just because you say one word, you can't just give away what we've worked so hard to buy. I'm afraid it's unfair to act like this." At this point, the civet slave beside the gentleman still refused to stop. He sank his voice and said with a cold grunt, "Humph, so what if I buy it first? In this world, in the end, it's still the strong who are honored, and strength speaks for itself. As long as you can defeat my master, then the fire spirit fruit will naturally belong to you. However," but then I saw a cold star flash in the eyes of the Duke and it was as if that look could instantly freeze the air around them. He swung the jade fan in his hand violently, and with a stern momentum that it hit the civet slave's head as hard as a blizzard, voice as cold as ice, as if from the nine hells. "When is it the turn of a lackey like you to talk here when this palace is speaking?" Raven Slave was stunned by the sudden blow that struck him. The body swayed and nearly fell. A flash of horror flashed through his eyes and then, in a panic, he bowed his head and backed away, shivering, tightly closing his mouth. He no longer dared to make a single sound. The male slowly turned his head and his eyes fell on Ao-chen once again. The playfulness in his eyes intensified. "This dragon gentleman, why don't you and I have a fair match? If you win, the fire spirit fruit goes to you. If I win, well..." She trailed off, deliberately. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Ao-chen had already been overwhelmed by anger. Anger burns in his chest. A cold grunt, a driving anger radiated all around him. "Fine, let's compare. Eldest senior sister, please take care of little Phoenix for me first, and when I teach this unreasonable person a good lesson, we'll leave immediately." Ao-chen pondered in his heart. This man is so unreasonable and difficult. If we don't show him a good time, I'm afraid it's hard to get out in one piece today. Thinking, he then carefully handed the birdcage in his hand to Moon Spirit. The little Phoenix in the cage also seemed to have sensed the tense atmosphere of the swords outside. Although we can't see what's going on out there, but as soon as they heard there was going to be a fight, they flopped around in the cage and let out an eager chirp. Moon Spirit gently and softly soothed the little Phoenix in the cage as she, while looking at Ao-chen with a face full of worry. There was concern and worry in his eyes. She gently pulled Ao-chen's sleeve and advised in a small voice, "Junior brother, do not act recklessly. The depth of the opponent's strength is unknown. We must think long and hard. In case this is a trap and we act rashly, I'm afraid we'll be in danger. Io-chan understood in his heart that his senior sister's concern was not unreasonable, but at this moment anger had completely taken over and he gently patted Yuling's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, eldest sister. I know what's in my heart. He's so wantonly provocative. If I back down, won't I lose face for the Dragon Clan? The male watched this back and forth interaction between them from the sidelines, with a prompting smile at the corner of his mouth. That smile was like that of a cat that has succeeded in stealing a fish. It was full of smugness and teasing. He said languidly, "What? Are the valiant men of the Dragon Clan afraid?" Ao-chan snorted coldly and said contemptuously, "I, a son of the Dragon Clan, would not be afraid of an unreasonable person like you?" The eunuch sees this, closing the fan in his hand with a snap. "Move with panache." "Good. In that case, Dragon Clan Prince. This is the Spirit Hay Bazaar, so there are many people and it's inevitable that making a move will be more than inconvenient. We'll then go to the Spirit Wind Valley next to the bazaar to compete. How about that?" Having said that, he was as lithe as a wisp of wind and, taking the lead, he walked in the direction of Spirit Wind Valley. Chapter 117, Sharp Claws. In the Spirit Wind Valley, the wind whistled. The gentleman stood in the midst of it, looking relaxed and at ease, and the corners of his mouth were drawn up in a smile that seemed to be, with an elegant gesture of invitation. The hands and feet showed the calmness of the situation. Seeing this, Ao-chan also raised his hand to return the salute. The protocol is impeccable, yet the vigilance and anger in the bottom of his eyes were like dark currents of. It has not diminished in the slightest. Shasta. Ao-chan's aura around him changed steeply, and his body flickered and, like a ghost, he instantly approached in front of that male. After stabilizing himself, spiritual energy surged around him, and he took up a fighting stance. With a biting aura that resembles a sheathed blade. The cold light was chilling. An irrepressible gleam of excitement flashed in that male's eyes and he smiled softly. The jade fan in his hand unfolded with a brush. The surface of the fan is flowing with color, as if the stars are gathering. Hidden fluctuations of majestic spiritual energy escaped. It was clearly an extraordinary magic weapon. Little Dragon Prince, why don't you let me learn the true strength of the Dragon Clan? The male let out a light laugh. The jade fan danced gently in his hand. It brings up a slight breeze and makes a rustling sound, as if whispering of its long dormant prowess. The words have not yet been spoken. He swung his jade fan violently and a spiritual energy instantly transformed into sharp blades that, wrapped in a powerful force, it shot toward Ao-chan. Ao-chan reacted extremely quickly. His body lightly flicked sideways and then he easily dodged the first wave of the male's attack. The two of them go back and forth. The battle is rapidly coming to a fever pitch, difficult to decipher. Your son's fan is fierce and powerful. Each swing contains a mountain of power. Wherever the spiritual blade passes, as if the air had been torn apart by a pair of large, invisible hands, a hissing sound was emitted. Ao-chan, on the other hand, by virtue of the dragon race's innate and powerful spiritual power, keenly looking for a counterattack, he gradually perceived that the handsome and dashing-looking gentleman of the, in reality, his strength is unfathomable and his methods are extremely difficult to deal with. Your Excellency's fan techniques are so varied, it's really hard to defend against. Ao-chan couldn't help but marvel as he caught his breath. The male smiled slightly and said, Little Dragon Prince isn't bad either. The dragon's spiritual power is really living up to its name. However, the game has just begun. Saying that, he changed his fan again. Sometimes like a wild wind and rain, spiritual sharp blades shot out densely like a curtain of rain, making it impossible to avoid. At other times, like a gentle rain, in a seemingly gentle breeze. However, there is a hidden vortex of spiritual energy that can cause serious injuries. Just as Ao-chan was fully concentrating on fending off the fan attack, the male took advantage of his slight stance to slammed out his right hand, only to see that in his hand at some point there was an additional sharp-clawed magic weapon that was dark and emitted a strange red light. The five-pointed blades of those sharp claws flashed with a cold, chilling light. The claws are engraved with mysterious runes. Between the flow of runes, there seemed to be the hissing of countless grievous spirits faintly emanating. Look at the claws. The male let out a cry and swung his sharp claws to pounce directly on Ao-chan. Ao-chan couldn't avoid it. Suddenly I felt a pain in my arm. Looked down. Several bone-deep scratches appeared on the arms, and the blood gushed out instantly, staining his sleeves red. Ao-chan suffered pain, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. To use a concealed weapon, he took a deep breath and the dragon element in his body surged wildly. It's like a volcano about to erupt. A heaven-destroying and powerful force quickly condensed in his palm. Ao-chan's eyes instantly glowed with an ethereal blue light, as if a deep, shadowy sea were ablaze with ice blue flames. It was bone-chillingly cold. Meanwhile, A dazzling blue light erupted around him. The light rippled out like a wave of water. Wrapping his entire being in it. Humph. Let you taste the power of my dragon's breath. Aochan snorted coldly and violently swung out a palm, only to see a brilliant ice-blue dragon's breath surging out from his palm like a torrent, like a bolt of ice-blue lightning ripping through the heavens, wrapped in a majestic power that destroys the heavens and destroys the earth. With the force of a thunderbolt, lunge swiftly towards the male. Wherever the dragon's breath passes through, the air instantly condenses into ice shards. There was a flurry of sprinkles. The ground seemed to have been viciously cut by an invisible blade. A deep, bottomless gully had been cut in the hard. The edges of the gully were crusted with crystalline ice prisms. The surrounding trees, under the powerful impact of the dragon's breath, instantly reduced to pieces, with a flurry of ice shards, like the dust that drifts away. Only a mess was left behind. The Duke's face suddenly changed when he saw this, and a flash of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes. He waved the jade fan in his hand to ward off the dragon's breath. At the same time, he used his soul-devouring claw to lay down a defensive barrier in front of his body. However, the jade fan in his hand, under the impact of the dragon's breath, it instantly turned into countless fragments, scattering all over the ground like snowflakes. The soul-devouring claw also dimmed in light and nearly came out of his hand. His body was also jolted backward by the powerful impact of it made a long arc in the air. In flight, his crown bean was sent flying by a strong current of air that, a head of long, shiny black hair instantly spread out like a waterfall, dancing wildly in the wind. Aochan froze in his tracks. His eyes rolled back in his head and disbelief was written all over his face. He never thought that this powerful male, with whom he had fought long and hard, surprisingly, it's a woman. You a woman? Aochan stammered and asked. Full of embarrassment, he looked at the breathtakingly beautiful woman in front of him. The woman stabilized herself, her eyes widening in anger as she, deadly staring at Aochan. His eyes seemed as if they were about to spit out fire. You little dragon! How dare you knock my crown bundle away? Do you know how important this crown bundle is to me? Aochan hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I really didn't think you were a woman. Who let you dress up as a man? The woman's willow eyebrows rose up in anger. Humph, what's it to you if I dress up as a man? How dare you be so rude? Someone come, take this little dragon down, take it back. When the civet slaves and other henchmen heard this, they immediately pounced on Aochan like wolves. Aochan saw this. Anger surged in his heart and he immediately mobilized his spiritual energy around him. I only saw his palms mind surging with power. With a slight force, it shook a few people around them and sent them flying backwards. He fell to the ground and let out a gurgling scream. The woman saw Aochan's spiritual energy surging around her, a stance of readiness to attack again, although his heart is not willing to do so. However, he also understood that it was inappropriate to engage in a head-on battle at this moment. She grunted, and a look of resignation flew over her face as then he changed his expression to one that looked like a smile and opened his mouth. Little Lord Dragon's magical power is so strong that we are willing to bow to it. However, why don't Mr. Little Dragon go and see your friends? Aochan's heart tightened violently. Subconsciously, he looked back sharply and, eyes searching eagerly around However, there was nothing but empty space. The moon spirit and the birdcage containing the little phoenix had actually disappeared. Aochan was furious. The eyes instantly became red, as if they were about to drip blood. He gave the woman a death glare and gritted his teeth. You are so despicable. The woman smiled leisurely, beautiful but with a bit of cunning. That fairy and the little bird have been invited to my palace by me. If you want to save them, come to the illusory beaver mountain and find me. Saying that, the woman lightly turned around, and with a flash of green smoke, she instantly disappeared without a trace. Wait! Aochan charged forward but suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, which had just been injured by that sharp claw. Violently, the pain that drilled through him caused his movements to stall. The foot stumbled a bit. Phantom Beaver Mountain? Chapter 118, The Cat Demon. Moon Spirit woke up with a start. It's as if my head had been slammed with a hammer, drowsy and cracking. The slightest hint of cloudy air still lingering in his nose from the poisoning. It filled her with resentment. She really didn't expect that. Those men would take advantage of her concentration on the battle, when she was defenseless. Secretly poisoned her. Slowly opening his eyes, Yu Ling was instantly startled. Finding myself lying on the bed, tied up, the body was as if it was immobilized. Fear and tension like a raging tide, that instantly overwhelmed her. The heart beat steeply and violently. It was as if it was going to burst through the chest. In a panic, Yu Ling subconsciously looked around the room and eyes fell on the table not far from the birdcage was sitting there quietly. The moment she saw the birdcage, Moon Spirit felt a slight sense of relief in her heart and, luckily, the little phoenix is here too. But immediately afterward, she then clearly realized that she was in extreme danger. Must break free as soon as possible. Yu Ling hurriedly sat up, took a deep breath and, forcibly suppressing the fear that was raging like a gale within him, hurriedly mobilizing the spiritual energy in his body, trying to break the ropes. However, no matter how hard she fires, the ropes, however, do not move at all, as if it had become one with her body. Closely linked. Moonling tried several more times, one after the other, and yet it remains futile. She was filled with amazement at what was going on. Why is this rope so tough? How could she have her spiritual power firmly imprisoned? Just when Yu Ling was filled with anxiety, crunch, the door was slowly pushed open. Four tall, black-robed men strutted in. As soon as the man at the head of the group pulled off the black cloth covering his face, his face was full of smiles, and the sound of that smile was just like the hissing of night lords, which was creepy. Ha ha ha, don't waste your breath, little beauty. These ropes are dragon-binding ropes made from a mixture of 1,000-year-old cold iron and erotic spirit vine, specifically used to deal with your dragon race. You won't be able to break free. Yu Ling glared angrily. Her eyes seemed to be about to spit out fire. Rebuked through clenched teeth. Who the hell are you people? Why are you doing this to me? The man's face was filled with a wild smugness. With an arrogant as hell stride, strutting up to he skimmed his lips and spoke slowly. Let me be clear with you. We are all from the Cat Clan. This matter is all at the behest of the palace master of the Cat Clan. Her old man let it be known that eating the flesh of you Dragon Clan members would greatly enhance your spiritual power. So she specially sent us to capture you here. What? Where's my little brother? Moon Spirit heard that. The heart clenches violently and an ominous feeling of foreboding quickly enveloped the mind like a dark cloud. She could never have imagined, in any case, that these people are actually cat demons. Ha ha, the man burst out laughing, his words full of triumph and malice. Your little senior brother. But he was hit by our palace master's soul-devouring claw. This soul-devouring claw is coated with the acacia strange poison, which has no cure. He is now, like being burned by the fire. Have to find a woman to have sex to temporarily relieve the pain of the bone. Your tender skin, handsome appearance of the little brother. I'm afraid that this moment is being our palace master tightly wrapped. Is that in love? When he is drained of his essence blood and exhausted by our palace master, he will become our palace master's dish of food. Ha ha, and will never be able to escape again. Having said that, the man burst into another fit of wanton laughter. That laugh was full of malice and smoothness. As if showing off a triumphant act of evil. Yu Ling was so angry that she couldn't stop trembling. Apricot eyes rounded in anger. You demonic creatures. Simply despicable to the extreme. How dare you openly oppose the Dragon Clan in such a lively place as the Lingxi Bazaar? Aren't you afraid of the Dragon Clan's insane retaliation? Once the Dragon Clan learns of this matter, I will definitely tell you to die without a burial place. The tall, thin man next to him sneered disdainfully and, Shade said, Humph, you guys still think you're that high and mighty dragon race back then? Don't think you are so noble and extraordinary? What can the dragon race do? Times have changed. Nowadays, this world is no longer an era where the dragon race has a single hand in the sky. As long as we do our job smoothly and cleanly, and we don't realize it, how will the Dragon Clan know that we did it? Humph, even if they want to find out, they won't be able to find out about us. At this point, the other man had long been mesmerized by Yu Ling's beauty. The lustful eyes were locked on Moon Spirit. The drool nearly dripping from the corners of his mouth. With a lewd, strange grin on his face. Such a beautiful fairy, so directly offered to the palace master, is really a waste. Why don't we have some fun first, and keep her for a few more days before sending her over? It's not too late. Anyway, the palace master is busy with that dragon kid Sexit. Also cannot care about us this matter. He. Having said that, and he squeezed his eyes at a couple of other men and a few people let out an indulgent, lewd laugh. The other man rushed to agree. That's right, this dragon fairy is really beautiful and seductive. I've never seen such a watery one before. The four men were talking as they, while staring straight at Yu Ling with eyes like a hungry wolf. His eyes were filled with undisguised greed and lust. It was as if they wanted to eat her alive. Yu Ling was in a hurry, holding back the anger that erupted like a volcano inside him, trying to make a last-ditch attempt at persuasion. You guys should stop being obsessive. The Dragon Clan has a deep heritage, and there are as many experts as there are stars. If you guys let me go now, I can forget about it and just pretend this never happened. Otherwise, you will definitely pay a painful price for your behavior. However, these men have long been overwhelmed with desire, not listening to any advice at all. They approached Moon Spirit step by step, muttering under his breath, "Little beauty, just obediently submit to us. It's futile to struggle anymore. Why don't you enjoy this wonderful time?" Moon Spirit was horrified to the core of her being, eyes wide and round, desperately twisting his bound body to avoid it, vocally and angrily cussing, "You despicable things. Stop it." Just in the nick of time, the birdcage, which had been quietly placed aside, suddenly shook violently. The cage clanked. Several men were looking forward with great anticipation to the mischief they were about to get their hands on, but he was interrupted by this sudden turn of events, and was suddenly irritated. A man's face was red with anger and, like a ripe tomato, he strides over to with a sharp jerk, he tore off the cloth that surrounded the outside of the birdcage and, viciously angry, "You damned stinking bird, how dare you spoil my good deed." Having said that, as soon as he opened the cage roughly, yelled at the top of his lungs, "Get out of here and don't sweep us off our feet." Before he could react, I only felt a blinding red light like lightning instantly crossing in front of my eyes, followed by a loud bang. A mountainous and powerful impact came rushing in. He only felt as if his chest had been hit hard by a 10,000-pound boulder. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels seemed to have been shifted by the shock at this moment. The pain is unbearable. Immediately following, he was like a kite with broken strings. The body was sent flying several feet away. The man fell heavily to the ground and a cloud of dust was stirred up, and the surrounding area seemed to tremble. When he had managed to recover from his vertigo, with great effort, he raised his head. The scene in front of him, however, made him freeze instantly, only to see an incredibly gorgeous girl standing in front of him at an unknown time. The girl was shapely and curvy, snowy skin. It was as if it was blowing up and every inch of it glowed seductively. A pair of beautiful eyes like the most twinkling stars in the night sky. Both cool and majestic, and hiding a hint of undetectable seduction. She was dressed in a tight red dress that, the hem of the skirt fluttered gently in the wind, like a burning flame. It outlined her delicate figure in a more sexy and provocative way. The cat demon was spitting out blood. Eyes, however, were fixated on the girl in front of her, as if deeply struck by her beauty. Even the pain was temporarily forgotten. I only saw the girl's jade finger gently hooking the Shasta. A dazzling rope of spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere, whistling and wrapping around the man, pulling him violently to the girl. The girl spoke languidly. His voice was as cold as the bone-chilling winds of winter. It's as if it's wrapped in the cold chill of the 9 hells. Straight into the man's ear. "You were the one who said just now that little dragon was making love to your palace master?" Chapter 119, Fruit of the Spirit. The man, though tightly bound by psychic ropes, I can't move my body, but still the holler won't stop coming out. The eyes were full of fear and flattery. It's beauty. That little dragon is indeed with our palace master." And at this point, a couple of the other men had a hard time coming back to their senses, only to realize that at some point there was an incredibly gorgeous girl standing in front of him. I saw that the girl's phoenix eyes contained a mighty, sharp eyes that seemed to see through the souls of men. The eyebrow is like a faraway eyebrow, just like a touch of blue and white on that faraway mountain. Her nose is straight and her lips are like cherries. The white skin glowed softly in the firelight. It was as if it had been carved out of the finest goat's fat jade. A long, waterfall-like head of hair was casually draped behind her. Each strand of hair seemed to shimmer with a spiritual luster. Fluttering gently with the breeze. She was dressed in a gorgeous red gown that, the hem of the skirt fluttered in the wind like a burning flame. The whole person exudes a kind of high and breathtaking beauty, as if a goddess from the 9 heavens above, not to be desecrated. A couple of the men looked up at once and, drool nearly ran down his face as he muttered, "Holy, two beautiful women. We're really lucky today. We're blessed. Ha, this is going to be fun." Fong Ning contemptuously hooked the corner of her mouth in a smile. That smile was like frost in the middle of winter, with an endless chill. It was as if it could freeze the air around it. She raised her jade hand lightly and, a red light shot out like lightning. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to react. The man trapped by the psychic ropes didn't even have time to let out a scream of misery. He was instantly engulfed in a blazing fire, turned into a pile of coke in an instant. A pungent, burnt odor filled the air. A few other men saw this and, dumbstruck with fear, one of them asked in a brave, trembling voice, "Who exactly are you? Aren't you afraid that our palace master will come after you?" Fong Ning turned around and, sweeping them off their feet like they were trash, coldly, "A person who was about to die is worthy of asking this princess her name? Your palace master? In the eyes of this princess, he's nothing more than an ant." Several men were furious, and they mobilized their entire body's spiritual energy trying to attack Fong Ning. His mouth was still screaming. "Stinky girl, don't be too arrogant. Today we'll let you know how powerful we are." And with a lift of Feng Ning's jade finger, a red flame flashed through the red flame was like a fiery phoenix, instantly wrapping several men in it. Before a few men could cast their spells, there was a loud boom. It was then instantly reduced to ashes in the blazing flames of the. All that was left was a scorched black trail. Yuling's eyes widened and, unbelievably, he looked at what was happening in front of him. Feng Ning slowly turned around and, with a complicated face, he looked at Moon Spirit, one step at a time, looking down on her with a condescending. The powerful aura emanating from her body made Yuling gasp a little. Yuling was disheveled at this time, showing off one shoulder, obviously torn clothes by the men who had just been there, and Yuling looked at Feng Ning, who had a powerful aura in front of her. The mind can't help but be a little scared that, not caring about their image. Subconsciously, he swallowed. Feng Ning looked at her wretched appearance. Unsaltedly, he spoke. "Humph, you're just as stupid as your little senior brother, so easily captured by these trash, and you still have the nerve to say that you're a dragon clan." Saying that, with a flick of her jade hand, a soft flash of psychic energy that, the dragon binding rope that was tied to Moon Spirit's body instantly broke off. It was as if that dragon binding rope was unbeatable in front of Feng Ning's spiritual power. Immediately following, she waved again. Moonling's clothes are in perfect condition. It was as if the breakage just now had never happened. Yuling moved her somewhat numb body and just wanted to say thank you. Thanks a lot. At this point, only to see Feng Ning's expression change as she gritted her teeth. This princess, I'm going to settle the score with that little dragon now. But she was just about to lift her foot. Mistamok growled at the wrong time. Immediately afterward she frowned and, showing a look of pain, a fine bead of sweat also broke out on his forehead. Seeing this, Yuling hurriedly asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable somewhere?" Feng Ning said indignantly, "This stinking little dragon. It's all because he gave me some kind of Xian ice marrow to eat. Now it's making my body unbearable. The cold poison of that Xian ice marrow is running around in my body." Moon Spirit came to a realization and hurriedly said, "Don't worry. Hurry up and eat some fire spirit fruit. Junior brother and I purposely went down the mountain to buy it for you. This fire spirit fruit should be able to cure the cold poison in your body." Sure enough, the fire spirit fruit was placed on the table next to it. Yuling took a few steps to the table, picked up the fire spirit fruit and, rapidly forming seals with both hands, he injected his own aura into it, and, purification of the fire spirit fruit. With the infusion of aura, the fire spirit fruit gradually melted and it coalesced into an elixir that emitted a soft glow. Yuling carefully handed the elixir to Feng Ning, said, "Eat it, eat this and your body should be fine." Feng Ning raised her eyes and looked at her without any pretense. After receiving the elixir, he swallowed it in one gulp. In a few moments, only to see her originally somewhat pale face gradually become red and moist. The breath had also smoothed out a lot, and it was clear that it had recovered as before. Feng Ning looked at Yuling and, with a slight nod, he said, "Thanks." Subsequently, she said again with a scowl, "Since this princess has recovered, now, let's go find that little dragon." When Yuling heard this, her heart tightened and she hurriedly shouted, "Feng Ning, don't be impulsive for a moment, hear me out." Feng Ning turned her head impatiently and looked at her. What else do you have to say?" Moon Spirit hesitated for a moment and gathered her courage to say, You're not going to make things difficult for junior brother, are you? He's been taking care of you very meticulously. Ever since you were injured and weakened, he's been searching everywhere for ways for you to be able to recover, and he even personally went down the mountain to buy the fire spirit fruit, just in the hope that you'll get well soon." Feng Ning said with a cold snort, "Humph, if he hadn't gotten me into this mess, why would he need to go through all this trouble?" Yuling hurriedly explained, "He was also unintentional, and he's really devoted to you. You see, in order to find the fire spirit fruit for you, all these things happened to us. If it wasn't for helping you, we wouldn't have been caught by these cat demons." Feng Ning was silent for a moment. A complex look flashed in his eyes and, but soon resumed that high and mighty look, said, "Between this princess and that little dragon, there is no room for onlookers to interrupt." Having said that, there was a flash of red light around her. The whole thing has disappeared without a trace. Only a breeze was left behind. Yuling looked at the place where Feng Ning disappeared. A trance. Moon Spirit didn't delay. Hastily straightening his garments, lifting those fire spirit fruits, he walked towards the outside of the house. Chapter 120, The White Cat. Ao Chen's figure was like a swift wind. Arrived quickly at Phantom Beaver Mountain. As soon as I stepped into the boundaries of the Phantom Beaver Mountain, an extremely thick and heavy demonic aura then came over like a raging tide. That demonic aura is like substance. Wisps and strands of it twine through the air. It gives off a sickening odor. Ao Chen's brows were furrowed. There was a flash of disgust in his eyes that, without hesitation, he operated his spiritual energy. Shasta. The light of spiritual energy around his body was great and brilliant. It was like a small blue sun. That spiritual energy is just like an invisible but strong breeze, with the force of a mountainous mountain swiftly blowing away the surrounding demonic aura. Purify a large, fresh area. He did not stop for a moment to keep moving forward. With every step that fell, the ground under his feet seemed to tremble slightly. As if Phantom Beaver Mountain were sending a warning that he was admonished not to go any deeper. Shortly after traveling forward, a gorgeous peach forest caught his eye. In the peach forest, the peach blossoms are in full bloom, a single pink petal swaying gently in the gentle breeze of the, while giving off a sweet aroma of refreshing. However, Auchen's keen intuition told him that behind this seemingly rosy facade, hiding an air of creepy danger. Just then, a delicate and gentle female voice came from the depths of the peach forest as leisurely as a nightingale's cry. Ah, my honored guest has finally arrived. Little Dragon Prince, welcome to Illusory Beaver Mountain yo. That voice is crisp and clear, like a silver bell ringing, and yet there was a hidden hint of unspeakable seduction. Ao Chan was instantly on guard, gazing around like a falcon. Drink loudly. Less nonsense here. Hurry up and release my eldest sister and little Phoenix. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Only the female voice laughed softly in response. Ha. Little Dragon Prince is always in such a hurry. It's not easy to come here. Why can't you play a little longer? Illusory Beaver Mountain has a lot of fun. Ao Chen only heard his voice, but did not see him. The anger in his heart grew, and he said loudly, the guy who hides his head. If you have the ability, come out openly and honestly. Don't hide in the shadows like a shrunken head turtle and play God. The female voice pouted. You let me come out and I will come out. Why are you so overbearing? Don't know how to be compassionate at all. People are at least a weak woman. Ao Chen said impatiently. Don't come with me. Hurry up and come out. Don't force me to do it. The female voice, however, laughed cheekily. He. You beg me If you beg me nicely, once I'm happy, maybe I'll release your big sister and little Phoenix. What do you think? Ao Chen was so angry that his face turned red. He held back his anger and, close your eyes, concentrate all your energy, mobilize that powerful spell power within your body. A few moments later, his eyes snapped open and, with a sharp, eagle-like gleam in his eye, as if they could penetrate the layers of fog, see through the man hiding in the shadows. Immediately afterward, he pointed his hands like electricity and, a blue light shot out as if it were a bolt of lightning cutting through the night sky, straight into a boulder in the peach forest. There was a loud boom. The boulder was instantly shattered by the powerful spell attack. The debris splashed away like rain. With a loud blasting sound. It echoed through the peach forest. Subsequently, behind the boulder a white figure scurried out as fast as a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ao Chen. Ao Chen fixed his eyes on the visitor was the same gentleman we had seen at the fair. At the moment, however, she had reverted to her daughter's body. She was seen to be dressed in a thin, cicada-like veil that, the gauze was light and hazy, fluttering gently with her movements. The delicate figure was hidden under the light veil. Tickling for no reason. Her skin was fair and snowy. It seemed to glow softly in the sunlight. The bright eyes were animated and cunning. Between the flow, there seems to be 1,000 flavors swirling in it. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, holding a playful smile that, it added a bit more liveliness and spirituality to her delicate face. The girl said with a delicate smile, Mr. Little Dragon, why are you so unsympathetic? This palace is only looking at you as interesting, so it specially invited you to have some fun. Oh, the girl said, raising a small hand and, seemingly randomly, he scratched towards Ao Chen. Ao Chen's eyes and hands are quick. One grabbed her arm, angrily. Humph, still want to play with concealed weapons? I won't let you get away with it this time. Last time you assassinated me. I haven't settled the score with you yet. The girl demon's brow smiled as she pouted and opened her mouth. Mr. Xiaolong, why are you so uninterested? This palace sees you as interesting, so I specially invited you to have some fun. He. With that, she raised a small hand and, seemingly carelessly, he scratched towards Ao Chen. Ao Chen reacted extremely quickly. A hand grabbed her arm, angrily. Humph, still want to play with concealed weapons? I won't let you succeed this time. Last time you assassinated me. I haven't settled the score with you yet. The corners of the white cat demon's lips rose lightly. With a flash of cunning in his eyes, he said. Oh, is that so? What about this? As the words fall, she suddenly and quickly approached Ao-chen's face and, before Ao-chen could react, in a swift motion, she gave him a kiss on the cheek. Ao-chen was stunned. I didn't expect her to act this way. The brain goes blank for a second. The hand unconsciously loosened its force. The white cat demon took the opportunity to draw his arm. With a flash of his figure, he leapt to several feet away. His face was full of smugness. Ao-chen's face instantly turned red. Shamed and annoyed, he rebuked. You are simply shameless to the extreme. To actually use such underhanded tactics. The white cat demon laughed. Ha 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 ha. Xiaolong Gongzi, is it not still an untouched little virgin? To be kissed and blush like this? Then we'll have to do something more intimate later. Can you bear it? Ao-chen spat and said righteously. Bah! Who wants to do anything intimate with you? You cat demon! The white cat demon saw that her identity had been recognized. Not only is there not the slightest alarm, instead, the corners of his mouth curled up into a wanton smile. Just see her gently raise her hand and, stroking the hair at her temples, a pair of fluffy, snow-white cat ears playfully burrowed out of her hair. It trembled slightly with her movements. A fluffy white tail wagged out slowly, too, and sweeping languidly through the air. Every swing is full of laziness and coziness. She cocked her head and, looking at Ao-chen with a smile on his face, the eyes in those narrow winking eyes were flowing and, full of banter and provocation. Oops, I've been recognized. I am indeed a cat. A graceful and charming cat. You little dragon. Don't underestimate us cats. Later let you this cute little dragon cub to see and feel the Cat Clan sisters' powerful he. Ao-chen snorted coldly. Since you've already admitted that you're a demon, then hurry up and tie your hands and save yourself the trouble. Be a good boy and hand over my eldest sister and little phoenix. Otherwise, I will definitely make you look good today. The white cat demon, however, laughed disdainfully. Little dragon cub, I think you'd better worry about yourself first. You think you can easily take people away in this illusory beaver mountain? Don't be too naive. The words, the white cat demon swung his hands violently. With this swing of hers, there was an instant and dense rustling in the peach grove. Immediately following, countless black cats came from all directions like a tidal wave. Their eyes reveal ferocity and greed. The eerie green eyes glittered with an eerie, like a ghostly fire jumping in the darkness. They come together as a raging black torrent with an aura that destroys everything. With open teeth and claws, he came galloping towards Ao-chen. Sharp claws made a deep mark on the ground. When Ao-chen saw this, not only did he not have the slightest fear, he instead shouted, "Humph! Good timing!" He made quick seals with his hands and mouthed the words that, Shasta. A majestic spiritual energy was as if a sleeping dragon had awakened. It burst out from his body in a raging manner. As the spiritual energy surged like a wild tide, the air around them trembled. A huge and unrivaled water curtain suddenly appeared out of nowhere. That curtain of water is crystal clear, like a huge glazed barrier, and as solid as a shield of steel. The countless black cats with teeth and claws were tightly blocked from it. Those black cats are on a rampage, not the least bit aware of the danger, still crashing viciously into the water screen. Just moments before they touched the water screen, Ao-chen's eyes flinched as his spiritual energy revolved once again. Shasta. The water curtain was steeply chilling and, moisture in the air quickly condenses into frost. Those black cats look like they've hit a wall of ice, frozen in an instant. Time seems to stand still in this moment. They're reduced to a single block of ice of varying shapes and sizes, maintaining a pouncing stance, like an exquisite ice sculpture, suddenly fixed in mid-air. Chapter 121. The white cat demon saw this scene and, he couldn't help but frown slightly. She had originally thought that these phantom cats could cause Ao-chen quite a bit of trouble, but I didn't expect Ao-chen to be so powerful. It diffused her offense so easily. She bit her lip, reluctantly. There was a flash of viciousness in his eyes, immediately following. Once again, she waved her hands frantically and mouthed the words. As she moved, it's as if the peach trees in the peach forest are being manipulated by an invisible force. It began to shake wildly. Those branches are like a long whip, with the sound of the wind, drawing towards Ao-chen. Ao-chen's body flashed. Like a ghost, he skillfully avoided the attacks of those branches. His movements were light and agile, and, it's as if it blends in with its surroundings. While dodging, spiritual energy condensed rapidly in his hands. In the blink of an eye, a blue water sword was formed. That water sword emanated a chilling, flickering light that, it was as if it contained endless power. Ao-chen swung with all his might. The water sword in his hand was like a bolt of blue lightning that, stabbing towards the white cat demon. The white cat demon saw this and leaped lightly and, skillfully avoided Ao-chen's attack. She dodged as she mouthed the words, "Little Dragon Prince, you're really something. However, this is not enough. Oh, with this skill, you can't think of taking someone away from the illusory Beaver Mountain." Saying that, she pulled a small black bottle out of her arms and threw it towards Ao Chen. Ao Chen's eyes were quick, and his water sword blocked it. The spiritual energy instantly shattered the vial like a sharp blade. However, a black smoke filled the bottle from it quickly enveloped towards Ao Chen. Ao Chen's heart was startled, and he hurriedly held his breath and, exerting his spiritual power with all his might to disperse that black smoke, his spiritual energy was like a raging tide that forced the black smoke back a little. However, just as he was distracted to dispel the smoke, the white cat demon suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. In his hand was a slender dagger, stabbing towards his back. Ao Chen sensed the danger and turned around violently. With great reflexes, using the water sword in his hand, he blocked the white cat demon's dagger. Immediately following, a flash of anger flashed through Ao Chen's eyes. Turn around violently. Spiritual energy surged out of his body like a volcano erupting. Make a spiritual strike. Powerful spiritual energy like a hurricane, knocking the white cat demon out heavily. It fell to the ground. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of the white cat demon's mouth. A pained look came over his face. Ao Chen took one step towards the white cat demon. He said coldly, "Now, what else do you have to say? Quickly hand over my eldest sister and little Phoenix. Don't make any more pointless struggles." The white cat demon is lying on the ground, suddenly laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, little dragon prince, you think you've won? Too naive. You think that's all I've got?" Having said that, she mouthed a bizarre string of incantations. The spell seemed to come from the dark abyss with a slight chill. Ao Chen only felt a sharp pain coming from his arm. It was like being burned by a blazing fire. He subconsciously looked down and only a black mark appeared on his arm at some point. The mark was as if it were a living thing, was spreading rapidly up his arm. Wherever it passed, the skin rippled with black. Ao Chen was shocked in his heart. He quickly mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, trying to suppress that black mark. However, no matter how hard he tries, spiritual energy, however, was as useless as a clay ox entering the sea. All he could feel was the dryness and heat in his body. It was as if a great burning fire was raging in the bowels of the heart, and his spiritual energy was beginning to become disorganized as well, like a wild horse out of control. The white cat demon slowly got up from the ground and, with a smug grin on his face, said, "You silly little dragon, you've already been hit by my acacia strange poison before. Once this poison kicks in, your spiritual energy will be completely disrupted. You'll just wait obediently to become my puppet." Ha 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 ha. Ao Chen gritted his teeth, strongly enduring the pain that came like a tidal wave in his body. Looking angrily at the white cat demon, he cursed loudly, "You wicked cat demon, actually poisoning in the dark. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square." However, as the poison continues to spread through the body, Ao Chen only felt his body getting hotter and hotter. Consciousness is also starting to become blurred and the scene in front of him gradually became distorted. Soon, Ao Chen only felt that the sky was spinning. The whole world seemed to be spinning madly. It was as if his body was being gnawed on by thousands of ants. Every inch of his skin sent a sharp pain through his heart. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. It rolled down like beads on a broken string. But Ao Chen still held his body strong and refused to fall. When he raised his head again with difficulty, instead, he saw a familiar figure slowly walking towards him. That's none other than Feng Ning. But at this moment, she was a different person from her usual self. No more of the old arrogance. At the moment, it exudes a different kind of gentleness. It looked unusually soft and shy. She still wore the tight red dress that was as bright as a flame. It outlined her delicate figure to the fullest. That little white face, flooded with a light, delicate pink. It was endlessly flattering. Her eyes were slightly lowered, and between them it seems to have a million flavors swirling in it. Those tiny red lips rose slightly. It was like a smile, but it was not a smile. It was a seductive smile. Ao Chen's heart was filled with doubts. Couldn't help but mumble, "Feng Ning?" That white cat demon was slightly startled, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes as then he asked, Who did you say?" Ao Chen had long been hallucinating under the influence of the acacia strange poison at this point, not even noticing the difference in front of him. Immediately dropping all guards, quickly walking towards that white cat demon, he held out his hand gently, grabbed Feng Ning by the shoulders, eyes full of concern. He reconfirmed, "Feng Ning?" That white cat demon looked at Ao Chen in this manner. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a wry smile. There was a flash of realization in his eyes. She mused darkly. It turns out that this little dragon already has a beloved in his heart. That's interesting. So, she deliberately softened her voice and said softly, I am whoever you say I am. Ao-chan heard this and, a swirl in his heart. No longer able to hold on to the worries and concerns of their hearts. As soon as he took Feng Ning in his arms, the tone was full of deep emotion and anxiety. Feng Ning, are you alright? Earlier, you and eldest sister were captured by that dastardly cat demon. As soon as I thought of you being locked in a cage with your spell sealed, and eldest sister being so innocent and easily bullied, I was worried sick. Saying that, Ao-chan slowly released her and asked again eagerly, by the way, where's eldest sister? Where is she? The white cat demon looked at Ao-chan in this manner. A smug smile appeared on his face and he said softly, you want to find eldest sister? Then follow me. Saying this, she stretched out her white, jade-like hand and, gently holding Ao-chan's hand, leading him slowly towards his boudoir. Asterisk. Ao-chan stepped into that boudoir. The gossamer mantle swayed seemingly in the breeze. Like a dream. It was as if he had been dragged into an ethereal wonderland. Everything around us is disoriented and, it's as if there's a veil through which you can't really see. His eyes fell on the Feng Ning in front of him, eyes gradually drifting into a trance. Consciousness also began to sink in the chaos. The white cat demon moved lightly with lotus steps, slowly turn around. In that pair of eyes, tenderness and seduction were intertwined and entwined. It's like a deep, dark pool, easily sucks people into it. She walked over to Ao-chan in a graceful manner. Her delicate hand was lightly lifted, gently pulling Ao-chan's hand, lead him to the edge of the bed. Immediately following, she reached out her jade hand and gently slid it across Ao-chan's chest. The movement was as gentle as a feather brushing against your skin, bringing up a slight shudder. Ao-chan was already parched from the attack of the acacia poison. At this moment, I only feel that there is a blazing fire in my body that is instantly ignited. From the bottom of his heart, he burned. It spreads to all the limbs. His breathing became rapid and heavy, and the chest rose and fell violently. However, even in this state of delirium, Ao-chan still, by virtue of his tenacious will, forcing back the dry heat that was churning like a wave in his body, and that chaotic, unsettled consciousness, words squeezed from his throat with difficulty. Feng Ning, where is eldest sister? How exactly is she doing? The corners of the white cat demon's lips rose lightly, showing a smile that was as flirtatious as it could be. The voice was as gentle as a yellow warbler coming out of the valley. Eldest senior sister is fine. Just put your heart in your stomach. Look at you. Now that you've been hit by this acacia poison, someone has to come and detoxify you. Having said that, she raised her jade hand lightly once more and, slowly caressing Ao-chan's face. The dragon boy in front of me. The lines of his handsome face were soft and unobtrusive. With an innate elegance between her brows and her eyes, like an exiled immortal from an ancient psalm. It was as if a shimmering light had enveloped his body. Such poise. It's a little bit of a titillator. It makes you want to ravage him. Savor the beauty of this one of a kind. The white cat demon couldn't help but swallow. I'd love to see what this handsome face would look like after being abused. He. Her fingers gently slid over Ao-chan's eyebrows, the bridge of his nose, and then it slowly slid over the knot of his throat. Immediately following, she began to slowly go and undo the sash of Ao-chan's. Move gently and slowly. Each movement carries a different kind of rhythm. However, just as the white cat demon's hand was about to undo the last sash of Ao-chan's clothing, Ao-chan, however, suddenly felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. With a sharp hand, he grabbed her wrist and, eyes staring straight at her. You're not Feng Ning, the white cat demon sniffed. The figure was stunned, and his heart was steeped in shock and, could it be that this little dragon recognized it so quickly? But she quickly composed herself, and with a smile still on her face, pretending to be puzzled, he said, Little dragon, what nonsense are you talking about? If I'm not Feng Ning, who else could I be? Ao-chan stared intently into her eyes, with anger and alarm in their eyes. Word for word, Feng Ning is a hothead. She wouldn't have undressed me so slowly and methodically. If she were here, she would have ripped my clothes apart long ago. Without realizing it, after posting this chapter the book is already 300,000 words long. Thank you to each and every one of you papas who have stuck around to read this far. Your urges and comments are what keep me going down the water. Not the motivation to keep writing. I am grateful and thankful. Feel free to punch in here. 300,000 word reading punch in place. Chapter 122, The Battle. The white cat demon instantly froze when it heard Ao-chan's words. She struggled to understand the little dragon cub. No, brother. With your handsome, dumb and seductive look, What sister could resist tearing your lapels off when she sees you? What about a peek under the shirt? Next, a bolt of lightning flashed through her mind and a hint of cunning flashed through the white cat demon's eyes. She guffawed and pouted. Naughty. It was too late, but she saw her claws reach out and did something that had been itching to be done for a long time. There's a tinkle. A tinkle. Ao Chen's clothes were instantly torn to shreds by her. Ao Chen only felt his brain was in a state of chaos. It was as if the blood of the whole body had been set on fire. And it was so hot that it almost boiled over. His consciousness drifted in a wave of heat that, before there could be any reaction, he was then violently pushed down on top of the soft bed by that white cat demon. The white cat demon's flirtatious, yet wild figure. Half kneeling at Ao Chen's waist. Condescendingly, she enveloped him in her body, that auburn hair like a waterfall falling freely. A few strands of hair fell down next to Ao Chen's cheek. It brought a hint of itchiness if anything. Little dragon cub, so you actually like this kind of molestation? He. The words have not yet been spoken. Her gaze was then firmly attracted by Ao Chen's mouth-watering body in front of her. That body. It's as flawless as a carving. Smooth and powerful musculature. Every inch of her skin glows with a tantalizing glow. As if it were a work of art, crafted by the gods. You can't help but want to reach out and touch. Savoring. The white cat demon's throat rolled involuntarily. A glint of crystallized saliva slipped quietly from the corner of his mouth. She cursed in her mind. Damn. That stinky girl called Feng Ning eats so well. Today, be sure to let my old lady have a taste. With that in mind, her tail wagged uncontrollably and quickly. Like a kitten that's finally found its favorite toy. The excitement was overwhelming. She leaned in slightly and the tip of his tongue flicked the reddish lips of the, with undisguised greed surging in his eyes. A delicate murmur. Brother, come, let your sister hurt you well. With the sound of petulant laughter, her hand slowly explored Ao Chen and the fingertips had almost touched Ao Chen's hot skin. Ao Chen's consciousness was stirred up by the acacia poison. The scene before us is as if it were shrouded in mist. The shadows are not really visible. Trance. He only thought that the person in front of him was the Feng Ning who always acted recklessly and made him love and hate her. This illusion. It made his originally tense body instantly relax and a hint of reassurance and fondness showed in his eyes. He tilted his head slightly and the line of the neck was hidden in the dim light of the. At the moment, her heart is full of dependence on Feng Ning, unconsciously softening his stance. With a touch of docility and obedience. Allowing the white cat demon in front of him to run amok. Defenseless. A charming affair seemed about to take place inevitably. Just in the nick of time, there was a subtle sound from outside. It's a soft voice, though, but as if it were a bolt of lightning, instantly splitting her intoxicated desire. The white cat demon's eyes steeped in awe, eyes that were originally full of charm and bewilderment. It became sharp as an eagle in a flash. With a cold aura, she snapped her head around and snapped. Who dares to trespass on my condensed fragrance pavilion? Immediately following, with a quick sweep of her jade hand in front of Ao Chen's eyes suddenly lost focus and the whole thing fell into a deep unconsciousness. And the white cat demon was like a white phantom that, sprinting out towards the source of the sound, just stepped out of the room. The sight in front of her caused her pupils to instantly contract dramatically. Only a woman dressed in red. Standing quietly in the middle of the courtyard, and at the woman's feet, there were 7 or 8 figures lying in a heap. It's none other than a bunch of her right-hand men. The henchmen had their clothes in shreds and, like a leaf that has been ravaged by the wind, the spiritual energy around his body is disorganized, like a dying candle flame, swaying in the wind. There was a touch of blood hanging from the corner of each man's mouth, staining the ground with a dark patch. Obviously, it had suffered an extremely tragic and heavy blow. And the girl in front of me, dressed in a tight red dress, it was as if flames were burning at the hem of the skirt of the flames are rolling. It churned uncontrollably with her movements. A head of long, shiny black hair fell behind her like a waterfall. It accentuated her snowy skin. On that stunningly beautiful face, the eyes were like cold stars, cold and eye-catching. The beauty is unbelievable. The white cat demon sees this. A monstrous rage welled up in his heart and the fire that instantly consumed her sanity. Rage asked, "Stinky girl, what are you?" Feng Ning glanced at her coldly and the voice is like frost on a cold night. Coldly, "Turn in." The white cat demon put on an innocent look. Skittishly, he said, "What man? I don't know what you're talking about." Feng Ning's eyebrows knit slightly. There was a flash of impatience in the eyes of. Again the order was given. "Turn in." The white cat demon snorted coldly. Arrogant. Humph. If you want to snatch someone from this palace master's hands, It depends on whether or not you have the ability to do so. Shasta. Spiritual energy surged around her. The white light is like a raging tide. It converged wildly around her. The fluctuation of spiritual energy drew her hair to fly wildly. The whole person exudes a chillingly powerful aura of danger is in the air. Immediately following, a deadly stream of air whistled. Feng Ning's eyes darkened suddenly. The pupils of the pupils seemed to be ablaze with fire. It contained endless anger. With a gentle lift of her jade hand, seemingly careless, however, it steadily blocked the white cat demon's surefire strike. Powerful spiritual forces colliding with each other. With a dull thud, it was as if the air around them had been torn apart by a pair of huge, invisible hands. Ripples visible to the naked eye rippled out in layers. Feng Ning's complexion was cold. The voice was cold and piercing, permeated with endless killing intent. It's like a judgment from hell. How dare you covet this princess's person? This princess will skin you today. Although the white cat demon had already felt Feng Ning's frighteningly strong power, but she was stubborn by nature. How could she admit defeat so easily? She gritted her teeth and spiritual energy surged madly around his body once again. His figure was like lightning as he lunged towards Feng Ning. Her claws swung sharply through the air. A cold, chilling light. Each blow was filled with the determination to kill. In the face of the white cat demon that was frantically pouncing, Feng Ning looked calm and collected. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked into a cold smile that smile was full of undisguised contempt. As if the white cat demon with its teeth and claws in front of him was nothing more than an insignificant mole cricket. It wasn't even worth putting in her eyes. Immediately following, she raised her hands slowly and the spiritual energy around his body surged and converged like a raging wave. Shasta. A blinding red flame flashed steeply and, as if a firstborn blazing sun had blossomed in her palm. The light is blinding. The blazing heat of makes it almost impossible to see straight. Brush. This powerful spiritual energy was like a sharp blade cutting through the sky. The white cat demon was under the impact of this volley of, without the slightest resistance, instantly knocked back. A snow-white cat the size of a panther, like a kite with a broken string, heavily falling against the wall behind him. With a dull thumping sound. The walls all had a few minor cracks in them as a result. That white cat demon was obviously enraged by this sudden heavy blow. The hairs on his body stood on end, like a hedgehog with its fur blown out. The green eyes glittered with madness and resignation. Defiantly, he once again lunged madly towards Feng Ning. Chapter 123 Inspection. However, Feng Ning's movements were as fast as lightning. She flashed her body. Like a ghost, he instantly arrived behind the cat demon. At this moment, a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. Feng Ning's hand swung violently in the air. Shasta. Spiritual energy surged like a raging wave between his hands, forming a large invisible yet oppressive net. This web of spiritual energy emanated a searing light that the air around it trembled slightly at its presence. Immediately following, she snapped her hands together and tear it with all your might. The action was determined and decisive. Just for a moment, all that could be heard was a meow, a scream of the utmost distress. That cat demon's fur was torn by the powerful spiritual power of stripped from their bodies instantly and without resistance. It was as if it had been ripped off alive by a large, invisible hand. The fur is fading, revealing the bloody, gruesome body of the cat demon. It was a bloody mess to behold, but in the blink of an eye, this white cat demon, who was arrogant and domineering and untouchable just now, I lost my breath. The limbs went limp, collapsing helplessly to the floor. Into a dead cat. This brief but intense struggle between, and with it came to an abrupt end. Feng Ning's complexion was cold, and her gaze was like frost. Without even looking at the already dead cat demon on the ground, stepped right into the boudoir. Inside the boudoir, a mess. Aochin was weak and limp on top of the white cat demon's bed. The upper half of his clothes had long since been torn to shreds. The ragged pieces of cloth were strewn around in a messy way, and large white chests were exposed to the air without any cover. His chest rose and fell violently. Each breath seemed sharp and heavy. The moment Feng Ning stepped into the room, a complex and indistinguishable emotion flashed under his eyes. Immediately following, anger burned in her eyes. It was as if the boudoir was going to burn out. She quickly walked towards Aochan and footsteps are hurried. Follow me. With that, she picked up Aochan, who was on the bed, and a flash of red light. The two of them instantly transiently moved outside to a remote place alongside the mountains. Feng Ning cast a quick spell with both hands, drawing a graceful arc in the air. Immediately following, a boundary slowly appeared. The junction shone with a reddish, languid light, like a translucent veil. Soft but tough, cut off from all the noise and prying eyes of the outside world. In it, a private space is formed that is uniquely theirs. Inside the boundaries, like a dream, it was so quiet that you could only hear each other breathing. Feng Ning wrinkled her nose. Disgusted. Stinky little dragon. Smelling like a stinky cat. The dislike in that tone of voice that. Yet there was a different kind of intimacy. Immediately following, Feng Ning mobilized her spiritual energy around her body. Hands raised slowly, with a soft glow in the palm of his hand. Enveloping Ao Chen's entire body in it. Start purging the cat poison from his body. Spiritual energy is like a fine rain, penetrating every inch of Ao Chen's skin. Take away that sickening cat demon scent. After the cat poison was purged, the difficult acacia poison is still rampaging and raging in Ao Chen's body. At this time, Ao Chen, no longer able to support themselves. The body slumped and collapsed heavily to the ground. His body began to wriggle uncontrollably. The hands began to claw at his body in a flurry of panic. As if that would dispel the pain that was like a shadow. A look of pain was written all over his face. The beads of sweat continued to roll down his forehead. The eyes are misty. Consciousness is gradually becoming blurred in this endless torment. As if in a dark mist, not a single light could be found. Ao Chen only felt a strange itch all over his body. That itch that goes to the bone. It was like there were countless little insects gnawing at his flesh and blood. His hands clawed haphazardly at his chest. The fingernails across the skin. It makes a hissing sound. In a few moments, the clothes were then torn and tattered from his scratches. There were also a dozen more shocking red wounds on his chest. But even so, that annoying itch has not been relieved in the least. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger, bringing him close to breaking down. That look, anyone who looks at it, a pang of pity would have flown through the heart of. Couldn't resist the urge to ravage it again. But Feng Ning at the moment, but stood quietly in front of Ao Chen. Quietly, he looked at his agonized form. Her eyes were complicated and, it's like a deep, deep lake, hiding a lot of unspeakable emotions. Feng Ning stared silently for a moment, finally crouching down beside Ao Chen. The two of them closed the distance in an instant. The heat and pain emanating from Ao Chen's body hit him. Feng Ning jerked her hand out and, roughly pinching Ao Chen's chin, forcing him to lift his head and meet his gaze. Her voice had a slight chill to it. Did it get dirty? At this time, Ao Chen's eyes were mesmerized. Everything in front of me blurred into a dark mass of shadows. Only by instinct, the outline of Feng Ning was vaguely recognizable. His lips trembled slightly but his throat seemed to be blocked. It's hard to make a sound. The strength in Feng Ning's hands suddenly increased. Pressed the question again. Speak, is it soiled yet? Ao Chen ate the pain and vaguely squeezed out a few words. No. Feng Ning. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up into a meaningful smile. No? Then this princess will have to take a good test. After the words are spoken, her vermilion lips parted and she read coldly. Red flame chain. Shasta. A flash of fire in the void. The chain of red flames that burned with a blazing fire was like a nimble fiery serpent that, instantly, Ao Chen's wrists were tightly imprisoned together. Immediately following, with a casual wave in the air, a white jade vessel glowing with an ethereal light instantly appeared in his palm. This jade is crystal clear. A soft blue light flows through it. It's carved with delicate runes. It was as if it contained endless mysterious power. Feng Ning coldly spat out two words. Open up. Ao Chen's brows furrowed. The sharp pain coming from his body made him stifle a grunt and, subconsciously, he tried to struggle. Did this princess give you permission to move? Feng Ning's voice instantly dropped to freezing point. Like the bitter north wind, a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Just as Ao Chen was about to explain, he was rudely interrupted by Feng Ning. Don't move. The eerie blue light on that jade flickered and, scrutinizing Ao Chen's body, every touch, it all gave him a strange feeling. The jade is just the right temperature, warm and cool, but under its stimulus, Ao Chen, however, became more and more strangely itchy. The body trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, a scalding hot current surged through Ao Chen's body like a raging wave. It was as if there was a blazing fire burning between his internal organs, exacerbating the hard feelings he was experiencing. He couldn't hold back any longer, subconsciously squirming and, a vain attempt to break free from this double torture. Feng Ning's lips rose slightly, with flirtation in his eyes, while maneuvering the pure jade in his hand, which was emitting an ethereal light. One side teases, little dragon cub, how did you get yourself into this mess again? Usually is not high and proud. How this time even fell into the way of a small cat demon, but also almost be. Before the words are finished, a flash of stern killing intent flashed steeply in her eyes. Cold as a blade coming out of its sheath. It seems to penetrate everything in an instant. But this killing intent was silently suppressed by her in an instant. The smirking look was back on his face. Called it hard to fathom her mind. A few moments later, the light of the pure jade faded and, inspection complete. Feng Ning's lips curved up in an arc, with rancor and celebration. Looking askance at Ao Chen with downcast eyes. Spit lightly. Humph. So close to being defiled by that filth. Having said that, her jade hand flicked up, putting the pure jade away steadily. And then the jade finger lightly tapped on Ao Chen's chest. The movements may seem gentle. However, it vaguely carries a bit of irresistible power. She leaned over slightly and, close to Ao Chen's ear, word for word, though his voice is soft, but with a bone-chilling chill. Little dragon, keep in mind that you are mine and belong to this princess alone. Was, is, and always will be. If you dare to be tainted in the slightest by another woman, this princess will definitely pull out your dragon tendons and make you beg for your life and death. Chapter 124, Healing. Feng Ning's seemingly careless light touch, but it seems like a current instantly leaps through Ao Chen's whole body. An unprecedented tingling sensation spread rapidly from her chest to her limbs and bones. His body jerked uncontrollably. Caught in a whirlwind of unspeakable sensitivity intertwined with longing, Ao Chen used all his strength. Trembling, he held out his hand, with a death grip on Feng Ning's hand. The voice was full of pleading. Feng Ning, I can't. I'm dying. Feng Ning lowered her eyes. An imperceptible twinkle of movement flashed in his eyes. Softly soothing. Don't worry. With this princess here, you can't die. Then, tilting her head slightly, she, with a sly glint in his eye. But the little dragon has to tell me how this princess should save you? Ao Chen opened his mouth laboriously and, trying to say what the heart wants. But my throat felt like it was choked with cotton. The voice was hoarse to the point of being barely audible. Feng Ning frowned slightly when she saw this. A hint of impatience crossed his face. Inaudible. Ao Chen was helpless. With every last ounce of strength, slowly, he approached her ear. His breath faint. I beg you. Me. Though the voice is as thin as a fly. Feng Ning, however, heard the truth. Shasta. The corners of her mouth rose uncontrollably. And, a smug to the core smile blossomed uncontrollably on her lips. Like capturing the most precious prey in the world. She narrowed her eyes slightly and, a flash of cunning and self-satisfaction in his eyes. Then the vermilion lips parted and, it was as loud as a mosquito but clearly audible. Little dragon, don't beg me in that tone of voice this princess won't be able to resist. Her voice was as soft as a springtime breeze. Yet there was a hint of unquestionable strength. Remember, little dragon, this is what you begged me for. She narrowed her eyes slightly and, silently gazing at Ao Chen in front of him. Only his hair was disheveled and, strewn wantonly over the bare forehead of the. A few strands of sweat slid slowly down his cheeks and, tick-tock, it landed on his chest, which was slightly reddened from pain. This scene, actually added a few points of different charm for no reason. Feng Ning looked at this tantalizing dragon Yukai in front of him, the last vestige of reserve in the heart. It falls apart in this instant. Shasta. The teasing flirtation that had been in her eyes vanished without a trace. In its place were two clusters of blazing, fiery longing. That gaze, as if it could set one on fire. Hot and rolling. She slowly approached Ao Chen's ear. Exhale. Little dragon, don't be afraid. This princess is coming to save you. The words have not yet been spoken. Without further hesitation, she moves like lightning. Ao Chen had not yet had time to react in any way. He was then held down solidly by a powerful force. All he felt was a flash of light in front of him and, next, the body then landed heavily on the soft grass. Let that Feng Ning do whatever he wants to him. Asterisk. Inside the boundaries. A piece of charming. There's an ambiguity in the air. The figures of the two men gradually intertwined and, indistinguishable from each other. Asterisk. Moon Spirit just went through a fierce fight. Successfully decimated a wave of cat demons. However, she hadn't gotten more than a few steps out of another group of cat demons like a raging tide of, rapidly closing in from all sides. Instantly trapping her in the center. These cat demons are athletic. It reeks of wildness. Their eyes glittered with a ferocious, ghostly light that, a low, guttural growl escaped the lips of the voice seemed to come from an endless abyss of darkness. Chilling. Apparently ready to launch a new onslaught. Yuling's face sank. A harsh, cold light flashed in his eyes and, without hesitation, he once again mobilized the spiritual energy in his body. Her spiritual energy stirred around her. The light in his eyes was so great that, spiritual energy is like a bright and colorful laser, shooting out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, those cat demons were chopped into two. The cat demons didn't even have time to let out a single scream of misery. Then they fell to the ground in droves. No sign of life. After settling this wave of cat demons, Moonling gasped slightly and, gently wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, then continue along the winding trail. As it continues to deepen, the scenery around her, however, became more and more familiar to her. Her brow couldn't help but grow furrowed and a strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. It looks like this place has been here before. There was a hint of doubt and anxiety in her voice. In desperation, Yuling's hands danced quickly. Spiritual energy rapidly gathered at his fingertips. She then jerked her finger forward and, drink loudly, open, Shasta. The road ahead seemed to be instantly cleared by an invisible layer of fog. Become visible, as if they were being seen through. Moon Spirit saw this and, not stopping for a moment, hurriedly, he quickened his pace and ran forward. It didn't go very far. An abrupt red knot caught her eye. The knot gave off an eerie, mesmerizing glow that, it stood out in the claustrophobic surroundings. What's with the knots? Yuling couldn't help but murmur, brows furrowed in a tight frown. The eyes were full of doubt and caution. She approached cautiously and, the footsteps are very light, fearing that he might startle some unknown existence within the boundaries. With the gradual approach of, there was some sound, if any, coming from within the boundaries. The voice was muffled yet inexplicably blushing. Yuling was shocked in her heart. A bad feeling came over me. She moved forward again and, the intertwined figures of two men were vaguely visible inside. Shasta. Her eyes were as wide as brass bells and, instant realization set in. Her cheeks flushed rapidly as she, like it was on fire, not daring to stay any longer. Moonling turns around and, like an arrow out of a string, darted away as if fleeing. Her heart was beating like thunder. The blurry image he had just seen kept echoing in his mind. Inside that knot, it's clearly Feng Ning and little brother. This realization sent shockwaves through Moon Spirit's heart. Moon Spirit panicked and ran for her life. The wind whistles through the ears of her heart, too, like the fallen leaves in this wind. It's been a long time coming. I don't know how far I've gotten. The rapid breathing only slowly calmed. But that lingering feeling of sourness, but the more intense it made her heart sink. And, full of indescribable flavor. Just as she was filled with frustration, a group of familiar figures suddenly appeared ahead. Fix your eyes on this. It was actually Song Rin who hurriedly arrived with a group of Dragon Clan children. Each of these Dragon Clan children had an upright stance, standing proud as a pine. When he raises his hand and throws his feet, he shows his extraordinary temperament. They're imposing. There is a natural aura of greatness and righteousness emanating from his body. It's as bright as a star. It's got a superb temperament. In this slightly eerie mountain forest, imitating a ray of light, Yuling was shocked and delighted that, for a moment, all the mixed emotions were washed away by the sudden surprise of the, off-the-cuff, Sang Rin saw Moon Spirit and, there was an instant flash of surprise in the eyes of, the light was as bright as the break of dawn. He couldn't care less. Hurriedly and quickly, he ran up to shouted as he ran, Moon Spirit. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Moon Spirit. Eyes full of concern, looking her up and down carefully, without sparing a single detail, as if to make sure she's really alright. Mouth asked, are you hurt and are you well? Yuling looked at Song Rin in front of her. The clutter, tension and exhaustion of the mind, like being brushed by a gentle spring breeze. It was a great relief. She nodded slightly and, with a reassuring smile on his face, he said softly, I'm fine. As the words fall, as if she suddenly remembered something, with a flash of doubt in his eyes, he asked immediately afterward, Kangrin, what brings you here? Song Rin said with a slight smile, it was Junior Brother who sent me a message in advance with his summoning jade pendant, which is why I rushed here with everyone. Saying that, he pulled out the piece of summoning jade pendant from his bosom, only to see that a faint light was still flickering on it. Pale Rin paused, a flash of concern in his eyes. He then asked, where is Junior Brother? Where is he now? Yuling was slightly stunned. The image that had embarrassed and soured her instantly came to mind. Hesitating for a split second, he said softly, he and Princess Feng Ning are healing. Chapter 125, Boundaries. I don't know how long. Only gradually did Ao Chen's consciousness awaken from the chaos. He opened his eyes slowly, only to realize that his mind was dazed and all the limbs felt as if they had been struck by a heavy object and sore as hell. However, when he saw Feng Ning beside him, all the pain seemed to disappear in an instant. Only Feng Ning had a seeming smile on the corner of her mouth, eyes straight at him, as if waiting for him to wake up. Ao Chan was instantly startled. The brain is racing, trying to remember what happened before. He remembered that he had originally come to this illusory beaver mountain in search of eldest sister and Feng Ning. He tracked it all the way, but he fell into the cat demon's trap. It's caught up with her. Between blurs of consciousness, it was Feng Ning who rescued him from the cat demon's illusion. The two also spent some loving time together afterward. Ao-chen looked at Feng Ning somewhat uncomfortably, pulling a smile out of his face in embarrassment. Trying to break the silence. Feng Ning. Feng Ning tilted her head slightly and responded softly. Ao-chen laughed dryly and tried to find something to talk about. You out of your cage? Ha! Feng Ning nodded her head gently. A faint smile appeared on his face. Yeah. Ao-chen's smile grew more and more rigid. He racked his brain trying to continue the conversation. Oh, well. You've suffered. Feng Ning, however, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a mischievous arc. The tone was slightly flirtatious. It's not bitter at all. I'm happy in the cage. I have food and drink and people to serve me. Ao-chen was busy changing the subject. Feng Ning, I read in the book that the phoenix likes to eat fire spirit fruits. I bought you a lot of fire spirit fruits. Feng Ning gently shook her head and said, Don't. What's so delicious about the fire spirit fruit? This princess prefers to eat the Xian ice marrow. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Ao-chen's forehead as he hurriedly explained. No. Feng Ning, I really didn't know that you can't eat ice when you turn into a bird. I was wrong. Feng Ning looked at Ao-chen's embarrassed appearance. There was a smirk that seemed to play at the corners of his mouth. Her eyes, however, seemed to stare at Ao-chen with deep meaning. The voice was soft but with a touch of unrecognizable oppression. Where is the little dragon's fault? Having this heart is enough. Ao-chen was relieved to hear this. However, before he could react, Feng Ning's slender but powerful little hand had already grabbed his ear with precision. With a slight push of her fingers, as if declaring her complex emotions at the moment. Ouch ouch ouch. Hiss. Feng Ning quickly stop. Ao-chen's features crumpled together in pain. He tried to break away from Feng Ning's hand, only to find that he couldn't move at all. His head unconsciously tilted with the tugged ear. Trying to alleviate that drilling pain. However, it was all in vain. For a few short moments, his ears were then reddened by the pulling of the, like ripe fruit. Only then did Feng Ning let go of his hand. Her gaze was like a torch, staring straight at Ao-chen. The tone was full of anger. Stinky little dragon. There are still a lot of scores the princess wants to settle with you. Ao-chen couldn't be bothered to rub his ears. He looked around the room in a panic and, only then did he realize that he and Feng Ning were in a boundary. He subconsciously looked down and, seeing myself naked, clothes were torn into bits of cloth scattered around. Ao-chen frowned, trying to move around a bit. Instead, a sharp jolt of soreness hit him, legs as heavy as lead. Every ounce of movement involved sinews and bones. It hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Ao-chen looked at Feng Ning with a face full of astonishment. Questioned, What have you done to me? There was a hint of trembling and anger in his voice. Feng Ning tilted her head, a hint of cunning flashing through her eyes, flicked her lips. Guess what? Ao-chen stared at his disobedient legs, feeling that strange sensation in his body. Emotions were running high and his voice was unconsciously raised. It's too much. How dare you? The words were on his lips, but he swallowed them down, because it was really hard for him to talk about those unimaginable speculations. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. It was as if that smile could seduce a person's soul. When we did it just now, Xiaolong wasn't quite awake, and now that Xiaolong is awake, we'll do it again. The words have not yet been spoken. She's moving like lightning. Instantly, he bullied his way to the top. Both hands tightly clasped Ao-chen's wrists. Little dragon just now, can be enthusiastic it? Over and over again beg me, want me, or poison little dragon is more adorable. Feng Ning said while gently running his fingers across Ao-chen's cheeks. That ambiguous action in words caused Ao-chen's face to instantly turn red. Ao-chen only felt a wave of shame wash over him. I can't wait to find a crack in the ground. He panicked and avoided Feng Ning's gaze, stuttered in explanation. That's me being poisoned, with a hint of aggression and resignation in his voice. As if in a desperate attempt to set aside the unpleasantness of earlier. Little dragons are so cute. Feng Ning laughed softly, laughter as clear as silver bells. Yet, it made Ao-chen feel incredibly embarrassed. Her hands once again roamed restlessly over Ao-chen's body. The blazing touch caused Ao-chen to tremble. How could Ao-chen give in? He's like a trapped animal. While struggling with his hands and feet, trying to break free of Feng Ning's hold, while heartily trying to divert Feng Ning's attention. Feng Ning, we still have to go find eldest senior sister. She's out there alone. I don't feel at ease. However, Feng Ning, however, acted as if she hadn't heard him, continuing his movements. Ao Chen was in a hurry, and not caring much, he shouted, Feng Ning, you, stop it. His voice echoed through the boundaries of the, but it didn't stop Feng Ning's movements. Ao Chen was dead, weighted down by her, can't move. Instead, the worries in his heart grew like weeds. He's pulling out all the stops, struggling, trying to get up from Feng Ning's confinement. The veins on his forehead are bulging. Sweat continued to slide down his cheeks. Feng Ning, it's dangerous for eldest senior sister to be alone outside. Let's hurry and find her. Feng Ning's movements lurched. The eyes instantly went a few degrees colder. But soon, she's back to her usual self. There was a hint of disdain on his face. Don't worry, it's just a few cat demons. They can't help her unless she's really stupid. Ao Chen was still about to say something, but was interrupted by Feng Ning. You disobedient little dragon. Feng Ning's willow eyebrows went up, anger burning in her eyes. The tone of his voice carried a few threats, daring to mention another woman in front of this princess. It seems that your punishment is still too light. Saying that, the force under her hands increased steeply. With total anger and dominance. Ao Chen let out a scream, immediately following. The boundary is once again in a charming. Chapter 126 Alchemy. Within the boundaries, the ambiguity faded and the time seems to be stretched in passion. And after an unknown amount of time, it was only then that Feng Ning leisurely got up and, slowly and methodically, he straightened his lapel. She glanced at Ao Chen, who had collapsed on the ground, his breath not yet calmed. The corners of his mouth curled up in an impish grin that, with a graceful wave of her jade hand, Ao Chen's messy and broken clothes were instantly restored as before. Ao Chen was in a hurry, and not caring about the aches and pains and fatigue of his body. Hastily, he urged, quickly remove this boundary. We have to hurry to find eldest sister. Feng Ning had a light smile on her lips. Both hands quickly mobilized their mana and Shasta. The knot dissipated like light smoke. Ao Chen held his back. Every step seemed to be a struggle. The posture is weird and wretched. Feng Ning followed him, looking at his comical and pathetic appearance. Couldn't help but flirt. Can little dragon still walk? Do you need a hand from this princess? That tone was full of teasing and flirting. It was as if he was deliberately teasing Ao Chen. Ao Chen's face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. Stubbornly, he reached out to hold on to a nearby tree and, strongly holding back his discomfort, he said stiffly, yes. Having said that, then he gritted his teeth. Continue to move forward one step at a time. Feng Ning's eyes flashed with a hint of urging playfulness, in a deliberately long, unforgiving tone. But don't try to be brave. Oh, this princess can build a wheelchair for Xiaolong to enjoy exclusively afterward, so that you can also be more relaxed. The flirtation in those words grew stronger. It was as if he was rubbing salt into Ao Chen's wounds. Ao Chen turned back to gave her a hard stare. Humph, keep it for yourself. He turned his head in indignation and, keep trudging along. Suddenly, Ao Chen looked as if he had sensed something and, stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes became instantly wary and, there's a demonic aura. He raised his hand quickly and, signaled Feng Ning to be silent. Just then, the sound of a cat demon's conversation came faintly from up ahead. One cat demon rasped to the other. There aren't enough ingredients for this alchemy, so go report it to the palace master. Ao Chen and Feng Ning instantly glanced at each other. The two men understood each other, silently as two ghosts walking in the night, right behind that cat demon. In a few moments, they came to a hidden cave. Just approaching the cave, a pungent odor of medicine then hit me. The smell was a mixture of the bitter taste of herbs and the fishy taste of blood. It makes you want to vomit on the smell. Inside the cave, the dim light was unsettling. It was like being in a dark abyss. They were shocked to discover that. It's amazing that there's a bunch of kids locked up in here. Those kids were packed tightly into the tiny cage of the tiny bodies snuggled up to each other and the eyes were filled with fear and despair. By the cage, there stood a huge cauldron. Under the hearth, the flames are burning like wild demons. Tongues of orange-red fire rolled wildly. The leaping embers are like the greedy tongue of a demon, is eagerly licking everything around it. It scorched the air around it and twisted it out of shape. Next to the censer, baskets of fire spirit fruits are stacked haphazardly. That vivid color in the firelight, it gave off an eerie glow. A couple of cat demons with fierce glints in their eyes, extending sharp and razor-sharp claws. Like the scythe of death. Viciously, he yanked a little girl out of her cage. The little girl was as white as paper with fear. Desperately struggling, the weak body exploded with amazing strength. Her little hands were waving helplessly in the air. A hoarse cry escaped his lips. Help me! Somebody help me! The cries were shrill and mournful. echoing throughout the cavern. The voice was full of despair and fear. The cat demons, however, turned a deaf ear, with a cruel sneer on his face. The eyes were filled with indifference and disdain. One of the cat demons said viciously, "Don't struggle. Obediently becoming a material for alchemy is the best fate for your cheap life." The other cat demon chimed in, "That's right, when the purgatory demon pill is refined, you lowly humans will be of some use." Saying that, they ignore the little girl's cries and struggles, tugging at her with all his might. Shove it into the alchemy furnace that reeked of heat and death. Auchan is hiding in the shadows. Witness this. The anger in his heart is like a volcano about to erupt. Couldn't press on any longer. His eyes were glazed over and, with a stern aura emanating from his body. No more hiding. Sprinting out like a white lightning bolt. Nightly, stop it. Let go of the girl. Several cat demons were startled by the sudden roar of the, turning his head in horror. What kind of person? How dare you trespass here? Aochen's face was filled with anger. His eyes burned with the fire of anger that, pointing at the cat demons, he rebuked them bitterly. You bunch of demons, how dare you victimize living beings here again? Today is the day of your death. The cat demons see this. Immediately, he lunged with open teeth and claws. There's a ferocious gleam in their eyes. Sharp claws waving in the air. It makes a hissing sound. However, before Aochen could strike, Feng Ning had long ago raised her jade hand. The center of his palm instantly lit up with a blazing flame. The flame transformed into a long, agile and imposing chain that, the chain is entangled in a rolling wave of heat. Whistling and sweeping towards the cat demons. Before a few of the cat demons could let out a single scream. It was then precisely bound by this long chain of flames, taking them up in the air. It flew straight towards the furnace that was burning with a blazing fire. With a creepy zip sound, the cat demons were viciously thrown into the furnace. Shasta. The furnace is ablaze with fire. The flames originally used to refine the evil elixir instantly engulfed the cat demon, but in the blink of an eye, and they turned to ashes, dissipating into the pungent, smelly air. It was as if it had never existed on this earth. Feng Ning watched it all. Calmness. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly and, conjuring up a sneer of disdain, Johan said, "Refining Dan? Humph. Take yourself and refine your Dan." Aochen couldn't care less about his weak legs and sore back. Run over there with your arrows. Release all the children who are kept in cages. The little girl who was just rescued cried out in fear and, she clutched onto Aochen's coat, as if it was her only saving grace. "Brother, I'm afraid." Aochen crouched down and softly comforted. "Little sister, don't be afraid. Brother and sister will protect you. Brother and sister will send you home now." Aochen looked at Feng Ning. Only Feng Ning sniffed gently and, the expression instantly became cold and wary. "There are still demons here." The words, she jerked her head to the side and, with eyes like electricity, her jade hand pointed with force and, there was a loud boom. A stone wall came crashing down. There are a couple other cat demons behind the wall who are holding strange implements that, it seems to be performing some kind of evil ritual. They're terrified by this sudden turn of events. His face was as white as paper, and he turned around to flee. Feng Ning wouldn't give them a chance. Instantly a chain with flickering flames changed in his hand. The chain was like a spiritual snake that, flying through the air, with a blazing fire and endless majesty. In the blink of an eye, they had those cat demons tightly wrapped around the, keep them moving. The cat demons let out a wail of pain and, struggling against the chains that bind, but to no avail. Chapter 127 Purgatory Demon Pill. On Mirage Beaver Mountain, the ink clouds churned, as a heavy sheet of lead sinks down. It seemed to crush the rolling hills and forests alive. There's an eerie scent in the air. Subtle and intense, as if countless pairs of eyes hidden in the shadows were coldly peering at the. Every flick of the wind is wrapped in unknown danger. What? The Phoenix clan is here? Yuling's eyes widened, her eyes filled with shock. Sang Rin's face was grave, and he slowly nodded his head. Once again, he opened his mouth to ask, "Yes, Yuling, is Princess Feng Ning here with you?" Moon Spirit's eyebrows knitted slightly as she gently nodded in response. "Yes, my junior brother and I went down the mountain this time. Originally to seek the fire spirit fruit for her, which I had never thought that we would fall for the cat demon's treacherous plan and be taken captive here." Deep concern instantly welled up in Sang Rin's eyes as he heard. "Then Princess Feng Ning, is everything alright now?" Yuling nodded slightly, her tone certain, trying to reassure Kangrin. "Well, I think it should be safe and sound." Sang Rin's eyes flashed with a hint of imperceptible panic. Hurriedly, he explained, "The Feng clan has rushed to the Kunlun Mountains, naming us as the people they want. I received a summons from junior brother to rush here, And I was also ordered by Immortal Honor to make sure that we find Princess Feng Ning as soon as possible and bring her back safely. Moon Spirit sighed softly as realization dawned on her. So it is. Asterisk. At this point, Ao Chen led a group of children out of the cave in a line. The children's faces were still marked by the trepidation and fear of the aftermath of the robbery. Holding each other's hands, followed closely behind Ao Chen. Feng Ning, on the other hand, followed at the end of the group unhurriedly, holding in his hand a chain leaping with crimson flames. The other end of the chain, tightly tethered to a couple of shivering, drooping alchemy cat demons. The cat demons were yanked and, one can only stumble forward. They had just stepped out of the cave. Then he met with a few of the Dragon Clan's children. Yifeng and Haoran crashed into each other. Yifeng and Haoran looked aghast, instantly on alert, eyes falling warily on the crowd. In a stern voice, he inquired, "Who is it?" When he saw that the leader was Ao Chen, the caution on their faces instantly turned into surprise. And, off the cuff, "Junior? Senior brother Yifeng. Senior brother Haoran." Ao Chen was also filled with joy and quickly greeted him. Yifeng and Haoran looked at Ao Chen, unable to hide his excitement. He said, "Senior brother Tsang Rin received your summons and brought everyone here without stopping." Saying that, their gazes crossed over to Ao Chen and, falling on Feng Ning, the expression instantly became wary. This little phoenix was previously trapped in a cage. Now that they've been released by the young master, it's really elusive. Ao Chen saw this. Hurriedly, he voiced his appeasement. "Senior brother, Princess Feng Ning is our friend and has been a great help along the way." Yifeng and Haoran listened to despite the doubts in my mind, still reluctantly withdrawing his wary gaze. Say hello politely, Princess Feng Ning." Feng Ning nodded slightly, a soft in response. Hojo looked at the children and the cat demon. Full of doubt, he couldn't help but ask, "What is it with these kids and cat demons?" Ao Chen hurriedly informed Haoran of the whole story in a thorough and detailed manner. Hojo listened with a frown on his face. His expression was grave, and when Ao Chen had finished, he spoke immediately. "The situation is urgent. Let's hurry to report to eldest senior brother." Having said that, then he turned around at a brisk pace, hurriedly hurrying in the direction where Tsang Rin was. Asterisk. It didn't take long. Tsang Rin and Yu Ling led the crowd in a fiery rush. Just see them on their feet. The look was full of anxiety and concern. Ao Chen looked at them at a glance and, immediately, with a face full of joy, he greeted the voice was loud and clear as he shouted, "Senior brother Tsang Rin, eldest sister, Junior." Tsang Rin stepped forward quickly and, concern and worry were written in his eyes. His eyes moved away from Ao Chen and, falling on Feng Ning beside him. Mental note. Looks like she's really been let out of her cage. In spite of all the thoughts in my mind, Tsang Rin still looked polite, slightly indebted. He said, "Princess Feng Ning." Feng Ning's expression was calm. "It's like a deep, dark pool." Just a slight nod. A soft was given in response. Only then did Tsang Rin notice Ao Chen's subconscious movement of holding his waist from time to time. Couldn't help but be filled with concern, his tone full of worry. "Junior brother, what are you?" Yu Ling also rushed forward and, there was anxiety and heartache in his eyes. "Junior brother, what happened to your back?" Ao Chen tried to squeeze out a smile, trying to reassure the two. Comforting, "It's fine. Eldest sister, elder brother, when I fought against the cat demon, I accidentally got hurt to my waist, but I will be fine after resting for a while. Don't worry about it." There was a hint of reluctance in his smile that, there were still faint beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Yu Ling looked at Ao Chen and Feng Ning with complicated eyes. There was a flash of doubt and concern in the eyes of. She approached Ao Chen with heartfelt concern. "Junior brother, let me help you heal." Feng Ning, however, stepped forward and, with an expressionless block, he said coldly, "No need." The scene was momentarily thrown into an awkward silence. The air seemed to freeze with the sudden coldness of "It's so depressing that you can't breathe." Pale Rin coughed lightly, trying to break the ice. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Ao Chen hurriedly changed the topic. The gods reported to Tsang Rin and Moon Spirit with a grave expression. "Senior brother Tsang Rin and senior sister, this is illusory Beaver Mountain, which has been entrenched by a group of vicious cat demons for many years. We just went into the cave to check it out, and it's full of imprisoned human children, the youngest being no more than 4 or 5 years old." He paused, his eyes filled with anger and intolerance. Continued, "There are some strange implements hidden in the depths of the cave, and a large amount of fire spirit fruits piled up around it. Earlier, we caught a few cat demons, and once we interrogated them, we realized that these children were captured to refine the purgatory demon pill. Now, although it's still unclear what exactly this purgatory demon pill is used for, It's certain that a large number of innocent lives will have to be sacrificed to refine it, and the process is extremely cruel, Ouchin said as while leading Song Rin and Moonspirit, they headed towards the entrance of the cave. One could only see Yifeng leading a few Dragon Clan disciples dressed in plain white robes who were guiding the human race inside the cave to evacuate outside in a well-organized manner. They moved gently but swiftly, carefully assisting the children. Afraid of any slip-ups, Yuling fixed her eyes on they're all young children. There are men and women. The children were as white as paper. The body is thin and frail. The little body seems as if it could be blown down by a gust of wind. It's heartbreaking to watch. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion. The little body couldn't stop trembling slightly. Obviously suffered unimaginable torture. Moonling looked at the children and anger flared up in his heart. Her hands were trembling slightly with anger. The nails were almost embedded in his palms, and he hated the sound. Humph! These hateful cat demons, how dare they refuse to spare even innocent children? It's simply unconscionable. Having said that, she rushed forward quickly and began casting spells with both hands. Only her hands glowed with a soft, warm light, like the warmest sunshine of spring, gently caressing the children's bodies. Heal them gently. Soon, under Moonling's careful treatment, the children's faces gradually flushed with a hint of blood. There was some light in the eyes that had been dull and spirits are also slightly better. Gradually some life returned to their faces, and there was also a hint of reassurance in the originally frightened eyes. Pale Rin stood silently and eyes focused on Moonling's movements. The corners of his mouth were hooked in a gentle smile. Suddenly, it was as if the depths of his memory had been triggered and as if a thunderbolt had flashed through his head. His face changed abruptly at this moment, and an expression of disbelief mixed with shock surfaced on his face. He blurted out, "That purgatory magic Dan. Could it even be?" The words were filled with a shock and uneasiness that was hard to hide. Chapter 128, Phoenix Messenger. Song Rin's voice was filled with shock and worry that was hard to hide. Could this purgatory demon Dan be that forbidden evil thing that Immortal Father mentioned before? Ao Chan and Yuling glanced violently at each other and doubt was written all over his face, and he exclaimed almost simultaneously, "Forbidden evil?" Song Rin's expression was grave as he slowly opened his mouth. "I heard about it before when I accompanied Immortal Father to subdue the demons. This purgatory demon pill is terrifyingly powerful and is an evil item used by the demon race to enhance their spiritual power." He paused, a flash of panic in his eyes. "And could it really be related to the demon race? If so, I'm afraid this calamity is a million times more terrifying than what I can think of." Moon Spirit listened and a look of worry instantly covered his face as he muttered, "Related to the demon clan? Then there must be a bigger mastermind manipulating behind these evil-doing cat demons." Ouchin clenched his fists and knuckles whitened from the exertion. He interjected, "That's right, senior brother. The few cat demons captured earlier, although they explained something about alchemy, as soon as they mentioned the mastermind behind it, they gritted their teeth and refused to spit out a single word." Song Rin's gaze was like two sharp blades that, in a hushed voice, "It looks like the interrogation will have to be stepped up. More crucial information must be pried out of them." Just in time, a few more Dragon Clan disciples hurriedly arrived escorting a few cat demons. The disciple at the head of the group sprinted forward and reported respectfully, "Senior brother Song Rin, we set up an ambush near the cave and captured a few cat demons who were refining the purgatory demon pill." Song Rin had a cold look on his face. Eyes like icy blades swept over the escorted cat demon. Coldly, "Good, take them all back and keep them under close guard." Immediately following, Song Rin's gaze swept over the crowd, with a look as serious as the sky before a storm. "Everyone, it's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Time is running out. We can't delay any longer. We must leave this illusory beaver mountain immediately." Having said that, he turned to face Feng Ning and, slightly indebted, with a respectful yet unobtrusive gesture, said, "Princess Feng Ning, the messenger from the Phoenix clan has arrived in the Kunlun Mountains. I still hope that the princess can return to the Kunlun Mountains with me immediately." When Feng Ning heard this, her eyebrows knitted slightly. There was a flash of displeasure in the eyes of. The tone of his voice held a few hints of coldness and skepticism. "What? They've come? Do you know what for?" Song Rin's heart fluttered, face but remained respectful. A carefully worded reply. "The specific matter, I really don't know. Please also ask the princess to return to the Kunlun Mountains with me for the time being, and then it will naturally become clear." Feng Ning hummed lightly, with displeasure written all over his face, obviously not too happy with that answer. Sang Rin saw this and said no more. Knowing full well that there is no point in talking more at this moment, he made a snap decision. Raising his hand, he summoned back the Dragon Clan disciples who were searching around. quickly and methodically organize tasks. All disciples listen to the order. One team is responsible for escorting these children safely back to the human village. Make sure they are safe. Every child must be delivered safely to their families. Not one less. Yes, Senior. The group of disciples responded in unison. The voice is loud and clear. It shook the surrounding air slightly. Sangrin turned to another group of disciples and commanded, "You guys continue to search the mountains for the remnants of the demon race and purge them with all your might. Remember, other than the cat demons related to the purgatory demon pill, not a single one of the other evil-doing cat demons can be spared. They must not be allowed to do wrong in this world again." "Yes, sir." The other group of disciples likewise led the order in a loud voice. Kunlun Mountain. In the middle of the Great Hall, the atmosphere is not heavy, though, yet it also carried a few subtle constraints. Aotian was sitting on top of the main seat, a gorgeous robe. The golden dragon tattoos shimmered and shimmered with every move he made. The whole man looked majestic and unassuming. Below, a group of dragon race elders sat on either side, and at the lower end of the hall, the serious-looking Phoenix emissary was sitting in his chair. Beside them stood several Phoenix clan attendants who were also dressed in gorgeous attire. The messenger of the Phoenix clan was dressed in a long, fire-red robe. The robes are embroidered with a lifelike phoenix design. In the light and shadow of the great hall, it was as if it would take wing at any moment. At this point, only to see him arch his hand again and, the voice cut through the silence with a hint of urgency. "I wonder when the princess of my clan will show up. My clan still has many important matters waiting to be decided by the princess." Aotian raised his hand slightly, made a placating gesture, signaling the messenger to be at ease. With a gentle smile on his face, he said, "Messenger, don't be in a hurry. Princess Feng Ning and my Dragon Clan disciples are very affectionate, and have been traveling here for a few days, so I think that at this time, she may be on her way back to the mountain." Upon hearing this, the messenger of the Phoenix clan, despite the anxieties of the mind, but there was only a slight nod of the head that, forcibly suppressing the eagerness within me. "Keep waiting." Not much later, there was a rush of footsteps that, a disciple of the dragon race hurriedly walked into the main hall, kneel on one knee and report in a loud voice, "Immortal Emperor, Senior Brother Songrin has returned with Ao-chan and Yuling, as well as the princess of the Phoenix clan." When the messenger from the Phoenix clan heard that, instantly excited, he rose to his feet and, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, looking out the door. There was anticipation in his eyes. Aotian also had a pleased look on his face and said, "Good, invite them up to the Great Hall." In a few moments, a group of people walked into the Great Hall. Only Songrin walked into the main hall with Ao-chan and Yuling. At the front of the line is Songrin. He was dressed in a light blue power suit that, the contours of his face are so handsome and dashing that he can't help but look good. There is a calm and atmospheric aura around him. Moon Spirit followed closely behind. She was dressed in a long lavender dress and, the skirt was embroidered with a delicate floral pattern. Hidden as she walked, a head of long, dark hair fell softly over her shoulders. A few strands of broken hair rested gently beside her pale cheeks. It makes her even more gentle and beautiful. Behind Moon Spirit, followed by a spirited white boy. It's Ao-chan. But see the corners of his coat fluttering in the wind, outlining his upright posture. He has a clear, handsome face. Sword brows fly into the temples, eyes deep and soulful, sparkling with spirituality. The 3 walk side by side into the great hall and, neatly on one knee, salute the crowd in the temple. And then, Feng Ning took a graceful step and, slowly step into the great hall. As soon as the messenger from the Phoenix clan saw Feng Ning, scrambling over with a couple of attendants, pouncing on his knees, he bowed respectfully. "Your Highness." Feng Ning's footsteps gave a slight lurch. His eyes fell on the messenger of the Phoenix clan. The god was pale and said softly, "Get up." The Phoenix emissary stood up and, looking Feng Ning up and down, his eyes were filled with concern. "All is well with the princess?" Feng Ning raised her chin slightly. There was a hint of discontent in his tone. "This princess is well and good. What is the reason for your hurrying all the way here?" The messenger from the Phoenix clan frowned slightly. The look became serious. "Princess, I have been ordered by Emperor Feng to take you back." Feng Ning swept a glance at him with a lazy expression. "What was so urgent that I had to be sent back at this time?" The messenger from the Phoenix clan stepped forward and lowered his voice. "Princess, the Heavenly Emperor has sent 2 jade decrees in a row, asking you to lead troops to crush the Demon Clan on the western sea border of the Heavenly Court. This time the Demon Clan has come with great force. The Heavenly Court's military strength is strained, and the support of our Phoenix Clan is urgently needed." Chapter 129. Feng Ning sniffed, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. The Heavenly Emperor is good at picking the right time. But since it's mother's order, I'll obey it. Saying that, she subconsciously looked at Ao-chan and, noticing that Ao-chan was also looking at himself, Ao-chan realized that Feng Ning was looking at him, like being burned. Panicked, he turned his head to look away. At this point, Ao-tian, who was sitting on the main seat, had his gaze fall on Princess Feng Ning. His eyes flashed with a tremor that he could hardly conceal. The mind marvels at this little phoenix actually looked so much like her mother. Feng Ning in front of me. The hands and feet are full of spirit and innate arrogance. Her bright eyes were like a spring of fresh water that, waves of light flow. Flying hair with a touch of unruly. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he spoke, with an arc of contempt. It was just like a replica of Feng Yushang back then. Back then, Feng Yushang was also like this, like a beam of light. Without warning, he broke into his rippling world. Feng Yushang at that time, always dressed in brilliant neon garments, through a wonderland of blossoming flowers. Laughter is crisp and clear. Everywhere you go is alive and well. Every glance, every approach of hers, all of them could make Ao-tian's heart beat out of control. But as fate would have it, with all the misunderstandings and fights, leave them helpless to separate. At this moment, looking at Feng Ning, who looked so similar to Feng Yushang, his gaze was soft, his smile loving. The voice was low and mellow, speaking slowly. Since Princess Feng Ning has important matters to attend to, then I won't keep the princess. Feng Ning heard this and, raising his eyes sharply, with a cold flash in them, that look was like a sharp dagger. It shot straight at Ao-tian. She mentally slurred. Is this uncle the queen mother's old love interest? Humph. Even though the look is quite handsome, the majestic power of a superior is also evident in his hands and feet, but it just looks like it's in need of a beating, especially with that smirking expression on his face at all times. It's really offensive. Come to think of it, she subconsciously clenched her fists and, the joints were all slightly white from the exertion. If we weren't in the Great Hall at the moment, there were also numerous Dragon Clan elders and Phoenix Clan emissaries present in the surroundings. Feng Ning hated that he couldn't immediately rush forward and beat the out of this asshole uncle, so as to relieve himself of the boredom of being caged by him, despite the fact that the inside has been turned inside out. Emotions, like raging waves, are hard to quell. Still, Feng Ning's face instantly piled up a leathery expression. She owed a slight curtsy, and was elegantly groomed, and the sound is crisp and pleasant. It's like a spring flowing in the mountains, but the words were wrapped in the slightest chill. It was as if it was hiding ice. Thanks to Immortal Elder's attentive care these past few days, Feng Ning is deeply warmed. In the future, I will definitely double this favor. The messenger of the Phoenix clan on the side took it all in. In his heart, he screamed that it was not good, and hurriedly smiled and rounded up. It seems that the princess of my clan is well taken care of by the immortal dignitary in the Kunlun Mountains. After returning to my clan, I will definitely report to the Phoenix Emperor truthfully, the messenger said. While not moving, he secretly observed Ao-tian and Feng Ning's expressions, mentally praying that nothing would ever go wrong, so as not to jeopardize the already delicate relationship between the two communities. Ao-tian acted as if he didn't notice the coldness in Feng Ning's words, just a slight nod, with that same inscrutable smile still on his face. The Harmony said, Messenger, well said. Princess Feng Ning's naivety, straightforward and lovely character. My dragon clan up and down are very fond of the princess. In the future, I also hope that the princess will often come to the dragon clan as a guest. Feng Ning laughed coldly in her heart as she secretly pondered. If it wasn't for that little dragon here, even if we put up a palanquin, plus countless exotic treasures invited, she would never even set foot in these Kunlun Mountains. However, on the face of it she still nodded politely and slightly. Maintaining a surface of politeness and modesty, a few more painless pleasantries were exchanged. Between your words. Instead, the air was filled with a deliberate false cordiality. From time to time, the messenger of the Phoenix clan raised his eyes to look at the sky and the heart grows more and more anxious. And, finally, he pressed on and spoke. Time is running out. Please prepare for the return trip quickly. Princess, don't miss the big event. Feng Ning nodded in response. Good. Her gaze swept slowly through the great hall. Swept in turn over the majestic faces of the dragon elders. It finally settled on Ao-chen. After a pause, she continued. Seniors, elders, before I leave, I would like to say a few words alone to my savior, Prince Ao-chen, and I hope that you all will make it happen. Ao-chen heard this and, I'm thumping, inexplicably nervous. He mused darkly. Feng Ning this suddenly wants to talk alone, and I don't know what unexpected words are going to come out of my mouth again. Ao-tian looked at Ao-chen and, Looking at Feng Ning again, he opened his mouth. Ao-chan, the princess has something to say to you, so go and say goodbye to the princess. Ao-chan rushed forward and, respectfully saluting, he returned. Yes, immortal father. Feng Ning took the lead and walked out of the hall. Ao-chan hesitated, took a deep breath and followed quickly as well. Asterisk. The two of them came to a quiet courtyard outside the great hall. The courtyard is full of flowers, colorful flowers vying for attention. The breeze was gentle, petals are falling in droves. A romantic and poetic picture of, yet a hint of tension and subtlety pervades. Feng Ning stopped in her tracks, slowly turning around and gazing quietly at Ao-chan. The eyes seemed to hide 1,000 words. Ao-chan was a little uncomfortable at being looked at by her like this. Slightly averting her head, she opened her mouth. Say what? Come on, don't you have some catching up to do? There was a hint of deliberate coldness in his voice. But the slightly reddened tips of his ears gave away some of his inner nervousness. Feng Ning smiled gently, bright and colorful. She took a step forward, closer to Ao-chan and asked softly, "Little dragon cub, does your back hurt?" Ao-chan's face heated up when he heard that. Blanking her out, he said in a nonchalant manner, "None of your business." Feng Ning couldn't help but laugh and said, "Come, this princess will help you heal." Before Ao-chan could speak, she had quickly pinned him to a nearby tree with one hand. The other hand gently surged and spiritual energy flowed out from her fingertips like animated silk threads. It gives off a soft glow. Those wisps of spiritual energy wrapped around Ao-chan's waist. With a warm touch, Ao-chan only felt a warm current slowly penetrate into the muscles of his waist and the original soreness was dissipating. And the whole thing relaxed. In a few moments, he moved his body and I feel so good all over. The stiff back is as flexible as ever. He nodded slightly and said lightly, "Thanks." Feng Ning looked at him with a smile in her eyes and flirting. "This princess is going back for a few days this time, so don't miss me too much. Little dragon." Ao-chan let out a light hum. "Humph, who's going to miss you? You'd better hurry up and get out of my face." His tone was tinged with a touch of arrogance. But an inexplicable sense of loss welled up in his heart and the thought of Feng Ning's imminent departure. His emotions became a bit mixed. Chapter 130, A Little Separation. Feng Ning, however, looked as if she hadn't heard him, suddenly moving forward. The two of them closed the distance in an instant. Ao-chan could even feel the warmth of her breath. Feng Ning cocked her head, eyes staring straight at Ao-chan, eyes full of urgency. He asked, "You little dragon, do you really expect this princess to leave?" Ao-chan looked at her like this. There's a momentary confusion in the mind that, subconsciously, he nodded and said evenly, "Well, go. Hurry up." As soon as the words left his mouth, instead, he felt his heart beat steeply faster and, uncontrollably jumping faster and faster. Feng Ning took in his reaction and, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly and, showing a wry smile. What are you blushing about?" Saying that, with a quick movement, she held out her little hand and, in one fell swoop, he probed into Ao-chan's chest, feeling the violent beating of his heart under his chest. Deliberately, he asked again, "What's the heart beating so fast for?" Ao-chan's face instantly turned red as a ripe apple. Even the ears were flushed. He stammered and tried to defend himself. Well, before the words are out of my mouth. Feng Ning suddenly lashed out, as soon as he held him down against a nearby tree. Immediately following, as soon as she pulled him by the collar of his, in one fell swoop, he kissed Ao-chan's still talking mouth. The kiss came out of nowhere. Ao-chan's mind instantly went blank. I just feel like the sky is spinning and the earth is spinning. The entire group was dumbfounded in place. Feng Ning's force was tremendous. Kissed him so hard his lips were raw and, but it's as if he's under a spell of immobilization. I can't move my arms and legs. Perhaps it was the sorrow of the impending separation that overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Or perhaps it was the long-suppressed emotions that completely exploded at this moment, and a strong impulse surged in his heart. Ao-chan suddenly reached out and, holding Feng Ning tightly in his arms with all his strength, like she's going to blend into her body, deepening the kiss, responded to her passionately. Time seems to stand still in this moment. It was as if the whole world was left with just the two of them. A gentle breeze, blowing their hair around, intertwined, indistinguishable from each other. There was silence all around. Only the sound of their rapid breathing and the thumping of their heartbeats intertwined with each other. Long. It took two people to slowly let go of each other and, breathing heavily on each other's backs. The eyes were full of mixed emotions. Feng Ning gasped slightly and looked at Ao-chan. Whispered, "Little dragon baby, remember what this princess told you?" This princess will definitely come to you as soon as possible when she finishes the matter at hand. Ouchin looked at her and the eyes were mingled with dismay, longing and a hint of confusion. He opened his mouth. But I don't know what to say. Feng Ning looked at his appearance and can't help the corners of my mouth from turning up, with a smile in his eyes. Reaching out, he gently stroked Ao Chen's cheek. The movement was so gentle that it seemed as if he was touching a rare treasure. Little fool, I'm off. Saying that, she slowly loosened her hand around Ao Chen's waist and, making a gesture to turn around and get ready to leave, and not forgetting to playfully add, I really have to go. Just the moment Feng Ning turned around, as if suddenly awakened from a trance, Ouchin, his hand reached out as quickly as a reflex and, tightly grasping Feng Ning's arm, and then with a sharp thrust, pulling her back into his arms again. The intensity was so great that it seemed to embed Feng Ning into his own body. He wrapped his arms tightly around Feng Ning and, burying his head deep in the crook of her neck, take a deep breath, feeling the familiar, yet so sense of her that he was attached to as if trying with all my might to imprint this moment deep in my heart. Never wear out. Then you, take care on the road, Ao Chen whispered in her ear. Feng Ning gently patted his back. The movements were surprisingly gentle, like soothing a wounded beast. Don't worry, my silly little dragon. I'll be coming for you soon. The two embraced each other for a few moments longer and, only then did they slowly let go of each other. Asterisk. A group of people followed Feng Ning to slowly walk out from that cloudy mountain in the Kunlun Mountains. The other Phoenix emissaries had been waiting at the foot of the mountain for a long time. Seeing the princess come out, immediately and quickly, he stepped forward. There was a touch of concern and caution on his face. Princess, this time when you came to the Dragon Clan, did it go well? Have you been embarrassed by the Dragon Clan? The Phoenix emissary bowed his head slightly and, the voice was muffled. He was really worried in his mind that, although the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan belonged to the same great clan in the immortal realm, but for too long, the relationship between the two communities is subtle and complex. This time the princess came to the Dragon Clan alone. He had been hanging on by a thread. When Princess Feng Ning heard this, she couldn't help but laugh softly. Emissary, the Dragon Clan has treated me like family. These past few days in the Dragon Clan, I ate well, slept well, and had so much fun that I don't even want to go back. Hearing this, the messenger of the Phoenix Clan couldn't help but be mildly amused by There was a look of disbelief on his face. He was wide-eyed, looking at Princess Feng Ning. It seemed to be making sure she wasn't joking. This is really unexpected. I thought that the Dragon Clan would make things difficult for the princess. After all, the two clans have always been at odds. Princess Feng Ning let out a light laugh. Messenger, things in this world are not that absolute. Although the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan have past conflicts, it is not impossible to resolve them. This time when I came to the Dragon Clan, I made many friends who are sincere. They are warm and kind, and they let me see a different side of the Dragon Clan. The messenger frowned slightly and, after a few moments of reflection, then nodded and said, what the princess said is very true. It seems that I was narrow-minded. It's so obvious that the princess is a favorite, and even the dragons have fallen under the princess's charm. Princess Feng Ning gently hooked the corners of her mouth in a smile. Briefly instructed, departure. The messenger responded in a hurry. Yes, princess. Then turn around, saying goodbye to each of the dragons who were seeing them off. The dragons arched their hands in greeting. Ouchin is hidden in the crowd, with his eyes firmly following Princess Feng Ning. The disenchantment in his eyes felt like they were going to overflow. Everything around us is a blur. She was the only one who stood out clearly. After saying goodbye, the messenger of the Phoenix Clan was filled with respect. Move extraordinarily gently, carefully assisting Princess Feng Ning to board the Phoenix carriage that came to greet her. That Phoenix chuff is carved with Phoenix motifs around its circumference, set with sparkling jewels. It shines with an attractive luster in the daylight. Meanwhile, the rest of the entourage had rolled over sharply and, sitting on the mighty red flame rock. The red flame rock is huge, spreading their huge wings to cover the sky, with flames burning all around him. The aura is regal. Just at the moment when the Phoenix chuff and the red flame rock were about to depart, there was only a slight rattling of. Feng Ning once again reached out and lifted the light veil of the Phoenix Chu. The delicate little face peeked out and, hair flying wildly in the wind. Ao Chen saw this scene and, the heart shuddered violently and, it was like being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Feng Ning swept her gaze around. It landed precisely on Ao Chen. The corners of her mouth turned up in a bright and colorful smile that, the sound is crisp and pleasant. It came from far away. Xiaolong, wait for me. Oh. There was intimacy and determination in that tone of voice. As if making an eternal promise. Immediately following, a clear, loud birdsong cuts through the sky. The red flame rock took the lead and lifted its wings, between powerful wing flaps, bringing up a strong gust of air. The phoenix whiskey also slowly drew up to the ground and, climbing toward the heights. For a moment, the sky is radiant with light. The multicolored light emanating from the phoenix chuff and the flames surrounding the red flame rock intertwined and reflected each other. Like a dream. The result is a beautiful, magnificent and breathtaking picture. Ao-chan tilted his head. His eyes locked onto the fading phoenix whiskey. His heart was full of mixed feelings. Chapter 131. Ao-chan returned to the main hall with a false step. The look was full of despondency. At this point, Ao-tian was sitting around with the elders of the Dragon Clan, discussing important matters. Seeing Ao-chan come in, Ao-tian raised his eyes slightly and the gaze fell mildly upon him. Asked softly, Ao-chan, Princess Feng-ning is gone? Ao-chan gently nodded his head, as if his strength had been drained. He looked wan. Ao-tian seemed to have read his mind. With a slight smile, he said, Ao-chan, Princess Feng-ning has a special status and shoulders the heavy responsibility of the Phoenix Clan. You both have your own missions, and if you have destiny in the future, you will meet each other. Ao-chan slowly raised his head and replied, Immortal Father, the disciple understands. Ao-tian nodded and continued. At the moment when the demon race is coming to attack and the situation in the heavenly court is in turmoil, our dragon race, as an important force in the immortal domain, naturally cannot stay out of it. In the days to come, you should cultivate even more diligently and hard, so as to be fully prepared for the defense of the immortal domain. Ao-chan looked towards Ao-tian with firm eyes. Yes, Immortal Elder, my disciple will do his best to cultivate and live up to the expectations of the Dragon Clan. Ao-chan replied solemnly, and then reported back to Ao-tian. By the way, Immortal Emperor, this time when we went to the illusory Beaver Mountain, Senior Brother Song-rin and I found, the words have not yet been spoken. A disciple of the Dragon Clan was in a hurry, sprinted in, kneeling down on one knee in the center of the Great Hall. He reported in a loud voice, Immortal Emperor, a messenger from the Heavenly Court has come to proclaim an order. When Ao-tian heard this, he frowned slightly, and the dragon elders looked at each other. Standing up quickly, leading the crowd out of the Great Hall at a brisk pace, go to receive the decree. I only saw that the heavenly messenger was dressed in a magnificent and incomparable brocade robe and, with the decree in his hand and a solemn and dignified look on his face, there was an inviolable aura around him. When the crowd had finished saluting neatly, the heavenly messenger slowly unfolded the holy decree. The voice is loud and clear. It echoed in the empty square. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor of Heaven decrees that there is a demon race on the border of the western mountain of heaven, burning, killing, looting and pillaging, and doing all sorts of evils, causing the people's lives to be in a state of abject misery. This special order dragon tribe to send troops to suppress, in order to protect the heavenly court peace, the people peace. Chin Chin. Ao-tian raised his hands high in the air and, receiving the imperial decree with all due respect. The voice was full of respect. I, Ao-tian of the Dragon Clan, accept the decree and thank you for the favor. The heavenly messenger nodded slightly, putting away his duster with a graceful movement, with the crowd watching, turning away with a sedate stride. When the figure of the heavenly court messenger had completely disappeared outside the Great Hall, Ao-tian slowly got up and, take a step back into the Great Hall. His gaze slowly swept over the dragon race elders present. The expression was cold and his voice was low. This time, the demon race is coming to attack. The western sea border of the heavenly court and the western mountain are in emergency at the same time. The situation is very critical. Elders, do you have any good strategies? A white-haired elder was the first to stand up and said, Immortal Emperor, in my opinion, as a matter of urgency, we should quickly dispatch our elite troops to suppress the incoming demon race. The terrain of the western mountain border is intricate, with mountains and ravines, and the strategic location is extremely important, as if it were a choke point. Once it is occupied by the demon race, they will be able to use it as a stronghold to attack and defend, further advancing into the immortal region, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The other elder hastily nodded in agreement. A look of worry filled his face. Not bad, Immortal Emperor. We must carefully select competent generals to lead sufficient troops, and with a thunderous force, we must repel the demon race in one fell swoop to defend the peace and tranquility of the immortal region and protect the dignity of my dragon race. After some deliberation, eventually appointing Song-rin as commander-in-chief, he will lead 50,000 elite dragon soldiers to the western mountain border, suppress the incoming demon race. Dragon clan disciples Yifeng and Hao Ran were among those on the operation, and have each assumed important roles. Ao-chan was listening quietly from the sidelines and, instead, the heart became more and more anxious and impatient. His eyes were full of longing and anticipation. unceasingly in my mind. I hope to hear my name. However, end of deliberations. And yet there was still no task schedule for Ao-chen. Ao-chen was depressed again. Why didn't the immortal father give himself a mission again? When there was a little pause in the deliberations of the crowd, he could no longer resist the urge within him to hurry up and step forward, clasping his fists and saluting. His words were earnest. He said with a hint of urgency in his tone, "Immortal father, my disciple also desires to run to the battlefield and fight for my dragon clan. I implore immortal father to grant me permission." Ao-tian looked at Ao-chen and there was a flash of hesitation in the eyes of. The tone was gentle yet carried a bit of unquestionable majesty. Ao-chen, this honored one knows that you are full of passion and are bent on serving the dragon clan. This heart is rare and precious. However, the mission was incredibly difficult and perilous, and required a general with enough experience to lead the team. You are still young. There are still many opportunities for future experience. There is no need to rush. Ao-chen, however, had no intention of giving up. He took a step forward, his eyes firm and, once again, I sincerely strive for it. Immortal elder, even though I am young, I have gained quite a bit of real-world combat experience in the many previous clashes with the demon race. I am eager to contribute to the dragon clan in this great war, and I hope that immortal honor will give me this precious opportunity. At this point, Song-rin also stood out to speak for Ao-chen. Immortal emperor, Ao-chen's strength is not to be underestimated, and he is brave and fearless in battle. If he can accompany the team, he will definitely add a powerful aid for us. Ao-tian pondered for a moment. His gaze was fixed on Ao-chen's eyes. In the end, Ao-tian sighed softly and spoke slowly. Ao-chen, I understand your intentions, but this time the matter is so important that there is no room for error. Although you have some experience, you are young after all. This honored one cannot let you risk your life. The future of the dragon clan still needs you, and this honored one can't let you easily get involved in this dangerous battle. Ao-chen is still trying to fight it out. But master, Ao-tian interrupted with a big wave of his hand. This honored one has made up his mind. Don't say another word. Ao-chen heard this and, the eagerness on his face changed instantly to a loss of, like a frosted eggplant. His fists clenched involuntarily. The fingernails embedded deep in the palm. And yet, he was oblivious to the pain. He opened his mouth, and tried to fight again. But the words were swallowed back. He knows, since the immortal father has made his decision, it is then very difficult to change. Silence fell for a moment in the great hall, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it took your breath away. Everyone could feel Ao-chen's loss and unwillingness. Sang-rin patted Ao-chen's shoulder for comfort. Ao-chen forced himself to hold back his inner depression, bowed to Ao-tian. My disciple honors the teachings of immortal father. Having said that, he then turned and walked quickly out of the great hall. And in the great hall, Ao-tian looked at Ao-chen's departing back. There was worry and expectation in his eyes. He said to the elders beside him, "This child, Ao-chen, has a resolute heart. He just needs more sharpening. Not letting him go this time is also for his own good. I hope he understands this honored one's bitterness." The elders nodded their heads in agreement. One of the elders said, "Don't worry, immortal father. Ao-chen will definitely be able to understand your decision in the future. In time, he will be able to become a mainstay of the Dragon Clan." Chapter 132, Rejected. Kunlun Mountain. Lingyun Book Cultivation Pavilion. Quiet and dignified. The incense curls up. The surrounding area was filled with ancient jade books. Song-rin, Ao-chen and Yuling stood neatly opposite Ao-tian. The look of gravity. Ao-tian's gaze was like electricity as he swept over the three. One by one. Open mouth. Say it. Pale Rin took a step forward and, respectfully reporting back to Ao-tian, "Immortal Elder, this time when we went to Mirage Beaver Mountain to explore, we actually discovered an extremely serious situation. Those cat demons are refining the demon clan's forbidden evil item, the Purgatory Demon Pill." Ao-tian sniffed, eyes instantly sharp as eagles, with a flash of startled color. Off the cuff. What? Purgatory Demon Pill? How could they dare to refine such a forbidden thing? You guys tell us in detail. Immediately following, Sang-rin and Ao-chen will see and hear what they saw and heard in the illusory Beaver Mountain, including the bizarre whereabouts of the cat demon, the arrangement of the site for refining the magic elixir, and related details. One by one, they reported to Ao-tian. Ao-tian's face became more and more serious. Frowning slightly, the deep eyes revealed gravity and contemplation. There was a brief silence. Sang-rin looked at Ao-tian and, after a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth. "Master, I remember that when I accompanied you to subdue the demons before, I heard you mention the demon race demon fiend, which seems to be somewhat related to this purgatory demon pill. Aotian nodded slightly and said with a grave expression, "Not bad, Song Rin. My father did mention this matter to you before. The devil fiend back then. His methods were cruel to the extreme. He captured the children of the human race and used the fire spirit immortal fruit and rare immortal medicine as a guide to refine this evil devil pill. Through such a heartless way, it boosts the spiritual energy in the body. Now that this purgatory demon pill has resurfaced, could it be that there really is a devil race behind it?" Aotian was once again in deep thought. A moment later, slowly, the few cat demons that were captured. I will arrange for competent people to interrogate them severely, and make sure to dig out the mastermind behind the scenes. Once this purgatory demon pill is successfully refined and falls into the hands of people with bad intentions, it will definitely set off a bloody storm in the immortal region, with unimaginable consequences. Song Rin, Ao Chan, and Yu Ling nodded their heads, their expressions grave. When things are pretty much discussed, Ao Tian looked at Song Rin with a grave expression. The eyes were full of expectations and exhortations. "Song Rin, this time you lead the troops to the border of the Western Mountains. You must not be the slightest bit gullible. The demon race has always been cunning and secretive. You must remain vigilant at all times and not let up for a moment. On weekdays, you should communicate more with other generals and discuss together to formulate a well-thought-out strategy, and never act alone." Song Rin looked solemn, listening attentively to every word and sentence of Ao Tian's, then replied respectfully, "Don't worry, Master. The disciple will definitely take your teachings to heart and do his best to live up to your trust and trust. My disciple will fight bravely to kill the enemy, defend the dignity of the Dragon Clan, and return in triumph." Ao Chen was listening to Ao Tian's instructions to Song Rin on the sidelines. The heart burns with longing like a blazing fire. Can't really hold it down. "Gather your courage again." Stepping forward, he said pleadingly, "Master, disciple." Disciple is still incomparably eager to run to the battlefield and contribute to the Dragon Clan. The apprentice cultivates diligently day and night, just looking forward to having such an opportunity. I also hope that Master will give my apprentice another chance to show my skills on the battlefield. Ao Tian looked at Ao Chen's determined eyes and the heart flutters with a hint of intolerance. But with years of experience and deep knowledge of the battlefield. Let him still shake his head and the tone of voice was firm and heartfelt. "Ao Chan, Master's mind is made up. You are determined to go to the battlefield and serve the Dragon Clan, and I am well aware of your enthusiasm and loyalty. But you have to understand that this battlefield is by no means a child's play. It is extremely dangerous, and it is vastly different from those loose demons you deal with on a regular basis. This war is particularly critical. The strength of the demon race cannot be underestimated. You are still inexperienced. I really cannot let you take the risk. When the time is ripe in the future, I will definitely let you go to the battlefield to practice and show your ambition. Go back for a while, and settle down and sink your teeth into it again." As soon as Aochen heard that, the heart is full of resentment. Eagerly, "Immortal Father, under your careful teaching, my disciple has been practicing diligently and has accumulated quite a bit of practical combat experience over the years. Moreover, the disciple has studied many books of war before, and has his own insights and comprehension of the formation of troops. I believe that on the battlefield will be able to help the big senior brother's favor." Ao Tian frowned slightly, before Ao Chen could finish. Then he interrupted in a hushed voice, "This matter has been decided by my father, so don't say anything more." The aggression and unwillingness in Ao Chen's heart instantly exploded. Loudly, "Master Teacher is biased. Why is it that every time there's an opportunity to practice, Master Teacher lets the other senior brothers go and leaves me alone in the Kunlun Mountains? I don't put in less effort than my senior brothers. I'm not convinced." Moon Spirit stood by and I didn't expect that the usually well-behaved and obedient young master would suddenly contradict the immortal elder. With his heart in his mouth, he hurriedly rounded off the conversation and said, "Junior brother, how can you talk about Master Teacher like that? Every decision Master Teacher makes is for our good. He's worried about your safety." Ao Chen also realized that he had lost his temper, but the obsession remains. He fell to his knees with a thud. "Pray again. I implore Immortal Elder, let my apprentice go to the battlefield with senior brother Song Rin to kill the enemy. The apprentice is willing to defend the glory of the Dragon Clan with his life and will never back down." Ao Tian was silent for a long time. The look on his face was complex and indistinguishable, but finally he spoke slowly and rejected again. "Ao Chan, get up. This matter is finalized and there is no more room for discussion. Why don't you go back and take a moment to think about it? Yu Ling, Master ordered you to be responsible for keeping an eye on Ao Chan and not letting him do anything impulsive. Song Rin and I have important matters of war to discuss, so you may retire." Yu Ling's heart was filled with helplessness, but they can only follow the orders of their masters. She sighed softly and stepped forward and reaching out and tenderly pulling Ao Chen's arm. Whispered, "Junior brother, let's go first. Don't make things difficult for master." Ao Chen was filled with depression like dark clouds. He clenched his lips and, blushing slightly, there was still an undiminished stubbornness and resignation in his eyes. Although reluctant, he was pulled out of the room by Moon Spirit. Along the way, Yuling accompanied Ao Chen carefully, looking at his downtrodden look. His heart was full of heartache, and he softly comforted, "Junior brother, don't be too upset. Senior master, who is rich in experience, must have made his decision only after careful consideration, and there must be considerations on his part. You're still young. You'll have plenty of opportunities to go to war and fulfill your ambitions in the future." However, Ao Chen, who was full of aggression and disappointment at the moment, simply couldn't listen to Moon Spirit's consolation. He just mechanically saluted slightly and whispered, "Thanks, eldest sister. I know." Subsequently, then he walked briskly towards his little courtyard and, footloose, seemingly trying to escape from all that filled him with frustration, leaving Moon Spirit standing in place, looking at his departing back, sighing softly, eyes full of worry. Asterisk. The night is low. The Dragon's Abyss mysterious region seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious curtain. This place, as the most secretive and majestic forbidden place of the Dragon Clan, an ancient and sacred aura pervades. Ao Tian arrived at the deepest part of the secret domain, an impossibly thick stone pillar thrusting straight up into the sky, as if supporting the entire firmament. On top of Stonehenge, coiled around the supreme existence of the dragon race, the Xian Candle Sage. Xian Candle's massive body loomed in the gloom. Like a sleeping mountain, it exuded an ancient pressure that was intimidating. Its scales glittered with a brilliant light. It was like the brightest star in the night sky, deep and mysterious. The holy light that surrounded his body was like a spiritual spirit, jumping and flashing in the darkness. With every slight opening and closing of the scales, all seemed to resonate with the power of heaven and earth. Tugging at the rhythms of the mountains and the tides, it was as if everything in the world was under its control. Ao Tian he bent down slightly, clasped his hands, and saluted Xian Candle. "Holy Father, Ao Tian is here, respectfully requesting Holy Father's peace." Xian Candle slowly opened his eyes, and his voice was low. "There you are, Ao Tian. It's been a long time since I've seen you. How has the Dragon Clan been doing lately?" Ao Tian slowly straightened up, his expression grave. Worry and concern were written all over his face. "Holy Father, recently, there has been an urgent battle on the western mountain border of the Heavenly Court, and the demon race is coming on strong. I have sent Song Rin to lead 50,000 elite dragon generals to suppress the situation, hoping to stabilize it. At the same time, we have recently received news that a demon race is secretly making the Purgatory magic pill. This magic potion is extremely poisonous, and once it appears in the world, all the people in the world will definitely be devastated. I suspect that the demon race can't be unrelated to the demon race behind this behavior, and there must be an ulterior plot behind it." Xian Candle nodded gently. There was a flash of gravity in his eyes that, the aura around his body became more and more somber with it. Its sound is wrapped in the weight of history, as if from the depths of time. Although the demon fiends of the demon race were sealed under the immortal volcano, their thieving hearts are undead and they have never given up their ambition to make a comeback. Back then, in the battle with the demon lord, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and the sun and moon were lost. We dragons, upholding the belief of guarding the living, rushed to the forefront without hesitation. Countless valiant Dragon Clan warriors were either mercilessly devoured by the demonic shadows or died of exhaustion during that tragic battle. Since then, our dragon race has suffered a great deal of vitality. Saying that, a flash of remembrance flashed through Xian Candle's eyes. It was as if he had instantly returned to the thrilling battle that had decided the fate of the world. Ao Tian nodded slightly and said, "What the Sacred Eminence has said is extremely true. Now, I have arranged for the dragon race's elite to pay close attention to the movements of the immortal volcano, and once there is the slightest abnormal fluctuation, I will immediately take measures. At the same time, I have also sent people to thoroughly investigate the demon race's alchemy matter with all their might, digging 3 feet into the ground, vowing to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes, and never let the demon race's plot succeed." Speaking of which, Ao Tian took a deep breath and, a deep concern passed over his brow. "Sacred Father, I've always been relieved about Ao Chen. He went down to the mountain to practice before and nearly met with an untimely death. Now that he's strongly requesting to go to the battlefield, it's really hard for me to agree." Xian Candle said in an elder's tone of relief. "Ao Chen is the future of the Dragon Clan. He needs to grow and experience, but you don't have to worry too much." Ao Tian looked helpless. The tone was full of kink and concern. This child, when he heard of the outbreak of the war this time, He was so passionate that he strongly requested to run to the battlefield. I rebuffed him, thinking that I would let him go out into the world when he had cultivated the spirit rhinoceros decree and other immortal techniques purely and had enough to defend himself. Shin Candle nodded slightly, his eyes filled with approval. Slowly, he said, "You think well, and what you do is justified. Ao Chin is responsible for the mission of the dragon family. The road ahead is long, and will need to go through countless trials and tribulations before he can take up this heavy responsibility. The revival of the dragon race is by no means the power of one person. Only by regrouping the power of the dragon race can the dragon race regain its former glory and once again bless the world's living beings." Ao Tian sniffed. With a dignified look, he responded respectfully, "What the Holy Father has said is very true." Every word of it makes Ao Tian's mind open up. The two talked for a long time more. At the end of the day, Ao Tian once again straightened his clothes and saluted, his attitude respectful and sincere. "Holy Father, as I have disturbed you for a long time today, Ao Tian will leave first." Shin Candle nodded his head slightly in greeting. The holy light around his body gently surged once again and, Shasta! It was hidden in that dazzling light. A silence was left in vain. Chapter 133, Depression. Ao-chan returned to his quarters. Headlong fall on the bed. Eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. The eyes were hollow and confused. The words of the immortal's rejection of him kept echoing in his mind. Those words were like a hammer. One blow after another struck his heart. "He's full of. I've been practicing for years. Hell-bent on making a name for the dragons on the battlefield. But now we can only watch our companions go off to war. He himself was left in the rear." The more Ao Chin thought about it, the more depressed he became, tossing and turning and not being able to sleep. Suddenly, he thought of Feng Ning again. The heart was even less savory. Asterisk. The following day, the marching dragon soldiers are assembling in formation. The sunlight poured down on their battle armor and, shining with a golden glow, Song Rin was dressed in a clean white battle armor, riding the mighty light-winged spirit pony. The body is erect and heroic. He stood at the head of the line and, eyes firmly scanning each and every one of the dragon soldiers. Then he raised his hand and waved goodbye to the crowd. Ao-chan stood by and, looking at those battle-armored, valiant dragon soldiers. They patted each other on the shoulder, encouraged each other, and, full of anticipation for this outing, while one is forced to be a bystander, the depression in Ao Chen's heart grew stronger like a tidal wave. In a jiffy, the dragon army is like a raging wave. With a majestic momentum, it flew toward the battlefield in a vast manner. The dragon soldiers harnessed their wings of light, their auras stirring around them. The whirring sound of light wings flapping intertwined with the high-pitched neighing of the spirit ponies. It was as if a stirring war song had been played. The cold, strong wind wrapped around their warlike intent, its blowing ripples through the air. There was a chilling aura of nervousness and murder. Ao-chan stood his ground, looking in the direction of the departing army. The figure stretched long in the daylight. It seems extraordinarily lonely. His eyes were full of loss and resignation. With a heavier and heavier heart. It was as if they were being crushed by an invisible boulder. As soon as Ao Tian returns, then he walked straight to Ao Chen, handing over a couple of heavy military books. The look was calm but undeniable. "Go to the study and copy these military books, and study them in silence." Ao Tian knew that Ao Chen had always listened to Moon Spirit. Then he looked at Yu Ling, and his expression softened by a few points. Testimonials. "Yu Ling, keep an extra eye on Ao Chen for me. Don't let him slack off and sneak out." Moon Spirit nodded slightly and answered softly. Ao Chen was full of grievances, but had nowhere to vent them. Could only glare hard at the books of war? With great reluctance, he walked towards the study. Asterisk. Ao Chen was alone in his study for a while, copying the book of war, pacing back and forth in annoyance. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were filled with resignation and helplessness. The suffocation in his heart was like a flood that broke the dike and surged. Ao Chen pondered in his heart. "I've been practicing my skills for years. Is it really going to be a pointless wasteland in this backwater?" He really couldn't stand this, watching other Dragon Clan sons and daughters fighting in blood on the battlefield, and the cowardice of huddling in a place of safety. Suddenly, a bold and adventurous thought crossed his mind like a flash of lightning. Sneaking off to the battlefield. However, the thought had just surfaced. He then became soberly aware of the difficulties and dangers involved. This trip, it's bound to be heavily obstructed. The Immortal Father's orders are like an insurmountable mountain across his face. Think about it. He decided to go and seek help from eldest sister Moon Spirit. Asterisk. Yu Ling was in the courtyard that was filled with the faint fragrance of medicine, concentrating on sorting out the immortal medicinal herbs. She was dressed in a plain white sarong that, it is as fresh as a white lotus flower, long hair falling like a waterfall over her shoulders. It swayed gently with her movements. Her look of concentration, as if the whole world was nothing but herbs in his hands. It was like a fairy coming out of a painting. At this point, he saw Ao Chen walking quickly into the courtyard with a big bag of delicious food. Shouted, "Eldest sister." Yu Ling heard a familiar voice and, slowly turning around, the moment he saw Ao Chen, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes but soon the peace was restored. And, slightly serious, he asked, "Young master, why did you run out?" "Master can say let me watch over you. Let you copy the Book of War. Have you finished copying?" Ao Chen said with a quick smile. "Eldest sister, I finished copying, long ago." The corners of Yu Ling's mouth rose slightly. A gentle smile appeared. "I'm going to double-check it if you copy it so fast." Ao Chen patted his chest and assured him, "Eldest senior sister, don't worry. Ao Chen will definitely do what eldest senior sister said, and copy it carefully and properly." Saying that, Ao Chen held up a packet of aromatic snacks in his hand, waving it in front of Yu Ling's face. A pleasing smile spread across his face. "Eldest sister, this is what I asked for from Uncle Long, chef of the Cloud Ding Eatery." Moon Spirit gave him a look and said, "You brat, you really didn't stay properly in the study and sneaked off again to forage for food at the Yunding eating house." Ao Chen hemmed and hawed and explained, "Eldest senior sister, I brought you your favorite snacks. Eldest senior sister, try them." Yu Ling's cheeks flushed slightly as she ranted, "It's rare for you to have a heart. Why are you suddenly so concerned about eldest sister? I don't see you being so attentive in normal days." Ao Chen scratched his head in some embarrassment and opened his mouth. "Eldest sister, truth be told, I want to beg you for something." Yu Ling was slightly stunned and, putting down the elixir in his hand, a hint of doubt was revealed in his eyes. "What is it? You tell me first." Ao Chen looked around for a moment and, after making sure no one else was around, carefully approaching the Moon Spirit, whispering and eagerly, "Eldest sister, I want to go to the battlefield. The Immortal Elder won't let me go. I want to ask you to help me cover for me. I'll go secretly." As soon as Moon Spirit heard that, the eyes that had been so gentle widened instantly and, there was surprise and worry in his eyes. She raised her hand and gently knocked Ao Chen's head, slightly reproachfully. "You kid, are you crazy? Immortal Father naturally has his reasons for not letting you go. What if something happens to you if you sneak out like this? The battlefield is treacherous. It's not as simple as you think." Ao Chen hurriedly pulled on Moon Spirit's arm and said with a sincere face, "Eldest sister, I know you love me the most. I don't want to miss this opportunity. I've been practicing hard for so many years just so that I can do my part for the Dragon Clan on the battlefield. I promise, I will be careful and absolutely nothing will happen to me. If I stay in the back all the time, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Eldest senior sister, just help me." Yu Ling looked at Ao Chen's eyes that were filled with longing. The heart couldn't help but be a little shaken. She was well aware of Ao Chen's strong desire to prove herself on the battlefield deep down, but the cruelty and dangers of the battlefield were clear to her. And, in case something happens to Ao Chen, how could she ever forgive herself? Yu Ling bit her lip. Still, he shook his head firmly. "No way. The battlefield is too dangerous. You can't go. Since Immortal Father gave the order, he has his own considerations. We can't disobey." As soon as Ao Chen heard that, there was a look of disappointment on his face. And, he tugged on Moon Spirit's sleeve and played a rogue. "Eldest senior sister. Oops. Eldest senior sister, I beg you. Ever since I was a child, other than Immortal Elder, eldest senior sister has loved me the most. Just promise me this once. I really won't let you down." Yu Ling sighed helplessly and, looking at Ao Chen's pitiful appearance, the rejection in his heart gradually dissipated. She said with a soft sigh, "This is not a small matter. If the Immortal Emperor finds out, you and I will both be punished. And have you really thought about it? The battlefield is not child's play. Once you go there, there's no turning back." Ao Chen hastily nodded his head and said, "Senior sister, I left a letter for Immortal Honor. By the time he reads it, I'll have already arrived at the battlefield, and I'm only there to help, not to cause trouble. So when the battle is over, I'll come back obediently to be punished. I promise you, I'll protect myself. Eldest senior sister, just trust me this once." Yu Ling looked at Ao Chen's determined eyes and, the defenses of the heart completely collapsed. She really couldn't refuse Ao Chen's request. She bit her lower lip slightly, her mind spinning rapidly. Suddenly, a hint of cunning flashed in Yu Ling's eyes. The corners of his lips curled up gently as he said, "It wouldn't be entirely out of the question to let you go." As soon as Ao Chen heard this, the whole thing came to life at once, and, eagerly, "Really? Eldest sister, thank you so much." Yu Ling looked at Ao Chen's ecstatic appearance. The corners of his mouth were even thicker, slightly upturned, and said with a hint of playfulness, "But you have to promise me something." Ao Chen didn't hesitate and hurriedly said eagerly, eldest senior sister, you may speak freely, as long as it's within my Ao Chen's power. I will definitely agree to any of your conditions. Chapter 134 Departure. Yuling guffawed at Ao Chen. Raising his chin slightly, he said softly, you're coming with me. Ao Chen was slightly stunned. A twinge of doubt welled up in his heart but obediently followed Moon Spirit's footsteps. Toward the depths of the courtyard, the duo made their way forward. In the end, he actually walked into Moon Spirit's room. Ao Chen stood in the outer room. The footsteps unconsciously paused there was a hint of restraint and unease in his eyes. He lowered his head slightly as if the inner chamber before them were a sacred and inviolable sanctuary. Not daring to take half a step easily, Yuling gently turned around seeing Ao Chen's cautious demeanor, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly a gentle smile blossomed. Whispered, you wait here for a moment. Having said that, she headed toward her boudoir. In a few moments, Yuling was holding several objects in her hands. Step out of the house in style. She walked up to Ao Chen raising his hand slightly, he gestured for him to sit down. Ao Chen sat down as he was told, his eyes filled with curiosity. Moon Spirit also took a seat beside him. Placing the objects in his hands one by one on the table, began to patiently introduce them one by one. This is a medicine capsule that can conceal your breath. Yuling picked up a small medicine capsule engraved with complex runes, handing it to Ao Chen, with seriousness and concern in his eyes. You carry it on your body, and as long as you conceal your figure, you will usually not be discovered. On the battlefield, this is a key item that can save your life. Ao Chen took the medicine capsule, put it in the palm of your hand and scrutinized it, nodded lightly. Yuling picked up another jade bottle and said slowly, this is an elixir to be taken when injured. No matter if it's an external or internal injury, as long as you take this elixir, the spiritual energy and vital energy in your body will quickly recover within a day. This is a sound transmission jade slip. I want you to send me a message every day to inform me if you are well. There's also this, a defense talisman that can withstand one deadly attack. And this. Ao Chen looked at Yuling as she introduced the same. The heart was both touched and amused. Eldest sister, are you making me a mobile treasure trove? Yuling was slightly stunned. There was a flash of realization in his eyes but then the face slammed back on. Feigned seriousness. Brat, you still have the heart to joke. The front line is incredibly dangerous. So I prepared some more to give you an extra safeguard. Ao Chen tightened his smile. The god looked at Moon Spirit with a serious expression. Eldest senior sister, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I'm going to the battlefield to train myself. I can't rely too much on these external things. Yuling gently bit her lower lip. Thinking for a moment, he said, then, without the others, you have to bring these pills and this medicine capsule. This is vital for you. It can't be sloppy. Then, picking up that voice transmission jade slip again, Zhang said, there's also the voice transmission jade slip. This must be brought as well. Otherwise how can I rest assured of your safety? Ao Chen looked at Moon Spirit's serious appearance. A warmth welled up in my heart and nodded. Yuling raised her hand to signal him to get up and he obediently stood up and slowly raised his hand. Yuling picked up that medicine capsule and moved gently and slowly. Carefully, he tied it around his waist. Moon Spirit moved slightly closer and the faint aroma, if you will, it lingered in Ao Chen's nose. At this moment, the two were so close it was as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Ao Chen could even clearly feel the warmth of Moon Spirit's breath as she breathed. Shasta, he was a bit of a handful. Elder sister, I will do it myself? Ao Chen's voice was unconsciously lowered and, with a hint of discomfort that was hard to hide, don't talk, Moon Spirit said softly, with a tenderness in his voice that could not be denied. And yet, it's irresistible. Her fingers gently passed through Ao Chen's waist and the movement was as gentle as the breeze that brushed through the willows on a spring day. Ao Chen couldn't help but roll the knot in his throat a bit and, just as he was still basking in the tenderness of this, Moonling's hands snapped together and, without warning, he wrapped his arms around him. Ao Chen was instantly startled. It's as if a spell has been cast on the whole person. The body was as stiff as a 1,000-year-old statue. His eyes were wide and full of shock and surprise. The mouth stammered. Big sister. Yuling hugged him tightly and, with a slightly choked voice, with endless worry and reluctance. You brat. You have to come back safely. You know, I'm really worried about you. Ao Chen's heart was violently touched. He held out his hand slowly and, gripping Moonling's shoulders, pulling her away slightly, looking firmly into Yuling's eyes, which were filled with worry. Young said, eldest senior sister, don't worry, I will definitely come back safely. I promise you that no matter what difficulties I encounter, I will do everything I can to protect myself and then come back to see you. Yuling looked at Ao Chen, her eyes gradually reddening, as if it were full of springtime sadness. Crystalline teardrops slid down her cheeks. Ao Chen immediately panicked. There's a lot of panic going on inside. Busy pulling up his own sleeve. Gently wiping Yuling's tears, he said, elder sister, don't cry. I haven't even set off yet. If you are like this, I don't even dare to go. Moon Spirit grunted angrily. Humph. It's not better if you don't go. Ao Chen lowered his head again and, like a child who's done something wrong, Yuling took a deep breath and, trying to calm himself, he said, okay, you can go if you want, but remember what you promised me. With Munling's permission. Ao Chen's eyes instantly lit up with a brilliant light. The excitement is palpable. Senior sister, thank you so much. When I return in triumph, I will definitely repay you properly. At that time, just ask eldest senior sister to cover for me when the immortal elder asks about me. I promise that I will return safe and sound. Yuling looked at Ao Chen and, the beautiful eyes showed endless concern. She said softly, Junior brother, battlefields are by no means child's play. They are treacherous places with crises all around. You mustn't try to be brave. If you meet an enemy that's hard to fight, run fast. Also, be sure to remember to keep in contact with me at all times using the voice transmission Jade Slip, and once there is any situation, be sure to inform me at the first opportunity. Ao Chen nodded his head vigorously and, with a confident smile on his face, he said, eldest senior sister, just relax 100%. I'm not a child anymore. I have a sense of propriety and will take good care of myself. Yuling sighed softly and, with eyes full of tenderness and affection, she said slowly, in my heart, you will always be that little senior brother who needs my care. This time you insisted on going to the battlefield. I really can't rest easy in this heart. However, since I have promised to help you, I will try my best to hide it for you, but you must remember to put your own safety first whenever and wherever you can. Ao Chen looked at Yuling's eyes that were filled with worry. A warmth welled up in my heart and, the eyes were slightly red. He couldn't help but hold Yuling's hand and, earnestly and firmly, eldest senior sister, I will be careful and never let you worry. When I return, I'll bring you countless delicious food and the most precious trophies from the battlefield. Yuling looked at Ao Chen's face, which was full of vigor and vitality. The worry in his heart lessened a little. The corners of his lips rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. She nodded softly and said, good, I'll wait here for your safe return. If you dare not keep your word, I won't spare you easily. Ao Chen said with a hefty smile, don't worry, eldest senior sister, I definitely won't go back on my word. Moon Spirit had a pleased smile on her face. Raising his hand, he gently touched Ao Chen's head. Asterisk. Everything is ready. Ao Chen had already prepared for everything. He carefully stowed the map of the western mountain border with the locator compass in his arms. Dressed in a soft silver armor glowing with a cold light, straddling his mount with aplomb, light-winged spirit pony, Ao Chen took a deep breath and, my chest is filled with mixed emotions. Slowly turn around. His eyes fell straight onto Moon Spirit, who was not far away. Moon Spirit stood there silently. The figure looked thin in the wind. Her eyes overflowed with worry and dismay. The eyes as clear as autumn water were now covered with a thin layer of fog. Trudy. Ao Chen gazed at Moon Spirit and, one word at a time, eldest sister, wait for me to come back. Yuling forced herself to hold back the dismay that was churning inside of her, shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip. She nodded slightly and, tears glistened in his eyes. He said softly, Junior brother, be careful on your journey. I'll wait for your safe return. The voice was soft, but full of concern. Ao Chen nodded slightly in response. The light-winged spirit pony seemed to sense its master's urgency and, with a long hiss, spreading their streaming wings, like an arrow from a string, winding toward the western mountain border. Only a fleeting shadow of light was left behind. Moon Spirit stood in place and, his eyes followed Ao Chen's distant back. It was like carving his silhouette into his heart with his gaze. The mountain breeze ruffled her hair. She didn't even realize it and didn't leave for a long time. Chapter 135, Princess Lipu. Ao Chen rode his spirit pony furiously all the way to. The wind whistled in his ears. His eyes were firm, staring straight ahead. And, there's only one goal in mind. Arrive at the Western Hills border as soon as possible. Time slips away as we speed by. He looked at the map in his hand and, judging by the markings on the map and the surrounding terrain, one seems to have arrived near the border of the Western Mountains. He's feeling a little tired, too. His body was a little sore from the long ride. So, he got off the spirit pony. Sit on a rock aside and rest for a moment. He took out the food that Moon Spirit had prepared for him long ago from his bag. That food had a tantalizing aroma. He took a big bite out of it while looking around at the scenery. The mind mulls over the upcoming challenges. After a brief respite, Aochan came to a bay of crystal clear lake. The lake is crystal clear and sparkling. A slight mist drifted from it. He leaned over and reached out, scoop up a handful of cool lake water and splash it in the face. Hard. Shasta. The cooling sensation spread quickly from the cheeks to the whole body. Dispersed the weariness and fatigue that surrounded him. It lifted his spirits. What kind of person dares to peep into Princess Li Pu's bath? A shrill and furious droning voice. Without warning, it exploded violently from behind him, immediately following, only to see a snow-white figure rise up in the water of the lake. Bringing up a crystalline splash. Ao Chen's body trembled violently at this sudden turn of events. It was as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. Almost at the same instant, he then felt a sword of unparalleled sharpness, with a bone-chilling chill, cold against his own throat. He subconsciously swallowed hard and the shirt on his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The heart was full of shock and panic. At this moment, inside the heart of the second princess of heaven, Li Pui, filled to the brim with anger and shame. She could hardly imagine. In any case, that I've come down from the earth to rid the world of demons. After a long rush of many days, it was hard to find this secluded pool of water. I was hoping to get a good wash and relax for a few moments. How dare they be intruded upon by this bold and reckless fellow? Humph. Little pervert. Princess Lun Yu's willow eyebrows rose up and her eyes whitened in anger. Those bright eyes burned with a burning rage that the sword in his hand was sent forward again with a fierce. The tone was full of undisguised disgust and dislike. The cold sweat on Ao Chen's forehead kept rolling down like broken beads. His voice quivered with extreme nervousness, and stuttered in explanation. I really didn't mean it. I swear, I really didn't see anything. Princess Lun Yu's complexion was steeply austere. Eyes like two sharp, cold swords stabbed straight at Ao Chen. Sternly questioned. Say, where exactly are you from? Why are you spying on this princess? Ao Chen could only harden his head and said with forced composure, I am a loose immortal ranger of the Western Mountain. Heard that the Western Mountain border has a demon race rampage. The living souls are in abundance. Then resolutely rushed to subdue the demon and eliminate the devil. Is really careless. Mistakenly intruded into the princess's bathing place, but also implore the princess you adults have a large amount more to forgive. Princess Leapfrog Yui gently bit her lower lip. She eyed the teenager in front of her carefully. I only saw the teenager blushing and so nervous that he stumbled over his words. He doesn't look like the kind of guy who's used to doing this kind of thing. The anger in his heart was calmed a little by this. The aura tightened up a bit. She grunted. The sword in his hand, however, was not withdrawn. And a loose ranger from the Western Mountains? Humph. Do you think this princess will believe your bull asterisk? If you're really here to subdue the demons and get rid of the devils, why would you appear here? Moreover, the aura on your body, why is it so odd? Ao Chen's heart was shocked and he screamed that it was not good. Just because eldest sister Moon Spirit put the medicine capsule that hides his breath on his body. There's something really different about the breath at this point. I didn't expect that it would be detected by this Princess Li Pu. He hastened to explain. Princess Mingjian, the gong method I cultivate is indeed a bit special, but it is by no means any crooked path. The reason why I appeared here is because I was thirsty for a moment and wanted to come to find some water to drink, and only by mistake did I break into this water pool. I really didn't have the slightest intention of peeping. Ao Chen turned his head and tried to continue explaining things clearly, but just turn your head. His eyes instantly rolled back in his head and, as if he had seen something extremely frightening. Frightened, he turned back again in a hurry and the voice was tinged with a few tremors. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? It was only then that Leap Spectre woke up, as if from a dream, suddenly realizing that he was naked at the moment. Unmasked. This princess is bathing. Do you wear clothes when you bathe? A brilliant blush instantly spread over her face. It spreads from the base of the ear to the neck. Shamed and annoyed, he exclaimed. Humph. Turn your head away. If you dare to take a peek, this princess will not forgive you lightly. Ao Chen hurriedly turned around as he was told, with his back to Leap Spectre. I can't even breathe. The heart was beating violently in his chest. It was as if it was going to burst through the chest. Only the faint sound of a rustling of clothes could be heard from behind her. Okay, turn your head. A few moments later, Princess Lun Yu's slightly shy voice came out leisurely. Ao Chen slowly turned his head and what came into view was a woman dressed in a light gauze garment that, the light veil, though it barely covered her shapely body. However, it is difficult to hide its overwhelming beauty, which has turned the world upside down. Her eyes were as clear as a pool of autumn water. Clear and bright. At the moment it contained a slight pout. The nose is strong and straight. It was like an exquisite jade peak. Cherry mouth without pointing and vermilion. At the moment it was slightly pouting. Full of pettiness. A head of shiny black hair cascaded wetly over her shoulders. A few strands of mischievous hair were still dripping with crystals. Sliding slowly down her neck, which was as white as snow and as graceful as a swan's. It adds a bit more of a flirtatious and attractive flavor. Princess Linyu stared tightly at the teenager in front of her. There was a flash of amazement in his eyes. Only the teenager had just washed his face and the crystalline droplets of water still hung on his well-defined, hard-lined face. The more you look clean and handsome, the more. It was like an exiled immortal coming out of a painting. He's got a sword brow and starry eyes. A pair of eyes with an unwavering determination and boldness that. The stance is straight and upright. Like a vigorous pine standing proudly on the top of a mountain. Exuding a vibrant vigor and a spirited youthful spirit. There is a different kind of charm in every move. Just then, next to her, a maid-like girl ran over. Flustered and in a hurry. The god cried out anxiously. Aya, princess. Are you all right, princess? She looked Ao-chen up and down. There was a flash of caution in his eyes. Leapfrog coughed lightly, trying desperately to hide the panic and shyness that was inside of her. Pretending to be calm, he said, "It's okay, it's just that this kid came out of nowhere," she said, pointing at Ao-chen. When the girl heard that, immediately, he crossed his eyes and shouted at Ao-chen, "You brat, why don't you hurry up and bow when you see the second princess of heaven?" That tone was full of arrogance and disdain. Ao-chen was shocked in his heart. I really didn't expect this bright and beautiful girl in front of me. Surprisingly, it's the honorable and incomparable second princess of heaven. Hurriedly, he gave a big, respectful salute. Leapfrog Phantom forced himself to put on a dignified demeanor and, clearing his throat, he opened his mouth to ask, "What's your name?" Ao-chen hesitated for a moment, hurrying to lie. He said, "I am here Long Yifeng." He had a dark thought in his mind. One cannot reveal one's true identity. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll get into unnecessary trouble. Chapter 136 Long Yifeng. Leapfrog coughed lightly and cleared his throat. A look of pride instantly appeared on his face. Said in a loud voice, "Long Yifeng, since you are a loose immortal, you might as well serve under this princess. This princess has come here to assist the princess of the Phoenix clan in subduing the demons and eliminating the devils." That tone of voice. It was as if the entire heaven and earth were under her control. Ao-chen sniffed. Couldn't help but stare. A quick flash of surprise in his eyes. Off the cuff. What? You are here to assist the princess of the Phoenix clan? His voice was full of incredulity. It was as if he had heard something heavenly. The maid was on the sidelines, with a worried look on her face. A small voice advised, "Princess, we still better hurry back. If the heavenly emperor knows that you privately descend to the earth to subdue the demons, he will definitely be furious." As soon as Ao-chen heard that, got it. It turns out that the honorable second princess of heaven in front of us. I'm not sure if I'm the same as myself. Also sneaking into the battlefield without the knowledge of his superiors. Leap Yui tossed her head with a carelessness, hair arcing openly in the air. Said, "Cut the crap. This time, this princess must go to Sister Fengning. I'm going to follow Sister Fengning and fight on the battlefield together to kill the enemy and subdue the demons," she said, with a gleam of adoration in her eyes. It was as if Sister Fengning was the god in her heart. The maid sighed helplessly and the tone was full of helplessness and worry. "Princess, but we've been here for so long, and we haven't been able to find any traces of the Phoenix clan's army, but instead, we've gotten lost in the middle of nowhere." She said this while looking at Leap Spectre with a sad face. Lunyu sniffed and turned her head to look at Ao-chen. There was a glint of anticipation in his eyes. "Long Yifeng, since you are a ranger of this land, you must be very familiar with the roads here?" Ao-chen subconsciously swallowed again when he heard this. Hesitantly. Kind of familiar with it." He had a dark thought in his mind. "Being a first-timer myself, where do I know the exact location of the Phoenix clan's army?" As soon as Leap Yui heard that, a look of delight appeared on his face. And it was as if they had found a lifesaver. "Good then. You immediately take this princess to the Phoenix clan's army. As long as you find it, this princess will forget about it and not punish you." As soon as Ao-chen heard that, inwardly anxious, Rush said, "But I have important matters to attend to, so I really can't spare the time." As soon as Leap Yui heard that, Xiao Mei frowned, disgruntled. "Isn't your main priority to subdue the demons? How many demons can you kill on your own? I'll take you to see my sister Fengning, so you can see how majestic the real Phoenix clan army is." when the time comes, this princess will put in a few good words with Sister Fengning, and will guarantee that you will be a charging pawn under her command. How about that? Inside, Ao Chen was eager to get rid of this trouble. He thought for a moment and turned. Princess, I heard that the Dragon Clan's army has also come to the Western Mountain to subdue the demons. Why don't I take you to the Dragon Clan? Before Ao Chen could finish his sentence, Leapspector then skimmed his mouth full of disgust and said, The Dragon Clan? Better forget it. How can they be compared to my sister Fengning's Phoenix Clan army? This princess can't look at them. And she deliberately puffed out her chest and, looking all haughty and, it was as if the dragons were not even worth mentioning in her eyes. Saying that, Lun Yu picked up the sword again, the tip of the sword pointing straight at Ao Chen. Threatened, going or not, if you don't go, this princess will. Just, halfway through the sentence, her afterglow suddenly glimpsed the Lightwing spirit colt standing quietly to the side. The spirit pony was snow white, and flashed its huge wings, and, it gives off a soft glow that, elegant and noble. It caught her eye instantly. Her eyes steepled and, a wry smile appeared on his face. Immediately afterward, if you don't take this princess there, this princess will take your spirit colt. It would be a shame for this spirit colt to fall into your hands. Only by following this princess will it be worthy of its extraordinary nature. Ao Chen looked at the arrogant princess in front of him. The heart screamed in secret. How could he not have thought that? This second princess of heaven is so capricious and unreasonable, totally a spoiled brat. But he's also aware that he has urgent business to attend to. There really wasn't time to circle the wagons with Leapfrog here. However, he turned his thoughts to, this princess looks shrewd, but she is simple and easy to fool. He's got an idea in his mind. Even if we take her to the dragon army first, with this princess being a stranger to the western mountain borders, I don't think you'll notice anything fishy about it. So, Ao Chen put on a look of utter helplessness on his face, said with a sigh, all right, I'll just take you to the Phoenix Clan army. But, you can't go back on your word. We have to make it clear that after we find the Phoenix Clan's army, you have to let me go. As he spoke, while surreptitiously observing Leapspector's reaction out of the corner of his eye, the mind was secretly calculating the next plan. As soon as Lun Yu heard that Ao Chen had agreed to do so, eyes narrowed into a curved crescent moon, the corners of his mouth lifted high and, with a satisfied smile, and a smug grunt, "Humph, count on you to be sensible. This princess is true to her word. As long as you lead this princess to the Phoenix Clan's army, this princess will let you go." Saying that, with a flip of her wrist, she sheathed the sword in her hand and, movements are clean. Ao Chen laughed secretly in his heart. On the surface, he didn't move. He turned toward the light-winged spirit pony. Gently stroking the neck of the spirit pony. Sending its soothing signals. Ao Chen sharply rolled over onto the light-winged spirit colt. With a slight sideways glance, he addressed Leapspector and her entourage. Let's get going then. I hope you can keep up. The words, the maid-like girl, however, ran over. She was standing next to Ao Chen's spirit pony, tilting his head slightly, with an air of self-righteous demeanor on his face. Unceremoniously, he ordered Ao Chen, "You, down." Ao Chen sniffed, unable to help himself. He asked rhetorically, "What do you mean?" At this point, Leapspector approached slowly with a graceful stride. She held her head high and, with his usual haughty look on his face, the eyes were full of entitlement. The maid saw this and, immediately, he raised his voice again and tugged at it. "Our princess came down to the realm in a hurry this time and didn't have time to bring her mount with her. So come down and let our princess ride." As soon as Ao Chen heard this, his face instantly reddened and, the veins on his forehead rippled slightly. He couldn't help but chortle. "It's too much." Leap Yui and the maid were startled by his sudden and fierce reaction. The two couldn't help but take a half step backward. The maid returned to her senses and, a disgruntled look appeared on his face and he bristled. "What's wrong, brat? What's wrong with our princess riding your spirit pony? Do you have the cheek to let the girls walk while you comfortably ride your spirit pony?" It was then that Ao Chen came to the realization that, mind blown, couldn't help but mentally curse the nationalist. He had misunderstood the outrageous request. Thought they were up to something else. "You are talking about riding a spirit pony? Ha?" There was still a hint of embarrassment in Ao Chen's voice. The blush on her face hadn't completely faded. The maid rolled her eyes and said in a nonchalant manner, "What else? Is it to ride you? Cut the crap and get down." Oh, Ao Chen hurriedly rolled over and got off the spirit pony. Obediently, the spirit pony gave way. Damn, all blame the previous evil phoenix every day to change the pattern to play with him. Make him get yellow in his heart, and guess wildly. Ao Chen thought as he watched Princess Lin Yu proudly walk towards the spirit pony. his heart filled with pent-up frustration. Chapter 137 Food. Princess Lunyu elegantly sat on top of the light-winged spirit colt that emitted a soft glow around her body. That spirit pony flapped its splendid wings now and then. It made a clear and pleasant hissing sound. The little maid, on the other hand, followed closely behind the spirit pony. Eyes alert. Always keep an eye on the wind around you. And Ao Chen, at the moment, helplessly carrying a backpack. Footsteps shuffled slightly behind them. He clutched the map of the western mountain border in his hand and a slight frown creased his brow. Princess Leapfrog Yui looked slightly sideways and his eyes lazily fell on Ao Chen, lightly opening his vermilion lips. What's that dragon coming from? Ao Chen nodded slightly and replied respectfully. Princess, I am Long Yifeng. Princess Leapfrog Yui nodded her head gently. The eyes followed Ao Chen's arm and, falling on the map in his hand, he asked, what are you looking at? Ao Chen raised his head and replied again. Back to the princess. I'm looking at the map of the western mountain border. Princess Leapfrog raised an eyebrow. The corners of his mouth rose slightly in a slightly mocking manner. Aren't you a ranger in this area? How come you even have to look at a map to go somewhere? Is it possible that you don't even know the way? Ao Chen laughed dryly and explained. The princess is unaware that this western mountain border, the terrain is extremely complex, with overlapping mountains and crisscrossing gullies, with unknown dangers lurking everywhere. Even though I have lived here for many years and am somewhat familiar with the terrain, it is inevitable that I will occasionally lose my way. Princess Leapfrog frowned impatiently as she heard this. The tone of his voice was sharply urged. Well, then you must look quickly. We're still in a hurry to find the station of the Phoenix Clan's army. Ao Chen hurriedly answered. In the back of his mind, he was secretly thinking, one had to hurry up and find the Dragon Clan army garrison led by senior brother Tsong Rin to do so. One could not afford to waste too much time on other matters. Just walking. A gurgling sound suddenly came from Princess Leapfrog's abdomen. The maid sniffed and, immediately, he nervously came forward and asked with concern, Princess, are you feeling hungry? If you are hungry, the slave girl will bring you food. Princess Lunyu pouted and touched her stomach, nodding lightly. There was a hint of pouting in his eyes. Well, it's a little hungry. As soon as the maid heard that, immediately turning his gaze to Ao Chen, he asked, do you have any good food with you? The princess is hungry. Hurry up and bring it out. Ao Chen froze for a moment. Then I remembered that I had some food in my bag. Then he nodded and replied, well, I do have some little treats here. As he spoke, he took a package out of his traveling bag. At the sight of the maid, the eyes lit up at once and, reaching out, he snatched the package from Ao Chen's hand. She opened the package eagerly and, only a couple of delicate pastries were packed inside. The joy of the moment was so great that, hurriedly, he handed the pastry to Princess Leapfrog. Princess Leapfrog is obviously starving. The moment I received the pastry, and then couldn't wait to take a big bite out of it. The cheeks bulged rapidly and, like a greedy little squirrel, she eats like a champ, without any regard for her image as a noble and elegant princess. Fine pastry crumbs fluttered onto her sarong and some of it got on her pink cheeks. Ao Chen looked at Princess Lunyu's wolfish appearance. Not only did he feel a little funny in his mind. This princess is usually pampered in heaven. I'm afraid I'm rarely hungry like this. It didn't take long. Princess Leapfrog then swept up all the pastries in one go, and licked his fingers with intent and asked, is there more? This princess hasn't had enough. Ao Chen looked at the empty package and, spreading his hands helplessly, he replied, no more, princess, it's all been eaten by you. He muttered darkly in his mind, this Princess Leapfrog Yui can really eat. As soon as the little maid heard that, unceremoniously, he ordered Ao Chen, then you quickly go and find the princess some more food. The princess is a golden branch. How can she be hungry? When Ao Chen heard this, he was depressed to the core. Couldn't help but retort. What? Why should I go? Why don't you go find out? The maid bristled and said with a condescending look on her face. I have to keep the princess safe at all times, and I can't leave her side even for a step. You are a man. Of course you should be the one to find food. Go! Ao Chen sighed helplessly. The mind wondered. This journey is really unlucky. Actually ran into such two difficult masters. Helplessly, he had to turn around and walk into the mountains and start looking around for food. The mountains are thick and lush with trees. Branches and leaves intertwine with each other. The sunlight can only pass through the gaps in the leaves. Ao Chen searched around in the mountains and forests. A moment later, on hands and knees, he climbed a tree to pick wild fruits. A moment later, he dives into the grass to search carefully for mushrooms. He was panting with exhaustion and a fine bead of sweat covered his forehead. His clothes also had a few cuts from branches. It's really not easy to find something to eat in these wild mountains. I should have prepared more food if I had known, Ao-chan muttered while, keep looking while you're at it. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a rabbit that rabbit is crouching in the grass, nibbling leisurely at the grass, oblivious to the dangers around him. He was so pleased that he immediately threw away the fruit in his hand and, starting to cast spells, there was only a soft flash of light and, the rabbit then fell gently to the ground. Ao-chan carried the plump rabbit with great joy and, the sense of accomplishment is overwhelming. Even my feet are as light as if I were stepping on a cloud. Strutting back, having just returned to Princess Leapfrog and the maid, he then couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, look what I found for you. It's fatty rabbit meat. Ha ha, it took me a lot of effort to catch it. Before the words are even shouted, a sharp shriek rang out suddenly, and it scared Ao-chan to death. Oops, you, how can you eat the rabbit? The rabbit is so cute. How can you be so cruel? As soon as Princess Lin saw the rabbit in Ao-chan's hand, at once, her willow eyebrows rose up, her almond eyes widened. A stern voice stopped it, in her eyes, full of pity and anger. That look, it was as if Ao-chan had committed a great crime that was unforgivable. Ao-chan froze on the spot and, as if under a spell of immobilization, the rabbit in his hand seemed at the moment to have turned into a red-hot branding iron. It left him at a loss for words. He looked at the rabbit in his hand, full of helplessness, and, Princess, think about it, how hard it is to find food in the middle of nowhere. This rabbit is something I caught with great difficulty. Unbridled. Princess Lun Yu didn't listen to his explanation at all, before he could finish his sentence. Then he rushed forward with an arrow, taking the rabbit carefully from his hand. It was so gentle that I was afraid of hurting it. Subsequently, she stroked the rabbit's fur gently and, the eyes were gentle and watery. You see how much this little rabbit resembles the jade rabbit in Chang'e's sister's Guanghan Palace. How can you bear to turn such a lovely creature into food on a plate? How can you be so cruel? Princess Leapfrog Yui rambled on as she, while crouching down, lay the rabbit gently on the ground, eyes full of love. I watched it disappear into the grass with a bounce. Ao-chan was almost so angry that he turned his back. He was red in the face and grumbled in an uncharacteristic manner. Hey, Princess, do you know how much effort I put into finding this rabbit? If you don't eat it, why did you let it go? The maid, however, was not to be spared, and, with a stern face, he commanded in a commanding manner, you hurriedly go and find another way to find food. The princess is still hungry. If you can't find food that satisfies the princess, beware of the princess's offense, and you'll be in for it. Chapter 138 Poisoning. Ao-chan was filled with helplessness, had to go deep into the mountains again to find food. He traveled for a long time through the mountains and forests, tired as hell. Finally some mushrooms of various shapes and sizes were found in a damp patch of shade. He carefully picked off some of the, quickly applying psychic powers, drying those fresh mushrooms quickly. It turns into aromatic dried mushrooms. Ao-chan hurriedly returned to Princess Lin Yu and the maid's side. Respectfully handing out the dried mushrooms, he said, Princess, right now we can only eat some of this to pad our stomachs. Princess Leapfrog Yui saw the dried mushrooms with their attractive color. Eyes instantly lit up with, and without much thought, then he reached out and took it. Eat it with gusto. She chewed as she raved. I didn't expect this dried mushroom to taste so delicious. No better than those delicacies I ate in the heavenly court. However, it didn't take long. Princess Leap Yu then suddenly turned pale, hands clasped over your stomach, with a look of agony on his face. A cry of pain escaped his lips. Ouch! My stomach hurts. It hurts so much. The maid saw this and, there was a great deal of consternation and, her eyes widened in anger and she immediately pointed at Ao-chan. The voice questioned. How dare you give the princess poisoned mushrooms? Do you know what a heinous crime it is to poison the princess? Can you afford it? Ao-chan was also panicked by this sudden turn of events. He hastily waved his hand and explained incoherently. I really don't know how it happened. Did I look away and those mushrooms are poisonous? In his mind, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Why are you so unlucky? Just picking random mushrooms, to have caused so much trouble. Princess Leapfrog Yui curled up in pain and, panting, her originally delicate face was now bloodless and, it looked as pale as paper. A fine, fragrant sweat continued to roll down her bare forehead and pale cheeks, soaking the hair at the temples. A few strands of broken hair stuck to his face. When Ao-chan saw this, his heart was burning with anxiety. He couldn't think twice about it. Reaching hastily through his packages with a burst of rummaging. Finally, he took out the medicinal pills that elder sister Moon Spirit had given him. The little maid has sharp eyes, all at once alerted. He surged forward and, standing between Ao-chan and Princess Leapfrog, loudly questioned, what are you going to feed the princess? Don't try any tricks, Ao-chan explained anxiously. This is the antidote to the poison. If you don't eat it, the princess will be in danger. The little maid was still full of caution and there was skepticism in his eyes, and he said in a strong tone, who knows what it is? Take a bite of it yourself first to prove that the medicine is okay. Ao-chan sighed helplessly, though his heart is burning with anxiety. But he also knew that he couldn't dwell too much with the little maid at the moment. He gritted his teeth, broke off a piece of the elixir, and, throwing it in his mouth without hesitation, said while chewing, that's okay now, isn't it? If we delay any longer, your princess will really die. The little maid skimmed her lips and muttered, that's not because of you. If you hadn't found poisonous food, how would the princess have suffered so much? Ao-chan stopped fighting with her for fear of wasting a single moment. He quickly came to Princess Leap Specter's side and, carefully feeding the elixir into her mouth, then gently hold her back. Immediately following, Ao-chan sat cross-legged on the ground and, put your hands together in front of your chest, close your eyes tightly, mobilizing all of his spiritual energy, slowly injecting into Princess Leap Yu's body, trying to dispel the toxin for her. Time is ticking away. Beads of sweat covered Ao-chan's forehead. Finally, in his endeavors, Princess Leap Yu's face gradually regained its redness and the original bloodless lips had also regained a light pink color. Her tightly furrowed brow slowly unfurled and the pained look on his face dissipated. And the toxin is finally lifted. Princess Leapfrog slowly opened her eyes and, looking at Ao-chan's exhausted appearance, the heart couldn't help but well up. However, her mouth remained unforgiving, and she said with a bit of arrogance in her weakness, Humph, Long Yifeng, as a loose immortal ranger, how come you don't even know which foods in the mountains you can and can't eat? This time, if you didn't still have some ability to cure Princess Ben's poison, you would definitely not be spared. Ao-chan smiled bitterly, with a guilty look on his face. He said, Princess, I'm really sorry, it's my fault for not thinking things through. The maid took a long breath, too, and the taut nerves finally relaxed. She looked over at Ao-chan and there was a hint of reproach in his tone, but also a bit of concern. It's good that the princess is safe and sound, but you must be careful in the future. The princess is a golden branch, a body of 10,000 gold, and cannot tolerate half a mistake. You must remember that. Ao-chan nodded feebly and the mind was secretly glad that there was a scare this time. Subsequently, the Lightwing Spirit Colt carried Princess Leap Specter as it continued to move forward. Ao-chan, on the other hand, followed closely behind, and finding them food, and detoxifying them. On this journey, Ao-chan was so tired that he was panting for breath. The legs felt as if they were heavy with lead. Can't really walk. He stopped, and sat down for a moment to rest on a large stone beside the. Take off your shoes and look. The soles of his feet had long since worn out dense blisters. Both legs are sore and aching. Almost unconscious, the maid on the side saw Ao-chan in this sorry state, couldn't help but chuckle lightly and snicker. Yo, this long gongzi, looks really delicate nah. The princess and I have been walking with you for a day and we don't even feel tired. But you're fine. You're so tired. From my point of view, you don't look like a wandering immortal who has traveled around the world and weathered the storms, but rather, you look like a pampered young son of a family who hasn't suffered a bit. Ao-chan's face was reddened by the maid's dislike of these words. I was speechless for a moment. I can only look away from you. Didn't want them to see their embarrassment. But that stubborn streak in his bones came up and, gritting his teeth, putting on my shoes, and not caring that my feet hurt, strongly bracing himself, he stood up and, pretending to be calm, he said, let's not delay any longer. Let's hurry up. Having said that, then he took the first step. Taking the Leap Specter master and servant with him, he continued to walk forward. Just then, the sound transmission bamboo slip at Ao-chan's waist suddenly flickered with a soft light. His mind snapped to, spirits are lifted. Immediately realizing that this must be Elder Sister Moon Spirit holding on to herself, he stepped aside quietly and, carefully picking up the transmission bamboo slip, he said softly, Eldest Sister, is that you? The light of the transmitting bamboo slips flickered once again. It seemed like Elder Sister Moon Spirit was responding to him. Ao-chan's heart warmed. A gentle smile appeared on the face of the continued, Eldest Sister, don't worry, everything is fine with me. I'm not in any danger. Don't you worry about me. I will take care of myself. You also take care of yourself and wait for me. Just talking. There was a deafening thud. Ao-chan's heart trembled with fear. Turn your eyes and see. I saw that Princess Leap Yu, together with her light-winged spirit pony and the little maid beside her. Together, they fell into a large pit. Chapter 139. Ao-chan was instantly startled and heart-pounding. Too late to think about it. Pulling his legs up, he was about to rush over to check out the situation. But just then, A huge black net swooped down swiftly from the sky. Precisely. It enveloped Princess Leapfrog, the little maid, and the light-winged spirit colt in the large pit. The ropes of that giant net were dark and shiny, tough as steel. There's a pungent, odd odor coming from it, too, as if coated with some evil substance. Princess, how are you guys doing? Chen was so anxious that he shouted. Princess Leapfrog is struggling desperately in that pit. His face was filled with horror, and his voice trembled as he cried out. Long Yifeng, quickly save us. This net is too tight. We can't even get out. Chen screamed in his heart that it was not good. Deeply aware of the critical situation, he quickly adjusted his breathing and cast his spell with all his might. The spiritual energy in the body is like a sleeping dragon being awakened. It surged and surged. He snapped and bellowed. With both hands, I swung hard. Powerful spiritual energy like an invisible hurricane. It whistled towards the giant net. The light-winged spirit pony also seemed to sense a life and death crisis. It hissed angrily and, flapping his brilliant wings of light with all his might, with a strong gust of wind, trying to break free of the giant net, Chen saw the moment and, rushing forward like an arrow from a string, hands clutched at the ropes of the giant net. Stiffly, he tore a large hole in the giant net. Princess, come out quickly, Chen shouted out while, all the while, he was vigilantly observing the movements around him. Princess Lun Yu and the little maid hurriedly lumbered out of the torn opening. Princess Leap Yu's face was as pale as paper, obviously frightened by the turn of events just now. The body was still trembling slightly. The little maid was also in a state of shock and, snuggling close to the princess. There was fear in his eyes. Scared me to death. What is this? This, Princess Leapfrog Yui said heartily. Suddenly, there was a sudden, creepy, chaotic sound of arrows breaking through the air from the rear. Numerous sharp arrows came as thick as rain. It glinted cold and chilly in the darkness. Straight at them. Look out, Chen shouted, quickly mobilizing psychic energy. Generate a huge water shield in front of your body. The water shield glowed with an eerie blue light that, like an impenetrable wall. Steadily, the chaotic arrows were kept out. The arrows hit the water shield. There was a loud and clear dang 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 sound. Just then, from the shadows on both sides of the road came a group of fierce-looking bandits, with greed and ferocity on their faces, waving their weapons and yelling, "Brothers, listen up! Those two tender-skinned girls and that handsome boy can't be spared, and none of them can escape. If we catch them, we'll be rich." Chen's heart fluttered, instantly realizing that they had been attacked by mountain bandits. He quickly mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, only to see his hands rapidly forming seals. A powerful wave of spiritual energy was like a surging, invisible wave that, swiftly sweeping towards the surrounding mountain bandits. The bandits were struck by the powerful force of this, like fallen leaves swept by the wind. They've been falling all over the place. The body flew backwards uncontrollably. They screamed and screamed. Weapons have fallen from their hands, too, rolling on the ground in agony. Get going. It's not advisable to stay here for long, Chen shouted, helping the little maid onto the spirit pony, along with Leap Spectre. The light-winged spirit pony seemed to understand his instructions and, spread your light wings, sprinting away like a dazzling light. They fought and fled, the wind whistling in their ears. I don't know how long I'd been running. Finally, we came to a relatively safe open space. Princess Leapyu and the little maid were panting with exhaustion and, hair messy on sweaty cheeks. They looked at Chen and, with admiration and gratitude in their eyes, it was as if they were looking at a hero who had fallen from the sky. Princess Lun Yu's cheeks flushed with excitement. Long Yifeng, you're awesome. Those moves just now were so cool. What kind of moves did you use? Quickly tell us. This princess wants to know so much. Chen smiled and looked humble. In his eyes, however, there was a bit of bemusement. It's just some small carving skills. It's not worth mentioning. Just a few mountain bandits are not enough to be feared, and someone else would be able to deal with them. Princess Leap Spectre blinked her big watery eyes and, full of anticipation, with his hands clasped to his chest, longing said, "You are so powerful in magic. This princess must recommend you to Sister Fengning. When the time comes, we will fight side by side together to subdue the demons and eliminate the devils, and we will surely be able to make great achievements and become great heroes admired by all." Chen laughed dryly. The corner of his mouth pulled out a perfunctory arc as he said, "Oh, good point, good point." A couple of guys sitting on the ground taking a little break, drinking some water, adjusting to the exhaustion of. Then he continued toward the front. Chen subconsciously touched his arms and, his face instantly turned white and, the heart screamed. The map's gone. It must have been accidentally lost during the fight earlier. What can we do? Without the map, how can we find the dragon army's compound? Lun Yu saw that Ao Chen looked different, asked softly, Long Yifeng, what's next? Ao Chen was a bit confused for a moment. The brain is racing. Suddenly remembered he had a locator compass. He pulled out his compass in a panic and, fingers trembling slightly, carefully recognizing the pointers on the. Then, forcing himself to be calm, he pointed to the west and said, Follow me, just go in this direction. The three went on for a long time longer. And, the more you walk, the more you feel like you're struggling. The mountain road in front of us is getting narrower and narrower. On one side were steep cliffs, so deep they could not be seen. On the other side, the rocky mountain walls of the sharp rocks like the fangs of a beast, surrounded only by the whistling of the wind and the occasional cry of an unknown beast. It's gut-wrenching. Just when they were exhausted and had almost given up, the little maid suddenly cried out shrilly in surprise. We've arrived. You guys, look, there's the army's tent in front of us. Ao Chen froze, his face full of doubt and asked hastily, What? What arrived? To where? Just a turn in the winding mountain road. A grand and spectacular scene came into view. The extreme view of an open clearing in the distance. Densely packed tents were scattered about. They're closely spaced and extended. It's impossible to see the end of it. Ao Chen looked at the scene in front of him and mumbles, Is this the residence of the dragon army? Princess Lun Yu excitedly pointed ahead and shouted, Found it! That must be the Phoenix Clan army. We've finally arrived. The words have not yet been spoken. She then couldn't wait to pat the spirit pony. Riding the spirit pony, he galloped towards the direction of the army. Princess! Wait a minute. Ao Chen still had doubts in his mind, but Leap Spectre had already sped off and Ao Chen followed behind her, his footsteps unconsciously quickening. With the gradual approach of, the more he looked, the more he felt that the scene in front of him was different from the Dragon Clan army he remembered. When we get closer, he finally got a good look at the pattern on the army's flag. A majestic, lifelike phoenix. It was the army of the Phoenix Clan. It was Feng Ning's army. Princess Leapfrog Yui had a look of surprise on her face. Clap your hands in praise. Wow, Long Yifeng, you're amazing. Saying that you brought us here. You found it so quickly. This princess will definitely praise you in front of Sister Feng Ning and ask her to reward you heavily. Ao Chen had a hard time finding the dragon army, and was going to. I didn't expect to come to the Phoenix army by mistake. The heart screamed that it was bad, and that it had to go quickly. A slightly stiff smile piled up on his face as he, well, it was all luck to find this place. It's not worth it. Immediately afterward, it was said eagerly, Princess, I have delivered you safely to the Phoenix Clan's army garrison, and since my mission is complete, I will take my leave first. Saying that, Ao Chen then reached out and she made a gesture to help Princess Leapfrog get off the spirit pony. When Princess Lun Yu saw him leaving, rushing to take him by the arm, he cried out anxiously, Hey, don't leave. This princess promised you before, as long as you deliver me safely, I'll talk to Sister Feng Ning and let you join her army. When the time comes to follow my sister Feng Ning, you'll be guaranteed a great future. Ao Chen looked anxious, while carefully breaking the princess's hand gently away from a hasty refusal on the one hand. He was quick on his feet and hands to place the princess in the right place, followed by a rollover, quickly onto the light-winged spirit pony, explained eagerly, Thanks for the princess's kindness. It's just that Mr. Long is free-spirited by nature and really can't stand those harsh disciplinary constraints in the military. I'm afraid it's not very suitable for being a soldier. Now that the princess has arrived safely at the Phoenix tribe's tent, my mission has been successfully accomplished. I still have many important matters pestering me. Really can't be delayed. This is the first farewell. The words. He snapped the spirit pony's neck and the spirit pony sensed its master's command and, with a long hiss, spreading those huge, brilliant wings of light, running back like a bolt of lightning. However, before he could get very far, the change came out of nowhere. A huge, black, gigantic net fell from the sky without warning. It's like a giant spider with teeth and claws. In the blink of an eye, then Ao Chen, together with the spirit pony, was solidly trapped in the net, firmly bound to the ground. Meanwhile, a few Phoenix soldiers suddenly appeared like ghosts. They're armed with sharp blades, and they look alert and, staring intently at Ao Chen, who was trapped in the net, snapped at him. Who dares to trespass on the Phoenix Army's premises? Report your name. Well, the little dragon delivered it. Chapter 140. Ao Chen was tightly wrapped in that airtight black giant net, struggling desperately in the net, hands and feet, but only in vain. The more you struggle, the tighter the netting gets, and his clothes were being torn more and more disheveled and the look was a million times worse. The Phoenix soldiers are in a closed circle, surrounded him in a circle. Sharp blades flashed coldly in his hands. and he pressed forward at every step. The light of the knife reflected off his face, and the tension was palpable. Ao Chen screamed in his heart that it was not good. Anxious, I thought, if this keeps up, I'm going to get captured alive, and I have to break out and run away as soon as possible with a big move. Just as he was secretly building up his strength, ready to throw in the towel, a dainty cry suddenly rang out. Stop! The Phoenix soldiers turned back in droves. Only the person who voiced it was the girl in the distance who was as beautiful as a spring flower. At this moment, she was likewise surrounded by several soldiers guarding the, but she had no fear. Not only was the girl unafraid, instead, he took a few steps forward and said loudly, how dare any of you touch him? The girl's voice is firm, her aura is strong, and, the Phoenix soldiers looked at each other in disbelief, with a mind full of doubts. Looking at the girl's stance, she was by no means an ordinary person. At this point, the little maid had flashed out from the side of the, raising a sign high in the air. He shouted shrilly at the top of his voice, seeing the second princess of heaven, why don't you kneel down? As soon as the Phoenix soldiers heard that, there was a moment of consternation and, fixing my eyes on that sign again, the logo on the, another look at the belt tag around the girl's waist confirmed it. What's wrong with that? One by one, Puff, kneeling down on both knees, he kowtowed to the second princess of heaven. The lead soldier was filled with fear and, the voice trembled slightly. I didn't know that the second princess of heaven's court had come to visit. We have missed our welcome and deserve to die. I will immediately report to the Phoenix Marshal. Having said that, turning hastily, he ran on foot to report the news. Princess Lun Yu looked at the back of that little soldier who hurriedly left, turned back, with a reassuring smile on his face. Said to Ao Chen, Long Yifeng, don't worry, with this princess here, no one will be able to touch a single cold hair of yours. Ao Chen was filled with anxiety. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead as he said, Princess, I still have 10,000 urgent important matters in my body. I really can't delay. Princess Leapfrog Yui, however, was unforgiving and, moving closer to him he took his arm in a pouty grip. Long Yifeng, this princess has already decided. You helped me lead the way all the way and saved my life. This princess must repay you properly. Otherwise, if it gets out, how should people talk about me? The second princess of the heavenly court. They would still say that I'm an ungrateful person. Ao Chen hurriedly explained, his expression becoming more and more anxious. No way, princess, you don't know. I have an enemy who works as an officer in this Phoenix clan's barracks. In case he sees me, it will definitely cause a big trouble, and I'm afraid that it will involve you. Princess, at that time, before the words are out of my mouth, a few guards had come to greet them with respectful and quick steps. For a moment, a group of people quickly gathered around the, it's a huge battle, chanting in unison to welcome the second princess of heaven. Ao Chen was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan inside. There's really nothing to be done. Panic, hastily pulling a bronze mask from his bag. The hands were busy putting it on his face. Princess Leapfrog turned her head once and, suddenly, he saw Ao Chen, who was wearing a mask, with a soft cry of terror and a face full of doubts written all over the, asked, why are you suddenly wearing a mask? What's this all about? Ao Chen's mind was racing. Quickly calming down, he said, Princess, since we're going to the Phoenix clan's barracks, in order to avoid being recognized by the enemy, it's better to wear a mask to be on the safe side. Save that person from recognizing me and adding unnecessary trouble to you as well. Princess Lun Yu came to a sudden realization and nodded her head in praise. Oh, so that's how it is. You're so thoughtful. I told you why you suddenly changed your appearance, but it startled me. Ao Chen laughed dryly and didn't say anything more. Subsequently, Princess Lun Yu and Ao Chen, surrounded by the crowd of, being housed in a tent. Not much longer, only to see Feng Ning's athletic stance, striding towards the side, daylight pouring in, falling on her basil-colored military dress. The intricate and exquisite golden phoenix pattern carved on that armor, instantly glittering. The coldness and flamboyance intertwined, eye-catching to the extreme. The scarlet war belt around his waist, like a passionate flame. It was just right to outline her slim but powerful waist. Showing off her valor. A head of long, ink-like hair tied up high and a few strands of broken hair fluttered gently in the breeze. It added a bit of spirit to her face with its picturesque eyebrows. Underneath the heroic sword brow, it was a pair of bright and sharp eyes that, under the high nose, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. With innate confidence and pride, the whole person exudes a unique charm that is both stunningly beautiful and valiant. You can't take your eyes off it. Ao Chen inadvertently raised his eyes and glimpsed that for a moment, I was lost in thought. eyes firmly drawn to her. His heart was pounding. When you come back to your senses. His mind snapped to, realizing he's out of line. Panicked, he dodged to the side and, trying to hide his figure in the shadows. A few soldiers saw Feng Ning coming. The expression instantly became extraordinarily respectful. Quickly and neatly, they dropped to one knee and chanted in unison. Marshal Feng. Feng Ning's complexion was calm as she slightly raised her hand in a gesture. A couple of soldiers were instructed to. Rising sharply, he stepped aside. Feng Ning stepped into the tent. I caught a glimpse of that familiar, delicate figure. Princess Leap Yu. Shasta. Feng Ning's willow brows knitted gently. There was a quick flash of surprise and hidden concern in his eyes. She pursed her lips subconsciously and, the tone of his voice unconsciously took on a bit of coldness. Asked, what brings you here? Princess Leap Yu's eyes instantly lit up, excited as a merry deer in the headlights, bouncing and pouncing. The voice cried out crisply and sweetly. Sister Feng Ning, I've missed you so much. Saying that, then he intimately wanted to lean towards Feng Ning, full of the joy of reunion. A look of disgust appeared on Feng Ning's face. Gently pushing her away, he feigned an impatient rant. Okay, let's talk about something. Don't be so slimy. Having said that, Feng Ning walked to the main seat of the tent and sat down. The look was steeply serious and solemn. Leap Spectre, what are you doing on this battlefield if you don't stay properly in the heavenly court? This is not a place for you to fool around. Princess Leapfrog waved her hand full of concern and, smilingly, he said, Sister Feng Ning, I've come to fight alongside you. I aspire to be like you, riding the sands, subduing demons and eliminating devils, and becoming a great hero admired by all. Feng Ning sniffed, with a soft snort and a flash of coldness in his eyes. Commanding to the right and left attendants. Go, immediately send a message to the heavenly courtside and have them send someone to take Princess Leap Yu back. Chapter 141, The Mask. As soon as Princess Leapfrog heard that, he was so anxious that he jumped to his feet, stamping and shouting, Don't you dare! Who are you to kick me out? I'm just going to stay here and no one is going to make me go back. Feng Ning cast a sidelong glance at her. The tone was undeniable. Why wouldn't I dare? The second princess of the heavenly court came down to earth privately, and even broke into the camp of the Phoenix clan's army to cause trouble. Do you know how severely the heavenly emperor will punish you when he learns of this? Leapfrog Pixie saw that hardness was not an option. Immediately began to play the little game of, quickly running to Feng Ning, pulling at her sleeve, shaking it uncontrollably. Spoilsport. Sister Feng Ning, just be accommodating and let me stay. I've been listening to those gods and goddesses chattering about trivial matters all day long in the heavenly court, watching them live a dull and uneventful life day in and day out, and I've long since gotten tired of it. My heart longs for adventure and challenges. I really want to be like you, to prove my worth on the battlefield. Just give me a chance, okay? Feng Ning stared at her with an expressionless face. Once again, he urged the guard next to him. What are you waiting for? Don't go yet. Don't make me repeat myself. The guards on either side of him led the way and responded in unison. Yes, Phoenix Marshal. Saying that, then he was ready to turn around and leave. Leap Yui was completely flustered now, and cried out in a hurry. Get back here. If any of you dare to leave, I won't spare you. The two guards stopped dead in their tracks, show signs of distress. At a loss for words, he looked at Feng Ning. Wait for her instructions. Lun Yu turned her head to look angrily at Feng Ning. There were a few betraying threats in his eyes. Feng Ning, you really dare to let them go? If you do that, I'll swear that I'll never ignore you again. Feng Ning leaned back in her seat with a big grin, seemingly smiling. What wouldn't I dare to do? The second princess of the heavenly court came down to earth privately, and also disturbed the order of my Phoenix clan's army. I just don't know how the heavenly emperor will severely punish you when he finds out about it, but he definitely won't be lenient. You'd better be a good boy and go back, and don't play small here again. Princess Lun Yu was so angry by Feng Ning's words that her little face turned red. Tears of aggravation quickly filled her eyes. Pitifully, Sister Feng Ning, why are you so cruel? I missed you so much that I went out of my way to see you. Moreover, in order to find you, I have traveled all the way through the wind, walked for several days, starved for I don't know how many times, and was almost taken captive by those ferocious mountain bandits. Now you even want to drive me away. Oh, I just want to follow you, with you in the battlefield to kill the enemy and make achievements. How can you treat me like this? Feng Ning looked at Lun Yu's pathetic appearance, a secret sigh of relief, waving his hand helplessly toward the guards. Signal them to stand down. A couple of guards looked at each other in disbelief. There was a flash of doubt in his eyes that, exchanging glances with each other, not daring to say much afterward, Rushing to his feet, he retreated. Feng Ning turned her head and looked at Leap Spectre, with a hint of helplessness and impatience in his tone. Said, okay, don't you cry. It's making my head hurt. Leap Spectre huffed and sniffled, still unable to stop the tears from welling up in his eyes. With a sobbing voice, he continued, I'll keep crying if you don't promise to stay. That look, like a stubborn little kid. Don't stop until you get what you want. Feng Ning took a deep breath and, calming himself, he said, I promise. As soon as Leap Yui heard that, the tears on her face instantly disappeared without a trace. Instantly breaking into a smile and full of joy, he asked, really? Sister Feng Ning, you really promised to let me stay? You can't go back on your word. Feng Ning nodded gently. The look became serious and said, however, the ugly words in advance. This is a military camp. The conditions are very difficult. The wind and food is common. The rough tea and rice you have to eat. You're a princess who's used to being pampered in heaven. Can you really stand this hardship? Don't cry and clamor to go home to your mother when the time comes. Making me look at the joke. Leapfrog Yui puffed out her chest confidently and the tone was firm. Don't underestimate me. What you can bear, I can naturally bear as well. I'm going to follow Sister Feng Ning's example and become a great hero who stands up to the heavens and is majestic. At that time, I might even be able to help you, sister, share a lot of the heavy burden. Feng Ning's lips rose slightly, showing a faint smile. He flirted. Come on, don't give me any more soul soup here. Since you're determined to stay, then be prepared to suffer. Don't back out when you encounter some difficulties. I won't let you off easily. Leap Spectre jumped up and down in excitement, like a jolly little bunny. The words kept coming out of his mouth. It's great that Sister Feng Ning has promised me. I knew that Sister Feng Ning treats me the best and loves me the most. I will definitely behave well in the future. Just then, Feng Ning steeply let out a cold and stern bellow. Stop! Ao Chan, who was trying to slip out of the room silently and on tiptoe, as if struck by lightning. A violent shudder ran through his body at the sudden voice of the feet felt like they were nailed to the ground. Can't move. Feng Ning slowly turned her eyes and his eyes were like torches. Looking straight at Ao Chen, questioned, who are you? Seeing this, Princess Lun Yu hurriedly stepped forward and opened his mouth and introduced himself. Sister Feng Ning, his name is Long Yifeng. He is a loose immortal ranger from this area of the Western Mountain, and he is the one who brought me to your tent. On the way, I also encountered mountain bandits. Thanks to him coming to my rescue, otherwise I don't know what danger I would have encountered. Dragon, a peak? Feng Ning listened to Leap Yu's words. The eyes, however, remained locked on the man in the bronze mask. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly in what looked like a smile, said with a hint of inquiry in his eyes, oh, I can't believe I even saved you. It seems like the fate between you two is really not shallow. Princess Leap Spectre nodded her head vigorously and said with a serious face, yeah, that's why I made a promise to him to be a pawn under you. Sister, what do you think? Sister? His martial arts are awesome, really good. Staying here will definitely help a lot. And he might even become your right-hand man in the future. Sister. Feng Ning sized up the man in front of her carefully. It was only the bronze mask that he wore. Hair strewn messily across her forehead. With several rips and tears in their clothes. The fabric still shows signs of having been torn. The whole man was slightly hunched over and it looked quite a mess. Feng Ning called out softly. This strong man. Ao Chen's mind was flustered again. Hurrying to clasp his fists and salute Feng Ning, he said. He deliberately lowered his voice even more and, dumbly, he returned in a respectful tone. Feng Shui. Feng Ning had a faint smile on her face. Asked, why does this strong man wear a mask all the time? Could it be that he has some unspeakable hidden feelings? Or is there some secret hidden behind this mask? Princess Leapfrog was just about to open her mouth to speak. Ao Chen jumped ahead, deliberately lowering his voice and, respectfully, he replied, Feng Shui Ming Jian, only because I am ugly. I am afraid of scaring Feng Shui and the brothers in the camp, so I am used to wearing a mask on weekdays, so I hope Feng Shui will not be offended. Feng Ning said with a soft smile, I see, the strong man need not be concerned. I am not a person who judges people by their appearance. I am just curious. Since you saved my sister Lun Yu, you are also my benefactor. Come on people, first take this strong dragon to rest under the tent, make sure to treat him well, don't neglect him. As soon as Ao Chen heard that, the heart was burning with anxiety. He had his heart set on finding the dragon army, which could not be delayed here, and hastened to say, Marshal Feng, there is really no need to be so polite. I really have 100,000 urgent matters at hand, so I really can't afford to delay for even a moment. Now that Princess Lun Yu has arrived safely at the Phoenix clan's tent, I am relieved. So I will take my leave first, and I will see you later. Feng Ning hastily raised her hand to block it. Johan said, "Hey, strong man, don't leave in a hurry first. If I let you go just like this, if word gets out, others will think that my Phoenix clan's army are all ungrateful people, and won't that be bad for my Phoenix clan's reputation and fame?" Princess Leapfrog Yui also said helpfully from the sidelines, "Long Yifeng, don't be in such a hurry. You saved me. Sister Feng Ning will not treat you badly. And look, it's getting late, and it's so dangerous for you to travel alone in the middle of nowhere. Just stay for the night. It's not that bad." Ao-chan was filled with helplessness. The look on his face was torn, and he was afraid of revealing his. After hesitating for a while, he finally compromised helplessly. Well, since the princess has said so, then I will respectfully comply. Chapter 142 Thoughts. Feng Ning has carefully prepared the dinner party. The tent was brightly lighted, the tables were full of delicacies, and the rich aroma filled every inch of the air. Ao-chan was sitting in the gallery. The look under the mask was always taut. He deliberately lowered his voice and each sentence was brief and careful, and deeply afraid of exposing himself by speaking too much. In front of Feng Ning, he was like a scared bird, not daring to slack off. Mentally, he kept calculating that he mustn't show any cracks. After tonight, hurry up in the morning. Asterisk. The long dinner is finally over, and Ao-chen was as relieved as he could be. Along with one of the guards came the assigned tent. The guards retired, and after stepping out of the tent, Ao-chen heaved a sigh of relief and the tent's shoulders collapsed instantly. He sat on his ass on the edge of the bed and all he could think about was how to find the dragon army as soon as possible. After a short break, he saw a pen and paper on that desk. Then he hastily unfolded a sheet of paper. Take a pen and draw the topography of the route to West Mountain from memory. Just as he was giving his undivided attention to, there was a sudden sound of footsteps and talking outside. The respectful voices of a few guards clearly entered the tent. Phoenix Marshal. Ao-chan's heart tightened violently. The movement of his hand stopped momentarily and the heart began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. Immediately following, then he heard Feng Ning's clear and somewhat majestic voice commanding, "Stand guard outside and don't let anyone in without my orders." The guards outside responded neatly and loudly. Yes. Ao-chan's heart thumped. Before he could react, Feng Ning had already lifted the tent curtain and walked in. Ao-chen panicked and put the map away haphazardly. Subconsciously, he stood up, straightened his clothes, and, rushing to salute, his voice trembled slightly. "Marshal Feng, I don't know what orders Marshal Feng has for coming late at night?" The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up with a seeming smile. That smile, illuminated by the candlelight, a little more mysterious. She approached with a light but oppressive stride. Whispered, "What are you up to, dragon strongman?" Ao-chen only felt an invisible pressure coming over him, subconsciously taking a few steps back. Stammering, "No, just looking at that desk with a book on it and casually flipping through it." "Oh, a book can make strongman long so focused?" Feng Ning raised an eyebrow, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes as he continued to close in and, "What's the matter? Long Zhuangshi is so nervous to see this marshal?" Feng Ning's voice was soft but it was as if it was carrying a hook, probing straight into Ao-chen's heart. Ao-chen gulped and tried to calm himself down. Said with forced composure, Feng Shui's status is honorable. Long Mao is a loose immortal ranger. It is inevitable to be nervous." Feng Ning's gaze was like a torch, staring straight at Ao-chen, with that inscrutable, mysterious smile on his face. The voice was soft and slow with a hint of flirtation. "This strong dragon, could it be that he misses this marshal in his heart? And that's why he went to such great lengths to come to this crisis-ridden battlefield to see me?" Ao-chen heard that. Shock was instantly written all over his face. A hint of panic was revealed in his eyes as he hastily defended himself. "Why did Feng Marshal say this?" "You're afraid that you've misunderstood. I just happened to escort Princess Leap Yu here. I have no other intentions whatsoever." Feng Ning acted as if she hadn't heard his explanation. There was a wry glint in his eyes and, suddenly, she struck quickly, with swift movements, and, like a bolt of red lightning, with a swish, he unmasked Ao-chen. Ao-chen's handsome and extraordinary face was instantly exposed to the air. At the moment, a look of panic filled his face. Just see his sword brows and starry eyes. The bridge of the nose is high and straight. The well-defined face still had a few moments of the youthfulness and gallantry characteristic of a teenager. The eyes at this moment, by this sudden change slightly widened, filled with shock. Ao-chen was shocked and angry, chest heaving violently. he questioned loudly. How can you? You unmasked me without permission. Feng Ning looked at the panicked Ao Chen in front of her. The grin on his face grew even wider. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly and there was a hint of intimacy and teasing in his tone. Little dragon, you're really naive, thinking that by wearing a mask, you can avoid the eyes of this princess? To tell you the truth, from the moment you stepped into this tent, this princess already recognized you. So why do you need to make this unnecessary cover-up? Ao Chen's heart tightened, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Trying to snatch back the uncovered mask, he said eagerly under his breath. No. Who's avoiding you? I just don't want any trouble. The corner of Feng Ning's mouth hooked up in a disdainful smile, casually tossed that mask. Dang! The mask fell to the floor and she laughed softly. Little dragon, this mask of yours is also a bit too ugly. It really doesn't match with this face of yours. Wearing it really aggravates you. Saying that, Feng Ning's eyes flinched, moving once again as fast as lightning. With one hand, he ripped off the string of medicine sacks used to conceal his breath from Ao Chen's waist, along with his belt, then casually flung it to the side. The belt was ripped away from her. Ao Chen's clothes instantly fell apart and he blanched and, hastily clutching his shirt with his hands, with anger in his eyes, he questioned loudly, what do you do? Such insolence! Feng Ning looked at Ao Chen's wretched and humiliated appearance, chuckled softly. Childish, you think you can hide your nose from this princess by relying on these scent-concealing medicine capsules? This princess's sense of smell is not something you can fool with these gadgets. Just then, Feng Ning noticed the bruises on Ao Chen's palms and wrists, eyes slightly glazed over. Reaching out, he grabbed his hand with a flirtatious smirk on his face, he snickered. You little dragon, you are really delicate. Look at this fine skin and tender flesh. I'm afraid you've never been to war before, right? Ao Chen was caught in her words, mind and heart, angry and annoyed, trying to withdraw his hand, said stubbornly under his breath. Don't talk nonsense. I've been on many battlefields. What's a small wound like this? Which knew that Feng Ning suddenly pulled with force, yanked his hand over and then he lowered his head and took in the wound. The warm, wet touch came instantly. Startled, Ao Chen tried to draw back his hand and, however, he was immobilized by Feng Ning with one hand. Feng Ning meticulously licked the wound with the tip of her tongue. Movements are gentle and focused, until the patch of otherwise bruised skin flushed with a faint color of blood. Only then did he slowly let go. She raised her head and looked at Ao Chen and, with tenderness and concern in his eyes, he said softly, didn't I tell you a long time ago that this princess's saliva is a rare cure for injuries in this world? If you get hurt, this princess will be heartbroken. Ao Chen looked at Feng Ning's bright and affectionate eyes, feeling the tenderness in her words. The knot in his throat couldn't help but roll. An inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. Feng Ning stared at him closely and the lust in his eyes churned like a raging undercurrent. Shasta. The color of his eyes sank steeply and the fleeting tenderness on his face was instantly consumed by intense desire. She lashed out, her movements dry and powerful. Pushing Ao Chen down hard on top of the desk. There was a clatter. A clatter. A clatter. A clatter. The maps, paper and pencils, and inkstones on the case were swept away, and scattered all over the place. Immediately following, she bullied her way up, half kneeling at Ao Chen's waist and, in an irresistible gesture, a vice-like grip on his wrist pinned him down for dead. Ao Chen was choked by the objects on the desk table. The drilling pain made him instinctively want to struggle and scream, but at that very moment, Feng Ning was like a swift red lightning, a dominating kiss. Her lips fit tightly on Ao Chen's, strongly gagging all the sounds that were about to come out of his mouth. Shasta. Their lips and teeth intertwined. It was as if they were engaged in a fierce and lingering fight. Ao Chen only felt a heavenly spinning. The brain goes blank for an instant. All thoughts were stirred to pieces in the dominating kiss. At this moment, it was as if the only thing left in his world was the iffy, light and charming fragrance of Feng Ning's body, lingering on the tip of his nose, compelling his nerves. Feng Ning's kiss was both overbearing and full of love, with thoughts like a raging tide, instantly drowning Ao Chen. Ao Chen only felt as if his body had been set on fire, every inch of his skin flushed with hot heat. It was as if there were countless tiny fires leaping wildly through the body. It ruffled his feathers. A long time, Feng Ning seemed to be over that intimacy and her hands began to slowly, with a hint of teasing, probe inside Ao Chen's clothes. Ao Chen subconsciously tried to struggle free. However, Feng Ning's strength was like an iron clamp. It pinned him down solidly, preventing him from moving in the slightest. Feng Ning attached herself to his ear, ambiguously and softly commanded, "Don't move." Immediately following, Ao-chan's pupils contracted violently. Just think. Chapter 143, Obedience. Feng Ning ripped Ao-chan's shirt off. The first thing you see is the crisscrossing wounds on his body from the thorns. Her brow twisted into a knot momentarily. With heartache and anger in his eyes, he said fiercely, "These abominable to the core messy grasses. How dare they hurt my little dragon like this? After this princess finishes this damned battle, she will definitely burn the grass and trees in this western mountain to the ground, leaving no piece of armor behind." She leaned and slightly bowed her head, and cherry lips flicked out, gently licking those mottled and intertwined wounds on Ao-chan's body. Ao-chen was as if he had been instantly struck by a harsh bolt of lightning. A violent shudder ran through his circumference, and he wriggled uncontrollably, and a series of pleas with the slightest hint of laughter spilled from his mouth. The voice was full of hard feelings. Don't. It tickles a little." While saying that, while subconsciously raising his hand, he tried to push her away. Feng Ning's eyes are quick. That outstretched hand is like a spiritual snake. With a precise and swift hand, he firmly clamped his wrist. The voice was soft, but with an undeniable undertone. "Little dragon, be good. Don't move around. Let this princess treat you properly." Ao-chen was seeking food for Princess Leapfrog, running around in the middle of nowhere. The tired body has not yet had a moment's rest. Another unlucky encounter with bandits. After a fierce fight, although Ao-chen succeeded in repelling the bandits, but his arms and legs and waist, but covered with scratches of varying depths. Flesh rolled over the wound and blood dripped. Feng Ning looked at these shocking wounds and the heart secretly aches for it. But the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up into a very, very shallow, imperceptible smile. Slowly coaxing, "Good girl, don't move. Wait a while." Ao-chen clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the pang after pang of numbness that came from the wound. It's a weird feeling, as if there were a million tiny ants that was crawling slowly along his skin. Each step carries with it a subtle tickle that it made him uncomfortable. "Open up," Feng Ning ordered softly in his ear. "Don't. You. Stop." Ao-chen's breath was disordered, and his chest rose and fell violently. The words were full of hard feelings and resistance. Feng Ning bent down slightly and her voice held both authority and secret favor. "Don't. Head baby, don't forget. This is a military camp. Here, you must unconditionally obey the orders of this marshal." Ao-chen's face turned red and he retorted, angry and impatient, "I'm not your soldier. Don't move." Feng Ning just murmured softly. It was as if he hadn't heard his protests. She continued to focus on healing Ao-chen's wounds. Though look, it was as if everything in the world was less important than the injury of the little dragon in front of him at the moment. Ao-chen helplessly allowed Feng Ning to meticulously lick those wounds. Feng Ning gently approached his ear. Warm breath brushed his neck like fine silk. It made him shudder involuntarily. "My little dragon. Baby, why do you smell so good?" Feng Ning's voice was mixed with a touch of almost obsessive obsession. "Do you know that this princess is going crazy thinking about you? My little dragon." Immediately following, her tone was full of suppressed joy again. "Little dragon can come to see me. You know how happy this princess is in her heart." Feng Ning's eyes burned with the flames of madness. Possessiveness so strong that it bordered on suffocation churned through her. She hated that she couldn't eat Ao-chen alive in one bite. Her tone suddenly became a little sultry and with a hint of imperceptible wildness. "It's not enough. I can't wait to eat the little dragon in one bite." Ao-chen only felt a dryness welling up from the bottom of his heart, spreading rapidly throughout the body. The uncomfortable feeling grew stronger like a tidal wave. He spoke eagerly, and there was a few hard shivers in his voice. "Feng Ning, stop. Me. However, at this moment, Feng Ning seemed to be driven by an inexplicable force. Her full heart and eyes were occupied by the injured Ao-chen in front of her. The whole world seemed to be all about him alone in her eyes. It was as if she had fallen into a psychedelic dream that belonged only to her and Ao-chen. Nothing in the outside world matters anymore. She was treating his wounds with concentration and care. First, we treated the front side. Carefully flip over again to treat the opposite side. Healing up above. Followed by meticulous treatment of his underside. Leave no inch untouched. Finally, waiting for treatment to finish. Feng Ning's stance resembled a white lightning bolt, as fast as a bird of prey. In an instant, he straddled the white dragon horse. With a snap of the reins, the steed neighs and the wind is whistling in my ears. The sound of horses' hooves is sharp and powerful. A man and a horse galloping recklessly into the distance. A moment did not stop. She sped along and eventually arrived at Witch Mountain. Witch Mountain in front of us. It's like a dreamlike ink painting. The mountains are heavy with clouds and mist. The gauzy mist drifted lazily, half covering the rolling peaks and ridges. This place seems to be favored by the heavens, and the rain is extremely abundant. The fine rain pattered down. Wet the grass on the hills. In the twinkling of an eye, the storm stopped and the sun broke through the clouds, shedding 1,000 golden rays. Shasta, a brilliant rainbow across the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, colorful. It was so bright and colorful that it seemed like a bridge to fairyland. And the white dragon horse that carried Feng Ning all the way around. For his part, he was clearly exhausted to the point of. In the middle of the tent, the candles flickered. All night long. Princess Feng Ning hasn't even stepped outside the tent. The tent was silent until early morning. Asterisk. White dragon horse. Oh no. Ao-chen finally woke up leisurely. He's still conscious with a few moments of chaos. It was like a mess in his head. And what really pulled him back to reality from the abyss of slumber? It was a deafening sound of soldiers drilling from outside the tent. That one neatly organized shout of murder. It was like a heavy hammer, hitting his eardrums one by one. Ao-chen snapped his eyes open and there was still some confusion and panic lingering in his eyes. He looked around the room in a panic and just a mess on the floor. All pieces of cloth, torn to shreds. It was as if they had been through a grueling battle. Seeing this scene, the corners of Ao-chen's mouth twitched slightly. The mind cursed. This evil phoenix, acting so savagely, is simply incomprehensible. At this point, he looked up without realizing it. It was only then that he realized that the couch had at some point been neatly laid out with a neat set of soldiers' clothes. Looking at the squarely folded laundry, Ao-chen froze slightly, speculating in his heart that, I think it should be what that evil phoenix prepared for himself. Although there was still a lot of dissatisfaction in his heart towards Feng Ning's behavior, but at the moment there was not much to care about. Ao-chen only felt soreness all over his body. It was as if every inch of muscle was protesting, but the commotion outside made him afraid to stay longer. He gritted his teeth, and forced himself to, quickly dressed. After you're all dressed up, he reached out and picked up a mask off to the side and gently put it on his face. Hide your true face. Ready. Ao-chen took a deep breath and raised his hand to lift the curtain of the tent. Shasta. The blinding daylight was like a sharp blade, stabbing him straight in the eye. He subconsciously squinted his eyes and, block out the light with your hands. After adjusting to the sudden light, he lowered his hands slowly and, a busy and organized scene of the Phoenix clan's military camp was presented before his eyes. Wide open barracks. The Phoenix soldiers traveled back and forth with hurried steps. The soldiers who stood guard were dressed in battle armor as crimson as flame. That battle armor was inlaid with glittering golden lines of. It gleamed in the daylight, as if it were a burning blaze. They were armed with spears, their spearheads razor-sharp and, it exuded a cold, chilling light. Every soldier's stance is as straight as a pine. Standing by the tent, the eyes were filled with the unique sharpness and boldness of the Phoenix clan, while the soldiers carrying the supplies were neatly lined up in A. Their arms were wrapped in red silk embroidered with phoenix feather motifs. Floating with the pace, the tents were staggered all over the camp. The tops of the white tents are all decorated with lifelike statues of phoenix heads. It stands out in the daylight. In front of each of the tents stood a flag. The flag is embroidered with a phoenix on its wings. That phoenix pattern is brightly colored and, hunting in the breeze. It was as if it spoke of the glory and majesty of the Phoenix clan's army. Not far away, several soldiers were busily organizing their weapons. All the while chatting idly about the battlefield. A lanky soldier said excitedly, "Have you guys heard about this? Yesterday the Vanguard Battalion had a skirmish with the Demon Race's Vanguard. And those Demon Race guys, we beat them to death." The other soldier nodded and, responding with pride, "Of course, our Phoenix Marshal is such a great person, wise and powerful, commanding like a master. With her leading us, we have all become valiant and fearless. Those inferior demon races are no match at all in front of the majesty of the Phoenix army. By the way, have you noticed? Marshal Feng is in a particularly good mood today. It seems like she's very satisfied with the results of yesterday's battle." The burly soldier chimed in. "That's right. I haven't seen Phoenix Marshal this happy in a long time.